Chapter 1, I'm only 30, enjoying my retirement system. Stop drinking. Look at the state you're in. You think you're trash? Never seen one before? Now I'll show you what a piece of trash looks like. Suyu, you have really disappointed me. I've disappointed you more than once or twice. You should be used to it by now, right? Dragon Kingdom, Tianhai City. Inside a dilapidated rental house in the suburbs. The cramped space was filled with the pungent smell of alcohol and tobacco, and the floor was littered with empty bottles and cigarette butts. Faced with his wife's earnest persuasion, Suyu simply adopted a "what's the worst that can happen" attitude. His wife, Jiangli, stared at him with red eyes, her gaze gradually shifting from disappointment to despair. He finally gave a bitter smile. I really regret not listening to my parents' advice and resolutely choosing to marry you. I never thought you were this kind of person. It's not too late to regret it now. If you can't stand it, then get out. Looking utterly dejected, Suyu heard his wife with the most heartless words. Jiangli glanced back at her unconscious daughter on the bed, as if she had made up her mind. She lowered her head and sent a message on her phone, then looked at Suyu with a cold smile. A person like you doesn't deserve anyone's sympathy. You shouldn't have a wife and daughter. You deserve to be abandoned by everyone and die alone. After uttering those harsh words, she turned and walked out of the rented room. Bang! The door slammed shut, as if separating the two into two different worlds. The tears that Suyu had been holding back finally slipped down her cheeks. Those hurtful words were like a sharp sword piercing his wife. Isn't that also stabbing into his heart? He will only suffer 1,000 times, 10,000 times more from her. But he had to do it. He was only 20 years old when he transmigrated to this world where martial arts were prevalent 10 years ago. He was full of vigor and ambition back then. They thought that because of their identity as time travelers, they could do whatever they wanted in this world. It was around that time that he met his wife, and the two quickly fell in love. His wife comes from the prestigious Jiang family in Donghai City. Despite the opposition from her family and parents, she resolutely married him, even severing ties with them and accompanying him to Tianhai City. To prove to his wife that she hadn't misjudged him, Suyu persisted in diligently cultivating even without obtaining the system. And successfully joined the Alliance Army. The reason why technology and martial arts coexist in this world is mainly due to an alien creature from the underground caves. This otherworldly creature has a very strange physical structure. Ordinary firearms cannot cause them any harm at all. More than 200 years ago, when the underground cave first appeared, it did cause great losses to mankind, almost leading to the extinction of the entire race. But there is no shortage of clever people among humans, and they quickly discovered a way to effectively control these alien creatures. That is the way of martial arts. Martial arts have developed for over 200 years and have a very complete system. The martial arts realm is divided into 9 ranks from the lowest to the highest, with each rank further subdivided into 9 minor realms. Each advancement to a higher realm requires a massive investment of cultivation resources. This is nothing to a large family like the wife's family. For someone like Suyu, who is from the bottom of society, the only options are to join a martial arts school or a conglomerate and become its subordinate. Alternatively, joining the army is the only option. Gain military merits and resources by slaying alien creatures. Suyu performed very well in the Alliance Army, showing great courage and fighting spirit. In just a few years, he was promoted to Centurion. His strength has also improved to the 7th level of the 3rd rank. His wife gave birth to a lovely daughter just 2 years after their marriage. Her given name was Su Shi, and her nickname was Shi Shi. It represents the two people's hopes for the future. Ring ring ring. Suyu's phone rang urgently, interrupting his thoughts. As soon as the call connected, I heard a warm voice from the other end. Mr. Su, our Tianhai 3rd hospital just vacated a biocabin, and you were the first person I thought of. Isn't your daughter in a hurry to store her body? I'll reserve it for you first. Please come to the hospital as soon as possible to complete the formalities, okay? How much do you charge? It only costs 500,000 per month, which is a bit expensive, but the lives of loved ones are priceless, don't you think? So, I'll think about it some more. Is that so? Then please give me an answer as soon as possible. You know that biopods are in high demand, and everyone is in line. I only contacted you first because you were once a proud soldier and your daughter is so lovely. I know, thank you. I will get back to you as soon as possible. Suyu hung up the phone, struggled to his feet, limped to the bedside, and reached out to stroke his daughter's soft little face. Cece, open your eyes and look at Daddy. Daddy bought your favorite candy crisps. You used to always sneak food, and Dad was always scolding you because he was afraid you would get cavities. Daddy was wrong. Daddy will never be mean to you again. When you wake up, Daddy will let you eat, okay? Suyu pleaded desperately, sobbing uncontrollably. But her daughter remained unresponsive, like a sleeping beauty. Last summer, he was promoted to Centurion and received a generous reward. To celebrate, he took his wife and daughter on a picnic. He was too confident back then, so confident that he became somewhat arrogant. He thought he was already a 7th level, 3rd grade martial artist, enough to handle any unexpected situation. But they encountered a rare beast tide. The sight of the hordes of beasts that swept across the mountains and fields like a flood still sends chills down my spine. Suyu risked his life to protect his wife and children, but was ultimately seriously injured and fell into a coma. When the 7-year-old girl saw that her father was in danger, she immediately shook off her mother's hand and tried to save him. In the end, she used her small body to shield her father from a fatal blow. Although the army stationed in Tianhai City was dispatched in time and the three were rescued. However, Suyu was forced to retire due to severe damage to his foundation and the complete destruction of his cultivation. His daughter suffered severe brain damage. Although she survived thanks to timely medical intervention, she fell into a permanent coma. Suyu spent all his retirement resettlement allowance, but it was still to no avail. From that day on, he drank heavily and cried all day long. He was filled with remorse. Why did you take your wife and daughter on the picnic in the first place? Why choose that particular day? Why wasn't it him who was unconscious? But his wife didn't blame him. She remained devoted to him and took meticulous care of him. It can be said that she single-handedly supported the family this past year. She had to work several jobs at the same time to buy medicine for her daughter and take care of him, who was disabled. Suyu felt he couldn't be a burden to her any longer. He's a useless person now. In this world, losing power is equivalent to losing everything. Even if the hospital could provide a biocabin to give my daughter better care, in the hope that better medical technology would emerge in the future. But he couldn't come up with the money to rent the biopod. He named his daughter Cece, but he couldn't give her any hope. As for his wife, she was so young, beautiful, and came from such a powerful family. She will have a better future if she leaves him. He knew that over the past year, the Jiang family had sent several groups of people to try and bring her back to the family. But she was never willing to abandon her husband and daughter. The only thing he can do now is to force her to leave. Then, he found a beautiful place with clear waters and lush mountains, and left this world with his daughter. Ding! The Enjoy Your Retirement in Peace system has been bound. The system has detected that the host has already lived a full life in another world and is now 100 years old. Looking back on his life, the host has left behind countless regrets, but also countless surprises and touching moments. The system will help the host fulfill unfulfilled wishes, bringing a perfect end to your life in this other world. Ding! Main quest: visit your daughter's grave. Host's daughter passed away 70 years ago. Due to the rampage of demonic beasts, the host was forced to leave Tianhai City, and 70 years have passed since then. Please immediately travel to Tianhai City, which has been occupied by demonic beasts, find your daughter's grave, and express your longing at her tomb. Ding! The task of visiting your daughter's grave has been completed. Congratulations, host, on receiving the reward, SSS level special physique Great Dao Furnace Formless Bone. Suyu, who was holding his daughter and crying his heart out, opened his eyes in disbelief. What was that sound just now? Hallucination? Chapter 2 SSS Level Special Physique, Terrifying as the Great Dao's Furnace Formless Bone, SSS Level Special Physique. Using the body as a furnace, it absorbs all the laws and energies of heaven and earth, forging the formless bone. At its peak, it consumes all laws, and its bone structure undergoes 1,000 transformations. SSS Level Special Physique? Upon seeing these words, Suyu suddenly sat up in bed. In this world, cultivation physiques are divided into several levels from high to low, SABCD. Grade D physique is the most common and is the threshold for entering the martial arts world. A C-grade physique is already considered excellent. Suyu had a C-level physique, and in just a few years, he advanced to a 3rd-grade martial artist. As for A level and B level, they already belonged to the category of geniuses. His wife, Jiang Li, originally possessed a B-level cultivation physique. As for S-class, they are all unparalleled geniuses with immeasurable potential. Even on a national scale, they are extremely rare. And now, without doing anything, he has already received the SSS level special physique as a system reward. Could this be a hallucination? Just as he was filled with doubt and uncertainty, a sudden, sharp pain shot through his body, as if someone were peeling off his bones and skin. The pain was so intense that he fainted immediately. He didn't know how much time had passed, but when he woke up again, he was surprised to find that his old injuries had completely healed. My body suddenly felt light and airy, as if I had suddenly unloaded hundreds of pounds of weight. Hiss, hiss, hiss. With his eyes closed and his senses keenly focused, he could perceive the surrounding spiritual energy being rapidly absorbed by his body. This spiritual energy actually contains many impurities. Previously, each cultivation session required the removal of impurities and the extraction of pure spiritual energy. The quality of the cultivation technique determines the purity of the extracted spiritual energy. But this so-called formless bone of his is not picky about food at all. No matter how many impurities are in the spiritual energy, it is all absorbed at once and can be quickly transformed into nutrients to nourish itself. Suyu's originally depleted dantian began to gradually fill up. It's like a withered tree coming back to life. This discovery thrilled Suyu. This system is actually real? But why is it a retirement system? And why does the system determine that I'm already 100 years old? I'm only 30 this year. Could it be that this system is 70 years old? Suyu was immediately left speechless, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. If someone waits until they are 100 years old to access this system, what use is it to them? But it must be said that this boneless body truly lives up to its SSS level physique. He doesn't even need to cultivate, he can automatically absorb spiritual energy. Moreover, the absorption speed was much faster than when he was desperately cultivating before. Is this the difference between geniuses and ordinary people? SSS level special physique, terrifyingly powerful. This constitution is supposedly innate, predetermined by fate. Who would have thought that he would regain an SSS level special physique at the age of 30? This is truly a case of late bloomer. Suyu turned around and picked up his unconscious daughter, tears streaming down his face. "Cece, Daddy can cultivate again, and he'll soon regain his strength. Daddy will definitely be able to save you, you must believe in Daddy." What excited him even more than being able to start cultivating again was that he saw hope of saving his daughter. In this world where strength reigns supreme, there is nothing that cannot be done as long as one possesses sufficient power. As far as he knew, there was a kind of elixir made from the spinal cord of a ninth-order demon beast that could bring the dead back to life and heal flesh and bones. If he could get his hands on this medicine, he could save his daughter's life. But this medicine was so precious that he had only heard of its legends. The levels of monsters also range from rank 1 to rank 9, corresponding to the levels of humans. However, monsters are physically stronger than humans, so monsters of the same level are stronger than humans. How powerful is this 9th-tier demonic beast? The manpower and resources required to hunt down a 9th-tier demonic beast are probably unimaginable. The difficulty of refining such a miraculous medicine is self-evident. For this reason, even if such a miraculous medicine truly exists in this world, the difficulty of obtaining it is unimaginable. But as long as he can save his daughter, he is fearless no matter how hard it is. Suyu held his petite daughter in his arms and made a silent vow in his heart. "If I go back to the Jiang family with you, you will solve my daughter's biopod problem and my husband's job problem?" In Tianhai City, there is a coffee shop called Xingyue. Jiang Li stared expressionlessly at the middle-aged man sitting opposite her. The man's name was Jiang Chu, and he was her older brother. The first in line to inherit the Jiang family's mansion. "Certainly." Jiang Chu looked at her younger sister with affection. "I've already secured a spot for you in the combat department of the East Sea Martial Arts Academy. As soon as you come back, you can enroll immediately." Donghai Martial Arts Academy is a first-class institution of higher learning, even on a national scale. Those who can enter the East Sea Martial Arts Academy are all geniuses among geniuses. Even for a large family like the Jiang family, it is extremely difficult to obtain a single spot. But Jiang Li was unmoved. "I don't want to enter the combat department. I want to enter the medical department." "Medical school?" Jiang Chu couldn't help but frown. In the martial arts world, combat professions hold the highest status. Only those from impoverished families who lack sufficient resources would choose a support role. "If you don't agree to this condition, I won't go back with you." Jiang Li was very insistent on this point. Jiang Chu knew her younger sister well and felt helpless. "You did this to save your daughter, right? Is it worth sacrificing your future for a child? If you can enter the combat department, you'll meet even better men in the future, and then you can have several healthy children. Shut up. Zhongli stood up angrily, her beautiful eyes fixed on her brother. She is my child. I would do anything to save her, even if it meant sacrificing my own life. Okay, I misspoke. I promise you, as long as you come home with me, I will support whatever decision you make. Jiang Chu hurriedly made a compromise. In her heart, however, she harbored deep hatred for her brother-in-law, whom she had never met. That bastard ruined my sister's life. Not only did it delay her cultivation at the best age, but it also gave him a burden. Every time he thought about it, he wished he could kill that good-for-nothing with his own hands. But his sister had already warned him not to hurt Suyu. He could only suppress his hatred for the time being, take his sister home first, and settle accounts with that good-for-nothing later. Boom! Inside the rented room. After an afternoon of cultivation, Suyu's injuries were completely healed. His strength has finally recovered to the first rank, level 1. Generally speaking, one's physical constitution and the cultivation method should correspond to each other. For example, someone with a fire-type physique can only cultivate fire attribute techniques. But his formless bone is a bit special. It is not within the 5 elements at all. Therefore, cultivation techniques are not restricted by attributes. Techniques of all attributes, such as metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, can be cultivated. His Burning Heaven technique is a sea-level fire attribute cultivation method. It was an award he received for his meritorious service in the army. Unexpectedly, this bone of no form is not picky about food at all, and its cultivation speed is faster than ever before. At this rate, it won't be long before he recovers to his peak strength. Ring ring. Just then, my phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, it was Director Liu from the 3rd Hospital calling again. He sighed and answered the phone. Hello, Director Liu, I haven't received the funds to rent the biopod yet. I hope you can be lenient with me for a while. Mr. Su, your daughter's biopod has been successfully rented, with a one-time payment for 10 years. When would you be available to send your daughter over? Loan successful? 10 years? Su Yu was immediately stunned. The rental fee for this biopod is very expensive, costing 500,000 per month. 10 years rent, that's 60 million. Let alone for him now, even for him at the peak of his strength, it would be an astronomical figure. Director Liu, are you sure you're not mistaken? I didn't pay this money. How could there be a mistake? The money was paid in your name, and it has already been paid in full. We are just waiting for you to bring your daughter over, and we look forward to your arrival. Suyu hung up the phone and was stunned for a long time. The problem that had troubled him for so long was solved so easily? Who could it be? Just then, the sound of a key turning in the lock came from outside the door. It was clear that his wife had returned. He had no choice but to put the matter of the biological chamber aside and quickly went out to greet them. He planned to tell his wife about his regained strength. She'll definitely be happy for him after hearing that. But as soon as he reached the door, he saw his wife bring a man in. It was his wife's older brother, Jiang Chu. Suyu's smile froze, and he instantly understood what was happening. Xiao Li, are you leaving? Chapter 3 SSS Talent Unparalleled Comprehension. Suyu knew Jiang Chu. When his wife decided to marry him, Jiang Chu, on behalf of the Jiang family, came to him, hoping that he would be sensible and leave Jiangli. But Suyu was young and hot-blooded at the time, and had a conflict with him. Jiangli arrived just in time and stopped the two of them. But when Suyu saw Jiang Chu again, he felt only shame. He confidently declared that he would make Jiangli the happiest woman in the world. But now, his vow has clearly not been fulfilled. His wife and he had suffered greatly together, and even their beloved daughter was seriously injured and in a coma, but he couldn't even afford to rent a biopod for his daughter. I was so ashamed I wanted to disappear. Humph, you said you'd take good care of my sister, and this is the result of your efforts? Jiang Chu's eyes were filled with barely concealed anger. This time, do you still want to stop her from leaving? You surnamed Su, are you even a man? You actually rely on a woman to support you. I really despise you. You're right. Suyu didn't refute it, but nodded and admitted, I'm sorry to Xiao Li and my daughter, for making them suffer a lot because of me. If she wants to leave, I won't stop her anymore, and I will sincerely wish her well. Jiangli stood to the side, head down, without saying a word. But tears fell to the ground, drop by drop. Jiang Chu casually flipped through the pages, and a divorce agreement appeared in his hand. Space ring. Suyu first glanced at the ring on the ring finger of his right hand. This ring is extremely expensive. Any one of them could be worth hundreds of millions. It's something that ordinary people can only dream of. But he was quickly drawn to the divorce agreement in his hand, and his eyes dimmed instantly. You should have received the message by now. I have rented a biopod for your daughter for 10 years. In exchange, please sign this divorce agreement and never bother my sister's life again. As Jiang Chu spoke, she handed over the divorce agreement. Suyu hesitated only slightly before reaching out to take the divorce agreement and quickly signing it. Although he now has the system and has regained some of his strength, he is still far from being able to provide a good living environment for his wife. Perhaps, returning to the Jiang family is the best choice for her. Instead of pulling in opposite directions, let's make it happen. Ding! Main quest: say goodbye to your ex-wife. The host and his wife Jiang Li have been divorced for 70 years, and Jiang Li is now nearing the end of her life. The host must immediately travel to Donghai City to see his wife one last time and bid her farewell. Holding the signed divorce agreement, Suyu walked up to Jiang Li and said, I'm sorry, I'm not a good husband. I've made you suffer all these years. A tear flashed in Jiang Li's eyes, but she shook her head stubbornly. At least for the first few years, I was very happy. I don't regret marrying you at all. Thank you, honey. Suyu felt a surge of sadness in his chest and handed her the divorce papers. Take care of yourself without me. The same to you. Jiang Li took the divorce papers, then went to the bedside and gently kissed her daughter's forehead. The tears that she had been holding back finally streamed down her face uncontrollably. Jiang Chu grew impatient and finally pulled her sister away, saying, It's getting late, we should go. Jiang Li wiped away her tears and turned to look at Suyu. Get our daughter to the hospital's biocabin as soon as possible. I will try to find a way to save her. Good. Jiang Li gave Suyu another deep look before quickly walking out of the room. It seemed as if they were afraid that if they lingered any longer, the tears would well up again. After she left, Jiang Chu walked up to Suyu, making no attempt to hide her disdain. Don't bother my sister again, or don't blame me for being rude to you. After saying that, he tossed an employment contract into his hand and turned to leave. Suyu unfolded it and took a look. Suyu is hereby appointed as the librarian of Tianhai Martial Arts University. Issued by Lu Yiming, president of Tianhai Martial Arts University. Tianhai Martial Arts University? Librarian? This profession is great. This job, and the biopod that our daughter rented, were both earned by my wife at the cost of her own life. Suyu's chest suddenly churned violently. He rushed to the window and saw his wife, Jiang Li, about to board a luxurious hovercar. Wife, wait for me. I will find a way to cure my daughter, and then I will bring her with me to find you. The three of us will reunite then. Although he was far away, he could clearly see that Jiang Li's delicate body stiffened for a moment, but she did not turn around and went straight into the hovercar. Perhaps in her eyes, his words were just unrealistic boasts. A useless person who has lost his ability will probably only be able to grow old and die in the university library for the rest of his life. To think that he could cure his daughter with his abilities is simply wishful thinking. But she didn't know that Suyu now possessed a system. Perhaps it won't be long. The two will meet again. At that time, he will appear before her in a completely new guise. Give her a big surprise. Ding! The mission to say goodbye to your ex-wife has been completed. Congratulations, host, on receiving the reward, SSS Talent Unparalleled Comprehension. Exceptional Comprehension. Burn your lifespan to gain a moment of eternity. 1 year of lifespan for 1 minute of exceptional comprehension, which can decompose, deduce, and comprehend any cultivation technique or law. Another SSS rank? Or is it just a matter of 1 day's enlightenment? Looking at the new SSS level talent reward from the system, so you can only describe it as insane. Which system gives out 2 SSS rewards in a single day? These 2 rewards are, one allows you to digest anything, and the other allows you to quickly eat anything. These 2 together are simply unbeatable. Moreover, he heard that the library of Tianhai Martial Arts University contains many precious martial arts techniques that are not visible to the outside world. Now that he's become a librarian, isn't that like putting a mouse in a rice jar? He was already looking forward to working at the library together. But before that, he had to take his daughter to the hospital. Turning around and walking to the bedside, looking at his daughter's rosy little face, Suyu felt extremely reluctant to part with her. My wife has already passed away, and now even my daughter is being sent to a biocabin to preserve her body. What was once a happy family was torn apart by this tragedy. However, he quickly suppressed this slight reluctance. A brief separation is for a future reunion. He now possesses the system and has received 2 SSS level rewards. In terms of talent alone, he is already a genius among geniuses in the entire martial arts world. He believed that if he had more time, he would definitely be able to find a way to save his daughter. Then he will be able to take his daughter to reunite with his wife. And he believes that day will come soon. Hello, Director Liu, I've brought my daughter with me. We can arrange for her to be stored in the bio cabin now. Suyu brought his daughter to the 3rd hospital and found Director Liu. This Director Liu was in his 40s and was wearing a white coat. Upon seeing Suyu, her expression immediately became somewhat unnatural. Well, actually, there's no rush. Mr. Su can spend a few more days with his daughter. What's the meaning? Upon hearing this, Suyu frowned immediately. I've already paid for the biopod, and you were the one who asked me to come. Now you're saying this? This. Director Liu looked somewhat troubled. Mr. Su, the situation might have changed. Could you wait for the next bio module? Just to give me face? Suyu was furious and laughed coldly. Director Liu, are you kidding me? When will the next biopod be available? Do you expect my daughter to just wait here like this? Director Liu was almost driven to tears by him. Mr. Su, it's not that I don't want to arrange a biopod for your daughter, it's just that the biopod has already been occupied. Boom! Suyu's temper flared up immediately. What? It's been occupied? What's the point of your hospital then? Chapter 4: Stealing my daughter's biopod? Don't blame me for being ruthless. Mr. Su, please let me explain. This is an important figure our hospital can't afford to offend him. Seeing Suyu's anger, Director Liu quickly stepped forward to appease him. The son of Director Chen of the Education Bureau was seriously injured and unconscious after a fight, and will continue to be stored in the biopod. We were forced to do this. Don't underestimate this Education Bureau chief, he's not just in charge of education. It should be understood that martial arts are currently the dominant force in the world. The Ministry of Education not only controls martial arts education and examinations, but also holds the power to certify and rank martial artists. In addition, they also control the trial grounds and the right to mine spiritual veins. All the martial arts schools in Tianhai City have to be subservient to them. It is no exaggeration to say that offending the director of the education department is almost equivalent to offending half of the martial arts world in Tianhai City. No wonder the hospital is so afraid. Ha, you can't afford to offend the director of the Education Bureau, so you bully ordinary people like us who have no power or influence? Director Liu, there's a proper order to everything. I've already paid 10 years rent up front. And now you're giving my daughter's biopod to someone else? Give me back my biopod right now, or I'll fight you to the bitter end, even if it means taking this to the supervisory department. Although Suyu was clear about the hospital's interests. But his daughter's life was more important than his own. In any case, he is unlikely to let this go. He immediately picked up his daughter and walked towards the biological control area. After successfully booking the biocabin, he received the biocabin's serial number and detailed information from the hospital. Therefore, it was easy to find the biological capsule belonging to the daughter. Director Liu hurriedly caught up with them, offering kind words of advice along the way. Mr. Su, we can't fight City Hall, so please don't act rashly. We can't afford to offend someone as important as the director of the education department. It's better to just endure it for now. Mr. Su. No matter how earnestly he tried to persuade him, Suyu turned a deaf ear. Carrying her daughter, she made her way to the biological control area. This biocabin area is very large, stretching as far as the eye can see, and is filled with biocabins emitting wisps of cold air. They are like crystal coffins, storing bodies. These biochambers are all very uniform in size, being cuboids about 2 meters long and 1.5 meters wide. Suyu quickly located his daughter's biopod, numbered 2700. The biopod was semi-transparent, and a young man in his early 20s could be clearly seen lying inside. It must be the son of that usurper of the position of director of the education department. Suyu only wanted to get back what belonged to his daughter and didn't want to go too far. He immediately turned to Director Liu and said, "Contact his family right away and have them come and move their son to another place." Mr. Su. Director Liu looked pleading. Mr. Su is usually very easy to talk to, who would have thought he would be so tough now? Even if they know the other party is the director of the education department, they will fight to the bitter end. What? You're too scared to call? Then give me their number and I'll call them. I'll hit. Left with no other choice, Director Liu took out his phone, found the number of the director of the education department, and dialed it with trembling hands. The call was answered quickly. Then, Suyu heard a hearty voice. Director Liu? Thank you so much for your help this time. If you ever need my help again, Chen Mofan, just let me know. Director Liu glanced at Suyu quickly, his smile somewhat awkward. Director Chen, the original tenant of the biopod has come looking for us. He doesn't agree to give it to you. What do you think? Did you tell him who I am? We've already spoken to them, but they still disagree. Would you like to come and handle it? There was a long silence on the other end before the speaker said again, give him the phone. Director Liu had no choice but to obediently hand the phone to Suyu. Suyu took the phone expressionlessly. Is this Director Chen? I'm the tenant of that biopod. Please come over immediately and move your son away, or you'll face the consequences. Young man, don't get so hot-tempered. Director Chen began to speak in an official tone. I know I temporarily used your biopod without informing you, which was inappropriate of me. How about this, you wait for the next biopod, and I'll have the hospital vacate one as soon as possible. I'll cover the rental cost. What do you think? Not very good. Suyu replied bluntly, I don't need you to pay the rent for me. I just want to get back the biopod that rightfully belongs to me. Please come and handle this matter immediately. This guy is just taking advantage of him and making fools of him. Biological cabins typically have very long rental periods. They are either critically injured and on the verge of death, and there is no way to save them for the time being. Or it could be a rare disease that current medical technology cannot treat, requiring us to wait for the technology to mature. Therefore, the lease term can range from a few years to several decades. If we wait for the next biopod, who knows when that will be? Her daughter's condition was deteriorating, and every day that was delayed increased the danger. He would never risk his daughter's life to be such a pushover. Give the phone to Director Liu. Seeing that Suyu was so difficult to talk to, Director Chen had no choice but to say something helplessly. Suyu thought he had compromised, and breathed a sigh of relief. If the other party is reasonable and comes to take his son away, he doesn't want to offend such a powerful person. But to everyone's surprise, as soon as the phone landed in Director Liu's hands, Director Chen started cursing loudly. Director Liu, I was just praising you for being sensible, and this is how you handle things? I don't want to hear your explanation. Anyway, I'm taking that biopod. You figure out how to deal with that hothead yourself. Tell that kid that if he knows what's good for him, he'll wait for the next biopod, and I'll keep my word. If he doesn't, then I'll teach him a lesson. Understand? Smack. After the other person finished speaking, they hung up the phone immediately. Director Liu forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. Mr. Su, what do you think of this? Is he not going to come and handle this? Suyu's expression was calm, revealing no emotion. Director Liu sighed helplessly. Mr. Su, we really can't afford to offend this kind of person. I think we should just let it go. Let's wait for the next one. I'll let you know as soon as I have any news. Never mind? Suyu couldn't help but sneer. To me, nothing is more important than my daughter. His son's life is a life, but my daughter's life isn't? As he spoke, the smile on his face vanished, replaced by a ruthless look. He extended his right hand and pressed it on the palm print recognition device on the biopod. Once the biopod is closed, only the tenant can open it. Suyu had already registered his palm print at the hospital when he booked the biocabin. Therefore, this biopod can only be opened with his palm print. Recognition successful. Bite. The biopod door opened immediately, and a cloud of white mist rushed out. Mr. Su, what are you doing? Stop it. Director Liu's expression changed drastically. He wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Lu Feng yanked the unconscious young Master Chen out of the biopod and tossed him aside like trash. Then she gently placed her daughter into the biopod. He kissed his daughter's soft little face and smiled gently. Cece, sleep peacefully. When you wake up, Daddy will take you to find Mommy. After saying that, he shut down the biochamber again. Thump! The biological hatch closed heavily. Director Liu also collapsed to the ground with a thud, his eyes glazed over. It's over. Mr. Su, you've made a huge mistake. Chapter 5: A sneak attack? Ambush? I'm in the middle of something. Suyu snorted coldly. What a joke. I took back what belonged to my daughter, and you call that causing a huge disaster? His tone was icy cold. He glanced at the unconscious young Master Chen and opened his mouth again. If he continues to misuse my daughter's biopod, I don't mind fighting to the death. Anyway, I'm just a worthless life now. Having said that, he turned and left. Upon hearing this, Director Lu shuddered and hurriedly ran to help young Master Chen up. They were afraid that Suyu might lose his temper and punch young Master Chen a few more times. Watching Suyu's departing figure, Director Lu became even more astonished. In his memory, Suyu had always been a frail and sickly, honest man. Why was he so assertive today? There was a reason why Suyu's biological chamber was used. Those who can rent biological storage facilities are almost all wealthy and powerful people, and he dares not offend them. Suyu is the only one with no background and no strength. He's just a pushover. Who else would you take advantage of if not him? Unexpectedly, Suyu was incredibly reckless, remaining unmoved even in the face of threats from the director of the Education Bureau. Sensing that young Master Chen's breathing was extremely weak, Director Lu didn't think much of it and quickly arranged for someone to carry young Master Chen into the ward. He then called the director of the Education Bureau, trembling as he spoke. Director Chen, something has happened here. A short while later, a roar came from the other end of the phone. The sound was deafening. Suyu. I want him dead. And that little bastard, she has to be thrown out. On the way back, Suyu's brows remained furrowed for a long time, filled with resentment and anger. He knew. The reason my biological pod was occupied was because I had previously performed so poorly that others had the opportunity to take advantage of me. That's not the case now. He possesses 2 SSS level physiques and talents. Looking around, there are only a handful of people in the entire Dragon Kingdom who possess even 1 S level talent. Once he's fully developed, crushing a mere Education Bureau chief would be as easy as lifting a finger. To put it bluntly, he still needs to improve his strength. As long as he has strength, his wife will not leave him, and his daughter will not be bullied. The biocell should be able to hold out for a while longer. It can be locked with a fingerprint, and it cannot be opened for 6 months unless it is unlocked by the person in charge. Chen Mofen will definitely use every means to retaliate, and then capture me to unlock the door. Currently, I do not have the strength to confront them head-on. Thinking of this, Suyu quickened his pace. I don't know how long I walked, but I've already returned to my rented room. Just as Suyu was about to go upstairs, he sensed something was wrong. There's a murderous aura about him. Having fought on the battlefield for many years, he had long since developed a keen insight and a sixth sense. As expected. The next moment, from an inconspicuous place, a machete swung at him. The force was so great that it tore through the air with a piercing explosion. Bang! Suyu reacted quickly, dodging the attack and kicking the cleaver away. With the physical enhancement and the recovery training during this period, my strength has recovered to 30-40%. This level of sneak attack was not enough to hurt him. Oh my, I didn't expect a piece of trash like you to have some skills. A mocking voice came from directly above. Suyu looked in the direction of the sound. The speaker wore sunglasses, had a smirk, and a striking yellow pompadour hairstyle. The half-covered short-sleeved shirt revealed half of a tattoo. Huang Daju, a first-rank, 6th-level martial artist, is a local tyrant in the old residential area, with hundreds of thugs under his command. Extorting protection money and bullying men and women were commonplace for them. Their main task was to act as lackeys for certain high-ranking officials and wealthy people, and to specifically punish disobedient lower-class people. This person was also an old acquaintance of Suyu. Ever since he lost all his cultivation, he had been bullied by Huang Daju. For the sake of his family, he could only endure it. On one occasion, he even made suggestive remarks to Jiangli, which angered Suyu, leading to an argument in which Suyu was nearly beaten half to death. They then stole a month's worth of food from their own family, claiming it was a consequence of disrespecting their leader. It happened to be winter, and that month, Jiangli managed to get through the difficult time by working multiple jobs. Suyu hated Huang Daju to the core, his clenched fists cracking. Huang Daju's sarcastic remark pulled Suyu back to reality. I recently received a call saying that they were going to teach a lesson to some good-for-nothing who didn't know his place. I was wondering who dared to mess with the director. When I arrived at the address, I realized, oh, it's you. His smile widened, and he snapped his fingers. No need to hide him anymore, he's just a piece of trash. Quickly deal with him and take him to meet us. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of thugs walked out of the stairwell, carrying steel pipes and machetes. The person who had launched the sneak attack earlier was among them. He stared at Suyu, his expression complex, a mixture of fear and surprise. The thugs surrounded Suyu and slowly approached. Seeing this, Suyu simply looked around and revealed a frustrated expression. I never imagined that after so many years of neglect, my vigilance would have decreased so much that I didn't even notice that there were dozens of people hiding here. Fortunately, these people were only at the first level, which was enough for me to fight them. He then looked at Huang Daju, his expression turning unusually fierce. I was just looking for a place to vent my frustrations, and you guys came to my door to be my punching bags. You're a lifesaver. And Huang Daju, it's time we settled our score with them after all these years of grudges. Upon hearing this, Huang Daju grinned and burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, what is this piece of trash saying? He wants to settle scores with me? Ha ha ha. Don't make me laugh. He laughed louder and louder, almost laughing until tears streamed down his face. The other underlings also chimed in with sarcastic remarks. They had followed Huang Daju for many years and were well aware of Suyu's existence. He joined the army a few years ago, but unexpectedly lost all his cultivation and his body was ruined. He can only be supported by his wife and is a complete useless person. I thought this trip would be boring, but I didn't expect there would be some fun to see. He seemed to be so scared that he said anything and everything. Come on, you good for nothing. You've only survived this long because of your little wife at home. Come to think of it, I haven't yet experienced what a cool, aloof young woman is like, not just a young woman, but also that young girl, TSK TSK TSK. The man smacked his lips, seemingly imagining the taste. The next moment, a gust of wind swept by, accompanied by intense heat. Ah! His figure flew backwards several meters and slammed into the wall behind him. Thump! He then collapsed heavily to the ground, unconscious. The charred corpse still smelled burnt from afar. What happened? Before anyone could react, how did that person suddenly fly out? Looking at the spot where the person had been standing, Suyu was standing there at some point, still in a punching stance. Upon closer inspection, one can see that fiery red patterns are moving on his hands, like molten lava spreading. Only then did everyone belatedly realize that Suyu had done it. I hate it when people make jokes about my wife and daughters. Suyu said, enunciating each word clearly. Dragons have scales that cannot be touched. To touch them is certain death. His wife and daughters are his Achilles heel. Touch them and you'll die. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding area instantly rose several times higher, and a fierce gale swept in. Chapter 6: The Heaven Burning Technique shows its divine power. Heaven Burning Technique. The anger seemed to materialize, flowing through Suyu's entire body and continuously supplying him with power. At this moment, Suyu seemed to have transformed into a human torch, with half of his body already engulfed in flames. Only those eyes pierced through the flames, shining directly at everyone. Boom! Suyu threw a punch at no time. In just one glance, several people in front of him were sent flying dozens of meters and disappeared into the old house. It stirred up a cloud of dust. Huang Daju immediately realized that something was wrong. Damn it, Suyu was just like a lamb to the slaughter a moment ago. How did he suddenly become so much stronger? He immediately took command of the battle. Water-type warriors, stand at the front and block him. The others, provide cover and don't let him take us down one by one. The idea was good, but it was simply too late. Suyu was too fast. He was too fast for the naked eye to see, let alone stop. He weaved through the crowd, and wherever he went, people were either sent flying or turned into charred corpses. Like a swimming dragon. The thugs couldn't see anyone and could only passively take the beating, letting out cries of pain. Damn it! Where is he? You beast! If you've got the guts, don't hide. Come and fight me fair and square. As soon as he finished speaking, the man could only make muffled sounds before collapsing to the ground. Bang! A wave of intense heat approached, and a figure that had turned from red to black suddenly appeared. He's here! Quickly! Before the man could finish speaking, he felt a speeding truck hit his abdomen, blasting a bloody hole in it. The smell of burning and blood mixed together was extremely pungent. Suyu withdrew his fist and continued to move around. Realizing they couldn't just sit and wait to die, the thugs began attacking the figure moving through the dust and mist. Whenever a wave of intense heat approaches, they instinctively throw punches, only to accidentally injure their teammates. Damn it, can't you aim more accurately? Don't hit me! Don't hit me. He's over there. The scene became increasingly chaotic. They could sense that although the difference in strength was not significant, they simply had no chance to fight back. He also injured his teammates. I can't even describe how frustrating it was. Huang Daju was completely bewildered. Watching his men fall one by one, he couldn't muster even the slightest thought of revenge. All I could think about was, damn it, run. We can't beat them. The moment this thought crossed his mind, his last subordinate fell to the ground. Below, Suyu stood silently amidst the pile of corpses, his hands stained with blood, the flames on his body swaying in the wind, a truly dazzling sight. He looked up at Huang Daju. Just one look from him almost made Huang Daju cower in fear. I think there's been a misunderstanding between us. Huang Daju spoke as he backed away. After taking only 2 steps, I felt a suffocating heat. It was Suyu. He had appeared behind Huang Daju at some point. Huang Daju screamed, terrified to the extreme, and instinctively threw a punch. To Suyu, these chaotic and powerless punches were no different from cotton. Suyu grabbed Huang Daju's fist with one hand and twisted it counterclockwise. The latter screamed like a pig being slaughtered and fought back desperately, but the difference in strength was obvious, not to mention that he had no will to fight at this moment and could not resist at all. With a cracking sound, Huang Daju collapsed to the ground, clutching his broken wrist and muttering something unintelligible. Suyu wouldn't give him time to be coy, grabbing him in one swift motion, the flames on his palm spreading rapidly. A piercing heat enveloped Huang Daju, who then emitted a sharp, explosive sound. Then she cried. Please, Brother Su, let me go. I'm just doing someone else's job. Suyu remained unmoved. Huang Daju continued to plead. Brother Su, whatever you want, I can give you. Women? Or wealth? I can give you anything. Ah. It's so hot. Realizing that Suyu wouldn't back down, Huang Daju directly threatened him. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. If I die, my boss won't let you off the hook. Your whole family will suffer the consequences. They'll all die with me. Suyu then slowly spoke. You should have been prepared to die the moment you offended me. After saying that, he tore Huang Daju's clothes to shreds. The heaven burning technique was unleashed once more, turning Huang Daju into a charcoal black corpse. Suyu didn't linger. He rushed into the dormitory, packed the necessary things, and then quickly left. Not long after, hundreds of thugs surrounded the old residential area, and the leader was a bald man. He took off his sunglasses, walked to Huang Daju's body, and his eyes were unusually fierce. Seconds later, a roar echoed through the old residential area. Suyu! A long-distance bus is heading onto the national highway. Suyu, clutching his luggage, watched quietly as the old residential area receded into the distance. I will come back someday. There are so many memories here. At this moment, the system emitted a notification sound. Ding! Main quest: say goodbye to your past self. The old residential area where the host lives is on the verge of demolition. It holds too many memories for the host. The abandonment of the old residential area signifies the rise of a new area, and the host will have a completely new life. Please head to the vicinity of the old residential area to say goodbye to the past. Before Suyu could even react, the system task was already completed. Ding! The mission to say goodbye to the past has been completed. Congratulations, host, on receiving the reward, SSS level Divine Power Emperor's Majesty. The imperial aura, the innate presence of a king, is the killing sound of clashing swords and galloping horses, the submission of vast lands, and the absolute dominion over all it occupies. No one dares defy its might. When one's cultivation is higher, it directly instills fear. When equal in cultivation, it causes a momentary dizziness. At the pinnacle of cultivation, it can shake heaven and earth, causing all things to submit. Suyu closed his eyes and accepted the supernatural power. Surrounded by mist, I felt more than twice as light. He opened his eyes again, a sharp glint flashing in them. The supernatural power has been absorbed. Suyu felt very subtle. In addition to the system introduction, he could also feel that the imperial pressure could be used as a cultivation level detector. The fear effect can be activated as long as the opponent's cultivation level is lower than one's own. Even if the other party has cultivated some kind of concealment technique, it's useless. Moreover, it can reduce trouble. If any fools dare to cause trouble in the future, a single glance will scare them away. It's so useful. If Suyu wanted to, with a single thought, he could scare everyone in the car so much that they couldn't sleep. Suyu calmed himself down and took out the storage bag he had taken from Huang Daju. I opened it and took a look. There was 30,000 yuan in cash inside, and 3 shiny white spirit stones were found in the corner. What a pleasant surprise! Spirit stones are divided into 3 grades: upper, middle, and lower. Spirit stones are not only a cultivation resource, but also an important source of funds for transactions. Suyu had obtained a few low-grade spirit stones when he was in the army, so they weren't uncommon, but it was difficult for a martial artist without a certain family background to produce them. As for medium-grade spirit stones, he had only ever seen them in the hands of his superiors. They were extremely rare. Such rare resources are naturally not meant to be traded. It's best to keep them for cultivation. These 3 medium-grade spirit stones are enough to support his early-stage cultivation. Suyu carefully put away the storage bag and looked into the distance. Tianhai Martial Arts Academy, here I come. Chapter 7. Your Suyu? Let me show you. Tianhai Martial Arts Academy. One of the most prestigious academies in the country, a place that countless martial artists dream of attending. It is also a place that countless elites would do anything to send their children to. Right now, Suyu is standing at the gate. Looking at the 2 10-jang tall stone guardians at the entrance, his expression was very complicated. Tianhai Martial Arts Academy? I never expected that the way I got in here would be by becoming a librarian. I remember when we were at the height of our success, I discussed with Jiang Li many times whether to send Cici to the school or to other top universities. Unexpectedly, an accident nearly destroyed their family and brought them to their deaths. During those difficult times, I could only look up to such an institution of higher learning. But things are different now. With his own system and 3 SSS level trump cards, reaching the pinnacle is only a matter of time. A sarcastic voice interrupted Suyu's thoughts. Hey, you're that Suyu, right? Suyu looked in the direction of the sound and saw a middle-aged man with a large belly looking him over. His eyes were full of disdain. Seeing Suyu looking at him, the man puffed out his big belly, intending to give him a hard time. My name is Zhang Shan, you can just call me Brother Shan. After saying that, he paused and looked Suyu up and down again. His clothes were worn and tattered, he had an indescribable pungent smell, his hair was messy, and his beard was unkempt. She couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. How could Miss Jiang Li have taken a liking to someone like him? Only then did he speak. I thought you had some backbone, but I didn't expect you to come here with such a shameless attitude. Stop. Suyu realized that this was a guide arranged by the Jiang family, and interrupted him before he could say anything more. Take me to my post. Her tone was extremely cold. Since this middle-aged man wasn't giving her a friendly look, she had no choice but to give him a smile in return. The other party was clearly taken aback and frowned. You little brat, don't you know what manners are? Suyu glanced at him coldly. The emperor's aura of power was unleashed. Upon meeting his sharp gaze, Zhang Shan was speechless and could only reluctantly lead the way. She was plotting how to make things difficult for Suyu. That damn Suyu, a useless person like him dares to treat me like this. He only got this job because of Jiang Li, and he acts like he's some kind of big shot. Just you wait, if I don't force you out, I'm not a Jiang. As you step into the academy, a surge of spiritual energy washes over you. Suyu took a deep breath and secretly admired him. As expected of one of the top academies in the country, the concentration of spiritual energy here is more than twice as high as outside. No wonder it can nurture so many outstanding talents. Suppressing the urge to absorb spiritual energy excessively, Suyu continued to follow Zhang Shan deeper into the school. The library is located in a rather remote area, and part of the route requires climbing a mountain. It took nearly half an hour to get to the library. Zhang Shan was almost out of breath from exhaustion when he turned around and looked at Suyu, and was immediately stunned. I couldn't help but wonder. Wasn't Suyu's cultivation completely destroyed and his body crippled? How come you walked for so long without batting an eye, acting like nothing happened? Could it be that he's just holding it in? After thinking for a long time, he finally came to the conclusion that it was probably because Suyu had served in the army a few years ago and still had some foundation. Actually, there are hover cars available to get to the library, but I chose to walk just to teach Suyu a lesson, and I didn't expect to tire myself out like this. Zhang Shan was very troubled, so he left Suyu there and left alone. Suyu watched Zhang Shan's departing figure and sneered inwardly. There were many hover cars along the way. It was impossible for students to walk such a long distance. They probably all traveled to and from the library by hovercar. Jiang Shan's attempt to intimidate him was rather ridiculous. If Jiang Shan wants to stir up any more trouble, he can just take the blame himself. However, walking here does have some advantages. Having a general understanding of the college's layout makes it easier for me to get in and out. Pulling himself out of his thoughts, Suyu went into the library. To the right of the entrance sits an elderly man with flowing white hair and raised eyebrows. Squinty eyes, thick lips, and a very kind face. He looked down at the book, his raised eyebrows occasionally twitching, which looked somewhat comical. As if sensing someone entering, he slowly raised his head, met Suyu's gaze, and smiled. "Is he a new employee?" The voice sounded incredibly gentle. Suyu nodded and smiled. "Yes, my name is Suyu, and I'm the new librarian. Please take care of me. My name is Lu Yuan." After saying that, he stretched, as if talking to himself. "I didn't expect to have a newcomer here. I hope they can stay with this old man for a while longer." Upon hearing this, Suyu frowned slightly and began to ponder the meaning of those words. Does the senior mean that staying here is life-threatening? Lu Yuan shook his head. It's just that the life here is different from what you imagine. The wages are low, the benefits are poor, and there's a lot of work. Few people are willing to stay here for long. Suyu asked the question he most wanted to ask. If I accidentally see the contents of the books here, will I be punished? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan laughed out loud. Haha, you're quite humorous, Junior. Theoretically, librarians are not allowed to browse books at will. If a book falls on the ground and happens to be open, no one will say anything if you glance at it. Seemingly noticing the barely suppressed smirk on Suyu's face, Lu Yuan shook his head and reminded him. However, I must remind you that as an intern administrator, your normal work area is limited to the first floor. The books on this floor are all defective and of average quality. They are only good for reading. Using them for cultivation will be harmful to your health. Suyu understood. The senior had seen through his little scheme, but without explaining further, he cupped his hands in thanks. At the same time, I also learned that the reason why the senior said it was different from what I had imagined was because most people, like me, came with the idea of secretly watching the cultivation techniques. When they learned that the first level was full of incomplete techniques, they were naturally extremely disappointed. That's normal, though. If being a librarian meant being able to freely browse through martial arts manuals, how could such a job possibly fall to someone like me? The Jiang family probably thought so too, which is why they assigned this position. But Suyu possesses an SSS level talent, heaven-defying comprehension. As long as one expends their lifespan, they can quickly cultivate a certain technique. If they expend enough lifespan, they can deduce or repair the technique. Leaving yourself in the library is no different from throwing a big rat into a rice jar. Therefore, as long as there is no danger to their lives, they have to stay no matter how hard or tiring it is. Furthermore, Tianhai College has school rules that prohibit anyone from taking away students or staff members for any reason. Therefore, he is absolutely safe here. As long as he doesn't go out, Chen Mofen cannot take direct action. Not to mention the countless cultivation techniques here. Lu Yuan's voice drifted over. You can stay in the room on the first floor of the library, around the corner. You'll start work tomorrow. You won't need to do any registration or anything like that. Someone will tell you your work assignments tomorrow. Suyu then came to his senses, realizing that the old man had left some time earlier. Without thinking twice, I moved in with my bags. Chapter 8 Ways to Earn Credits. After tidying up his room, Suyu had nothing to do, so he decided to take a walk around the academy. After Suyu left, Lu Yuan appeared out of nowhere, squinted his eyes slightly, and muttered to himself. He is a good prospect, but it's a pity that his spiritual energy is too mixed and he is a bit too old. After saying that, he walked back to the library with his hands behind his back, picked up one of the cultivation manuals, and began to repair it. Suyu had no idea how Lu Yuan viewed him. He had already reached the foot of the mountain and, following his previous memory, walked to the place where students practiced. As I walked, I was filled with emotion. As expected of a top-tier university, it has all the necessary facilities, including a demon-suppressing tower, an ascension platform, cultivation rooms, and even an alchemy room. It can be said that all aspects have developed. They even saw military equipment. It is evident that the Dragon Kingdom has invested heavily in cultivating talent. We arrived at a training hall. The training halls here are ranked according to their size, providing training opportunities for students of different cultivation levels. The one in front of Suyu is the smallest one. It is specifically designed for students who have not been practicing martial arts for very long. There weren't many people coming in and out, probably because it was a holiday. Only a few people were practicing in the training hall. 2 people were sitting in the pavilion at the entrance, chatting and laughing. Suyu stepped forward and asked, "Excuse me, are the training rooms here available for staff to use?" Actually, this is a bit of a rhetorical question, because some of the people coming and going are not wearing school uniforms, they are also practicing inside. Suyu simply wanted to understand the situation clearly. Upon hearing this, the 2 stopped talking and looked at Suyu. One of them looked Suyu up and down, and seeing that he was dressed simply, he gave up the idea of speaking and just glanced at his watch. "Hey, it's time for my shift to start." After saying that, he opened the door and left. The remaining man looked shifty-eyed, but he wore a sly merchant's smile the whole time. He had just glanced at Suyu, but didn't show any disgust. Is this guy new? Seeing his politeness, Suyu nodded and smiled. Brother, you have a good eye. I'm the new librarian, Suyu. The man paused for a moment after hearing the words librarian, then broke into a smile. Alright, brother Suyu, my name is Han Yudao. Since they're all staff members, we're all family. You just asked if non-students can cultivate inside, right? Of course. As he spoke, he greeted a middle-aged woman who had just come out. Hey! Xiaoli, you're so diligent. Training again. Yes, there aren't many people around today, so I came to cultivate for a while. After exchanging greetings, Han Yudao gestured with his chin towards the woman who had just left. Well, that's an employee. She often comes here to cultivate. You need academic credits to enter and leave this place. In the academy, money and the like are not circulated. Academic credits are the most useful. Of course, if you have a lot of spirit stones, you can also use them for trading. Credit? Suyu was puzzled. This is the first time I've encountered this word. But they quickly realized that this should be similar to military industry in the army. Seeing Suyu remain silent, Han Yudao slapped his forehead and explained. This must be your first day at work. It'll probably be a long time before you get to know this stuff. As he spoke, he took out his phone. He placed it in front of Suyu and pointed to a white app that looked like the moon. This app is called Rising Step by Step, developed by Tianhai Martial Arts Academy. It releases tasks of all sizes for students and staff to choose from. After completing the corresponding tasks, they will receive rewards, such as academic credits or other cultivation resources. After saying that, Han Yudao gestured for Suyu to take out his phone. Install it in front of him. Before long, an identical app appeared on Suyu's phone. Suyu couldn't wait to open his phone. I registered my account using my employee number. Once logged in, the homepage is immediately flooded with a barrage of tasks. D-level mission, a rat infestation has broken out in Little Stone Village. The rat demons are at the low-level lesser demon stage. Several rank 1 martial artists are urgently needed to control the infestation. Number of rats in front of you, 13-7. See details for rewards. C-level mission, escort a merchant delivering supplies requires several rank 2 martial artists. Rank a mission. There are apps like this? Suyu's eyes lit up. He was worried about not finding cultivation resources, and this app was giving them away. Simply put, it's a bounty mission. As long as you have the strength, you can obtain the corresponding resources. This is undoubtedly a great help for someone like me who needs to improve my strength rapidly. Coming to his senses, Suyu quickly thanked Han Yudao. Thank you, brother Yudao. After saying that, he took out a box of Huazhong medicine. Upon seeing this, Han Yudao's eyes lit up, and after coughing twice, he accepted the item. He thought to himself that Suyu really knew how to handle things. You're too kind, brother Suyu. The cigarettes were taken from Huang Daju's storage bag. No matter how expensive they were, Suyu didn't care, since he hadn't smoked for a long time. Seeing that Suyu was just smiling, Han Yudao patted his chest and said, I've decided to be your friend, Han Yudao. If you ever have any questions, just ask me. I'll definitely tell you what I know. Suyu nodded with a smile. I'll have to trouble brother Yudao to take care of me from now on. It was getting late, and Suyu didn't want to stay outside for too long, so after exchanging a few polite words, he decided to leave. Han Yudao, with a cigarette in his pocket, waved goodbye. As Suyu left, Han Yudao's smile gradually faded. This Suyu is no ordinary person. My cultivation is so much higher than his, yet I felt a faint pressure when I got close to him. Moreover, if one can stay in the library for a long time, one's status may rise in the future, but that's a matter for later. He's an investor, and the fact that he talks so much with Suyu means he thinks Suyu is worth befriending. Suyu thought the same thing. Han Yudeo's behavior and demeanor were unlike those of an ordinary employee. Although he seemed to enjoy taking advantage of others, Suyu knew that this person definitely had another identity. However, as things stand, making a friend who can guide you is not necessarily a bad thing. Back in his room, Suyu began meditating and cultivating. He could clearly sense that the spiritual energy in the library was very special. Strands of azure and white spiritual energy swirled around Suyu. As Suyu inhaled and exhaled spiritual energy, his cultivation progress was increasing at a visible rate. Suyu slowly opened his eyes as the first rays of morning sunlight streamed into the room. His body was covered in a thick, bluish-black sap that smelled extremely pungent. Suyu recognized that these were impurities in spiritual energy and the body. I didn't expect that after absorbing it for just one night, so many impurities would be extracted. Before it was time to start work, Suyu went to take a hot shower. Arrive at the front desk. The white-haired old man was still reading on the small stool, his eyebrows sometimes raised and sometimes lowered. A piece of paper was floating on the table. The words worksheet were clearly written on it. Chapter 9 Void Lotus Steps Tai Chi Divine Movement. The document clearly records the day's tasks, including but not limited to classifying books, organizing bookshelves, and keeping bookshelves tidy. After reading it carefully, Suyu memorized these rules and regulations. As Lu Yuan, a senior colleague, said, the wages here are low, but the work is plentiful. Even cleaning is considered part of the job. Fortunately, there are 2 days off per month, and you can ask for leave whenever you want, as long as you give advance notice. This is very convenient, since Suyu still needs to go to the rising step-by-step platform to accept missions. If time could be freely allocated, there would be no need to be limited to a particular day. Before long, Suyu changed his clothes and began his day's work. The library is not only remote, but also has very few visitors. The number of people who came all day could be counted on one hand. This also gave Suyu time to browse through the books. The books here are divided into 3 categories: popular science, exercises, and history. Arrange them from left to right. Suyu stood beside the cultivation manual bookshelf, cleaning and checking the book numbers one by one to see if there were any errors or omissions. The cultivation techniques range from low to high, EKBAs, S level, and beyond that, so you could no longer access them. Having served in the military for many years, Suyu only knew that a few dozen people practiced A-level techniques. As for the S-class? That's extremely rare so far. It seems only the leader has cultivated an S-level technique. Suyu is a down-to-earth person. I don't expect to have any luck like obtaining an SSS level cultivation technique. If I could find a B level or higher cultivation technique on the first floor, I would be satisfied. Suyu lowered his head and pondered. Nowadays, I have the heaven burning technique as my attack method, so I don't have much need for it. It would be best to find a cultivation technique that suits my own abilities, just in case. When facing an enemy, you don't necessarily have to win, you just need to be able to escape. Suyu's caution is deeply ingrained. When faced with an enemy you can't defeat, you can only run away. Unless you're in a desperate situation, you won't choose to fight an enemy of a higher level. After all, he has a wife and daughter behind him. He cannot be arrogant or willful, and he cannot act impulsively and do something that endangers his life. After determining the type of cultivation technique, Suyu began to focus on finding words related to speed, instantaneous, and step. The books here are quite old, to say the least. The book cover was tattered and torn by insects, and some of the words on it were illegible. Suyu searched very carefully, and would look through any that he thought were suitable. The first one is a book called Dragon Form Soft Body Technique. A C-level martial art, originating from the Kunlun school of Taoism, specifically the Antarctic Gate. It strengthens the body and improves health, featuring a dragon-shaped, extremely soft internal energy technique. Is this a physical technique? It's inappropriate. Next book, Leaving No Trace in the Snow. A D-level skill, a superior level of lightness skill, allowing one to walk on snow without leaving a single trace. When cultivated to its peak, one can be as light as a swallow, ignoring wind and rain. The quality is too low, and even when cultivated to its maximum, the effect is somewhat unsatisfactory. I then looked for dozens more books, but they were either unsuitable or of very low quality. After finally finding a suitable book, I discovered that I couldn't deduce the results. The meaning is quite clear: the book is either made up or there's absolutely no way to cultivate in it. Suyu was in no hurry and continued his search patiently. Until a line of text came into his view. Void Lotus Step Tai Chi Divine Movement? The book was so difficult to read that Suyu picked up the heavy book and began to read it carefully. In the level section, you can only vaguely see an O, which looks like half of a B. Could it be a B-level martial arts technique? Continue reading. Treading on lotus in the void, the path is boundless. The Tai Chi divine journey leads to wondrous realms. The heart merges with heaven and earth, and the primordial spirit unites at the peak. One comprehends the true essence. How imposing! Suyu exclaimed. This technique is divided into several stages: early stage, middle stage, late stage, and peak stage. To his surprise, in the early stages of the technique, one can actually breathe in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and store it in the legs, allowing for an instantaneous burst of speed when needed. As for the intermediate stage, one should maintain inner peace while moving, imagining lotus flowers blooming beneath one's feet, gradually entering the void. After cultivation, one can begin to ascend into the air. At this point, everything behind it was torn to shreds. Suyu was so shocked that he couldn't speak. This cultivation technique, which resembled a cross-domain cultivation system, was placed right in front of him, looking fresh and vibrant. The gradual entry into the void inside, that's already beyond the realm of martial artists, right? Is it really possible to cultivate through this? Just as Suyu was in a daze, a sound came from beside him. This book has a long history. Legend has it that it was a gift from a fallen immortal 1,000 years ago. No one can verify whether it exists. After all, immortals have long since transcended this world. His voice was calm as he explained things to Suyu. Suyu looked in the direction of the sound and saw that Senior Lu Yuan had appeared beside him at some point, and they were reading the book together. Immortals? Do immortals really exist in this world? Lu Yuan smiled faintly. What you want to ask is exactly what I want to know. After saying that, he pointed to the front desk and said, "Put the books down first, there are still students who want to register with you." Suyu then noticed several students waiting for him at the front desk with books in their arms, and among them, he recognized a very familiar figure. Although they were all dressed in the same Sky Sea style, they stood out exceptionally in the crowd. Shoulder-length short hair, a white short-sleeved shirt, an oval face, a swan-like neck, her pretty face looked a little tired, but still beautiful. Jiangli, his wife, stood upright before him. She was surrounded by several female classmates, who also noticed the man who had been fawning over Jiangli. Suyu wanted to say something, but the words stuck in his throat and he couldn't speak for a long time. Jiangli had noticed Suyu long ago. Her pretty face was aloof, and she seemed to turn her head away, as if she didn't want to have any interaction with Suyu. And so, Suyu looked at Jiangli, but Jiangli refused to look at him. At this moment, "Hey, you deadbeat, what are you staring at Jiang for? Don't you have any manners?" The man next to Jiangli spoke, his voice sounding somewhat shrill. His name is Wang Yi, and he is a top student in the combat department. He was about the same age as Suyu, in his early 30s. An upright young man. Suyu frowned slightly and looked at Wang Yi. The two looked at each other, their eyes meeting, as if sparks could fly between them. Soon, Jiang Li's voice interrupted the two of them. "Senior Wang, we're not that close. Please call me by my full name in public, or don't blame me for being impolite." After saying that, he quickly walked to the front desk and registered himself. He then turned and left. She came here for only one purpose, to see if Suyu was willing to work here. They say that even a day as husband and wife brings 100 days of kindness, and isn't that true for them too? They spent so many wonderful times together, and even though they're separated, they still miss each other. Suyu's cultivation was completely destroyed, and his body was weak. Even the most strenuous and tiring jobs were difficult to do, so being a librarian was the best job she could get. She didn't want Suyu to fend for himself. Seeing that Suyu looked energetic and came to work on time today, I felt much more at ease. Seeing Jiangli leave, Wang Yi snorted coldly, pointed his index finger at Suyu, and left menacingly. It seems to be saying, "You just wait." Suyu responded with a cold look. In his heart, even if they were divorced, their love for each other would still remain, and remarriage was only a matter of time. As long as you have enough strength, you can overcome all obstacles. Watching Jiang Li's departing figure, Suyu secretly made a vow. "Honey, I will definitely keep my promise to reunite our family and live a good life." Chapter 10 Introduction. The Void Lotus Stepping Tai Chi Divine Movement. The farce ended quickly. Suyu cleared his mind of distractions. His primary task now was to improve himself. Finish work. Suyu returned to his room and began to meditate. With a thought, the mental technique was uttered. The void holds mysteries, the lotus heart blossoms with wisdom, Tai Chi gives birth to truth, and the divine travels to the profound. In an instant, Suyu entered a profound and mysterious state. Host, would you like to utilize your lifespan to cultivate this technique? Estimated cultivation progress, beginner. Weather. Without hesitation, Suyu clicked yes. The next moment, countless memories flooded into my mind. Suyu felt as if he were in an endless void, where he couldn't see his own hand in front of his face, and he could only sense that danger was gradually approaching. Like a swarm of carp crossing a river, they are about to be swallowed up at any moment. Just then, I heard a system notification. Cultivation begins. In an instant, the void dissipated, and lotus flowers appeared in my mind. 10%. 20%. 99%. 100%. In reality, Suyu's clothes moved on their own even without wind. It was as if countless hands were lifting my body up, and I was suspended several meters in mid-air. Suyu could sense that he had already entered the basics of the cultivation technique. The body is currently absorbing spiritual energy, not for cultivation, but for storage. Not only that, but the filth that had not been expelled from the internal organs was also swept away. It has a more subtle relationship with the surrounding space. Suyu landed slowly. Get up and check the changes in your body. I can now be described as light as a feather, floating on air, but if I want to, I can gather my weight and stand firmly. Magic. At this point, the system panel pops up. Technique, Void Lotus Step Tai Chi Divine Movement Step, Level, Unknown. Beginner level completed, current progress, 3010,072. Consumes 60 years of lifespan. Suyu is shocked. You should know that when I learned the Burning Heaven technique, I only used 3 years of my lifespan to reach the pinnacle of my cultivation. The progress of cultivation isn't that exaggerated, it's only 786,800. It took 60 years to even begin to grasp the basics of the Void Lotus Step Tai Chi Divine Step. Logically speaking, the longer the progress bar, the higher the quality. A C-level technique like the Burning Heaven technique only costs a little over 800, but this progress bar has already reached 4 digits. Absolutely terrifying. Could this really be something left behind by an immortal? After some thought, Suyu was both surprised and delighted. This Void Lotus Step Tai Chi Divine Movement is truly extraordinary. I've really struck gold. But the problem is, with this expenditure, I have already lost 60 years of my lifespan. Where can I get it back? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Suyu felt a little dizzy. Check your current lifespan. Host's current lifespan, 5 years. Fortunately, the breakthrough will increase lifespan, otherwise, that attack might have killed him. Suyu couldn't help but feel a little scared. He picked up the bronze mirror on the table and looked at himself in it. His face was handsome, but his lips were pale, and his eyes and brows couldn't hide his exhaustion. His appearance hadn't changed much, but his energy and spirit had clearly deteriorated significantly. It's as if I've returned to my previous state of despair. Now we need to find a way to extend our lifespan. Suyu pondered. Since the system deducts lifespan, there is a high probability that there will be tasks or opportunities to increase lifespan. Of course, this is just his guess, and we shouldn't place our hopes on such vague speculations. He then took out his phone and opened the Rising Step-by-Step app. After carefully reviewing the tasks above, my attention settled on one of them. Escorting the new students for their first cultivation session. Location, outer perimeter of Wanyao territory. Difficulty, C-level. Requirements, 10 martial artists of rank 5 or above, of the first grade. Current number of participants, 810. Reward, 1 low-grade Chi and Blood Pill, 3 academic credits. Suyu opened the rewards section. It was discovered that this low-grade Chi and Blood Pill has the function of restoring lifespan. Although it can only restore a few years, it is enough. We can talk about the rest of lifespan later. They then registered. Mission registration successful. Please proceed to. In the days that followed, Suyu took leave in advance and focused on improving his cultivation. 2 days later, at night, Suyu sat cross-legged, breathing in and out spiritual energy. Compared to the last time, the amount of spiritual energy absorbed this time was significantly less, and the body was approaching saturation, requiring a breakthrough. Suyu suppressed his spiritual energy in his dantian and made a thought. Boom! The spiritual energy that had been sinking to the bottom instantly rose up, flowing through the body like blood. The internal organs were completely renewed. Grade 2, Level 1, Success. It felt very comfortable, without the feeling of recovering from a serious illness that comes with breaking through a bottleneck. It can be said that it came about naturally, which is the domineering nature of the SSS level physique. Cultivation will not stagnate as long as there is enough capacity, a breakthrough can be achieved. There's no need to worry about your cultivation regressing if you fail to break through. Check lifespan. The system panel pops up. Host's lifespan, 30 years. So you let out a breath. 30 years is enough time for me to make a fuss over. The fatigue from days and nights of cultivation vanished with the breakthrough. Perhaps it's because I have a longer lifespan and more confidence, or perhaps it's the exhilarating feeling that comes with a breakthrough. I feel much better now. During this time, Suyu also relied on his own comprehension to cultivate his skills. Nowadays, he can perform the Void Lotus Step Tai Chi Divine Step with ease. Check the progress. Current progress, 35-10072. The progress increased by 5, which is not bad, since it didn't consume any lifespan. Tomorrow is the start of a mission, and just to be on the safe side, Suyu decided to test the strength of this movement technique. Then, Suyu quietly went out. The night was dark and the wind was high. The college had only a few scattered lights, and there were no pedestrians in sight. Suyu arrived at the foot of the mountain, took a deep breath, and a large amount of spiritual energy surged into his body, quickly filling him up. Explosive step, Suyu said in a low voice. The next moment, he moved forward at lightning speed, as if he were teleporting. In the blink of an eye, they were over 100 miles away. They only stopped when the stored spiritual energy was exhausted. Suyu pondered. The distance covered by a single burst of speed is about 150 kilometers and the time taken is 3 minutes and 2 seconds. Aside from terrain factors, the maximum distance is probably around 110 kilometers. This speed requires a rank 3 speed martial artist to trigger, otherwise, you wouldn't be able to catch me. However, the side effects are also quite noticeable. It will cause temporary fatigue after use, and it cannot be used a second time within half an hour. However, it's best not to use it multiple times a day, as the body may not be able to withstand it. After analyzing the situation, Suyu walked back. He was unaware that his entire burst of speed was being watched by a pair of squinty eyes. Good lad, if I'm not mistaken, that's the Void Lotus Stepping Tai Chi Divine Movement, right? You've already mastered it in just a few days? Lu Yuan stroked his beard. Perhaps I should re-evaluate him. If we have to talk about age, he's in his early 30s, in the prime of his life. Although it's not the best time for cultivation, if he really has talent, it's not impossible to make an exception and let him enter the academy. However, I can't enter a regular department, I can only go to that other department. Would Suyu be willing to join that department? The thought, once it appeared, remained deeply in his mind. Forget it, let's observe for a while first. Chapter 11 First Mission. The 10,000 Demon Ridge Request. The next day, Suyu got up very early. I walked to the school gate and waited to depart. When I arrived at the entrance, there were already dozens of people standing there. There were 2 teachers and several students of similar age, who appeared to be in the upper grades. There were also several young faces. After glancing at it, Suyu didn't look at it any further. Because of his work uniform, everyone could tell at a glance that Suyu was a librarian. Some people publicly scoffed at it. When I looked at the list, I noticed someone who barely made it into the team, and now I know who it is. I never expected someone like this to be on our team. He'll just drag us down, and I won't be helping him. The speaker looked thin and pale, with unfocused eyes. He's clearly been drained by alcohol and women, even his speech has a strange accent. There are 4 horizontal lines on his chest, and they are blue and white. Suyu recognized that this was a senior student majoring in combat. Looking at the other students of similar age, they were all basically the same, senior combat majors. Furthermore, their cultivation levels are all around the 7th rank of the 1st grade. The tallest one looks arrogant, but he's only at the peak of the 1st rank. I couldn't help but feel a little curious. As the Academy's flagship department, the combat department is filled with elite students. Why were these people mixed in? After a little thought, I concluded that these people most likely got in through connections, had no talent of their own, and relied purely on their family's resources. They don't usually practice diligently, or perhaps their talent is just limited, so they've always been stuck below the 2nd rank. Graduation is difficult. Participating in these lower-level tasks is merely a way to earn credits. Seeing that Suyu still dared to look him up and down, the man immediately got angry and raised his finger to curse. Look at you. Before she could finish speaking, she was scared away by a single look from Suyu. I almost slipped and fell when I stepped on a stone by the roadside. A burst of laughter erupted behind him. Hey, young Master Lin, we told you to be more restrained. Now look what happened, you can't even stand up straight. Lin Feng was both ashamed and angry, and could only get up angrily, no longer looking at Suyu. Seeing that the freshman wanted to laugh at him, he glared at them again. Among this group, he had the lowest cultivation level. He finally saw an easy target and wanted to take advantage of him, but he ended up suffering the consequences. The teacher with glasses coughed to ease the tension. He addressed the crowd. My name is Zhao Feng, and I am the teacher leading this trip. Safety is our top priority. After all, there are many roads, but safety is the most important. If you encounter an opportunity during your travels, you may handle it yourself or submit it to the academy. He talked for a long time, and Suyu listened attentively, nodding from time to time. This is my first time participating in this task, and I'm not quite clear on the process. Although I've read the relevant precautions beforehand, they're certainly not as helpful as what teachers tell me by word of mouth. After all, there will be some experience and helpful tips. After saying that, everyone set off immediately. Wanyao Ridge. The habitat of countless monsters, each occupying a different area. Each monster has its own unique resources. For example, the wind leopard's habitat contains wind-breaking grass, which provides speed boosts to speed-based warriors. The flamebird's habitat contains the fireblood kingdom, which can promote blood circulation, remove blood stasis, and invigorate the kidneys. The deeper you go, the stronger the monsters become, and correspondingly, the better the resources. The group's destination was the habitat of the long-lived turtle. There is a longevity herb named after the long-lived turtle, which is one of the ingredients in the Qi and Blood elixir. The long-lived turtle is gentle by nature and is one of the few monsters that is friendly to humans. As Zhao Feng spoke, he waved the licorice root in his hand. These are our trade goods, we'll hand them over to Elder Longevity Turtle later. Seeing the eager to try freshman behind him, he smiled. When your teacher was your age, he also liked to go on adventures. Now that he's older, he doesn't want to bother with anything unless the academy requires it. Another short-haired female teacher also laughed. Come on, do you think everyone is like you, retiring early? The group chatted and laughed. Besides them, several seniors were also chatting. Hey Lin Xiao, how many credits are you short? Don't end up being thrown into the Department of Difficulty in the future, that would be a laughing stock. Pa! You jinx! Is that even a place for a human to live? You're training at high intensity every day, and you still have so few resources. You don't even have as many resources in a year as I do in a month. What else can you do? You're almost 30, you don't have enough credits, and your cultivation level is below average. If you don't get sent to that department, where else can you go? Besides, that department definitely doesn't have any resources. They get everything through competitions of all sizes. Otherwise, why do you think they cultivate every day? If I were to go to that department, I would drop out immediately. It's full of poor bastards. They have so few resources, yet they refuse to leave and just stay there. More importantly, graduates from that department have to join the military. Lin Feng spoke louder and louder. Those kinds of things where you could die on the battlefield at any moment are all cannon fodder. How could I possibly go? Suyu had amazing hearing, he heard every single word they said. When he heard Lin Feng's slander, the veins on his hands bulged, and he almost lost his temper. Fortunately, someone immediately refuted this. You've gone too far. Serving in the military is an honor. They protect their country. If you don't want to go, that's fine, but why slander them? The sound was clear and pleasant. Suyu looked in the direction of the sound and saw a new student wearing a red cross badge on his chest. A healing-type female student. At this moment, her cheeks were flushed, her little face was puffed up, and she looked very angry. Lin Feng's temper flared up, and he pointed at the female student and cursed. Damn it, what's it to you? A freshman like you cares so much? Who do you think you are? The female student was clearly frightened. She shrank back and dared not speak. Lin Feng wanted to continue cursing, but he felt dizzy and his body began to tremble involuntarily. My hair stood on end. It felt as if a lion demon was glaring at him, its gaping maw ready to bite him at any moment. He was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. But that feeling was fleeting, and when I came to my senses, I smelled a foul odor from my crotch. I was so scared I peed my pants. Ignoring the mockery around him, he looked around, trying to find the lion demon. Can't you sense it? There are lion demons all around. There are lion demons all around. Everyone looked at him like he was an idiot, and the seniors instinctively kept their distance from him. It's as if they're saying, we don't know him. After being frightened, Lin Feng refused to get up no matter what. The teacher had to persuade him a lot before he agreed to continue walking. After this incident, he didn't pursue the matter with his junior, but he would occasionally look around to prevent the lion demon from suddenly appearing. The one who started all of this was, of course, Su Yu. This was the first time he had experienced the fear of being subjected to imperial pressure. The results were pretty good. Su Yu glanced at the junior who had just retorted and silently memorized her appearance. A girl with a strong sense of justice. If any danger arises later, I will lend a hand if I can. The group stepped into the 10,000 Demon Ridge. From above, it looked like a monstrous beast with its jaws wide open, waiting for everyone to walk into its clutches. Chapter 12, They Must Never Return. The longevity tortoise's habitat is close to the outskirts, so it didn't encounter any difficult monsters along the way. Su Yu didn't have to do much. The students had already finished distributing the troublesome monsters along the way. But Su Yu's influence was far greater than theirs. His imperial aura spread, and even the powerful demonic beasts within dozens of miles dared not make a move. Those who dare to come to their deaths are basically not very intelligent. The journey was relatively smooth. Why do I feel like there are so few monsters on this road? Shu He, the leader of the senior group, stroked his chin and asked in confusion. Not only him, but even Lin Feng could sense that the journey had been smooth sailing, and no one had been injured. Could it be because of the cultivation technique I practice? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng asked. Brother Chu, what kind of cultivation technique have you been practicing? The others also looked at Chu He with curiosity. Chu He smiled faintly, feigning mystery. It's nothing. Some time ago, the family sent me a great intimidation technique. After mastering it to a minor degree, it can subtly spread its pressure to intimidate demonic beasts. The crowd erupted in uproar. Wow, that's amazing. No wonder it's Brother Chu. No wonder the powerful monsters around here didn't dare to utter a sound. It turns out it's because Brother Chu was releasing his oppressive aura. Lin Feng gave a thumbs up. Isn't that obvious? Brother Chu is a top student who's on the honor roll. How can some scoundrels compare to him? As she spoke, her gaze swept over Su Yu, who was standing to the side. Throughout the entire process, Su Yu barely lifted a finger, and apart from himself, no one knew what he had done. In addition, Lin Feng already disliked him, so he took the opportunity to make trouble again. Some good for nothing, he'll be the first to run away whenever something happens. He's only good at scare people and bullying the weak. When Su Yu's gaze swept over, Lin Feng shut up again. Shu He cleared his throat. Seeing how much Lin Feng had flattered him, he felt that if he didn't speak up for him, he would be disheartened. He then said, What? You think you can just hit a student? What else can you do besides bullying the weak? He spoke with a strong and forceful tone, as if Su Yu was really about to hit someone, and he himself was the one righteously stopping him. Su Yu was speechless. Not only was his credit stolen, but he also had to endure some criticism. The intimidation Shu He spoke of was no different from the barking of wild dogs. It was annoying to listen to but had no real power to harm anyone. With just a slight exertion, his imperial aura could explode like thunder. There is absolutely no comparison. Moreover, the intimidation released by Chu He quickly diminished after coming into contact with Su Yu's pressure, becoming almost negligible. Chu He was still smugly pleased with himself, truly unable to distinguish between the two kings. But Su Yu was too lazy to care about all that. So many years of hardship have tempered his character and made him even more resolute. Whether it's a misunderstanding or slander, he won't speak up to defend himself as long as it doesn't harm his interests. He really liked the saying, there will always be gossip, but if you don't listen, it will disappear. Seeing that Su Yu didn't speak, Chu He thought he was scared, so he continued to pester him, speaking in the tone of a senior. Being over 30 and still stuck in a rut means having no future and no prospects. It's just a waste of time waiting to die. Some people have no family background, no talent, and only average willpower. They are destined to be beasts of burden for the rest of their lives. The key issue is that these animals don't know how to curry favor with important people. They have absolutely no sense of propriety. Suyu listened without any reaction. When I was at the second rank, they were probably still playing in the mud somewhere. Moreover, I now have 3 trump cards plus a system. Compared to these people, it's beneath me to be so inferior. I even felt like laughing. Lin Feng, on the other hand, felt a little embarrassed. This sounds like you're insulting me. But then he thought again, no, I'm quite perceptive, and I have connections, so I'm much better than this librarian. Thinking this, he couldn't help but straighten his back and puff out his chest. He looked at Suyu with the same arrogant attitude. Humph. My ancestor said that everyone has their own shining points, which are irreplaceable. You think they are useless, but they think you are useless. A slightly immature voice rang out again. It was Chao Kiki. She spoke again. Lin Feng felt annoyed whenever he saw her. What's your name? What department were you in during your freshman year? You're so arrogant. The female student fell silent again, seemingly a little afraid of this lecherous drunkard. Lin Feng, shut up. Don't scare that junior girl. At this moment, Chua interrupted. I know you, junior sister Chao, the third daughter of the Chao family, a healing-type freshman. Just call me Senior Chua. I think you're right. Everyone has their own shining points, so why did you end up dealing with books? On the surface, they seemed to agree, but the contempt on their faces remained. The Chao family? This left Lin Feng speechless. The Chao family was renowned for its medical skills. Many healing masters have emerged. As far as he knows, the current head of the healing department is Chao Kik's eldest sister. We can't afford to mess with them. We can't afford to mess with them. Seeing that he recognized her, Chao Kiki snorted and didn't say anything more. The farce is over. The group also arrived at the habitat of the long-lived turtle. It's different from what I imagined. What comes into view is a large pot that looks like it's been turned upside down. It was covered with moss and grass. Continue walking forward, and you will see the cave entrance. The cave entrance points downwards, quiet and mysterious, its destination unknown. On either side of the cave entrance stood a pair of turtle demons, their posture serene, their claws gripping something resembling a staff. The 2 turtles are the guardians of the entrance. Zhao Feng stepped forward and bowed to the 2 turtles. I am Zhao Feng from Tianhai Academy, the teacher in charge of this operation. The 2 turtles opened their cloudy eyes, stared at Zhao Feng for a long time, and then slowly nodded. Let's go, let's enter the cave. The group followed Zhao Feng inside. This cave system leads directly underground and is intricate, containing many hidden caves and passages. All around, you can see lazy, long-lived tortoises. They weren't afraid of humans. On the contrary, they seemed quite interested, craning their necks to curiously observe the crowd. Zhao Feng had been here many times, so he walked in with ease. Along the way, everyone chatted and laughed. Only Suyu had his brows furrowed. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I keep feeling like the cave is shaking, and before I even entered, my aura was being resisted. It felt like something was watching me. Or perhaps they're watching us. A dark mountain cave. Several pairs of scarlet eyes were fixed intently on the habitat of the long-lived turtle. Those old geezers from the Longevity Turtle clan are truly lawless, always bringing those stinking humans into the 10,000 Demon Ridge. Do they really think this place is their home? Since ancient times, demons and humans have been irreconcilable enemies. This time, we'll take down this group. Tiger, are you really going to do this? These people are from Tianhai Martial Arts Academy. If they disappear in Wanyao Ridge, it could very well trigger a war. Oh? Could it be that we can be blamed for the accident that happened to them at 10,000 Demon Ridge? Chapter 13. A reunion after 10 years, no wonder. The deeper they went into the cave, the stronger their unease became. So you look left and right at times. Logically, a cave formed over such a long period of time shouldn't be prone to collapse, unless... Before he could think further. Uncle, your name is Suyu, right? A clear female voice rang in his ears. Suyu looked in the direction of the sound and saw Chao Kiki looking at him with bright eyes. It's me. Chao Kiki. Do you remember 10 years ago? The Central Plains earthquake, you were the one who saved me. Suyu was taken aback, staring at the slightly immature girl in front of him. Memories kept churning in my mind. In my memory, the little girl crying beneath the ruins overlapped with Chao Kiki in front of me. Suyu blurted it out. So it was you? Only then did he begin to examine Chao Kiki in front of him, and couldn't help but laugh. I never imagined that the little girl who used to cry so easily would grow into such a beautiful young woman. Xiao Kiki straightened her chest and smiled. That's right, I even got into Tianhai Martial Arts Academy with the second highest score in the country. That expression seemed to say, praise me, praise me. Su Yu's smile widened, and he nodded. Not bad, not bad. Seeing the little girl I rescued before living such a good life now, it would be a lie to say I'm not happy. I was saved by you, uncle, so I want to be like you and heal the sick and save people, so I chose the healing profession. For a moment, Su Yu was in a daze. Was Zhongli like this too? Did she choose the healing category in order to cure her illness? Seeing Su Yu in a daze, Xiao Kiki thought Su Yu was surprised by her choice. He continued to laugh. Don't let my healing skills fool you, my combat prowess is quite formidable. After saying that, she raised her arm and struck a strong pose. On her fair arms, her biceps were slightly bulging, and paired with her smug little face, she looked quite playful. Su Yu smiled and nodded. Great. He could understand Xiao Kiki's feelings at this moment. Just like when he first joined the army, he couldn't help but show off when he met his fellow villagers or acquaintances. This is a good thing, and also an interesting thing. Judging from her defense of soldiers and her refusal to belittle others, Xiao Kiki can also become a doctor with a strong sense of justice. Xiaoka saw that Su Yu was smiling and thought he didn't believe her, so she raised her voice a few decibels. Really, really? I'm now a rank 6 first grade, 1 grade higher than you. If anything happens, I can protect you. Having said that, she fixed her bright eyes on Su Yu, anticipating his reaction. Su Yu smiled faintly, thank you. Xiaoko felt relieved when she saw Su Yu's serious expression, and then returned to the group of new students. In my memory, the uncle was so full of vigor and spirit, I don't know why his cultivation level has now fallen to the first rank. She had many doubts, big and small, but that didn't stop her from being grateful to the uncle. It turns out the uncle had retired from the military and was now living a retirement life at the academy. I was wondering why I felt so familiar when we first met. This feeling was equally intense in Su Yu. He was also wondering why such a small act of kindness from a stranger could make him remember it for so long, only to find out it was an old acquaintance. After the incident, Su Yu regained his caution. The amplitude increased significantly, as if a huge creature was moving nearby, stirring up clouds of yellow sand with every step. The next moment, Su Yu's pupils contracted sharply. Zhao Fang also shouted loudly. Everyone be careful. The words had barely left his mouth. As several pieces of stone fell and dust swirled, the space directly above suddenly collapsed. It was as if a pair of invisible hands were pressing down rapidly. Careful! The short-haired teacher, Lu Yan, also spoke up. The two teachers immediately took out their signature weapons and drew large circles on the ground. Buzz! The drawn circle quickly rose to become a barrier. Run forward! Don't look back! After saying that, Zhao and Fang activated the barrier and led the students deeper into the cave. Zhao Fang led the way for the students, while Lu Yan brought up the rear. The long-lived tortoises beside them were unaware of what was happening and could only retreat into their shells. Some that couldn't dodge in time were crushed to death by the boulders, their blood splattering everywhere. The freshmen had never experienced anything like this before, and they were almost scared out of their wits. She cried and shouted as she followed Zhao Fang's figure. With each step they took, huge rocks fell behind them, which made them work even harder, fearing that if they slowed down, they would be smashed to pieces by the rocks. The seniors didn't dare to be careless either. They were used to being pampered and spoiled, and they were just as afraid when faced with such a crisis. Along the way, many freshmen felt weak in the legs and could not walk, but fortunately, Xiao Kiki's healing techniques could temporarily eliminate their fear. In contrast, Su Yu appeared much more composed. Although Su Yu was prepared, he still admitted that he had underestimated the danger when the massive, sky-covering boulder fell. The Void Lotus Step Tai Chi Divine Step exerted its power, increasing the overall speed by 150%. The falling rocks around him appeared to be in slow motion. He quickly caught up with the main group. Along the way, we passed several small ditches. Su Yu paused, then took out a bottle and packed it up. Something that can attract an SSS level physique is definitely not an ordinary thing. Lin Feng also noticed this action. He had just been hit by a small stone and had a blister on his skin, and he was looking for a place to vent his anger. He then pointed at Su Yu and mocked him. What a country bumpkin! You collect this kind of inferior spring water? Do you even know how many impurities it contains? If it were truly a treasure, would you even have the chance to collect it? Suyu glanced at them coldly and said indifferently. Every person you offend means you lose a bit of hope for survival, especially when a crisis is coming. Lin Feng snorted coldly, and another sarcastic remark came. That's hilarious. You mean my life or death depends on you? What a joke. You're just a piece of trash at rank 5, not even as good as a freshman, and you're spouting nonsense? Who are you trying to scare? Perhaps after venting, his fear lessened somewhat. Seeing that Lin Feng was still like this, Suyu gave up the last thought of helping him. People like that deserve to die. Zhao Feng's choice of direction was very deliberate. Perhaps he had foreseen that this place would collapse and had already made preparations. With a balancing wheel in his left hand and a barrier in his right, he chose the optimal, but also the most remote, route. After nearly an hour of fleeing, the group was finally able to rest. This place is probably some unknown ditch, where you can only vaguely see a few dried-up turtle carcasses. The only living things were the moss inside the cave and a dozen or so panting people. Everyone, take a rest. Once you've regained your strength, you can find a way to leave. Zhao Feng comforted everyone. Fortunately, although some people were injured along the way, there were no casualties, and everyone's mood remained relatively stable. However, there was no light source here, making it look quite dark. Several fire-type martial artists used fireballs to start a fire, which brought light to the place. Then everyone started chatting and laughing again. Treat it entirely as an accident. Suyu put the collected spring water into his storage bag, pondered for a moment, and then said to Zhao Feng. I think this collapse was intentional, and we'd better not go out rashly. As soon as he finished speaking, Chui mocked. You're making a mountain out of a molehill. You're interpreting this cave collapse as a conspiracy theory? Chapter 14: The Spring of Immortality? An unexpected delight. He paused, then continued. Didn't you notice that some long-lived turtles died during the collapse because they couldn't dodge in time? If you really think it's a conspiracy theory, why didn't the long-lived turtles take cover beforehand? What he said was reasonable and well-founded, and others echoed his sentiments. I think Brother Chu is right. This is at most an accident. How could it possibly kill us for no reason? What good would that do for the long-lived turtles? That's right, that's right. Moreover, the 10,000 Demon Ridge is one of the symbols of harmonious coexistence between humans and demons. The 4 demon kings have long signed a non-aggression pact with humans. If they rashly attack humans, it will definitely cause a war. Exactly. Do you really think that every little thing you do is like the whole world is against you? How big do you think you are? Seeing so many people supporting him, Chui smiled faintly and spoke. The best course of action now is to leave as soon as possible before the cave collapses again, otherwise we will have to wait for rescue. Of course, if some coward doesn't dare to go out, he can just stay here like a turtle and wait for rescue. Sometimes malice in this world is truly without reason. As long as someone is unhappy or wants to establish their authority over someone, they will spread malice. Suyu was utterly speechless. These senior students, who are about to repeat a year, seem to be targeting me for some unknown reason. Perhaps it was because they found themselves being overshadowed by their peers in daily life, that they sought a sense of self-worth. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Suyu walked to the wall and touched it. The unique structure of the cave makes it extremely stable. Whether it is its regular shape or its natural support, it can ensure that it remains stable for tens of millions of years without external forces. Otherwise, long-lived turtles would not choose to live here. The sudden collapse was most likely caused by external forces, and these external forces were very likely the work of demonic beasts. Since ancient times, humans and demonic beasts have been irreconcilable enemies. Other demonic beasts could not possibly be unaware of our entry and exit from the 10,000 Demon Ridge and our trade with the longevity turtle. Therefore, it is very likely that this was intended to serve as a warning to others. As for the cause of our deaths, they could easily have dismissed it as an accident. Suyu said so much because he was genuinely afraid they would act rashly. Of course, the most important thing is to tell the teacher, since the teacher has more authority. As for the treaty they just mentioned, if the monsters want to betray them, neither verbal nor written promises can bind them at all. Having served in the military for many years, he had witnessed countless instances of monsters turning against him. Upon hearing this, the teacher weighed the pros and cons and said, Here's what we'll do, we'll send a signal and wait a day for rescue. If they don't come by then, we'll figure out how to save ourselves. This approach was a compromise, and neither Suyu nor the students had any objections. After a show of hands in agreement, the plan was finalized. After making the decision, Shui couldn't say anything more, and could only glare coldly at Suyu. His junior schoolmate was still waiting for him at school that was a haven of comfort, much more pleasant than this cold, rocky ground. Of course, he didn't say those words aloud. They justify it by saying that staying any longer increases the danger. That night, Zhaofeng arranged for people to keep watch at night, mainly volunteers. New students are less vigilant and have a poorer temperament, making them unsuitable for night watch. Suyu was the second person on duty. After the shift change, most people went to sleep. Suyu didn't have the habit of sleeping outdoors, he simply closed his eyes to rest. Ding! Side quest: visit your old friend, the long-lived turtle. Your long-lived tortoise friend and you have known each other for over 50 years, but this year, your old friend's cultivation is failing, and he is nearing his end. Please immediately travel to the depths of the cave, find your old friend's abode, and share a final drink with him. Suyu suddenly opened his eyes. What kind of long-lived turtle friend? They have been together for over 50 years, meaning that I will meet a long-lived tortoise when I am in my 40s, and we will stay together. Forget it, now is not the time to think about that. Since it's a system task, the reward is naturally generous. The fact that it can be triggered here means it's very close by. It won't be easy to find it again next time. With that thought in mind, Suyu activated his cultivation technique and quietly left the place. Following the system's instructions, Suyu jogged along the way until they reached a darker, more secluded spot. Suyu looked around. There are no other roads or paths here, this must be the place. Just as he was wondering where the longevity tortoise was, he felt something touch his foot. Looking down, I saw a small turtle, no bigger than half a palm, banging its head against me. It's as if it's saying, "You're blocking my way, do you know that?" Suyu narrowed his eyes slightly. Could my long-lived turtle friend be this little turtle that looks like it's not even an adult yet? He tentatively took out the wine he had prepared beforehand and gently poured it onto the turtle's shell. I took a small sip myself. Seemingly attracted by the smell of alcohol, the little turtle stretched its neck and licked the liquid on its shell. It paused briefly. He blinked his lips and savored it carefully. Before long, its eyes widened as if it had discovered a delicacy, and it began to lick the food frantically. After only a few licks, it became somewhat dazed and started walking unsteadily. Then it lost consciousness, lying on its back with its shell facing down, completely drunk. While Suyu was still wondering if it was really this guy, the system had already given him the answer. Ding! The mission to share a drink with an old friend has been completed. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward, Red Quality Resource Spring of Immortality 1. The Spring of Immortality? This is the first time the system has delivered supplies. Suyu clicked on the introduction. The Spring of Immortality, at the beginning of time, the unique flow and convergence of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, combined with the power of the laws of creation, gradually formed the Spring of Immortality. Function: by placing a spring in a suitable area and adding a spring diversion channel, a spring source can be formed. Characteristics and effects: contains the power of life, nourishes all things, promotes plant growth, prolongs life, and strengthens the body. Suyu was overjoyed. This is truly a godsend. What I lack most right now is longevity, and this is just what I need. In this way, I can use my lifespan to deduce cultivation techniques. With one side used and the other side replenished, there's no fear of suddenly running out of lifespan one day. The thought of the countless martial arts techniques available in the library filled Suyu with excitement. Those are all good stuff. If we could find a similar cultivation technique to the Void Lotus step, that would be wonderful. Thinking about it this way, even the drunken little turtle seemed a bit cuter. To prevent the turtle from fainting, Suyu gently poured the spring water he had collected earlier onto its shell, turned it over, and then left. Only half an hour had passed since we returned to base camp. Suyu's comings and goings went unnoticed by others. The next day was another day of monotony. The crowd began to get a little restless. To put it bluntly, most of them were only in their late teens or early 20s. After spending a whole day and night in this dark den, it would be impossible for them not to be nervous. Almost everyone has sent messages on their phones, but the signal here is so bad that messages seem to disappear into thin air. Only distress signals could be transmitted, but there was no response to them. Many people are complaining bitterly. Why haven't the people from the academy arrived yet? It's been a whole day. I'm really fed up. My first training mission has been so unlucky. The cave collapsed and there was no response to my distress signal. I want to go back to the academy. I want to go back to the academy. Everyone turned their attention to Zhao Fong. Shuhi spoke first. Teacher, since there has been no response to our distress signal, we should find our own way out. Chapter 15. Everyone regrets it. We should have listened. Yes, teacher, it's dirty and smelly here. I don't want to stay here forever. Let's escape first. We've been waiting for a whole day and night, and they still haven't come. It's better to rely on ourselves than on others. More and more people were demanding that the teacher lead the group away, and Zhao Fong was finding it difficult to resist them, so he decided to let go. At this moment, Suyu spoke again. Teacher, I think we need to wait a while longer. The system is constantly improving. If contact is lost for more than 24 hours, it will automatically send its location, and then dispatch a rescue team. Since we've already waited, a little longer won't hurt. As he spoke, his gaze lingered between Zhao Fong and Xiao Kiki. Hopefully, Joko is in the same boat as him, waiting for rescue. Seeing that no one spoke, Suyu spoke again. This collapse was definitely a conspiracy. It was intentional. Since they wanted this place to collapse, they naturally didn't want any of us to escape. There will undoubtedly be heavy troops guarding the outside. Once we go out, we will be besieged. The best course of action is to wait for rescue. In the middle of the night, he spread his imperial aura and detected countless killing intents. It's obvious that they're all here for them. Xiao Kiki trusted Suyu's character, knowing that he had served in the military for many years and had rich experience in escape and combat. But others don't see it that way. Especially the Chu River. His eyes widened, and he said fiercely, "How long are you going to drag this out? I don't want to stay in this godforsaken place any longer." What do you mean by heavily guarded? You're just afraid of dying. You just want to escape without lifting a finger. Don't think I don't know what you're planning. From beginning to end, you didn't contribute anything. You were just slacking off the whole time. Are you even a man? After saying that, he looked at the other senior students. They understood and began to put pressure on the teacher. Yes, teacher, why would you believe what a librarian said? We're combat students, don't you think we can't detect any danger or conspiracy? Besides, it's almost time, we should go. Teacher, please decide quickly. Take us away quickly, we've been out of contact for a day, the college must be worried. Zhao Fong remained silent for a moment, then could only nod. Pack your things, we're about to leave. If anyone doesn't want to come with us, they can wait here for rescue. We'll bring people to rescue you once we get out. In reality, very few, if any, are willing to stay. Xiao Kiki glanced at the main group, then at Suyu, who was meditating alone, and offered some words of advice. Uncle, why don't you leave with us? It's better to have more people to help each other. Suyu also wanted to persuade Xiao Kiki. Seeing that Xiao Kiki was determined to leave, and considering that it would indeed be safer for her to stay with the main group, he didn't say anything more. He just shook his head. I will wait here. If you encounter any danger, you can run back to me. Xiao Kiki took Suyu's words as just being polite, but gritted her teeth and said, Uncle, we'll come back to save you after we get out of here. After saying that, he left with the main group. The cave began to grow deserted. Suyu snapped his fingers, igniting a fire. As they watched their figures grow smaller and smaller in the distance, he slowly closed his eyes. As Zhao Fong and his group were heading out, they encountered a road that was impassable, so they took out their weapons and began to dig it out. Everything went incredibly smoothly. Their expressions began to relax, and they started to complain about Suyu. Humph. That Suyu is such a coward, afraid of everything. It was clearly an accident, yet he calls it a conspiracy. What kind of conspiracy is there? Exactly. He kept saying those scary things to try and trick people into staying with him. It's a good thing we left early, otherwise we would have had to stay in that awful place. Seriously, even going to the toilet was inconvenient. The group walked and stopped frequently, but the progress was not slow. Soon we arrived at the familiar location. A girl pointed to a handkerchief not far away and shouted. Almost there. Almost there. This is the handkerchief I left behind. The others were overjoyed as well. They are even more motivated now. The next moment, a loud bang came from directly above. A deafening roar erupted. The sound source was very clear and was nearby. Some people were immediately scared into submission. Wait a minute. This isn't the territory of the longevity turtle, so why is there a lion demon here? Not just the tiger demon. Not just the tiger demon. I also heard the voice of the bear demon. The words had barely left his mouth. The surrounding rocks exploded instantly, and hundreds of demonic beasts were staring at them menacingly. There are monsters outside? The moment the thought crossed their minds, they took off running. It was unclear which monster shouted this. These lowly humans are still alive. Kill them. Leave no one alive. Roar. The monster charged toward the cave opening, its sharp claws and teeth rapidly closing in. Zhao Fang shouted. Run into the cave. He then drew his long sword and began to fight the monster. Not far away. 3 pairs of large, scarlet eyes were watching all of this. Hu Zhentian, if you send out these demonic beasts to guard the area, and they are discovered, wouldn't that just mean we're the ones who killed them? A swift resolution is best. Ying Changkong won't be able to intercept that communication for long. The academy will send someone soon, the sooner the better. These lowly humans only know how to hide. They've been hiding inside for a whole day and night. If we let them hold out any longer, the consequences will be unimaginable. Before long, the cry of an eagle rang out. The eagle returns to the skies. It made a sound as soon as it landed. The distress signal has already broken through the barrier. We should hide quickly. Even if we are discovered, we can just deny it. They will have no way to prove it anyway. In their eyes, these dozen or so humans with low cultivation levels were doomed to die. The 4 beasts stopped paying attention and disappeared. Inside the cave, a fierce battle was already raging. Logically speaking, the Academy's average cultivation level far surpasses that of the demon beasts. However, their sheer number was overwhelming, meaning one person had to deal with more than a dozen monsters. 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Not to mention, they had been digging for nearly 3 hours and were already exhausted, both physically and mentally. In addition, they were frightened by these monsters and clearly had little will to fight. They were forced into a series of defeats. Zhao Fang fought while covering the student's escape, and his body was already covered in wounds. He was only a 2nd grade, level 2 martial artist, while Lu Yan was a 2nd grade, level 1 martial artist. Trying to do 2 things at once is clearly beyond one's capabilities. Yan, you quickly lead them away, I will cover your retreat. Zhao Fang now deeply regrets that if he had listened to Suyu and stayed a little longer, he wouldn't have been surrounded and attacked. Because the signal was restored during their excavation, it meant that information could be sent. They just needed to wait a little longer for reinforcements to arrive. Zhao Fang. What are you doing? Let's run away together. Lu Yan looked anxious, completely ignoring the blood flowing into her eyes. Realizing that Zhao Fang was going to sacrifice himself, Lu Yan felt a pang of heartache. Zhao Fang didn't say anything, but just roared, took out a pill, and swallowed it in one gulp. Its aura instantly intensified, but its hair visibly turned white. This medicine, which burns away vital energy, won't last long. In order not to let Zhao Fang's efforts go to waste, Lu Yan had no choice but to grit her teeth and leave with the students. Lu Yan left, and when she looked back one last time, she found Zhao Fang lying on the ground, being devoured by the monsters. Chapter 16 Escape from the Collapsed Cave. Run into the cave. After much agonizing reflection, Lu Yan led her students into the inner cave. Everyone was running for their lives, and many were crying and shouting. Damn it, I should have hidden in the cave. It's dirty and smelly, but at least it's safe. Yeah, my homeroom teacher replied to my message saying he'd be there in about 10 minutes, but whether I'll survive 5 minutes is still a mystery. Ah, Xiaozhou is gone, why didn't she follow us? It's all Chu-Yi's fault. It was Chu-Yi who drove me to my death. If it weren't for Chu-Yi, teacher Zhao Fang wouldn't have sacrificed himself. Wah! Most freshmen are complaining. Chu-Yi heard everything, his expression shifting between anger and uncertainty. None of the seniors dared to complain, but they were all secretly criticizing Chu-Yi's decision. The group ran wildly until they reached the original cave. They found the place deserted. There was only one quiet tunnel. Where is that guy named Suyu? Someone asked in confusion. I just wanted Suyu to save my life. If I had listened to him back then, we wouldn't be in this situation. Many people share this view. Back then, Suyu's analysis was so logical that everyone scoffed at it, but now it seems to be the absolute truth. Xiao Kiki glanced at them and thought to herself. Now you realize how good the older man was? Lu Yan made a gesture for silence. Looking at the tunnel, he pondered for a moment before leading everyone inside. Not long after everyone left. The little turtle then sobered up. Having somehow found Suyu, it wagged its rear end, gesturing for Suyu to leave with it. Suyu then realized a problem. Why did the cave collapse? We didn't see many long-lived turtle corpses along the way. This little turtle appeared remarkably calm and composed in the face of the collapse of the outer cave. Why is that? The moment this thought crossed my mind, a secluded path appeared before me. Ah! The little turtle gestured again for Suyu to come with him. Suyu was taken aback. It turns out that the longevity turtle has its own secret passage, and it seems that only members of the longevity turtle clan can trigger it. He understood, but hesitated. Although the system said we would become old friends, that's decades from now, and too many things could change in that time. At this point, the ground tremors became more pronounced. Has a monster escaped in? Without further hesitation, Suyu picked up the little turtle and ran inside. Before the little turtle could react, it found itself with its 4 legs dangling in the air, hurtling rapidly into the secret passage. Outside the tunnel, a human and a tortoise appeared on the outskirts of Wanyao Ridge. I didn't expect it to actually come out. Suyu breathed a sigh of relief. Once he reached the ground, he could run down the mountain without holding back any energy. Looking at the little turtle in my hand, I found that it had fainted. It seems it couldn't handle the speed it had just moved. It's only 3 miles per second, is that all you can handle? If I could use my explosive speed. The unconscious little turtle seemed to sense something, its body trembled, its eyes rolled back, and it fainted again. Suyu quickly poured some spring water onto the turtle's shell to help it recover. Actually, we have to thank this little turtle. Just then, angry curses came from behind. You're so selfish. You knew exactly how to escape, yet you didn't say a word and sent us on this dangerous journey. What are you up to? Suyu looked in the direction of the sound and saw a group of people standing in the tunnel behind him, looking exhausted. The speaker was Chu-hee, who pointed at Suyu's nose and cursed. You clearly had a way to get us out of here, why were you so selfish? Do you know how many people you've killed? What angered him most wasn't how many people died, that was just an excuse to berate Suyu. Instead, he used up his most cherished speed talisman in order to escape. Each one requires 2 high-grade spirit stones, making them extremely expensive. They should only be used as a last resort. I didn't expect to use one of them here. Suyu frowned. Such a heavy label will affect his future career, and it's not that he doesn't want to tell us his release was purely accidental. He then shook his head. Before this, I did not know how to leave. It just so happened that the long-lived tortoise guided me. After saying that, he showed the little turtle in his hand to everyone. Moreover, I warned you long ago that you should wait with me in the cave, but you insisted on your own way. These words were hurtful, but they were the truth. If we had listened to Suyu back then, none of this would have happened. But can Chua admit that he was wrong? Of course not. He continued to hurl insults. Selfish people always have excuses. Why can't you say a few more words and persuade us to stay? This statement was clearly far-fetched, and even others found it hard to believe. The voice came out. Alright, you two, let's cut to the chase. We haven't escaped yet. It seems that the person's words were meant to come true. The next moment, a large number of demonic beasts poured out of the secret passage behind them. Lin Feng cursed loudly. Damn it! Didn't we seal the entrance? How could they still catch up? Everyone was exhausted and had no energy left to run. The only one with any strength left is Suyu. Unexpectedly, Suyu rushed towards Chao Kiki, grabbed her wrist, and fled at lightning speed. The situation is critical, we must save as many as we can. Coco, come with me. Seeing Suyu run away like that, everyone disregarded everything else and hurriedly followed. They can't let this opportunity slip by. Who knows what dangers might arise later? The most important thing right now is not to fall behind. The group started running again. Every now and then a monster would approach, and the students would pick up their weapons and fight back. At this moment, Lin Feng shouted loudly. Brother Chu! Don't you have a deterrent? Hurry up and release them. These small fry will be scared away by your deterrent. Upon hearing this, Chui felt it made sense and smiled faintly. He roared. To awe the world. Snap. A slap rang out on his cheek. It was fanned by a little monster. It has no lethality, but it is extremely insulting. Chui was both ashamed and angry. Why couldn't he succeed? When they arrived, their deterrent measures were clearly effective, weren't they? More and more little monsters are catching up with the students. Lu Yan wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and continued to clear obstacles for the students. His body began to show signs of injury. Seeing this, Xiaoke felt a pang of pity. Uncle, the two teachers have helped us a lot along the way. They are very dedicated and responsible. Teacher Zhaofang even took the initiative to sacrifice himself to find a way out for us. Su Yu's expression remained unchanged as he spoke earnestly. I see. Even if Xiao Kiki hadn't said anything, I was still planning to lend a hand. Su Yu's mind raced. The Emperor's imposing aura spread rapidly. Like a surging wave, it crashed against the little monsters, instantly making them dizzy. Everyone managed to escape. The little monster, regaining its senses, was on high alert and quickly fled. Feeling that terrifying pressure, everyone's gaze involuntarily turned in the same direction. Su Yu? Was the oppressive aura he just exuded? Chapter 17, Seeking Su Yu's help. Impossible. I must have scared away all the little monsters along the way. How could a piece of trash at the 5th level of the 1st rank possibly have learned a more advanced intimidation technique than me? Chua roared in disbelief. But the facts provide the answer. No matter how much intimidation he exerts, it's not even 1% or 1,000th of Su Yu's power. Moreover, the intimidation he exuded was subtly and deliberately avoided Su Yu. It seems like they're showing weakness. Are you kidding me? After being slapped again, Shui finally came to his senses, flung aside the little monster in front of him, and quickly followed Su Yu away. Put aside the shame for now, the most important thing is to stay alive. It turns out that the deterrent that scared away the little monster was not Shui, but Su Yu, the little nobody who was always ridiculed as a good-for-nothing, the librarian. The others were no less surprised than Shui, but they didn't think much of it and kept running for their lives. A student was tripped by a mid-grade demonic beast, and just before the beast raised its sharp claws to tear apart his skull, a student was about to fall. A blazing flame instantly melted it. It was Su Yu who made the move. As they were about to leave the Wan Yaoling area, Su Yu wouldn't hesitate to help the students along the way. After recognizing who was rescuing him, the student shouted thank you, and then got up and kept running. At this moment, Lin Feng screamed and fell to the side of the road. He quickly shouted to the crowd. Oh no! My leg is broken. Can someone help me up? Help me up! Given his popularity, many people wished he were dead and no one paid him any attention. Even Lu Yan was powerless to help. Seeing this, Lin Feng panicked, pushed off with both hands, and grabbed Chu He who was running past from the side. Brother Chu! Brother He! Help me up, help me up! I'll recover soon, don't leave me behind. Shui's face showed undisguised disgust. Damn it, you dead man trying to drag me down with you, get the hell out of here. After saying that, he kicked Lin Feng away. Lin Feng fell face first into the mud, rolling around on the ground several times before stopping. Just then, he saw Su Yu running not far away. He had just helped so many people, so he could help him too, right? As for offending Su Yu before? He had long since forgotten about it. He then shouted. Su Yu! Come save me! Aren't you a volunteer? How can you just stand by and watch me die? Su Yu did not respond. Upon seeing this, Lin Feng realized that his attitude was a bit too harsh, so he reluctantly swallowed his pride and said, Su Yu, we're all from the same academy, you can't just stand by and watch someone die. As Su Yu's figure receded into the distance, Lin Feng cursed under his breath, then his expression changed. Brother Su, I was wrong before, I offended you. Please forgive me, I'm a magnanimous person. Su Yu remained unmoved and ran even faster. Lin Feng's voice rose several times. If you can save me, my family will reward you handsomely. I'll give you anything. Women? Wealth? Even cultivation techniques, I can give you anything, just save me. Su Yu's figure had already disappeared from sight. Only one sentence from afar. If only I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. There was no way to save him. If there weren't other people around, Su Yu would have killed him himself. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was furious. It's just that he said a few things to him before, why is he holding a grudge? The more I think about it, the angrier I get. No, even if I die, I won't let them get away with it. Only a portion of the monsters that chased them here have arrived, the majority are still guarding that spot. Thinking of this, Lin Feng took out 2 bags of beast-attracting powder from his pocket. He roared. You selfish bastards, you're not going to save me, are you? None of you will live either. Having said that, he tossed the beast-attracting powder high into the air at the fleeing crowd. Suyu was the first to realize that something was wrong. This smells like beast-attracting powder? Out of the corner of my eye, I saw 2 bags of yellowish-brown powder rapidly dispersing. Damn it! The next moment, the trees in the surrounding forest began to shake violently. The faint roars of the monsters could still be heard. Its cries are continuous and increasingly violent. The others also noticed Lin Feng's actions and all cursed him. What on earth is Lin Feng doing? Why is he using beast-attracting powder? Damn, they're not going to leave us any way out at all. This color of beast-attracting powder can easily provoke the beast's rage and cause a small-scale beast tide. The words had barely left his mouth. Hundreds of red-eyed monsters suddenly emerged from the jungle. Its size and aura far exceeded those of a minor demon. A terrifying atmosphere instantly enveloped the entire area, and everyone felt a sudden difficulty breathing. They were already exhausted just from dealing with the minor demons. What do we do? Are we all going to die here? Damn it, this is my first time training, and I specifically chose a relatively safe place. Why is this still happening? The number of monsters attracted was far more than just these. The forest rippled like waves, with dozens of trees falling every now and then, replaced by many more monstrous beasts. Suyu frowned slightly. The situation has exceeded my expectations, but fortunately it is still manageable. They were preparing to flee in a burst of speed. Lu Yen, who was not far away, pleaded. Suyu, please save my student. The people from the academy will arrive soon. We just need to hold on for a while. Seeing Suyu hesitate, Lu Yen said sincerely. The area here has attracted many monsters, and the surrounding area is now surrounded. It would be difficult for you to escape on your own. You might as well stay here for a while and protect my students. Their families will bring you a generous reward, I can assure you. Moreover, the academy will also reward them. She knew that Suyu was a rather tough person, and without sufficient incentives, it would be difficult to get him to do anything. Upon hearing this, Suyu paused in his steps. Teacher Lu, is this really true? I guarantee you with my teaching career. Lu Yen realized that Suyu was definitely more than he appeared to be. Throughout the entire process, whether it was the cave collapsing or the triggering of a small beast tide, it all happened. He remained calm and composed throughout, clearly indicating that he had a backup plan. In addition, the oppressive aura it exudes. Good. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. It wasn't that I was taking advantage of the situation. If we hadn't covered for them, they would have been out of Wan Yaoling by now. As a volunteer, I have done more than enough. After all, the school rules clearly state that if one's own safety is endangered, one can refuse to help others, taking one's own safety as the standard. Perfect timing, I can also test just how powerful the Emperor's authority is these days. A thought suddenly occurred to him. Boom! The oppressive force erupted like a wave of air. He looked like an emperor descending to earth. Xiao Kiki, who was next to him, suddenly felt short of breath. Fortunately, the pressure was deliberately avoided by the academy members, which allowed them to recover. But the lesser demons weren't so lucky, they were directly stunned. Mid-grade demonic beasts have limited mobility, such as tigers and leopards, and their speed is significantly reduced. Some of the demonic beasts' pupils shrank sharply, indicating they were already considering retreating. Suyu narrowed his eyes slightly. He unleashed the power of the heaven burning technique, flames engulfing his entire body, transforming him into a fiery figure. A mid-grade demonic beast is equivalent to a second-grade martial artist, which is a bit troublesome. But you only need to hold on for a little while, right? Chapter 18. One man resists the beast tide. Besides, if you can't beat them, can't you just run away? Unless it's a third-grade demonic beast, no one can stop him. After preparing himself mentally, Suyu made his move. Her lotus-like steps moved at will, gliding between dragons and demonic beasts. Wherever it went, it was instantly enveloped in intense heat. On the other side, Lu Yen wasn't idle either. While defending against the enemy, she shouted loudly. Hang in there, everyone! Just a little longer, the rescue team will be here soon. 80% of the recruits were greenhorns, but they did everything they could to survive. Some people brought out their ancestral treasures to cope with the pressure. Some people use drugs to become stronger, some make breakthroughs in the moment, everyone is striving. Even Shu He didn't hold back and showed his full strength. However, due to the vast disparity in strength and the overwhelming numerical superiority, the battlefield became a one-sided affair. How much longer? I can't hold on any longer. A senior student spoke first, saying that he had taken a pill, burning fat in exchange for a temporary boost. He used to be very fat, but now he is so thin that even his own mother doesn't recognize him. The creature that fought against him was an enormous bear demon. Each claw carries immense force, the impact feeling like a mountain crashing down. He fell quickly, just as he was about to be torn to pieces. A burst of fire struck. Accompanied by intense heat, it instantly pierced through the bear demon. His abdomen was a flaming, bloody hole. Thank you. When they saw who had made the move, they were stunned for a moment. It was actually Suyu? He's actually that strong? That attack just now could only be delivered by someone who wasn't a second grade, 5th level being, right? You have to understand, that bear demon was a genuine mid-level demon. Suyu merely glanced at him indifferently before quickly running towards the others. Even he himself was somewhat surprised by this attack. Logically speaking, a punch imbued with the heaven burning technique shouldn't be enough to pierce through a mid-level demon. After a quick thought, I realized that this might be a benefit brought about by the Lotus Step. This Lotus Step is truly amazing. It not only increases speed but also amplifies the power of the technique. That's terrifying. Does this mean that this is not just a movement technique, but also a supplementary skill? Suyu snapped out of his thoughts and continued to roam the dragon battlefield, helping the students resist the beast tide. After killing the 108th monster, the system emitted a notification sound. Ding! Host has completed the hidden mission. Still vigorous in old age, slay 108 monsters. Congratulations, host, you have earned 2 points. Already stored in the system repository. What are points? This was the first time Suyu had ever heard this term. Seeing that there were more and more monsters, Suyu didn't think much about it and focused on defending against the enemy. The Emperor's imposing aura, combined with the raging flames of the heaven burning technique, created a barrier zone nearly 10 miles long. It resembled a fiery field. No monsters or beasts dared to approach within several miles. In the eyes of others, Suyu was like a god of death. One punch kills one kick kills a whole bunch. Wherever it goes, not a blade of grass grows. They killed until even the monsters regained their senses. Almost all the monsters had the same thought in their minds. Damn it, aren't you the monster attracted by the beast attracting powder? The same was true at the college. There was a chorus of exclamations. Has Suyu gone mad with killing? Holy crap, my god, we couldn't even beat them in a 5-on-1 fight, and Suyu can kill us with one punch? Is he even a first-grade martial artist? Suyu was blinded by rage. It felt incredibly exhilarating. It felt as if we had returned to the battlefield. The imperial aura emanating from him was expanding visibly, and weaker demonic beasts were directly stunned. As for the demons, they regained their sanity as the effects of the beast-attracting powder wore off. But once they've got their hands on the meat, they don't want to give it up. Maintaining a safe distance. The two sides reached a stalemate. Is Suyu not good? The buff from my Lotus Step was about to disappear, and I had very little spiritual energy left, enough for only one burst step. If they launch another attack. He had no choice but to run away alone. Fortunately, at this moment, a whooshing sound came from directly above the sky. A hovercraft is rapidly approaching. Someone recognized it as the college's car and shouted, "They're here! People have come to pick us up." Everyone was overjoyed. At that moment, a lion's roar came from behind the monster. Hearing the sound, the demonic beasts roared in response and then left without looking back. The crisis is over. Overjoyed, everyone wept and looked at the man covered in blood. It was Suyu who almost single-handedly resisted the red-eyed monster. He's an absolute genius. Many people shouted, "Suyu! Awesome! He's alive! He's finally alive! Suyu is awesome! We won! We actually survived a small beast tide." With the arrival of the hovercar, everyone's tense nerves were able to relax. Some people immediately fell fast asleep. Suyu then slowly walked towards Lu Yan and helped her up. "Teacher Lu Yan, Lu Yan took a deep breath, snapped out of her shock, and said seriously, "Don't worry, I'll report this to my superiors. You'll definitely get your reward." Upon hearing this, Suyu nodded. Before long, everyone began their journey home. On the hovercar. "Hello, are you Suyu?" A delicate hand appeared in Suyu's line of sight, gesturing as if requesting a handshake. Suyu looked up. The first thing that catches the eye is a tall woman with striking features. Beside her was Chao Kiki, whose right hand was bandaged. It's not hard to see if you look closely. The woman looked somewhat similar to Chao Kiki. Unlike Chao Kiki's playful cuteness, she possesses a more sophisticated and intellectual beauty. This must be Chao Kiki's older sister, Chao Kursen. Suyu reached out and shook hands with him, then stood up at the same time. "I am Suyu. I am Chao Kursen, Chao Kiki's eldest sister. I am grateful for your care of my good-for-nothing third sister." Suyu smiled faintly. "Chao Kiki helped me a lot along the way. What I did was just a small favor." After saying that, he looked at Chao Kiki. Chao Kiki blushed inexplicably as she secretly glanced at Suyu. When he noticed Suyu looking at him, he quickly looked away. Oh dear, how embarrassing. I clearly agreed to protect the old man. In the end, the older man still had to protect him, and not only that, he also injured his hand. Chao Kursen patted Chao Kiki's head. "I also heard that you are the anonymous savior from 10 years ago." She then smiled gently. "Thank you for your help. My Chao family can never repay your kindness. I will do my best to help you." Suyu shook his head. "Rescuing Chao Kiki was not my achievement alone, so please don't take the blame on me. If possible, please help me visit the comrades who died in that accident." His attitude was sincere, and his eyes were firm. There wasn't a trace of lying about him. Chao Kursen remained silent, then nodded emphatically. "However, this rescue mission would not have been possible without you, so please do not refuse this reward." Suyu nodded emphatically. "Of course not, this is what I deserve." Upon hearing this, Chao Kursen's lips curled up slightly. "Then I'll go first. You should get some rest." Not far away, Shuhi was practically driven mad with jealousy. "I clearly contributed as well, so why is it all being attributed to Suyu? That's unfair. Chapter 19. He has a woman who's keeping him, so he doesn't need me." Because of his intense emotions, his wounds reopened. The chubby nurse standing to the side frowned and pouted. "Oh dear, little one, don't move around, it'll easily aggravate your wound." As they spoke, they bandaged the wound. It even rubbed against his broad chest, almost making Chuha vomit bile. But he couldn't resist, so he could only close his eyes in resentment. This trip to my grandma's house was really a waste. In an attempt to show off, he forcefully used intimidation and pressure to create a confrontation, resulting in his own physical constitution being dislocated. One speed rune was also used. While escaping, his shoulder was broken by a bear demon, and it will take some time to recover. She silently labeled Suyu as a plague god and vowed to stay far away from him. Back to the academy. After Lu Yan and Suyu went through the formalities and explained the cause and effect of the matter, they left. As Suyu was leaving, he noticed the serious expressions on the faces of the college director and others, who must have taken this matter very seriously. However, this is no longer something he needs to care about. As soon as I returned to the library, they then discovered that Lu Yuan was sitting at the door, with his legs crossed, reading a book. Leisurely and content. Seeing Suyu return, Lu Yuan put down his book and said calmly, "You can rest for a few days and come back to work when you're ready." Suyu was overjoyed, as he needed some time to process the rewards he had just received from his training. These few days of vacation came at just the right time. After thanking them, I went back to my dormitory. Night fell in the blink of an eye. Suyu opened the system. Check the progress of the Emperor's intimidation. Sure enough, the progress was displayed above. Imperial Intimidation, an introduction. Aura Awakening Progress, 123,34,343. Note, once the progress bar is full, you can reach the initial stage and obtain observation haki. During battle, Suyu could sense his imperial aura subtly spreading. Magic. Just like the cultivation technique, one's physique can become stronger as progress is made. Cultivation techniques have a progress rate, while auras have an awakening rate. This progress bar is just a bit too long. There are over 30,000. However, correspondingly, its effects and power will inevitably be greatly enhanced. At this moment, Suyu had a bold idea. Is it possible to use lifespan to accelerate this process? That's quite possible. However, before that, I need to extend my lifespan to prevent sudden death next time. Thinking this, he took the spring from the system's inventory. Spring of Immortality 1. The spring head floats in the palm of your hand, looking like a blue crystal, about 4 or 5 centimeters long, very delicate in miniature. Suyu tried to place it. Placement failed. Please select a more suitable location. This happened several times in a row, Suyu stroked his chin. This thing can probably only be placed at a spring, it won't work inside a house. Perhaps it's because this place is too small. Regardless, for the sake of one's future lifespan and cultivation progress, it is necessary to find a suitable position. The problem was quickly resolved. The next day, Xiao Kursen brought Xiao Kiki to visit. Inside the dormitory, Su Yuteng made room for the two of them. Xiao Kursen looked around and found that although the dormitory was small, it was very clean. Then he got straight to the point. Excuse me, I'm here on behalf of the Academy to present you with this award. Since you said you didn't want it to be too grand, I'm giving it to you privately. I hope you don't mind. Suyu nodded. Of course I don't mind. He knew the Academy's plans. After all, the Demon King of Wanyao Ridge was trying to violate the treaty and launch an attack on humans. This matter needed to be considered carefully, and naturally, the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Seeing Suyu nod, Xiao Kursen handed over a spatial ring. Suyu's pupils contracted slightly. This includes the rewards the Academy has given you, 10 mid-grade spirit stones and 2 perfect tonic pills. Xiao Kursen paused for a moment, then continued. There are some thank you gifts from your parents inside. You can take a look for yourself. I haven't looked through the contents. At this moment, Xiao Kiki nudged Xiao Kursen's arm. The latter coughed twice and said slowly. I bought a small house on the north side of the college, which is quite close to here. It's just sitting there anyway, so why don't you move in for now? Don't worry, you live there alone, no one else goes there. Suyu pondered. In the future, it will be more convenient to cultivate spiritual springs in a secluded place, otherwise, when will this spring be installed? Thinking this, he spoke up. How about I use this storage ring to buy that little house? Or use it as rent? Upon hearing this, Xiao Kiki nudged her sister again. Xiao Kursen shook her head with a helpless expression. No need to be so polite, it's just a small house. Consider it a thank you gift for saving Coco. But. No buts. Just accept it. After saying that, he pulled Xiao Kiki away, leaving only a house deed behind. As she was leaving, Xiao Kiki looked at Suyu expectantly, blinking her eyes rapidly. Suyu smiled wryly. It must have been Coco who fought for it. Let's not disappoint their good intentions. Before long, Suyu had packed his luggage. She then went out and told Lu Yuan that she was moving out. What? Now that you have a woman keeping you, you're starting to look down on the old man? These disrespectful words almost caused Suyu to lose his composure. What does it mean to be kept by a woman? How come I didn't know? Suyu explained. No, it's just that I cultivate at night and I'm afraid it will disturb your rest. That's absolutely true. When Suyu broke through last night, he almost blew the roof off, which must have disturbed Lu Yuan's rest. Lu Yuan had no intention of making things difficult for Suyu, he was simply reminding him to come to work on time in a few days. Suyu bid farewell to Lu Yuan. Following the address given by Xiao Kursen, we finally found the place. When Suyu first passed by, he couldn't believe that this was for him to live in. Because it's just too big. It's as big as 2 libraries. The parking shed alone is several times larger than my dormitory. Suyu regretted not taking a look before deciding whether to buy it or not. In doing so, you end up owing them a favor. Based on this size, it has already far exceeded the price of a storage ring. You should know that, apart from his few secrets, the storage ring is the most valuable thing he can offer. No wonder Xiao Kursen had that expression when I gave her the storage ring. They don't even look at it. No way. The property deed already has my name on it, so I have no choice but to move in. At worst, we can provide assistance later depending on the situation. If anyone else heard him say such a thing, they would laugh their heads off. Do you think the Qiao group needs your help, given that you're just a second-rank martial artist? But Suyu himself knew very well that he had a system by his side, unlimited potential for growth, and that his personal connections were extremely valuable. With that in mind, I picked up my luggage and checked into the villa. It must be said that this villa has everything you could need. It has a gym, a movie theater, an outdoor swimming pool, and even a vegetable garden. Chapter 20: The Spring of Immortality, the Vegetable Garden of Immortality. Suyu quickly tidied the room and found a superb 77s, a top-of-the-line luxury car, in the garage. Only 30 units will be produced worldwide. It's surprising that Chao Kurson left this kind of car here so casually, though it's also possible that they prepared it on purpose. After a moment of contemplation, the assessment was fair. It looks good, but it's not very durable. Just then, a phone call came in. Suyu answered the call. A playful voice came from the other end of the phone. "Uncle, how's the new house? Is it suitable?" "It's Chao Kiki. It suits you quite well." Hearing that Suyu's tone was a bit strange, Chao Kiki spoke up. "The uncle seems a little dissatisfied. Is it too small?" It's too big." There was a moment of silence between the two ends of the phone call. A giggle came from the other end of the line. Someone's not appreciating it. It was obvious without even thinking that it was Chao Kurson speaking. Suyu quickly replied, No, thank you very much. If there is anything I can help you with in the future, I will do my best." "Okay, thank you, uncle." The person on the other end of the phone was still laughing, and then hung up. "Sis, what are you laughing at?" Chao Kurson naturally found it funny in her eyes. Suyu was just an ordinary person with a bit of luck. The fact that I have any connection with the Chao family is entirely thanks to Chao Kiki. They themselves don't have much strength, so even if the Chao family really runs into trouble, they wouldn't need to ask Suyu for help. Chao Kiki looked sullen. "I know you look down on this old man, but you don't know, he's really amazing." Okay, that's impressive." Chao Kurson shrugged. She knew about Suyu's situation. He had only managed to fend off a wave of beasts of varying quality. It's the same for everyone. Although she is a healer, her strength is also among the top tier. In terms of talent and strength, Suyu alone is not enough to impress her. He glanced at Chao Kiki, who looked displeased, and then said, "Why are you so concerned about him? Didn't I tell you he's married?" "We were married but we're divorced." Chao Kiki snorted coldly and turned to leave. "And why should we care about a person's past?" Chao Kurson's voice came from behind. "Are you crazy? He's 10 years older than you and has a child." Inside the villa, Suyu didn't know the content of the argument between the two women, otherwise he would have moved out immediately and kept his distance from them. He was lying in bed at that moment, his mind filled with thoughts. If only my wife and daughter were here with me right now. There was a time when I promised to give my wife and daughters the best, but what has actually happened? Except for the first few years when things were a little better, his wife and daughters suffered alongside him and even had to take care of him. Now, his wife divorced him, and his daughter lay in a cold biological chamber. Fortunately, I have the ability to change the future. His wife and daughters will surely come back to him. Suyu clenched his fist and slowly raised it. Fight for a better future. Having said that, he sprang to his feet and began arranging his cultivation. The most urgent task now is to find a place to house the spring. What a coincidence! A vegetable garden would be a perfect location. We arrived at the vegetable garden. Take out the spring of immortality and its source. Suyu wasn't sure what the spring water was, but his intuition told him that it was the spring water he had collected in the cave before. Settle them in. The next moment, the irrigation ditch next to the vegetable garden began to gush water continuously. A mist rose up around them. A strong sense of vitality wafted over me. The weeds beside the vegetable garden have grown visibly taller. Ha! What's going on? Suyu grabbed it. It was discovered that its surface emitted a faint green glow. Moreover, its spiritual energy content is astonishingly high, resembling a spiritual stone in the form of a plant. Suyu recalled the effects of the longevity spring. It can nurture plants and nourish all things. But now is not the time to plant, so he quickly cleared away all the weeds. Adhering to the principle of not wasting anything, we absorb all the vitality from the weeds. Longevity spring is a red quality substance. It shouldn't be given to weeds. I haven't even had a drink yet. Thinking this, I picked up the bottles and collected them. Without further hesitation, I drank it down in one gulp. Glug glug. The sweet sensation glided down my throat and reached my lower abdomen. Suyu closed his eyes in comfort, feeling as if he were in a fairyland with abundant spiritual energy. The gray hair visibly disappeared, replaced by fair and tender skin. I could clearly feel that my chest tightness and shortness of breath gradually disappeared, my limbs were strong and powerful, and my five senses were clear. Is this what it feels like to get younger? Check lifespan. Lifespan, 300 years, 2 months, 5 days. 200 years have suddenly increased? I've only taken one sip. He took it again and looked at the system. Lifespan, February 5th, 301 years. Obviously. After repeated use, the effect was minimal. It became somewhat dull and uninteresting. The physical attraction has disappeared. Suyu looked at the spring and noticed that there were some things there. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a string of words. Longevity Vegetable Garden. Level, 1 reward not claimed. Product, Longevity Spring. Experience required to reach the next level, 130. This is? What is the display interface for the level of the Longevity Vegetable Garden? Suyu clicked on the reward claim section. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward, 8 cabbage seeds. Ding. Side quest activated retirement and return to hometown 1. The host is advanced in years and no longer possesses the strength for cultivation. Therefore, the host has decided to engage in agricultural work and will no longer participate in martial arts battles. Please plant fruit trees and flowering plants within the designated area. Reward, 30 experience points for the Longevity Vegetable Garden. Suyu remained silent for a moment, then planted the seed. Ding. Host has completed the side quest retirement and returned to hometown 1. Congratulations, host, you have gained 30 experience points in the Longevity Garden. Ding. The retire and return to hometown 2 quest is about to be generated, estimated time, 15 days. The words had barely left his mouth. Significant changes were observed in the Changsheng Vegetable Garden. The land was automatically transformed into red and black soil, the spring water looked clearer, and its allure to the body returned. Suyu was overjoyed. Does that mean that every upgrade will change your tolerance for the fountain of immortality? I filled another bottle and drank it all in one gulp. A familiar feeling washed over me again. Suyu opened his eyes again and looked at the water. The clear spring water reflected his face, revealing his heroic spirit and bright, piercing eyes. It's as if I'd become a few years younger. It can be said that, apart from being 30 years old, Suyu's physical condition is no different from that of a 20-year-old. Check lifespan. Upon seeing the numbers above, I gasped in shock. Lifespan, November 2nd, 903. So many all of a sudden? The level 1 longevity spring only added a little over 200, but this level 2 one almost multiplied it several times. The returns are simply incredible. I dare not imagine what it would be like to reach level 3. At this moment, the system warehouse vibrated. Suyu clicked to view out of curiosity. Suddenly, a small turtle appeared in my hand. Is this, that long-lived tortoise? How did it end up in my warehouse? Chapter 21 Reincarnation Turtle, Guardian of the Immortal Vegetable Garden. Suyu slapped his forehead. Then he remembered that he had put the little turtle in his pocket when he left the cave. A series of unexpected events occurred afterward, and everyone forgot that the little turtle had been kept in their pocket the whole time. Seeing the little turtle half dead, Suyu pondered for a moment. After all, the little turtle had helped him, and it was also an old friend recognized by the system, and now it had been taken away from its habitat. We can't just let them die here. The fountain of immortality is indeed precious, but the little turtle's life is even more precious. Thinking this way. So they poured the invaluable longevity spring water onto the turtle's shell to help it regain its vitality. The moment it fell over, the little turtle's body was instantly enveloped in green light. The scales on its body visibly cracked and then reformed. The originally rough tortoise shell became smooth, and a faint green light flowed across it. Its size has also increased considerably, as if it has suddenly evolved from infancy to adulthood. The little turtle's body twitched slightly, and its tightly closed eyes seemed about to open. Suyu held it in his palm. The next moment, the little turtle opened its eyes. A man and a tortoise, their eyes locked. The little turtle shifted its gaze, looked around, and its eyes widened in surprise. Oh. Where did you give me this for? Is this still the 10,000 Demon Ridge? The little turtle's voice rang in Suyu's ears, and the latter was slightly taken aback. He looked at the little turtle in his hand. Was that you speaking just now? The little turtle looked at Suyu speechlessly. Ugh! Who else could it be but me? Suyu didn't reply, stroking his chin in thought. It seems that after taking the longevity spring, the little turtle was able to communicate with him through his thoughts. Otherwise, judging from the scene just now, the little turtle doesn't seem like it can speak human language. A moment later, Suyu then spoke. I'll send you back in a while. To everyone's surprise, the little turtle shook its head and pointed to the fountain of immortality. Oh. The spiritual energy here is very rich, and the vitality is extremely strong, which is helpful for my cultivation. I want to stay here. The original cave has collapsed. My fellow clansmen must have gone to the Xian Turtle Sacred Land. I missed them, it seems I'm too late. After saying that, it blinked its dark eyes, hoping that Suyu would let it stay. Upon hearing this, Suyu remains silent. The little turtle looks green and has mud on its feet. I hope it won't dirty the spring water. If it swims in it, wouldn't that be like drinking its bathwater later? Seemingly sensing Suyu's concerns, it quickly said, I'm very well behaved. I won't touch your things. Furthermore, long-lived turtles form a water-repelling ring on their bodies when entering the water, thus preventing them from polluting the spring water. Seeing that Suyu's expression had calmed down considerably, the little turtle spoke again. I can guard this vegetable garden and the spring. If the spring is left unattended for too long, it will attract some dirty things. Our longevity turtle clan feeds on them and can help you protect the spring. At this point, the system crashes. It appeared between the little turtle and Suyu. The longevity turtle's request, I wish to become the guardian of the longevity vegetable garden in exchange for the right to stay. Corresponding buffs, planting speed of the longevity vegetable garden increases by 30%, the possibility of longevity spring becoming polluted decreases by 80%, and the longevity vegetable garden grants 1 experience point per day. Agree, reject. Suyu was somewhat surprised. The little turtle's request can actually be linked to the system, and the benefits are quite good. As can be seen from the system description, the little turtle did not lie to itself. It does indeed protect the spring water. Suyu nodded without much hesitation. You can stay here. There's no reason to refuse such a win-win choice. The little turtle was all smiles, its mouth practically reaching its eyes. He couldn't wait to jump down from Suyu's grasp and step onto the grass. Savor the rich spiritual energy and surging vitality in the air. Compared to the dark caves of the past, this place, nestled against the mountains and facing the water, is simply a paradise. At this time, the system emitted a notification sound. Ding! A new guardian has been added to the everlasting vegetable garden, Reincarnation Turtle. A reincarnation turtle? Isn't the little turtle in front of me a long-lived turtle? Suyu blurted out. Little turtle, you're a long-lived turtle, right? The little turtle nodded. Yes, why are you asking this? When it speaks, the nickname on the gland's penis sways as the head shakes. It is very conspicuous. Reincarnation Turtle, guardian of the everlasting vegetable garden. Growth period. Seeing that the little turtle didn't seem to be lying, so you didn't ask any further questions. Perhaps the reincarnation turtle is a branch of the longevity turtle? He thought so. If you knew that this was a species that could traverse the high martial century, rather than a long-lived turtle, there's a high probability that its eyes will be bigger than its shell. Suyu had a question in mind, so he asked it. Can the fountain of immortality cure people who are unconscious? As a member of the longevity turtle clan, it must know more about the longevity spring than I do, so I might as well ask it. What kind? If it lacks vitality, then it's fine. Similar to a person in a vegetative state. Upon hearing this, the little turtle shook its head. No, the effects of the longevity spring are only to revitalize life and nourish longevity. It does not have the function of reviving the vegetative state. What a person in a vegetative state lacks is not vitality, but spiritual strength. Seeing that Suyu was in a low mood, little turtle added. However, each case should be analyzed individually. You can try it, there's no harm in it, at least it can help regulate your body. Suyu nodded. Thanks. He then looked at the cup in his hand. Whether it works or not, we have to try. We'll do anything to help CC recover as soon as possible. However, going there would certainly be unsafe. If Chen Mofan and the others couldn't find him, they would definitely be lying in ambush around the hospital. Therefore, if you're going, you need to be fully prepared. After settling the little turtle, Suyu claimed the level reward for the longevity vegetable garden. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward, Xinghuan water bottle. Its gentle, clear sound is like a light, continuous drizzle, or the soft whisper of a young girl. Function: this watering can automatically adjust the amount of water needed when watering, and has a calming effect on plants. After receiving it, I casually placed it next to the vegetable garden. Farming and growing vegetables are not my main focus. My most urgent task is to deliver the fountain of immortality to my daughter. So, it is imperative to cultivate and accelerate the progress of the technique. Suyu returned to his bedroom. Begin your daily practice. Since awakening his SSS level physique, his cultivation level has plummeted. Even if you do nothing, your cultivation level will steadily increase by 1/3 of the level every day. But this speed is definitely not enough. Suyu sat cross-legged. While cultivating, I plan to accelerate my progress in the Void Lotus Stepping Tai Chi Divine Movement. During combat, one can clearly feel the enhancement that the Lotus Step provides. A movement technique that feels almost identical to an auxiliary technique is clearly worth investing a lot of lifespan in. But this time, Suyu was smarter. Instead of blindly filling up the schedule, we allocate a fixed amount of lifespan. Otherwise, it's hard to say how many lifespans it would take to achieve this progress of over 10,000. He didn't want to end up with only a few years to live, like last time. With a thought, the system panel popped up. Technique: Void Lotus Step Tai Chi Divine Movement Step, level, unknown. Beginner level reached, current progress 40,1072. Invest 300 years of lifespan. Chapter 22, 300 years of lifespan invested, stepping on Lotus. The words had barely left his mouth. Suyu felt as if he had vanished into nothingness, with nothing to rely on. Coldness and loneliness enveloped my entire being. Ding! Cultivation begins. As the system's voice sounded, the surrounding nothingness rapidly spread, and lotus flowers appeared in his mind. Unlike last time, this time the lotus flower is very clear, and even its shape and color can be seen. The overall color is purple, as if it is made of spiritual energy and has no physical form. 10%. 20%. As the progress bar loads, a flood of information rushes into my mind. The emerging lotus flower became increasingly clear. It is becoming increasingly solid. The cultivation has entered its final stage. 90%. 100%. Ding! Cultivation successful. Suyu exited his cultivation state. He exhaled a long breath and slowly landed. Only then did I realize that I had been involuntarily floating in mid-air. The system panel unfolds before you. Technique: Void Lotus Step Tai Chi Divine Movement Step, level, unknown. Xiao Chang, current progress, 3,240 10,072. Lifespan consumption, 300 years. What? It takes 300 years to achieve a minor success in lifespan? Suyu was increasingly surprised. You need to know. Even with mediocre talent, one can approach perfection with the cultivation methods available on the market today after several decades of practice. No one would spend hundreds of years cultivating a mere minor skill. It's time-consuming, laborious, and there's no guarantee of success. Moreover, below the top-grade martial artist level, no one can live to be 300 years old. A superior martial artist is one who is above the 6th rank. In the entire academy, those who have reached the 6th rank can be counted on one hand. It's no wonder that this technique has been sitting idle in the library. The cost of training alone is enough to deter 99% of people. My thoughts returned to the present. Suyu noticed the effects of the minor success in cultivation. Those who achieve minor success possess an internal microcosm at work, with energy surging throughout their body. They visualize their dantian expanding and filling with energy, maintaining inner peace while moving, imagining lotus flowers blooming beneath their feet, gradually stepping into the void. At this stage, one can already step into the void and summon lotus flowers? Suyu was overjoyed. This means that I have abilities similar to those of the space system. The system description is impressive. I can't wait to start putting it into practice. Suyu tried to take a step forward. Imagine lotus flowers growing beneath your feet. Splash! Like the sound of shattered glass, a purple lotus flower appeared beneath one's feet. Suyu didn't notice the lotus flower, he only felt that his feet were very solid. It's as if you're stepping on the ground. Looking down, I saw that my feet were stepping on familiar lotus flowers. There were also some indescribable subtleties in my body. It seemed as if gravity had been lost. Lifting a foot or waving an arm made the speed more than 50% faster. Suyu once again conjured a lotus flower at his right foot. I almost fell because of weightlessness. The feeling of weightlessness is hard to get used to in a short time. Fortunately, gravity can be controlled at will, and when needed, its influence can be reduced to increase movement speed significantly. Suyu continued to practice the lotus stepping technique. The more one cultivates, the more terrifying the technique becomes. Could it really be for immortals to cultivate? Suyu shook his head. Immortals and such are too far removed from our lives. Not long after. Tap tap tap. Suyu is already quite proficient at using it. It can rise from the ground into the void and run on lotus flowers. This lotus flower, formed from the essence of the physical body, is created using the spiritual power stored within it. In other words, using the lotus step reduces the amount of spiritual energy that can be used with the explosive step. This problem is easy to solve. Under normal circumstances, a 50-50 split is sufficient. Half lotus step, half explosive step. When necessary, you can use the burst step during the lotus stepping process. This move is relatively risky, as it means that it will consume the stored spiritual energy all at once. Suyu meditated and cultivated. The spiritual energy is transformed into spiritual power and stored within the physical body. A ball of raging fire immediately condensed in his right hand. The last battle. The burning heaven technique brought him a completely new experience. This sea-level technique is far more complex than it appears. When the heaven burning technique is combined with the lotus stepping step, the resulting effect is no different from, or even stronger than, that of a B-level technique. Or should we max out the progress of the burning heaven technique? Suyu summoned the system. Host, would you like to utilize your lifespan to cultivate this technique? Estimated cultivation progress, great perfection. Weather. Without the slightest hesitation, Suyu immediately clicked yes. The next moment, thousands of dark figures appeared in my mind. They executed the first few moves of the burning heaven technique in perfect unison. Only after everyone entered the fire human state did they adopt different poses. Suyu closed his eyes and carefully observed the fire figures. This is the state at the point of great accomplishment. With flames enveloping him, his entire body reaches high temperatures, and his speed and strength are correspondingly enhanced. In terms of this effect, it has already transcended the scope of sea-level techniques. Logically, it shouldn't just be sea-level. The system quickly provided the answer. Incomplete cultivation technique detected. Burning heaven technique, automatically deducing supplementing. Is the heaven burning technique an incomplete cultivation method? The next moment, the firemen began to move. They sometimes throw punches, sometimes elbows, and their attacks are all fierce, targeting the opponent's vital points. The movements are fluid, powerful, and beautiful. It's like a set of punches. Suyu was taken aback. Is this military boxing? The burning heaven technique is actually connected to military boxing? A suitable cultivation technique has been detected within the host's body. Integration and deduction are underway. Deduction successful technique, Flame Shadow Military Body. This technique combines the powerful and swift combat moves of military boxing with the fiery energy of the burning heaven technique, creating a unique style that integrates offense and defense. In combat, the fiery energy of the burning heaven technique is guided to all parts of the body, coordinating with the rhythm of military boxing to achieve a state where the fist strikes like fire, the body transforms into a fiery shadow. Whether in close combat or long-range intimidation, it can unleash tremendous power. Rank, S. Cultivation progress, beginner, 33,9886. Lifespan consumed, 100 years. Seeing this, Suyu took a long time to come back to his senses. It seems that the heaven burning technique is indeed extraordinary. After all, it's a cultivation technique awarded as a merit reward, so it has a lot of potential. I thought the fireman state was the limit of this technique, but I didn't expect there to be another surprise. Suyu couldn't help but marvel at his luck. It's both good and bad. He was lucky in his cultivation techniques, but his family life was terrible. Fortunately, the former can change the latter. Suyu sprang out of bed with a quick movement and strode to the training ground of the villa. As a villa costing over 1 billion yuan, it offers more than just lifestyle conveniences. The same applies to spiritual practice. Take the training ground in front of us, for example. The sandbag in front of him was Suyu's test subject. Boom! The intense heat quickly enveloped Suyu, putting him into a state of being engulfed in flames. Suyu appeared to be wearing armor. It was no longer just a simple flame floating on the surface. Its original height of 185 centimeters increased to nearly 2.1 meters after wearing armor. It looked incredibly imposing, with its eyes flashing red, like a monstrous beast. A casual punch sparked sparks and a sonic boom in the air. After being hit, the sandbags turned into powder and dissipated into the air. That must be at least 100 tons of force. Chapter 23. Only 9,800? Suyu nodded slightly. Well enough. But this is not the limit. After a moment's thought, Suyu decided to go to a professional place to test his strength. So that I have a clear understanding of myself. Training ground. Han Yudao was shouting through a megaphone. Don't miss out. The annual strength competition has begun, and the winner will receive 500 low-grade spirit stones. We urgently need one person. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a handsome man approaching, and Han Yudao exclaimed in delight. Suyu, is that you, brother Suyu? Long time no see. I heard that you single-handedly protected an entire team during the last mission, and the beautiful head of the healing department even came to deliver the reward to your door. Suyu was taken aback. Unexpectedly, Han Yudao knew about this. This person is indeed extraordinary. He nodded. Just lucky. Hey, what luck? Han Yudao stepped out of the security booth and put his arm around Suyu's shoulder. I have an event going on, do you want to participate? After saying that, he pointed to the sign behind him. Suyu followed the finger and looked at it. Friendly contest, do you think you are strong enough? Here, you can use any technique, as long as you win first place, you can take home 500 spirit stones. Entry fee, 10 low-grade spirit stones. Seeing this, Suyu pondered for a moment and said, Sure, but I can only throw one punch. I don't have the strength for more. As for winning or losing, Suyu didn't care much. It was just 10 low-grade spirit stones. Suyu was interested in the force measuring instrument inside. Smith brand products boast extremely high precision measurement capabilities and exceptional impact resistance. A full force strike with a power limit of rank 6. This is much more durable than a sandbag. Han Yudao clapped his hands and said, What a coincidence, it's already the finals. You just need to go up and throw a punch, it's no trouble at all. Suyu nodded and handed over the spirit stones. Han Yudao took only 9 coins and then laughed. Since you're an old acquaintance of mine, I'll give you a discount of 1 spirit stone. Before Suyu could say anything, she took his 9 spirit stones and happily ran inside. Alright, we've found the person. Suyu also joined them. As soon as I entered, I felt many eyes scrutinizing me. Perhaps realizing that Suyu only had a first-grade 5th level cultivation, they looked away again. Han Yudao pulled Suyu to his side and said, This is the last player on my Han Yudao team, Suyu. Soon, some people raised questions. He was a muscular man from the opposing team. Hey, is this really going to work? Another bald, burly man laughed. A rank 5, you dare to bring him up? What strength does he have? Can he even hit a sandbag? Ha 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 ha. Then he spoke to Han Yudao. I think you're just in a rush to get your commission, so you just picked anyone to play, right? Han Yudao snorted coldly. Do you really think that low cultivation level means low power? You're like a frog in a well. Actually, he wasn't sure himself, but he didn't want Suyu to realize that he had just randomly brought people up. Ha, then let him throw a punch and see. If he can reach half of my target, I'll consider him the winner. His words were incredibly provocative, and his arrogance knew no bounds. But no one dared to refute him, because he was the power king who had dominated the rankings for 6 consecutive realms, the Golden Tiger. They've won so many championships they're practically overwhelmed. His cultivation level was at the peak of the 2nd tier, the highest among those present. There were quite a few students standing around, watching this good show. They loved watching unknown masters defeat the previous champions, so they egged them on. Defeat him. Defeat him. Defeat him. Suyu remained calm, but a glint gradually appeared in his eyes. This kind of atmosphere is most common in the military. Suyu missed it dearly and planned to go all out in the competition to see where his strength limit was. After looking around, he said to Jin Hu, Whether what you just said was true or provocative, you can take it back, because I will defeat you fair and square. While speaking, slowly raise your right fist. Use my right fist. Although Jin Hu's cultivation level was higher than his own, so you did not believe that Jin Hu could defeat him. Now, his strength far surpasses that of an ordinary second-rank martial artist. The words had barely left his mouth. This caused a huge uproar. Holy crap! That's awesome. It's been a long time since I've seen a newcomer so arrogant. Is this what they mean by a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger? You're bragging. If you can beat Jin Hu, I'll wash my hair upside down, bro. Seeing that Suyu didn't seem to be joking, Jin Hu couldn't help but stroke his beard and laugh. I know you're hiding your cultivation level, but you're definitely below the third rank. This training ground restricts cultivation levels, and only those below the third rank can enter. I'm at the peak of the second rank, who can compare to me? I, Jin Hu, have been carrying heavy loads since I was a child. At the age of 10, I started running cross-country with a 3-ton load. At the age of 18, I carried a dynamometer. I am known as the reincarnation of Xiangyu and have incredible strength. Even if you are at the same level as me, you cannot beat me. The words had barely left his mouth. Cheers erupted from the audience. Golden Tiger! Golden Tiger! Golden Tiger! Han Yudao, not to be outdone, shouted back. Suyu! 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 Gradually, the students, who loved watching the excitement, also joined in the shouting. Suyu! 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 The two sides started yelling at each other. Suyu's competitive spirit was also aroused. He rotated his wrist. Boom! The next moment, flames engulfed him. It transformed into a fireman form. Everyone present felt a surge of heat. The once lean Suyu seemed like a completely different person. Tall and imposing, exuding a powerful sense of awe. The crowd looked at the over 2-meter-tall armored fireman below the stage and began to discuss among themselves. Is this a technique for strengthening the body? It feels like boxing to me. Pa! You bunch of country bumpkins, this is martial arts. On the stage, Suyu adjusted his breathing and focused flames into his right hand. The flames on the armor shifted rapidly, continuously surging towards the right hand. The surrounding air instantly distorted, and the scorching heat seemed capable of melting the void. The power gradually converged in the right hand. Come on, my full force attack. The words had barely left his mouth. Suyu suddenly swung his right fist, hitting the force gauge precisely. Boom! It was unclear whether it was the sound of flames cutting through the air or the mournful cry of the power meter. The deafening sound echoed throughout the training ground. Everyone instinctively covered their ears. At the same time, the readings on the power meter soared. 3,000. No, it's still rising. 4,500. Is it still rising? 6,700. This is already very close to Jin Hu's achievement. The force gauge was still rapidly increasing its readings. 8,700. Immediately, someone couldn't sit still and exclaimed, "Holy crap, this has already broken the record." But the index clearly shows no sign of stopping. The crowd's eyes widened as the index increased. Finally, the machine emitted a mournful wail, accompanied by a burning smell, and the reading stopped at 9,800. Someone shouted. What the hell? Could a first-rank martial artist have achieved this? Even Jin, whose eyes were wide open at this moment. I originally thought that Suyu's strength was at most equal to mine, but I didn't expect him to be a full 1,200 strength higher than me. This gap is like a chasm, difficult to cross. After throwing a punch, Suyu looked at the index with a hint of disdain. Only 9,008? I thought it could be tens of thousands. If Jin Hu heard this, he would definitely faint from anger on the spot. What do you mean, only 9,008? Chapter 24. I demand to see him alive or dead. 9,000 8,000 is not something a second-grade cultivator could produce. It's comparable to a fourth-grade cultivator. Some people couldn't help but kneel down. Holy crap, this is amazing. Wow. I've never seen anyone who could hit 9,800 points with a single punch just by relying on their martial arts skills, especially a martial artist below the third rank. Good heavens, I feel like I'm going to faint. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Suyu slowly extinguished the flames and walked to Han Yudao's side. Am I the champion now? Han Yudao then realized what was happening and grabbed Suyu's arm, shouting. Holy crap! We're the champions. Immediately. Under the admiring gazes of the crowd, and in Jean Hu's dazed eyes. So you left happily with 500 spirit stones in his hand? All that remained was a charred force meter. Leave the training ground. Suyu walked toward the library. I'm planning to find a suitable exercise manual so that I can easily visit my daughter in the hospital. Back in the library, I spotted a familiar figure. Lu Yuan was holding a book in one hand and a pen in the other, diligently writing something. Regardless of wind or rain, the old man was always holding a book. Although I don't know what they're busy with, they are very dedicated. Suyu didn't disturb them and quietly searched for books on the bookshelf. Outside of working hours, it is permissible for outsiders to borrow books inside. Soon, Suyu found a suitable cultivation technique on the bookshelf. Thousand Faces Illusion Technique, AB level skill. The nine-tailed celestial fox's evolution technique allows it to freely change its appearance, travel between different realms, and witness countless secrets. I flipped through them a few times and found them to be very suitable, so I prepared to borrow them. At that moment, someone whispered in my ear, sounding puzzled. This book is an incomplete version, containing only the introductory and minor stages. If you practice this book, the effect of practicing other similar techniques later will be greatly reduced. Suyu knew without even thinking who was speaking, and then looked at Lu Yuan and said sincerely, "Thank you for the reminder, senior. I just think this cultivation method is quite suitable. As for whether I can cultivate it to the point of perfection, I don't care much. As long as it can solve the current problem, that's fine." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan looked on with suspicion. It is important to know that the worst thing a martial artist can do is to eat too much without chewing it. It is best to cultivate one technique to perfection, which will benefit subsequent cultivation. But Suyu is going against the grain and plans to cultivate 2 incomplete manuals. Is he treating the future like a game? I'm trying to reason with you, but if you won't listen, then I have nothing more to say. Seeing that his senior was a little angry, Suyu knew that he was concerned about him, so he could only smile wryly. Don't worry, senior, I won't joke around with my martial arts path. I know what I'm doing. Humph. What kind of sense do you have? The last book you practiced was the Void Lotus Step Tai Chi Divine Movement, which ordinary people can't even master, and it's still an incomplete version. Now you've picked up the Thousand Faces Illusion Technique. Are you determined to get something for nothing? Lu Yuan probably wanted to bring Suyu into that department. He seemed to care about Suyu quite a bit. His words clearly showed that he was angry. Unless you can deduce or complete the technique yourself. Upon hearing this, Suyu was taken aback, his expression becoming somewhat subtle. You can't just say you have a system that allows you to deduce things as long as you have enough lifespan. This is also my own secret, and I can't possibly tell anyone. Even if I said it out loud, no one would believe me. Thinking this, Suyu could only give an awkward smile. Lu Yuan continued. Suyu, I think you are a talented person, and I don't want you to ruin your life in a place like this. As he spoke, he took the book from Suyu's hand. The practice of eating fast food must be stopped. Suyu was on the verge of tears. Seeing the cultivation technique being taken away, he pondered for a moment and then spoke. Senior, I actually know a little about repairing cultivation techniques. I happen to have read something similar in this book, and I can repair it. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's expression became somewhat subtle. He looked at Suyu carefully and realized that the latter was not joking. Is this really true? It's true. I can indeed repair this technique, but the progress and time are hard to say. Lu Yuan looked suspicious. Don't try to fool me. In all my years of experience, I've never seen a young person who can repair cultivation techniques. Absolutely true. Please return the book to me, senior. I urgently need this cultivation technique. Lu Yuan paused for a moment before revealing the cultivation technique. Suyu then quickly went to register and borrow books, and then left. Watching Suyu's departing figure, Lu Yuan's expression grew increasingly solemn. If what he said is true, then he is indeed a rare talent. After getting rid of Lu Yuan, Suyu ran back to the villa. Sit cross-legged. The mental formula for the Thousand Faces illusion technique came out of his mouth. Spiritual energy enters the body, manifesting in the mind. The face connects to the meridians, and the orifices receive spiritual essence. Bones are fused with chi and shaped, and the spirit transforms into form. 1,000 faces and 10,000 changes, but only the mind remains constant. Cultivation technique loading. Host, would you like to utilize your lifespan to cultivate this technique? Estimated cultivation progress, beginner. Weather. Suyu nodded. The next moment, a pure white nine-tailed fox appeared in front of Suyu. It can transform into a giant wolf or a serpent at times. 1 second it is a stunningly beautiful woman, and the next it is a ruthless assassin. In the very end, it transformed into the likeness of Cece. It slowly walked towards me. Its aura and form were identical to her daughter's. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would have believed it was a nine-tailed fox in disguise. Suyu believed that his daughter had escaped from the biological chamber and run to him. The daughter disappeared and transformed back into a nine-tailed fox. The man and the fox stared at each other, and the next second, Suyu felt his face being rubbed by a pair of invisible hands. Subtle changes began to occur, and in just over 10 minutes, Suyu successfully mastered the initial insight into the illusionary form chapter. A system panel also popped up in front of him. 100%. Technique, Thousand Faces Illusion Technique, Level, B. Beginner level completed, current progress, 41 2001. Lifespan consumed, 41 years. Suyu took out a mirror and imagined what Han Yudao looked like. The next moment, the reflection in the mirror began to twitch, and the facial features shifted. When I opened my eyes again, I saw a different face. Suyu got up to check and found that his physical body had also changed. The only downside was that the aura was difficult to imitate. After all, this is only a glimpse into the illusionary form. That's enough. When I go to visit my daughter, I just need to pretend that Director Liu won't recognize me. I still have 2 days of vacation left, which should be enough time for me to go back home. If I can't get back in time, I'll use next month's leave in advance. Suyu quickly packed his things, carefully placing the most important longevity spring into his storage ring. We can set off now. Useless. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. Where can someone whose cultivation has been completely destroyed hide? Please calm down, Chief. We have already sent people to wait at the hospital entrance. As soon as we spot any suspicious individuals approaching that little bastard's biological chamber, we can arrest them. We need to see the person alive or dead. If you fail to do your job well, you can prepare to collect your own corpses. Chapter 25. Suyu makes his appearance, full-scale encirclement and suppression. Outside the hospital. It was crowded with relatives who came to visit their families. Suyu, dressed in gray, quietly disappeared into the crowd. He took off his baseball cap, revealing an ordinary but tired face. Out of the corner of my eye, I glanced towards the 7 o'clock and 3 o'clock positions, where 2 groups of people were standing. Despite their disguises, it was still clear that they were Huang Daju's men. Sure enough, there are already many spies here, just waiting for me to come back. Chen Mofan only knew that Suyu had left, but he didn't know where he was going. Arranging for people to keep an eye on the hospital was undoubtedly a smart choice. After all, the monk may run away, but the temple can't. But Suyu was well prepared. These people alone were far from enough to capture him. Looking away, Suyu followed his memory and walked toward the secluded biological warehouse. Along the way, we encountered many middle-aged couples who were grieving. We asked them to save Big White and their children. Suyu remained silent. If it weren't for Zhongli, who secured a 10-year usage right for the bio warehouse for Cece, I'll probably end up begging the hospital for help, just like these people. Fortunately, we now have the capability to resolve this issue. After silently praying for them, I arrived at the familiar spot. Before I even got close, I saw a dirty biological container with something written on it. Upon closer inspection, Suyu's pupils constricted sharply. Words like bastard, dead man, and lowlife were spray painted onto the glass of the biotank. Moreover, the biochamber was visibly damaged, with obvious bumps and knocks on the edges and corners, and a thin crack in the glass. What exactly did his daughter go through? Suyu's breathing became heavy, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh, yet he felt no pain. Take a deep breath, then exhale slowly. The biochamber is known for its sturdiness. Its material can withstand a full-force attack from a super-powerful expert. Otherwise, the bio-warehouse would have rotted hundreds of times over during the time Suyu was away. He saw his daughter lying there, breathing evenly. Suyu's furious emotions were instantly calmed down considerably. The position is slightly off. It may have moved on its own or been caused by external force. It's obvious who did it. Chen Mofan. Suyu wanted to yell at him, but he stopped himself. We must not alert them yet. The most urgent task is to feed the longevity spring to the daughter. The biological chamber was then opened. Gently help your daughter up and feed her the spring water. Suyu was somewhat surprised to see that his daughter's complexion was visibly rosy. It's good that it works. No matter how much, it's at least good for my daughter's health. Then my trip wasn't in vain. After gently kissing his daughter's forehead, Suyu said tenderly, "Cece, you'll be able to open your eyes and see your dad soon. Take some rest during this time." After saying that, the biological chamber closed tightly, and Suyu also switched it to the outsider alert mode to prevent others from causing damage. He then took out a rag and carefully wiped the words on the glass. Many people walked by, but none of them reacted much when they saw the filthy biological chamber in front of Suyu. I must have seen them before. An older woman couldn't help but offer a reminder. "Hey, are you the father of this little girl? Poor kid, I saw someone drawing on it a while ago." She probably knew that Suyu had offended someone, so she reminded him again. "You'd better leave quickly after you're done visiting them. They often patrol here, and if they see you, they'll definitely attack you." Suyu frowned, surprised that they had done it in full view of everyone. "What about Director Liu? Doesn't he care?" "Him?" The middle-aged woman looked around and whispered. "He's the one who let those people in." After saying that, he left in a hurry. Suyu returned a grateful look. At this moment, a group of people walked over from not far away. The leader of the team was Director Liu. A bald, burly man stood beside him. A pompadour hairstyle, black sunglasses, and large earrings. Upon closer inspection, he looked somewhat like Huang Dazhu. "Xiao Lu, are you sure you didn't see wrong? Someone opened that biopod, right?" The man with the airplane-like nose glared at Director Liu. This guy has screwed himself over many times. Every time he said Suyu had arrived, but it turned out that someone had just passed by the biological silo. It wasn't Suyu at all. It's impossible to be mistaken. "I've had people watching that area the whole time," Director Liu said, wiping his sweat and forcing a smile. Suddenly, the henchman behind him spoke. "Hey airplane bro, there really is someone standing in front of that biotank." The crowd looked in the direction of the sound and indeed saw a man in gray clothes wiping down the biotank. The pilot took out the portrait, compared it to the image, and then gave the order. "Arrest them first, who cares who they are?" At this moment, Suyu had wiped away the last bit of stain. Seemingly having sensed their approach, she slowly raised her eyes to meet their gaze. His cold eyes seemed capable of piercing through people's hearts. "It's him! It's him! I'll remember that look in his eyes even if I turn to ashes." Director Liu spoke first. Upon hearing this, the man with the pompadour took the lead, rushed in front of the crowd, and grabbed at Suyu. Suyu snorted coldly and charged towards them with strange steps. Just as the plane was about to engage in combat, Suyu suddenly disappeared. It's as if they vanished into thin air. Where are they? Where did it go? Someone suddenly shouted from behind. Suyu was at the door. He ran away. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. A blurry figure had already run out the door. Surround him immediately. The man on the plane rushed out while making a phone call. Their people had already surrounded the hospital inside and out, layer upon layer. After receiving a call from the pilot, they emerged from the shadows. Cars, speed bumps, and fences all became tools for them to surround Suyu. Even a mosquito can't escape my palm. His hair was spiky, veins bulging, and he said fiercely. Due to the rapid movement, Suyu's appearance returned to normal. Only those cold eyes seemed to hold the power of a lion about to leap out. It seems they've made quite a few preparations to surround and kill me. There are already 300 thugs who have appeared. Not to mention that vans were constantly appearing around them. It wasn't convenient to take action here, and Suyu didn't want to spread the conflict to the hospital. Before long, Suyu ran into the intricate alleyway. The airplane nose followed closely behind, making a hand gesture. Chase after him. Whoever finds Suyu first will be richly rewarded. At that moment, a luxury BMW drove up. A man with a fierce look in his eyes stepped out. If Suyu were here, he would recognize him. This is Chen Pengfei, the eldest son of the Chen family. At this moment, he twisted his neck, slowly walked to the entrance of the alley, spat out his cigarette butt, and raised his eyebrows. I thought Suyu was going to hide forever. Once we catch him, I will personally cripple him. He learned from Director Liu that Suyu had thrown him out of the biological chamber. Because of this, he hated Suyu to the core. From childhood to adulthood, I've always been weighted on hand and foot, and there's nothing I haven't gotten if I want it. Unexpectedly, he was thrown out by a lowly servant. Utter disgrace. Chapter 26 Kill Suyu. A steady stream of thugs surged in like ants entering a hole. The residents in the alley were terrified and ran back into their houses screaming. The room instantly became empty. Suyu's figure soon came into everyone's view. I saw Suyu. I saw Suyu. Someone immediately shouted. But some people were faster. They picked up the phone and started calling out locations. Suyu is at number 9, lane 7. Inside the alley. Suyu appeared and disappeared like a ghost. 1 second they were on the window 2 meters high, the next they appeared behind everyone. Suddenly, the intense heat enveloped everyone. He easily dealt with several people with a wave of his hand. He fought and retreated, showing no intention of confronting the crowd head-on. Among the crowd, no one dared to be the first to speak out. Because of those who stood up for what was right, their bodies are still warm. They could only press closer while maintaining a certain distance. Because the alleys are interconnected, once Suyu's approximate location is discovered, he will be attacked from both sides. Soon, Suyu was surrounded and cornered by the thugs. Pursuers were behind them, and they were surrounded in front. It seems like a dead end. At that moment, an arrogant voice rang out. The thugs directly in front of him made way for a young man wearing a short-sleeved shirt with a tiger tattoo on his left shoulder. Pa! Chen Pengfei spat out his cigar, tilted his head back, and looked at Suyu with his nostrils pointing to the sky. You're Suyu? This was the first time Chen Pengfei had met Suyu. He had heard that Suyu had previously served in the military, but an accident had caused him to lose all his cultivation, and he was later divorced by his wife. How dare such a piece of trash fight against himself? He then looked Suyu up and down. He looks so poor he's destined to be a low-class person in the future. Suyu didn't speak, but his eyes became incredibly sharp. Who ordered my daughter's bio-vault to be defiled? Of course it was arranged by me, the young master. What I, this young master, cannot have, how dare a little bastard possess it? Seemingly recalling what Suyu had done to him, Chen Pengfei suddenly became somewhat agitated. He started cursing loudly. I was lying comfortably inside, how dare you touch me with your lowly, filthy hands and then throw me out? Chen Pengfei raised both hands high. I, Chen Pengfei, am born with B-level talent. A natural-born leader. As long as I grow up, I'm guaranteed to be a mayor of a region, or even a provincial governor. Do you know you almost ruined my life? Those little bastards, even if there were 100, 1,000, 10,000 of them, they wouldn't be worth as much as my life, understand? Upon hearing this, Suyu's face instantly turned ferocious. Cece's life is not something that scum like you can compare to. I can take back what is rightfully mine, and I can also take your dog's life. Whoosh! The surrounding temperature soared, and immense pressure descended. It quickly enveloped everyone, and those with weaker cultivation levels collapsed to the ground. Upon seeing this, Chen Pengfei flew into a rage. A piece of trash should just die obediently. He still dares to resist. He felt offended. How could just anyone dare to oppose him? Even when death is imminent, they still struggle. Having said that, he was about to step forward and teach Suyu a lesson. At this moment, a pair of large hands stopped Chen Pengfei. Young Master Chen, leave Suyu to me. I have a grudge against him that I need to settle. The airplane nose stepped forward and said again. You don't need to personally deal with such low-class people. Chen Pengfei snorted coldly and didn't move forward any further. Then it's yours. The crowd parted to make way for Suyu, who was holding a pure iron baseball bat and slowly approached him. You killed my brother, and today, you must die here too. After you die, your hand will be used to open the door, and the little bastards in the biopod won't be spared either. I'll chop it up myself and feed it to the dog. His response was a fiery passion that went straight to his soul. Suyu had already disappeared from the spot. Court death. With a low growl, a fist the size of a sandbag came flying straight at him. The nose of the plane quickly tried to block, but the impact was far beyond its expectations. It felt like a high-speed train was approaching. In an instant, the man with the flying head felt as if his body was about to fall apart, and all his internal organs were out of place. A mouthful of pus and blood spurted from his mouth. How could this be? This power is not something a first-grade 5th-level martial artist could produce. The nose of the plane flew backwards several meters. Suyu wouldn't give him time to reflect, and his figure disappeared from the spot again. You just said you wanted to settle scores with me? A pair of fists were clearly visible to the naked eye as they came toward him, his pupils gradually dilating. Bang! It struck the nose of the plane with such force that it caused the ground to cave in half a meter. What do you mean by, what will you do to my daughter? Bang! Another punch sent dust billowing into the air. Suyu had already entered his fire form, with flames dancing on his armor, dazzling and awe-inspiring. How dare you insult my daughter? Jump! A punch unleashed a sonic boom, which resounded like thunder in front of everyone. Only then did everyone realize what had happened. Despite being a peak second-grade master, he was instantly killed by Suyu in one move. They even pinned him to the ground and beat him? The scene was incredibly explosive. Even Chen Pengfei's eyes widened in surprise. Wasn't Suyu supposed to be a good-for-nothing? On the battlefield, Suyu's fists continued to rain down on the airplane's head like a storm. Each strike was accompanied by a violent earthquake, and the feet of the aircraft's nose were also thrown into the air. Thump thump thump. Thump thump thump. I don't know how many punches he threw. The aircraft's nose was no longer recognizable as a human, a bloody mess, with a pool of blood rapidly evaporating under the high temperature. A foul stench filled the air, and everyone realized what they had done wrong. They all must die. Suyu's eyes turned completely red. These scumbags didn't deserve to live. During those disheartening years, I thought that by being tolerant, accommodating, and avoiding the problem, I could solve it. In fact, as long as you are weak, as long as you have no background, as long as you have no strength, you will be suppressed to death. His daughter was staying peacefully in the biotank, not bothering anyone, yet she was still sprayed with paint, verbally abused, and hit in various ways in an attempt to wake her up. The biological pod was clearly fought for by his own wife, yet it was forcibly taken over by someone else. When he finally got back what was rightfully his, he was hunted down and killed. In their eyes, the weak do not deserve to live. Since you don't want us to live, then you won't live either, you'll all die. The Emperor's oppressive aura spread rapidly. With just a glance, the thugs on the outermost edge were instantly terrified. Holy crap, what's that? Why is my heart beating so fast? I don't want to fight anymore, I want to go home. Feeling threatened by death, many people backed down. At that moment, a gunshot rang out, and the first person to run away was killed instantly. Chen Pengfei loaded the gun again and roared loudly. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and kill him. Are you all afraid of one man out of hundreds of you? Kill him. Are you kidding me? If I let a good-for-nothing slap me in the face again and again, where will I put my face, young Master Chen? Chapter 27. Suyu. How dare you? He refused to believe that one Suyu could take on hundreds of people. But the battle that followed truly surprised him. Suyu stood as still as a pillar, the flames on his armor erupting like a volcano. His eyes flashed like lightning, and he took a deep breath. Boom! In an instant, the blood and chi in his body surged, and he could faintly hear the roars of lions and tigers. Suyu brought his left fist to his waist, and surging flames gathered, revealing a blazing lion. The heat swept through the entire venue. At the same time, his right fist suddenly shot out, forming a fiery tornado out of thin air. Step out with your left foot into a lunge stance and strike out the fiery lion. Flame bow and crimson fist. This is a variation of the military boxing routine, specifically the bow stance punch. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a tornado and a lion charged toward the crowd. The crowd had never seen anything like this before and were so frightened that they fled in panic. The area engulfed by the flames was reduced to ashes. 300 thugs were wiped out in an instant, with half of them wiped out. Suyu finished his stance and unleashed a burst of speed. His figure blurred into a streak, moving like a dragon through the crowd, each punch accompanied by a wave of blazing flames. The thugs who were hit were as if they were caught in a scorching vortex, and they were all sent flying several meters backward. Within seconds, another group collapsed. One of the thugs spotted Suyu's weakness and slashed down from behind with his machete. Suyu seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. He slightly turned his body to the side, dodging the sharp edge of the machete, grabbed the thug's arm with his other hand, and pulled him away. Splash! The sound of flesh being torn apart was so clear. With a scream, the thug's arms were torn off alive. Suyu raised his leg and kicked out, like a mountain crashing down, heavily striking the thug in the chest. The thug let out a muffled groan, his body flying backward, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground. Suyu didn't intend to get entangled with these things, and charged towards Chen Pengfei while fighting. If a truck were driving through a crowd of people, the thugs blocking its way would be knocked away, and some would die on the spot. Chen Pengfei realized that he was coming for him, so he shouted, "Quick! Quick! Stop him! Whoever can stop him, I, the young master, will personally reward them with 10 million. Money makes the world go round." Upon hearing this, the surrounding thugs swarmed forward and instantly surrounded Suyu. People piled up on top of each other, forming a human mass that was nearly 2 meters high. Just as Chen Pengfei was able to relax, the dazzling lights amidst the crowd were like a bomb exploding in the middle of it all. Suyu, engulfed in flames, charged towards Chen Pengfei, his eyes blazing with murderous intent like a sharp blade, aiming fiercely at Chen Pengfei. At the same time, the emperor's oppressive aura reached its peak. A brief wave of dizziness washed over Chen Pengfei, rendering him unable to move. He could only watch helplessly as Suyu charged toward him. Bang! The next second, Chen Pengfei was knocked away. Just before landing, Chen Pengfei felt an unusual tightness in his neck and difficulty breathing. Chen Pengfei then realized that Suyu is choking him. "No. You can't kill me. I'm the eldest son of the Chen family. If you kill me, your whole family will be in trouble. My father won't let you get away with this." Chen Pengfei's eyes were filled with fear. Although he was a second-grade cultivator, the other party was not much different. But he couldn't muster even the slightest desire to resist. He could only let Suyu pick him up like a chicken. Suyu didn't say anything, but instead slapped Chen Pengfei across the face. The force was so great that almost all of Chen Pengfei's teeth fell out, flying out with the slap. Some of them were swallowed. "Suyu, I think there's been some misunderstanding between us. We're not in a life or death relationship. Suyu! Suyu! I beg you, don't kill me. I have so much money. I can help you get a better biopod. I can help you." Suyu made another move, grabbing Chen Pengfei's tongue. "Don't you love talking badly about my daughter? I'll show you what you're capable of." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Pengfei felt a sharp pain in his tongue as it was forcibly pulled out. The pain was so intense that he nearly fainted, as if his brain had been ripped out along with it. He realized that the man in front of him was truly intent on killing him. He was scared, he was really scared. It wanted to speak, but its tongue was pulled away, and it could only make muffled sounds. Suyu remained silent. He pulled a dagger from his pocket and held it to Chen Pengfei's neck. Splash, splash, splash. Sudden. The sound of helicopter rotors whirring came from the sky, accompanied by a shout. "Suyu! Spare his life! That sound! It's my dad coming to save me." Chen Pengfei burst into tears and looked up at Chen Mofen with all his might. The next second, I felt a chill on my neck, and a foul-smelling liquid flowed from the corner of my mouth. What's wrong with me? Why is Dad's plane getting farther and farther away from me? It wasn't until he saw his own body that Chen Pengfei realized he had been beheaded. Why? He was almost saved. In his dying moments, he saw Suyu's extremely cold eyes. He never changed because of the murder. It was as if he had killed a chicken, not a person. He had killed so many people, but he had never seen an expression like that on his face. Utterly indifferent. Madman. Madman. If he had another chance, he would never provoke this madman. He regretted it. On the helicopter, Chen Mofen witnessed his son being beheaded, and his legs went weak. Pengfei. You bastard. How dare you? Suyu snorted coldly, stepped on Chen Pengfei's head, and then exerted force. Put. His head exploded like a rotten watermelon, splattering blood everywhere. Those he intends to kill will not be given any chance of resurrection. Pengfei. Chen Mofen's voice was hoarse and his whole body began to tremble. He then spoke to the old man beside him. Old M.O. Chop him into 8 pieces. Mince him. No sooner had he finished speaking than the old man beside him moved. A terrifying aura swept over him, and Suyu frowned slightly, assuming a fighting stance. The sharp sword energy attacked from all directions, instantly enveloping Suyu. So strong. Suyu can now fight against a 3rd-grade martial artist, but this old man has clearly surpassed the 3rd-grade level. 4th rank? He's a sword cultivator. Sensing the unusual sword energy, Suyu dared not be careless and quickly dodged. Despite its extremely high speed, it still managed to be hit by several sword energies. The wound was so deep that the bone was visible. The stinging, spicy sensation made Suyu feel a little dizzy. Ding! Host detected facing a life or death crisis, triggering self-rescue mission escape to safety. The host has provoked an insurmountable enemy. To ensure the safety of both the system and the host, please flee immediately. Even if the system didn't say anything, Suyu wouldn't waste his time on this. When faced with an enemy you cannot defeat, the best course of action is to retreat. Suyu took a deep breath, and the flames around him surged once more. They assumed the flame shadow military stance once again. Seconds later, a tornado and a lion attacked. Still putting up a stubborn resistance? Old Mo gave a cold laugh and swung his sword. Suyu's offensive was instantly thwarted. A cloud of smoke billowed out, and Old Mo swung his sword at him a few more times. The smoke dissipated. Old Mo's brows furrowed sharply. Where are they? Chapter 28 SSS Level Healing Talent. That's interesting. Old Mo sneered. His figure then vanished from the spot, swiftly disappearing to the upper left. Chen Mofen was relieved to see that Elder Mo had run after Suyu. With Elder Mo taking action, that beast will surely have no chance of escape. He then requested the helicopter to land so he could go down and collect his son's body. Upon landing and seeing her son's gruesome death, she burst into tears. Pang Fei. You died a terrible death, Pang Fei. Chen Mofen had a son late in life, and he doted on him immensely, treating him like a precious gem. So much so that he did his best to clean up Chen Pengfei's messes, no matter how many bad things Chen Pengfei did. Chen Mofen was heartbroken for a long time after Chen Pengfei was injured in the last fight, and searched everywhere for a biological pod for him. I happened to find an easy target, someone I could occupy in my biostorage, but it turned out to be a troublemaker. Already in a fit of anger, I planned to deal with him severely. Unexpectedly, not only did they fail to deal with the situation, but they also ended up getting their own son involved. Chen Mofen felt like he was going to die, and he was panting heavily. No, Pengfei isn't completely dead yet, his head just exploded. With today's advanced medical technology, he can definitely recover. Thinking this, he asked someone to bring Director Lu over. Director Lu, please save my son. He's not dead yet, he can still be treated. Director Lu looked at Chen Mofen, whose eyes were bloodshot, and then at his head, which was rotten like a watermelon rind. He gave a smile that looked more like a grimace. Has Director Chen gone mad? You're asking me to revive this shattered head? Seeing Director Lu hesitate, Chen Mofen frowned and said coldly. What? You can't even heal this little injury? What is Director Lu supposed to say about this? If it can be cured, then we'll pin the blame on him. If it can't be cured, then the consequences. Director Lu also regretted it. He should have known better than to discuss those tens of millions and associate with people like that. Serving a ruler is like serving a tiger. He sensed sooner or later that something bad was going to happen. See, you killed so many people today, killing me would probably be a piece of cake for him. I should run away as soon as possible, or my life will be in real danger. A slap interrupted Director Lu's thoughts. He covered his face and looked at Chen Mofen with a look of panic. Only then did he realize that the man in front of him might be even more frightening than Suyu. As expected, Chen Mofen grabbed Director Lu by the neck. I'm asking you a question. Can't you hear me? Is it possible to cure you? Director Lu was choked and could not speak, only make muffled sounds. Can it be cured? Chen Mofen's strength increased even more. He didn't utter a single word until Director Lu died. Thump. Chen Mofen casually threw away Director Lu's body, saying, a quack doctor like that doesn't deserve to live. At this moment, a figure slowly appeared beside Chen Mofen. Old Mo is back. Chen Mofen turned around with delight, but his expression froze instantly when he saw that Elder Mo was only carrying a blood-stained sword. That Elder Mo. Chen Mofen forced a smile and said, that beast, so you should have been killed by your own hands, right? Upon hearing this, Old Mo put on a tired expression. That kid has some tricks up his sleeve. He left with an extremely strange gait. Lotus blossoms bloomed beneath his feet, allowing him to vanish into the void. Thinking of this, Old Mo frowned. This mission has far exceeded your expectations. You said I only needed to make a simple move, but you even dirted my precious sword. The price for this mission has increased by 10 million, and in addition, my salary for this month will be increased by extra. After saying that, he turned and left. Chen Mofan was left standing there, holding his head, which looked like a melon rind. The next moment, a loud voice resounded through the sky. Suyu! It's either you die or I live. At this moment, Suyu was stepping on a lotus flower, rapidly traversing the void. About half an hour later, Suyu ran until his spiritual energy was exhausted before he stopped. Unleashed the Imperial Aura to investigate. He breathed a sigh of relief when he realized that no one was chasing him. Recalling the time when he was being chased, those few sharp sword energies. If one of the blows hits a vital spot, it could kill you on the spot. Its power is terrifying. Use the lotus step to escape immediately. But the swordsman pursued relentlessly. Just as their spiritual energy was about to run out. Fortunately, he carried the spring of immortality with him, and after taking a sip, he replenished his spiritual energy. Otherwise, they would really be hunted down to their deaths. At this moment, a system notification sound will be heard. Ding! Mission escape completed. Congratulations, host, on receiving the reward, SSS level healing talent Tai Su Hui Chun In. Effect 1, Spiritual Energy Nourishment restores 100% of maximum spiritual energy per second. Effect 2, Near Death and Resurrection when critically injured in near death, even if bones are broken and internal organs are ruptured, as long as there is still a chance of life, flesh and blood will regenerate at a visible speed. CD, Half Moon. Effect 3, Healing Wounds Minor Injuries will heal within half a minute. Suyu was overjoyed. I never expected that after escaping death, I would gain such amazing skills. SSS level healing talent? Even healing type martial artists would be envious. I'm giving this to myself now. I have to say the system is pretty good. Thinking this way, the pain from my wound stopped, and I even felt a faint sense of pleasure. Looking down, I saw that the wound had begun to heal. At the wound, fine threads are visibly being stitched up. Magic! Before long, Suyu's body had recovered to almost full strength, and even his internal injuries had disappeared. Suyu stretched his muscles and bones. I then found a hotel to take a shower, preparing to return to school the next day. A Porsche was parked in front of the hospital. Don't worry, little sister. Your daughter will be fine in the hospital. Focus on your studies. The thought of her younger sister coming to see this bastard child made Jiang Chu unable to feel happy at all. I know, but I still wanted to come and see CC. I'm worried about her being here all alone. Seeing Jiang Li's reaction, Jiang Chu said no more. When I got off the bus, I found the surroundings in disarray, as if something had just happened. Jiang Li's eyelids have been twitching lately, and the premonition grows stronger when she smells blood around her. Jiang Li didn't feel at ease until she reached CC's biochamber. However, she noticed that the corners of the biochamber seemed to be bumped or chipped. Jiang Chu spoke up. Look, little sister, isn't it perfectly fine? This is a biochamber made of special materials, how could anything be wrong? Just as he was about to touch it, he felt a tingling sensation. Holy crap, how come there's electricity above? Jiang Chu then realized that the bio vault had activated its outsider alert mode. Jiang Li frowned slightly. Could it be that Suyu came back? Just then, an older woman passed by. He looked at the biological chamber, then at Jiang Li. He opened his mouth. Hey! Where's that guy? He got into a fight after cleaning the windows, why isn't he back yet? Upon hearing this, Jiang Li's pupils shrank sharply, and she grabbed the old woman. Excuse me, who is this young man you're talking about? What just happened here? The older woman was also a big mouth, and she recounted what had happened in a flamboyant manner. They also informed the two that the 300 people who surrounded one person had been killed instead. After listening, Jiang Chu snorted coldly. You can tell from that it's not Suyu, his appearance and abilities don't match. After listening, Jiang Li remained completely silent, only smiling and nodding at the older woman. He then silently looked at Cici in the biotank. His mouth was opening and closing, but it was unclear what he was saying. Chapter 29 Above SSS Rank. To avoid being ambushed by Chen Mofan, Suyu chose to hike along mountain trails, avoiding highways and national roads. After arriving in the neighboring city, they then left by car. I returned to the library at noon the next day. The sun was blazing. Beams of sunlight tried to shine into the library, and Suyu drew back the curtains to let in the sunlight. Although I got back a bit late, I still made it in time. Senior Lu Yuan was waiting at the door early on, browsing and searching through the books. Suyu greeted them, then put on his work clothes and got to work. While organizing the books, I pondered the events of the battle 2 days ago. This was also his first time fighting across 2 ranks, as his opponent's strength was firmly established at the 4th rank, level 3. The Emperor's intimidation had no real effect, he didn't even have a chance to fight back. The difference in cultivation level is too great, making a move would only give the opponent an opening. The best way is to escape. Keep running away. Suyu was glad he made that decision, otherwise, he would never have been able to escape so easily and would have paid a heavy price. Perhaps I should start training my body. If you want to fight across cultivation levels, the primary factor to consider is physical strength. For example, in battles between demonic beasts and martial artists, they often fight opponents of a much higher level. Because of their extremely strong physical bodies, with thick skin and flesh, ordinary swords and spears are difficult to penetrate their defenses. This gives them a lot of room for error, preventing them from being easily defeated due to any flaws. Thinking this, Suyu moved closer to the cultivation manuals, trying to find a suitable body refining technique. He flipped through the pages, looked around, found a book on top, and then put it back on the bottom. Nearly 2 hours have passed, and I still can't find what I'm looking for. Don't you have any body refining techniques on the 1st floor? Suyu asked, puzzled. Of course not. Body refining techniques are extremely precious. Even a fragment is not something an ordinary person can borrow. Lu Yuan appeared on the right at some point, stroking his beard as he spoke. What? You haven't finished learning the 1,000 Faces illusion technique yet, and you're already planning to learn another one? His tone wasn't very friendly, he seemed still angry about what happened before. Suyu gave a wry smile. I don't know why this senior is so bothered by that kind of thing, even though it has nothing to do with him. But he still responded. The 1,000 Faces illusion technique has been partially mastered, and there are already plans for further improvements. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, as if he had heard the answer he wanted. Oh? Is that so? Ever since Suyu said he would repair the cultivation technique, I have been very concerned about it and always wanted to know the progress of the repair. If it can really be repaired, then Suyu will find it very useful in his work. That's right, but the progress is slow. Only about 60% has been repaired so far. After saying that, Suyu had a sudden thought. His body was enveloped in mist, which, when dissipated, transformed into the appearance of Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Somewhat surprised. After Suyu transformed, his aura was steady and his posture was serene, just like the real Suyu. He even imitated the fluctuations of spiritual energy. Lu Yuan also practiced the illusion technique and was certain that this was the minor success stage. Even better. Thinking this way, she trusted Suyu a little more. However, he still had reservations. After all, Suyu looked to be in his early 30s and had low cultivation level. He doesn't look like someone who can repair cultivation techniques at all. Show me the 1,000 Faces disguise technique. Upon hearing this, Suyu found the cultivation manual and handed it to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan flipped through the book and found that the cultivation technique stopped at the minor completion stage, and there was no further progress. Suyu's current state has already surpassed the minor completion stage. Lu Yuan glanced at the book, then at Suyu. He remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he was seething with excitement. Could it be that this kid really knows how to repair cultivation techniques? He coughed a few times and said calmly. The body refining technique is on the 2nd level. If you want to go up, you either need to become a full-fledged administrator. Become a full administrator? That's taking way too long. The contract clearly states it should be 3 months. Suyu rejected the decision. Seeing him shake his head, Lu Yuan smiled again. There is another way, which is to spend 100 credits. Lu Yuan concluded that Suyu didn't know what credits were, so he continued to explain. Credits can be earned through software, but it's quite cumbersome. I can provide you with a different method. What channel? Help me repair a cultivation manual. Before Lu Yuan could finish speaking, Suyu quickly rejected the idea. I'll get it through the software. Are you kidding me? Do you want me to repair a cultivation manual? You need time and knowledge to repair things, but I need lifespan to repair my cultivation technique. Longevity is so difficult to obtain, how could it be used so easily? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan was speechless for a long time before finally asking in confusion. You don't even have that software, how are you going to get credits? To be honest, on my first day of work, I installed that software called Rising Step by Step, and I've already completed one task. Lu Yuan's eyebrows shot up and then slowly fell back down. Alright, if you're willing to help me repair my cultivation technique, I can give you a lot of credits, which will remain valid indefinitely. Seeing that Suyu refused, Lu Yuan was too embarrassed to say anything more, so he left after saying those words. Realizing there were no body refining techniques on the first floor, Suyu stopped looking and began studying the system. Open the Personal Attributes panel. I noticed the bottom right corner points, 67. Suyu then remembered that he had received points for completing the last mission. Escape from danger earned 10 points. Upon closer reflection, I realized that each task actually awarded points, but I was so focused on the rewards that I didn't notice what they were. I didn't know what it was for back then, and I still don't know now. Suyu opened the points page to view the details. Points, the system's built-in currency, currently used for talent aura physical upgrades. More features are not yet available. See here. Suyu gasped. Isn't SSS rank already the maximum? How can it be upgraded further? This is somewhat unbelievable. With a thought, Suyu used his points. SSS level physique boneless form, current level, 1, points required for upgrade, 60. SSS level talent incredible comprehension, current level, 1, points required for upgrade, 70. SSS level aura imperial pressure, current level, 1, upgrade points required, 50. SSS level talent Tai Su Hui Chunin, current level, 1, points required for upgrade, 120. Note, after reaching level 5, you can advance to the divine power level and unlock a brand new mechanism. Really? And it can level up 5 times? That's terrifying. Suyu took a deep breath and began to weigh the pros and cons. This is my first upgrade, and this upgrade will largely determine my development progress. There are now 2 options, the boneless formless form and the imperial majesty. The benefits that the bone of no form brought him are self-evident. He could advance without actively cultivating and could also cultivate various attribute techniques. As an attack method, the imperial might is obviously slower to develop than the formless bone. Now that I need to quickly improve my cultivation, the formless bone is the best choice. Chapter 32nd Mission. As soon as he got off work, Suyu ran back to the villa. The first thing they said upon entering was, upgrade to the formless bone. The next moment, Suyu felt a chill running through his body, as if his body had melted into liquid. He felt completely weak and collapsed. When I woke up again, it was already the next day. The first thing I saw when I opened my eyes was the systems page. SSS level physique successfully upgraded to the phaseless bone. Current level, 2. Evolution required, 120 points. Suyu put away the panel and propped himself up. Discover. There was a puddle of black water on the ground, emitting a strong stench. Is this the impurities expelled as my physique upgrades? The sticky feeling on his body made him uncomfortable, so he quickly went to take a shower. During the shower, I felt the changes in my body. My pores now seem to be open several times over, increasing the speed at which I exchange spiritual energy with the outside world by more than double, and the rate at which I convert spiritual energy into spiritual power within my body by nearly half. Looking at myself in the bathroom mirror, I have a strong physique and muscles that are as perfect as if they were sculpted jade. A little more would make me look fat, and a little less would make me look thin. Her temperament is even more ethereal. His eyes were bright and piercing, with an incredibly deep gaze. Compared to his down on his luck period, he looks more than twice as handsome. This wasn't what Suyu cared about. He also discovered that his 5 senses were astonishing. If you listen carefully, you can hear the chirping of insects from hundreds of meters away outside. I saw a butterfly a kilometer away. Suyu revealed a long-lost smile. These points were totally worth it. After quickly washing up, Suyu headed to the library. On the way, I was tasked with finding information about academic credits. Resources can be fewer, but credits must be plentiful. This is about whether I can get to the 2nd floor sooner and find a suitable body refining technique. Soon, Suyu's attention was focused on a task. Hunting the centipede demon, a C-level mission. We are currently missing 1 rank 5 or higher combat student and 1 rank 2 or higher support staff. Current team size, 5 people. 60 credits? As for the above, those who do not participate in the distribution of spoils, Suyu simply ignored them. Because this was an outsider asking for help from within the school, the reward was minimal, with academic credits being the primary incentive. The spoils they spoke of were, at most, the internal organs and skin of some demons. As for any strange encounters along the way, whoever sees them owns them. So it has absolutely no impact. With that in mind, Suyu signed up. The person who signed up was a logistics staff member. There was no other way, Suyu wasn't a combat specialist. After combat students registered, the mission was found to be full, and the training period was then announced. The 1st of next month. You need to ask for leave in advance. In the following period, Suyu focused on improving his cultivation level, and while working in the library, he would browse through encyclopedias about demonic beasts. Hopefully, they can find the legendary monster spinal cord that can revive the dead and turn bones to white. During this time, Lu Yuan frequently sought out Suyu, always trying to steer the conversation toward repairing the cultivation technique. But Suyu rejected them all. 20 days later. The night was quite noisy. Inside the villa, Suyu sat cross-legged, holding a low-grade spirit stone in each hand. The next moment. Bang! The spirit stone shattered. Suyu slowly opened his eyes. Throw the shattered spirit stone into the trash can. He exhaled a breath of stale air. Rank 3, Level 2. At this rate, I should be able to recover my previous cultivation level in less than 2 months. The cultivation progress is fast. However, a problem has emerged: the absorption of spiritual energy cannot keep up. The concentration of spiritual energy in the surrounding area is insufficient for my daily cultivation. He could only obtain the spirit stones from other sources, which is why he was able to control them. This is the 452nd one. Of the 500 spirit stones I won in the last competition, only a few dozen remain. If this continues, we'll be drained of our resources. The librarian's monthly salary is only 300 low-grade spirit stones. It simply couldn't support my cultivation. No wonder those people say that cultivation is a waste of money. When I was in the military, I never had to worry about these things because I received a fixed supply of resources every month. Now that I have to earn spirit stones to cultivate, I realize how much pressure there is. But it's alright. As my cultivation level increases, I'll naturally have more opportunities to earn spirit stones. Tomorrow is the second trial, I hope nothing goes wrong. The next day. Suyu appeared at the foot of the mountain outside the school gate, as designated. They flew towards the mine with the main force. There were 6 people traveling with me, making 7 including myself. The student from the combat department sat next to Suyu. Plump and round, with a rosy complexion. His cultivation level is not outstanding, just barely passing, rank 5 of grade 1. Judging from the school uniform, he's a freshman. As soon as they got into the hover car, they started checking their equipment, afraid that they might have forgotten something. Speed rune, got it. Boots of swiftness, got it. Chainmail, got it. Suyu couldn't remember exactly how many items he took, he only knew that he kept searching in his backpack. Once found, place it on yourself. They were soon fully armed. Suyu had served in the post-production stage of weapons manufacturing in the military, so he had some discernment. The quality of equipment can be judged by the naked eye. This chubby kid's shoes alone are probably worth the price of 3 spatial rings. Not to mention that he was armed from head to toe, the cost of which was undoubtedly astronomical. The others were also secretly observing the chubby boy, their Adam's apples bobbing. Suyu looked away and opened the Rising Star check-in. I then discovered that the team had changed members many times. Although it was a bit strange, I rarely used this app, so I didn't think much of it. Soon, a series of continuous mines appeared. We've almost reached our destination. Immediately, a rather thin-looking man stood up. Hi everyone, I'm the team leader for this mission. Just call me Monkey, haha. This mission is very simple, so everyone can relax. After saying that, he glanced at the chubby boy and sat down with a smile. Once on the ground, the group didn't say much and went straight to the point. We entered the mine. This area is close to the city, and the more powerful monsters have all been eliminated. What remains are the weaker ones. They were almost all low-level demons, with very few of medium-level ones. It was relatively easy to handle. During the process, Suyu found that the 5 people cooperated very well, as if it were the first time they had teamed up. Moreover, their strength is higher than that of this mission, all above the 2nd rank, 5th level. The strongest one is that monkey, with a cultivation level of just over the 3rd rank. This mission can almost be completed solo. Suyu was puzzled. It's speculated that the 5 of them are a group. I had looked at their information before and found that they were always short 2 people for every mission. If that's the case, why not spend some time finding a stable teammate instead of recruiting frequently?
As the group ventured deeper into the cave, they began to see numerous red minerals.
Ha! There's blood ore here? The monkey spoke. Perhaps there are even more ores in the centipede's lair?
The chubby boy's expression was somewhat subtle. He seemed quite interested in it. At this moment, the monkey at the front suddenly stopped and made a shushing gesture.
Chapter 31. You're a hidden master. Brother Suyu.
He pointed to the top of the cave. What came into view was a blood-red centipede, hundreds of meters long. There are already thousands of bare feet, each as tall as a person. This monster was undoubtedly the largest Suyu had ever seen. Judging from its aura, it is a mid-level superior demon, equivalent to a 7th-rank 3rd-grade cultivator.
It was surrounded by a dense array of blood ore. Keep your voices down, everyone. This centipede demon is currently in a dormant state. As long as we don't attack it, it won't wake up.
At this moment, the chubby boy spoke up.
By the way, this doesn't count as spoils of war, right? So this guy and I can. As he spoke, he pointed to Suyu behind him.
Suyu and the chubby boy exchanged a glance. I silently gave this chubby boy a thumbs up.
Don't forget me when good things happen.
That makes sense, since they're all from the same college, they're bound to take care of their own people. Actually, this chubby boy had taken the initiative to look after Suyu before. Seeing that Suyu was dressed in plain clothes and that his cultivation level was not as high as his own, he told Suyu to stand behind him when they fought, and that he would protect Suyu.
Thinking of this, Suyu nodded and agreed.
Captain Monkey, this really doesn't count as spoils of war, since it's something we didn't need to fight, it's considered supplies.
Upon hearing this, the monkey showed no displeasure whatsoever. Instead, it burst into laughter.
Of course, these all belong to everyone, and you can naturally share them. He simply looked at the storage bag in his hand. He slapped his forehead and said, I miscalculated. I didn't have enough storage bags, so I have to go back first.
But this place needs someone to guard it.
He paused, then continued.
Don't say I'm not being fair.
You guys must have brought storage bags. You can collect them first, and we'll go back to the hover car to get them. After saying that, without waiting for Suyu and the other person to agree, he turned and walked out.
Suyu's eyes narrowed, realizing something was wrong.
He shouted at Little Fatty. Get out of here. But it was too late. The 5 people were already prepared and sealed the 2 of them with an array just as Suyu and his companion were about to set off.
Boom!
The gate that appeared out of nowhere was tightly shut, sealing off the exit completely. Suyu and his companion were isolated from them. At the same time, the killing intent of the formation awakened the centipede demon. It opened its eyes, which shimmered with green light in the dim environment.
They resembled 2 will-o'-the-wisps, incredibly eerie.
The chubby boy then realized he had fallen into a trap, panicked, and started cursing.
Damn it! These 5 are ripping us off.
Having said that, he drew his long sword and began to beat the door repeatedly, trying to get out.
What the centipede spirit hates most is anything that disturbs its hibernation. It roared, the sound echoing through the cave, incredibly piercing. Little Fatty and Suyu covered their ears. But the roar was extremely penetrating, piercing through their eardrums in an instant. It moved.
When moving, the 1,000 legs crawl rhythmically, flashing several meters in an instant. The long sword that Little Fatty had just raised was instantly knocked away by it.
Ah! My greatsword!
Little Fatty let out a strange cry and drew his shield again.
Surprisingly, the centipede's leg attack was blocked, and the chubby boy only took a few steps back. That's intense?
A first-rank martial artist can block a mid-level demon.
It only relies on a single shield.
Suyu looked at the shield and saw that its surface was shimmering with a faint red light.
It's a red quality shield?
But the shield was blown away the next moment.
Little Fatty pulled out his arm guards again. He was slapped away again. Trident. Fan flies.
Suyu hissed. It was the first time he had ever witnessed such a battle.
There is no physical combat, no skill enhancement, it relies purely on equipment.
After being slapped away again, Little Fatty lost all his equipment. He could only lie on the ground, curled up, and muttering something.
Damn it, I'm doomed.
I should have brought a teleportation scroll.
I thought this would be a simple quest. Ugh. Why am I so unlucky on my first try? As for Suyu, he had long forgotten about him. He had been protecting Suyu all along the way. If he couldn't handle something, Suyu certainly couldn't.
Seeing that the centipede demon's long legs were about to pierce his body, little fatty closed his eyes in despair. A few seconds later, the stinging sensation did not come. Little fatty was puzzled and found Suyu standing in front of him. At that moment, that figure looked so tall and handsome. Despite being a staunch non-marriage advocate, he surprisingly had a fleeting thought about getting married. Suyu turned around and looked at the chubby boy. "Are you all right?" Having said that, he flung the centipede demon away with one hand. The centipede demon landed on the rock wall, as if facing a formidable enemy. It kept making hissing sounds. A burst of intense flames erupted around Suyu, slowly forming a suit of armor. "We have no enmity, but I won't be at ease until you die. This kind of wild monster is extremely vengeful. You should spare its life. In the future, as long as it has enough strength, it will try every means to take revenge." Moreover, Suyu wanted to collect the blood or hear, so he naturally wouldn't let the centipede demon get in his way. The moment the flame armor was generated, Suyu's figure vanished from the spot. With a flash of fire and a loud bang, the centipede demon's body was shattered into a folded screen and deeply embedded in the cave. "It's not over yet." Bang bang bang. A series of punches rang out, and sparks flew like fireworks, relentlessly striking the centipede demon's abdomen. The cave was sometimes bright and sometimes dark. Each time it lights up, it means the centipede demon has taken a punch. The centipede demon had cultivated for 1,000 years, and its intellect and combat experience were no less than Suyu's. It calculated the frequency of Suyu's punches, twisted its slender insect body, and dodged a heavy punch. During this interval, its head swells up and it sprays out thick, foul-smelling saliva. Suyu dodged. But the centipede demon had a backup plan. The sharp spikes on its tail stabbed fiercely at Suyu. Suyu's hair stood on end. He dodged the sneak attack with an extremely cunning move. At the same time, his right hand was brought to his waist, and flames surged and condensed into a blazing lion. Boom! It struck directly at the centipede demon, and the impact of the flames instantly melted the centipede demon's skin. The scorching heat struck its very soul, as if it wanted to devour everything. Before the centipede demon could even let out a wail, a fiery storm swiftly swept it away. The brutal flames burned it to ashes, leaving only a charred corpse. It fell to the ground and shattered into millions of pieces. All of this happened so suddenly that little fatty didn't even have time to react before the arrogant centipede demon was killed. They won by a near total crushing margin. "Wow! Brother Suyu! You're awesome!" He applauded after surviving the ordeal. Unexpectedly, Suyu was hiding his true abilities and was able to solo the boss here. He had said he would protect her before, no wonder Suyu just smiled and nodded. Suyu turned to look at the chubby boy and reached out to help him up. "It's just a small favor. You help me, I'll help you." Little fatty chuckled, then suddenly said, "Hey, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Kai Tong, and I'm a freshman in the combat department. When I first saw Suyu, I thought he was just an ordinary employee with low cultivation level. I didn't plan to befriend him, but I thought I would take care of him if I could. I didn't expect him to be such a low-key guy. We absolutely have to latch onto a powerful figure." Suyu pulled him up and said softly, "Suyu." Chapter 32. The village children of Nantsuan bully my old age and weakness. The two got down to business and started collecting the blood or hair. During this time, Suyu's storage bag was full, so Kaitong threw 2 more over. "Don't be shy, brother Su, help yourself." Suyu didn't stand on ceremony and picked up the bag to stuff it in. Little fatty wasn't going to be outdone. Soon, the 2 men had looted all the blood ore in the area. The 2 stood back to back, each recovering their spiritual energy. Wealth flows through the path of survival after calamity. I was looking to collect a batch of blood ore, and I heard that it might appear here, so I joined this training. I never expected to be set up like this. I'll have to be more careful next time. Ah! Suddenly, Kaitong shouted. The body quickly turned black, and the vitality within the body visibly disappeared. Suyu frowned. They realized that the saliva the centipede demon had spat out earlier had formed a deadly poison in the air. My constitution is exceptional, so I am unharmed. But Kaitong was different. He was physically weak and had low cultivation, so he couldn't withstand the poison for long. In addition, I had just done some strenuous exercise. It accelerates blood circulation. Kaitong began foaming at the mouth and became delirious. Suyu searched through the guy's storage ring and storage bag and found that the guy hadn't brought any medicine. Suddenly, I remembered that I possessed the fountain of immortality. Although it is extremely precious, human lives are at stake right now, and we can't worry about anything else. He then gave Kai Tong the medicine. Cough, cough, cough. After taking a few sips, Kai Tong coughed a few times, and his complexion returned to a rosy hue at a visible speed. Strands of purple liquid appeared on his forehead. This is centipede venom. With a thought, Suyu lit a flame on his finger and burned it away. Not long after, Kai Tong woke up, panting heavily. He could clearly feel that he had just escaped death. It was a sweet taste, like celestial dew, pulling me back to the human world. He looked at Suyu, his face full of emotion, convinced that it was the latter who had saved him. Brother Suyu! Brother Suyu! Did you save me again? Seeing Suyu nod, Kai Tong hugged Suyu tightly and refused to let go. I know that what you just fed me was either an elixir or a precious elixir. I will never forget this kindness. From now on, you'll be my big brother at Kai Tong. With tears streaming down his face, he said, no one has ever cared about me like this since I was a child. You are the first. I will recognize you as my elder brother. Before Suyu could speak, the formation here dissipated. The gate that appeared out of thin air vanished at that moment. The exit is right in front of us. The 5 people were standing there in neat rows, their eyes filled with surprise. The monkey, unlike its usual gentle self, became incredibly fierce. Hey, these two are still alive? Wasn't the centipede demon supposed to be a high-grade mid-level demon? I think it's mostly hype. They talked as they walked inside. Upon seeing the centipede demon's corpse not far away, they realized that it was indeed these two who had dealt with it. My gaze lingered on Kai Tong. He could sense that Kai Tong was recovering from a serious illness, given that Suyu was the weakest among them, while Kai Tong was fully equipped with divine gear. It was naturally assumed that the centipede spirit was the one who caused the wealth to be destroyed. Not bad, not bad. With this equipment, you can actually kill someone so many levels higher. It's worth all the effort we put into this strategy. The 4 people behind them slowly approached Suyu and his companion. A shifty-eyed man chuckled, yeah, boss, I've been eyeing this gear for ages, and today I'm finally going to get it. Another voice rang out, sounding quite sinister. During this period, I spent a lot of time staking out the school gate, just for these rich guys who are naive and have too much money. Fortunately, it wasn't in vain. At this moment, Suyu said in a deep voice, don't you know that this violates the law? No one may. The next moment, Suyu's body flew backward and crashed into the wall. It was that shifty-eyed man who made the move. He rubbed his wrist. Regulations? How will they know we've broken the law unless nobody notices? Ha ha, you think you can use laws to pressure us? This guy is hilarious. We gave him a reprieve, and he really thinks he's qualified to challenge us? The mocking laughter reached Suyu's ears, and his face grew even more gloomy. Ding! Random quest triggered. The children of Nantsuan bully my old age and weakness. The host is advanced in years and is gentle and modest, but is constantly provoked. Please retaliate. Kill the 5 people in front of you. Suyu originally thought that some of the people in this group were unaware of the situation, or that it was just an accident. Little did I know that they were actually trying to take the opportunity to kill me, and that they had dragged me into it as well. I was already annoyed, and now that the system has issued a mission, I have even more reasons to kill them. Ahead. Kai Tong looked at Suyu with a worried expression. Brother, are you all right? Don't be afraid. They're probably after my money. I'll just give it to them, they won't hurt you. Snap. A crisp slap rang out, and Kai Tong's cheek visibly swelled up. Are you stupid? You really think you can get away with not being killed if you pay me? Kai Tong wasn't stupid, he only said that to test everyone. Try every possible way to survive. Because he could sense that the monkey's cultivation level was higher than Suyu's. The monkey seemed a little impatient. They've already mined all the blood ore here. That's good, it saves us a lot of time. Let's get started. He then made a throat-slitting gesture. Before they could make a move, they heard a commotion from Suyu's side. Everyone suddenly felt the temperature rise. It felt like being inside a furnace. The next moment, his shifty-eyed face was pierced through the abdomen. A fist wreathed in flames appeared in everyone's sight. The sound of a lion's roar could be faintly heard. The next moment, the 3 people around him were instantly knocked down. The corpse turned into black charcoal. The monkey's pupils dilated, and it abruptly retreated. That's when they saw Suyu in his fire form. So you killed the centipede demon.
The monkeys noticed that their deaths resembled those of the centipede demon. Suyu, you're quite good at hiding it.
But such cleverness is useless in the face of absolute power, and it cannot delay your death. The monkey's eyes turned completely black, and its face turned deathly pale, as if it were possessed by a vengeful ghost. I'll show you what a true powerhouse is. The words had barely left his mouth. The monkey charged at Suyu.
Suyu remained silent, lotus flowers bloomed beneath his feet, and he vanished from the spot. It vanished along with its aura. The monkey suddenly lost its target and stopped in its tracks.
It grows wide eyes on the back of its head, observing the surroundings.
The next moment,
a powerful lion struck down from above, appearing from the void, catching the monkey completely off guard.
After landing a successful punch, hundreds of punches followed, raining down like a storm.
The blows hit the monkeys, producing bursts of explosions.
Not long after, another charred corpse lay on the ground. Suyu, a complete victory. After a few seconds of silence, Kaitong shouted loudly. Boss is awesome. Boss is mighty. What was thought to be an evenly matched battle turned out to be a one-sided crushing victory by Suyu. This guy, I'm definitely going to follow Kaitong. Chapter 33. Suyu has the ability to repair cultivation techniques. The system notified me. Ding. Counterattack mission. The children of Nan village bully my old age and inability to complete. Reward, 30 points, already sent to your inventory. Current points, 36. Suyu was quite satisfied with this. That's equivalent to 6 points per person. If I complete a few more missions, I can quickly upgrade to the next talent. He turned to Kaitong and said, quickly call the law enforcement. This is considered an unexpected event, and if we don't follow the normal procedures, the credits may not be awarded. Suyu had done a lot of research, but he never expected to need it. Kaitong nodded and picked up the phone to report to the law enforcement. Soon, when law enforcement arrived, they found ashes scattered on the ground, along with 5 unidentified corpses. After a quick identity check, law enforcement officers recorded the details of the incident. Thank you for your cooperation. After saying this, the law enforcement officers left with the body. Given that these 5 people already had a criminal record, and considering that Suyu and the other 2 were from Tianhai Martial Arts Academy, they did not need to register this time. On the hovercar, Suyu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the credits arrive in his account. Otherwise, this trip would have been for nothing. Kaitong also sighed, just like Suyu. I never expected to find out about these things. They even dared to plot against the academy. Suyu shook his head. They're just a bunch of desperate criminals who kill and rob. What wouldn't they dare to do? The students are still too young and haven't experienced the harsh realities of society. Only after being fooled and suffering losses a few times will one become more vigilant. Back at the academy, the 2 landed. Kaitong was silent for a moment before speaking. Brother, if you trust me, give me your blood or I have a great need for it. After saying that, he rummaged around in his storage ring and threw all the spirit stones inside into another storage bag. He handed it to Suyu. Brother, here are 50 mid-grade spirit stones as a deposit for you. After the deal is done, you get 8 and I get 2. Suyu raised his eyebrows slightly. According to the conversion, 1 mid-grade spirit stone is equal to 100 low-grade spirit stones. The deposit alone is already 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, not to mention the subsequent profits. And although blood ore is rare, the quality of the blood ore you have varies greatly. Selling it at the market price, it would be around 4 or 5,000. Lower the price further, even to below this level. This is quite a favor from Kaitong, Suyu nodded. No need. After it's done, we can split it 50-50. Upon hearing this, Kaitong almost jumped up. You're the boss, so you're definitely going to get the lioness share. Besides, you have more blood ore than me. Do as I say, or I'll take it back. Suyu did not acknowledge that he was his older brother. I don't like owing favors to others. Saitong's eyes darted around for a moment before he quickly put the storage bag away. Okay, brother, we'll do as you say. But in his heart he thought, does that mean if I give you 30% more, you'll still be able to tell? Suyu had no idea what Kaitong was thinking. If he did, he would definitely be both amused and exasperated. The 2 exchanged contact information and then parted ways. Kaitong watched Suyu's departing figure and secretly made a vow.
This is my first time working for my older brother, so I must do a good job. He trusts me so much, I can't let him down.
Back to the library. Suyu noticed that guests had arrived. One man and one woman.
The man was about the same age as Lu Yuan, and looked to be around 80 years old. With a neat buzz cut, gold-rimmed glasses, and a Zhongshan suit, he looked very energetic. The woman was about the same age as him, around 27 or 28, and followed behind the old man with the buzz cut. The old man with the buzz cut was reading a book with Lu Yuan, and then they each started writing something. It seems like they are doing work to repair the technique.
Suyu didn't ask any more questions, not daring to disturb the two.
I went to the front desk and, following the procedure, exchanged 100 points for a pass.
Drop. You only have half an hour to choose, please do not exceed the time limit. As the machine beeped, Suyu stepped onto the stairs to the second floor. Upon entering, a rich aroma of books wafts over you. Suyu looked around. The number of books on the second floor is far greater than that on the first floor.
They are also categorized. Suyu's gaze was fixed on the body refining techniques section.
It's just a small area.
There are special restrictions here, so the cultivation techniques cannot be viewed. One can only learn about them from the description on the book cover. Furthermore, their quality is generally fixed at grade B or below. Soon, Suyu found a suitable one.
7-star body tempering technique.
The only A-level body refining technique.
The reason it was relegated to the second floor is simply because it only has an introductory section. It's practically a trap. Body refinement is all about the completeness of the cultivation method.
If it is an incomplete cultivation method, it is very likely that the body will suffer from illnesses due to the slow progress of body refinement. Therefore, most people would rather choose a complete D-level body refining technique than an S-level technique that is only beginner level. If it were someone else, they would most likely move on to the next book after seeing only a fragment.
But Suyu is different, he values quality more.
Having a system, he doesn't need to consider whether it's complete.
I found something good again.
Soon, Suyu happily went downstairs with the 7-star body tempering manual in his arms.
Downstairs.
Lu Yuan and the old man with the buzz cut were arguing heatedly.
Little Lu, how could you make such a basic mistake?
By you, this technique is relatively niche and has a rather unique operating system.
How could you possibly think?
You think the reason you always make mistakes is precisely because of this kind of self-righteous behavior.
By you, it's your formulaic thinking that's causing the overall level of the repair industry to stagnate.
The two old men were arguing fiercely, their eyes red with rage, spitting as they spoke.
They showed absolutely no airs of seniority.
Suyu glanced at the two of them, then tiptoed to the front desk and began registering the names of the cultivation techniques. Fearing that they might disturb the two people and suffer an undeserved disaster.
If people arguing are disturbed, they will unite against a common enemy.
Although Suyu was being extremely cautious, he still attracted Bai Yu's attention. He glanced at the martial arts techniques listed above and said coldly,
7-star body tempering technique? I think it's an S-level technique, downgraded because it's too incomplete. You dare to put something like this in the second floor library? And you even dared to learn a fragment of a body refining technique?
It seems the people in the academy are just like you, lacking any academic common sense, blindly learning any advanced technique they see.
Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan was speechless.
The reason this exercise manual was placed there is to serve as a warning.
If anyone borrows it, they'll get a scolding. But since we have guests today, it's not appropriate to scold them in front of outsiders.
Seeing that his senior was somewhat speechless, Suyu spoke up to help him out. Senior Lu Yuan once reminded me that I knew it was an incomplete version, but I felt that the technique was suitable, so I used it to practice.
Bai Yu shook his head and sneered, suitable? It's only a fragment of the introductory chapter, how can it be considered suitable?
Lu Yuan was already angry because his repair progress was slower than Bai Yu's and he had been ridiculed by him many times.
So he spoke up. Suyu is capable of repairing cultivation techniques. Do you think you're like him? You're so timid and hesitant when it comes to learning cultivation techniques. Chapter 34. Do you dare to bet? Upon hearing this, Bai Yu burst into laughter. How could you say something like that, Xiao Lu? As far as I know, you're probably the only one at Tianhai Martial Arts Academy who can repair cultivation techniques, right? And you're only a novice. How did a junior suddenly appear who can repair techniques? Are you just spouting nonsense without thinking?
He then pointed to the woman beside him. My granddaughter, so young, only 28 years old, can already repair a D-level cultivation technique.
Do you know what that means?
Back then, the temple even extended an invitation for her to study further.
Lu Yuan interrupted him directly.
A mere D-level cultivation technique is nothing.
Following Baiyu's example, he pointed at Suyu and said,
Suyu, our academy's librarian, is in his early 30s and is already capable of repairing B-level cultivation techniques. Suyu had already reached the door when Lu Yuan pulled him back.
Baiyu snorted coldly, words are meaningless. I also know that my granddaughter can repair SSS level cultivation techniques, but I just didn't say so. Seeing Baiyu arguing, Lu Yuan wasn't going to tolerate it. Having been suppressed by Baiyu many times before, he was naturally not going to let go of this rare opportunity to slap Baiyu in the face.
Suyu, show us your 1,000 faces disguise.
Suyu's expression was somewhat subtle.
I never expected that my usually kind senior would have such a heated argument with an old friend today.
He seemed like an ordinary old man.
Without much thought, a thought arose in his mind, and he began to use illusion.
A misty aura enveloped him.
As the mist dissipated, an old man emerged from it. With a buzz-cut, gold-rimmed glasses, and a Zhongshan suit, who else could it be but Baiyu? Baiyu Chang glanced at her grandfather beside her, then at the grandfather who had just appeared, and her eyes lit up instantly. It seems so, their temperament and spiritual energy fluctuations are the same. If you put the two of them together, Baiyu Chang felt that she couldn't tell them apart with the naked eye. Even Baiyu himself was surprised when he saw Suyu in his illusory form. After carefully sensing its temperament and spiritual energy fluctuations, it was determined that this was above the minor achievement level, but not yet the major achievement level. This was because he himself practiced the illusion technique and knew the approximate progress.
Do you know about the 1,000 Faces illusion technique?
It's a genuine B-level skill, but the skill level is only at the minor completion stage.
Lu Yuan smiled, quite pleased with their reaction.
It was as if he himself had shocked them. The reason Suyu was able to cultivate to a level beyond minor success is because he repaired the cultivation technique.
Now you believe me, right?
Suyu reverted to his original appearance and bowed to Baiyu and the other person.
Baiyu was still somewhat skeptical. If he were really that good, why would he be a librarian?
Besides, even if this is indeed the progress after the repairs, no one can prove that he did the repairs.
Who knows where they got the sequel from?
Maybe they just got lucky and stumbled upon it by accident.
Last time, I did that.
Seeing that he had lost face, Baiyu started to argue, refusing to admit that Suyu was better than his granddaughter.
Lu Yuan was often suppressed, so he naturally wouldn't let go of the opportunity to slap his opponent in the face.
After thinking for a moment, he decided to send a telepathic message to Suyu. As long as you can slap Baiyu in the face, I'll give you a chance to go to the armory.
You can choose any item on the first floor. Upon hearing this, Suyu's eyes lit up instantly. Is there really such a good thing?
Then he replied.
What if I could repair the 7-star body tempering technique to the minor completion level? Would that be enough to slap someone in the face?
Of course. The 7-star body tempering technique, back then we set up a special repair team to repair it, and even with everyone's combined efforts, we could only push the progress to just above the beginner level.
If you can really fix it to a minor degree, just go straight to the treasure pavilion, pick anything you like, it's on me.
That's wonderful. Suyu raised his eyebrows. Repairing the cultivation technique was something I was already obligated to do. I just happened to show it off, and it also gave me a chance to enter the treasure pavilion.
What's the difference between this and getting a lucky break?
It's practically free. The only downside is that it might reveal that I can repair the technique. However, this thing can't be hidden for long, so it's better to exchange it for something of value. Suyu then transmitted his voice. Give me 14 days, and I'm sure I can repair it to a minor degree of success. Seeing that Suyu was so confident, Lu Yuan decided to take a gamble. After being looked down upon by his peers for so long, it was time for him to make a name for himself. If Suyu succeeds, he can directly mock Baiyu and save face for himself.
It's okay to fail. I've been suppressed for so long, so one more time won't make a difference.
After figuring it out, Lu Yuan put his hands behind his back.
You don't believe me, right?
Fine, let's make a bet on whether Suyu can master the 7-star body tempering technique to a minor level. If you can, give me your complete guide to repairing jade. If not, I'll give you the jade I've been working with for a long time.
How?
This was the first time Baiyu had seen Lu Yuan so assertive, and she instinctively felt that something was amiss. He then used his divine sense to probe Suyu's cultivation level. Upon discovering that even the premium grade was unavailable, he sneered. "You mean, you're relying on him to repair the 7-star body tempering technique?" Body refining techniques differ from other cultivation methods, placing greater emphasis on logical thinking and knowledge reserves. When necessary, one must also deduce the corresponding bathing formula. The cost of trial and error is extremely high. Furthermore, after repairing it, one must use spiritual power to try operating it. Those with lower cultivation levels cannot operate it more than a few times and will find it difficult to discover the problems. After saying that, he looked at Suyu. They noticed that the latter's expression remained unchanged, still indifferent, as if he had ignored their words. Baiyu said so much mainly to scare Suyu away. Suyu smiled faintly. "Thank you for the reminder, senior, but I am confident that I can fix it. The 7-star body tempering technique is currently only an A-level technique. Even the complete version would only be an S-level technique. The most difficult Void Lotus Step Tai Chi Divine Step, even after being cultivated to a minor level, only took more than 300 years of lifespan. Now I still have more than 400 years left. The energy consumption of this A-level technique is definitely within an acceptable range. Moreover, he also had a garden of longevity vegetables." Baiyu snorted coldly. "A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger, it's very reckless." Baiyu Chang also felt it was unreliable. She had tried to repair the body refining technique, but it was something that no human could possibly repair. The workload is astronomical. Without 50 or 60 years of experience, one wouldn't dare say they can do it. Unless Suyu started learning repair techniques from birth. Subconsciously, I felt that Suyu was putting on a brave face. Originally, I had some admiration for him when I saw that he was repairing B-level techniques, but that admiration vanished instantly. Lu Yuan said in a deep voice. "Let's ride a donkey to look at the account books and see how it goes." Although he was a little unsure, once he said it, it was like spilled water. They had no choice but to trust Suyu. Baiyu snorted coldly, then turned and walked out the door with his granddaughter. Although Lu Yuan and Baiyu had just had a heated argument, they still saw them off. He left Suyu with only one sentence. "I'll give you 2 weeks off. You need to give it your all and work on repairing your cultivation technique. I finished work for today, and I don't need to go for the next 2 weeks." Suyu returned to the villa and first went to check on the longevity vegetable garden. Chapter 35 Introduction to the 7-star body tempering technique. Searching for Little. We walked to the vegetable garden. The little turtle seemed quite content, carrying a watering can on its back and watering itself. Suyu smiled faintly. This little turtle has even taken on the work of a vegetable farmer. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that the turtle's aura had stabilized at the level of a superior minor demon. It's only been less than a week. It has already risen from a lowly demon to a high-ranking one. That speed is comparable to mine. Then he looked at the panel of the longevity vegetable garden. Longevity vegetable garden. Level 2. Products: longevity spring, blooming cabbage. Current experience 3160. I gained over 20 experience points. Considering that I gain 1 experience point per day, it must have been gained through other means. At that moment, a cabbage emitted a green glow and bloomed like a flower. Suyu noticed that the experience gained from tending the vegetable garden had increased by 1. Current experience 3260. It turns out that when the grains ripen here, 1 experience point is added. That's great. This way, the vegetable garden can be upgraded even faster. By this time, the little turtle had finished watering for the day. As I turned around, I spotted a tall and handsome figure. "Suyu? You're here." For cabbages have ripened these days. After saying that, the little turtle picked up a bag with its mouth and handed it to Suyu. Suyu looked at the nearly spotless cabbage in his hand that was glowing with fluorescence and swallowed hard. This is the first time I've ever had such a strong craving for vegetables. Take it immediately. Sweet and delicious, it tastes like a refreshing stream, slowly flowing through every part of the body. With a thought, Suyu opened the system panel. Check lifespan. Current lifespan 703 years, 02 months, 3 days. 1 pill can last for 200 years? That's pretty good. Then he took another one. Current lifespan 703 years, 02 months, 3 days. It was only added for 1 day.
Okay, it seems like one pill is the maximum I can take.
He put one of the items into a storage ring.
He glanced at the little turtle and handed out the other one.
As a reward for tending the vegetable garden.
You have one too.
The little turtle's eyes visibly brightened.
Thank you, Suyu.
It didn't hold back, stretching out its glands and biting down, its little mouth looking bulging.
I am very satisfied.
Suyu handed the remaining seeds to the little turtle, saying, "Pick them when they're ripe and plant them."
Thank you for your help. It's my honor to be able to help Suyu.
The little turtle said this polite phrase, which it seemed to have picked up from somewhere, while chewing.
Suyu smiled and then walked back to the bedroom. Take out the 7-star body tempering technique.
Therefore, all body refining techniques are similar and require external aids. All you need for the beginner's guide is a large amount of spiritual energy. Suyu roughly estimated that it was about 700 low-grade spirit stones.
It's a bit expensive, but still acceptable.
Then, as instructed, place them in the 7 positions on the body.
This is probably the correspondence to the 7 stars, right?
After finishing that, he began to recite the 7-star body tempering technique.
Night falls, starlight shines. Star power returns to its source, my heart finds peace. Star power enters my body, circulating freely. Cultivation technique loading. Reading successful. Technique, 7-star body tempering technique, quality, grade A. Does the host wish to use their lifespan for cultivation? Estimated training progress, beginner. Estimated lifespan, 200 years.
Suyu secretly admired the system, which was becoming more and more user-friendly, even reminding him of the estimated lifespan consumption.
We no longer need to try to understand things by feeling for an elephant. Click yes. The next moment. Night fell suddenly.
Mysterious stars appeared, falling from the sky like shooting stars.
Brilliant and dazzling. 1, 2, until the 7th one appeared.
They gradually converged into a straight line. In a daze, the 7 mysterious stars disappeared before my eyes, and their dazzling light suddenly appeared deep in my consciousness. They reflect each other, creating a strange rhythm.
At the same time,
Suyu felt a faint heat rising around him, and a faint silver halo emanated from his body, as if he were enveloped by the power of stars.
The night is deep. Cultivation progress, 40%. 50%. As his cultivation progressed, Suyu's consciousness arrived in a wilderness.
He drew his bow with both hands, bathed in starlight. His hands moved with practiced ease, as if he had done it thousands of times. An invisible force drew the light of the 7 stars from the night sky all the way to Suyu. It was incorporated into 7 parts of its body.
100%. Cultivation successful.
The system notification sounded.
Suyu slowly opened his eyes. Beginner's guide, the first feeling of 7 stars, success. Knock knock knock, knock knock knock.
The changes in the body were first manifested in the 5 internal organs. My heart beats like a war drum, each throb seeming to unleash a storm within me. Vigorous blood and energy flow like surging waves through the meridians. With each breath, the lungs can transform external spiritual energy into spiritual power, filling the body and producing bursts of whistling sounds.
The 7-star body tempering technique is actually a downgraded version of the technique. Even the introductory chapter is extraordinary.
Using the system, Suyu easily deduced the prerequisites required for a short essay. They simulated the scenario while simultaneously taking notes. Soon, a list several meters long was compiled.
That's quite an exaggeration. There are hundreds of kinds of medicinal herbs alone.
1,000-year-old ginseng and snow lotus from the Tian Shan Mountains are expensive, but still available. Some of these materials, such as marble and iron oxide, were completely unheard of to me.
This is a bit of a headache. How should I find it myself? Even if we find it, it will cost a lot of money.
Suyu fell silent. Perhaps he should go find an old friend.
Training hall.
Han Yudao sat there listlessly, his gaze occasionally glancing at his younger sister as she passed by, lingering on her high, full breasts.
At that moment, a tall figure blocked his view.
Who goes there?
Get out of the way.
When he saw who it was, Han Yudao raised the corners of his mouth.
Hey, isn't this brother Suyu? You wouldn't come here without a reason, what brings you here?
Suyu smiled faintly and took out a pack of Huazhong cigarettes.
Han Yudao pursed his lips and put it away.
After he finished smoking one, Suyu finally spoke.
Do you know where to buy these items?
Then he took out the list. Han Yudao looked astonished after receiving the list. This both replenishes qi in blood and promotes blood circulation and removes blood stasis.
He looked Suyu up and down and said meaningfully, "Remember to be moderate, you know, women are like that."
Suyu realized that this guy must have misunderstood, so he quickly interrupted him.
Stop, stop, stop. This is for body tempering." He then pointed to several rare iron ores behind him. "Do you know about marble, annihilation iron, and this star essence?" After thinking for a moment, Han Yudao nodded. "I've heard of it. This list looks a bit like the materials for that 7 secrets technique." "You know the 7-star body tempering technique?" "What 7 stars body tempering technique?" "I'm talking about the 7 nights kidney tonifying technique." Suyu really wanted to slap him. This guy never spoke seriously after they got to know each other. "Let's get down to business." Han Yudao laughed heartily and then said, "These things are basically only available in blacksmith shops, right?"
There's a large weapons workshop in the academy called Tungu Pavilion. Once inside, tell them you want to buy raw materials at a high price. If you don't need a large quantity, they'll most likely sell to you.
Chapter 36 Big Brother, what brings you here? However, that pavilion isn't short of money, so it's possible they can't buy it. That young master seems to be called Kaitong, and his personality is quite eccentric. Ha! Where is everyone?
Han Yudao rambled on and on, then turned around and found that Su Yuren was gone.
Commercial Street. Suyu looked around. They were searching for Tungu Pavilion. "You left too early, you should have asked for directions." Suyu left when Han Yudao mentioned Tungu Pavilion and didn't hear what he said afterward. Fortunately, after making some inquiries, they found their destination. Soon, a magnificent building appeared before Suyu's eyes. Outside the pavilion, huge bronze furnaces stand on either side, their flames burning perpetually, sending plumes of blue smoke rising high into the air.
On each of them is a bronze stone beast, carved with lifelike detail. The doors were made of fine iron, and gleamed with a metallic luster under the sunlight.
It truly lives up to its reputation as the largest weapons forging workshop in the institute. Suyu glanced around briefly before entering. The first floor is the trading hall. The walls were inlaid with luminous pearls, illuminating every corner of the hall.
Various finished weapons were displayed, of varying quality. A wide variety of kinds are available. There are handguards, new energy guns, cloud-piercing bows, and even cat claws.
Suyu glanced at it briefly before turning his gaze to the stone platform in the center of the hall.
Some rare ores and materials were placed on the table.
"Hello, sir, madam, is there anything you need?"
A young man walked towards us with a professional smile. Seeing that Suyu had been choosing for so long, they offered to help. "I must say the service here is quite good, regardless of whether you're dressed elegantly or poorly.
The treatment you receive is roughly the same, unless you want to renege on your promise." "Hello," Suyu nodded in response. "I'd like to buy some rare iron ore." "Do you sell it here?"
Suyu then took out the list of ore and iron that he had prepared in advance and handed it to the waiter.
The waiter took them and read them out one by one. After thinking for a moment, he nodded.
"Yes, but the marble and annihilated iron on it are materials for crafting legendary equipment, which are rare and expensive.
And then there's star essence, this."
At that moment, a sarcastic voice interrupted.
"Hey, why are you talking to him so much? Look at his poor appearance, does he look like he can afford it?" Suyu looked in the direction of the sound.
I saw 2 familiar faces.
Zhang Li and Wang Yi. The one who just spoke was Wang Yi. What are they doing here?
It seems they came together.
Zhang Li was equally puzzled. What's Suyu doing here? Shouldn't this be during working hours?
She was about to say it, but then swallowed it back down. Shuyi had requested that she not have any interaction with Suyu, so she avoided speaking to him whenever possible. It's just that his tone was unfriendly. "Senior Wang, I'm already displeased that you followed me here without permission.
Please don't say anything that might cause me trouble." Suyu knew Jiang Li's personality best. If she disliked someone, it would definitely show on her face. When she looked at herself, her expression was indifferent, and she even seemed to have something to say but couldn't. But when he looked at Wang Yi, he couldn't help but feel disgust. It's highly likely that she's under the control of her family, which is why she couldn't refuse Wang Yi outright. Suyu thought to himself, his expression somewhat helpless. If she were capable, Jiang Li wouldn't be in this situation.
Seeing Su Yu's expression, Wang Yi became even more emboldened, ignoring what Jiang Li said and mockingly retorted. I say, as a waiter at Tungwu Pavilion, how can you be so clueless? Instead of serving two esteemed guests like us, you're serving a poor wretch.
Ask him if he's ever even seen a legendary weapon? And how can he afford the materials?
To be honest, he's just a librarian, earning only 300 low-grade spirit stones a month.
Ha ha, 300? I spend more than that on a single meal.
This pathetic man is just putting on an act, trying to attract women who aren't meant for him. Wang Yi guessed that Su Yu, like himself, had followed Jiang Li in. He then subconsciously uttered his last words. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li frowned and said coldly,
It seems that someone is not qualified to say such things, right? They rely on family resources and have no ability to earn it themselves, so why do they have to criticize others? Moreover, someone can actually buy the raw materials for legendary weapons? Wang Yi's smile froze.
I felt both embarrassed and indignant. He simply didn't have the resources to buy the raw materials. After all, it was a legendary weapon, and he might have to save up for several years to gather enough for it.
He then said somewhat angrily, Zhang Jiang, how could you say such a thing in front of outsiders?
Jiang Li snorted coldly.
Don't you have any idea who the outsiders are? Wang Yi was furious, but he couldn't say anything to Jiang Li.
They could only continue attacking Su Yu, but unexpectedly, they were scared off by a single look from Su Yu. If you lose your balance, you'll fall down. Wang Yi felt his heart pounding as if it were about to explode.
Why are Su Yu's eyes so terrifying?
Seeing the strange looks he was getting, Wang Yi felt a little uneasy and mustered up his courage to speak.
If you say you can't afford it, then you can't afford it. What are you pretending for?
Even if I can't afford it, I won't bother the waiter or ask you some ridiculous and stupid questions like you do.
Wang Yi has so many troublesome affairs. Su Yu was getting annoyed.
If they were in the wild, he could say a second sentence.
Su Yu is considered to have good patience. I was just about to say something.
There was a sudden noise at the door.
Humanity is humane.
The young master is back. He hates it when people cause trouble in the pavilion.
This is going to be a good show.
The others also craned their necks to look outside.
Sure enough, a slightly overweight man appeared at the door. Hey, what's going on?
There's a bunch of people gathered here. Upon seeing this, the waiter quickly ran over to explain the situation.
Kaitong frowned after hearing this.
When you walk in, you should check who is there.
Wang Yi laughed.
The young master is back. You may not know, but I have a bit of a relationship with the young master.
He hates it when people can't afford something but keep asking questions.
You'll see if he just dumps you and that's it. Su Yu's expression remained unchanged. He simply looked at Wang Yi calmly.
Jiang Li felt uneasy and gestured to Su Yu to leave quickly.
But Su Yu seemed not to notice, and kept staring at Wang Yi. Until a strange scream came from behind.
Holy crap! Bro, what brings you here?
Kaitong saw a tall, incredibly familiar figure, the man who had saved him from the brink of death twice.
It can't be wrong.
Upon hearing this, the crowd began to discuss it animatedly.
Who is it? Does anyone know that the young master has recognized an elder brother? This is the first time I've heard of this either. Everyone is speculating. Who exactly is this person that the young master calls Big Brother?
Kaitong ran to Su Yu's side and hugged him tightly.
Brother! Why didn't you tell me you were coming?
I could have greeted you at the door.
Chapter 37. A person who keeps his secrets close. Everyone present was incredibly surprised. What? Su Yu is the elder brother the young master mentioned? Wasn't he just a librarian?
I knew Su Yu was no ordinary person. He must be someone who was hiding his true abilities.
Get lost, you're always just offering hindsight advice.
The most surprised person was Wang Yi, who rubbed his ears hard, even doubting whether he had heard correctly.
He then walked up to Kaitong and said, Young master, do you remember me? My name is Wang Yi. And is the young master mistaken someone for someone else? This guy's name is Su Yu. Kaitong turned and glared at Wang Yi. Admit your mistake? Do you think I'd admit my own brother's mistake?
Take a step forward.
I heard you were the one who just insulted my older brother. Who do you think you are? You dare say my older brother can't afford it? Does he need money to buy things here?
He then addressed the waiter.
Quickly pack up everything that my brother wants to buy. Upon hearing this, Wang Yi was feeling very frustrated.
Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly noticed several sharp gazes behind him.
I turned my head and looked.
Several burly men in security uniforms, holding batons, were staring at him with kind eyes.
Are you going to get out of here yourself, or should I throw you out? Kaiton made a gesture inviting the guests out.
Wang Yi was furious, but there was nothing he could do. After all, even a powerful tiger can't suppress a local snake, let alone when it comes to family background and financial resources. The two sides are about the same. He could only leave after uttering a harsh remark.
Suyu, you just wait.
Jiangli looked at Suyu with a complicated expression.
Unexpectedly, Suyu knew Kaiton and was even his older brother. Moreover, Suyu's cultivation level seems to have recovered somewhat.
In that case, his life shouldn't be a problem anymore.
I wonder how his health is. After my cultivation level improves, Suyu and Shishi's illnesses. Suyu also looked at Jiangli.
The two stared at each other for a long time, but did not say a word. Suyu knew that Jiangli had her reasons, and since he was unable to change her situation, he chose not to disturb her life.
Saitong's eyes darted around.
The older brother in this woman seemed to be someone special.
He then coughed. Ahem, hello, from now on, all your purchases here will be 20% off. Jiangli glanced at Suyu, then at Kaiton, and said calmly. Thanks. He then turned and left. The two watched Jiangli leave. Kaiton said, Boss, how about we go up for a walk? The things we're preparing here will take a little more time. Suyu nodded, I will buy this batch of goods at the original price, but it will take some time. Kaiton shrugged.
No rush, you can give it to me anytime.
Suyu realized that Kaiton actually wanted to give it away for free. He immediately refused.
Just take it from that blood ore. The two went upstairs together, and Kaiton led Suyu to the lounge where they had tea together.
Boss, aren't you curious about what that batch of goods is going to be used for? Suyu put down his teacup and said calmly.
You're in the forging industry, you either make armor or weapons.
Kaiton laughed and said, nothing can be hidden from you, brother.
That batch of goods was used to make blood or armor. As he said this, he scratched the back of his head again.
To be honest, this batch of goods is very risky, and we might not even break even. But I want to take a gamble.
He paused, then continued. Not long ago, I found a book on making blood or armor. The crafting process in it is very advanced. Not only does it use less raw material, but the resulting armor is also more beautiful and tougher than that on the market. But unfortunately, the instruction manual was incomplete. I spent a lot of money to have professionals repair it, hoping it would exceed my expectations.
Upon hearing this, Suyu stroked his chin.
Kaiton also helped me a lot, providing resources and money. Having solved his immediate problem, it must be said that this younger brother did a pretty good job. You can't keep taking advantage of others all the time. Thinking this, he spoke up.
I know a little about repairs, I can take a look and maybe be of some help.
Kaiton looked up abruptly, nearly dropping the teacup in his hand. In his eyes, Suyu was very low-key, and he could accomplish 99% of the things he said he would do.
If you can say that, it will definitely be helpful. Brother, are you telling the truth? Take me to see it first. Good. Not long after,
the two arrived at the 4th floor, the forging floor.
Ding ding ding.
Here, the sound of forging iron can be heard continuously. A warm breeze occasionally brushed against their cheeks, and blacksmiths with bare chests could be seen everywhere. When they saw Kaiton arrive, they merely glanced up at him before lowering their heads to continue with their own tasks. There was none of the awkwardness that subordinates often feel when they see their superiors.
Kaiton didn't care and summoned the general manager. Bring me the blood or crafting recipe, I need it.
The steward wiped the sweat from his brow, looking somewhat impatient.
May I ask, young master, what do you need the crafting manual for? Kaiton raised an eyebrow and said, of course it's repairing the production manual.
My older brother is next to me, and he has the ability to repair it. Upon hearing this, the steward looked suspicious, but after thinking it over, he still went.
Soon, a group of people followed.
They came to join in the fun after hearing that Suyu could repair and make books. The crowd surrounded Suyu, craning their necks to see which master could repair the book. But upon seeing Suyu's youthful appearance, his expression immediately turned disdainful.
Could someone like that really repair and make books? Suyu was already used to this kind of look. After taking the instruction manual, the the system automatically read it. Blood or armor crafting recipe, grade B. Patch progress, complete.
Lifespan consumed, 68 years. The instruction manual is missing only the last few pages. The system can be repaired quickly and with minimal overhead. Several decades is within an acceptable range. Considering how much Kaitong had helped him, Suyu naturally wouldn't be stingy with his gratitude for the past few decades. Moreover, this batch of goods sold well, and I made a considerable profit.
He then said, "Give me an hour, and I can fix it."
Upon hearing this, some people immediately became restless.
"Young man, Tungwu Pavilion is not a place for you to swindle people.
Go back to where you came from as soon as possible." The repair and manufacturing manual arrived in an hour. Suyu looked in the direction of the voice and saw that the speaker was a balding elderly man. Seeing Suyu looking at him, he introduced himself. "I'm the consultant that the young master hired at a high price to repair the crafting manual. I consider myself quite skilled in this area. Even when my master was alive, he wouldn't dare say that he could repair several pages of the crafting manual in an hour."
"You look to be in your 20s. Where do you get your confidence?"
The other blacksmiths didn't believe it either, and muttered among themselves.
"This young master can't study properly and brings back friends like this. It's really something. I wonder how long the master can hold out after giving him this pavilion."
Kaitong seemed not to hear at all and continued shouting.
"Why do you care so much? My brother said it's 1 hour, so it's 1 hour. It won't delay the progress much." Chapter 38 Little Pavilion Master, Big Brother is awesome.
Upon hearing this, the others said no more and went back to forging. After they left, Kaitong said, "I've only been in charge of Tungwu Pavilion for a few months.
My family and the workers don't think I'm good enough.
That is why I wanted to create an industrial line to prove that I'm not bad."
Suyu understood. No wonder the employees here don't respect Kaitong much, they simply don't take them seriously. "Take me to the workshop first. I'll try to write the rest for you.
This manufacturing manual can be improved, and the quality will be even higher."
Kaitong nodded, "That's great. Thank you for your help, brother." Shortly after, Kaitong brought Suyu to the studio.
As soon as I stepped outside, I heard several people still badmouthing Suyu. I think the young master has been deceived.
That person doesn't seem like someone who can repair and create books at all.
I also think they must have taken advantage of the young master's urgent need for repairs to swindle money from him. Kaitong was somewhat angry, and his voice rose a few decibels. "If you continue like this, don't blame me for being impolite. It's fine to talk about me normally, but this is my older brother who came to help me for free.
There is no need to slander me like this."
Upon hearing the word free of charge, the crowd exchanged glances and then refrained from further slander.
He just asked, puzzled. Could it be that that person really can fix it? If it's possible, that would definitely be a good thing.
Kaitong looked at them and said in a deep voice,
"My elder brother is no ordinary person.
He can not only repair, but also improve the quality."
Upon hearing this, their eyes lit up. I couldn't help but feel a little excited.
In fact, they love Tungwu Pavilion very much, but they are afraid that the young master will mess things up, which is why they say so many slanderous things. Essentially, they are afraid that something bad will happen. An hour passed very slowly, and more people gathered at the entrance. Kaitong understood that if his elder brother could repair and create the book, his own position would naturally be more secure.
They will approve.
Fortunately, Suyu came out on time, holding a full 10 pages of handwritten paper. Seeing this, the repair consultant spoke up.
"Isn't it just a few pages missing? Why did you write so much?" Suyu glanced at him and then said, "That's because I made some improvements while I was fixing it. It can actually be improved? May I take a look?" The repair consultant's eyes lit up.
If this person could be repaired and improved, then their repair skills would be quite remarkable. Suyu nodded and handed over the handwritten paper. The repair consultant carefully took the item with both hands, adjusted his glasses, and began to examine it.
"It's not simple, it's really not simple. It seems like it could actually be done."
The more he looked, the more shocked he became, to the point that he was almost incoherent.
This is simply a bold innovation. To actually incorporate a certain amount of raw gemstones into the armor-making process. The method of making old-century alloys has actually been extended to this production, it's simply, completely.
Having said that, he picked up the handwritten manuscript and rushed toward the forging table.
I want to be the first to manufacture it. The blacksmiths were also shocked by this scene. You should know that this repair consultant is extremely arrogant. He has never been seen to lift a finger and complains that the forging book is of mediocre quality. I never expected that he would be allowed to forge it himself. Kaiton looked at Suyu with delight. The latter said expressionlessly, "Let's go take a look." The group then followed. The usually refined advisor was now rolling up his sleeves and hammering away furiously. Ding ding ding. They are more motivated than other workers. He didn't care at all that sweat was dripping into his eyes. He tapped on it, exclaiming in surprise. This is absolutely amazing. This tutorial is guaranteed to be at least A+ quality. The production process is so smooth. The other blacksmiths nodded in agreement. That's right. The raw material utilization rate is extremely high, and the pollution is minimal. The temperature difference between the front and back processes is small, so there will be no adverse reactions. Sure, even if it can't be completely repaired, these manufacturing processes can be applied to other places, so they're quite practical. Seeing everyone praising Suyu, Kaiton was practically strutting around with pride, feeling incredibly pleased with himself. Soon, a suit of armor was then made. It has a clear, translucent texture and emits a faint purple glow. The consultant held it in his hands and gently stroked it, as if touching a work of art. This quality is almost epic, and it's very cheap to make and has high durability. As far as I know, the final product of this crafting recipe is only blue, excellent quality, right? This really represents a significant step forward? The consultant muttered to himself. The others also eagerly looked at the armor, equally amazed by Suyu's strength. This is so much better than a semi-finished product. It's amazing. Wow. Young master, your elder brother is truly amazing. Kaiton crossed his arms over his chest. Now you know how amazing my older brother is, right? The other blacksmiths looked at each other, then agreed. I'm sorry, brother, we misunderstood your strength. Others chimed in. We were blind to his greatness. The blacksmith and others are straightforward. If they dislike someone, they will say so directly. But they are also willing to admit their mistakes. Suyu shook his head and smiled. It's perfectly normal for you to doubt me, there's no need to apologize. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a heavy weight under his feet. Looking down, I saw the repair consultant hugging his own legs. What are you doing? Please, master, you must accept me as your disciple. I do not accept apprentices. The repair consultant tried to argue, but was kicked away by Kaiton. Get out. Then he said to Suyu. Great, brother. This way, we're sure to get a good price for this batch of goods. He paused for a moment, then took out 17 high-grade spirit stones from his storage ring. Brother, this is the cost of the repairs. I plan to buy the usage rights, but I know it might not be enough. Kaiton knew the price of the repairs when he hired a repair consultant. It cost at least 13 high-grade spirit stones. He's only used 17 so far, and he's worried Suyu might be unhappy. Enough. Suyu pocketed it. I've never done any business in that area before, so I'll just collect a small amount as a token gesture. Otherwise, Kaiton would definitely feel bad and keep chasing after them to give them money. Besides, I'm currently short of money. Sure enough, Kaiton was overjoyed when Suyu accepted the gift. At this moment, the waiter who had been there earlier also arrived, carrying a large bag of things, and handed it to Suyu. Sir, these are the raw materials you requested. They have been collected. Please take a look. Suyu nodded his thanks. Kaiton pulled the waiter over and said, You were the first to entertain my older brother, weren't you? Not bad, not bad. Keep up the good work, and a promotion and raise are just around the corner. Upon hearing this, the waiter was overjoyed and quickly thanked the two of them. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master, boss. The best thing he ever did was to entertain Suyu. Suyu asked, How much does this raw material cost? I'll pay now. Kaiton frowned. Boss, I'm really getting angry. Why are you always being so distant? You've already taken advantage of me by repairing and optimizing the production manual, and now you're still acting like this. Suyu remained silent for a moment, then nodded. The younger brother admitted it himself. He then dropped the matter and took out a list. Take a look at these medicinal herbs. Where can I buy them? Chapter 39. Mr. Su, are you kidding me? Kaiton took it and rolled his eyes twice.
These medicinal herbs are almost all priceless and hard to find, but we can try our luck.
Suyu knew he had asked the right person and nodded. It's all right, let's go take a look first.
The sacred medicine hall of the azure sky. A palace suspended in the clouds, its exterior as white as jade, as if made of celestial stone.
The most bizarre herbal medicine shop. They don't sell medicine there, they only exchange it. Kaiton explained.
I don't know when this shop will close down, it doesn't seem like it's trying to make money.
Suyu smiled and shrugged. Go in. Upon entering, one is greeted by a rich aroma of herbs.
In the main hall, the medicine cabinets on both sides are antique in style, and each drawer is engraved with the name of the medicinal material.
What can I do for you, esteemed guests?
A chubby waiter walked towards us.
Do you have any red lotus, golden polygonum multiflorum, or thousand-year-old ginseng here?
Suyu rattled off a list of several precious medicinal herbs in one breath.
Upon hearing this, the waiter smiled.
The medicinal herbs you require are rare and cannot be sold at this time.
They can only be traded. Do you have any suitable medicinal herbs? Suyu nodded. Some. Okay, I'll go ask the shop owner.
At that moment, a piercing sound rang out.
Can just any Tom, Dick, or Harry come in here?
I don't think we need to ask the shop owner.
What good stuff could a librarian possibly bring in? Suyu looked in the direction of the sound.
A sharp-eyed and quick-witted man walked down from upstairs. He looked somewhat like someone else.
Suyu couldn't remember who it was. Deputy manager, I think I should consult the shop owner first. The waiter looked embarrassed, said goodbye to the two men, and went upstairs. Kaiton suddenly spoke up. You're Wang Ya's second uncle? Wang Xiao, right? Wang Xiao snorted coldly. Don't try to get close to him. You're a blacksmith and he's a book collector. What kind of medicinal herbs could you possibly bring? Suyu glanced at him, having no intention of talking to him at all. No wonder he looked so familiar.
It turns out they were Wang Ya's relatives, deliberately sent to suppress him.
Therefore, they wouldn't give Wang Xiao any attitude. The deputy manager was about to say something. The waiter then returned. He addressed the crowd. The store manager invites you. The three exchanged a glance and then went upstairs. The second floor resembles a super large reception hall. The four of them walked to a reception room at a corner. Open the door, the shop owner is serving genuine tea. Seeing the crowd arrive, he extended his hand and said, Please. Suyu cut to the chase, can I exchange my possession of elixirs that extend lifespan for rare medicinal herbs? The shop owner nodded. That depends on the efficacy and age of the medicine. At normal prices, an elixir that can add 50 years to one's lifespan is already considered top tier. Adding 100 years would be priceless, and as for anything higher. He brewed tea with an extremely calm expression. He figured that the young man in front of him would most likely only offer some mediocre spiritual medicine. After all, elixirs that can extend lifespan are extremely precious. All right, I have something that can add over 200 years. Upon hearing this, the shop owner spat out a mouthful of tea. Having lived for decades, this is the first time I've heard of someone being able to produce a medica that has been supplemented by 200 years of alchemy. Cough, cough, cough. You said you have a 200-year-old supplement? You're not kidding me, are you? No. The synergistic effect of this herb is much greater than imagined. After all, it is a product of the fountain of immortality. Even when they had taken it many times with poor results, they could still replenish their cultivation for about 2 years. They would only do more. Seeing the sincerity in Suyu's eyes, the shop owner's expression also became serious. Wang Xiao sneered from the side. Don't you have any common sense? What does 200 years mean? It's at least an ancient artifact. How could such a treasure fall into your hands? The store manager gestured for people to be quiet. If it's true, I want you to sign a contract guaranteeing that the medicinal herbs will be traded at this shop. We will pay a certain amount to cover your contract signing fee, but if the medicinal herbs do not meet our expectations, you will be blacklisted by us. After saying that, he clapped his hands. Soon, a contract was placed on the table. Rest assured, our store is renowned for its reputation. It's an old, well-established business, and we would never do anything petty to ruin our brand. The store manager spoke sincerely. He was unwilling to miss any opportunity to obtain top-quality medicinal herbs,
even if the chances are extremely slim.
Suyu nodded and signed his name. He has confidence in the system. During the signing process,
the shop owner made several phone calls.
"Old friend, come quick, I have some here." After Suyu finished writing the last stroke, the contract automatically flew into the shop owner's hands. At this time,
there was a noise coming from the doorway. 3 middle-aged men rushed in.
"Old Gua, we heard you have some good stuff here, so we're flying over here right away to see it." "Where is the stuff?" The shop owner smiled and introduced the shop to Suyu. "These three are my old friends and renowned experts in spiritual herbs.
They have come to verify the authenticity of the medicinal herbs."
He then said, "All right, Mr. Su, please take out the elixir and show it to us."
Suyu nodded and began searching in his storage ring.
All eyes were on him,
until Suyu took out a bright green cabbage.
"Everyone?"
The store manager leaned forward and stared wide-eyed.
"There doesn't seem to be any spiritual energy fluctuation here? And it looks all wrinkled. Cabbage? Isn't cabbage a vegetable that ordinary people eat? What kind of vegetable is this?" Wang Xiao burst out laughing. "Ha, I thought there was something real, but it's just cabbage. That's really good for longevity." The shop owner's face visibly darkened. "Mr. Su, aren't you going a bit too far by playing tricks on me?"
Suyu said unhurriedly.
"Please be patient, everyone.
The full name of this cabbage is longevity cabbage. It is a product of the longevity spring. If it is not consumed for a few days after being picked, it will enter a dormant state to prevent the loss of vitality and spiritual energy."
The crowd's anger subsided considerably. "Really? That's what the most excited person asked. Then how should we revive it?" "Just water it." Under everyone's watchful eyes, Suyu poured the tea onto the cabbage. Sizzle.
The cabbage seemed to be rejuvenated, its wrinkled leaves quickly sprouting green, and a rich sense of life wafted over. A faint green light filled the surroundings. The spiritual energy materialized and overflowed from Suyu's palm. The store manager stood up and said,
"Such abundant vitality, it can actually be observed with the naked eye. What is this? What is this?"
The sound of shattering glass came from behind, and someone even popped their eyelids out while shouting.
"How is that possible? I've had the privilege of seeing again a derma lucidum that can add 100 years to one's lifespan, but the vitality on that one wasn't even half as strong as this one. This one is so concentrated that just one breath of it makes me feel refreshed." The crowd immediately erupted in excitement.
Even Wang Xiao stared wide-eyed, looking incredulous.
"Where did Suyu get such good stuff?" Chapter 47 Star Body Tempering Technique Minor Success. "Seal it up. Seal all the doors and windows shut."
The store manager snapped out of his daze and shouted. The others acted swiftly, sealing off the area and setting up a protective array to safeguard the cabbage. Suyu was startled by the sudden commotion, but he quickly calmed down.
"I even have a vegetable garden with cabbages like these."
The store manager grabbed Suyu and said sincerely,
"Mr. Su, this cabbage of yours has gone beyond the scope of the contract. We hope you can sell it to us, and in exchange, we will." The change from you to you shows the importance of cabbage in their hearts.
The tone of his voice already hinted at a pleading tone.
Suyu shook his head. "Let's stick to the previous arrangement. I've already signed the contract, so I won't sell it to anyone else. Please determine the price as soon as possible. I want to buy medicinal herbs from you."
The store manager breathed a sigh of relief.
"Mr. Su, choosing our store was the right choice. We can't let you down." They then began to determine the price with the three of them.
During this time, they even wore gloves and carried various detection devices, and dared not touch the cabbage at all, for fear of making it weigh less than it should.
Soon, the price has been released.
30,000 high-grade spirit stones.
Upon hearing this, Suyu's head was buzzing.
This sudden windfall almost knocked me unconscious. Fortunately, Suyu was a man who had experienced many ups and downs, and his expression remained calm. Then he took out that long list. "Exchange all of them for the medicinal herbs listed above." Before long, Suyu was carrying a large bag of medicinal herbs and preparing to leave. The three people saw them off at the door. As he was leaving, Suyu said softly, "I hope you can keep my possession of the immortal cabbage a secret. Also, it would be best if someone didn't have this memory, otherwise I would be very distressed." This will also affect my trust in your store." As he spoke, his eyes turned to Wang Xiao. The three store managers understood each other and grabbed Wang Xiao.
Wang Xiao shouted. "No, manager. I won't tell anyone. I won't tell anyone."
The store manager ignored all of this. Su Yu was practically naming Wang Xiao and demanding that his memory be erased. In order to be able to trade for better things in the future, Wang Xiao had no choice but to make a sacrifice. The store manager had a sudden thought and instantly erased his memory of the incident. When Wang Xiao woke up, he looked completely bewildered.
"Did I just fall asleep?"
Meeting the store manager's cold gaze, I was immediately startled. "It's a deep voice," the store manager said.
"Wang Xiao, you're fired."
"This Wang Xiao is no good. I've wanted to fire him for a long time, and today is the perfect day to settle accounts." Wang Xiao felt like his head was about to explode.
What had he done? Why was he being suddenly fired? Could it be because I fell asleep right after starting work? He then said,
"Manager, I didn't mean to, it won't happen again."
"So you knew too? How many times have you abused your power to embezzle and break the law over the years?"
"We're only firing you now, we've already done more than enough."
"Get out of here."
Wang Zhao's eyes widened. It turned out the store manager knew all about these things.
They then slunk away. On the road, Su Yu was in a great mood.
Trading a single cabbage for twice the amount of rare and precious herbs on the list is definitely worthwhile. After all, the only uses for that thing now are giving it away or selling it. I can't add much more to my lifespan. Seeing that Su Yu was in a good mood, Kai Tong felt good too.
I asked curiously,
"Brother, it doesn't seem worth it to buy these things with such a precious treasure.
Perhaps we could exchange them for something better."
Su Yu shook his head and smiled.
"It's nothing, just something I planted casually. I'll bring you one another day." Upon hearing this, Sidon's eyes widened. "Even the plants I planted casually are so incredibly powerful, just how strong is the boss?"
I've always suspected that Su Yu's current strength is just the tip of the iceberg. Therefore, it may not just be the tip of the iceberg, but perhaps just a snowflake on the iceberg. The more Kai Tong thought about it, the more terrified they became. But when she heard that he was going to bring one for himself, she was immediately surprised.
"Really, boss? I can have such a precious treasure too?" Su Yu tapped him on the head. "You've already called me big brother, how could I not take care of you?"
Kai Tong felt like he was being overwhelmed by happiness, and picked up Su Yu again.
"Boss, you're so good to me. It's a pity I'm not a woman, otherwise I would have given myself to you." Suddenly, he became hesitant again. "If the boss doesn't mind that I'm a man, that's fine too." Su Yu kicked him away, saying, "Get lost." After the two parted ways,
Su Yu rushed home without stopping. "I can't wait to complete the small part of the 7-star body tempering technique."
As soon as I got home,
Su Yu arranged the materials as required.
As before, they are arranged in an orderly manner in the 7 areas.
The 7 stars shine brightly, their light penetrating the internal organs. They circulate throughout the body, opening up all the meridians. Qi and blood surge, tempering flesh and bones. The power of the 7 stars dissolves into my body. Su Yu thought of the mnemonic rhyme for the small chapter.
Read successful. Technique, 7-star body tempering technique, quality, grade A. Incomplete cultivation technique detected. Should we use lifespan repair deduction technique? Estimated repair simulation progress, minor success. Lifespan consumption, 300 years. Without hesitation, click yes. The next moment,
the surrounding scenery changed instantly. Su Yu felt as if he were standing beneath a waterfall thousands of feet high.
The exercise operates autonomously.
7 stars appeared on his body, their light growing stronger, like 7 beams of light bursting forth and shooting straight into the sky. The waterfall's flow, resisted by the force of the stars, formed a huge vortex, with water droplets suspended in the air, refracting colorful light.
60%. Knock knock knock.
Su Yu's heart pounded like a war drum, and his blood surged like a wild horse. A creaking sound came from its joints.
90%.
As cultivation progresses further, his body began to tremble violently, every cell greedily absorbing the star power, and fine star patterns appeared on his surface, looking quite mysterious.
100%. Cultivation successful. Current progress, minor success star power infusion.
Suyu opened his eyes, and the surrounding scene had returned to his home. All the materials placed around it turned into powder. Looking at the time, only 15 minutes had passed. It's hard to imagine that these materials could be turned into powder remotely in such a short time. This demonstrates the power of the technique and system. Suyu's mind raced. Fine star-like patterns began to appear on his skin, matching the scene of his cultivation. At the same time, stardust marks appeared on his chest.
There are 7 in total. 6 of them are hollow, and the remaining one is filled with a ball of light. Is this what you call minor success? Perhaps it's time to test my physical strength.
Suyu took out his phone and opened the app, rising step by step.
Their focus was on a mission of B difficulty.
Exploring the ghost cryoabyss requires a strong physical body to support spiritual energy, and it is best to have undergone body tempering.
The cultivation level requirement is not high, only the 2nd rank is needed. Suyu nodded. This is it. Chapter 41, running into an old acquaintance again. 3 days later.
Suyu arrived at the entrance to the ghost cryoabyss according to the time. Before long, several people arrived one after another.
Among them was an old acquaintance of his, Chuhee.
Chuhee had obviously noticed Suyu as well, and he looked as if he had seen a ghost, filled with fear.
Why am I so unlucky?
I finally got a suitable task, but then I ran into this jinx. He wanted to turn around and leave, but with graduation approaching and his credits urgently needed, he had no choice but to stay.
Otherwise, if you accept a task but don't complete it, your account will be banned. Another thing is, how come Suyu's cultivation level has improved so quickly? The last time we met, you were only at rank 5, grade 1. It's been a while, and you've already reached rank 2?
What he didn't know was that this was Suyu's hidden cultivation level. Seeing Suyu looking at him, Chuhee quickly looked away.
I made up my mind. Stay away from him when you're doing tasks, or you'll get into trouble again.
Seeing that Chuhee's expression was somewhat unnatural and that he was quite far from Suyu, the senior student next to him pointed at Suyu and said,
Brother Chu, do you know him?
Chuhee, a student majoring in combat, comes from a well-off family and is followed by students from other departments. They are considered to be of a certain size among senior students. Seeing someone pointing at Suyu, Chuhee was almost scared to death and immediately slapped his hand away. When you are out in public, be humble and kind, and don't point fingers at others. He paused, then continued.
I don't know that person well.
The man who had pointed at Suyu lowered his hand and looked as if he had been taught a lesson.
Okay, I understand, Brother Chu. I will learn from you.
I was just curious. Chuhee had pointed at students from the same school quite a few times before.
Why didn't you point this time? But I didn't dare ask any more questions. Suyu naturally noticed Chuhee's expression. He chuckled.
I clearly remember that this guy seemed to have lost a lot of his trump cards because of the beast tide last time. He tried to suppress me several times but failed, so he's probably afraid.
That's good, too.
This guy is honest, so he won't cause trouble for no reason.
Buzz.
The roar of a hover car came from directly above.
Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw 6 people walking down from above. 3 of them were wearing black and white prison uniforms, while the other 3 were wearing matching blue and black uniforms.
Suyu frowned slightly. No wonder there were no hover cars for transportation this time. They were used to detain prisoners.
I heard about it a long time ago. Prisoners can take on tasks during their sentence in order to reduce their sentence. I never expected to run into him today. Only one of the 3 law enforcement officers remained to guard the prisoners.
He had a kind face and always had a smile on his lips. My name is Xiesun, and I am the captain and enforcer of this mission. The 3 prisoners beside me have also joined this mission.
Don't worry, I will keep a close eye on them.
Then he mentioned some precautions.
Suyu nodded and listened.
It was pretty much what I expected. It was about prisoners getting their sentences reduced. There's something odd about that smile on Xiesun's lips. I heard students complaining nearby.
I'm fed up, I still have to do missions with these people.
I felt like those prisoners deserved a beating. They were staring at Xiaoxue with lecherous eyes the whole time.
What do you mean, deserve to be beaten?
They mean, deserve to be killed. Most of these prisoners have indirectly participated in murder, and they're somewhere between the death penalty and committing a crime, but I feel they deserve to die.
You don't understand, do you?
I thought these prisoners looked very familiar, and now I realize they were people who should have been executed but were released on bail because they either have high-ranking officials in their families or are rich.
Su heard this. If anything happens to these prisoners, I definitely won't help them. He doesn't seem like someone who would repent. My thoughts returned to the present. Su followed the others into the ghost cry abyss. As soon as I stepped inside, I heard a series of wailing and howling sounds behind me. It was as if a grieving woman was weeping and evil spirits were whispering. The fog was thick, seemingly about to engulf everyone. The spiritual energy around him was affected to a certain extent, making it quite difficult to circulate. The howling wind was icy cold, lashing against everyone's backs. Many people were so cold they couldn't straighten up, shivering as they spoke. Holy crap, is the temperature difference between inside and outside this big? This is a thick combat suit, and I feel like I'm going to fall apart when the wind blows. Don't even mention it. I practice fire-based techniques, and I feel like I can't even start a flame inside. Su wasn't as exaggerated as them, but he was definitely cold. Just as they were wondering how the 7-star body tempering technique would work. A continuous warmth emanated from my heart and flowed to my limbs. At the same time, something seemed to be spreading across my body. Looking at the back of my hand, I saw star-shaped patterns gradually spreading outwards. A faint shimmering light could be seen. It is the power of stardust that is resisting the suppression of spiritual energy here. It's gotten much warmer. His eyes became clear, and he could see normally even in the dim and foggy surroundings. There aren't many monsters here, but each one is incredibly powerful. Although his cultivation level was clearly around that of a mid-level lesser demon, the strength he displayed was almost at the standard of a mid-level demon. It has a bizarre shape and emits terrifying screams during battle. This was also the first time Su had dealt with such a monster. In addition, the spiritual energy was suppressed, making it somewhat difficult to deal with. However, this is only under the condition of suppressing his cultivation level. If he were to unleash his third-grade cultivation level, he could also achieve the effect of instantly killing or clearing the screen. At the forefront, Xia Sun was wielding 2 swords and clearing a path, appearing to be handling the situation with ease. When his companions were injured, he only glanced at them and didn't even think about helping. Su was puzzled. It's understandable not to protect prisoners, but why don't the students help either? Or perhaps he intends to conserve his strength. At this moment, Xia Sun spoke up. This mission is quite difficult. We haven't yet ventured deep into the abyss. If you feel you can't handle it, you may leave on your own, and the credits will be issued as usual. Upon hearing this, some people, who were already afraid, immediately backed down and chose to leave. Shui also wanted to leave, but he was quite respected among his seniors. If he was scared away, how would he ever get along in the future? He then forced himself to speak. I came here to gain experience. Academic credits are not my purpose for coming here. The words had barely left his mouth. The seniors all expressed their admiration. As expected of Brother Chu, he is truly a role model for us to learn from. Unlike me, when I see that there are credits to be earned for free, I just pack up and leave. Nonsense, Brother Chu is no ordinary person. Then, Brother Chu will head back now. Chu raised his head, his nostrils pointing to the sky. Su also chose to stay because he wanted to test the strength of his physical body. Many people left. Only Chu He and Su remained. Xia Sen turned around and glanced at them. Oh? Aren't you two going back? I'm not going back. Su and the other man said in unison. Xia Sen flashed his signature smile and then nodded. As he turned around, a flash of murderous intent crossed his eyes. The way of the heart. If you're determined to die, I wouldn't mind sending you on your way. After a brief stay, he left with 3 prisoners. Chapter 42 The Gate of Life, the Gate of Death. As we descended deeper into the abyss, the oppressive atmosphere grew even more pronounced, and eerie howls echoed in everyone's ears. Su couldn't remember how long he had been walking. Here, there is never any sunlight, and you are completely unaware of the passage of time. Xia Sun, who was ahead, suddenly stopped and pointed ahead. Su and the other person looked over. 2 tunnels suddenly appeared here. It seems we have encountered a rare gate between life and death. As the name suggests, the gate between life and death has a gate of life and a gate of death. If you choose the wrong one, you will be separated by life and death. You two can't turn back now. As expected, Su and his companion turned around to look. I found myself in complete darkness, as if I were surrounded by nothingness. Before us, the only option is to enter the gate of life and death.
Shuhei was on the verge of collapse and roared at Suyu.
Damn it, nothing good ever comes from being with you.
Now look what's happened, we're stuck at the gates of life and death. That's a 50% chance of death. Suyu ignored Shuhei's nonsense and pondered while stroking his chin.
The gate of life and death? I never expected to run into this.
I had done my research beforehand. It's rumored that those who cross the gates of life and death can receive a gift from the Grim Reaper. Although it is called the gate of life and death, it is not absolute. Legend has it that someone survived the gate of death and turned it into a gate of life. To acquire supernatural powers.
He became a regional overlord. The three prisoners were completely devastated when they heard what SSS said. Damn it!
I shouldn't have had that fun back then, and I shouldn't have turned myself in.
Now look what's happened. Heh, what's the difference between you and having a good time?
Besides, that woman died because you raped her and then she jumped into the river and committed suicide.
Don't shout, there's still a chance to survive, right? Quickly choose a way out.
After the three prisoners grumbled for a long time, they could only choose the leftmost one. Soon there was no more movement. No one knows whether they are alive or dead, except for SSS. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly.
It's your turn.
Don't worry, I'll be with you and protect you. After all, I'm the captain, and it's my job to ensure your safety.
Upon hearing this,
Shuhei seemed much calmer and nodded his thanks. Throughout the journey, SSS demonstrated exceptional strength, making entering this place as easy as cutting melons and vegetables.
With his protection, my chances of survival would undoubtedly increase several levels.
I was just about to choose the option on the right to enter.
Wait a minute, don't go.
Suyu stopped him.
Shuhei paused and looked at Suyu. I wonder what this guy is up to now.
Seeing that the two were hesitant to enter, SSS shook his head and reminded them.
Make a choice as quickly as possible. The longer you delay, the less chance there is of survival, and both sides may become dead ends.
Upon hearing this, Shuhei became somewhat anxious, realizing that he could not delay any longer, and walked forward. I feel that the right side is the gate of life, Officer SSS, I choose this side. Suyu felt increasingly uneasy and reached out to grab Shuhei.
Don't go in, I have a feeling something's wrong. What's the problem? Damn it, the biggest problem is you know? Being around you is incredibly unlucky. Right now, I just want to get away from you. You better get to the left and don't follow me and the law enforcement officer, you hear me?
After saying that, she looked at SSS and gave him a fawning smile.
Enforcement officer SSS, let's go to the right.
Okay, you go in first, I'll be there shortly. Shuhei wanted to say something, but he was afraid that SSS would get angry. He nodded and walked to the right first.
Suyu frowned slightly and looked at SSS. Enforcer SSS, this doesn't seem to be a gate of life and death, does it?
He had some doubts when he first saw it. This is not a gate of life or death at all. Having consumed numerous rare and precious herbs to prolong life, I am exceptionally sensitive to vitality and death energy.
Neither vitality nor deathly aura was detected.
Many people have encountered the gate of life and death, and their method of identifying it is based on the aura of death.
If there were no death energy, how could there be a gate to life and death here?
Furthermore, Suyu felt that SSS was somewhat strange along the way, and was even less willing to believe his words. Just now, the spiritual energy fluctuations emitted the moment Shuhei entered confirmed Suyu's suspicions.
SSS, the gate of life and death you speak of is actually a trick you created. Once you enter, you will be imprisoned and at the mercy of others. You want to kill us, don't you?
SSS laughed, his face darkening further, and said,
Oh? What's the basis for what you're saying? Why would I kill you?
As Suyu spoke, he gathered star power. Before entering the abyss, I noticed the murderous intent in his eyes.
You are determined to kill the three prisoners.
I've heard that some people hire law enforcement officers to commit murder. Because the family members were tortured by evil people, which indirectly led to their deaths, the law does not allow for the death penalty. Instead, they can only be imprisoned. During this time, the prisoners can reduce their sentence through labor. They are indignant but cannot directly take action.
That's when people like you appear.
All you need to do is collect a high bounty, and you can kill someone while carrying out a mission.
How did you come to suspect me?
From the moment you led us into the difficult area, I began to have my suspicions.
Logically speaking, the recruits are all around the second rank. The monsters here are powerful, and the environment can suppress cultivation. There is no reason to choose that route and go through the mass grave.
Along the way, you saw the students injured many times but did not help them.
You wanted to scare them. Then you gave them an option to give up, and they would leave. This way, it would be convenient for you to do your thing.
Suyu paused for a moment, then continued. I just don't understand why you chose to kill us when you could have scared us away.
You'll find out when you're dead.
The words had barely left his mouth. A blade flashed from the shadows, aimed straight for his neck. Suyu's hair stood on end, and he bent over abruptly. They dodged the fatal blow. Looking at Xiesun, one could see that the latter's expression was incredibly exaggerated. The gentle smile had been replaced by a ferocious grin, the corners of his mouth almost stretching to his ears.
I gave you a chance.
Originally, I was only responsible for killing these 3 people and then going back to collect the reward.
You chose to die.
Xiesun spoke slowly and deliberately, his voice seemingly coming from all directions. Swish, swish, swish. Hundreds of blade energies sliced through the air, producing a whistling sound. Suyu no longer concealed his cultivation level, and his aura as a 3rd-grade, 2nd-level cultivator suddenly erupted. With a single raised hand, he caught all the sword energy.
With a swift punch, a roaring lion burst forth.
They rushed towards Xiesun, who was hiding in the shadows.
What? You actually concealed your cultivation level?
The voice was clearly shocked.
Then, the shock quickly turned into excitement.
Ha ha, very good, very good.
The lion vanished into nothingness in an instant. Suyu frowned. Has Xiesun been hiding his true strength? Flame bow punch.
Suyu conjured a blazing bow in his left hand, stepped forward with his left foot, and drew the bow with his right.
They made another move. Chapter 43 The Gate of Life and Death, The Real Choice.
The flaming arrows were made from Suyu's blazing flames and were extremely hot.
It only lasted a moment.
Dozens of flaming arrows were launched, trailing brilliant streaks, and hurtled towards Xiesun.
Xiesun sneered and disappeared into nothingness.
This nothingness is summoned by my technique. I can escape at any time.
How can you defeat me? Suyu remained silent, focusing solely on shooting arrows. Run, run, run.
In the blink of an eye, dozens more arrows were shot at the spot where the sound had just come from.
Another disappointment.
Xiesun's voice appeared elsewhere.
What you hear and what you see are what I want you to see. I can be wherever I want. This is my territory. You have nowhere to escape. I am everywhere. Suyu's arrows fell into nothingness, not a single one hitting Xiesun.
Xiesun seemed to enjoy the hunting process, like a cat catching a mouse, manipulating it at will. They all thought I killed for money, but they were wrong.
Utterly wrong.
My purpose, from beginning to end, has only been to kill.
Only killing gives me pleasure. Xiesun's voice came from all directions.
Flames flickered in his eyes, and Suyu focused his gaze, his eyes seemingly able to see through everything.
Shoot the arrow again. Ha, still want to shoot arrows? How much spiritual power do you have enough?
But Xiesun's arrogance didn't last long before that intense heat suddenly came from his chest. The arrow grazed past him, but the flames set his clothes ablaze. The surrounding area instantly erupted in excitement.
Marked.
Suyu curled the corners of his mouth into a smile. He then snapped his fingers.
Boom!
The arrows that had previously fallen into nothingness seemed to be awakened, bursting forth with raging flames.
It ignited nothingness in an instant.
The surrounding space began to distort.
Xiesun immediately sensed something was wrong, as if countless eyes were watching him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The arrow came again. As if it had eyes, no matter how Xiesun dodged or tried to hide, the arrows always found him accurately. This time, all 3 arrows hit their mark.
Xiesun could no longer interact with nothingness, and his entire being materialized before Suyu. Suyu curled the corners of his mouth into a smile.
Where can we hide this time?
Xiesun stood there with his hands at his sides, then suddenly looked up, his smile undiminished. That's interesting, but my greatest strength isn't this so-called nothingness, it's my physical skills.
That's all.
His figure blurred, turned into a black shadow, and disappeared from the spot. Suyu's pupils contracted sharply.
The next moment,
a tremendous force struck Suyu from his chest, sending him flying several meters before he crashed heavily to the ground. It smashed out a huge crater.
Suyu remained silent. Xiesun walked in slowly, twisting his neck, and sneered.
Why do you think I dared to come to the Ghost Cry Abyss? I cultivate a powerful body refining technique and have killed countless experts who are above my level.
Do you really think I would fall into your hands?
They saw Suyu lying in the giant pit, his flames extinguished, seemingly lifeless. Xie remained cautious, lifting the boulder and smashing it down on Suyu with all his might.
Go to hell.
In your next life, you're not allowed to be so curious. The oppressive force that suddenly erupted from nowhere caused Xie's heart to stop instantly.
In that instant,
a cross-shaped opening appeared in the void beside him. Suyu, clad in fiery armor, appeared before him with lotus-like steps. His body was covered in strange star patterns, and a star was shining on the back of his hand.
Impossible. How could your movements be unrestricted? How could you use all your spiritual power?
Xie roared, explaining that his body refining technique could greatly reduce the impact of the ghost cry abyss on him, but his spiritual power was still limited. But Suyu in front of him could actually unleash such terrifying power.
That spiritual power could even overwhelm him.
But he had no time to resist. His body stiffened for a moment, and he could only rely on his physical body to withstand the damage.
This was the moment Suyu had been waiting for.
With the blessing of the power of the stars, I can temporarily ignore the restrictions here and unleash my spiritual power and techniques to the maximum extent. He had many tricks up his sleeve, but he only revealed the flame shadow body and didn't even use the explosive step.
How could Xie possibly know that he possessed the Stardust power as a trump card?
This farce should come to an end. Suyu said in a deep voice.
Go to hell. Boom.
In his flame armor form, Suyu's power had been unleashed to its fullest extent. If it weren't for a 5th rank official, an ordinary 4th rank official would be no different from an egg hitting a rock if struck by this attack.
The raging crimson flames quickly engulfed Xie. All that's left is a pile of carbon black.
The surrounding nothingness dissipated with Xie's death. The gate between life and death revealed its true form, 2 blood-dripping cages. Among them, the 3 prisoners were already dead beyond recognition. When he saw the right side, Suyu exclaimed in surprise.
Shuvi was seen huddled under a golden protective shield, clutching a talisman, trembling with fear.
The moment he saw Suyu, tears streamed down his face.
Holy crap, help! Help! Just as Suyu was about to go to the rescue, an extremely terrifying gaze swept towards him. A terrifying monster appeared in their field of vision.
It resembles a Qilin, but is more ferocious and dark. Its head alone is already 100 feet tall. His forehead was high and prominent, and the black veins under his skin seemed to be constantly writhing, like living things. Its ears were sharp as knives, and its nose was flat and large, constantly emitting black smoke. His mouth was stretched to its limit, revealing fangs that were twice the height of a person. The eyes were particularly terrifying. Blood-red pupils bulged outwards, and the whites of the eyes had completely disappeared, replaced by red blood vessels. Like 2 burning blood lamps, they stared intently at Suyu.
Intimidation.
Extreme pressure. Suyu felt extremely small, like an ant, and that the other party could suffocate him with just one breath. Under Suyu's watchful gaze, the black Qilin swallowed Chui whole. The deathly aura spread rapidly. Like a flood, it instantly engulfed Suyu.
Suyu felt like he couldn't breathe.
My heart was pounding, as if it were about to explode. Flames erupted involuntarily around him, star patterns spread, and his entire body was on high alert.
The system issued an alert. Extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous.
3 blood-red notifications popped up, filling Suyu's field of vision.
To increase the host's chances of survival, a mission has been generated. Triggering a mandatory task: a life or death decision. Host is about to enter the gates of life and death.
Please prepare yourself.
In front of him,
the black Qilin opened its blood-red maw, and 2 of its tracheas slowly transformed into 2 doors. Both doors exuded a terrifying aura of death, as if they led to hell, an abyss of eternal damnation. Suyu's legs felt weak, and he could barely walk.
Please select host. About.
He hesitated for just 2 seconds, and his heart felt as if it had been gripped tightly, the pain almost causing Suyu to faint. Suyu realized he needed to choose quickly, otherwise his heart might explode the next time he squeezed it.
Chapter 44: The Eye That Sees the Truth. Right.
Suyu used all his strength to choose the right side.
My vision went black.
When I opened my eyes again, I found myself stepping into the gates of life and death.
The next moment,
Suyu felt as if he were in mud, with each step he took accompanied by indescribable resistance.
It's so dark and so cold. This is a place even colder and more desolate than the void. A place even more desolate than the absolute realm. Black particles, like blades, filled the surrounding area. Even a mere brush against them would quickly create a cut. Once Suyu entered, there was no turning back. With each step, black particles brushed against me, as if my skin and flesh were being peeled away. Blood spread everywhere. The pain was unbearable. Not only that. With each step taken, the next step becomes heavier, as if shackles have been put on. At first it was the weight of a grain of sand, then an egg, and later a mountain. It's so heavy. Suyu clearly had the strength to speak, but not the strength to move forward. In the pitch-black environment, despair assailed from all sides. The physical pain and heaviness left Suyu exhausted, both physically and mentally. He could feel that his body was nothing but a skeleton. The skin and flesh had long been peeled away by black particles, but Ming's flesh was becoming less and less, yet his body was becoming heavier and heavier. Sadness, guilt, loss, countless emotions welled up in my heart. Gradually, he began to cry. The whites of his eyes were gradually disappearing until the last spot turned black. Suyu became like a black Qilin, with the whites of his eyes completely disappearing. The pungent, fishy smell made Suyu want to close his eyes, but he couldn't. He had a strong premonition that once he closed his eyes, he would never be able to open them again. Suddenly, a bright light appeared directly in front of us. It seemed to foreshadow the end of the suffering. Suyu charged forward as if his life depended on it. At this moment, the system suddenly popped up. Suyu strained to see. Current lifespan, 300 years, 3 months, 2 days. The next second. Current lifespan, 270 years, 3 months, 2 days. Lifespan is rapidly fading. Current lifespan, 200 years, 3 months, 2 days. Suyu realized that this was a dead end. When one's lifespan ends, that is when one dies. He screamed, he struggled. No, I have unfinished business, I can't die yet. Get out of here. Keep moving, don't stop. I can't die. I can't die. A mocking voice came from beside me, sharp and piercing, lifeless. Ha ha ha, another dead man has arrived. The gate of death, once you come here, you're dead. Still struggling? Still struggling? Suyu was panting heavily. I feel extremely weak, even the slightest movement feels like I'm half dead. Current lifespan, 3 years, 2 months, 1 day. Current lifespan, 1 month 0 days. Current lifespan, 1 day. Current lifespan. Suyu couldn't even read the words clearly anymore. So tired. I'm so sleepy. Suyu, who always acted without regret, was now beginning to feel remorse. He forgot why he was moving forward in the first place. I forgot my own name. He forgot about his wife and daughters. He began to mutter to himself. If you don't strive to become stronger, you can just live an ordinary life. I am just an ordinary person. Even with a system, I am still so insignificant and fragile. We shouldn't have taken the risk, we shouldn't have gone. Suyu started scrolling through the screen. The memories are incredibly blurry, like a mosaic, making it impossible to see anything clearly. He paused when he saw the figures of a tall boy and a short boy. Who are these two people? My dad is the most amazing person in the world. Honey, you've become a centurion? That's wonderful. I want the Jiang family to know that I didn't marry the wrong man. Daddy, it hurts so much. Wah, Daddy, it hurts so much. Honey, please think of something to save Cece. Suyu opened his mouth and breathed heavily. They were trying to find memories of these two people. Until that small figure became clear. Cece? The slender figure gradually became clearer. Zhongli? I remember now, I remember everything. I have a wife named Zhongli and a daughter named Sushi. Suyu was in tears. My reason for moving forward is for my wife and daughter. Damn it! How can I collapse here? They're still waiting for me. Suyu roared as he stood up, having somehow donned the flame armor. The surrounding scenery changes rapidly. Before me still stood that black Qilin. Bloodshot eyes were still staring intently at him. All around were tombstones from the abyss of wailing ghosts. Where is it located within the gate of life and death? It's all an illusion. Suyu conjured a bow and arrow, drawing it to a full moon. Previously, when facing the black Qilin, he didn't even dare to entertain the thought of fighting back. It seems ridiculous now. At the gates of life and death, the cowardly perish, the resilient live. The words had barely left his mouth. The arrow flew out and struck the black Qilin between the eyebrows. It confronts the fear in one's heart and embraces life in the face of death. Ding! Mission life or death decision completed. Unlock achievement, take life and death lightly, fight if you disagree. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward, the Eye of Truth. In heaven and earth, there is only one eye that can see through reincarnation and pierce through life and death. When the system notification sounded, it meant the crisis was over. When she opened her eyes again, she found Chu-He lying unharmed beside her. Time seems to have flowed back to the first time I saw Chu-Ha. The difference is that the blood-dripping droplets that enveloped Chu-He have disappeared. Suyu brought up the unlucky fellow, intending to take him out. Although this guy is a bit annoying, he doesn't deserve to die. Unlike Lin Feng, Chu-He only likes to show off and has a sharp tongue. He's not truly evil. Before leaving, they discovered that this place was the deepest part of the ghost cryabyss, a forbidden zone of life and death. No wonder they were able to encounter the gate of life and death, and that strange monster, the Black Qilin. While waiting for the law enforcement officer, Chu-He woke up and burst into tears the moment he saw Suyu. Holy crap, did I end up in the underworld? Why did I see something so hellish right at first glance? Suyu slapped him across the face. Shut up if you don't want me to throw you back into the abyss of wailing ghosts. The slap was hot and powerful, and Chu-He immediately regained his senses. This isn't the underworld? I'm still alive? He immediately beamed with joy. He quickly asked, where is Xia Sun? Dead. Dying after entering the gates of life and death? I killed him. Chu-Ha? Before he could speak, the law enforcement officers who had detained the prisoners returned. Suyu explained the situation to him, but concealed his own encounter with the gate of life and death and the Black Qilin. Chu-He was now much more clear-headed and provided evidence as well. Seeing that the lie detector did not react, the law enforcement officer quickly recorded the incident and rushed into the abyss of wailing ghosts. Meanwhile, Suyu and his companion boarded the hovercar to return home. In the car, Chu-He kept his distance from Suyu. He muttered to himself, I'm so unlucky. Being with him is unlucky, and not listening to him is unlucky too. I should have run away the moment I saw him. Once I've earned enough credits, I'll leave here forever. If Suyu heard this, he would definitely be both amused and exasperated. Chapter 45, A Look of Utter Ignorance. Upon arriving at the academy, Suyu rushed to the villa without stopping. That gate of life and death truly robbed him of some of his lifespan. Although it's not quite as bad as it was inside the gate, almost to zero. But it has already plummeted to 150 years ago. This is especially true for someone like Suyu, who has experienced a near-death experience. With only 150 years left, it's practically the same as dying. Suyu didn't even have time to study the Eye of Truth. His mind was filled with thoughts of extending his lifespan. Upon arriving at the Changsheng vegetable garden, a strong sense of vitality immediately comes to mind. It allowed Suyu to experience the beauty of life for the first time in a long time. The little turtle noticed that Suyu looked terrible, so it handed over the longevity cabbage and longevity spring that it had collected long ago. The longevity cabbage is the most recently ripe. But this spring of immortality has recently undergone a change. Its vitality has become even stronger, so I've collected it. Upon hearing this, Suyu looked at the panel of the longevity vegetable garden. Longevity vegetable garden. Level 3, reward not claimed. Products: longevity spring, longevity cabbage. Experience required to reach the next level, 390. I've actually leveled up to level 3. That's pretty fast. He turned his gaze back to the little turtle and accepted the resources it offered. Thank you. Suyu thanked him and took the spring of immortality in his hand. The attraction from before returned, bringing back the feeling I had when I first obtained the fountain of immortality. He then drank it. Glug glug. The familiar sweetness and deliciousness, the familiar warmth. It instantly nourished my internal organs. Comfortable. I feel much more energetic now. Check lifespan. The system panel expands. Current lifespan, March 2nd, 1203. Suyu was shocked. As expected of a level 3 vegetable garden, it added so much lifespan all at once. It solved his immediate problem. Otherwise, in just over 100 years, he wouldn't have been able to cultivate any techniques at all. The cabbage didn't display a level, so it was clear that it couldn't be upgraded. Only at the Fountain of Immortality can I always see the words level. Just then, the doorbell rang. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Who could it be? Suyu walked to the door and saw a chubby figure. Who else could this be but Kaitong? Seeing Suyu open the door, Kaitong smiled. Brother, I didn't expect you to actually be here. When that old man in the library told me, his expression was so strange. I thought he was lying to me. Upon hearing this, Suyu realized that Lu Yuan had given him the address. He then opened the door and let Kaitong in. Kaitong shook its head. Brother, I won't go in. That's why I came to find you. I wanted you to come with me to the auction. Our goods are about to be auctioned. Kaitong seemed somewhat excited. There was still some time before the deadline for repairing the cultivation technique, so he could still go out and have some fun. He then left with Kaitong. To be honest, Suyu also really wanted to go and see the auction. When I was in the military, there was also a military auction. The items being auctioned are all treasures they stumbled upon during their missions. But I had only heard about it and had never been there, so this time I went with Kaitong. Tianhai Commercial Street. The most bustling area. It is also the main trading area in Tianhai City. On the street, many vendors set up stalls by the roadside, mostly selling items for cultivation or daily life. There are few materials for forging and alchemy. Don't miss out. These are high-quality cultivation artifacts at low prices. Each one only costs 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Low-grade medium-quality lion and tiger hide can be used to make armor. Only one piece available, first come, first served. Huge clearance sale. Huge clearance sale. All items are 20% off. While supplies last. While supplies last. Kaitong was clearly a frequent visitor when passing by certain vendors. He would ask if their goods had arrived. After receiving a reply, they will say that they will bring someone to pick it up next time. He glanced at the time and made the suggestion. The auction hasn't started yet, brother, shall we look around here for a bit? The auction venue is not far away, we'll head over there when it's time. Suyu nodded. There were quite a few strange and unusual things here, which were quite eye-catching. Soon, their gaze settled on a small cauldron. Instead of asking about the price directly, he pointed to the animal hide next to the cauldron. How much is this? When the stall owner saw a customer arrive, he quickly picked it up. Top-grade small demon beast hide, top-grade small demon beast hide, only 200 low-grade spirit stones. Just as Suyu was about to feign reluctance to buy, Kaitong spoke up. What the hell? It's so expensive? The skin isn't even intact, and the fur isn't shiny. How dare they sell it for 200 low-grade spirit stones? When Kaitong exposed him, the stall owner gave an awkward smile. Well, that's the market price today, haha, that's it. Shall we look at something else, boss? Saidong's mouthpiece is quite good this way, the stall owners will be much more obedient. Suyu then pointed to the cauldron and raised an eyebrow. How about this one? How much is it? The stall owner clearly hadn't expected anyone to be interested in this shabby little thing. Just as he was about to boast and inflate the price, he was glared at by Kaitong Securities, which made him tell the truth. I picked up this cauldron while I was buying goods. It's not worth much. If the boss spends more than 200 low-grade spirit stones, I can give it to him as a free gift. Upon hearing this, Suyu smiled. This is because they want me to buy animal hides. He nodded and bought the animal hides he had bought earlier. Kaitong originally wanted to pay for Suyu, but he stopped them. Thank you, boss, thank you for your patronage. The vendor was all smiles, never expecting to make a living with just a small cauldron. We should collect more small trinkets and other freebies in the future. Suyu held the small cauldron in his hand and examined it carefully. But it's only about the size of your palm. Exquisitely crafted. It has upright ears, square lips, a shallow belly, a round bottom, and 3 flat, dragon-shaped feet. Each flat foot is thin and wide, with dense and vigorous dragon patterns on both sides. Why buy this thing? Suyu himself couldn't explain it, but he felt that this thing had a subtle attraction. At that moment, the small cauldron in front of me transformed into a 3-dimensional model and appeared in my mind. Accompanied by textual descriptions. The power to see the truth is activated. The dragon pattern flat-footed tripod created by Wenjizi, a master tripod caster in the city, with all his life's effort it can communicate with heaven and earth and pacify the 9 provinces. When the tripod was cast,
the breath of the dragon veins of the 9 heavens was drawn into the furnace, and after 81 years, it was born amidst lightning and thunder.
Note, under seal. What is the power to see the truth?
Suyu was puzzled, then remembered that he had previously obtained an eye of truth. The description in my mind should be the ability of the eye of truth.
Judging from this description, this cauldron seems to have an impressive origin.
It seems to be unusable, yet it shows as sealed. A sarcastic remark in his ear pulled Suyu back to reality. A middle-aged man in a tuxedo was looking at him with disdain. They spent 200 low-grade spirit stones to buy a beast hide that no one would want even if they left it by the roadside, and this broken cauldron, and they've been sitting here smugly.
The people of the Dragon Kingdom really have never seen the world. Hillbilly Country Bumpkin. Chapter 46 makes its grand finale appearance. Blood or armor? Suyu was genuinely curious. What had he done to deserve this little cauldron? Where does this person get their sense of superiority?
The man glanced at Suyu, then picked up his gentleman's cane and arrogantly walked towards the auction.
Kaitong wasn't going to tolerate him and started cursing. "You're an idiot." The man kept walking, only uttering a faint sentence. The uncouth people of the Dragon Kingdom. The butler beside him turned around and glared at Suyu and his companion before continuing to follow. Kaitong cursed. Recently, the seaports for trade have been opened, and many people from other regions have come to the Dragon Kingdom to trade. Basically, they are all very arrogant, calling everyone they meet a country bumpkin. They are just asking for a beating. His name tag read, "His name is John Brothers." John Brothers? Suyu was most annoyed by foreigners swaggering around in the Dragon Kingdom. He had fought off many foreign invaders before. At this time, John Brothers was wiping his cane when his butler offered him a cigarette. "Great Mr. Brothers, why remind those ignorant Chinese that they buy garbage and digest it themselves, which will not pollute the environment?" "Oh, butler, I don't think you understand. As people from the high and mighty Y country, if we see this situation, they will be even more grateful to us if we offer some kind reminders." He paused for a moment, then continued. "Butler, that batch of blood or armor is at the auction at 2:30 this afternoon, right? I think our preparations are complete." "Great Mr. Brothers, our preparations are certainly in place. We had heard that the blood or crafting manual had fallen into the hands of the Chinese, and after some inquiries, we have confirmed that it will be auctioned at 2:30 this afternoon. I think God is on our side." "Very good." After Brothers and the other man left, Suyu wandered around the market a couple more times before heading to the auction. Dragon Heart Auction. The room was already packed. Suyu followed Kaitong all the way to VIP room number 8. A man in a suit walked towards us. Upon meeting, he shook hands with Kaitong Securities. "Mr. Kaitong, your blood or armor has opened up the market for us. Many people have become very interested after watching the combat videos of the armor and have come to buy it." Kaitong nodded and pointed to Suyu as he introduced him. "Suyu, my elder brother, is also the book repairer." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up, and he quickly shook hands with him. "Mr. Su, I have long admired your name." Suyu nodded and smiled. After a brief exchange, the man in the suit spoke up. "Please stay and watch. I'll excuse myself for a while. We can discuss the contract after the auction." Kaitong nodded and reached out to see the man in the suit off. Not long after, the auction began in the audience. The event was hosted by a female martial artist dressed in a cheongsam. "Hello everyone, I am Qingxiu, the host of this auction. This auction is divided into 3 parts. The first part is the auction of medicinal herbs, the second part is the auction of cultivation techniques, the third part is the auction of weapons, and the last part will be a grand finale item. Please look forward to it." The audience began to murmur amongst themselves. The female host gestured for everyone to be quiet. "Alright, let's start with our first item, the Medicine King's Elixir. This medicinal herb, please raise your paddles to bid. The starting price is 15 high-grade spirit stones, and each bid will increase the price by 5 high-grade spirit stones." The auction begins. The first person to raise their sign. 15 high-grade spirit stones. Another person raised a sign. "I'll bet 20. 25. 30. Before long, the Medicine King Danqing was sold to the Li family for 50 high-grade spirit stones. Is it going to be this explosive right from the start? Can a single king of herbs, Danqing, sell for 50 high-grade spirit stones? Upon hearing this, Kaitong laughed heartily. "Ah, big brother, you don't know this. These people are just shills, there to create an atmosphere. After all, this is the first one, so it can't be too dull. Suyu nodded. No wonder, this medicinal herb is of mediocre quality, yet it can sell for an exorbitant price. Then he added. If I put the immortal cabbage at auction, could I make a fortune? Of course it can. Brother, I've never seen such a top quality cabbage before in all my years of life. The shape is also very novel, it's a longevity enhancing medicinal herb in the form of a cabbage. Even if someone doesn't lack longevity enhancing medicinal herbs, they would still want to buy it to study. Kaitong paused for a moment, then continued. As for the price, it's hard to say, but it'll be at least this low. He held up 5 fingers. 50 high-grade spirit stones? How is that possible? It's a 5-figure sum. 5 figures? Suyu was shocked. Before, when converted into medicinal herbs, he couldn't quite grasp their value intuitively. After switching to spirit stones, they realized that this was an astronomical figure. Seeing Suyu's exaggerated expression, Kaitong asked in confusion. Brother, don't you know this market? No wonder you said you'd give me one, and when I asked if it was true, you didn't even flinch. After thinking for a moment, Kaitong took out the cabbage that Suyu had given him earlier. Brother, how about I return it to you? Suyu pushed it back. There's no reason to take back what's been given away, especially since I grow plenty of it and don't lack it. Upon hearing this, Kaitong scratched the back of his head and chuckled. All right. However, he seemed to remember something and reminded him. But brother, it's best not to put this cabbage at the auction. He glanced around and then said something randomly. This thing is too precious. If those auctioneers don't buy it, they will try every means to find out who you are. At that time, your situation will be dangerous. If it were within the Celestial Medicine Hall, it would be fine, there would be absolute secrecy, and many of the medicinal herbs inside are rare and precious, so they wouldn't have any other ideas. Upon hearing this, Suyu nodded. He wouldn't consider auctioning it off unless he was extremely short of money. After discussing this topic, the two continued looking at the auction items. Just as Suyu had imagined, there were arguments, negotiations, tears, and laughter during the auction. It's hard to imagine that someone would shed tears on the spot for the sake of a martial arts technique. Someone finally bought the medicinal herbs they had been longing for and burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha, a super grade is within reach." The auction lasted for nearly 3 hours. Finally, we've arrived at the grand finale item. The host then spoke mysteriously. I'm sure everyone is eager to get started, and many of you are here specifically for the grand finale item. So, Qingxiu won't keep you in suspense any longer. Then she snapped her fingers. 5 boxes wrapped in black cloth were pushed in from behind. Please welcome our grand finale item, the blood or armor. The words had barely left his mouth. The black cloth behind him was directly lifted. The gleaming armor was revealed. Everyone's attention was quickly drawn to it. The bloodstone armor is a deep, dark red color, like congealed blood. The helmet resembled the head and neck of a ferocious demon, with 2 blood-red gems embedded in the eye area. The shoulder armor is thick and broad, with intricate blood patterns carved on it, the patterns appearing and disappearing in the light. Chapter 47, I'm not selling it to you, get lost. Just by looking at it, it already surpasses 99% of the armor on the market. As you can see, the appearance of this blood or is undeniably top-notch. But if the blood or armor only had this one advantage, it wouldn't be worthy of being the grand finale. Let me briefly introduce the advantages of the blood or armor and why it was chosen to be the final piece. The audience was getting impatient and shouted. Hey, hurry up, stop keeping me in suspense. He could tell that the blood or armor was extraordinary and was very curious about its functions. Qingxiu smiled faintly and then said, All right, I'll introduce it to everyone now. It offers superior protection, but unlike other protections, it can provide appropriate defense based on the wearer. For example, a second-grade martial artist can appear to have the defensive capabilities of a third-grade martial artist when dressed in this style. Upon hearing this, everyone booed. TCH, is that all? If the younger generation in the family wears it, its functionality will be greatly reduced. What's so good about it? Qingxiu smiled faintly, but this armor has memory, which means that as long as you give it to someone with a high cultivation level, it will have extremely high defensive power. If you give it to a younger member of the family, its function will not be greatly reduced. As expected, the audience began to make noise. Wow, this armor is amazing. It's so strong. That's great. Armor with memory function is the first time I've ever heard of it.
Qingxiu gave a professional smile and gestured for everyone to be quiet. Moreover, the blood or armor can also stimulate the wearer's potential. It can resonate with the wearer's blood and deeply tap into the wearer's hidden power. After wearing it, the wearer's strength, speed, and reaction speed can be significantly improved. Before the audience could erupt in uproar, Qingxiu dropped another bombshell. The most outrageous thing is its durability. It has the ability to regenerate by sucking blood, so it basically does not need to be repaired and can be used for a long time. When the wearer is injured, the armor can absorb the snow swallows of surrounding enemies and quickly repair the damage to the armor itself and the wearer's body. In the heat of battle, whenever someone bleeds, the armor can transform the blood into healing energy through mysterious blood magic. These words immediately caused an uproar in the audience. Buy! We absolutely have to buy it. We'll sell everything we own to buy it. Hey, why is this good stuff only being released now? I've already spent all my money, what am I supposed to do? Is it too late to get a loan now? Oh my god, I've finally got the Bloodstone armor. This time, I've made all the necessary preparations, oh yes. VIP room number 8. Kaiton smiled with satisfaction upon seeing their reaction. Big brother, did you see that? Our armor is sure to sell like hotcakes. Suyu nodded. While repairing the crafting manual, Suyu had already realized the terrifying nature of this blood or armor. However, the drawback is obvious, the ability requires blood to maintain, whether it comes from the opponent or the enemy. The demand is extremely high. The auctioneer obviously won't say. But the power of the Bloodstone armor is undeniable. Suyu didn't care about any of that, he only hoped that his armor would sell very well. At the auction, Qingxiu parted her lips slightly and spoke loudly. 5 sets of blood or armor in total, sold 1 set at a time. The starting price is 100 high-grade spirit stones. Auction begins now. No sooner had he finished speaking than someone held up a sign. 100. 101. Damn it, you have no sportsmanship. I'll offer 150. 201. Don't mess with me, it's putting me in a difficult position. It's too difficult? Then let's not do it. The man flipped the table, and the two began a half-minute-long shouting match. The two were sworn enemies, and after a fierce struggle, they didn't manage to buy a single set and were even thrown out by the security guards. The first set was sold for 230 high-grade spirit stones. The second set of loans was equally hotly debated, with some people making phone calls to apply for loans in public and others directly borrowing money from their subordinates. Some even signed indentures just to buy a set of blood or armor. It can be said that they've resorted to any means necessary. They were just one step away from assassinating the other party. It was eventually sold for 250. The third set was priced similarly to the third set, and both were bought by an outsider named Brothers. Some people were immediately displeased. Why would someone be able to buy 2 sets, especially someone from another region? This auction must have leaked some information. VIP room. Suyu and his companion clearly noticed that the armor buyer was actually the foreigner who had previously looked down on them. I didn't expect this guy to be here to buy the blood or armor. Suyu snorted coldly. I'd rather not earn this money than sell the armor to him. Do you have any way to get it back? Of course there is. This armor is the grand finale. We signed a temporary sales agreement, and the other party cannot buy it outright. It's not that I hold a grudge. However, the attitude of these outsiders is too arrogant. Even if they obtain the blood or armor, they may very well use it to fight against the Dragon Kingdom. This is something Suyu didn't want to happen. Upon hearing this, Suyu's expression softened, and he looked at the alien named Brothers. At this time, Brothers was holding a cane, his lips curled up, which pulled at his long, upturned beard. He looked extremely smug, and even stood up to look around at everyone. The Dragon Kingdom is indeed impoverished, even purchasing a set of armor is so difficult. Perhaps this is because you do not worship God. Oh. I should really write to my Uncle Frank and make him laugh about this. His words undoubtedly aroused public anger, and the crowd glared at him as they left. Brothers shrugged. Barbarians of the Dragon Kingdom, do not attempt to fight me. My army is on the coast. If you do not wish for your homes to be bombarded by cannon fire, you should immediately watch as I take away the armor. At this moment, an announcement came over the loudspeaker. I am the seller of the blood or armor, and I do not agree to sell the blood or armor to brothers. Tell him to get out.
Upon hearing this, everyone present from China applauded and cheered. Well said. This stupid outsider dares to swagger around in the Dragon Kingdom. Does he really think he can do whatever he wants with just a few coins?
These outsiders have forgotten their pain once they've healed. For years ago, they were utterly defeated by the Dragon Kingdom's army. If we hadn't experienced an unprecedented beast tide, they wouldn't have had a chance to act so arrogantly. Get out of here, did you hear me? I told you to get out, I'm not selling to you. Brosnan's eyes widened immediately, and he roared. Damn barbarians, they really love to act on impulse. This is clearly a normal transaction, how can they just refuse to sell? This is extremely barbaric and unreasonable behavior. I'm going to sue that seller. Auction manager? Where are you? Take me to him, I'll talk to him and make him cancel this foolish move. Soon, the manager arrived and told brothers to go upstairs. Chapter 48. I will forgive and forget the past. Soon, brothers followed the manager to the rest area. He slammed his cane hard against the ground. Manager, we people from country Y have come from afar to trade. Is this how you people from Dragon Country treat our friends from country Y? Do you have any semblance of a civilized nation? The manager looked away. It's because you idiot like to stand up and show off, and even insult our people. It's not normal for a hot-blooded Chinese person not to sell to you. Serves you right. If it weren't for the reputation of the auction, I would have thrown you out long ago. He cursed inwardly, but still said apologetically. Please be patient. There's been some problem with the supplier, they suddenly stopped selling to you. I'll contact them. He then dialed the number for VIP room number 8. Hello, are you the supplier of blood or armor? Mr. Brothers would like to communicate with you. There was no sound on the other end of the phone, someone seemed to be thinking. Brothers coughed and then spoke to the manager. Tell him that my name is Brothers, and I come from the distant and famous country of Y, the first country where all people have become warriors. I am here as the image ambassador for country Y, and I am here specifically to represent country Y in trade. The manager cursed under his breath, calling the other person an idiot, but still repeated what he said to them. Soon, a cold voice came from the other end of the phone. Okay, give him the phone. Brothers smiled. Thinking the other party was backing down, he then said. There's an old saying in China, those who understand the times are heroes, and the other party is clearly that kind of person. He then answered the phone. Your brothers? I am Brothers. I believe you already know my name. Quickly cancel the decision you made before, and I can let bygones be bygones. After all, the great people of Y country never hold grudges against other countries. In VIP room number 8, Kaitong said to Suyu. Boss, give me the phone, I'm really good at cursing. Suyu nodded. The moment he answered the phone, Kaitong took a deep breath and immediately started spraying. Various national treasures, dialects, puns, proverbs, and even swear words from country Y have emerged. Finally, he said something. You stupid outsider, do you even deserve it? You want to buy the blood or armor? You son of a bitch, get back to your Y kingdom. The volume was also extremely high. Brothers grew up in a privileged environment, where he was always waited on hand and foot and was never refused by anyone. This time, I was not only rejected, but also verbally abused. I was so angry. They also directly imitated the other person's swearing. But the other person was talking so fast that I couldn't out-argue them at all. I had barely finished saying a sentence when the other party has already cursed their ancestors for 18 generations more than 10 times. I almost fainted from anger. But the most crucial thing was that the mission Y country gave him was to bring back at least one set of blood or armor. I thought that bringing 2 sets this time was already a better than expected success, but I never expected to encounter a grumpy and uncouth Chinese man. Where is this blood or supplier? I need to find him. Blois asked in a deep voice. The manager looked troubled. Well, we can't disclose that information to the other party at our auction. Brothers gave a cold laugh, his long beard trembling. Very well, you have successfully angered a gentleman. Having said that, he turned and left with the butler. When they passed by the auction house, the blood or had already been sold out. Those who didn't manage to snag one were initially a bit disappointed, but upon seeing Brothers, they immediately burst out laughing. Ha, you can't buy them now, you can't buy even one.
These two outsiders should get out of the Dragon Kingdom as soon as possible. They're a curse to look at.
Brothers was already furious and wanted to make a move, but when he saw countless eyes watching him, he immediately backed down. All they could do was hurl harsh words.
You will pay the price for your actions. Brothers was practically going crazy when the auction was held. That damned blood or armor supplier. Butler, you must find him for me. Yes, Mr. Brothers. Suyu and his companion reaped a great harvest. These 5 sets of blood or armor sold for astronomical prices. The man in the suit extended his hand and introduced himself. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Zhang Wei, and I am the acting chairman of this auction. Suyu and the other man smiled faintly. Forgetting to introduce myself is a lie, realizing my value and wanting to make friends is the real reason. But they didn't seem to mind much. They each shook hands with Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei took out a storage bag. The final total price for the 5 sets was 1,750 high-grade spirit stones.
The handling fee is 2%, which is 35 high-grade spirit stones. A total of 1,715 pieces have been received.
Please take a look. Suyu took it, put it away without even looking at it. Auction houses would not shortchange customers and would ruin their reputation.
Seeing that Suyu didn't even count, Zhang Wei smiled.
The other party was undoubtedly expressing their trust in the auction. He then laughed.
Although there was a minor mishap during this auction, it was nothing serious.
Our auction house will cover Mr. Broza's share of the compensation as a small token of our first collaboration. Suyu nodded and smiled.
In the future, we will auction off the blood or armor here from time to time, as a gift for our first collaboration. Zhang Wei heard the answer that satisfied him the most, and then reached out his hand.
It's a pleasure to work with you. It's a pleasure to work with you. Not long after, Suyu and Zhang Wei watched them leave the auction. The latter snapped his fingers.
No one is allowed to investigate these 2 VIPs, and their information must not be leaked.
Anyone found doing so will be expelled from the auction. The visitor looked troubled.
But it seems that Nablos has already found them.
Zhang Wei seemed to have a premonition and immediately shook his head. It doesn't matter. Our auction house has taken precautions to keep things confidential. If they are being harassed, it's not our fault.
Suyu and his companion deviated from their usual route and headed into a small alley.
Until we came to a dead end.
He then spoke slowly.
We've been following you all this way, aren't you coming out yet?
The words had barely left his mouth. 2 people emerged from the shadows.
It was Brothers and the butler.
I never expected that you were the suppliers of the blood or armor.
Suyu said coldly. What? You two want revenge?
Bras spread his hands, holding his cane in front of him, indicating that they meant him no harm.
Don't be nervous. I apologize for mocking you before. Perhaps everyone has their own area of expertise.
You are good at forging armor, while I am good at recognizing quality. If you buy trash on the street, it just means it's not your area of expertise. But you also made mistakes, and I hope you can apologize to me. For example, you suddenly stopped selling me the blood or armor.
Suyu interrupted. What do you want to do? Just say it. I don't have time to waste with you. It's simple. You definitely have more than 5 sets of blood or armor. Sell me 3 sets, and I'll let bygones be bygones.
Suyu smiled faintly.
I told you, I'm not selling to you, get out of here. Chapter 49 The First Battle with Body Martial Arts.
There's an old saying in China, a wise man knows when to yield.
I advise you not to refuse a toast only to suffer the consequences.
As Brothers spoke, he released his spiritual pressure. They tried to force Suyu to submit through coercion.
Suyu sneered. The Emperor's imposing aura was suddenly unleashed. It quickly overtook Brothers and went straight for Broza's skull.
Just as she was about to become dizzy, the butler beside her intervened. Just as the great Lord Brothers said, the Dragon Kingdom is full of barbarians. Lord Brothers condescended to communicate with them, but what he got in return was a divine sense attack.
Then I won't stand on ceremony.
The words had barely left his mouth.
With a thought, the butler's terrifying muscles instantly burst through his clothes.
The flesh inside was revealed to be as solid as a fortress of copper and iron.
Suyu frowned slightly.
This was his first time encountering physical martial arts. The term body martial arts refers to martial artists who specialize in physical techniques. Their physical bodies are incredibly strong, and at the same cultivation level, body martial artists can almost easily defeat any other martial artist. No wonder he couldn't detect the butler's spiritual energy fluctuations. He thought it was hidden, but it turned out to be so weak as to be almost negligible. He gestured for Kaitong to move aside. Knowing that his cultivation level was insufficient to help, Kaitong quietly stepped aside. Mr. Suyu, our country Y has been a country of gentlemen since ancient times.
You started the fight first, so you can't blame us.
Of course, to avoid us bullying the weak, the two of you can come at us together. Our great God can tolerate someone cheating. Brothers remained arrogant, confident that his butler would win. A 4th grade, 3rd level physical martial artist could almost sweep away all the martial artists in this area. He also sensed Suyu's hidden strength, rank 3, level 8. The guy called Little Fatty was only around the 2nd rank, and the two of them combined couldn't compare to a single hair on the steward's head.
With such a disparity in strength, how could Suyu and his companion possibly win?
Brothers rested his hands on his cane, looking quite relaxed. Butler, remember to be gentle when you strike them, and don't damage the blood or armor they're wearing.
The words themselves clearly conveyed an intention to steal. Suyu was so angry he laughed.
These two damned outsiders dared to come to the Dragon Kingdom and cause trouble. They must have a death wish.
Humph, I'm more than enough to deal with him. Boom! Without wasting words, Suyu unleashed his strongest fighting power.
The blazing armor quickly donned its protective gear, causing the surrounding temperature to rise by tens of degrees.
The air above its surface is visibly distorted.
The butler snorted coldly. People from the Dragon Kingdom love to make things mysterious and use these dazzling magic tricks, but in reality, they break at the slightest touch. His biceps bulged out, like an incredibly tight ball of flesh. He charged straight at Suyu and threw a punch that carried a sonic boom.
Suyu focused flames into his right fist and unleashed a force of 10,000 jin. A lion loomed on his right fist, its roar echoing through the alley. Bang!
The two exchanged blows, each throwing a punch.
This is the purest form of physical combat.
Although Suyu was wearing flame armor and in a half-fire form, he did not use spiritual power and was essentially still fighting with his bare hands.
The butler sneered.
The arrogant people of the Dragon Kingdom dare to challenge me in a physical contest.
I think there is nothing more ridiculous than this. At the instant the fists collide.
At the first point of contact, a terrifying shockwave visibly erupted, accompanied by a deafening roar that was barely perceptible to the human ear, exploding through the alley. Suyu and the butler were both sent flying several meters backward. The commotion was so great that even the martial artists outside the alley noticed something was wrong.
What was that noise? It almost shattered my eardrums. It seems to be in a small alley. Let's go take a look. Who on earth is fighting in there? Holy crap!
Before long, a number of martial artists gathered around the alley. They watched the battle below and discussed it amongst themselves.
It's those two outsiders. What are they up to? Many of them had just come from an auction.
They think quickly and immediately figured out the whole story.
I understand.
These two outsiders failed to auction the blood or armor and harbored resentment towards the blood or armor supplier, so they followed and intercepted the supplier.
Damn it, I knew it.
So that's what they were planning. No wonder they left so fast. They were there to ambush someone. That muscular guy is actually a martial artist. This young man is in danger.
Should we intervene? Don't rush.
This young man might not be unable to defeat this muscular man. Let's wait and see, and then make a move if necessary.
Otherwise, these two outsiders will start barking like dogs after they lose.
The others agreed, so they concealed their presence and observed from above, ready to make their move at any moment.
Under.
Suyu had already exchanged blows with the butler several times. After another physical fight, Suyu and the butler were sent flying backward once more. But it's clear to anyone with eyes that Suyu is handling this situation with even more ease. After gradually adapting to the intensity, Suyu also found a way to counter the anti-weapon. It's about using speed to create distance and create a stalemate. Suyu landed and rolled to dissipate the remaining force, then tucked his left hand to his waist, and a majestic lion materialized once more. Step forward with your right foot into a lunge position, and strike out with the lion in your hand.
Boom! The butler, having just finished a physical fight with Suyu, was still in the process of retreating and couldn't dodge at all. He could only block with his hands and take the blow head on. The butler also realized that something was wrong.
The other party had obviously taken advantage of his weakness and speed after transforming into a beast, and was frantically trying to hold him back. He has now eaten the fire lion countless times. If this happens a few more times, even a strong physique will collapse.
The situation is improving. Many spectators clenched their fists, silently cheering. That's right. That's how we fight.
When fighting these clumsy, heavy-armed fighters, we should beat them up like dogs.
Kill this big, dumb idiot. At this moment,
they keenly sensed that several forces were rapidly approaching. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that it was a group of people from other realms. They also hid in the shadows, waiting for their chance to strike.
But those outsiders clearly didn't notice them.
His gaze was fixed directly on the firefighters. At this moment, Brothers put away his phone and cursed. The despicable Chinese are only good at these petty tricks. Even if they win, it won't be honorable.
Kaitong wouldn't give him a friendly look, retorting sarcastically. Are you an idiot?
You know he's physically strong, yet you still try to fight him head-on.
What else would you be but a fool? Besides, my older brother's physical body isn't much weaker than that muscle-bound guy's. Haven't you noticed he hasn't lost by much in several hand-to-hand combat fights?
Brothers was aware of these 2 points, which is why he was in a hurry.
On the battlefield, Suyu and the butler clashed again.
Unlike before, this was because the butler had eaten the fire lion several times. The exposed flesh had been melted into a pulp, and the white bones were faintly visible. Physical strength has also decreased significantly. In previous matches, the score was basically even, or I had a slight advantage in terms of points, but this time I couldn't win. He was knocked down right in front of Brothers.
Lord Brothers. This person is strange, he cultivates both spirit and body. Brothers was getting a little anxious.
But at that moment, he noticed a familiar presence directly above him.
Foreign aid has arrived. Chapter 50, a 2-stage reversal leads to a gang beating. They immediately regained their arrogant attitude. Don't be too happy yet.
Suyu glanced at Brothers, then raised his index and middle fingers and hooked them together.
You all come at me together, I'll take on 2 of you.
Brothers slammed his cane on the ground and said in a deep voice. A mere brute with strength is no match for me. The butler is now almost incapacitated, so it's time to let him take over.
What's the difference between this and a one-on-one fight? He wouldn't be that stupid. There were dozens of people behind him. Why would you fight him one-on-one when you can gang up on him?
After saying that, he made a hand gesture.
He signaled to everyone to make a move.
There was no response for a long time. Brothers was puzzled. Looking up in the direction of the aid, they discovered that the people had been restrained at some point.
Many of the people who held them back were from the previous auction. Broston was stunned. In contrast, Suyu appeared extremely calm.
Suyu had known about the aid for a long time, and he also knew that there were martial artists from the Dragon Kingdom lurking in the shadows. Only then did he feel at ease to argue with the housekeeper. He then exchanged a glance with the Dragon Kingdom warrior and said, "Thanks." The other martial artist smiled.
Damn it, I've been annoyed with this stupid foreigner for a long time.
He can't beat him one-on-one, and he still wants to call for backup.
Brother, are they stopping you because of the auction? Upon hearing this, Suyu nodded. Exactly.
The others said indignantly.
Damn it, then we can't just let them go so easily. Damn it, bullying Chinese people on Chinese soil? You're tired of living, aren't you?
They grabbed the outsiders who came to their aid and threw them to the ground. They walked towards them menacingly. They saw the foreign aid being treated like dogs.
Brothers really panicked. That was his trump card. And it's gone just like that. Looking around, I saw that they were all warriors from the Dragon Kingdom. I thought it was going to be a brawl, but I never expected that I would be ganged up on by the other side. He shouted. When did you arrive? This isn't fair, it's not fair. You're ganging up on us because there are so many of you.
Kaiton laughed. This time it was his turn to be arrogant.
I wonder who is trying to send people to surround and annihilate us. Could it be some dog named Brothers? He claims to be a gentleman, but in what way does he act or say anything that befits the title?
He spoke as he walked toward Brothers.
It has already begun to gather spiritual energy.
He really needs to give Brothers a good beating to put an end to his clown arrogance. The others also surrounded Brothers.
Brothers was desperate. Could you please not slap me in the face? I'm a gentleman.
If you anger a lion, the consequences will be very serious. The words had barely left his mouth. His body flew backward several meters and slammed hard against the wall. They moved so fast that even the butler couldn't stop them. Lord Bros. Don't worry, you have one too. Suyu's fist arrived as expected, landing heavily on the butler's face. The butler's body was already highly tense, and this sudden action completely broke him down. Big brother, I want to join too. After saying that, Kaitong rushed up and started punching the two of them. There's an old saying in China, friends come from afar. Brothers was beaten black and blue, but he still tried to speak. But it was quickly interrupted by Kaitong. Fuck your godfather. Not long after, brothers and a group of outsiders were packed up and left in a dead end. Let them fend for themselves. Brothers had just broken free of the ropes when he touched his face, which was no longer human, and tears streamed down his face. Those damn Chinese, I will make you pay a terrible price. Just then, a noise came from the eaves. Brothers looked in the direction of the sound. They saw an old man dressed in tight-fitting clothes and holding a long sword staring intently at them. If Suyu were here, he would definitely recognize that this was Elder Emo who had been following Chin Mofan before. During this time, he had been inquiring about Suyu's whereabouts. Seek any opportunity to kill him. He had been hiding in the shadows, observing everything, while Suyu was fighting the butler. Realizing that Suyu's progress was exceptionally rapid, they knew that if they didn't find a way to kill him soon, they would never have another chance. He couldn't just let Suyu grow up unchecked. After all, they had already formed a grudge before. Fortunately, Suyu finally gave him a chance this time. If he kills this group of people, then when Country Y investigates, the responsibility will naturally fall on Suyu. If brothers, as the ambassador for Country Y, were to die in Country D, the consequences would be unimaginable. Suyu, the people you didn't kill, I'll do for you. Having said that, he swung his longsword. Everyone's heads fell to the ground instantly. Brothers was left alone, trembling in place. Who are you? This time, Bros truly sensed the killing intent. Unlike Suyu and his group, who were just venting their anger. This old man really wanted to kill him. He shakily took out the signal gun, ready to fire the signal. Old Mo didn't stop him, he simply raised his longsword and, after the signal was given, killed him with a single stroke. On the other side, Suyu and his companion left surrounded by the crowd. Many people praised his performance at the time. Hey bro, you were really awesome just now. You're only a third-rank martial artist, right? You managed to take on a fourth-rank physical martial artist with your bare hands. That's quite impressive. I'm so envious. When I'm your age, I'm only just over the second rank. Let alone fighting a fourth-rank martial artist, I'd have to turn tail and run if I encountered a second-rank one. Heroes emerge from among the young. Ah, that's great. This really helped us vent our anger. That stupid outsider deserved to be beaten up. Suyu nodded with a smile. Before long, everyone took their leave. Suyu and his companion then walked into the commercial street. Kaitong was all smiles. That was awesome, bro, did you see that just now? Brothers got beaten up like a pig's head, it cracked me up. And he kept yelling stop. He paused, then touched the warm spirit stone in his storage bag. Brother, have you ever been to a jade gambling site? Suyu shook his head. I've heard of jade gambling, but I've never tried it or seen it with my own eyes. It would be a lie to say I'm not curious. Are there any jade gambling sites around here? I haven't seen any along the way. Kaitong chuckled. The thing about gambling on jade stones has to be done underground. With Kaitong leading the way, Suyu successfully arrived at the underground jade gambling market. As soon as I entered, I heard someone groaning incessantly. Holy crap, how come there's only so much green? The quality is also poor. All those 30 mid-grade spirit stones I spent are just wasted. No way, no way. I really like this stone, and I even took out a loan of 50 mid-grade spirit stones. You're telling me it has so many cracks? Damn it, do you even know how to cut it? There's still a small piece here, why aren't you cutting it? Forget about the rest, they're all rough stones, I'm just asking you, is there any chance of finding anything good here? Some people laughed uncontrollably. Ha ha ha, I've struck gold. I've struck gold. It's top-grade imperial green jade. I'll never have to worry again. I can make a ring here and a pendant here, easily making hundreds of times more, ha ha ha. Suyu remained silent.
This fits his stereotype of jade gambling sites. Chapter 51, Gambling on Stones? Do you dare?
There were clearly quite a few people from Kaitong. As soon as they entered, someone came to greet them.
Hey, isn't this Kai Xiao? A new batch of materials just arrived recently, shall we go take a look? Kaitong waved his hand. I brought my older brother here to look around, you go and do your work.
Only then did the man notice Suyu standing to the side, and he rubbed his hands together.
May I ask your name, Brother Kaitong?
Su Yu.
Oh, okay, Mr. Su, feel free to browse around. Just tell me if you see anything you like, and I'll give you a discount for your first time. This person knows how to handle things. Su Yu nodded. Then I followed Kaitong around and wandered around. Brother, in my spare time, I come here to take a look. If I see something I like, I'll make a purchase. It's a way of honing my eye for quality. Fearing that Su Yu would think he was a gambling addict, he added.
I only spend money I earned myself. I don't gamble recklessly.
Su Yu nodded. That's great.
I can use the money I earn to satisfy my hobbies.
As he looked, he activated his eye of truth.
When he first arrived, he wondered if he could see through the raw stone directly with the eye of truth.
I didn't expect that he could actually see through it.
Su Yu then led Kaitong to search in the low price area, picking up a piece every now and then and examining it in front of his eyes, without using a light, just looking at it.
Just then, I heard mocking voices. Hey, isn't this the money-giving boy? He's here to give away money again? This time I learned my lesson and knew to look in the low price area so I wouldn't lose so much money.
Su Yu looked in the direction of the sound and saw a slightly chubby little boy looking at Kaitong with disdain.
Where did these flies come from? They keep buzzing around, it's so annoying.
Kaitong picked at his ear and whispered to Su Yu.
This guy's name is Yang Shang.
He's a notorious gambler in this jade gambling market. He's not very capable, but he loves to shout. I had a little scuffle with him before, and ever since then, this thing has been chasing and biting me whenever it sees me, and I can't shake it off. I never expected that on my first visit with my brother, we'd run into such an unlucky creature. Although his voice was soft, Yang Shang clearly heard it and shouted back.
Hee, I'm a gambling addict, but I can't compare to you. I never win any jade, I always lose money.
After saying that, he took out a gold bracelet from his hand.
Do you remember this? Haven't you been trying to redeem it? Upon seeing the gold bracelet, Kaitong became instantly agitated. Aren't you shameless idiot? Why do you keep bringing this up? Clearly, Yang Shan used this incident to provoke Kaitong quite a bit.
Su Yu frowned slightly and asked.
Kaitong, what's the deal with that gold bracelet?
Before Kaitong could speak, Yang Shang spoke up.
You don't know?
This gold bracelet is a keepsake from his grandmother. Ha, he lost it to me when he lost all his money gambling with me.
It's hilarious.
He got rich later and tried to take it back several times, but I refused to sell it.
Kaitongchi couldn't understand, so he explained to Su Yu. Brother, it's not that I'm greedy, it's that he set me up. They tampered with the agreement, which led to my. Stupid is stupid, why make so many excuses?
The sound of their voices drew the attention of others.
Why are Kaitong arguing with Yang Sheng again? The two kids are arguing every day.
Oh, this is going to be interesting. Every time they gamble on stones, they consume about a quarter of the waste material here.
The boss would love for them to come every day and make a fuss every day.
The sound reached Su Yu and the others' ears.
Kaitong felt somewhat embarrassed, glanced at the gold bracelet, and hesitated to speak. At this moment,
Yang Shang shook the gold bracelet again.
Is this your older brother next to you? Hey, want to help your little brother get the gold bracelet back? Let's make a bet, wanna join? That's enough. Yang Shang, you're trying to bully me again. Su Yu interrupted.
Sure, I'll take a bet with you. His tone was very calm. Yang Shang narrowed his eyes slightly. He had been gambling on stones for so long, but he had never seen anyone like Su Yu before. He was almost certain that Su Yu was a newcomer, which was why he wanted to take a gamble and use the same trick again.
Kaitong quickly replied.
Brother, this has nothing to do with you. Besides, it's your first time playing, you don't know the rules at all, and you don't know how to look at stones.
This guy is obviously trying to scam newbies. Seeing Su Yu remain silent, Kaitong Yudao.
Don't let his pretentious attitude fool you, he's actually quite skilled. And he loves to cheat. If he's about to lose, he'll get someone to help him watch. That's definitely part of the agreement, so it's like you're fighting 2 against 1, which is very difficult to win. Upon hearing this, Suyu did not offer any opinion, but simply asked,
Does the more green there is, the more valuable it is? Kaitong didn't know why Suyu was asking this, and replied,
Yes, brother, that's the theory. But there are other possibilities, like if it turns out to be a different color, has a thick texture, and a good luster, it can also be very valuable.
Suyu nodded. I overheard their conversation.
Yang Sheng could barely suppress the smirk on his face.
This Suyu is indeed a newbie. He doesn't even know if the car is worth anything. How can he compare to me?
But on the surface, he remained calm and composed.
Want to gamble or not? Don't say I'm bullying you. I'll change the rules.
Originally, each of us would take 3 pieces of material. I'll give you 4 pieces now, but there's a price requirement. You win if your average bid is higher than mine.
If you win, you can take this gold bracelet. You can take it home or give it to your little brother.
You only get 1 chance, so next time I won't take this gold bracelet out. I'll pass it down as a family heirloom, so my descendants will know how powerful their grandfather is. This is practically forcing Suyu to gamble on stones.
How could Kaitong not see it?
But he knew Yang Sheng's character very well. He liked to set traps for newcomers.
Once someone gets carried away, not even 10 oxen could stop them. I'm really worried that Suyu will get scammed. After all, that's how I got here, and I even lost my gold bracelet because of it. Although they might not be able to get it back if they missed this opportunity, Kaitong didn't want Suyu to take any risks. He then spoke up. Big brother, I don't want that gold bracelet anymore, Okay, I'll bet with you.
Upon hearing this, the onlookers around began to whisper among themselves.
No way, isn't this obviously a setup? How could we fall for it? Are we just putting on a brave face? I heard him ask that question just now. He doesn't even know how to judge value, yet he dares to gamble? Is he too rich, or is he too stupid? Is it possible that he's actually a hidden master, just pretending to be a newbie? Come on, pretending to be a newbie will get you into the jade gambling market and head straight for the low price section? I think he just wants to show off and help his underling get the gold bracelet back. But he might win.
He gets 4 pieces, and Yang Sheng gets 3.
It's hard to say with good luck. What do you guys think? Why did he choose all the scrap materials in chapter 52? Yang Sheng couldn't help but smile. You finally fell for my trick, bro. Watch how I get back at you. He then produced an agreement and had Suyu sign it.
Both players can initially select 3 ordinary stones from the Starfall Stone gambling shop. If the value of the spiritual materials obtained after cutting the stones is lower than the cost of the stones, they can choose to continue the challenge. Each time a stone is cut, it must be compared. If the stone's value is lower than the other party's, then twice the purchase price of the stone is used as a deposit, which is doubled in the next stone cutting. The winner takes away both sides' bets and the spiritual materials revealed by the other side. If the quantities are not equal, the person with the larger quantity will need to participate in another stone gambling exercise. The rules are as follows. The Starfall Stone gambling shop is connected by 9 spiritual veins underground. Each time a stone is cut, the power of these veins is randomly injected into the next stone. This injected power may improve the quality of the stone, or it may attract a mysterious curse that interferes with the judgment of the stone. You must choose one of these stones, and the price will double. The last clause states that party A may hire external assistance once. After reading it, Kaitong Securities exclaimed that it was despicable. On the surface, it gives Suyu another chance to choose a stone, but the danger also increases exponentially. Each time a stone is cut, a gamble is required, and each time it's doubled. The next time, it's doubled again on top of the previous time. Suyu needs to solve 4 pieces. Once they are combined, the price could reach a terrifying number. Big brother, how about? Kaitong was about to speak up to dissuade him, but seeing Suyu shake his head, he stopped talking. Instead, they reached into their pockets to see if the money they brought was enough to lose. Otherwise, once an IOU is written, your belongings will be confiscated, and whether you can get them back depends on the other party's attitude. After carefully reading the agreement, Suyu signed it. The agreement is similar to what Kaitong said. The other party will find an outside help once, and the provisions are very good at exploiting people's gambler mentality. No wonder the Kaitong Association suffered. Okay, that's straightforward, I admire you. Despite saying this, the mockery on his face remained undiminished, as if he was determined to have Suyu cornered.
Yang Sheng didn't even look at it before signing the contract.
They then summoned the owner of Xingyun Stone Gambling Shop to serve as the referee for the event.
Don't worry, I won't favor anyone.
It will be fair, just, open, and transparent throughout the entire process. The competition begins.
It's time to select stones. You have 1.5 hours. Normally, it takes 1 hour.
But Yang Sheng was treacherous, so he deliberately added half an hour. To prevent the other party from getting lucky, and to give yourself enough time to make a choice. After all, when it comes to gambling on stones, for experts, the longer they have experience, the more accurate their judgment will become. Yang Sheng smiled and walked towards the mid-price area. The mid-price range offers the best value for money and also has the highest sales volume. Some time ago, Yang Sheng went to Longdu for further studies and learned a lot of skills.
Things are very different now this time. We'll take this hothead as our target.
They used the money they earned to gamble on jade. He bent down and began selecting from the pile of spirit stones. This is truly a stroke of luck.
This latest batch of goods is really excellent.
He skillfully used his knowledge and experience to quickly select 2 spirit stones. Seeing this, some of the others who knew what they were talking about spoke up.
Not bad, not bad.
The 2 rough stones you chose have clear and regular surface textures. These textures are often formed when the stone is influenced by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth during its formation. Moreover, the angle at which the textures spread is also right, almost converging in one place.
Moreover, its luster is restrained, with a soft, non-blaring sheen on its surface.
This luster is the result of long-term nourishment by spiritual energy, and is one of the characteristics of high-quality stones.
He then looked towards Suyu's direction.
They found him huddled in the low-price section, rummaging through scrap materials.
They found 3 stones in one go.
He frowned and said, "This person is indeed a novice. The stones he chose are all of the worst kind. Its shape is bizarre and irregular, lacking any aesthetic appeal and defying the natural laws of creation. The surface has obvious defects, with such a large missing area. In this case, the spiritual energy has long since dissipated and cannot circulate or be stored completely inside.
Not to mention its uneven surface, which is not conducive to the stable existence of spiritual energy. There are just too many flaws. I even suspect he deliberately gave away the money." At this time, Kaitong was standing not far from Suyu, his expression growing increasingly uneasy. "Brother, your choice seems a bit."
He was afraid of discouraging Suyu, so the item he chose didn't look very appealing. It's difficult to produce good products. He wanted to speak up and remind them, but was stopped. All they could do was silently pray that Suyu would have great luck and find an exceptionally fine stone. But after looking at the few that Suyu had chosen, he silently closed his eyes. Although Suyu possesses unparalleled combat prowess, he can also repair and create books. However, this is clearly not their forte in the field of jade gambling. It requires extensive experience and a wealth of knowledge. Suyu was concentrating on selecting stones when he heard mocking voices again.
"Ha, I'm not trying to be mean, but are you really that afraid of losing money?
You're picking all junk stocks. But don't think that will make you lose less, because my deposit is included in the total.
Even if I win, I can keep betting, and in the end you'll still have to pay up."
Suyu didn't even look up, but he knew who was speaking.
I choose to ignore it. He focused intently on channeling his spiritual energy into the Eye of Truth.
Seeing that Suyu ignored him, Yang Sheng snorted and continued searching for stones.
The reason he dared to gamble was certainly not to save face.
It was because he discovered this before signing the agreement. With enough spiritual energy, one's Eye of Truth can directly see through the rough stone and even identify its name and origin.
What's the difference between this and answering questions using Baidu?
The only difference is that Suyu needs to rest from time to time to recover his spiritual energy.
And they will show a slightly pained expression.
To others, it seemed like he was realizing he was going to lose and was on the verge of a breakdown. After selecting 3 low-priced rough stones, Suyu moved on to the high-price section. Seeing this, the others laughed.
"Hey, is this guy thinking he's going to lose, so he's going to gamble big? I think so too. If it were me, I would probably do the same. Otherwise, how can I compete with others with these cheap scraps? Even if the average purchase price of rough stones is low, the selling price is also pitifully low. With the trade-off, we can't win at all."
Suyu had no idea what the others were thinking. For him, the best stuff in the entire casino was in the low-priced section, and he had already found it all.
The reason they went to the high-priced area was simply to make Yang Sheng bleed money.
Otherwise, with such a low deposit, the other party wouldn't feel bad about it. He strolled around the premium section and then chose a rough stone that was almost half the size of his body. The asking price was very high, 4 times that of the 3 he had previously chosen. Yang Sheng had already made his choice, but to avoid any oversights, he observed for a while longer before confidently speaking.
I'm done. Are you done yet? 15 minutes left. All right. The two took the rough stone to the stone cutting machine, ready to cut it. Chapter 53: A Narrow Victory.
Anyway, they just want to watch the show and make things worse.
Everyone expressed their own opinions.
Look over at the stone cutting machine. The stone cutting master asked. Whose cut should we do first?
Yang Sheng shrugged. Let's cut mine first.
It'll be good to broaden his horizons and stop him from always burying himself in that pile of scrap. He was very satisfied with these 3 stones, confident that they would yield good things. Some people were immediately unhappy when they heard Yang Sheng say that the low price zone was a waste dump.
Why do you think the low price area is a dumping ground for junk? Don't you know that some people have found good pieces there? Do you think everyone has to spend a lot of money to gamble on stones?
Exactly, everyone has different pursuits.
What's the point of constantly talking about waste piles?
Suyu agreed with this statement and nodded.
As long as it's good quality, it's considered a good pile of materials, and there's no distinction between high and low quality.
He firmly believed this. After all, I found quite a few good cultivation techniques in the library on the first floor.
Yang Sheng scoffed.
Always thinking that cheap goods can be of good quality is pure wishful thinking, mostly due to poverty. If you agree with them, it's essentially because you lack confidence and you're trying to soothe your own anxiety. He put on an expression that seemed to know everything, waved his hand, and signaled the stone-cutting master to get to work. The stone-cutting machine emitted a hissing cutting sound as it rose and fell.
The first stone that Yang Sheng bought was cut open.
When the saw blade cut in about 2 centimeters, a touch of green, like a new bud in spring, appeared before everyone's eyes. Everyone craned their necks to look inside. It's unclear who shouted first, but they seemed quite agitated.
It's green! It's green!
Instantly, the scene erupted in noise.
Exclamations and murmurs rose and fell. Wow, the first piece is green? That's awesome. Look at the quality, it's really exceptional. It's so refreshing, they're putting pressure on you right away.
The stonecutter remained calm and continued to push the stone inward.
Soon, a fist-sized, deep green jadeite was revealed in its entirety. Among the crowd, some people with keen eyesight recognized the species at a glance. Excellent, excellent. It's icy jadeite, ranging from translucent to transparent, just like ice. Its pristine and clear appearance is very attractive.
It was the man who had previously commented on the stones used by Suyu and his companion. The fellow gambler next to him looked the evaluator up and down and suddenly shouted.
I knew you looked familiar. You're Mo Tingyuan, the top jade gambling master in Longdu? Mo Tingyuan smiled.
I didn't expect to be discovered after all.
My name is Mo Tingyuan.
The crowd erupted in cheers.
Damn, we've summoned Master Mo Tingyuan. This is the first time I've ever seen Mo Tingyuan alive.
Seeing that everyone wanted to say something, he pointed towards the stone-cutting machine and made a shushing gesture.
Shoo, watch carefully. Everyone turned their attention back to that side.
Yang Sheng was shrugging, his face indifferent. It's as if they're saying, this was expected, so keep a low profile.
The boss glanced at it briefly and said.
This icy jadeite is priced between 6 and 8 high-grade spirit stones, but the purchase price was 2 mid-grade spirit stones, which is at least 3 times the original price.
Yang Sheng smiled. The pressure was put on Suyu. Suyu's expression remained indifferent.
Unaffected, as if the other party had only opened a marble slab.
When it was his turn. After thinking for a moment, he chose the one in poorer condition from the 4. Cut this piece.
He muttered to himself at the same time. The green in this piece is more intense, with interspersed white.
I wonder how much it could sell for.
Although they knew what kind of jade it was, the Eye of Truth did not provide a price. The stonecutter took the stone and glanced at it briefly. Normally, he wouldn't cut this kind of material himself.
Because it looks like a complete waste of time.
Even if it's cut, it's done casually. However, since this place is responsible for the important task of cutting stones, the stone-cutting master dared not slack off and picked up the material to cut it carefully. He took a deep breath, gripped the control lever tightly, and slowly pressed the start button.
Sizzle, sizzle.
The stone cutting tool emitted a sharp cutting sound as the saw blade spun rapidly. I cut off about 3 centimeters, but still no green color.
Some people have already started talking about it. You're already wearing it, and it's still not green?
The words had barely left his mouth.
Then someone shouted. Holy crap, they released that too. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound.
A patch of green and white appeared beneath the stone cutting machine.
There really is one? The crowd's emotions were stirred up. Mo Ting Yuan looked closely and spoke up.
Green and white jade is a type of Dushan jade.
It is delicate and smooth with a glassy luster on the surface. It also polishes well and is relatively transparent. It looks good and is not cheap.
But unfortunately, it's a bit too small, only about the size of 3 thumbs. Everyone agreed, but it's already quite impressive that this newcomer was able to get a green license plate on their first try.
Yang Shang was somewhat surprised.
This really turned out to be a cuckold's act. Although this piece is a bit small, its price is hard to say. The boss picked up a powerful flashlight, shone it on himself, and after a moment's thought, said in a deep voice.
This is of very good quality.
It can be used as a pendant or to draw a rui, a traditional Chinese ornament symbolizing good fortune. The final price should be around 8 high-grade spirit stones, but the purchase price was only 70 mid-grade spirit stones. So, Suyu won the first competition. These words were spoken. The scene erupted in excitement.
Holy crap, we won. I never thought this scrap could actually yield something good. Okay, this is going to be interesting. I think Yang Shang's last 2 pieces look pretty good, and they're likely to be good. I still think Yang Shang will win. Exactly, I think this kid is just incredibly lucky. Let's see if he can win the next game. Kaiton Securities is laughing so hard they can't see their teeth. A great start. A great start.
The boss pressed his hands down, signaling everyone to be quiet.
Now, let's begin disassembling this second piece. Who will solve it first?
Yang Sheng crossed his arms and pretended to be magnanimous. It was me last time, so I'll settle the score for him first this time, it's only fair.
He was cursing inwardly. What bad luck! It must be because I solved it first that my good luck was sucked away. This time, I'll make sure he gets to solve it first. He lost on the very first stone, which made him lose face, but fortunately he didn't lose too many. Suyu had no objections. Okay, I'll go first. Then they took out the largest stone. Seeing this, everyone began to look forward to it. I remember he got this from the high-priced area, right? It's the most expensive and the biggest. Whether this piece is cut well or not will pretty much determine the outcome. Why is it just being offered as the second piece? That's interesting. Starting with the second one, they're going to put up gold. I feel like they're trying to put pressure on the other side. What the hell? What if we lose this bet? Wouldn't that just put more pressure on us?
The shopkeeper was somewhat surprised by Suyu's decision and looked at the stone in his hand.
For this stone cutting, we'll be adding gold leaf. Are you sure you want to use that? Confirmed.
Suyu took out 20 high-grade spirit stones from his pocket and handed them to the shopkeeper. Because the stone was too large, the stone cutting master had to change to a different machine. The second stone cutting has begun.
Chapter 54. What the heck is this?
The sound of the large stone cutter rang out, like a giant mechanical beast roaring.
Sizzle. Everyone leaned in to look inside. If we can produce something good, I can't even imagine how valuable it would be.
Kaitong was extremely nervous at this moment, as if he himself was the one gambling on the jade. Such a large stone, if it's cut well, it'll be ready to take off. If it's cut badly, it'll be ruined. The crowd watched with anticipation as the stone cutting machine rose and fell. Soon, the person in the front row shouted,
"Holy crap, another one? But look at that."
Upon hearing this, Kaitong's heart skipped a beat, and he squeezed to the front to take a look. It was discovered that although the goods were shipped, they were white, not green.
If you're looking for white jade, there's a high probability that you're getting cheap jade. Mo Ting Yuan also walked to the front, touching his chin as he looked at the jade.
After seeing what it was, he couldn't help but shake his head.
Wow, such a big piece of Afghan jade? That's a bit of a rip-off. Upon hearing this, some people immediately burst out laughing. No, he just said the deposit was 20 high-grade spirit stones, so that means this Afu jade was bought for 10 high-grade spirit stones?
Those in the industry know that Afu jade is mainly composed of calcite, which has poor hardness and toughness, and is very brittle, making it one of the cheapest types.
It is often used to impersonate Jiujiang jade. Oh no, this just exploded. The last one was good, but it was small.
This one is big, but it's junk.
I really lost my composure. It's a bit unlucky.
As long as Yang Sheng doesn't play marble, he basically has no chance of losing.
The shopkeeper glanced at Afuyu and then gave him a price.
60-70 mid-grade spirit stones, purchased at a price of 10 high-grade spirit stones, resulting in a severe loss.
Now let's begin analyzing Yang Sheng.
Upon hearing this, Yang Sheng finally calmed down.
It was like a roller coaster ride.
1 second I was worried about the shipment, the next I was holding back my laughter until my face turned red.
Sure enough, the first one to cut is the unlucky one. I'll suck away your good luck, let's see what you have to fight me with. I am a truly capable person.
With that thought in mind, he handed over the stone he liked best. They also confiscated 4 high-grade spirit stones.
Anyone with eyes can already see who will win.
This stone is ready for sale at first glance.
Suyu is gone. As expected.
After a while of fiddling with the stone-cutting master, a piece of scarlet jade, as red as blood, was cut out. It is about the size of a palm and is perfectly intact.
Mo Tingyuan adjusted his glasses and nodded. Red agate?
The color is pure, the texture is delicate, the gelatinous feel is very strong, and there are almost no obvious flaws or cracks.
Valuable.
These 2 words already highly praise this material. A piece of jade that can be valued by a jade master is no ordinary material. Yang Sheng finally breathed a sigh of relief and burst into laughter.
Ha ha ha,
such a big piece of stone, and it turned out to be a huge piece of Afghan jade.
Look at me, the whole stone is just useless on the edges and corners, the rest is agate.
I told you I'd open your eyes to something, have you seen it yet?
Ha ha ha.
He was incredibly arrogant, but it has to be admitted that Yang Sheng did win this time.
They won decisively. No rush, there are still some problems to solve.
Suyu's expression remained calm throughout. Looking at Yang Sheng's expression, it was as if he were looking at a clown. However, in other people's eyes, Suyu's performance was no different from putting on a show when there was no real effort. After carefully examining the items, the shop owner couldn't resist playing with them for a while before reluctantly giving his evaluation. The price is around 15 high-grade spirit stones, no more, no less. The purchase price is 2 high-grade spirit stones. The profit is 13 high-grade spirit stones. He paused for a moment, then continued.
I really like this agate. I wonder if brother Yang Sheng could sell it to me.
Yang Sheng glanced at Suyu provocatively, then looked at his boss and smiled.
No problem, no problem.
We'll talk after the competition. The boss nodded and announced the results of the second competition. Yang Sheng wins, and Suyu's bet will not be withdrawn and will continue to the next round.
Suyu has 2 pieces left, while Yang Sheng only has 1. As long as Yang Sheng plays steadily and performs normally in the last piece, he can secure a victory. As for Suyu, the pressure is much greater.
Once a piece of Afghan jade is produced, the average price has already been driven down significantly. If a poor quality piece is produced later, it's basically game over, and you'll have to lose a lot of your deposit.
Let's get started quickly. Suyu will go first this time. Let's give the newcomer more opportunities.
Yang Sheng urged. He couldn't wait to see Suyu open the trash can again.
The finances are not going smoothly, he said. Last time, the eldest brother went first, this time it's your turn.
What, are you afraid?
Do you think it's unlucky to go first?
When Kaitong exposed his lie, Yang Sheng's expression changed briefly, but quickly returned to normal. Only someone like you, lacking skill, would attribute victory or defeat to luck.
If everyone relied on luck when gambling on stones, where would any masters be in this industry? Mo Tingyuan expressed his agreement. Luck certainly plays a role, but skill is still the biggest factor. Attributing victory or defeat to luck is obviously unreasonable.
Whether the game starts first or last will not affect the outcome.
Everyone knows this principle, but who wouldn't want to have a good omen?
Although that's what I thought, I still agreed.
Yes, I think the master is absolutely right. I feel the same way.
There's no such thing as that much luck.
Let's get started quickly, I can't wait. Suyu said it didn't matter, and suggested starting the car first.
Take out the last 2 pieces, pick out the slightly damaged one, and hand it to the stone-cutting master. The stone-cutting master weighed it in his hand and sensed something was off.
Why is it so light? It's like it's hollow inside. But she didn't say anything, not daring to affect Suyu's mindset. The stonecutter started up again, its roar echoing in everyone's ears. Kaitong kept shouting into the machine. Get out! Get out! Get out! Get out! The others stood with their arms crossed, watching Kaitong make a fool of itself. Yang Shang laughed even harder. People like you with no real ability can only rely on luck. Shout, shout, shout more, maybe you'll get more good luck, ha ha ha.
Kaitong seemed not to hear and continued shouting.
Get out! Get out! Get out! It doesn't matter if people laugh at him, as long as it brings good luck to Suyu.
The stone-cutting master found the stone increasingly strange as he cut it, until he felt a sudden downward pull in his hand, at which point he stopped.
Carefully take out a sphere from it. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. What is this thing? It looks like the egg of some kind of monster. What the heck? You mean, you cut a stone and found an egg inside? How do you assess the price of that? What price are you going to give this egg? What's the difference between it and a fossil? The monster inside is long dead. Yang Shang burst into laughter. No, what is this? A golden core? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha.
This idiot kept yelling for it to appear, and it turned out to be a golden core.
Seeing this, Saitong's anxiety finally subsided. You've been advertising for ages, but nothing's been shipped? He then looked at Suyu apologetically, as if to say, I'm sorry, big brother, I brought bad luck. Chapter 55. Suyu is out of control.
Suyu touched his chin. Of everyone present, only he knew that this was not a golden elixir at all.
It was an ancient dragon egg. But it looks like it's already lifeless. I thought we could actually find something alive. If others knew what he was thinking, they would definitely call him crazy. Use this precious competition opportunity to open the dead dragon egg. Giving someone else a free opportunity and lowering your own average shipment value. The boss had never seen anything like this before. Logically speaking, all stones are selected and have spiritual energy that either diffuses or flows back. There is no possibility of inanimate objects being found inside. What's going on? He held a small ball, about the size of his thumb, in his hand, unsure how to assess its price. At that moment, he noticed Mo Tingyuan not far away. Old Mo, you've come at the right time. Give me your evaluation. Mo Tingyuan adjusted his glasses, stepped forward, and gently took the small ball. As expected of a master, he quickly drew a conclusion after a brief observation. This should be an ancient dragon egg. Dragon eggs often contain valuable items, such as unawakened dragon cubs or burial goods of dead dragon cubs. The scope is very broad and difficult to evaluate. It may be priceless or it may be less valuable than a roadside stone. These words shocked everyone. Are they going to be witnesses to the first opening of the dragon egg? But the next second, Mo Tingyuan's words dampened everyone's excitement. But it's clear that this originally contained an unrevived dragon cub, but due to unforeseen circumstances, the cub died. There were no burial items either. In terms of price, Mo Tingyuan paused, then pointed to the breakfast eggs not far away. About the size of an egg. About the size of an egg?
Yang Shang silently read the sentence to himself, then laughed so hard he couldn't stand up straight.
Not bad, you cracked open an egg. In a way, this is a unique kind of jade, ha ha ha, priceless. Priceless. Mo Tingyuan handed the dragon egg to Suyu, his expression somewhat complicated. What a pity. If it were alive, its value would be much higher. You know, the last time we got that pseudo-dragon egg in Dragon City, it sold to a summoner for a whopping 190,000 high-grade spirit stones, which is equivalent to 1.9 billion renminbi. If it's a true dragon, it's at least 10 times that. What a pity, what a pity. Mo Tingyuan shook his head and turned back into the crowd. Upon hearing this, Suyu also felt a little regretful and took a look at it in his hand. At this moment, a panel popped up in the system. Already stored in warehouse. Suyu raised his eyebrows slightly. How did the dragon eggs end up in the warehouse? Could it be that this dragon egg can interact with the system? As if in response to Suyu, the system popped up another notification. The true dragon's egg Balrog sleeping. Recovery progress, 2%. Suyu stared intently. They were overjoyed.
If the recovery progress is displayed, it means that a recovery is possible. This is such a pleasant surprise. I had initially felt sorry for the dead dragon egg, but now I felt relieved. If it can hatch a real dragon egg, its price is incomparable to that of a small piece of jade. Thinking of this, a smile unconsciously appeared on Suyu's lips. Seeing this, Yang Sheng was somewhat puzzled.
This guy must be out of his mind, how can he still laugh? I was instantly furious.
It was Yang Sheng's turn to cut the stone.
He is basically free of pressure. Yang Sheng sneered. If you're going to open an egg, then I'll just open a duck egg, ha ha ha, I don't need to win too much from you.
Suyu shrugged.
It doesn't matter. I already have the best things. Winning or losing doesn't matter to me, especially since I already have a stone. The outcome is still undecided. Soon.
The results of the stone cutting were beige jade. It has a warm and delicate texture, but low hardness and is easily damaged. Although it wasn't top-notch, it was enough to easily defeat Suyu's egg. The shopkeeper took it in his hand, glanced at it, and then gave a price. 2 high-grade spirit stones were purchased at a price of 1 high-grade spirit stone, resulting in a profit of 1 high-grade spirit stone. Yang Sheng wins this round.
Yang Sheng's deposits were returned, but Suyu continued to withhold them.
I forgot to mention when I was looking at the dragon egg that Suyu's purchase price was 400 mid-grade spirit stones. Adding that to the previous stone, his current bet is 48 high-grade spirit stones. Yang Sheng spoke up at this moment. I'll decide which stone to compare with for the last one.
Don't say I didn't give you a chance.
I won't even compare my second stone with yours, it'll be hard for you to win.
How about the first one?
If you don't want to continue gambling, just admit defeat and you'll have to pay 48 high-grade spirit stones right now. He was afraid that Suyu would run away, so he patiently persuaded him.
If you win, it will be great.
You can get your bet back, which is equivalent to earning 48 high-grade spirit stones all at once.
Upon hearing this, Kaitong immediately responded.
Brother,
don't get carried away. He's ripping you off.
Even if your fourth stone is better than his second, you still have to compare average prices to win, and then you'll be.
Shut up. Don't influence Suyu's judgment.
Yang Sheng interrupted him with a roar, then resumed his smile.
How about it, Suyu?
This is a sure thing, if you just admit defeat, you won't get your little brother's stuff back.
Upon hearing this, Suyu nodded. Then let's continue.
Big brother.
Kaitong was deeply moved.
He knew that Suyu wasn't stupid, he was trying to get the bracelet back for him. At this moment, Suyu looked at Kaitong and smiled faintly.
It's alright, I'm confident.
At the same time, they were secretly admiring Yang Sheng's methods. This persuasive rhetoric, so understated yet vividly depicting a do-or-die situation, makes one want to try again. To this end, the threshold for victory was deliberately lowered. Unfortunately, Suyu was certain that this last piece of stone was the best in the area, bar none.
At first, I didn't know how to judge the quality of the stone.
Even if the eye of truth provides a hint, it can only tell you what kind of jade is inside, but it is difficult to distinguish whether the quality is good or bad. Until they started talking about spiritual energy.
That makes things much easier. My physical body is extremely sensitive to spiritual energy. As long as I'm sure the stone will be delivered, I can judge its quality by feeling the concentration of spiritual energy with my body. But the others didn't know about Suyu's abilities, they just thought he was very bold, or rather, reckless. Many onlookers felt their scalp tingling. That's 48 high-grade spirit stones. If I lose again. Flipping straight to 96, who can resist that?
Many people could earn spirit stones their whole lives but never earn 96 high-grade spirit stones, and they use them as a gamble. If Suyu wins the bet, he will become famous overnight. If he loses, he will become another spendthrift.
What do you guys think? I feel there's a chance.
Suyu's expression has remained calm throughout, as if he expected this.
Could he really be an expert pretending to be a newbie? Chapter 56, A Peerless Jade? The two masters fight. Come on, I just feel like he's a greenhorn. After all this time, I figured it out. He's a complete novice, the newest of all.
When selecting stones, I never use a light source. Don't tell me he has X-ray vision.
Others agreed, saying that even an expert pretending to be a newbie wouldn't look this convincing.
He didn't offer much comment, but instead focused intently on the stone cutting machine.
We're about to start cutting the stone.
The stone cutter took the stone and weighed it in his hand. This time it felt much sturdier. But the appearance was still too poor, and it was also very small.
Less than half a palm's width.
Its shape is also strange. You could say this is just scrap material.
Sizzle, sizzle.
The stone cutter was restarted. The stone cutting master could see that although the young man in front of him was impulsive, he was also standing up for his friend. I also hoped that he would produce something good. He took a deep breath, his calloused hands gripping the control lever tightly, and slowly pressed down to cut the stone. As the saw blade penetrated deeper, a fine crack appeared on the surface of the stone, visible to the naked eye. His heart tightened, and his forehead broke out in a fine sweat. It cracked after being cut less than a centimeter deep, which means it's difficult to get the goods out from inside. I subconsciously slowed down, afraid of accidentally cutting and damaging the good stuff inside the stone. The surrounding crowd held their breath and dared not make a sound. This time, Kaitong dared not speak, fearing that he would bring bad luck again, so he covered his mouth, peeked out, and stared intently at the machine. The saw blade continues to penetrate deeper.
1 centimeter? No green has appeared. 2 centimeters? No green has appeared. 3 centimeters? Still no green.
With the price about to be cut off and no green signal yet, Kaitong Securities is getting a little anxious. The thought of having to pay back an exorbitant deposit made Kaitong feel suffocated. But seeing Suyu's calm face, he immediately felt much more at ease.
Even my older brother isn't worried. Why should I be? You have to trust him. He never does anything he's not sure he can do. Thinking this, Saitong's expression relaxed.
But things still didn't go as planned.
Even after cutting it through, no green color was visible.
Someone chuckled, whether it was a sigh of relief or self-deprecation, it was hard to tell.
No, what am I expecting? How could this waste possibly turn into green? I'm speechless.
I was staring at it too, thinking maybe a miracle would happen, but it was just a lump.
It's pointless, Yang Shangwon.
The crowd seemed somewhat disappointed.
That's human nature.
When you're sure to win, everyone wants you to lose. When you're sure to lose, they want you to lose.
For no other reason than they just wanted to watch the drama unfold and didn't mind making things worse.
At this moment, Suyu pointed to the very edge and said softly, "Please cut there."
The crowd was drawn to it again. He peeked over there.
"If this small piece can be produced, I'll twist my head off and use it as a chamber pot." To be honest, even if it really turns out to be green, that piece, about the size of a little finger, wouldn't be worth much. Yang Shang could hardly contain his laughter.
Do you know anything about stone cutting?
You're cutting right there. There's obviously waste material there, and even the original stone inside is showing.
Can't you see that? Do you want me to cut it into tofu cubes so you can take a look at each one?
The boss glanced at him, signaling him to keep quiet. He then addressed the stone-cutting master. "Just do as he says." The stone-cutting master nodded. However, because this part is too small, a machine cannot be used, so a chisel has to be used instead.
Here we go.
As the chisel fell again and again, the rough stone skin peeled away layer by layer. The next instant, a dazzling yet gentle light pierced through the pervasive stone dust, illuminating the jade gambling site in an instant. A rich spiritual energy then spread out.
Damn! What's that noise? Did they really find something good? Someone exclaimed first, and then a series of people followed in surprise.
I have never seen jade with such concentrated spiritual energy that it spreads out.
Did you see that light just now? That light looks like something only the finest jade would produce. Did I just see it wrong?
The stone was successfully cut. The stone-cutting master carefully held it in his hands.
It's really out?
I never expected that such a small place could actually produce goods. This piece of jade is oval in shape, with a bright and lustrous color. The edges resemble the dawnlight at the juncture of heaven and earth, while the central area is a rich and mellow mutton fat white. Needless to say, the quality of the jade is excellent, visible to the naked eye. The shop owner hurriedly took the jade, his eyes filled with amazement. This is the first time I've ever touched jade that warms up when touched, as if life is being nurtured inside. He carefully lifted it up and held it up to the light. The jade body seemed to contain countless tiny stars. He was so overwhelmed with beauty that he was speechless. A figure quickly approached and then pressed itself against the jade.
It is Mo Ting Yuan.
The moment he saw the jade, he was completely captivated. The boss shoved Mo Ting Yuan aside, saying, "Master, be careful not to scratch it." No, show it to me, I'll look at it in my palm.
I haven't finished reading it yet. Show me.
The two began to scramble for it, but they were very careful, afraid of damaging the beautiful jade.
That's all.
Two prominent figures in the industry nearly came to blows over a piece of jade. The boss spoke first.
Brother Suyu, I feel that this jade is destined for me. How about you sell it to me? I will give you a satisfactory price. Mo Tingyuan, not to be outdone, also spoke up. Brother Suyu.
Such a fine jade should be sold to someone who knows its value. He's just a merchant, he wouldn't take good care of it at all, he'll definitely.
You're talking nonsense. Who said I wouldn't take good care of it? Mo Tingyuan, you stole a lot of my jade, this time you have to give in. At this moment, Suyu interrupted the two of them. Excuse me, you two, I'm not selling to either of you. Upon hearing this, the two immediately became anxious.
No way, Brother Suyu, I'll offer you 120 high-grade spirit stones.
How about you sell it to me? Isn't that enough sincerity?
From now on, whenever you gamble on stones here, I'll give you a 20% discount.
I guarantee you'll be satisfied.
No, you're selling me out.
You're selling me out.
I'll offer you 130 high-grade spirit stones and even take you to Dragon Capital for further studies.
Your talent and aptitude shouldn't be wasted.
The two started arguing again. First they compared prices, then they reminisced about the past, and finally they started hurling insults at each other.
Everyone was stunned. How good must this jade be? That's why the two of them argued like this.
The owner of Xingyun Stone Casino is a low-key person, but many people know that he has a powerful background.
Mo Tingyuan, needless to say, is the top jade gambling master in Longdu.
If he stomped his foot, the whole country would tremble.
Until Suyu repeated it again. I'm sorry, I'm not selling to anyone right now. Please return it to me. The two then stopped.
The boss held it in his hand, about to say something, when Mo Tingyuan interrupted him.
The owner of the Starfall Stone Market, are you perhaps trying to see something from a junior? The shop owner looked a little embarrassed.
It wasn't that he was trying to take it by force, but he really wanted to buy it. Seeing so many people around, he felt embarrassed to do something immoral, so he reluctantly returned it.
Chapter 57. A bet's a bet.
Amidst the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd, Suyu put it back into his storage bag.
What is the estimated value of this jade? Can it be worth more than Yang Shang's?
Upon hearing this, everyone realized that they were currently in the middle of a competition. If you have to blame someone, blame the fact that this beautiful jade is too attractive. Yang Shang was undoubtedly the one with the darkest face on the field. He never expected Suyu to pull out such a good item. Suyu's words just now were also full of sarcasm.
What does it mean to be able to win?
This kind of behavior, asking for the result while already having the answer in mind, is disgusting. Completely forgetting how he had just mocked the other side. The boss and Mo Tingyuan remained silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. Just this one piece of jade is already more valuable than all of them combined. Therefore, in this competition, Suyu wins by overwhelmingly defeating Suyu.
Yang Shang's face darkened even more.
His hands clenched into fists, and he shouted in his heart.
Damn! How can this guy be so lucky? It was clearly me. I clearly won. If it weren't for his incredible luck, I would have been the one to crush him and win.
Thinking this, I found myself making a sound involuntarily. He just got incredibly lucky to find such a good jade.
It has absolutely nothing to do with his ability. I don't accept this.
As soon as these words were spoken, someone immediately mocked them.
Dude, you know there's a gambling element to jade gambling, right? Luck definitely plays a part in the competition. If you found a good piece of jade, you'd probably be laughing all the way to the bank by now, wouldn't you? Exactly. And didn't you notice?
He specifically asked to have that spot cut, which means he already knew something would come out there.
Why do you think he won by sheer luck? If you were him, could you have seen something there? The crowd's words instantly drowned out Yang Shang. They ridiculed Yang Shang from every angle, leaving him speechless. There was no need for Suyu to say anything someone would naturally explain for the victor.
The boss gestured for everyone to be quiet. Now we'll start counting the deposits. He then gestured for the accountant to come and calculate the deposit.
Shortly after, the accountant handed the ledger to the boss. The latter nodded and read out the account.
Suyu's total deposit is 96 high-grade spirit stones. Because Yang Shang's deposit was returned, only the first deposit is counted, which is a total of 36 high-grade spirit stones. A total of 142 high-grade spirit stones, including the jade you extracted, all of which will be packaged and given to Suyu. Yang Shang was very distressed. It would be a lie to say that spending 142 high-grade spirit stones wasn't painful, but it was still within an acceptable range. He took a deep breath, counted the spirit stones in his storage bag, and handed them to the shopkeeper. When I was giving it to them, I wanted to pull the storage bag back countless times, but I stopped myself. The boss took it, counted it, and then handed it to Suyu. Suyu took it and weighed it in his hand.
Mr. Yang, is there something you've forgotten?
The meaning is obvious, the gold bracelet hasn't been returned. Yang Shang gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice.
Do you think I'd cheat you out of this junk?
Here you go. Having said that, he swung his hand at it. Suyu caught it easily, and shrugged with a smile.
Let's go, Kaitong, let's browse around some more and see if we find anything good. The two turned away gracefully. Only Yang Shang, who was extremely hot-blooded, remained. The two walked up to the second floor.
Suyu pushed the gold bracelet against Kaitong's chest.
Don't lose it next time.
It's clear that this gold bracelet is quite important to Kaitong.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have kept gambling on this.
Kaitong took the bracelet and held it carefully in his hand.
Brother, thank you so much. I definitely won't lose it this time.
He paused, then continued. To tell you the truth, brother, this gold bracelet was actually the only keepsake my grandmother left me.
I lost my mind that day and gambled it away. Since then, I've been disliked at home.
I didn't cry when my family scolded or hit me, but I broke down when I thought of my grandmother touching my head, handing me this bracelet, and painstakingly peeling an orange and feeding it to me. I cried for a long time, trying every possible way to get it back. Upon hearing this, Suyu's expression turned serious, and he intended to say a few words to Kaitong.
But knowing he already knew he was wrong, he didn't say anything more.
Instead, he patted him on the shoulder.
It's good that you're back. Didn't you want to gamble on stones? Take a few pieces to play with.
Kaitong shuddered. I'm not gambling anymore, you can play, big brother. The feeling of losing something and then getting it back was unforgettable for him, and he decided never to touch it again.
But watching Suyu play around is fine. Big brother, go ahead and have fun, I'll reimburse you.
Suyu smiled and shook his head. I just received a little over 100 yuan, which I can spend myself.
Don't mention repaying my favor. Since you treat me like an older brother, I naturally hold it against you. Kaitong was deeply moved. It is an honor to have met such a big brother. The two then searched the low-priced section on the second floor.
Suyu doesn't gamble, all the stones he can find are usable.
It's just a matter of good or bad. But you definitely won't lose money.
Soon, after searching through the stones, they found several pieces that were not very appealing. This time, others will not underestimate these unassuming stones. You should know that the beautiful jade that the two adults were fighting over came out of these waste materials. After paying for the stones, Suyu put them in his pocket.
There is no intention to cut the stone here.
The boss frowned slightly, then said.
Why don't you open your shop here, brother Suyu? There are professional stone cutting masters here. That's right, brother Suyu. Opening a shop here is perfect.
We can help you assess the price for free, and if it's suitable, we can even help you sell it.
Why not? Suyu shook his head. I declined the kind offer from you two seniors. I have no intention of selling it, I only want to take it back and absorb it. Upon hearing this, not to mention the two senior gamblers, even the other gamblers present were completely dumbfounded. No? Are they that rich? Using jade to cultivate?
This has made those jade gamblers who want to broaden their horizons extremely envious. They're eager to see what good stuff might be found. They weren't idle either. Following Suyu's example, they plunged headlong into the low price zone.
Maybe we'll get lucky and find something good.
Some people are very shrewd. Just as Suyu was about to make his move, they preemptively took the bait and then ran off to pay.
Suyu just sighed and didn't say anything. It seems there is no resistance to this behavior.
Soon, the man found a fine piece of jade and made nearly 5 times the price.
Everyone looked at it and said, this won't do. I have to go too.
Soon, a very funny scene was formed.
A bunch of people followed Suyu around, grabbing whatever he wanted.
So much so that people who entered the jade gambling market were stunned by this scene.
What are they doing? Are they holding some kind of jade gambling ceremony?
Suyu walked all the way to the high-priced area, his eyes settling on a large stone.
Just as he was about to reach out and take it. The next moment, he grabbed it with one hand, intending to put it in his pocket.
Suyu looked up and revealed a complicated expression.
Is it Yang Shang? Chapter 58. You can't afford it, can you?
I was the one who set my sights on this stone first.
Isn't it a bit inappropriate to snatch it away like this?
This was the first time Suyu had spoken out in protest. Realizing that this jade must contain something valuable, everyone rushed forward, eager to acquire it. They were all glared at and shut down by Yang Shang.
What are you all doing? I already have it in my hand, are you trying to take it from me? And you, Suyu, how can you say you were the one who saw it first? Didn't you see I was already right next to this stone? You think you were the one who saw it first, relying on your good luck to act all high and mighty, huh?
After saying that, Yang Shang prepared to pay the bill. Kai Tong stopped Yang Shang and glared at him.
I saw it all. You were clearly far away when you saw my older brother trying to take this piece, and then you came running over here like a little puppy. There was nothing there at all. You were already right next to the stone. Yang Shang naturally wouldn't admit it. What a joke. You think you can just say you saw it? Then I could say Suyu was on the first floor before and teleported up here. Suyu stepped forward and said in a deep voice. To find out if it's true, just check the surveillance footage, right? Yang Shang was speechless. If they really checked the surveillance footage, things would get complicated. He then called the boss over. Boss, in principle, the stones I got first should be mine, but to avoid being accused of bullying, I've decided to have a fair competition. The boss raised an eyebrow slightly. What kind of competition? At the same time, he secretly sent a telepathic message to Suyu. Brother Suyu, if you're willing to sell me that beautiful jade, I can help you get this stone. How about it? Consider it a favor you're doing me.
But Suyu did not respond.
The boss sighed.
Yang Shang didn't know why the boss sighed, but he still spoke up. Then naturally the highest bidder wins. Upon hearing this, Suyu immediately became agitated, raising his voice several decibels.
No, I disagree.
Seeing this, Yang Shang became even more determined in his choice.
This must be a fine piece of jade.
However, no one noticed the barely suppressed smirk on Suyu's face.
The boss pondered for a moment, glanced at Suyu, and then at Yang Shang. The highest bidder wins, it's fair to everyone. If you can't afford it, you can't blame anyone else. Since Suyu is unwilling to sell, then he will take a fair and just approach. Anyway, the casino makes money.
Upon hearing this, Yang Shang smiled. I'll offer 50 high-grade spirit stones.
I'll offer 60, Suyu replied, frowning. I'll bet 70. Suyu gritted his teeth and said in one breath. 140.
Yang Shang sneered inwardly. That makes Suyu spend so much money to buy stone materials.
That must be something good. He was determined to get this stone. He then shouted loudly. I'll offer 200. But to everyone's surprise, Suyu replied even faster the next second. I'll offer 250. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped. Wow, they're going all out? What kind of incredible jade will come out of this stone? They knew Suyu's strength, and many people followed him around buying stones, all of which came back with good quality. It can already be concluded that Suyu is a big shot. The fact that such a big shot would spend so much money to buy an uncut stone shows just how valuable it is. At this moment, Yang Shang hesitated. 250 high-grade spirit stones, that's pretty much my limit. She also had a jade pendant on her person, which was a family heirloom. But the thought of finding an exceptionally fine jade inside made him instantly excited. Even if we can't win, we have to make him bleed. Then he shouted it one last time. 260 pieces. After saying that, he immediately regretted it. What if Suyu had set this up? After all, the stone hasn't been cut yet, so it's hard to say whether it's a peerless jade. If marble comes out, won't I just blow it up? They couldn't help but hope that Suyu would make an offer. But Suyu smiled dismissively. Since you like it so much, then you can have it. He then looked at the boss. What if someone makes a casual offer to buy stone? Are they held responsible? The boss snorted coldly. Who would dare to make a bid at the Starfall stone gambling market? They can forget about making a living in the stone gambling industry. Upon hearing this, Suyu smiled and gave Yang Sheng a meaningful look. Alright, go ahead and buy it. I also want to see what kind of things can be made from this stone. Now it was Yang Sheng's turn to be embarrassed. I don't have enough cash on me. Actually, what I just said was 260 mid-grade spirit stones. The words had barely left his mouth when he was met with a death stare from his boss. Yang Sheng swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing with difficulty. Ah, just kidding, how could I possibly be talking about mid-grade spirit stones? The boss is still giving me a death stare. They also received strange looks from those around them. A newcomer asked with a puzzled expression. No way? The young master of the prestigious Yan family can't even afford to gamble on stones? You don't know this, do you? He just lost a lot of money, almost 200, and he doesn't have much money on him now. Why bother with the highest bidder if you don't have the money? It's just a case of putting on a show of wealth when you're not rich enough. Huh, he's always been fat. Yang Sheng was furious, but didn't know how to respond. Suyu suddenly spoke up. Hey, I see that jade pendant around your neck. It should be worth a lot of money. You could pawn it and that should be enough. Kaitong cooperated. Young Master Yang, you can pawn the jade pendant to me. These words were like a slap in the face to Yang Sheng. He then realized that he had been set up. Suyu had long coveted his jade pendant, and he wanted to use the same tactics against Suyu. Yang Sheng is now in a difficult situation. On one side was her own jade pendant, and on the other was the boss's death stare. If he loses the jade pendant in the bet, his family will definitely beat him to death. If I don't want it as a jade pendant, I can't afford the money. But then it suddenly occurred to him. There's still some uncut stone, hopefully, we can find some good stuff inside. Otherwise, why would Suyu spend so much money to buy it? With that thought in mind, Yang Sheng took off the jade pendant and then took out all the spirit stones from his storage bag to pay for the stones. He took the stone and felt its weight. He coughed and shouted. Slice. Now go and slice the stone. Soon, under everyone's watchful eyes, the stone cutter was restarted. This time, Yang Sheng personally took charge of the project. During his advanced studies, he also learned how to understand stones. He trusts no one but himself. He kept shouting during the stone cutting process. Get out! Get out! Get out! Give me the green one! He had completely forgotten that he had previously mocked this behavior. The saw blade penetrates 2 centimeters. Not released. Yang Sheng calmed himself down and went deeper into the area. 3 centimeters. It's still not out. Yang Sheng comforted himself as he took up the knife. It will happen, stay calm. Even after cutting through it, nothing came out. His heart sank. Out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at Suyu and saw him smiling at her. His mouth opened and closed as if to say, "You've been fooled." Yang Sheng swallowed hard and continued wielding the knife. They cut it open again, but still nothing. Impossible. How could they not ship the goods? Looking at the corner, he remembered the situation of Suyu's previous shipment, and then picked up the chisel. It must be in the corner, right? It must be there. Chapter 59. Yang Sheng has gone mad. Yang Sheng picked up the chisel, aimed it at the corner, and carefully began to chisel. 1 time. 2 times. 3 times. Even after the first corner was smashed, it still didn't come out. Yang Sheng didn't stop, and continued to smash the next spot. Until the last corner was smashed. Still no results. This is a piece of marble that is as pure as it gets. Why isn't it out? Why? He picked up a chisel and smashed it wildly against the stone, venting his emotions. He broke down. I can't believe I spent 260 high-grade spirit stones to buy a marble. He even pawned his jade pendant. How can he continue to work in this jade gambling market after this? He glared angrily at Suyu, his expression contorted with rage. Suyu! You set me up. You knew all along this wouldn't happen, didn't you? You're the one who ruined me. Suyu shrugged. What do you mean I harmed you? I forced you to buy it? You were the one who stole my stones, and now you're trying to turn the tables on me? Don't you have any shame? Suyu, I'm going to kill you. After saying that, he rushed towards Suyu and stabbed Suyu hard with the chisel in his hand.
However, his cultivation level was only at the second rank, so he was no match for Suyu. He was kicked away and slammed hard against the wall. Suyu looked at the boss.
Will I be held responsible for the damage to the venue?
The boss shook his head.
You acted in self-defense. If something happens to you, I will be responsible.
Naturally, the damages will not be charged to you. His expression turned serious, and he almost teleported to Yang Shang's side, grabbing his collar.
You dare cause trouble in my shop? You really don't want to live here anymore.
Even after Suyu and his companion left the gambling stone market, they could still hear Yang Shang's screams. Suyu touched his chin.
I recall how quickly the boss acted. One word to describe it. That's speed. It's frighteningly fast. He thought to himself. This Starfall boss's cultivation is unfathomable. If I can do him a favor, I should do it for him as much as possible. Even if we can't befriend each other, we shouldn't befriend each other at all. But Suyu couldn't give away the exquisite jade in his hand. At this time, Kaitong asked in surprise. Wow, impressive, brother. I never imagined you could swindle 260 high-grade spirit stones from Yangshang with just a piece of marble, setting him up for a real trap. He was still savoring Suyu's actions, his eyes filled with admiration. Suyu smiled and shook his head. He was too greedy, it has nothing to do with me. That's what they say. But it cannot be denied that Suyu did indeed set up a trap. When Yangshang paid the deposit, he only felt a slight pang of regret, far from enough to cause him to bleed heavily, so he used a little trick. Although there was an element of gambling involved, the gamble paid off. This wasn't a whim of Suyu's, nor was it an attempt to help Kaitong gain attention. Instead, it was a task suddenly given by the system. Suyu summoned the system. Ding! Side quest leisure and entertainment, gambling on jade stones completed. Congratulations, host, you have earned 20 points. The task is neither too difficult nor too easy. Success is achieved when the other party loses money until they feel the pinch. The unlucky guy who lost money was, of course, Yang Shang. With 20 points in hand, Suyu felt extremely pleased. It's okay if you don't win, losing a little money is nothing. You still have some savings. Check your points. Current points, 56. It seems like I can upgrade my talent now. With a thought, Suyu opened the upgrade interface. SSS level physique boneless form, current level, 2, points required for upgrade, 120. SSS level talent incredible comprehension, current level, 1, points required for upgrade, 70. SSS level aura imperial pressure, current level, 1, upgrade points required, 50. SSS level talent Tai Su Hui Chunin, current level, 1, points required for upgrade, 120. Note, after reaching level 5, you can advance to the divine power level and unlock a brand new mechanism. Currently, the only upgradable ability is Imperial Intimidation. Suyu felt that the price-performance ratio was not high. There's not a shortage of offensive methods now, as long as they still require cultivation level. After thinking for a moment, Suyu decided to save it for now. Save the points for exceptional comprehension. As the two walked, Kaitong suddenly opened the way. Brother, I'd like to invite you to my house. My family will be very happy to have brought the gold bracelet back. As the number one hero, you should treat them well. Suyu smiled and shook his head. Let's do it another day, I've got something to do lately. Are you kidding me? Kaitong often says that he's not well liked at home, and if I were to go there, I'd probably feel like I was sitting on pins and needles too. Moreover, if his family found out that Kaitong knew his elder brother was just a librarian, they would definitely restrict his contact with him. This is the last thing I wanted to happen. Kaitong is a fairly loyal person and can help me with my spiritual practice and resources. If possible, I will definitely try to maintain this relationship. Once I've made a name for myself, then I'll go to Saitong's house. Give your younger brother some face. Thinking this, Suyu waved his hand and said, Alright, that's enough for now. I need to head back to the villa. Suyu noticed that Kaitong really wanted to go home, so he suggested that everyone go home. Kaitong nodded, somewhat disappointed, but still smiled. Okay, I look forward to your visit, brother. Must. After the two parted ways, Suyu then hurried towards the villa. The first thing I did upon returning to the villa was to take a look at the longevity vegetable garden. Suyu walked into the vegetable garden. Look at the shepherd's purse floorboards. Longevity vegetable garden. Level 3 reward not claimed.
Products: Longevity Spring, Longevity Cabbage. Experience required to reach the next level, 1890. He slapped his forehead. I forgot to claim my level 3 reward.
Click to claim.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained 15 rainbow corn seeds. Already distributed to the system repository.
Feeling someone touch his feet, so you look down.
The little turtle was carrying a cabbage and placing it beside its feet. So you thanked him and rewarded the little turtle with a cabbage from the pot.
The little turtle shook its head. You already gave it to me once last time, I can't take it this time.
Suyu smiled faintly.
The vegetables are ripe, so giving one to a friend is a simple thing to do, isn't it? Why differentiate between last time and this time?
As the guardian, the little turtle not only accelerated the upgrading of the vegetable garden, but also helped manage it in an orderly manner. Although the longevity cabbage was valuable, so you didn't feel any remorse for giving it to the little turtle as a reward.
Friends? Suyu, are we friends?
Suyu smiled.
Nature.
The little turtle looked like it understood, but then took the cabbage with its paws and happily started eating.
Its puffed out lips make it look very cute.
Suyu then went to plant the colorful corn seeds. The seeds, when held in the hand, appear crystal clear and shimmer with iridescent colors in the sunlight.
This is probably also related to increasing lifespan.
After all, it's a level reward from the longevity vegetable garden. When the seed is sown, the soil clods shake noticeably, as if a vibrant life has been planted. Suyu couldn't help but feel a little excited, wondering what surprises this colorful corn would bring him.
Chapter 67 Star Body Tempering Technique, Second Stage of Minor Success.
Suddenly, Suyu seemed to remember something. He took the dragon egg out of his pocket. The sound of a small turtle came from beneath my feet.
He asked curiously.
Friend Suyu, this egg seems to have the aura of a dragon, but why does it give me the feeling of being an inanimate object?
Suyu was so shocked that he didn't even notice the strange nickname for Little Turtle. Little Turtle, can you sense that this is a dragon egg?
The little turtle swallowed the last bite of cabbage and nodded. Yes, Suyu, I can sense that it's not dead yet and can be saved.
Perhaps you could try using the Fountain of Immortality. Would the Fountain of Immortality work too?
Sure, Suyu.
Just call me Suyu.
Okay, Suyu, my friend. Suyu was too lazy to correct the way he addressed her, and curiously scooped up a spoonful of the Fountain of Immortality. Gently pour it onto the surface of the dragon egg. Soon, the system popped up a panel.
Recovery progress, 6%. That actually works. The little turtle asked. Friend Suyu, its life force has increased a little, I can feel it.
During this period, simply place it in an area with strong life force and water it with the Fountain of Longevity from time to time. It should awaken soon.
Suyu stroked his chin and sighed. I never expected that the little turtle would be such a health expert.
The little turtle didn't understand what health preservation was, but it knew that Suyu was praising it.
He revealed a humane smile.
I don't know what health preservation is, but I know how to revive a life. My friend Suyu, perhaps you can entrust it to me for care.
I would be happy to help you with this task.
The little turtle was panting, as if speaking such long sentences was very difficult for it. It paused, then continued.
After my cultivation level increases, I can generate a domain. Within this domain, all auras can be hidden. This is an innate ability of the longevity turtle. Even if the dragon egg revives, his aura will not be transmitted.
Your vegetable garden will also be hard to spot. Suyu raised an eyebrow slightly.
View the turtle's panel.
Reincarnation Turtle, Guardian of the Everlasting Vegetable Garden.
A cycle of reincarnation.
Unlocked ability Nether Mist Concealment Technique, an innate ability of the Reincarnation Turtle, which can generate areas to conceal its presence, making it advantageous for fighting natural enemies and preserving its offspring. Unexpectedly, the little turtle has grown quite a bit during this time.
But I've never heard of this reincarnation realm before.
I didn't ask any more questions. The little turtle's abilities were more than enough to protect my vegetable garden. Now, this longevity vegetable garden is the source of my lifespan, so the fewer people who know about it, the better. As for the little turtle, he trusted it.
He is very honest and kind. Thank you, little turtle.
You're welcome, Suyu. Suyu left the vegetable garden and prepared to return to his bedroom.
The phone rang.
Hello, Mr. Suyu, the medicinal herbs you ordered have been delivered.
Please check your mail.
Suyu then remembered that he had previously acquired 3 minor medicinal ingredients for the 7-star body tempering technique.
Then he happily ran to the door.
Along with it came rare iron ore delivered by Kaitong. Perfect timing, I can continue cultivating the 7-star body tempering technique.
There's no time like the present. Suyu took it back inside.
He took out the stone he had bought earlier, as well as the beautiful jade, from his storage bag. I also took out the small tripod I found at a roadside stall. The two reacted violently as soon as they were placed on the ground.
The little tripod actually attracted the beautiful jade.
Suyu was stunned when he saw this, and quickly stepped forward to try to pull him away. But the small cauldron seemed to be stuck to the jade, and no matter how much force Suyu used, he could not pull it off.
Just a moment later,
the luster on the surface of the jade has visibly dimmed. The Eye of Truth activated on its own, seemingly in conjunction with the system, and system prompts and the Eye of Truth's text appeared on the surface of the small cauldron.
Dragon patterned flat-footed ding.
Status, partially sealed. Usable, with superior effects compared to ordinary furnaces, possessing excellent heat retention, commonly used for body tempering.
Spiritual energy must be infused during use. It can be expanded and contracted to a suitable size.
Suyu narrowed his eyes slightly. The dragon-patterned flat-footed cauldron changed from being sealed to being partially sealed, although no effect was observed. But at least it's better than a regular incense burner.
Or we could just use this cauldron to refine our bodies. It's such a pity that such a beautiful jade was wasted. A moment of reflection.
The jade has been squeezed dry, just like any pebble you can find on the roadside.
Suyu decided to go all the way and infuse the small cauldron with spiritual power to make it bigger. Boom!
It must be said that this dragon-patterned flat-footed ding is very imposing when magnified. Just looking at those carved dragons makes it hard to breathe. It was as if they were simply asleep. Without looking at it for long, Suyu threw the medicinal ingredients and iron ore into the cauldron. He snapped his fingers and tossed a ball of fire into the cauldron. The cauldron immediately began to boil. The medicinal ingredients and iron ore inside instantly melted into liquid. A pungent medicinal smell instantly spread.
It heats up so quickly. Suyu was somewhat shocked.
I slowly lit a small fire, intending to let it burn slowly.
I didn't think much of it.
He took off his clothes and jumped inside. The moment I entered, a searing heat that pierced my heart surged forth, as if it were melting my flesh. Suyu's body turned visibly red. But it's still within an acceptable range. Suyu calmed himself down and used his physical body to slowly resist the intense heat in order to continue his cultivation. Because the body refining technique has been partially mastered, even the step of reciting the mental incantation is omitted.
Directly invoke the system. Loading cultivation technique. Reading successful. Technique, 7-star body tempering technique, quality, grade A. Estimated cultivation progress, second stage of minor success. Lifespan consumption, 100 years. Weather. Without any hesitation, I clicked yes. Phase 2, begin. Suyu let out a low shout, and the spiritual energy within his body surged like a tidal wave.
At the same time, the liquid inside the cauldron also began to rotate. Within his mind, countless golden runes moved nimbly and gracefully, leaping and bounding like swimming fish.
The next moment,
the surrounding scenery changed, and Suyu found himself in a cave.
30%.
As the cultivation progressed, the stalactites on the cave ceiling began to tremble, and wisps of starlight seeped in from outside the cave.
Like strands of silver thread, it slowly disappeared into Suyu's body.
The skin began to show star-like patterns and radiate starlight. On his forehead, the single star mark that had been there before began to heat up.
70%.
The cultivation continued to deepen.
Boom!
A crisp sound rang out in the cave, and Suyu's aura suddenly surged. Beside that star mark, a second mark faintly emerges.
90%.
As the progress increased, the two star imprints shone brightly, reflecting each other and radiating a dazzling light. In just a moment, the star patterns spread back throughout his body, as if feeding back his power.
100%. Cultivation complete. Technique, 7-star body tempering technique, quality, grade A. Progress, second stage of minor success.
Suyu slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air.
Small-scale completion, second stage, done. This way of handing over the task will be more convincing, right? Chapter 61. There are always people more capable than you, and mountains beyond mountains. The next day, Suyu arrived as promised.
Upon entering the library, I noticed a large desk had been set up in the very center. A group of people were gathered around the desk. The group included 15 masters, including Baiyu, as well as Lu Yuan, who was waiting for Suyu. Among them, Suyu also saw Chao Kurson, the healing type department head. I didn't expect her to join in the fun too. Chao Kurson had obviously noticed Suyu as well, and a hint of doubt flashed in her large, almond-shaped eyes. A shocking thought gradually emerged.
Could the person who claims to be able to repair body refining techniques be Suyu?
Thinking of this, she blinked a few times, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly.
It's a pity that having only the talent to repair techniques is far from enough to be worthy of my cocoa.
Chao Kurson does not allow men to be less talented than women. This is the foundation for whether a marriage can take place. Women are naturally drawn to strength, and Chao Kurson is no exception, which is why she helps her younger sister make informed decisions. Seeing Chao Kurson staring at him, Suyu was a little confused, but he still smiled and nodded as a response.
If they knew what Chao Kurson was thinking, they would most likely have been avoiding the two of them. Until Baiyu said, "You finally arrived." Only then did everyone notice Suyu.
Upon seeing Suyu for the first time, they had a question. He was exactly the same as Chao Kurson.
Could this man in front of me be the one who claims to be able to repair body refining techniques? He looks so ordinary, he doesn't even have a hint of scholarly air about him. It even has a bit of brute force.
Upon hearing this, Suyu cupped his hands in a respectful gesture.
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting. A man of similar age to Suyu spoke up.
When I first heard that a man in his early 30s could repair body refining techniques, I already thought it was absurd.
Seeing it today, I feel it's a joke.
I see absolutely nothing about him that suggests he's suited for repair techniques. He's clearly not cut out for this. He's more like a combat student.
Shun Ming, please show some basic respect.
You can remain skeptical before the results are in, but don't make sarcastic remarks like this.
Lu Yuan immediately spoke up. This eased Suyu's embarrassment.
Shin Ming cupped his hands in a respectful gesture, glancing at Suyu out of the corner of his eye.
I was exaggerating. Baiyu smiled faintly.
Brother Lu Yuan, you should know that even a recognized genius like Shin Ming won't dare to say that he can repair the body refinement technique.
It's normal to have some doubts. To everyone's surprise, Suyu retorted directly.
It's normal to have doubts. After all, some people don't believe that there are mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people.
Suyu didn't intend to remain silent forever.
If someone comes in with a bad attitude, you naturally won't give them a smile. If I remain silent, I will not only lose face for myself, but also for Senior Lu Yuan.
At first glance, this statement seems plausible, but upon closer examination, it becomes clear that this kid is incredibly arrogant.
An unknown junior in the industry dared to openly mock a genius for not knowing that there are always people more capable than oneself. Shin Ming only wanted to give face to Senior Lu Yuan and chose to back down, but she didn't expect this person to take advantage of her.
He immediately said in a cold voice. What do you mean? Are you saying you're the mountain beyond the mountain, the person beyond people?
Suyu shrugged.
Yes, for you. The atmosphere at the scene became deadlocked at one point. Someone quickly smoothed things over.
Very good, very good. It shows that this young friend is very confident. Then my trip was not in vain, as I was able to witness the two juniors showing their skills against each other.
Perhaps, we'll even witness the rise of a genius.
An elderly man with a slightly plump build stroked his beard and chuckled. Baiyu Chang stared intently at Suyu, thinking to herself. I didn't expect Suyu to remain so composed in front of so many adults.
Maybe he really can repair his body refining technique?
The moment this thought crossed Baiyu Chang's mind, she felt somewhat surprised.
How could I think that?
When Shin Ming wanted to repair the body refinement technique, I never believed it at all. Perhaps they were infected by Suyu's madness.
Everyone couldn't help but be curious about this younger generation. Alright, enough with the nonsense.
Baiyu called us here to see if there are any geniuses in their early 30s who can repair their body refining techniques, not to watch us argue.
Suyu, right? Take out the body refining technique you repaired.
Suyu nodded and took out a stack of crumpled papers from his pocket.
Upon seeing this, some people frowned. Suyu, has no one ever told you that you need to use Shin paper to write down cultivation techniques?
Many people began to think that Suyu was just a young man who liked to talk big.
After all, they don't even know the industry rules. Replying to Senior, repairing techniques is my hobby. I have not systematically studied it, nor have I formally learned about the rules of the trade.
The group looked at each other, some already preparing to leave.
This is clearly unreliable. Shen Ming snorted again. What? You mean repairing cultivation techniques is your hobby? Do you know how difficult it is to repair body refining techniques? It's second only to crafting manuals.
Some people study it from childhood and spend their entire lives trying to repair a D-level technique, and you, an amateur, dare to say you can repair an L-level body refining technique?
What a joke!
Suyu looked up and met his gaze. Whether it's true or not, you can find out for yourselves by checking.
Why keep making sarcastic remarks?
The chubby senior spoke up again to ease the tension. Ha, young man, you are full of vigor.
The follow-up to the body refining technique is right here.
There's no need to rush to argue about it. After saying that, he took the paper from Suyu's hand.
Place it in the center of the desk.
Lu Yuan took out a photocopy of the 7-star body tempering technique and distributed it to the various masters. The 7-star body tempering technique only has an introductory chapter. The minor completion chapter was revised by Suyu.
Please take a look.
The masters nodded and carefully studied the 7-star body tempering technique. They then picked up Suyu's paper, glanced at it, and began writing something. The more they looked, the more surprised they became.
Is it really written by this young friend? Amazing! Amazing! This body refining technique can actually repair things from this angle, and the process is incredibly smooth. It can be described as incredibly innovative and daring. Some people read it quickly and even got to the second part of the later chapters. This short piece actually has a second part? As far as I know, this short piece doesn't seem to have any branches, right?
The man took out his phone and started searching for information.
The relevant information was found very quickly. He was about to speak.
Baiyu then stroked his chin and said in a deep voice,
"No need to check anymore. I have repaired this body tempering technique."
It was originally S, but it was downgraded to A because it was too incomplete. The original name of the technique was 9-star body tempering technique. The short story does have branches, but I don't know how many branches there are.
Everyone was surprised. Baiyu, do you mean that this young friend not only repaired the body refining technique, but also perfected it?
It's important to understand that repairing and perfecting are two different things.
The latter is closer to perfection and belongs to a type of deduction. It is more time-consuming and labor-intensive.
The former only requires repair and supplementation based on known conditions.
Chapter 62. The younger generation is truly formidable. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. After a long while, Baiyu finally spoke. This is beyond our scope of review, but for now, there are no problems with the first two stages of this short piece. Do you have any other opinions? If there are no objections, then Suyu's repair will be considered successful.
Although he often clashed with Lu Yuan, they were essentially both contributing to the development of the industry. He would never overlook talented people, even those under his mortal enemy. Just as it was about to be announced that Suyu had successfully repaired the device, Shen Ming immediately became displeased. The voice came out. I have objections, not because I can't tolerate other geniuses. Rather, I believe that, since the second phase was also submitted for review, it should also be within the scope of the review. If the correctness of this second phase cannot be determined, then the repair cannot be considered successful. This is the truth, but it's also mixed with a bit of anger. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Seemingly afraid of discouraging Shen Ming, they decided to delay the outcome. At this moment, someone spoke up. Why don't we wait for Ring Chi to come? He's very good at perfecting techniques. If we show him, he'll be able to determine whether it's successful or not. Everyone then realized that Ing Chi was not there and asked, "Where did he go?" "I heard he went to Tunggu Pavilion to work as a repair consultant." Suyu's ears twitched. A figure appeared in my mind. Could it be him? They glanced at Suyu, their eyes filled with undisguised admiration. Although the accuracy of this second phase is uncertain, the previous repairs are accurate. Young friend, your strength is undeniable. To be able to repair body refining techniques at just over 30 is truly remarkable for someone so young. Lu Yuan then laughed. No, it's not confirmed yet. Suyu from our school was just lucky to be able to repair a part of the body refining technique. Whether the second stage was right or wrong is no longer important. What matters is that I can vent my anger in front of Baiyu.
He then relayed the message to Suyu. Suyu, in 3 days, you can go to the treasure pavilion to choose a treasure. But isn't the second phase still undetermined? Suyu was polite, but he was certain that the senior in front of him was happy, and that his entry into the treasure pavilion was a done deal. No need, I have already achieved my goal. Lu Yuan's smile widened. Seeing Lu Yuan grinning from ear to ear, Baiyu could only shrug. It has to be admitted that Suyu is indeed quite something. Even if this second stage is wrong, it won't stop him from winning the title of genius. But he still stubbornly insisted. The results aren't even out yet, what are you laughing at? The others bowed in greeting. Old Lu was really lucky to have found such a librarian. They were subtly considering taking on apprentices. After all, a young person capable of repairing an A-level body refining technique was hard to find even with a lantern throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. But they still had doubts, because he was too young, and maybe he was just lucky and succeeded by accident. If they can confirm that the second phase is correct, then they will take action. To acquire a genius. The person who was most surprised was Chao Kurson. She twirled her hair with her index finger, staring intently at Suyu. Secret passage. I didn't expect him to be so capable, able to repair an A-level body refining technique. Although it's uncertain whether the second stage is correct, judging from the expressions of the masters, it's pretty much a done deal. No wonder he wanted to work at the library, he wanted to develop his strengths. Chao Kurson had subconsciously come to regard Suyu as someone whose cultivation was so-so, but who was proficient in repair. Baiyu glanced at Baiyu Chang. He noticed that the latter was staring intently at Suyu, her rosy lips slightly parted, seemingly lost in thought. He patted his granddaughter. What's wrong? Are you impressed by this kid? Grandpa, what are you talking about? I'm just curious how he did it. Baiyu Chang's expression changed slightly, but her eyes showed more admiration. At this moment, Suyu cupped his hands in farewell, preparing to take his leave. Then this junior will take his leave. Please, esteemed masters, continue your review. Aren't you waiting for Master Ring to arrive? No, I have urgent business to attend to. Suyu replied. If it really is that person, they might try to curry favor with me as soon as they enter the restaurant. That would be so embarrassing. Lu Yuan smiled and waved his hand. Come on, I'll give you 3 days off to rest properly. Baiyu glanced at his granddaughter and raised his chin. Yu Chang, go see Suyu off. Since Suyu demonstrated his strength, Baiyu has also begun to take him seriously. It's always best to make friends with good people. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan looked at Baiyu with a suspicious expression. What is this old geezer trying to do? She glanced at Baiyu Chang again. The latter paused for a moment, then walked towards Suyu and saw him out. Suyu was puzzled. It's just a few steps away. But since the senior asked someone to give him a ride, there was no reason to refuse. As Suyu stepped out of the library, he let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, I don't have to deal with those masters anymore. I could just tell that the group of masters were subtly considering taking on disciples. Their eyes were filled with longing as they looked at me. If Ing Chi arrives and verifies that the second phase was correct, then I'm afraid I'll have a hard time escaping. I'll leave it here. Suyu smiled faintly. Looking at Baiyu Chang, I saw that the latter's lips were slightly parted, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. What brings you here, Miss Baiyu Chang? Please speak frankly. Baiyu Chang moistened her lips and smiled shyly. I'm sorry, Suyu. I misjudged you before. I didn't expect you to be able to repair the body refinement technique. You're really amazing. Thanks. Suyu had completely forgotten what Baiyu Chang had said earlier. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Having said that, he turned and left. Baiyu Chang suddenly spoke from behind. Wait a minute, Suyu. I wanted to ask if you're free in a few days. I'd like to invite you to be my repair consultant. How much is the reward? Suyu paused and asked. Huh? Baiyu Chang was stunned. She didn't expect that after finally mustering up the courage to invite him, she would be asked how much the reward would be. You should know that in the repair industry, having good looks, a great figure, and a powerful background means that countless people are chasing after you, and the number of people trying to curry favor with you could circle the globe. Shouldn't you be happy to be invited by yourself? Why ask about compensation right away? But the thought that Suyu, with his superb repair skills, could only condescend to be a librarian was unbearable. They must be desperately short of money, which makes sense. After Bai Yuechang figured it out, he placed his hand on his chest and spoke.
You will certainly not be shortchanged in terms of compensation, whether it is spirit stones or cultivation techniques, you will definitely be satisfied.
Su Yu nodded. Okay, I've got it. After saying that, he left without looking back.
As he was leaving, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. She had long, straight hair, a slender figure, and a subtle chill on her face.
Zhongli? How did she end up here?
Su Yu was about to speak when he noticed that Zhongli had left with a cold expression.
Chapter 63 Unexpected Incident. Big Brother, Run.
As Su Yu recalled Zhongli's expression, an idea surfaced in his mind.
Did Zhongli just see me talking to Bai Yuechang and get angry?
Su Yu knew Zhongli all too well. Her expression clearly showed she was jealous. I felt a warm feeling in my heart, but also a bit amused and exasperated. It was such a coincidence that Zhongli ran into her. However, if you're upright, you have nothing to fear.
I haven't done anything wrong.
Zhongli is so smart, she'll definitely find out later that it's a misunderstanding. Su Yu, with his utterly straightforward male mindset, then headed towards the villa.
After Su Yu left, Zhongli then appeared quietly.
He glared at Su Yu's departing figure with a displeased expression. A while ago, Zhongli went to the library under the pretext of reading and found that he had missed several work sessions, and she even thought he had quit. While worried, she also inquired about his whereabouts. Only then did I realize that Su Yu had been busy repairing his cultivation technique, and I felt a little relieved.
I happened to have some free time today, so I came to take a look.
I didn't expect to run into Su Yu and Bai Yuechang chatting.
Bai Yuechang's expression clearly showed that she had feelings for Su Yu.
Zhongli and Bai Yuechang have a long-standing relationship. They've been friends since childhood, but they're incompatible. Because Bai Yuechang always likes to steal things from me. After several arguments, Bai Yuechang finally changed her habit of comparing and grabbing everything.
Bai Yuechang had excellent eyesight and noticed Zhongli hiding to the side. What are you doing hiding? When did you develop the habit of spying on others?
Zhongli crossed her arms and slowly walked out.
Whom did I spy on?
Bai Yuechang smiled and stopped talking about the topic.
Instead, they talked about Jiang Li's embarrassing elopement. Speaking of which, it's been a while since we last saw each other. You disappeared for a while after you left with that unknown wild man. I heard that you were very stubborn during that time and chose to disobey your elders. I've called you back to your family many times, but you've ignored me and are only interested in living with that other man. As far as I remember, that wild man went to join the army, right?
He rose to the rank of centurion at most, but then something happened, and his cultivation was completely destroyed, and his body was also half crippled.
I thought you were still stubborn.
I never expected to see you at Tianhai Martial Arts Academy again. To put it bluntly, you're just a treacherous woman, incapable of sharing hardship, only fit for enjoying the good times. Zhongli remained expressionless, as if she wasn't cursing herself.
He simply said it. What's it to you? What does it have to do with me?
You know that since we were little, our families have compared us, and you've always been one step ahead of me.
But things are different now.
You have a failed marriage. If you have to blame someone, blame yourself for marrying the wrong person, or say that you are a bad character and don't deserve happiness. These words seemed to touch Zhongli's heart, and her expression finally changed. His gaze began to sharpen. If all you do is spread these rumors, I think it will be hard for you to be clear-headed enough, which is extremely detrimental to your work in this industry.
Besides, it's none of your business how I live.
Bai Yuechang shrugged and said indifferently. If I were you, I would definitely choose a genius who is at the forefront of the industry. His cultivation level doesn't need to be very high, but he must have a skill that catches my eye.
Su Yu's image unconsciously surfaced in her mind.
The man who could remain neither arrogant nor humble in front of masters, and who could still say to a genius like Xin Ming, "You don't understand that there are always people better than you, and mountains beyond mountains."
Her mouth involuntarily uttered words about Su Yu. The man who just left is named Su Yu.
He's in his early 30s and can already repair a level body refining techniques.
If I had to choose a man, I would definitely choose someone like him.
Upon hearing this, Zhongli's pupils contracted sharply.
His expression was incredibly complicated. He thought to himself. If Bai Yuechang knew that my marriage partner was Su Yu, what would she think?
Bai Yuechang knew very little because the Zhang family had kept the news of their elopement and marriage a secret. If it weren't for someone like Bai Yuechang deliberately trying to understand the matter, and the fact that the two families were close, She would never know that she had eloped, let alone that Suyu had been married to her.
You don't understand, Suyu.
Bai Yuechang was taken aback and frowned.
Do you think you understand?
Besides, I was just mentioning it casually. Sometimes, I really admire your courage. After saying that, Bai Yuechang looked Zhangli up and down, then turned and left.
My future spouse will definitely be better than yours.
Zhangli remained silent and turned to leave as well.
Inside the villa,
Suyu sneezed several times.
Who is talking badly about me?
He then slowly got up and washed the medicine off his body. I have just used up 150 years of my lifespan to complete the third stage of the lesser completion of the 7-star body tempering technique. Now, a 3rd-star mark has been formed on his forehead. His body refinement cultivation has reached a terrifying 4th grade, 3rd level.
His spiritual cultivation level has also reached the 4th rank, 2nd stage.
In terms of overall strength, it is already capable of going toe-to-toe with a 5th rank expert.
Suyu was still not satisfied. The improvement in spiritual energy cultivation is too slow. A major reason is that I have too few spirit stones, so I need to find a way to get some. How about we get more from the jade gambling market?
The moment the thought crossed his mind, Suyu shook his head.
It's not suitable, there are too many eyes there.
Putting everything else aside, just considering that they can always ship goods every time they go, over time, something will be discovered to be wrong. If someone discovers that I have the ability to see the truth, I will definitely be in danger. After all, he was well aware of the dangers of possessing a treasure.
Just then, the doorbell rang urgently. Suyu walked to the door. Only then did they see Kaitong looking anxious. Big brother. Run. Run. Someone's coming to get you. Suyu still didn't understand what was going on.
Kaitong shoved the luggage into Suyu's hands.
Brother, to make a long story short, do you remember the dead alien from the other world?
Brothers, he's really dead. Now the embassy is investigating and they want to pin the blame on you for his death.
They're desperate to find a scapegoat, you'd better get out and lay low for a while. And what about you?
Suyu took the luggage.
I have some family wealth, so it's okay.
At most, they'll just lock me up for a few days, and my family will bail me out.
This time, their target is still you.
My family is already pulling strings to find the culprit, brother.
You should go out and lay low for a while. Kaitong realized that time was running out and quickly said.
Brother, head towards the west gate of the school.
I've already found a car, so hurry.
After saying that, Suyu realized that he couldn't waste any more time. He rushed into the room, packed his things up, and prepared to leave. He heard other people's voices.
Who are you? Is Suyu inside?
No, he looks like that Kaitong guy.
Arrest him.
Before being arrested, Kaitong shouted.
Don't worry about me, I'm fine.
He was afraid that Suyu would fight for him, which would be even more dangerous.
Chapter 64 Mo Lao's interception. Suyu understood Saitong's intentions. He then used his movement technique, stepping on lotus leaves to disappear into the void and vanish from the spot.
Downstairs, the people formed a circle around them. Holding a specially made tranquilizer gun, he slowly went upstairs. Conduct a thorough search, leaving no corner unchecked. That fat guy was just tipping us off.
He's definitely still hiding inside. We need to be on high alert and not overlook anything. Everyone else, seal off this place immediately. Not even a mosquito can escape.
At this moment, Suyu had already appeared 100 meters away from the villa. The combination of Lotus Step and Explosive Step allows him to briefly teleport to various locations within a certain radius. The moment Suyu landed, he felt several eyes staring at him. Without much hesitation, before anyone could focus on him, he used his Explosive Step again and left the place. He remained puzzled throughout the journey.
How exactly did brothers die?
I held back, that level of attack was far from enough to kill him.
Could it be that someone framed him? If someone really framed him, then who could it be?
You should know that although you may have conflicts with others, it is far from the point where you would be willing to let them plot against you. If he is wanted by the embassy and is caught, he will probably suffer a lot before he can be cleared up. Even if they don't die, it will greatly affect their cultivation progress.
No, we absolutely cannot go in. It will take at least some time. Suyu ran even faster, leaving a blur in his wake.
They rushed quickly toward the west gate.
It's very close. The entrance is already visible.
You can also see the car that Kaitong prepared for him.
Once you get on the bus, you'll be able to leave this place soon. The instant I stepped out of the school gate,
A terrifying sword aura rushed towards him. Suyu shifted his body to the side, dodging the long-awaited attack. The feeling, the angle, and the sword aura.
This long-lost feeling made Suyu's eyes widen in anger.
The one who made the move was that sword cultivator.
This is the enshrined servant of Chen Mofan's family, Elder Mo.
Only then did Suyu realize who had framed him. It was Chen Mofan. They even learned about their connections at school beforehand and had an advance idea of their escape route.
A break in thought.
Several sword energies struck again, accompanied by the roar of a fierce wind. Suyu brought his left hand to his waist, where he condensed a blazing lion. With a right foot lunge, the fiery lion leaps forth.
Strike directly at the direction from which the sword is drawn.
They then quickly fled outside.
This is the school gate, which is not conducive to fighting or escaping. Boom! Sparks flew wherever the flames reached.
A figure hiding in the shadows quickly dodged, using a long sword to parry the flying sparks and aftershocks. Seeing Suyu fly away, he also took out his long sword and flew after Suyu.
The two flew away at an incredible speed, almost blurring into focus.
Suyu only stopped slowly when he reached a suitable position and turned to look at his pursuers.
What came into view was Old Mo's wrinkled and incredibly gloomy face. It really was you. Surprised? You really think you can hide in school and I can't do anything to you?
I have plenty of ways to force you out.
Old Mo smiled faintly and swung his long sword again. Buzzing.
The sword energy visibly tore through space, emitting sonic booms as it attacked Suyu.
Although this attack method is somewhat simplistic, its power should not be underestimated.
Even though Suyu had already achieved minor success in body refinement, he still dared not be careless and chose to dodge. Injury will greatly affect one's escape speed.
But if this old man Mo is determined to die, I wouldn't mind sending him on his way. Old Mo could also see that Suyu was no longer the same as before.
Instead of confronting him head-on, she continuously unleashed sword energy to wear down Suyu's condition.
Suyu had no intention of engaging in a prolonged fight.
He suddenly conjured a blazing armor and unleashed a series of lotus steps. They vanished from the spot in an instant.
Even its breath vanished without a trace. Humph, where do you think you can run to? Old Mo took out a plate that looked like a Bagua diagram.
Upon closer inspection, he noticed that it had floating pointers attached to it. The direction the pointer was pointing was the direction Suyu had fled in. I was just about to start chasing after them. Suddenly, a fiery figure appeared directly above.
So that's how you tracked me down. Destroy it.
The words had barely left his mouth. A massive fiery fist descended from the sky, carrying terrifying heat.
Old Mo was almost unable to react, and was hit along with his fingertip. Boom!
He was slammed to the ground, creating a huge crater.
Suyu pressed his advantage, unleashing a massive wave from his back and raising his fists high to slam them down on Elder Mo.
Seeing Suyu attack again,
Mo Lao's pupils contracted sharply.
If that punch had landed on me, I'd probably be reduced to ashes. He coughed up black blood and pulled a speed talisman from his pocket. They vanished from the spot in an instant. When it reappeared, it was already 50 meters away from Suyu.
But he didn't leave.
The compass has been destroyed, making it very difficult to find Suyu again.
The best course of action is to deal with Suyu now, or at least leave him here.
Instead, he stared intently at Suyu and said coldly,
I underestimated your growth rate.
In just 1 month, you've already reached a level where you're evenly matched with me.
I absolutely cannot let you continue to develop. Even if it costs me my life, I will keep you here.
After saying that, he took out 3 silver needles and stuck them into his scalp. Instantly, his aura surged.
His cultivation level soared.
His cultivation progressed from the 3rd level of the 4th rank to the 6th level of the 4th rank, then to the 9th level of the 4th rank, until he reached the peak of the 4th rank, at which point his cultivation stopped. Old Mo's mouth overflowed with dark red blood, his expression utterly ferocious. I'm a cautious person, which is why I've survived this long. Now you've threatened my safety, and I won't tolerate any crisis.
Now that we've become enemies, it's either you die or I live.
Suyu frowned slightly. This kind of technique that suddenly boosts one's cultivation level is similar to his own fire human state, but the difference is that he consumes spiritual energy, while the other consumes vital energy. His face was visibly pale.
Aside from forbidden techniques, I can't think of any other way to do it. He who kills will be killed in return.
Before you even think about killing me, you should already be prepared to be killed by me.
Suyu frowned. Given his current state, it's unrealistic for old Mo to try to escape by force. He'll just be kept harassed.
The decision was made immediately. Before the others catch up, quickly deal with old Mo. The grudges between them should have been settled long ago.
Suyu let out a low groan.
The 3-star marks on his forehead began to heat up, and star patterns spread all over his body. A rich surge of stellar energy flowed into his body. His own aura was also subtly increasing. It directly unleashes its strongest combat power.
Today you have brought death upon yourself.
With that, Suyu flashed forward, his hand already brimming with flames.
Boom!
After using the forbidden technique, Mo Lao's speed and strength both increased to a new level, and he was able to withstand Suyu's attacks head-on.
Humph! Do you know that sword cultivators are invincible within their own realm?
Unless you are a 5th-grade martial artist, you will not escape the fate of being killed by me.
Chapter 65 Eradicating Inner Demons.
Words are useless, let's settle this with fists and feet. Suyu snorted coldly, and the flames in his hand burned even hotter. The reason I didn't confront you head-on before was because I was thinking about how to kill you without getting hurt, but now it's different.
I will not care about the cost. You really think I can't beat you? What a joke!
Old Mo's eyes were sharp, and he swung his long sword even faster. The two soared into the air, their spiritual energies clashing.
Boom, boom, boom. A series of shockwaves exploded in mid-air.
The surrounding forest was cut in half by the shockwave, and a large number of birds and animals fled.
The intensity of their battle is still escalating. Gradually, the clash of spiritual energy shifted to close-quarters combat.
Elbows, fists, palms, and knees were all enveloped in spiritual energy, transforming into the most deadly weapons. The more they fought, the more surprised old Mo became.
Why is Suyu putting so much pressure on himself? He's only at the 4th rank in cultivation. Could it be that a similar forbidden technique was used as well?
Looking at the raging flames surrounding Suyu, one could probably find the answer.
Yes. That must be it. Otherwise, how could he possibly fight me to a standstill?
I had been wondering before why his aura increased after he became a fire person. It turns out they used forbidden techniques.
He couldn't help but sneer. Suyu, I've finally found you out.
This flaming armor you're wearing is also a forbidden technique.
It devours your life force and consumes your lifespan. It can't withstand the drain.
Upon hearing this, Suyu's expression turned somewhat strange, but after a moment, a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It then turned into a trace of pain. Since you've decided that it's a forbidden technique, then I'll accept it as such. This old man Mo is cautious and mainly uses distraction tactics, rarely using charged attacks. When faced with unfavorable situations, he will quickly escape, making him very difficult to deal with. Once you manage to trick him once and apply the burning effect, things will be much easier. After being burned, the fire poison spreads, which will greatly affect his speed and positioning. As long as I create an opening and make him believe it's due to a forbidden technique, I don't believe that Elder Mo will not have the thought of charging up his attack. Thinking this way, the originally fierce offensive slowed down considerably.
Mr. Mo remained cautious.
Several times when Suyu got close, he used his longsword to parry and then quickly distanced himself. He swung his sword again, unleashing a burst of energy. He was not greedy with his knife. I'll see how long your forbidden technique can last.
There will always be flaws, there will always be moments of stagnation, right? Having practiced forbidden techniques for so long, I've never heard of any without side effects.
Just as he had expected, Suyu's breath was gradually weakening, and he seemed to be struggling. In the instant Suyu froze, old Mo laughed cruelly.
Gotcha. Die.
But the next moment, Suyu exuded a terrifying pressure.
The Emperor's aura quickly enveloped Mo Lao's entire body.
The latter's body paused. At the same time, the flames that Suyu had previously been on the verge of extinction reignited and burned fiercely once more. His aura also surged to its peak.
Old Mo knew something was wrong. I've been fooled. This kid was faking it.
Suyu wouldn't give him a chance to regret it. His hand, enveloped in flames, gripped old Mo like a giant clamp. Deeply embedded in the latter's body, the terrifying heat penetrated through the skin and assaulted the internal organs, causing the fire poison to spread rapidly. Old Mo felt as if he were imprisoned in a cage of flames, and that if he moved even slightly, his soul would be burned tens of thousands of times.
Ever since you chased me that time, my cultivation has slowed down considerably. It wasn't until this encounter that I realized you had become my inner demon. As long as you remain, this demon will never be rid of me. Today, let it all end here. Suyu threw old Mo to the ground.
It formed a giant, human-shaped crater. During this time, the flaming arrows had already been assembled, and dozens of arrows in his hands were ready to be fired. 3 pairs of flaming hands materialized behind Suyu, constantly drawing and firing arrows at a speed that was almost blurry.
Whoosh!
Swish, swish, swish.
In an instant, hundreds of arrows were fired.
Suyu only stopped when the pit was completely carbonized.
Ding! Main quest triggered: eliminate inner demons.
In his later years, the host became kind and gentle, but this incurred the wrath of malicious individuals who repeatedly tried to kill him. Despite escaping danger multiple times, the host developed inner demons.
The host is urged to retaliate. The system prompted again the second after the task appeared. Ding! Mission eliminating inner demons completed.
Congratulations, host, you have received the following rewards: 13 points and 1 cultivation technique progress book.
Rewards have been distributed to your inventory.
Suyu had no time to deal with the system. He summoned dozens of fiery lions and slammed them into the crater.
Suyu only stopped when the pit was completely lifeless.
Suyu quickly landed in the pit, glanced at old Mo who was almost reduced to ashes, found a shiny storage ring in it, and then escaped using lotus steps.
No more than half a minute after he left, someone quickly arrived.
At this moment, Suyu was running rapidly toward the nearest monster forest. There's no escaping towns and villages. The safest place is a desolate, uninhabited area.
Not long after,
a tall and straight figure appeared at the edge of the monster forest. I don't know how long I can hold out, but I'll try my best not to get found. Suyu looked up at the demonic beast hanging on the branch and slowly stepped inside.
Library. Ying-Chi arrived late.
As soon as he entered, Lu Yuan pulled him to the desk and said, "Come here, take a look at this."
Ying-Chi was getting impatient. What are you doing? Didn't I say I was busy with the exquisite production of the book? Why did you call me here? It's hard to explain over the phone. You'll understand once you see it.
Lu Yuan took out a photocopy of the 7-star body tempering technique, as well as Suyu's bundle of handwritten paper. This is the minor completion of the 7-star body tempering technique. There is still a second stage.
Ying-Chi frowned slightly. The second stage of a short piece? Isn't that the perfected content? It's already been optimized. Don't tell me it was done by a librarian in his early 30s.
As he spoke, he picked up a cup of tea from the table and took a big gulp. Only then did they begin to look at the handwritten paper and photocopies. Everyone turned their expectant gazes towards it. They were also curious whether the improved content was actually correct.
If it's correct, that would be amazing.
This proves that Suyu is indeed a genius, the kind that only comes along once in a century.
Ying-Chi ignored them and focused on looking at the screen. The more I looked, the more surprised I became. This repair style, this innovative approach, why does it feel so familiar? A figure suddenly appeared in his mind. May I ask, who repaired this? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. It's Suyu from our college. Suyu?
The moment Ying-Chi heard the name, his expression underwent a dramatic change.
You mean the person who repaired this 7-star body tempering technique is named Suyu?
The group exchanged bewildered glances, utterly puzzled by Ying-Chi's reaction.
You asked. What's wrong? Do you know him? Hey, do you remember the person I told you about before? The one who optimized the blood or armor crafting recipe? Now it was everyone's turn to be astonished. Ying-Chi blushed and said urgently. It was Suyu who repaired it. I even wanted him to take me on as an apprentice, but he didn't agree. Chapter 66. We must take down Suyu. Why didn't you say earlier that the person who did the repairs was Suyu? Damn it, if you had told me sooner, I would have rushed over immediately. Where is he now? Ying-Chi grabbed Lu Yuan's shoulders, nearly spitting on the latter's face. Lu Yuan was surprised by Ying-Chi's strong reaction and paused for a moment before speaking.
I gave him 2 days off so he could rest.
Ying-Chi looked completely deflated and then sighed. Let's wait for Suyu to come back to work. He waved his hand, preparing to leave.
Bai called out to Ying-Chi, unable to hold back his words.
So, is this improved content actually correct? He can even optimize crafting manuals, so perfecting this body refining technique would be a piece of cake for him, wouldn't it? What's there to question? This statement undoubtedly demonstrates Suyu's authority. Can someone who can optimize book production not perfect body refining techniques? It's obvious to everyone in the industry that this is the truth. Lu Yuan caught a glimpse of Xin Ming's astonished expression out of the corner of his eye and silently shook his head. At this age, Xin Ming is full of passion and competitiveness, and Suyu's appearance was undoubtedly a blow to her. If the latter cannot adjust their mindset and actively learn in time, it will have a great impact on their career. If you hear anything about Suyu, please contact me. I have some questions I'd like to ask you. 9 out of 10 sentences Ying Qi uttered revolved around Suyu. This left everyone stunned, as Ying Qi was considered a top figure in the industry and wielded considerable influence. The fact that he mentions it so often shows that Suyu is truly capable. Everyone's impression of Suyu deepened once again. In less than an hour, his image transformed from an arrogant young man into a confident and unparalleled genius. I didn't expect Ying Qi to have known Suyu before. Is that the key point? The key point is that not only is the improved content correct, but Suyu himself also optimizes and produces the book. These words caused an uproar among the crowd. In other words, our Dragon Kingdom now has its own top-notch repairman. Thank God. Thank God. This time it actually refreshed in our Dragon Kingdom. Pa. What do you mean by refresh? It means descend upon our Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom's repair capabilities have been stagnant for a long time, and it lacks fresh blood. We need talents like this just in time. However, a considerable number of people are still thinking about their own colleges. They whispered among themselves. How wonderful it would be if we could bring such talent to our school. This talent is someone our school must acquire. Although the sound was soft, it still reached Lu Yuan's ears. Lu Yuan snorted coldly. Humph. Suyu is an employee of our school, how can we easily poach him? Brother Lu Yuan, you're being a bit selfish. Someone as talented as Suyu doesn't distinguish between us, he is definitely in the industry. Where he stays is just a matter of where he lives. That's right, if there are any academic issues, we'll have to invite Suyu to our school to discuss them. Everyone else's plans were now aimed at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was furious, thinking about how to keep Suyu firmly in the academy. After all, she was the first to have high hopes for Suyu. They were also among the first to join Tianhai Martial Arts Academy. With ulterior motives in mind, everyone left. As soon as I stepped outside, they then picked up the phone. Sumu Su and Yusu are currently employed at Tianhai Martial Arts Academy. Check his address and resume. I will do everything I can to bring him into our school. This Suyu is a rare talent, we must bring him into our fold. That's right, he will greatly help our school's progress in repairing the cultivation techniques. We must find a way to secure his services. Monster Forest. At this moment, Suyu was unaware that he was being targeted. They were eating grilled pork and drinking mountain spring water. As soon as he entered, a mid-level boar demon charged straight at Suyu. This is also the origin of the roasted pork in Suyu's hand. Suyu put the last bite of pork into his mouth, chewed it, and inadvertently spat out a curled pig hair. Only then did he swallow it. After eating and drinking to my heart's content, I let out a satisfying burp. The unnamed realm of monsters is collectively referred to as the Monster Forest. This Monster Forest is one of the unknown territories, and countless dangers lurk within it. Even with the imperial aura emanating from Suyu, he dared not venture too far. However, the edge of this Monster Forest was enough for Suyu to hide in. During this period, it did not hinder his own cultivation. After eating his fill, Suyu remembered the reward the system had given him earlier. Suyu summoned the system panel, stroked his chin, and carefully read the words on it. Eliminating inner demons, is that it? The system will pop up a corresponding task if anything is harmful to one's cultivation or endangers one's safety. Without giving it much thought, Suyu retrieved the cultivation technique progress book from the warehouse. Holding it in my hand, the white light emanating from it and its structure seemed to belong to a different dimension. This thing must be a product created by the system itself, it doesn't exist in reality. I don't know if other people can see this. Suyu had been curious about this for a long time. I tried it myself, and tried to bring up the system interface in front of Kaitong, but the latter did not react at all, obviously it was invisible. The products of this system are most likely invisible. My thoughts returned to the present. Suyu began to study the purpose of this cultivation technique progress book. Practice Progress Guide.
Main function, significantly increases cultivation progress. Other functions, it can help cultivators record and review their cultivation results, guide their subsequent cultivation direction, help them identify and fill gaps in their knowledge, and also serve as inheritance materials to promote exchange and learning among cultivators.
This main function was within Suyu's expectations.
Since progress was mentioned, it could naturally be used to speed up progress like a system. But the other features really caught Suyu's eye.
To guide the direction of future cultivation? Suyu was very interested in this.
His own flame shadow body had been successfully upgraded long ago, but there had been no progress because his cultivation direction had not yet been determined. It is his only S-level offensive technique and also his only method of attacking with elemental attributes. Suyu cared about it very much and hoped that it could quickly reach the maximum progress.
But a problem arose. That is,
after the flame shadow body was upgraded, it split into two branches. One is a melee branch flame shadow burning body combat technique, and the other is a ranged branch crimson flame remote strike technique. The choice between the two branches determined Suyu's future fighting style. Suyu is now a hybrid of both. In close combat, he can use his flames to fight with his fists and feet. In ranged combat, he can conjure up a bow and arrows to shoot. However, the drawbacks are also obvious. Learning from both sides makes it difficult to develop a style and combat approach, and it is also impossible to directly use the system to progress. If you want to learn both, the best approach is to first maximize the progress of one before starting the other. This progress book on cultivation techniques can obviously solve my problem. To find out exactly when and which one, you can use a book to test it out.
Chapter 67 Flame Shadow Body Burning Combat Technique. Flame Shadow Military Body.
Use the skill progress book on the Flame Shadow Army body and select the appropriate branch.
Analyzing a suitable cultivation path for the host. Analysis complete. Current result, Flame Shadow Body Burning Combat Technique.
Reason, personality compatibility, the host is brave and resolute, and dares to face challenges. The Flame Shadow Burning Body Combat Technique emphasizes close combat, which requires the host to have the courage to forge ahead and not be afraid of strong enemies. This personality allows the host to better exert its power when cultivating and using this combat technique. Physical advantages. By cultivating physical skills, the host possesses a stronger physique, excellent explosive power, and agile reaction speed. These physical advantages provide a good foundation for cultivating the Flame Shadow Burning Body Combat Technique, enabling the host to better master and execute various high-difficulty close combat moves.
Combat style preference. The host prefers a bloodthirsty and confrontational fighting style.
The close quarters combat characteristics of the Flame Shadow Burning Body Technique align with the host's fighting style, allowing them to fully utilize their strengths in battle.
Should I choose to train the Flame Shadow Burning Body Combat Technique branch? Whether.
Suyu stroked his chin, carefully read the analysis above, and found it very reasonable. Having cultivated physical skills, if one were to pursue a close combat branch, one could maximize the strength of their physical body. During the battle, I could clearly feel the advantage brought by my physical strength. No wonder I kept wanting to get close while we were fighting, so that's why. Without much thought, I chose yes. The next moment, the cultivation technique progress book disappeared into Suyu's brow. Suyu felt as if he were in a unique cultivation space, completely isolated from the outside world.
Tiny specks appeared all around, slowly drifting towards me. 20%. 40%.
As the numbers changed, Suyu felt a vast amount of information flooding into his mind. In an instant, it felt as if he had mastered thousands of killing skills. Tens of thousands of close-quarters combat experiences seemed to be innate, ingrained in their genes.
How to punch with elbows and swing legs has become instinctive. 100%. Cultivation progress book successfully used.
As the surrounding scenery returned to normal, Suyu's consciousness returned to his body.
The surroundings were extremely dark. It was indeed the cave I had been searching for. Suyu felt relieved.
I'm really afraid that my body will run wild and out of control when I'm practicing.
Check your cultivation progress. Flame Shadow Military Sports. Rank, S. Cultivation progress, minor success, 4,671 9,886. Suyu stood up and sensed the close range branch.
With a thought, fire quickly ignited in the palm of his fist, then enveloped it. Not only that, his fist had visibly grown larger and was full of power.
Good.
Previously, he would have had to summon the flame armor before he could unleash the flame-enveloping fist.
Now all it takes is a thought. Very fast and convenient.
It can handle most unexpected situations.
Suyu walked outside the cave and withdrew his imperial aura. Without the oppressive aura, the little monsters in the jungle no longer hid. Countless pairs of crimson pupils suddenly appeared in the darkness, like red spotlights in the night. Suyu glanced at it.
There were about 100 of them, mostly small monsters, with a few medium-level monsters.
Within my means. Come on, let me try out this new combat technique. He waved his hand. The little monsters could no longer restrain themselves and pounced on Suyu.
With a thought, Suyu's hands and feet were completely enveloped in flames, while he suppressed his spiritual power.
They rely solely on combat skills to fight. Suyu's physical body is now almost identical to that of a mid-level demon beast.
Fists, palms, elbows, and knees transformed into deadly weapons, striking at the little monsters. The punch to the head tore the tiger demon at the forefront of the charge to shreds, smashing it to pieces and sending it flying hundreds of meters away.
A leopard demon charged from the upper left.
Suyu remained calm and swept his leg away, killing both the leopard and the main demon below. The flesh was pounded into mincemeat and spread out on the ground, accompanied by the aroma of roasted meat.
The little demons are immature and do not know what a powerful enemy is. They will not back down without pressure.
Seeing many monsters being smashed only fueled their bloodlust.
Unfortunately, this battle was a one-sided massacre by Suyu.
Suyu's strength exceeded his own imagination.
A single punch already exceeds the force of 10,000 tons. Even a slight glancing blow during its trajectory would cause those demonic beasts to collapse on the spot. Even worse, some people were only hit by the aftershocks and their entire bodies were blasted away.
Needless to say, those who were hit were instantly reduced to a bloody mist if their physical bodies were weak.
In just a few minutes, half of the little demons had died or been injured.
Those few medium-sized demons, being more intelligent, were hiding in the shadows, waiting for their chance to strike. They could see that the human in front of them possessed an extremely strong physical body and an incredibly rich spiritual energy, which was a fatal temptation for them. Therefore, even knowing that they are facing a powerful enemy, they are willing to take the risk. Suyu fought with increasing ferocity, and not a single demon could withstand a single blow from him. He had long since noticed the demon lurking in the shadows, and a smile crept onto his lips. He deliberately slowed his movements to create the illusion of fatigue. As expected, the demons moved and pounced on Suyu. One of the medium-sized demons launched an attack, and the other medium-sized demons, to avoid having their food stolen, also launched their own attacks.
In an instant,
several claws were already in front of Suyu.
Suyu frowned slightly, clenching fists and tensing the body. Explode!
The next moment, a pillar of crimson flames formed with Suyu's body as the center and a radius of 1 mile. The demons who attempted to ambush and annihilate him were instantly reduced to ashes.
Suddenly, Suyu exclaimed, "Huh?"
The Eye of Truth activated at some unknown time, and the corpses of ordinary demonic beasts, once seen, were transformed into high-quality spiritual resources, just like pieces of spirit stones in the form of flesh.
This was the first time Suyu had ever seen anything like this.
But without a doubt, this is a resource that can be used for self-cultivation.
Could it be that I can absorb these corpses? To verify this hypothesis,
Suyu released his imperial aura, scaring away the demonic beasts within 100 miles. As I approached the nearest monster corpse, the moment my hand touched it,
the monster deflated like a punctured balloon, visibly shrinking.
It was as if all the blood and energy had been drained.
Suyu was puzzled, so he lifted the fur to take a look. Sure enough, it was dry and shriveled inside, and even its internal organs were severely dehydrated.
Not a drop of blood remained.
Suyu examined his body again and found no changes. At this moment,
a tremor came from the warehouse. Suyu clicked to take a look and found that his small cauldron was stained with blood.
Take it out.
At the very bottom, there was already a layer of blood.
What's going on?
Suyu held the small cauldron in his hand, and with his other hand, he reached out to touch the corpse of a demon beast. The corpse quickly shriveled up, and at the same time, the small cauldron was visibly filled with a lot of blood.
This little cauldron can actually absorb the blood of demonic beasts through my body? Chapter 68. The little cauldron feeds back. Chen Mofan's plans.
But as things stand, neither he nor Xiao Ding have benefited from it.
Are we supposed to fill it up? With that thought in mind, Suyu set off again.
It absorbs the surrounding monster corpses.
The small cauldron has gone from being half full to being completely full. The next moment, an unusual phenomenon occurred.
A tiny dragon appeared directly above the small cauldron, absorbing all the blood like a dragon sucking water. The rust on the surface of the small tripod began to flake off, but not much.
At the same time,
Suyu felt a pure spiritual energy feedback. Although it wasn't much, it was enough to surprise Suyu.
Could it be that this small cauldron can absorb the blood of demonic beasts and then return their spiritual power to me?
The moment this thought crossed Suyu's mind, his eyes widened.
Without hesitation, Suyu repeated the previous operation. The small cauldron was refilled with blood. Not long after, the small cauldron was filled again. The little dragon reappeared, sucking up the blood with its breath before plunging headfirst into the bottom of the cauldron. A little rust has come off. The rich spiritual energy arrived as expected, nourishing Suyu. Sure enough, this little cauldron can feed me back.
In this way, this little cauldron will be of great use. It should be noted that this small cauldron has not yet been revived, and its functions have not yet been unlocked, yet it can already feed back spiritual energy to itself.
That's good. Spirit stones have a cost, but monster blood does not. The mountains here are teeming with magical beasts, which are abundant spiritual resources.
Their sheer numbers make it difficult for the management bureau to handle, and a beast tide could erupt at any moment. Since they are inherently unpredictable factors, they can be used to improve oneself. Suyu was increasingly pleased with his decision to buy the small tripod. At this moment, Suyu also noticed the system's second pop-up notification.
Flat-footed dragon pattern tripod. Reopening progress, 4.05%.
Clearly, the rust peeling off indicates that it is being unsealed. We're still far from lifting the lockdown. We've only had 2 full cycles, and that's only accelerated things by 0.05%. Suyu wasn't in a hurry to unseal it, but instead absorbed all the remaining demonic beast blood.
It absorbed another full cauldron.
During this process, Suyu discovered that this kind of demon could provide more blood, and the spiritual energy it fed back was also more concentrated. In other words, the capacity of the cauldron is fixed, and the higher the level of the demon beast, the better the feedback it provides.
Suyushing had the idea of hunting down a powerful demon.
Currently, his overall strength has reached around the 4th level of the 5th rank, which is enough to barely fight against a great demon. Whether they can kill him remains to be seen.
The physical bodies of the great demons are far stronger than mine. This is also their territory. When fighting, we also have to guard against other demonic beasts' sneak attacks. The risk factor is too high. I need to reach the 4th grade, 6th level of body refinement and the 4th grade, 4th level of cultivation. Otherwise, they wouldn't possess the strength to confront a powerful demon head-on. After pondering for a moment, Suyu gave up the idea of hunting down the great demon.
There's no need to take overly risky actions for these unknown rewards.
I only lack spirit stones for cultivation, not for survival. There are always ways to find spirit stones. The small cauldron's feedback is just another channel to increase resources. After figuring things out, Suyu returned to the cave. Begin your daily practice. A villa in Tianhai City. What? Old Mo is dead?
Chen Mofan couldn't believe the news coming from the other end of the phone, and he confirmed it again and again.
Are you sure it wasn't Suyu who died, but Elder Mo?
The person on the other end of the phone was clearly getting impatient. Mr. Chen Mofan, I have made it very clear to you that the deceased was a man named Mo Yong, who was your family's guardian.
If there is nothing else, I will hang up now.
Also, please send someone to collect his body, otherwise, we will have it cremated at the nearest crematorium.
Cremate him immediately. Chen Mofan hung up the phone.
He then slammed hard to the ground. The phone was immediately smashed to pieces, with parts flying everywhere, many of which cut Chen Mofan's skin.
Useless. 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 You even failed to intercept a mere Suyu. I've been spending 50 high-grade spirit stones every month to support you. You're a complete idiot.
A man in a black uniform rushed over and cleaned up the broken pieces on the ground. Chen Mofan found everything disagreeable, grabbed the man, and spat as he spoke.
Contact the Assassin Legion immediately. I want to pay a high price to take Suyu's head. But that wasn't the case back then. No buts. I agreed to their price. It's just 1,500 high-grade spirit stones, right? Give them to them. I just want Suyu dead. Yes. Received. I'll take care of it right away. The man in black retreated tremblingly to deal with the matter.
Chen Mofan then picked up the landline and dialed a number. The moment the call connected, Chen Mofan put on a friendly smile.
Hey, is this the head of the arrest team? It's me, Chen Mofan. I was wondering if you've got any news?
We have news that Suyu has escaped from the school and we are conducting a full-scale search.
We will call you as soon as there are any new developments.
Seeing that the other party was about to hang up, Chen Mofan quickly said.
Team leader, I see that you are working very hard in the arrest operation.
When you get off work, please check your mailbox.
I have sent you some gifts.
The other party immediately understood Chen Mofan's meaning and smiled.
You're being a bit too polite. The arrest is my duty, it's not strenuous, but we can't keep the people waiting too long.
How about this, we'll all work overtime for 2 hours until we catch Suyu. Chen Mofan thanked him profusely. Then he hung up the phone. Then, they called the prison.
Is this the warden? It's me, Chen Mofan. Oh. It's Brother Chen. What's the matter?
Warden, I agree to your request from last time, and I'm willing to add another 1,000 spirit stones.
Not bad, not bad. I think Brother Chen is quite sincere. Leave this to me.
I'll make sure he suffers a fate worse than death. The other party's tone was somewhat cold. 3 days ago, Chen Mofan had contacted the warden and said that if a prisoner named Suyu were to arrive, he would have to be given special treatment. But the warden is upright and won't target anyone easily, so he needs some motivation. But Chen Mofan was unwilling, feeling that the price was too high, and wanted to use the embassy to exert pressure unilaterally to achieve his target.
Or just have old Mo kill Suyu.
The latter is the optimal solution, and Chen Mofan also believes that Mo Lao can do it. After learning of their failure, they could only place their hopes on the arrest team and the warden. This led to Chen Mofan contacting them afterward. In Chen Mofan's view, arresting Suyu was inevitable, given that the embassy's resources had been mobilized. However, whether he would die, and when he would die, was influenced to some extent by the prison and public opinion.
Logically, after the arrest, there should be a trial process.
If the pressure from the prison is enough, Suyu might very well die there, and he won't even live to see the truth come out. Regardless of what happens afterward, Chen Mofan has already achieved his goal.
Chapter 69 Isolated Island Hell. The inner part of the monster forest.
A red figure swam among them.
As Suyu's fists and legs struck, the trees shook violently, and the mournful howls of demonic beasts echoed through the air. Thump!
Suyu pulled his fist out of the belly of a mid-level demon beast and shook off the demon blood in his hand. The Emperor's imposing aura was suddenly released, scaring away the restless monsters. Having collected 2 more cauldrons of demon blood, today's hunt can be considered over. Suyu returned to the cave and sat cross-legged,
enjoying the spiritual energy fed back by the small cauldron.
It circulates throughout the body and is absorbed by the 5 internal organs. His cultivation level gradually stabilized at the 4th rank, 3rd stage. After a long while, Suyu slowly opened his eyes.
Judging by the time, we've been in this monster forest for 2 days now. I wonder what the situation is like outside. During this time, I cut off all signals and even left my cell phone at the university gate. Once you are cut off from the outside world and there is no one around, you will feel a sense of separation from human civilization. It's a bit hard to get used to. But only 2 days have passed. However, Suyu knew. In my future spiritual practice, if I encounter certain special circumstances, I will most likely be like this, losing contact with the outside world and having no one to rely on. At that moment, a commotion came from outside the cave. Suyu closed his eyes again.
They clearly realized that the arrest team had arrived.
Delaying it for nearly 3 days should be enough. As for resistance? Suyu wouldn't do that.
Once the arrest team sends people to investigate, it means that a tight net has already been set up outside, and whether one goes out or not, escape is difficult.
You might even get hurt.
Furthermore, he didn't want to be charged with another crime.
Soon.
The arresting team blasted open the cave entrance and saw Suyu inside.
A prison on an isolated island.
Specialized in capturing the most vicious criminals. Anyone who manages to enter has caused a significant impact on society and jeopardized stability.
Soon, a special prisoner will arrive.
An armed hovercraft landed. Suyu was taken down, his hands and feet bound by electric shock chains.
Its range of movement is very limited.
Upon landing, Suyu immediately felt his spiritual power being sealed off. He was relieved after confirming that he could access the system. As long as the system exists, there will be a safety net in times of crisis. The arrest team handed Suyu over to the prison guards and then left. During the process, they felt extremely confused.
Logically speaking, why would someone who intercepted and killed a foreign ambassador due to a conflict, and then fled to avoid punishment, cooperate so readily? They can't find fault or target them even if they want to. Even the head of the arrest team couldn't do anything about it. If Shen Mofan wanted to frame Suyu, then Suyu must have intended to resist and had taken action. Unfortunately, no. But this has nothing to do with him, he has done all he could. Since he's already received the benefits, how could Shen Mofan possibly take them back? After taking over, the prison guard ripped off Suyu's blindfold. His handsome face came into view. He exudes an aura of righteousness and doesn't look like someone who would do bad things. But that's not something he should be considering. He dialed the phone. Yes, Warden, he's here. Yes, it's Suyu. After hanging up the phone, he grabbed Suyu's chain and dragged him to the innermost part of the prison. The structure of this isolated island prison gradually came into view before Suyu's eyes. The main body is made of black boulders, the surface of which is covered with distorted and mysterious runes. The runes emitted a faint blue light, like a cage imprisoning a soul. Suyu frowned slightly. This rune exudes an extremely strong suppressive force, and it is very likely the source of the suppression of one's spiritual power. Wouldn't this place be an isolated island prison? Stepping inside the prison. The long passageway was filled with the pungent smell of sulfur, and the surroundings were extremely damp and dimly lit, with only dim lights made of high-level demon beast crystals providing illumination. The corridor was lined with cells on both sides, and the prisoners inside looked numb and had blank eyes, staring intently at the newly imprisoned Suyu. The way he looked at Suyu was as if he were looking at a dead man. In their minds, once they enter this prison, there is no way out except to die of old age or be beaten to death. But soon, their numb expressions changed. Surprise, relief, and schadenfreude, a variety of expressions appeared on his face. It was all because Suyu was to be taken to an underground prison. That hell, known as a place where the living must stay away. Suyu clearly noticed their expressions. Several questions arose in my mind. What happened that could change their unchanging expressions? Just as Suyu and the others were about to enter the elevator, a prison guard asked curiously. I'm speechless. Is the elevator still not fixed? The prison guard who was detaining Suyu was unhappy and asked a question. Who among you is willing to keep this guy here? Heh, if you're tired of living, you can get off here. My last colleague got into a malfunctioning elevator and the doors closed a little late, so he never came back up. What should we do then? Just throw him into any cell first, and then put him in the underground prison tomorrow. It's only a matter of time anyway. Besides, leaving him here is enough to give him a hard time. Whether he can even live to see tomorrow is another matter. Yes, let's leave it at that. After exchanging bewildered glances, the prison guards threw Suyu into the cell closest to the elevator. Boom! The prison cells were locked shut. The door was closed. Dozens of gazes fell upon Suyu. It was filled with malice and contempt. What? I thought he was a ruthless person who had been thrown into hell. Turns out I was wrong. The prisoners inside clearly hadn't heard what the guard had just said and thought it was a misunderstanding. TSK, such delicate skin and tender flesh, I wonder what it tastes like. Ha, it's been so long since we've had any new people, otherwise I'd be bored to death. They only stopped talking when a tall figure walked out. Hey kid, what did you do to get in here? Suyu remained silent, simply keeping his distance. He couldn't be sure if these people were deliberately trying to trick him into revealing information. Furthermore, these people are up to no good, and Suyu will not easily make a move before he is certain of their strength. I don't want conflicts to break out easily. During the brief moment of retreat, Suyu secretly unleashed his imperial aura. Even with only a portion released, many people cried out in despair. Holy crap! Why does my head hurt so much? I'm so dizzy. Who's messing around like this? Ah! Some people fell to the ground in response. Only the burly, shirtless man at the very front showed some discomfort. Suyu glanced at it briefly. Their approximate combat strength was initially determined. Here, spiritual energy is sealed off, so the only contest is pure physical strength. Their average combat power is only slightly above the second level of body refinement. It poses no threat to me. The shirtless, muscular man in front of him was affected by the Emperor's aura for more than a second. This indicates that their physical cultivation level is somewhat lower than mine. This makes things much easier.
All we need to do is take down the strongest man at the front the moment the Emperor's aura spreads, and the rest will be lambs to the slaughter.
With a clearer understanding, Suyu's brows gradually relaxed.
The effect of the Emperor's authority disappeared.
Everyone returned to normal. Holy crap, was that some new trick the prison guards came up with? I feel the same way. Last time they even set the wall to 50 degrees Celsius. Someone was sleeping against the wall and got roasted. This time it's okay, I just felt dizzy for a while. No one would have guessed that it was this newcomer who caused it.
Chapter 70, Cell Number 9, The Gang Boss. After all, he acted very timid from the beginning.
The gang leader thought so too.
However, he was shrewd and chose to be wary of Suyu, not intending to make a move against him. Let's observe for a while before making a decision. After looking Suyu up and down, he spoke.
I'm the boss of cell number 9. Just call me boss, hey.
Once you're in cell number 9, you have to follow the rules here.
The gang leader made a hand gesture.
A man approached, his face bearing a long scar. He had been among the least affected by the Emperor's imposing presence.
Second only to the gang leader. There was no order here, but the gang leader brought order to the area.
Therefore, the only order is the gang leader, and no one can disobey him.
If you dare to disobey, this is what will happen.
The scarred man pointed to the skeletons not far away and said viciously. Clearly, the previous disobedient had already been dealt with. Suyu's expression remained unchanged, and then he spoke slowly.
Understood.
The scarred man smiled faintly.
You're smart to be sensible.
Many newcomers think there's something special, but they all get a lesson from the gang leader.
The lucky ones survive, the unlucky ones are simply reborn. Suyu nodded. I don't want to have much interaction with this immature guy.
To others, Suyu appeared timid and submissive, a sign of weakness.
The gang leader looked Suyu up and down again, puzzled. Was it really him who just exuded such pressure? Why do you look so cowardly? Or is it someone else who is radiating pressure?
He thought of the mute who had come some time ago. He never speaks, but his strength is ridiculously high.
Second only to himself.
If there were more people like that, it would definitely threaten his ruling position. So as soon as Suyu entered, he brought his men to put pressure on him, trying to intimidate Suyu. As a result, Suyu backed down, and his goal was achieved.
The gang leader led the way away, heading deeper into the prison.
The other prisoners followed behind him, brushing past Suyu as they left.
Many people were pointing and whispering about Suyu.
His eyes were full of mockery.
Coward. Sissy. He has no manly qualities whatsoever. It went in one ear and out the other. Suyu didn't want to bother with them as long as they didn't make a move.
Sitting quietly in the corner near the door, he searched for a way to break the shackles on his spiritual power.
Without the support of spiritual power, I still felt somewhat uneasy.
Just then, the sound of footsteps came from outside the door.
It stopped at the entrance, seemingly looking inside. Ah, Suyu, you finally met your match. Aha, Suyu.
Suyu felt physically uncomfortable listening to the voice and immediately recognized who the speaker was.
Chen Mofan.
I would recognize that voice even if I were reduced to ashes. She was the first person he hated. Suyu slowly stood up and met Chen Mofan's gaze outside the door. His eyes were very calm, but it seemed as if a lion was about to leap out of them. In contrast, Chen Mofan's eyes were filled with utter madness.
Suyu, do you know how long I've waited for this day? Ever since you killed my son, I've wanted to kill you every single moment.
For countless days and nights, I've been trying every possible way to find your whereabouts, to think about how to cut you into 1,000 pieces, how to skin you alive.
Soon, very soon, it will all come true, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha.
He spoke somewhat incoherently, his lips repeatedly curving upwards in an abstract manner, almost stretching to the back of his head.
It looks incredibly creepy. So you felt that this guy had gone mad? He said calmly.
A murderer will always be killed. His death is what he deserved. Chen Mofan grabbed the railing, his eyes wide, staring intently at Suyu.
His bulging eyeballs looked like they might pop out at any moment. Get out. You deserve it? What do you mean by deserving it? Using that bastard's life to exchange for my son's life, that's a blessing your daughter has accumulated over 8 lifetimes, do you understand? If my son hadn't desperately needed that biolab, would your daughter have gotten this blessing? You refused the compensation offered to you, after doing something so outrageous. You dare kill my son?
Then you will all be buried with me.
I will make you wish you were dead. I will make your daughter wish she were dead too.
Whether I die or not is not up to you, but the death of your son is up to me.
Suyu's casual remark immediately broke Chen Mofan's defenses. The latter shook the railing violently, panting heavily. You're dead. You're definitely going to die. Ha ha, you don't know where you are, do you? This is an isolated island prison. Once you're in, you're not getting out, not even a thought.
Seeing that Chen Mofan was too agitated, the prison guard next to him dragged him away.
Chen Mofan's voice came from afar. Ha ha ha, you're dead meat. If you don't die today, you'll die tomorrow. You absolutely, positively cannot survive.
Suyu frowned slightly.
I didn't take it to heart. Throughout the entire process, my system did not display any danger warnings. This shows that the ordeal of imprisonment will not affect one's spiritual practice, nor will it endanger one's life. It's just a formality at best. In the shadows, several people were quietly observing Suyu. Having witnessed the whole thing, they sneered. Hey, so it was the son of the Education Bureau chief who got in here. Damn, it seems he's been given special treatment, otherwise how could he have been thrown into cell number 9? Then why is this guy on equal footing with us? Quite a few people who killed officials' relatives and were thrown into the 9th division, how many of them survived until nightfall? How about we make the first move?
This guy looks really young, so fair-skinned, with smooth muscle lines.
He must be really tight down there, so slippery. Then what are we waiting for? By tonight, who knows how many times it'll have been sold?
They unanimously decided to act quickly, taking advantage of the gang leader and his men's lunch break to get started. They haven't had meat in a long time. Tap tap tap. They slowly emerged from the shadows, licking their lips as they looked at Suyu.
Hey newbie, come over here and give me a piece of your mind. If you make me happy, anything is negotiable.
Upon hearing this, Suyu slowly looked at them. His eyes were filled with uncontrollable disgust. I had heard that prisoners in jail were sexually frustrated and had twisted sexual orientations, but I never expected to encounter this as soon as I entered the prison. I advise you not to make any rash moves, otherwise, don't blame me for my merciless fists and feet.
Adhering to the principle of not intervening if possible, Suyu offered his advice. Another reason is that dealing with such people would get your hands dirty.
They were immediately delighted when they heard that. As they spoke, they moved closer.
Did you guys hear that?
He said don't blame us for being ruthless with our fists and feet.
What the heck? Is this some kind of fancy, delicate fist technique? Won't it just tickle me when it hits me?
As they were talking, someone reached out and tried to hook Suyu's chin. Suyu snorted coldly. She grabbed his hand and twisted it behind his back. The man found it quite amusing and laughed so hard his eyes disappeared. But soon, he stopped laughing.
Because Suyu's strength was extraordinary. Ah! Chapter 71 Underground Prison? Hell! With a groan, his hand was twisted off, and his arm hung limply on the ground, unable to be lifted again. You brat! You dare to make a move?
Seeing this, the other three rushed toward Suyu. Suyu snorted coldly and launched a sweeping kick. The prisoner at the front is hit, and the prisoners behind him are also kicked away. The three were sent flying several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious.
The commotion quickly attracted other people. About several dozen people arrived.
They were enraged when they saw the people on the ground.
You bull demon king, you dare to hit someone as soon as you arrive? Have you never died before?
The bald man was the first to attack, roaring as he charged at Suyu like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey.
He raised the steel pipe high and swung it hard at Suyu. Suyu remained calm and dodged the attack by leaning his body.
At the same time, he gathered his strength in his right hand and smashed it towards the bald man's chest. The speed was so fast that the bald man couldn't react at all and took the punch heavily. He let out a muffled groan, and his whole body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing into the wall, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth.
Bald guy.
Seeing this, the other prisoners couldn't sit still any longer and surrounded them from all sides, brandishing their weapons.
They've come at the perfect time, saving me the trouble of fighting them one by one.
Suyu snorted coldly and advanced instead of retreating. His body spun like a top, and he instantly unleashed his combat skills, his legs leaving trails of fiery red afterimages. The prisoner who was hit felt as if he had been struck by a speeding truck. His entire leg immediately went numb, and his body fell to the ground instantly. His head slammed hard against the ground, making a series of thuds. Some were kicked in the arm, and their weapons and wrists broke off. Some were shot in the abdomen, coughed up blood, collapsed, and died on the spot. There's a flaw. A burly prisoner seized the opportunity. While Suyu was attacking the others, she launched a sneak attack from behind, her dagger flashing coldly as she stabbed fiercely at Suyu. He grinned maliciously, as if he could already see Suyu's skin torn and bleeding. Suyu seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. Just as the dagger was about to pierce his back, he turned around abruptly, grabbed the prisoner's wrist with his backhand, and twisted it forcefully. With a crack, the prisoner's wrist was broken. The knee then naturally slammed into his chin. Ah! The prisoner screamed, swallowing blood and teeth, and fell backward. The dagger had also vanished. Su Yuyulong was among the prisoners. Like a seasoned close-quarters combat champion. Fists, palms, elbows, and knees all transformed into deadly weapons. With a single punch, he sent several people flying, and with a swift elbow strike, he knocked several attackers to the ground. Manipulating these people is as easy as crushing a swarm of ants. Suyu took a deep breath and increased his speed to another level. He suddenly charged towards the remaining prisoners. Bang bang bang. Every punch lands hard. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. With a gust of wind in my feet. Wherever they went, prisoners fell to the ground, and cries of agony filled the air. Within minutes, more than a dozen prisoners lay sprawled on the ground, groaning incessantly. Suyu stood still, slowly ending his practice, and the internal fire gradually died down. He dusted himself off, glanced at the crowd, and said coldly, "I will not offend others unless they offend me." He then sat back down in that familiar corner and meditated to calm his mind. The atmosphere here is extremely malevolent. Once you start fighting, you will be enveloped by this malevolent energy, and the desire to kill will gradually take over your heart. This is very detrimental to cultivation. They don't care because they can't leave the village or cultivate themselves. Suyu cared about many things. Therefore, it's best to avoid taking action if possible. Of course, if they insist on courting death, I wouldn't mind helping them out. At this moment, a sound came from another corner, sounding very hoarse. You were in the military before, weren't you? Upon hearing this, Suyu suddenly opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the voice. That's when I noticed someone crouching in the corner. When were you there? After pondering without success, he slowly spoke. What's your basis for this? If I'm not mistaken, there are many traces of military boxing in your moves, and you have a very resolute demeanor, so you must have served in the military. You guessed right. The man smiled and said again. Your skills are quite good, after all, you were a soldier. But we're not yet at the point where we can go toe-to-toe with the gang leader. Even if you could beat him in a one-on-one fight, his many henchmen could easily take you down with just one punch each. I advise you to take the initiative to admit your mistake, otherwise he will definitely come to bother you tonight. They have a large number of controlled knives. In this prison where you can only rely on your physical strength, I don't need to say how dangerous controlled knives are to your body, right? If he catches you, he will definitely kill you to make an example of you, and there will be no use in running away. The prison guards here won't care. They've left you here, they'd love for you to be killed by these prisoners. Okay, that's all I have to say. If you don't believe me, you can try it. After saying that, he fell silent. Suyu also withdrew his gaze and said calmly. Thank you for reminding me, but I don't intend to apologize. First, I killed his men, and in order to stabilize public sentiment, he would definitely make me pay a heavy price, at the very least losing an arm or a leg. Secondly, because I am confident I can beat them. These words were spoken. There were clearly surprised and curious glances from over there, but they quickly disappeared. As night fell, a slight chill settled in. Suyu sat quietly in the corner, waiting for their arrival. But before they could meet the gang leader, they were greeted by prison guards. Suyu! Come out here, we're going to change your cell. Before Suyu could say anything, the prison guards forcefully detained him and took him to the elevator. Until Suyu got into the elevator leading underground. They discovered an even more horrifying underground prison. That was a darkness Suyu had never seen before. Upon landing, the prison guards quickly threw Suyu to the ground and then swiftly closed the elevator doors and left. It's as if being a second too late will mean certain death. Suyu, who was thrown to the ground, lost his balance and almost slipped. I noticed that the ground was sticky and slippery, and there was a strong smell of blood. Suyu looked down and saw that he was stepping on a bloody mess. A little further ahead is an object that is only semi-oval in shape.
A human head.
Realizing what it was, Suyu slowly looked up. Just then, a red light swept across the area, and with the help of the light, Suyu was able to see the entire underground prison. Chaos, filth, bloodshed, and violence were Suyu's first impressions of the place. Corpses were everywhere, and bloodied figures were engaged in close combat. And the savages lurking in the shadows, waiting for their chance to strike. They were disheveled, with long hair, unkempt beards, and covered in congealed bloodstains. Suyu fell silent, realizing that he had entered a chaotic space. Here, even if a life or death struggle takes place, the prison guards will not stop it.
And
Suyu caught a glimpse of a savage eating human flesh not far away and thought to himself, the food distribution on this floor may be extremely unfair, or rather, food may not be sent down at all.
Chapter 72 Ghosts Eat People. Ghosts eat people.
While he was pondering, a starving prisoner suddenly pounced on him. Suyu frowned slightly, punched him in the abdomen, and grabbed him back with his other hand as he was about to fly backward.
They grabbed his neck tightly.
To prevent these people from getting too slow to speak after staying here for too long, I specifically asked them a question.
Can't you speak properly? The prisoner nodded stiffly, then made a shushing gesture. Suyu didn't know what it meant, but subconsciously lowered his voice.
I'll ask you a question, you answer it, or you'll die.
He nodded again. Suyu threw it on the ground. To prevent them from playing tricks.
With a swift movement of his right foot, he broke both of the prisoner's legs.
The intense pain nearly made him faint.
The prisoner clutched his leg, trembling all over, barely daring to breathe.
Where is this place?
What is the order here?
What are the taboos? Is food not distributed here? Tell me everything.
I can tell if you're lying, and if you dare to deceive me, no one can save you.
Suyu crouched down and looked him in the eye.
Despite the pain just now, the person in front of him still didn't dare to scream. There must be some taboo here.
Suyu's killing intent was almost tangible. The prisoner trembled with fear.
He swallowed hard and dared only speak in a very soft voice.
This is hell, hell. There's nothing to eat here. Don't speak loudly. Don't speak loudly. Ghosts will come and eat you.
Although the pronunciation was a bit strange, Suyu still heard it clearly. As expected, there was no food source in the underground prison, otherwise there wouldn't be scenes of cannibalism everywhere. As for what comes next, don't speak loudly, or ghosts will come and eat you.
Is that really the case? But judging from what just happened, it's true that you can't speak loudly here.
His legs were broken, but he didn't dare to cry out. For this prisoner, fear had outweighed pain. There is clearly some taboo against speaking.
What is a ghost? Suyu asked the question he most wanted to ask. A ghost. It's a ghost. It eats people. People become ghosts when they die.
Upon hearing this, Suyu frowned slightly.
People can turn into ghosts after they die? At this moment,
the prisoner seemed to recall some terrifying experience and began to speak incoherently. The volume is gradually increasing.
Seeing this, Suyu darted away in a few steps. Move it to a distance of 10 meters. Silently watching the prisoner talking to himself. He wondered to himself. According to what this person said before, speaking loudly will attract ghosts. What exactly will be attracted? In a moment of doubt,
Suyu saw the space around the prisoner become visibly blurry, as if something was distorting his vision.
Is it a ghost? The next moment,
a tall, thin, dark figure appeared in my line of sight. It is 8 jung tall, with slender limbs, standing upright, and takes the form of a human. It appeared around the prisoner, and the latter's voice immediately disappeared. His mouth was wide open, but he couldn't make a sound. It's very strange. It stretched out its long, thin arm and stuffed it into the prisoner's mouth. Sections of liquid flowed down his arm and back into his body, as if someone were drinking a beverage through a straw. After each session of drug use, the prisoners visibly became thinner. Soon, the prisoner was drained dry, his flesh and blood withered, with only a layer of skin covering him.
The whole process took no more than half a minute.
But shortly after its death, the skin suddenly stood up as if someone had put it on. An anomaly occurred: the human skin gradually lightened until it turned into the same color as a ghost, a lighting that was somewhat transparent. After the ghost took shape, it slowly made its way deeper into the prison.
With each step he took, the color on his body would fade until he became completely transparent and disappeared from sight. Suyu's pupils contracted slightly. Just as that person said. Ghosts that eat people will become ghosts themselves. However, this is somewhat surreal. What exactly are these so-called ghosts? Before Suyu could think any further, the space in front of him began to distort again. A slender, ghostly figure gradually emerged. Suyu held his breath and tried his best not to make a sound. But the slender, ghostly figure continued to walk this way. As if recognizing Suyu, it quickened its pace. Was it coming for me? The thought appeared the instant it occurred to me. Suyu's hair stood on end. A sense of crisis washed over him as the ghostly figure appeared before him without him noticing. A slender arm suddenly swung out. The speed was so fast that Suyu could hardly dodge it, and could only cross his hands to block his mouth. The slender arm struck Suyu's hand firmly. It feels like silk, but its strength is comparable to a mountain. Boom! Suyu was sent flying dozens of meters away like a kite with a broken string. My chest feels tight. This blow nearly broke his body apart. Looking up and meeting its gaze, I realized that the slender ghostly figure was the prisoner in disguise. Because its head was pressed against the prisoner's human skin mask. Suyu was surprised. After becoming a ghost, does it mean that one still retains the memories of their death? Before he could think any further, the slender ghostly figure attacked again. They were determined to kill Suyu. Suyu then became wary and quickly created distance in a few strides. It's obvious that relying solely on physical strength, it would be difficult to fight him head-on. Suyu could sense that the other party was a special kind of demonic beast. I had previously looked through a monster encyclopedia, which described similar monsters. While dodging, Suyu pondered the relevant information. The attack is on again. Suyu paused, then jumped backward. Boom! The spot was directly smashed into a huge crater about 3 meters in diameter. This demonstrates the immense power of its force. Boom! 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 The ghostly figure relentlessly whipped Suyu with its long, thin arms. During the incident, Suyu almost missed his arm and narrowly escaped being hit. While injuries can be healed through healing talents, it's uncertain whether one will be assimilated into a ghost like the previous person. It's best to avoid contact. At this moment, Suyu noticed the system jittering. Upon opening it, I discovered that the small cauldron in the warehouse was constantly displaying red dots. Suyu took it out. During this interval, the ghostly figure suddenly attacked, swinging its arm again. Seeing that he couldn't dodge, Suyu instinctively crossed his arms to block. Ghostly Shadow's attack, though seemingly accidental, struck the small cauldron. At the moment of contact, an anomaly occurred. The part of the ghostly figure that came into contact with the small cauldron visibly melted. It was forcibly transformed into nourishment for the small cauldron. The ghostly figure let out a shriek. He withdrew his hand, wanting to escape from this place. Realizing that the small cauldron had a restraining effect on him, Suyu felt more confident. You think you can just come and leave? You've got all the good things in the world. Grab it in one go, prolonging the time it spends in contact with the small cauldron. The ghost's body convulsed wildly, unable to break free no matter what it did. It can only be melted and absorbed by the small cauldron. The ghostly figure was sucked into the expression of a screaming ghost, its blurred features filled with pain. Like a ghostly shadow, the latter was melted and absorbed in less than half a minute. All of it turned into nourishment for the small cauldron, quietly staying inside. All that remained in front of Suyu was that layer of human skin. The ghostly figure simply vanished. Chapter 73: Nourishing Spiritual Power. Suyu looked at the small cauldron. It's already half filled, and the liquid inside is entirely black, like diluted ink. Is this blood? Or the body of a ghost? What will be given back in return? Suyu stroked his chin, deciding to try making another ghostly figure in order to put it into practice. The other prisoners, who were just watching the show, stared intently at Suyu, their eyes filled with curiosity and shock. They may never forget it for the rest of their lives. The thing that had tormented them for so long, the thing called a ghost, was actually solved by that little gadget in his hand. If we had this, wouldn't we be able to kill ghosts at will? Without a doubt, they were all tempted. However, due to their formidable fighting power, these people dared not make any rash moves. I can only watch with envy. Under their watchful eyes, Suyu did something that made their jaws drop. He actually started yelling. The next moment, a slender ghostly figure reappeared beside him.
Without a second thought, Suyu grabbed the small cauldron and slammed it down on the ghostly figure. The moment they made contact, the ghost's body twisted rapidly, melted into liquid, and entered the small cauldron.
The small cauldron was filled again after being replenished to half its capacity. Another cauldron is done, now it's time to see what it will give back to us. The next moment, a rich spiritual energy and an unknown energy source emanated from it. It travels from the brain to the whole body. Very comfortable. Suyu felt as if his cerebral cortex had been smoothed out. It felt like strolling through a Norwegian forest, sitting alone on a wooden bench in front of a church. It quickly replenished spiritual energy and mental strength. Although the spiritual energy was sealed after being converted into spiritual power, the unknown energy body genuinely compensated for the spiritual power. The excess increases the upper limit. Suyu was shocked. You should know that spiritual power is a necessary element for condensing the primordial spirit. As for the primordial spirit, it has quite a background. It is something that can only be accessed by those above the 6th rank supergrade, a spiritual form formed by the high condensation and sublimation of spiritual power. Suyu had once witnessed his superior summoning his primordial spirit. Extremely powerful, capable of replicating every move of the original user. Back then, I was already looking forward to what kind of primordial spirit I would condense when I reached the highest level. Unfortunately, an accident occurred later, causing him to lose all his cultivation. After returning to the 4th rank, he began to plan the formation of his primordial spirit. However, compensating for mental energy is extremely difficult, and related supplements are almost impossible to buy on the market. Even if they exist, they are expensive but unavailable. Its rarity is evident. I didn't expect to be able to get it today. Suyu was overjoyed. Do the same thing to summon the ghost? We must ruthlessly fleece the ghosts, squeezing them dry. Otherwise, it will be difficult to encounter such an opportunity again. To others, Suyu seemed to have gone mad, constantly summoning ghostly figures and sucking them into that little gadget. I kept repeating the operation all night. Suyu only stopped when the ghostly figures behind him dared not show their faces. There are 13 cauldrons in total. Check mental strength. Suyu tried to check his mental strength, and to his surprise, it actually worked. The system panel popped up immediately. Current mental strength, 4600, standard value, 300. Suyu gasped when he saw it. Is this more than 10 times the average? How powerful must this condensed primordial spirit be? Suyu felt it wasn't enough, so he slowly turned his gaze to the prisoners hiding in the shadows. What if we turned all these people into ghosts? Sensing Suyu's gaze, they were startled, reacting more violently than if they had seen a ghost. They scrambled back into the shadows. Even those who wanted to take advantage of Xiao Ding didn't dare to show their faces, fearing that Suyu would use them as a scapegoat. They could easily see that the person in front of them could absorb ghostly shadows with that little gadget and then use it to nourish their body. After all, that expression of enjoyment doesn't lie. Suyu killed many ghost shadows, even all of them. This made the underground prison much safer. Apart from the lack of food, it was basically no different from an above-ground prison. The phenomenon of cannibalism still exists, but they just don't dare to target Suyu with their thoughts. After all, the latter was full of energy and appeared to be physically very strong. He could withstand several blows from the ghostly figure and still act as if nothing had happened. This has already transcended the realm of ordinary martial artists. Even though they were already drooling over Suyu's fair and tender skin, they could only watch from afar. I don't know how much time passed, maybe it was dawn, or maybe something happened in the prison above ground. Movements gradually came from above. The cold air underground has noticeably decreased, and the temperature has warmed up. Suyu sat cross-legged in a corner, glancing at the prisoners from time to time. If they dare to make any rash moves, I wouldn't mind turning them into ghosts. But if I could, I wouldn't want to do it myself. There are too many unknown variables here. How many people? Have no idea. How many ghostly figures are there? I don't know either. Suyu also found it difficult to assess the overall strength of these people. But it is undeniable that those who can survive in underground prisons for so long must possess some kind of skill, otherwise, they would have become ghosts or food long ago. I won't be so arrogant as to put myself in a dangerous situation. The two sides are locked in a stalemate. Chen Mofan arrived at the prison early in the morning. Where is Suyu? Where is Suyu? Has he been put in the underground prison?
He found the prison warden and took out the 3 packets of Huazhong cigarettes that he had prepared beforehand.
The prison warden immediately beamed with joy. Ah, of course, of course. You can rest assured about what I do. Last night, under cover of darkness, we repaired the elevator and dumped him in the underground prison. He'll be crippled if he doesn't die after one night. You know, the most terrifying thing there is in people.
Upon hearing this, Chen Mofen beamed with joy.
Are there surveillance cameras in the underground prison? Let me see them. Of course there are.
Our underground prison is monitored by red light, which allows us to see the prisoners inside very clearly. Even if someone's head falls off the roadside, we can see it clearly.
Come on, I'll lead the way.
Ah, good, good, I can't wait to see Suyu's corpse.
Chen Mofen laughed and followed the prison warden to the monitoring room. The latter fell out of the underground surveillance camera. Soon, the entire underground prison was revealed to everyone.
The ground was littered with corpses, the walls and floor were covered in blood, and several people were fighting over a body.
Chen Mofen was very satisfied with this environment. Moreover, he had heard before that there were ghosts in the underground prison that ate people. They are incredibly powerful and always by your side, appearing at any moment to surround you. Once they've got their eyes on you, you're doomed. If Suyu goes in, he will surely die a gruesome death. Quickly, quickly, help me find where Suyu is. Chen Mofen said impatiently. The two searched the area but couldn't find the person. Ha ha, so you must have turned into a ghost, right? I can't even see him. That's for sure. Anyone who goes in completely unaware of the situation has no chance of surviving. Chen Mofen almost laughed himself to death. Suddenly, a middle finger appeared in the picture. Chapter 74. The gang leader wants revenge. Just as Chen Mofen was wondering, a sound came from the monitoring station. Chen Mofen, I know you're watching. Your father isn't dead, he's alive and well. The familiar voice, the familiar tone, the unchanging madness. Chen Mofen's computer immediately crashed. A frightening thought popped into his mind. Could it be that person? It wasn't until Suyu's face appeared on the surveillance camera that Chen Mofen's suspicions were confirmed. Suyu isn't dead? He was thrown into an underground prison and miraculously survived. He looks perfectly fine and is in high spirits. Chen Mofen roared. Why? Why? How come Suyu is completely unharmed? Isn't this an underground prison? The underground prison known as Hell? The prison guards were completely baffled. He asked in confusion. Something's not right. He was just talking so loudly, how come he didn't attract any ghosts? And his condition, he looks so energetic, like he slept very well last night. The prison guards were no less shocked than Chen Mofen. He's worked here for so long, and he's never seen anyone live so comfortably in an underground prison. Could it be that the ghost has gone into hibernation? This is rare, it only happens when a prison guard goes down to make repairs, triggering the hibernation function. Did I accidentally press the sleep button? Chen Mofen, standing to the side, frantically slammed his fist on the table, demanding, what's going on here? Didn't you say you were good at handling things? How did you manage this? Upon hearing this, the prison guard immediately became displeased and raised his baton. What do you mean? If you're not satisfied, get out. Don't delay my shift, understand? If you have any complaints, go find the warden. I'm just an employee. Chen Mofen immediately wilted. Suddenly realizing that this wasn't the Chen family home, he knew he might get thrown out if he didn't control his temper. He then forced a smile, took out a wad of cash from his mouth, gritted his teeth, and handed it over. It's just a small token of my appreciation. I only hope that the prison warden can understand the pain of a middle-aged person like me who has lost a son, and do a better job of disciplining these arrogant and domineering prisoners. The prison guard coughed twice, put the thick envelope into his pocket, and said solemnly, What are you saying? Serving the people is my honor. Just wait. I'll arrange it right now. He then dialed the number. Hey, Xiaofei? Throw all the people in cell 9 into the underground prison, what? Just go when I tell you to, and bring a few more people with you if you want. After saying that, he looked at Chen Mofen. Something's happened in the underground prison now, the ghosts might be in hibernation, and no one's dealing with Suyu, but I have a way. On the first day Suyu came in, he offended the gang leader of cell number 9. Now, if I throw them all out, cell number 9 has nearly 200 people. If a fight breaks out, I can't stop it. Chen Mofan understood, and the two smiled at each other. An underground prison. 3 minutes ago. Suyu was sitting in the corner when he noticed the surveillance camera was swaying.
He then smelled a foul odor, the kind of odor unique to those who hate it. He immediately realized that Chen Mofan might be monitoring him. That's why I gave him the middle finger in contempt. It's Chen Mofan who's furious.
He covered the surveillance camera again before sitting down again. Suyu wasn't afraid of Chen Mofan messing with him.
Just now, I sensed the presence of spiritual energy. As long as you use the lotus step technique, you will be isolated from the spiritual energy suppression in this place when you briefly enter the void.
Once the spiritual energy returns, attacking the prisoners here will undoubtedly be a devastating blow. Suyu did this.
Another reason is that I want to gather more ghostly figures to nourish my spiritual power. If they want to mess with themselves, they might start with the ghosts.
That's perfect then.
Even without using Ghost Shadow, they probably wouldn't be able to test any methods. The most difficult part of this isolated island prison is undoubtedly the underground prison, which is known as Hell, and I have already cleared it.
What can possibly harm me? Unless the people above are abandoned.
As if in response to Suyu's idea, there was a commotion at the other end of the elevator. The elevator carrying them plummeted down, throwing out dozens of handcuffed prisoners.
The elevator doors closed again. Landing again. Soon, more than 100 people stood trembling at the elevator entrance.
Suyu recognized that these were all people from cell number 9. He recognized many familiar faces among them, including Scarface and the mob boss.
Their pupils widened the moment they saw Suyu. It's you! Suyu! It was both surprising and delightful.
The gang leader had already called for help and prepared weapons last night, but unexpectedly, Suyu was taken away by the prison guards. I was really worried about not having a chance to settle accounts with him, but I didn't expect to see him again today. Although he had come to an underground prison, he was able to kill Suyu before he died, which was a way of venting his anger.
Scarface spoke. Boss, I understand. The reason we were abandoned is because of Suyu. Upon hearing this, the gang leader was practically turning red. I was doing just fine in cell number 9 when I was suddenly thrown into this underground prison.
I felt incredibly frustrated, and I still didn't know what was going on.
Now that I hear that, it turns out it's because of Suyu. Suyu, this time you really have no way to escape. Feeling the shackles on his hands slowly loosening, the gang leader snarled. With about 100 brothers with him, he had to teach Suyu a lesson. On my very first day here, I told you to follow the rules, and you actually killed my brother an hour after I said that. How dare you? He now wished he could skin Suyu alive and then hand him over to the gay men for a thorough interrogation. Let him know the consequences of disobeying him. He. Suyu reacted swiftly and charged straight at them. These prisoners in cell number 9 were the ones Chen Mofan left behind to deal with him. Now that they're all tied up, Suyu isn't going to sit idly by and wait to die. We absolutely have to make our move before their handcuffs are unlocked. Strike first. Seeing Suyu running over, the gang leader wasn't stupid. He knew Suyu would make the first move. He was so angry that he laughed instead. What a joke! Instead of running away, you dared to charge at us. You're just lucky to be alive. Scarface sneered as well. Do you really think we're just going to be slaughtered now that we're tied up? Let's not even talk about how these shackles will be loosened soon. With just 100 or so of us, we could drown you with a single spit from each of us. Suyu had no intention of wasting time talking to them. The flaming shadow burning heaven battle technique is activated, and inner fire ignites in the heart. The Emperor's imposing aura was suddenly unleashed. It instantly overwhelmed a large number of people. He started with a lunge and a powerful punch, the blazing fist landing solidly on the person in front. Boom! A sonic boom was generated the instant of contact. It was as loud as thunder. It blasted the prisoner at the front away, sending dozens of people behind him flying as well. He easily dealt with dozens of people with a wave of his hand. This left the gang leader speechless. He could sense that Suyu wasn't using spiritual power, so how was such power being exerted? Is this pure physical strength, plus a little internal energy? There's also a combat technique. Boss, this is a close quarters fighting technique. Have you finished chapter 75? The gang leader's expression changed. He thought it was some kind of forbidden technique, but it turned out to be a combat skill. This is just a combat technique, not a cannon. How can one punch take down so many people? Put it outside, this is just basic operation, and you can easily achieve similar results yourself.
But this is an isolated island prison, a place where spiritual power is completely suppressed.
How did he manage to do that?
Before the black boss could think further, Suyu disappeared from the spot. When it reappeared, it was directly above the crowd.
Many people didn't realize what was happening, they only felt an incredibly powerful aura above their heads.
Looking up, I saw Su Yufei flying in mid-air, his right leg raised high.
Like an eagle catching a rabbit, it carries immense force.
It slammed down on them. At that moment, the people below had only one thought.
Holy crap, what kind of monster is that?
Only when they landed their high kicks did they truly realize the difference in physical strength.
It was like a bomb exploding in a crowd. Boom!
The force was so great that the aftershock alone was enough to send people flying. It flew erratically, letting out screams, before collapsing to the ground unconscious.
The person in the very center instantly turned into a bloody mist.
The floor was smashed open, creating a 2-meter-long crack, which was quite horrifying. Some people were so frightened that they defecated and urinated all over the place. It emitted a foul stench. The gang leader was also caught off guard by the beating and was completely stunned.
After landing, Suyu displayed his skills among the crowd.
Fists, palms, elbows, and knees have all become deadly weapons.
His fist techniques are fierce and powerful, his footwork is cunning, and his palm techniques are sharp. Every move can strike the opponent's vital points.
Suyu swam among the dragons with ease, as if he were strolling through his own backyard. Click, the shackles are finally broken.
But these people had no will to fight at all.
That kick just now had a huge impact on them. In their eyes, Suyu was like a god of war, possessing immense strength and being proficient in various close combat techniques.
They die the moment they get close.
They could only frantically flee in all directions. But he still couldn't escape the fate of being crippled. Seeing more and more people falling, the gang leader could no longer sit still and roared.
Now that we're untied, what's there to be afraid of with so many people beating one person? We'll all surround him. You kick him, he punches you, even an Iron Man would die. Anyone who dares to run, you'll see if I don't come after you afterwards. These words indeed stirred everyone's fighting spirit. Whether out of fear of retribution from the gang leader or the realization that they were no longer bound, they finally retaliated against Suyu instead of being beaten one-sidedly. They roared, swung their fists, and kicked at Suyu. Unfortunately, it was too late.
Suyu had already dealt with most of the people here. They were just a bunch of small fry who posed no threat to him. Suyu weaved through the crowd as if it were empty. At that moment, a hook punch came from an extremely tricky angle, striking Suyu's chin directly. Suyu frowned slightly. He shifted his body to the side, dodging the attack. The man then launched a kick at Suyu's lower body.
Suyu Gung blocked the attack. The next moment,
the opponent's punch came down with an elbow strike, aiming straight for the heart of the enemy. Looks like someone who's trained in martial arts, Suyu sneered, but it was useless against absolute physical strength.
Seeing that Suyu didn't dodge, Scarface thought he had succeeded.
The result was that at the moment the shot hit Suyu,
he was stunned.
The chest muscles opposite him were as hard as iron plates, and his hand went numb when he hit them.
During a moment when he was lost in thought,
Suyu grabbed it with his hand behind his back. Scarface was startled and tried to pull away, but found he had no strength and couldn't tear it open at all.
I remember you, Shinibu.
The words had barely left his mouth. Suyu slammed his forehead into Scarface, who let out a muffled groan and flew backward like a kite with a broken string. There was a big hole in his head.
He fell into a pool of blood. Scar! The gang leader was furious.
He rushed to Suyu's side in a few strides and slapped down with his large hand. Suyu snorted coldly and took the blow with his shoulder.
I've said it before, I won't offend others unless they offend me. You're the ones who are courting death. After saying that, Suyu unleashed his imperial aura. The gang leader immediately felt dizzy and his head was about to split open.
Immediately, a tremendous impact came from his abdomen. Like a speeding truck crashing into something.
The excruciating pain in his internal organs nearly made the gang leader faint.
He spat out a mouthful of pus and blood, flew backward dozens of meters, and crashed heavily into the wall.
It's you! It was you who released that oppressive aura.
Only then did the gang leader realize that the coward they had woken up was actually the man who had caused them so much pain. The force he just felt made him realize why his brothers couldn't even last a single move against him. Even for himself, it would be difficult to defeat the opponent in a single move.
Wow! Absolutely amazing. But I'm not without a chance of winning. The gang leader coughed twice.
I must say, your strength is beyond my imagination. What you showed before was not cowardice, but forbearance.
I was so slow to realize it.
He coughed as he reached up to touch his eyes.
However, you underestimate me. The next moment, he grabbed his own eyeball and ripped it out. In an instant,
a whirlwind swept around him. Wisps of black mist were gathering towards it. The vitality visibly dissipated.
Suyu frowned slightly. Could this be another forbidden technique? I was just about to make a move.
But after seeing the ghostly figures that appeared around it, he stopped himself from attacking.
The ghostly figure was slowly crawling towards the gang leader, as if it wanted to merge with him.
Suyu silently took out the small cauldron. This gang leader must have been mistaken for a dead man, which summoned a ghost.
That's good.
I was just worried about how to collect more ghosts, and these ghosts have come to me.
Not long after.
After merging with the shadowy figure, the gang leader let out a terrifying, sinister laugh.
He, Suyu, you're too arrogant.
You clearly saw that this was a forbidden technique, yet you let me change it. To be honest, this forbidden technique of mine absorbs the surrounding energy.
You should know that there are ghosts in the underground hell, right?
Ha, maybe you're just lucky and haven't encountered any ghosts, so you don't know how powerful they are. Now I've merged with a ghost, my physical body is incredibly strong, and I can even use spiritual power briefly.
You think you can fight me?
Perhaps the gang leader was too confident, as he revealed all his trump cards. If he hadn't said he could use spiritual power, Suyu might have just walked straight over and gotten beaten up. It has to be said that Suyu really miscalculated. If they could use spiritual power, it would be really difficult for me to get close to them.
But I'm not without my own methods.
Suyu feigned surprise and slowly backed away, as if he were about to run away.
Now you know you should run? Too late.
I won't live much longer, and you'll have to die with me. He sneered, gathering terrifying energy in his hand, and a gigantic hand shadow appeared in midair. It blotted out the sky and blocked out the sun. It suddenly slammed down on Suyu.
Boom!
Suyu was completely covered by it and was slammed into the ground. It formed a huge crater.
The gang leader, still not satisfied, flew into the air.
They kept conjuring hand shadows and blasting them towards the giant pit. After an unknown amount of time, the gang leader's hands grew tired. Just as they were about to stop, a faint voice came from beside them.
Are you done playing? Chapter 76 Suyu. It's Suyu again. That sound?
The gang leader turned around abruptly and saw Suyu standing unharmed beside him. The latter holds a small cauldron, half concealed in the void, standing on a lotus flower, looking extremely mysterious.
The gang leader was dumbfounded. How come Suyu seemed to be completely unaffected? And what was going on with his condition? Impossible. Impossible. There's absolutely no way you could have escaped that move.
Suyu remained silent, simply raising the small cauldron high.
Start. The next moment,
the small cauldron suddenly grew larger, generating an irresistible suction force. They suddenly pressed down on the gang leader. As a black cauldron crashed down, the gang leader's pupils constricted sharply, and he suddenly found it difficult to move. Helpless, he could only hold the cauldron open with both hands to prevent it from completely covering him.
At the same time, you can feel it.
The ghostly shadows attached to his body were gradually pulled away and drawn into the small cauldron, like a dragon sucking water.
This cauldron is my weakness.
He wanted to escape, he lifted his leg, but couldn't take a single step. The cauldron had firmly pinned it down.
Ah!
The gang leader knelt, his face contorted in a ferocious grimace, supporting himself against the cauldron to preserve his last chance to escape.
Once the cauldron completely presses it down, it will never be able to get out again. Still putting up a stubborn resistance?
Suyu snorted coldly, releasing his imperial aura once again.
It suddenly shook it down.
The gang leader knelt down, weakly looking up at Suyu. His eyes were filled with shock. He could sense that Suyu, like him, could use spiritual power.
But the latter clearly didn't use any forbidden techniques, so how did they manage to do it? He was so enraged that he coughed up a mouthful of black blood. He was too weak to even lift his leg and could only watch helplessly as the black cauldron pressed down until it completely covered him. In the end, all that could be let out was a mournful wail. Only after noticing that its aura had completely dissipated did Suyu retrieve the small cauldron. Receive. The small cauldron returned to its original shape and flew towards Suyu. Inside, it was already filled with black liquid, and it was about to overflow. Furthermore, the color is much richer. It is as viscous as ink. Without Suyu needing to do anything, the small cauldron automatically absorbed and fed back the nutrients. However, the dragon's phantom did not appear on these occasions. A purer energy flowed through my body, making my mind incredibly clear and my senses more acute. This is the benefit of nourishing one's mental energy. Check mental strength. Current mental strength, 5000, standard value, 300. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the title Spirited Old Man, reward, 36 points. Points and titles have been sent to your inventory. Please check your account. Even the energetic old man has come. He is only in his early 30s, which is just the beginning of his prime in the world of high-level martial arts, the perfect age for adventure. Suyu was speechless. He then opened the warehouse and checked the attributes of the title. Title, Spirited Little Old Man. Attributes, Mental Energy Recovery +3, Charisma +5. Unlocked when the host's mental strength reaches 5000. It can accelerate the recovery of mental strength, making one appear more energetic and spirited. Though old in age, the heart remains young. I will conquer the world. It can accelerate the recovery of mental strength, which is not bad. As for this abstract nickname, well, no one else can see it anyway. Click to wear. Wearing successful. Suyu sensed it briefly. Perhaps it's because I didn't expend any mental energy, but I didn't feel any change in front of me. If I had to say, I just felt like I'd become more handsome. Before reaching the highest level, mental energy is almost never used, and there is no high consumption. Pulling his thoughts back, Suyu looked around. The prisoners who were still observing immediately looked away, trembling and shrinking into the shadows, afraid of being discovered by Suyu. They had seen it all clearly. A person who used forbidden techniques to fuse with a ghost was crushed to death by Suyu's black cauldron. Who can defeat the Bull Demon King? The prisoners who had been eyeing the small cauldron had now abandoned their thoughts and were silently praying, unaware of Suyu's intentions. The underground prison has been cleared. On the other end of the monitor, the prison guard and Chen Mofen were dumbfounded. A few drops of saliva would drip from the mouth that remained open for a long time. What should we do? Is there anyone in this prison who can handle him? The prison guard shook his head. Those who could have dealt with him have already been dealt with by him. The only option now is to await the death penalty. Upon hearing this, Chen Mofen frowned. Secret passage. I wonder how the cleanup work is going over there. If it turns out that Suyu wasn't the killer, then the death penalty definitely won't be carried out unless the embassy continues to put pressure on them. Thinking of this, Chen Mofen called the embassy again. Regarding Suyu's case, I think the circumstances are extremely heinous, and there are both witnesses and physical evidence. He can be sentenced to death without even appearing in court. Such scum doesn't deserve to speak up in defense. Mr. Chen Mofen, I think you are right. We also want to do that, but there is a problem here. We are being blocked by two families, and they are now preparing to bail Suyu out. Which two? The Kai family and the Jiang family. However, Mr. Chen Mofen need not worry. The two of them alone are far from enough to prevent the death penalty. Suyu's case is extremely serious, and even if they can drag it out until the court appearance, it still won't change anything. Chen Mofen nodded with a smile. Alright, then I'll wait for good news and hope the embassy can give the White Country ambassador an explanation. After the phone call ended, Chen Mofen already had a clear idea of what was going on. He had previously investigated Suyu, whose ex-wife was the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, and whose closest relationship at school was with Kai Tong, the third young master of the Kai family. He picked up his phone and sent a message, instructing his men to put pressure on both families. If you insist on stopping me from killing Suyu, don't blame me for messing with you. The Jiang family. Inside the study. Brother, how is Suyu's situation? I told you long ago not to get involved with Suyu. Now that something's happened, you're blaming the Jiang family. Do you know how annoyed your father is with Suyu right now? Jiang Chu really wanted to slap Suyu to death. Suyu. It's that dead man again. If it weren't for my sister begging me for so long and threatening to drop out of school, I would have done better.
He really wished he could leave Suyu to fend for himself in the isolated island prison.
I have already sent people to stop them. Whether they succeed or not depends entirely on Suyu's fate. Thank you, brother.
Humph. You only know to call me brother when you need my help.
Jiang Chu snorted coldly. What have you thought about the matter I asked you to consider before? Jiang Li's expression darkened.
Brother, that's not the happiness I want.
Why are you forcing me? Could it be that Suyu is the happiness you want? What kind of man is someone who can't even protect his family or himself?
The reclusively family has extended a warm invitation to marry a 27-year-old woman with a spiral birthmark from the Jiang family.
Isn't that you? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Why don't you understand?
Even if not for your sake, think about the Jiang family.
You're old enough to be sensible.
Jiang Li remained silent for a long time before slowly nodding.
Chapter 77 Suyu, do you know your crime?
After Jiang Li left, Jiang Chu walked to the window and smoked.
Knock, knock, knock. A knock came at the door. Come in.
Jiang Chu flicked his cigarette butt and turned to look at the person who had entered. The person who came was his secretary,
Zhou Zhang.
Zhou Zhang took out a document and handed it to Jiang Chu.
Young Master Jiang, this is the evidence we've collected.
It provides a fairly strong alibi, but it's not enough to exonerate Suyu. He paused, then continued.
Young Master Jiang, there's one more thing.
Not long ago, Chen Mofan, who is also the director of the Education Bureau, told us not to interfere, or else they wouldn't be so polite. His exact words were. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chu sneered, took the document, and casually placed it on the table.
I knew Suyu must have offended someone. He's a troublemaker. So, what does young Master Jiang mean? Humph. Do you think the Jiang family is afraid of him? Keep investigating until you get Suyu out. But young Master Jiang, don't you really want Suyu to disappear from Mrs. Sight? Why not take this opportunity?
I have already promised my sister, and I will do my best to fulfill it. As for that good-for-nothing, he has no background and no strength, and he won't be able to cause trouble for long.
There is no need for me to take action. Zhou Zhang nodded. Young Master Jiang disdains to resort to petty tricks. After understanding, he turned and left. After Zhou Zhang left, Jiang Chu lit another cigarette. Exhale a smoke ring. I'm not that good-for-nothing Suyu, who didn't keep any of the promises he made to his sister. Tianhai Martial Arts Academy. Library.
Lu Yuan sat by the door, glancing up every now and then, as if waiting for someone.
But instead, a bunch of people showed up.
Therefore, it was the repair team led by Ying Qi. Recently, they've been coming to the library quite often, just to find Suyu. As soon as they arrived at the door, Ying Qi spoke first.
Where's Suyu? Why hasn't he come to work today? He's on vacation, probably went out for some reason, and won't be back anytime soon. Didn't you only leave it for 2 days? It's already the 3rd day at noon, where is he?
Lu Yuan feigned composure and said.
What's the rush? It's not like I'm working for you. Have you contacted him? No.
Lu Yuan put down his book and pushed up his glasses. At the same time, they were also curious about where Suyu had gone. During holidays, he usually comes back early. Even if they might come back late, they will send a message in advance.
Unlike this time, there won't be any news at all.
But there were too many people here, and he didn't dare to contact Suyu, fearing that they would find out his contact information. But one sentence from Bai Yu quickly made Lu Yuan restless. It's been so long since we last met, and you still haven't contacted me.
You won't even know if someone else is poaching your partner.
Lu Yuan's eyes whitened suddenly.
Yeah, what do you do if someone poaches your partner?
With so many people having designs on Suyu, he disregarded everything else and dialed Suyu's number.
Beep beep beep, the number you dialed is currently switched off. Please try again later. What happened? Lu Yuan dialed again.
The result is still the same. It shows that the device is already powered off. Ying Qi and the others were also somewhat surprised.
Why can't I get through on this phone? Lu Yuan got a little anxious, got up and ran to the villa, leaving the library open.
All that was left was a bewildered crowd.
Hey! Where are you going?
Seeing that his expression was off, the others quickly followed him.
Could something have happened to Suyu?
The group followed Lu Yuan to Suyu's residence, only to find that the doors and windows were open.
Upon entering, the items were found scattered and disorganized. It was obvious that someone had come in and searched the place. Among them sat a guard, who was there specifically to arrest Suyu's accomplices. They were stunned when they saw so many people arrive all at once. Judging from their demeanor and age, they are clearly prominent figures. He then asked, "Who are you? What are you doing here? Who are you? What are you doing at Suyu's house?" Lu Yuan asked in return. The officer on duty showed his arrest warrant and explained what he was doing. After hearing this, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Lu Yuan asked, "You mean, Suyu killed the Y country ambassador and is now imprisoned in a remote island prison? Explain the cause and effect to me clearly." The person on duty was about to say, "What's it to you?" but instead explained the whole story. It also mentioned Kaitong. Kaitong Securities is involved too? Where is he now? In the wealthy family. Lu Yuan was furious. The arrest warrant stated that both men were suspected of murder, but only Suyu was arrested, while Kaitong was only detained at the Investigation Institute for half a day before being released. This is clearly targeted. I have to go and bring Suyu back. After saying that, he left angrily. Upon hearing this, the others realized that this was an opportunity to gain Suyu's favor, so they all picked up their phones and used their connections to handle the matter. "Xiao Wu, there's something I'd like to ask you. My dear disciple, I wonder how you're doing in your position as mayor. I need to speak with you." "Ha? Who's so bold as to lock him up in this isolated island prison without any direct evidence against him? What do they take a mere ambassador from country Y for? Besides, this uncertain situation could very well turn around." The person on duty sat obediently on the sofa, watching the big shots leave. "Who is this Suyu? How come he can attract so many important figures? I think I just heard the mayor and the governor. A prison on an isolated island." Suyu picked up the small tripod out of boredom and repeatedly examined the details of its carvings. After absorbing the gang leader and the ghosts in the area, its unsealing progress has greatly accelerated. The current progress is as follows: reopening progress, 10.5%. Compared to other good things. Although the small cauldron has not yet been unsealed, its functions are gradually becoming apparent. If it weren't for Xiao Ding, I definitely wouldn't be living such a comfortable life in the underground prison. Return the small tripod to the system warehouse. Suyu sighed. I wonder how much of my salary will be deducted for not going to the library today. I really like this job. After all, it was Jiangli who found them. When can we go out? Suyu couldn't say for sure either. In the face of this situation, we can only temporarily place our hopes on Kaitong. Suddenly, the elevator made a sound, and several people stepped out. Suyu, go up to the courtroom for the trial. The isolated island prison is fully equipped, including a small courtroom. Suyu was detained all the way to the court. Until they reached a sign bearing the name of the defendant. There were very few people in the audience. The surrounding area was filled with prison guards and a few scattered foreigners. But when I looked at the audience, I paused for a moment, and there was a man and a woman sitting there. Although we don't recognize each other, there's a certain familiarity about us. The person in charge of the litigation office was a middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes. They must be Brose's companions. Upon seeing Suyu, he began to hurl insults at him in Y language. Not far away, Suyu also saw Chen Mofan. Why did this trial start so quickly? According to the laws of the Dragon Kingdom, the minimum duration is 4 days. As a result, Kaitong couldn't keep up at all. The judge tapped the chopping board, pulling Suyu back to reality. Suyu, do you know your crime? Chapter 78 Big Brother. I'm here. Suyu looked at the judge and then realized that the judge was also from another region. I was filled with doubt. Why are the judges outsiders in Dragon Kingdom? I immediately felt that the court hearing was not in accordance with regulations. I, Suyu, have not killed anyone. What crime have I committed? The judge slammed his fist on the table again and said sternly. The sinner Suyu, on May 3rd of the Dragon calendar, clashed with the victim brothers and killed him. Do you still dare to say you are innocent? With witnesses and physical evidence all here, you still dare to argue? You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. After saying this, the judge clapped his hands, and the person brought out the so-called physical evidence. It was the scene of Suyu's fight with the butler that day. The physical evidence was a stranger whom Suyu had never seen before. He spoke in fluent Mandarin.
That day, I accompanied Lord Brothers to discuss a cooperation with the suspect Suyu. Unexpectedly, due to a disagreement over interests, Suyu made sarcastic remarks and then started a fight. Lord Bro's butler intervened in time to stop him, but was beaten back by Suyu and then killed him. The judge glared at Suyu and spoke.
Did you hear that?
Killing someone during a holiday, and the fact that the perpetrator was the ambassador of country Y, makes the crime even more serious.
He is now sentenced to death. Suyu frowned. This is child's play. It's utterly child's play. What kind of judgment is this?
So-called witness testimony and physical evidence cannot directly prove that someone committed the murder.
I want to protest. Protest overruled. Execute immediately. Just then, shouts came from the doorway. Stop. Don't touch my older brother.
Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw Kai Tong appear at the door with a similarly overweight middle-aged man. Beside him was Kai Tong's father, the head of the Kai family, Kai Yuan.
Kai Tong?
Suyu was somewhat surprised. Kai Tong ran towards Suyu and hugged him.
Big brother, I'm here to save you. Suyu was somewhat moved, sensing the latter's heavy breathing. He knew that Kai Tong would definitely be coming over. Brother, I've found your alibi, they can't do anything about it.
Moreover, this is an illegal court hearing, it has no legal effect, and they are trying to take action against you before anyone else notices. But because they have a clear understanding of the sources of income, these people dare to do this openly. There must be something they rely on. They alone cannot stop it.
He then walked up to the two men, glanced at Suyu, then looked at the judge, and said in a deep voice. How about we each take a step back and let Suyu go back to prison first? We can discuss this further and hold the trial when the time is right.
Just when success seemed within reach, two obstacles appeared. Shen Mofen wouldn't let them obstruct the execution, and immediately put pressure on them.
You two have some nerve. Daring to barge into the courtroom, warden. The warden nodded. He opened his mouth. Guards, take them away and lock them in the observation room. Kai Yuan frowned. I didn't expect these people to be so disrespectful. They shielded Suyu and Kai Tong behind them. Is this really the case? Do you know what the consequences would be if you made a hasty judgment? Suyu also spoke up.
If you enforce the law arbitrarily like this, and are investigated, it's one thing whether you can keep your job, but you should also think about whether you will go to jail for it. These words immediately silenced everyone. They were well aware of the consequences, but they had no choice.
Chen Mofen gave so much.
In addition, with the embassy backing them up, they won't be implicated so quickly if something goes wrong.
Shen Mofen didn't care about any of that. He would do anything as long as Suyu died. Looking at the warden, he noticed that the latter hesitated.
He quickly spoke up. Warden, we've come to this final step. Once the death penalty is carried out, they'll be powerless to reverse it. I'll take responsibility for anything that happens. And as I promised you, I'll pay double.
All I want is for Suyu to die.
The warden stroked his chin, hissed, and then slowly nodded.
What are you all standing there for? Suppress them.
The prison guards detained Kai Tong and his companion, and were about to take them away.
In a corner of the audience.
Sitting there are Zhongli and Zhang Chu, who have disguised themselves.
Zhongli was getting restless and prepared to get up and speak.
But Zhang Chu stopped her.
You have nothing to say right now. We don't have enough evidence yet. If we speak out rashly, we'll just end up like them, being thrown out. What can we do? Suyu is going to be executed.
Zhongli blushed with anxiety.
Humph, what can you do? You're incompetent yourself, who can you blame? You've dragged everyone around you down with you.
Zhang Chu increasingly looked down on Suyu.
I think this guy is completely useless. His talent for causing trouble is unparalleled. He has neither the ability nor the background. I don't know what made my sister fall for him.
But seeing how upset his sister was, he still spoke up.
Let's wait a little longer.
I'll have news from my side soon. Even if the death sentence is handed down, it won't be carried out immediately. They looked toward the courtroom. The two men from Kai Tong have been detained and are being prepared to be taken out of the house. If they get arrested, my brother is finished.
Kai Tong was really anxious, so he started yelling. Someone is abusing their power. Is anyone there? Someone is abusing their power. Smack. A crisp slap rang out on Saidong's cheek. Shut up. You dare to hit someone. Someone's abusing their power. Help. In Chen Mofen's eyes, Kaitong was no different from a clown.
This is an isolated island prison, almost completely cut off from the world. Unless a big shot comes, the warden is the local tyrant. It is permissible to act selfishly. The next moment, a firm and powerful voice responded.
Let's see who dares to abuse their power. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. A group of people appeared at the entrance. Suyu took a closer look. He couldn't help but speak up. Senior Lu Yuan? And Senior Baiyu? The people who arrived were Lu Yuan and his companions. Lu Yuan nodded to Suyu. I've come to check on my librarian to see if he's been bullied. Behind Lu Yuan stood the mayor and secretary of Tianhai City, as well as various other prominent figures in the city. Baiyu also summoned a large number of people, individuals who, if singled out, could make the entire Tianhai City and even the Dragon Kingdom tremble. Not to mention the repair masters like Ying Qi. Their status and position are unmatched by ordinary politicians. Chen Mofen was stunned. How did Suyu manage to attract so many important figures?
An elderly man with white hair slowly walked out and said in a deep voice.
Where is Xiao Wan? Come out and hold him accountable at once.
The next second, the warden lowered his head and ran out, looking as if he was willing to be scolded.
This further impacted Chen Mofen's retina. Who is this old man? And why is he called Warden Xiao Wan?
After being berated by the old man, the warden didn't dare utter a word and could only keep bowing and scraping. The two men from Kaitong were also released and returned to the courtroom. The embassy staff were displeased and spoke up.
What do you mean? Are you trying to intimidate us with your connections? We won't let this go until we give the embassy an explanation.
Suyu snorted coldly, wondering if these people were truly kept in the dark or genuinely wanted to kill him.
You want to confess?
I'll tell you everything. On that day, after brothers won the blood or armor at auction, he openly insulted the people of the Dragon Kingdom.
As the supplier, I felt humiliated and chose not to sell. Afterwards, they surrounded us in the alley, wanting us to give it to them for free as compensation. Chapter 79, with no hope of revenge, Chen Mofen commits suicide.
After hearing this, the embassy staff and others felt their faces turn red and then green.
This is completely different from what they heard.
Especially when he heard that brothers couldn't win in a 2-on-1 fight, and even when he tried to call for reinforcements to gang up on him, he was still killed in the process. He immediately felt a little embarrassed. But I still forced myself to say it.
Is this how you treat your guests in China? Even if we were in the wrong first, putting that matter aside, you're completely blameless? It's because of your attitude that brothers went to such extremes, and now you're portraying him as the victim. How despicable. What a joke. When foreigners come to China, shouldn't they at least respect local customs? You don't even understand respect, yet you try to force us to buy and sell. Is this the kind of thing an ambassador should do? During the journey, they repeatedly belittled and discriminated against people from China. Is this how people from your country treat others? And you even say we're completely blameless? Don't you feel ashamed before saying that? Don't bring up attitude in everything. If you cross my line, I won't be lenient. Upon hearing this, the embassy staff also felt somewhat uneasy. Realizing they were in the wrong, they changed the subject. What you're saying all comes with a premise. What evidence do you have to prove that what you're saying is true? They are still trying to shirk responsibility with their poorly written Chinese. Suyu smiled faintly. Take your spare machine from the system repository. An audio clip is slowly played. It was a bit muffled, but still audible. It was about a transaction. It's simple. You definitely have more than 5 sets of blood or armor. Sell me 3 sets, and I'll let bygones be bygones. I told you, I'm not selling. Get out of here. Then came the sounds of fists and kicks. The recording was interrupted at this point. It's not hard to tell from the recording that the other party tried to force a sale, and when that failed, they resorted to violence. Suyu stared at the people from the embassy and said in a deep voice, Is forced buying and selling legal in your country? Upon hearing this, they looked at each other, unsure how to refuse. If Brothers was forcing a sale, then Suyu's slightly less than ideal attitude wouldn't be a problem at all. But they quickly changed the subject. So you said before that someone else framed you, do you also have evidence? Suyu nodded. Of course. After saying that, click on the next recording. After the rustling noise started, a conversation began.
I was wondering before who set up this scheme to make me take the blame for nothing, but the moment I saw you, I knew.
This was all arranged by Chen Mofan, and you killed brothers with your own hands, didn't you?
Your goal is to use someone else to do your dirty work.
So what if you die knowing the truth? I'm the one who killed him. I killed every single one of them.
If anyone else wants to investigate, they can only trace it back to you, since you had a conflict with them not long ago.
You know what? Ever since Chen Mofan ordered me to hunt you down, I've been constantly looking for an opportunity.
Now that I finally have a chance to use someone else to do my dirty work, I'm not going to let it slip by. Suyu intended to play this audio in court, but he didn't expect them to hold a trial without his consent. In that situation, the audio is absolutely unusable.
Because it may not work, and the audio may even be destroyed as a result.
But now, with so many important figures around, and with Senior Lu Yuan backing him up, he has a lot of influence. Then there's nothing to worry about, just release it.
Everyone could tell that the one asking the question was Su Yu.
Although the other party's identity was unknown, it was clear that they knew Chen Mofan. The embassy staff were the first to react, glaring fiercely at Chen Mofan.
Chen Mofan.
So you were the one who killed him.
How can you face us for trusting you so much? Chen Mofan was drenched in sweat.
Unexpectedly, Suyu had a hidden trick up his sleeve, and now all the evidence points to him. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. Seeing Suyu's calm yet slightly mocking smile, he was consumed by rage, grabbed a stool, and charged at Suyu. I must take matters into my own hands and avenge my son. But his actions were undoubtedly laughable. He had no strength and no trump cards. They didn't even have the capital to threaten Suyu, and were instead kicked away by Kaitong. It was slammed hard against the floor below the courtroom.
Kaitong made a martial arts gesture. You bastard, you want to hit my older brother? Did you even ask me, Kai Xiaolong?
Chen Mofan felt dizzy and saw his son's killer right in front of him, but he was powerless to take revenge. He was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood.
The morning rout. Pang Fei. It's because your father is incompetent that he can't avenge you.
After saying this, he bit his tongue and committed suicide.
He died with his eyes wide open in disbelief.
Even the warden was at his wit's end, exclaiming how unlucky it was. Quickly, get him out of here.
Don't let him die here.
Seeing that the culprit was dead and that the embassy staff had nothing more to pursue, they decided to leave.
But Lu Yuan stopped them. Stop.
You've been acting with imprisonment in the underground jail of our school staff without authorization, and you even tried to torture them.
Now you want to leave? It's too late.
The embassy staff looked extremely grim, even though they didn't know who the old man in front of them was. But it was clear that this person was no ordinary individual. The fact that the mayor and the party secretary were following behind him spoke volumes about his status. He wanted to be assertive, but realizing this wasn't Y country, he could only speak tremblingly. Sir, this is all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding.
You see, Suyu is perfectly fine now, isn't he? How about this, we'll send someone to compensate Suyu later. Lu Yuan looked at Suyu. Suyu, what do you think?
Suyu paused for a moment before speaking. Okay, but I want the resources to replenish my spiritual power as compensation for my mental distress, otherwise, there's no point in discussing it.
Mr. Suyu. This isn't how you compensate for emotional distress. You didn't just expend mental energy, why? But after being glared at by Lu Yuan, they could only nod in agreement. Okay, we'll deliver it to your hospital soon. Suyu then relented. The embassy staff left trembling.
It was the judge's turn. In an attempt to exonerate him, the warden simply threw him into the underground prison. This foreign judge was found by Chen Mofan, because no one from the Dragon Kingdom would dare to set up such a private court. The prison warden was also implicated. Everyone involved in this operation was sent to the underground prison for reflection. Seeing this, the white-haired old man didn't say anything, but looked at Lu Yuan and the others. He had just criticized the warden for a long time. It seemed like he was scolding him, but he was actually doing it to show them his position, that he hadn't supervised his disciple well, so he was scolding him, and he hoped that they would not take action.
Lu Yuan nodded, but did not pursue the matter further. After all, you still have to give your friend some face. The crisis is over. Suyu was also untied.
The moment the restraints were loosened, I felt someone hug me. It was that repair consultant.
Master Suyu. Do you know?
Ever since you optimized the production manual, I've been completely captivated by you.
I even see your face in my sleep at night. Chapter 80. Everyone's frenziedly fighting for Suyu. Suyu?
These words sound increasingly strange.
He then pushed him away.
Ingchi was pushed away, but quickly grabbed Suyu's leg again.
Master! Master! I want to hire you for a month to serve as. Before he could finish speaking, Baiyu interrupted him.
Young friend Suyu, I was blind before. Your repair skills are more than enough to make you a master repairman. Furthermore, our school has always placed great importance on repair work and is eager to have talents like you join us. Baiyu had long ago planned to poach talent from others. He made a gesture, and a man in a suit, holding a stack of documents, ran out from behind him to continue.
Master Baiyu is right. A talent like yours should not be buried in Tianhai Martial Arts Academy as a mere librarian. If you were to join our Chiensa Martial Arts University, we would certainly provide you with better salary and benefits, allowing you to focus on scientific research and development. As he spoke, he handed the documents in his hand to Suyu. The above is the position that Chiensa Martial Arts Academy has arranged for you. The benefits and salary are clearly stated in the document. Joining Chiensa Martial Arts Academy is an honor for your life and also an honor for our university. At this point, Lu Yuan became unhappy. Suyu hasn't resigned yet, and I even came all this way to save him. How can Baiyu just poach him right in front of me? That's going too far. He then coughed. Cough, cough, cough. Baiyu, what are you saying? Do you think Tianhai Martial Arts Academy is inferior to your Chiensa Martial Arts University? Besides, I'm right here right now, can't you show me some respect? Don't blame me for turning my back on you. These words were spoken. Immediately, someone echoed this sentiment. That's right, Baiyu, that's so unfair. Come on, Suyu, look at our school, we're much more generous than them. As soon as you join, we'll provide you with a fast track, waiving all your daily expenses, including food, clothing, accommodation, and transportation, and even awarding you a degree. Get lost. You've tried to poach someone from our school, Suyu. Look at our school, one of the top 4, with a long history. A group of masters surrounded Suyu, spitting as they talked incessantly about how good the school was and how excellent the salary and benefits would be after he joined, as if they were afraid that if they spoke any later, Suyu would run off to the school across the street. On site, an epic talent-grabbing drama unfolded. Jiang Chu was stunned. What has Suyu done during this time to attract the attention of so many important figures? They even saw that the master whom the Jiang family had previously hired at a high price was among them. You should know that Suyu got this job because his sister begged him to, and now he's doing so well? The master was obsequious, wanting to snatch Suyu, but dared not speak up because of his insufficient status. He looked at Zhongli and found that she was no less shocked than he was. There was just more joy and relief. Inside the courtroom, the battle to recruit talent has reached a fever pitch. Everyone could see that Suyu was most easily swayed at this moment. Having experienced a brief period of imprisonment, and given his less than ideal performance at Tianhai Martial Arts Academy, he would switch jobs if offered better compensation. Lu Yuan was so angry he was almost red-faced. As soon as Baiyu finished speaking, the others swarmed over like flies. He then shouted. What are you doing? Suyu is still an employee of our school. As long as his contract is still in effect, he is still an employee of our school. Come on, what's your contract worth? I'll pay the penalty for Suyu's breach of contract. I can pay too. I not only paid Suyu's breach of contract penalty, but I also paid Suyu's salary in advance. Suyu was both amused and exasperated. He didn't have the real ability or knowledge to repair the technique, he was just using the system and his extraordinary comprehension, which also consumed his lifespan. Aside from pushing the pace of progress, he would never waste his lifespan unnecessarily. If I were to take a position at another school, I would definitely have to spend every day refining my skills. The exchange of knowledge to patch things up is also unavoidable, and eventually, the truth will be exposed. Thinking this, Suyu cupped his hands in greeting to everyone. I apologize, masters. As long as I am an employee of Tianhai Martial Arts Academy, I will not easily switch jobs. Moreover, I consider myself just an ordinary librarian. Repairing martial arts manuals is just my hobby, not my profession. I hope you will understand. Upon hearing this, the masters exchanged bewildered glances. He couldn't help but sigh. He hadn't expected that such a promising talent would still be taken by Tianhai Martial Arts Academy. Baiyu was somewhat unwilling and spoke up. Young friend Suyu, do you really intend to stay at Tianhai Martial Arts Academy?
You should know that the repair skills there are the worst among the 4 major institutes.
Even if you don't want to make repair your job, and it's just a hobby, shouldn't you pursue your hobby in a better environment and at a better institution?
He genuinely wanted to keep Suyu at his school, completely ignoring Lu Yuan's murderous expression.
Suyu, you're at the age where you should be thinking about marriage, right? You probably don't have a boyfriend yet.
I have a granddaughter who's about your age.
Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan could no longer hold back. Old scoundrel Bai. That's not fair of you. You'd even betray your granddaughter just to poach someone from your side. What do you mean by betrayal? Can't you even find your granddaughter a suitable partner?
You're better than me, so stingy, and your salary and benefits are even worse. The two started arguing again. Kaitong stood to the side, looking at Suyu with admiration, and then proudly said to Kaiyuan,
Dad, did you see that? This is my older brother.
He's the center of attention wherever he goes, and people scramble to buy his things.
Remember that blood or armor I told you about? My older brother optimized the crafting recipe for it. What? I thought it was mastering.
Sayuan's mouth was slightly open, and he looked extremely surprised. If the book production process could be optimized, then it wouldn't be surprising that Suyu's book was so sought after. He was initially reluctant to be called by his son to rescue his so-called elder brother, but he changed his mind if Suyu hadn't helped his son retrieve the gold bracelet. I'm afraid I don't even have the desire to come. Unexpectedly, his son's older brother had an astonishing talent in the repair industry, and his help this time undoubtedly left a very good impression on Suyu. If the family needs any repairs or maintenance of any crafting manuals in the future, considering that his son is his younger brother and that I have helped him before, he probably won't refuse.
Businessmen are very astute.
Not to mention Kaiyuan, who has a keen business sense and has already weighed the pros and cons in an instant. They were secretly making plans for what would happen next.
Looking back at Lu Yuan and Baiyu, their argument was still going on.
But Suyu couldn't stand it anymore and pulled the two apart.
Masters, please stop arguing.
Although your school offers excellent salaries and benefits, Senior Lu Yuan has been kind to me, and Tianhai Martial Arts Academy has also provided me with a job. Therefore, even if it's just to repay that kindness, I will continue working at the academy, at least until my contract expires, before seeking employment elsewhere.
Chapter 81 Lu Yuan's plans, enrolling in the academy?
Suyu's righteous and indignant expression undoubtedly enhanced his credibility. Everyone present believed that Suyu was a grateful man with professional ethics and principles.
I couldn't help but look at him with even greater respect.
Even Baiyu praised it repeatedly after hearing it. If you could easily switch jobs, it means that after you join my school, you would also jump to other places because of interests.
But you resisted the temptation and still chose to work at Tianhai Martial Arts Academy.
While I feel a little regretful, I still applaud you. It proves that I, Baiyu, made the right choice in you. My granddaughter is very worthy of your care.
Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan was immediately displeased. No, you can praise her if you want, but why bring up your granddaughter? So you still want to push your granddaughter onto Suyu, huh? You old scoundrel, you've really done all sorts of bad things. Just as Suyu was about to say something, he felt a death stare. It came from the audience. Suyu looked around and discovered that the source was the unfamiliar woman. She had a resentful look in her eyes, and from a distance, you could see that her fists were clenched. We had exchanged a glance before. It felt familiar then, and now it feels even stronger. That look in her eyes, that aura, it was as if Zhongli had simply changed her clothes. But then he thought about it again and shook his head with a smile. Even if Zhongli knew my situation and wanted to come over, Zhang Chu wouldn't agree, would he? An interlude in the past. Suyu and the others also prepared to return to school. It was Lu Yuan who urged them to stay longer, fearing that if they stayed any longer, someone would start poaching their partner. No matter what anyone wanted to say, they couldn't stop Suyu and the others from getting into the hovercar. Watching the hovercar slowly take off, Kaitong waved goodbye to Suyu. Goodbye, brother. I'll see you again when I have time. I have some things to do for now, so I won't be going back to school with you. Good. Tianhai Martial Arts Academy. The hovercar, glowing entirely in blue light, landed. Suyu stepped out, took a deep breath, and let the fresh air flow into his mouth. Enjoying the long-lost vitality. I'm getting so bored in prison these days. It's smelly, filthy, and the air doesn't circulate. It's still better outside. Lu Yuan nodded with a smile.
You've had a tough time these past few days, being framed and falsely accused. Although I don't know how you got into this conflict with Chen Mofan, you're an employee of our school and my subordinate. If you've been bullied, come to me, and I'll definitely stand up for you. This statement undoubtedly provided Suyu with a great deal of reassurance.
Senior Lu Yuan may appear to be a library director, but his background is certainly not to be underestimated. Thank you, Senior Lu Yuan. Suyu was overjoyed and cupped his hands in greeting. Lu Yuan paused for a moment, then said seriously, "If you were in the wrong first, then I can't take your side. Of course, if I was in the wrong, I wouldn't bother anyone."
Seeing that Suyu seemed to understand, Lu Yuan nodded. "Alright, I was thinking of giving you a few days off, but the library has been crowded lately, and I can't manage it all by myself.
I'll need your help." Suyu nodded and spoke. "This is my duty, I can't call it helping.
Besides, my senior has already given me many days off, and I think it will be difficult to repay him."
That's fine. Once I'm done with this busy period, I'll arrange for you to start your studies at the school. What do you think?
I can tell that although you work as a librarian, you also diligently cultivate. However, the resources available to independent cultivators are never as plentiful as those distributed by the academy.
If you try to cultivate yourself while working, you'll only hinder each other."
Upon hearing that he could enroll in the school, so you would be truly surprised.
Enroll in school?
But I'm already 30 years old, past the college's age limit.
I'm afraid no department will accept me.
Logically speaking, there shouldn't be, but our school has a special department that accepts people who don't meet the college's requirements, like older students like you.
There's such a department?
In fact, as a martial artist, Suyu is at his peak age, but as a student, he is already a bit too old.
This is also why Suyu wanted to go to school, but had to give up the idea.
Of course there is, it's called the Department of Dying Will, which has all kinds of teachers and students from all kinds of departments. It's not limited to combat majors having only combat instructors, or alchemy majors only teaching alchemy. In this department, as long as you have the ability, you can develop in multiple areas. At this point, Lu Yuan paused and continued. If I'm not mistaken, you should have an A-level physique, the 5 elements physique, which is why you can cultivate miscellaneous martial arts techniques. Upon hearing this, Suyu's expression became somewhat complicated. Practicing miscellaneous martial arts techniques on your own will eventually attract attention, so you'll have to be more careful in the future. Fortunately, it was only the seniors who discovered that I could cultivate miscellaneous techniques, and they didn't know that I was an SSS level formless body. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't be so calm. He spoke after a long pause. Senior can tell? Lu Yuan smiled faintly. I just have presbyopia, not blindness. Do you really think I can't see anything? I stopped you from learning the Thousand Faces illusion technique at the time, firstly because it was incomplete, and secondly because I was afraid it would conflict with your other cultivation techniques. I was somewhat angry when you insisted on learning it, but later I gradually realized that your constitution must be very special. Everyone has secrets, too many of which I won't pry into, like your ability to mend. The reason I said this is to tell you that I have no ulterior motives towards you. I genuinely want to place you in the academy for training. Suyu was also aware that his outstanding performance would inevitably lead to the discovery of his secrets. It was only a matter of time. For example, its own superb repair capabilities. This is also why he was unwilling to go to other colleges. Here, he was just a librarian. No repair work is required. I also believe that Senior Lu Yuan will not force me to do the repair work. Moreover, Senior Lu Yuan has always taken good care of me, not because of my abilities, but because I am his subordinate. This fully demonstrates his character. There are no issues with him. Suyu was very grateful. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. To be honest, I really hope to enroll in the academy. Lu Yuan patted Suyu on the shoulder and said, Opportunities are earned, not given. Okay, that's all for now. Let's go back to the library. There are still a lot of books that haven't been organized yet. Suyu nodded and followed Lu Yuan back to the library. The afternoon passed as usual. Suyu organized the books, while Lu Yuan searched through materials and repaired the cultivation techniques at the door. Just as Suyu had expected, Lu Yuan never asked for his help and had been focused on repairing the damage. It's almost time to leave work. Suyu walked to the counter, organized the list of books to be borrowed for the day, and looked at Lu Yuan. He pondered how to bring up the matter of Lu Yuan's treasure pavilion.
As if he could read minds, Lu Yuan tossed out a token. I haven't forgotten about the treasure pavilion. This is a high-level treasure token, which allows you to take any treasure from the first floor of the treasure pavilion. Suyu was startled and quickly caught it. Looking into his palm, he saw a jade token that was shining brightly. Chapter 82: The Dragon Eggs Mutation. Thank you, Senior. This is what you fought for. Lu Yuan didn't even look up. He added, do you remember what I told you before? I have a lot of incomplete cultivation techniques here. If you repair them, I will give you corresponding rewards, including academic credits. This is an employment relationship, outside of your job duties, so I won't force you. Suyu nodded. Thank you for your understanding, Senior. Inside the villa. The little turtle, carrying a watering can on its back, is leisurely watering the plants. Because they concealed their longevity vegetable garden, the search team was unaware of its existence. Little corn, grow up quickly. At that moment, the little turtle sensed a very familiar aura. He's Suyu's friend. The next moment, a pair of blood-stained black leather boots came into its sight. It was Suyu. He had returned. Suyu bent down and lifted the little turtle, his expression somewhat solemn. The turtle's shell was visibly damaged, as if it had been torn apart by a monster. The skin not covered by the shell was covered with scars of all sizes. Little turtle, what happened during this time? Why do you have so many wounds on your body? Upon hearing this, the little turtle showed a thoughtful expression. Because of the Fountain of Immortality, because the Fountain of Immortality attracted dark matter, I was injured while trying to drive it away. Seeing Suyu's dejected mood, it asked in confusion. Suyu, why do you have that expression? The Spring of Immortality is not polluted, and the vegetable garden is perfectly fine. I'm more worried about your safety than the Fountain of Immortality and the vegetable garden. Promise me that if you encounter a formidable enemy, you must protect yourself. But if we do that, the vegetable garden and the Fountain of Immortality will be destroyed. Isn't my mission to protect them? I don't want my friend to die because of this. The little turtle hesitated for a moment, then nodded. I'll remember that, Suyu. Suyu placed it on the ground. He then took out several herbs from his pocket that could promote blood circulation, remove blood stasis, reduce inflammation, and relieve pain, and handed them to the little turtle. These will help with your injury. The little turtle nodded its thanks. Thank you, Suyu, this is exactly what I need. Stretch your neck, bite the herbs, and gently lift them to the corner of the vegetable garden, placing them carefully. Then he took out another bag from inside. Friend Suyu, while you were away, many of the crops you planted have ripened, and they're all here. Suyu took the bag. There are 9 colorful corn kernels and 8 evergreen cabbages inside. These colorful corns are actually ripe. Suyu was somewhat surprised. It has to be said that the growth cycle of these crops is really fast. Yes, Suyu, thanks to the nourishment of the longevity spring, the corn and bok choy are growing very fast. Upon hearing this, Suyu nodded. The longevity spring has many benefits, one of which is promoting the growth of crops. Holding a colorful corn cob in my hand, I couldn't help but swallow hard as I watched it radiate different lights from top to bottom. Compared to the high concentration of vitality in the evergreen cabbage, this colorful corn has a different kind of appeal. He then took a bite. The soft and chewy texture, accompanied by a sweet aroma, constantly stimulates the taste buds. At this point, a system notification pops up. Consume 1 serving of 7 colored corn. All attributes plus 300. All attributes? This was the first time Suyu had heard this term, so he asked about it. System, what are all attributes? All attributes are divided into 2 parts. Firstly, strength, agility, intelligence, willpower, and mental strength. Secondly, the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Suyu stroked his chin. I didn't really feel the improvement in all attributes, but the ability to enhance the 5 elements was quite special. Does enhancing the 5 elements mean that future techniques and cultivation methods will also receive corresponding improvements? The system panel pops up. Correct. Proportionally, 300 in all attributes translates to a 30% effect boost. The host will receive a 30% effect boost in future cultivation and technique execution, helping them gain a competitive edge in their cultivation journey. That's interesting. Suyu consumed another 7 colored corn. Consume 1 serving of 7 colored corn. All attributes plus 1. Really? The effects of this product from the longevity vegetable garden are negligible after the second use. But Suyu couldn't resist giving it a try. What if the discount was only 40% or 50% next time? That would mean making a fortune.
He casually handed one of the ears of corn to the little turtle, who then looked at the vegetable patch panel.
Longevity Vegetable Garden. Level 3.
Products: Longevity Spring, Longevity Cabbage, 7 colored corn. Experience required to reach the next level, 7190.
I'm 19 experience points away from the next upgrade, it'll be soon.
Suyu has figured out the pattern of the vegetable garden. Every time he levels up, he receives new crops. Furthermore, their types and effects vary greatly.
I'm really looking forward to seeing what they'll give away next.
At that moment, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the dragon egg floating above the spring of immortality.
The surface dust has almost completely fallen off, revealing its original appearance.
The eggshell is predominantly red with gold patterns on the surface, resembling mysterious runes. The surface has raised nodules, making it look like a mixture of volcanic rocks.
Its recovery progress is marked on it. Current recovery progress, 99.99%. Recovery is just around the corner. Suyu reached out and touched it.
His body involuntarily released the flame shadow burning heaven technique. A ball of flame suddenly rose in his hand. The moment the flames touched the dragon egg, the eggshell visibly turned red.
Current recovery progress, 100%. At the same time, the nodules that rose on the surface of the dragon egg seemed to come alive, growing rapidly and enveloping the egg as if forming a protective film. A visible red shockwave suddenly emanated from his body.
Just as Suyu was about to get closer to take a look, the little turtle stopped him.
Friend Suyu, please do not touch it rashly. This is the dragon egg's self-protection mechanism.
Before it adapts to the environment, the dragon egg will enter a state of high self-protection.
Self-preservation status? Suyu was puzzled. He really didn't understand these things, so he asked. So, how should we handle this situation? We can't just leave this dragon egg sitting here in the flame-breathing waves forever, can we? I was even thinking of making a contract myself. Friend Suyu, the dragon egg is in this state and we need to wait for it to hatch on its own. What preparations do I need to make?
The little turtle scratched its head.
This should be a flame demon dragon egg, Suyu.
All you need to do is provide it with a fiery environment, and it will absorb the flames and hatch on its own.
Provide a flame environment?
Suyu secretly remembered this, and left after giving the little turtle a 7-colored corn.
The next day, Suyu browsed through books in the library, looking for items that could provide a fire environment.
He has 2 ideas. One is to place the dragon egg in a place similar to the flaming mountain and let it absorb the energy on its own. The second method is to take an item that can provide a fire environment and set it on fire. I searched for a long time but couldn't find a suitable one. With a try-it-and-see attitude, I went to see Han Yudao after get off work.
Chapter 83 Fire Spirit Orb? A top-grade weapon?
After listening to Suyu's words, Han Yudao fell into deep thought.
You mean you want something that can provide a continuous source of fire? Why don't you just buy a stove?
Suyu had mentioned this idea to Little Turtle before. But the little turtle rejected the idea, saying it wanted natural fire, preferably the kind produced by lightning striking the ground.
Suyu repeated what the little turtle had said.
Upon hearing this, Han Yudao patted Suyu's head, then patted his own head, and asked,
"You're not sick, are you? Why are you talking nonsense? A thing that can continuously generate natural fire? Are you kidding me? How could a normal person possibly make something like that?"
Suyu didn't want to waste any more words, so he took out a Huazhong cigarette and handed it to Han Yudao.
The latter immediately beamed with joy. He coughed a few times and put it away. If I had to name one, it would be the Fire Spirit Orb. However, Fire Spirit Orbs are very rare.
As far as I know, they only exist in the Endless Fire Domain.
Endless Fire Domain?
Suyu had heard of this place. It was located south of Nanhai City, near the Flaming Mountains. Well, there's a legend about a Fire Spirit Orb, but it's just hearsay. Besides, even if you actually find the Fire Spirit Orb, you'd need something to hold it. Items that can hold a Fire Spirit Orb are extremely rare.
Some top-grade weapons are designed with slots for inlaying Fire Spirit Orbs during forging. If you can find a top-grade weapon, then there's definitely something to talk about. Does the Treasure Pavilion have it? Of course it exists.
If the Tianhai Martial Arts Academy's treasure pavilion doesn't have it, then the entire Dragon Kingdom probably doesn't either, but
Kaitong kept it a secret.
however, it seems that the only top-grade weapon that can hold the Fire Spirit Orb is that broken weapon.
Besides, can you even enter the treasure pavilion?
There has been no response for a long time.
When they looked at Suyu, they found that he had already disappeared. Damn it, where did they go again?
At this moment, Suyu had already stepped onto the steps leading to the entrance of the treasure pavilion. The treasure pavilion closes at 9 p.m., and it's only 6 p.m. now.
There's still time.
Hopefully, we can find that top-grade weapon.
With that thought in mind, Suyu walked through the gate.
Hand the jade token to the guardian of the treasure pavilion. The guardian is a small, heavily armed giant, a hybrid of titan and human. He looked Suyu up and down, and was somewhat surprised to see that he was wearing a staff uniform.
But I didn't ask any more questions, I just gave a reminder. Leave before the store closes at 9 o'clock. Select items from the first floor. Do not select 2 items at the same time, or you will be punished by the treasure pavilion. After thanking him, Suyu walked into the treasure pavilion. The interior and exterior of the treasure pavilion are completely different. From the outside, the treasure pavilion looks like an ordinary gray-black little house.
But inside, there was a completely different world.
The first impression upon entering is one of resplendent gold enshrouded in mist.
The wall surface is engraved with complex and mysterious runes, which shimmer faintly under the light. The moment Suyu saw it, he felt that it must be some kind of special taboo. Inside, several powerful martial arts experts were wandering around, their auras completely gone. But Suyu's intuition told him that they could crush him with a mere wave of their hand. There were quite a few people inside, stroking their chins and carefully selecting treasures. Suyu withdrew his gaze and turned his attention to the treasures on the first floor.
The first floor is surrounded by thousands of pillars, stretching as far as the eye can see.
Each pillar corresponds to a treasure, emitting a different colored light. Suyu looked at it curiously. There are many kinds of treasures, almost all of which are basic but still valuable weapons and armor. It possesses the 3 Meridians Divine Sword, capable of shattering the void. Its blade is wreathed in icy energy, and when wielded, both sword energy and icy energy are unleashed, capable of cleaving through the void.
Go inside.
There is also the Purple Gold Mountain Splitting Axe, forged from extraterrestrial meteorite iron. Its blade gleams with golden light and can gather the power of heaven and earth to split mountains in one strike. Armor is also available. For example, the anti-damage spiked armor made of special materials can withstand a full-force attack from a powerful opponent below the highest grade. After being injured, it can briefly reflect some of the damage. There are also boots of swiftness that increase speed, allowing one to walk in the void as if on flat ground, and even briefly teleport through space.
As for necklaces, there are relatively few.
For example, the Jade Purity necklace contains powerful spiritual energy, which can enhance a martial artist's mental strength and help them break through realms. There is also a type of advanced spatial ring that can store items and release a defensive shield to withstand fatal attacks. Suyu searched around but couldn't find the top-grade weapon that Han Yudao had mentioned could be inlaid with a Fire Spirit Pearl.
Could it be that there are no top-grade weapons on this floor? Suyu murmured. These words immediately drew laughter from the man not far away. No? Where did this talent come from? Finding top-grade weapons on the first floor is something only a human could come up with? Ha ha ha.
These words drew the attention of the others, who looked at Suyu with expressions of confusion and disbelief.
It seems to be saying, why would someone be looking for top-tier weapons on the first floor?
Seeing this reaction, Suyu realized that there were no top-grade weapons on the first floor at all. No wonder I didn't know it after searching for so long.
Suyu then looked at the man and nodded.
Thanks, brother, otherwise I would have been searching for much longer. Seeing that Suyu was not only not angry, but also thanked him, the man suddenly smiled strangely.
He then said to Suyu, "Hey bro, I'm sorry for laughing at you earlier. As compensation, I can give you directions.
There aren't any top-tier weapons on the first floor, but there are in the attic, located between the first and second floors."
Upon hearing this, Suyu looked at the person and asked in confusion, I wonder if there are any top-grade weapons inside that can be inlaid with Fire Spirit Orbs? Yes. There are fire-type weapons inside. As long as it's a top-grade weapon, you can inlay it with a Spirit Pearl.
The man pointed to the gate on his right, which was shrouded in mist.
Come on, brother, I'll take you there.
Suyu hesitated for a moment, then followed. On the way there, I noticed that everyone's expressions were strange, as if they were looking at an idiot. Suyu realized he might have been scammed, but he still followed them, figuring he'd have to see for himself to know if it was real. As I reached the corner of the stairs, a long-forgotten door came into view. Take one more step up, and you'll reach the boundary between the first and second floors.
Brother, it's right here. You'll see once you walk up.
Suyu was observant and noticed that the person dared not go any further after being dropped off here.
So they stopped walking. Is it right here? Why don't you go up? What would I do if I went up there? I can't get in. I'm just an ordinary jade pendant. If I went up there, I would get a warning. Upon hearing this, Suyu nodded.
Just as the man was about to go downstairs, Suyu gave him a push. The man lost his balance and stepped into the attic floor.
What did you do? Holy crap! How could you push me up there?
Suyu spread his hands. Sorry, bro, my hand slipped.
Are you alright?
Upon hearing this, the man roared in anger.
Holy crap! Something's definitely wrong. I have to go into the attic for the test now. It's all your fault. Chapter 84. Is he going to go up to the attic again?
Before he could finish speaking, something resembling a teleportation array appeared beneath his feet, sending him into the room in the attic.
Suyu sneered.
Even before the other party claimed that they couldn't go up to the attic because it was an ordinary token, his imperial aura had already made him realize that the other party was lying.
The ordinary token is just an excuse. At this moment, scattered laughter drifted from downstairs. A rather loud voice said, "Luckily you're not stupid."
The room he took you to was a special room, which did contain top-quality weapons, but you had to go through a test to obtain them.
You couldn't just choose one and get it.
Most importantly, once you enter, you're considered to have given up the treasures outside. In other words, you're exchanging a token for a chance to enter.
Suyu looked in the direction of the sound.
The speaker had long, ancient-style hair, a dignified appearance, and an imposing presence.
It perfectly matches the image of a chivalrous knight-errant in martial arts novels.
After he spoke, a woman screamed. It's actually Senior Yen Wushuang, who's ranked 16th on the peak list.
Ah! He's even more handsome than in the photos on the list.
Suyu had heard of the peak ranking before. It was rumored to be a ranking list based on actual combat strength, and those who could make it were all top performers. I never expected to run into someone who came in 16th today. I was somewhat surprised. Yen Wushuang seemed to have gotten used to the feeling of being recognized wherever she went. He ignored the screams of the others and smiled faintly at Suyu.
Don't think I would lie to you. If I didn't find you interesting, I wouldn't be giving you so many tips. Believe it or not.
Incidentally, most of the top-grade weapons inside belong to owners. They were collected in the treasure pavilion after their owners died, and their spirits have not completely disappeared.
The so-called test is to see if you can gain their recognition.
Throughout history, only a handful of people have managed to profit from this.
Entering without sufficient preparation will only result in nothing more than wandering around inside.
Upon hearing this, Suyu finally understood what that guy was trying to do. They just wanted to trick themselves into going in, wasting the opportunity to choose freely outside.
As a result, they were outmaneuvered and suffered the consequences. You can also hear it.
Yen Wushuang was telling the truth, and the fact that she said so much shows that she was offering this advice with good intentions.
Suyu cupped his hands in thanks. Thanks for the reminder, brother, but I still plan to go in.
Upon hearing this, Yen Wushuang revealed a satisfied smile.
That's interesting.
I had a feeling you were going to go in, and it turned out to be true.
Good luck.
If Yen Wushuang hadn't said these things, Suyu really wouldn't have dared to go, but after she did, the unknown about the pavilion was eliminated.
Since there are top-quality weapons inside, which are exactly what I need, why wouldn't I go? This is related to whether I can hatch the dragon eggs and what the future holds. Going is absolutely necessary. With that thought in mind, I stepped onto the stairs to the attic. The next moment,
Suyu then disappeared from the spot and appeared in the attic room. The room was also an alternate dimension, as if one were in a void. The surroundings were dotted with stars. Weapons enveloped in red light kept flashing overhead.
Its aura was as surging as ocean waves, suppressing the treasures outside. It can be concluded that this is a top-grade weapon. Just as Suyu was pondering how to make his move, a voice, like a broadcast, echoed in my mind. You only have 3 chances to grab it.
If you fail to grab it or don't manage to grab it, it will be counted as one chance.
Once you enter, there is no going back. You may voluntarily withdraw, however, 3 withdrawals will be considered invalid. Suyu realized that this was a rule of the room.
After listening attentively, he pondered for a moment. According to him, every time you try to catch it, there is a risk of not catching it, and even after you catch it, the weapon may escape or struggle, and there is a risk of it slipping out of your hand. I thought the test would be like going through fire and water, but it turned out to be something like catching someone. This top-grade weapon flies at an extremely high speed, so fast that even its shape and characteristics are not clearly visible.
Not to mention accurately grasping what you want. The difficulty level is self-evident.
No wonder so few people have ever managed to sell their goods from there throughout history. At this moment, Suyu remembered what Yan Wuxuang had said before: most of the weapons here had owners and were sentient.
Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck me.
In that case, perhaps we could try using imperial authority. It might reduce the risk of losing control. After all, the Emperor's aura can destroy even mental power, so it shouldn't be difficult to intimidate a nascent spiritual consciousness.
As for whether you can catch it or not, and what you catch, that depends on luck.
At that moment, an unpleasant sound came from my ear.
I didn't expect a country bumpkin like you to get in here. Ha, I knew you wouldn't part with your top-grade weapon.
Zhou Tao spotted a familiar figure not far away, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was indeed him. They burst into laughter immediately. Feeling somewhat aggrieved that Suyu had also wasted an opportunity, she retorted sarcastically. An employee like you has neither talent nor background to speak of.
Getting into the treasure pavilion once is probably the result of using up all your luck. You still want to learn from others and get top-grade weapons?
That's wishful thinking. Suyu glanced at him indifferently, a smile playing on his lips.
The sarcasm was self-evident. What? You can mess with me, but you get upset when I mess with you?
Thinking back, I realized that I had been tricked by the person in front of me when I came in. Zhou Tao immediately became furious and started bringing up other things.
Do you know what an A-level talent is?
My starting point at birth is your entire life.
A level talent? That's very high.
But there was no envy in his expression. Instead, sarcasm was evident in his words. Suyu was completely immune to Zhou Tao's sarcastic remark upon meeting her, and felt nothing at all.
For Suyu, he possessed more SSS level talents than Zhou Tao's ancestors had ever seen in their entire lineage. Self-abasement? That's impossible. On the contrary, I found it somewhat laughable. Zhou Tao was annoyed and continued to curse.
What did you say? I think you really don't understand the value of an A level.
It's 1 in 100, you know? Ha! If you were an A level, your family would have been treating you like royalty by now. Why would you be working at a school?
Suyu merely glanced at him indifferently, offering no response.
He then withdrew his gaze and began to release his oppressive aura. Prepare to grab weapons.
Seeing that Suyu had finished mocking him and was now ignoring him,
Zhou Tao was both anxious and angry, and felt like hitting someone.
But the next moment, a terrifying pressure instantly enveloped them. He nearly suffered cardiac arrest and took a while to recover. Upon realizing that the oppressive aura was coming from Suyu's side, he immediately abandoned all thoughts of revenge.
We can't afford to mess with them. We can't afford to mess with them.
Suyu was unaware of Zhou Tao's changing feelings. At this moment, he was entering a mysterious and profound state. Because the weapons were too fast to be seen with the naked eye, they simply closed their eyes.
Use the pressure to sense the passing weapons.
This was a bold attempt. If you grab a weapon with your eyes closed and miss, you've lost a precious opportunity.
Chapter 85. A miracle happened through a single strike. Outside the attic.
In the very center, a platform slowly rises. Above, a crystal ball is slowly emerging.
Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked over with curiosity.
The crystal ball reflected the scene inside the pavilion, weapons flying everywhere, and 2 people trying to capture them from below.
Is this a photographic crystal ball? Look, look. Aren't those the 2 people who just went in?
Yan Wuxuang was also watching, her eyes fixed on Suyu with anticipation in them.
I have a feeling this guy is going to deliver something. Interesting people are lucky.
Inside the crystal ball, it was clearly visible that Suyu's eyes were closed.
This has raised questions among most people. Someone asked.
No, he can grab weapons with his eyes closed.
I twisted his head off and let him kick it like a ball. It's as if you can see it just by opening your eyes. Maybe they have their own methods. You mean this? He didn't even know there were no top-grade weapons on the first level, yet he has his own way of capturing them? Are you kidding me? Stop arguing, watch carefully, he's about to start making a move. Everyone quieted down and looked at the crystal ball. Inside the pavilion, Suyu focused his energy in his dantian, sensing the traces left by each weapon.
My eyes are closed, but it feels as if my whole body is covered in eyes.
The weapons flying by appeared before Suyu's eyes as if in slow motion.
Whether it's the type of weapon, its corresponding attributes, or even the tiny cuts on it, everything is clearly visible.
He made his move.
His hands suddenly reached forward. It felt like catching a spiky iron fish.
Buzz.
It struggled incessantly, swinging up and down, trying to escape from Suyu's grasp. Suyu frowned, and his imperial aura suddenly pressed down on the weapon in his hand. The weapon thrashed around a few times, then trembled and dared not struggle anymore.
Its spirit was also expressing its submission to Suyu.
Suyu slowly opened his eyes.
What came into view was a jet-black dagger, its entire body shrouded in an aura as dark as ink. Even in the dark, its translucent metallic luster can still be seen. There is a cage-like inlay at the handle.
This must be the place to prevent the spirit orb from entering.
Suyu waved it casually.
It could even produce a sonic boom, and a visible opening appeared in the space where it had just been swung.
The tip of the dagger was stained with an unknown purple liquid. It's like cutting space in half. Its sharpness is evident.
If it were to cut itself, it would be disemboweled. After all, anything capable of tearing through spaces, to a certain extent, immune to defense.
It's a pity that it's not fire attribute, and it doesn't suit my fighting style. Inside the hall,
everyone was so shocked by this scene that they were speechless.
Holy crap! He succeeded on his first try? Am I seeing things?
Hey, where's the guy who just said he'd take his head off and kick it like a ball?
It's not me. Don't look at me. That's the 1,000-bird demon? I saw a live 1,000-bird demon. This is a top-tier king-level weapon. Holy crap! This is amazing. To be honest, I remember the highest-ranking people in the top 10 last time they went in were only top-tier king-level weapons, right? I remember someone had a top-grade imperial weapon, it was called First Snow. Who is this person? Does anyone know? How the hell would I know? He wasn't wearing a school uniform, and I've never seen him on the leaderboard before. Many people present inquired about Suyu, but no one came of it.
Because he wasn't considered a member of the academy, to be precise, he wasn't a student of the academy. Yen Wuxuan was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Suyu to be able to obtain a top-grade weapon.
But I never expected that the weapon I used would be a top-tier royal weapon. That's good enough. On the other hand, Zhou Tao's side, they've also shipped their goods? But it seems like it's just a consolation prize.
Zhou Tao looked excited, holding up the green lucky bag in his hand and shouting.
Holy crap!
I knew everyone has their own unique talents, and I won on my second try. He had already made a move before Suyu arrived, but it was unsuccessful.
See that? That's real strength.
It's not some top-tier weapon, but it's enough for you to study for a lifetime. When she looked at Suyu, she was completely dumbfounded. In Suyu's hand was a dagger that emitted a red glow.
What else could this be but a top-tier weapon? Zhou Tao was a connoisseur. He immediately recognized it as a top-grade royal weapon. It immediately withered.
You should know that top-grade royal weapons can serve as the foundation of an entire family.
And what about his own family?
They only have a broken, high-quality royal weapon. Suddenly, the green lucky bag in my hand didn't seem so appealing anymore. Although there are thousands of high-grade spirit stones inside, enough for him to live a carefree life for the entire semester, how can it compare to a top-grade royal soldier?
Suddenly, it occurred to him. I still have one more chance, right? Even someone like him with no ability can get a top-tier royal weapon through sheer luck, so can I?
Thinking of this, his eyes became fervent.
But then he hesitated, what if I can't get it?
But soon, Suyu did something that shocked him to his core.
With a wave of his hand, Suyu threw away the 1,000-birds demon. Inside the lobby, the crowd erupted in a clamor. What the hell? Did I see wrong? Did he just throw away the 1,000-birds demon? Is he mentally challenged, or is there something wrong with his hands? How did he lose it? Hey, I knew he couldn't get it. He must have dropped it because he couldn't hold it properly. Get lost. Anyone with eyes can see that this is what he doesn't want. How could I not want it? That's a top-grade royal weapon, who wouldn't be tempted? At this moment, Yan Wushuang spoke up. He really doesn't want it. In my opinion, he wants to get a top-grade fire attribute weapon. Everyone sighed in dismay. Is he really that ambitious? He's giving up a top-tier royal weapon to try and catch it again. Can he guarantee he'll catch it twice more? Many of them were jealous of Suyu and spoke up to mock him. They probably felt they had extraordinary talent and could easily handle these top-grade weapons, so they got arrogant. I also feel that this guy doesn't even know where to get top-tier weapons. Seeing so many weapons, he must think he can just pick them out like he does outside. Some people noticed Zhou Tao. This guy is hilarious. He got a consolation prize and is probably considering whether to keep arresting people. If it were me, I wouldn't continue. This consolation prize is good enough for me for a long time. Yan Wushuang gestured for silence again. Watch closely, he's about to start again. Because of his high reputation on the leaderboard, people were quite respectful of him. Given Suyu's actions last time, everyone was starting to have high expectations. Inside the pavilion. After Suyu lost the Thousand Birds demon, the Thousand Bird demon still lingered around him, as if saying, "Please take me away." Suyu was also quite helpless. Little dagger, if I weren't limited to one spot, I would definitely have taken you. He then waved his hand, signaling it to fly away quickly. Chapter 86 The Arrogant Halberd's Plans. Upon hearing this, Chidori reluctantly left. Before leaving, he gave Suyu a meaningful look. It was as if they wanted to remember Suyu's appearance. This scene left Zhou Tao completely stunned. What kind of move is this? He threw away the top-tier king weapon, and the king weapon was still reluctant to part with it, but in the end he still chased it away? Zhou Tao felt like her brain couldn't keep up and almost fainted. If someone had said something like that to him before, he would have thought they were bragging. But now it's displayed before me, so fresh and beautiful. What could I say besides being dumbfounded and exclaiming awesome? But when he suddenly realized that all his bad luck was caused by this guy in front of him, his admiration and shock quickly turned into disdain and mockery. Stop pretending. It's just a top-tier king weapon. I can get that too. Suyu's nonchalant attitude made him feel confident in his abilities. He then imitated Suyu's action of closing his eyes and began to draw lots. Meanwhile, Suyu once again entered a state of profound mystery. This time, he was even more focused. Pay closer attention to the aura brought by the attributes. At the same time, it also leverages the advantages of its 5 senses and even expands its spiritual power, all in order to find the most suitable one. With the release of both spiritual power and imperial aura, some weapons with slightly weaker auras dared not approach. This does reduce screening costs. If the aura is too weak, then sending a top-tier general or soldier would be a waste of time and attempts. Those weapons that can resist mental power and the pressure of an emperor must be the strongest among weapons. Suyun could clearly sense that there were far fewer weapons flying around him. He wasn't in a hurry. Search patiently, wait patiently. Having learned from the lesson of acting rashly last time, I have become more composed and will strive to find it twice. At that moment, a phoenix cry rang out, accompanied by terrifyingly high temperatures. A weapon capable of withstanding the Emperor's oppressive aura flashed overhead. It moves so fast that it is difficult to detect with the 5 senses. Even though the speed of the surrounding weapon seemed to have slowed down 100-fold, the weapon that had just emitted the phoenix's cry was still as swift as lightning. Not simple. Suyu could barely contain his excitement. That's the feeling. Calm down, and you absolutely must find its trajectory. In the following time, Suyu tried to weaken his mental power and imperial aura, attempting to draw the emperor closer. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. The other person was still lingering in the distance, seemingly unwilling to acknowledge him. Why is this happening? I've clearly shown signs of goodwill, but the other party is unwilling to get closer. After a brief moment of thought, Suyu realized something was wrong. What they need is confrontation. At first, it exerted pressure on itself, causing a large number of weapons to stay away, but it instead took the initiative to approach. Their goal is to counter the aura I exude and compete with me. In that case, I'm not going to act anymore. With that thought in mind, Suyu unleashed his full mental power and imperial aura, nearly sending Zhou Tao flying from a distance. There were even fewer weapons nearby.
Only a handful of weapons were willing to approach, including that fire-type weapon, and the Thousand Birds demon. But Suyu's attention was entirely focused on the Phoenix Cry weapon.
Really?
It wants to fight back, it refuses to back down, so it comes to compete with these weapons to prove that it can get closest to Suyu.
At this time,
It approached despite the pressure.
it's getting closer.
We're very close.
So close.
With a thought, Suyu concentrated his mental energy and charged fiercely towards the weapon. During this time, his hands didn't stop either, reaching for the weapon at the same time. The opponent clearly noticed Suyu's movements, emitting a fierce red light to resist the pressure, while simultaneously fleeing outwards at high speed.
But it was too late.
Suyu's inner fire ignited, amplifying his attack speed. The time that was originally supposed to be 0.03 seconds was reduced to 0.01 seconds.
I've got you. Having a weapon in hand brings an indescribable sense of fulfillment. Clang.
The weapon struggled incessantly, emitting a unique sound as it cut through the air.
Suyu opened his eyes and looked.
He held a long halberd firmly in his hand.
My first impression was powerful.
The halberd has a long, straight shaft, and the head is carved with an exquisite phoenix pattern that is so lifelike that it seems ready to come to life at any moment.
Flame patterns swirl around it, like flowing lava.
The crescent blades on both sides resemble the outstretched wings of a phoenix, their edges gleaming with a chilling light and incredibly sharp. The halberd tassels were bright red, like dancing flames, with golden threads adorning the tips, making them incredibly magnificent.
The halberd felt itself being scrutinized, and as if angered, it struggled even more violently. Divine consciousness kept coming in. You Junior, how dare you look at me like that? Release me. Release me.
I cannot fall into the hands of a mere fourth-rank martial artist. The information flowed very smoothly, and the tone was very distinctive.
Clearly, the consciousness within this halberd has matured and developed into an independent personality. Upon hearing this, Suyu raised an eyebrow.
Still a proud and arrogant halberd. Upon hearing this, Suyu felt the halberd tremble, the kind of trembling caused by anger. Instantly, a burst of intense heat emanated from his hand, and Suyu nearly dropped it. You must know that I have cultivated fire-type techniques and even mastered the flame shadow burning heaven battle technique to a minor level. Even if my mouth is burned by 1,000-degree heat, it's like drinking warm water. The temperature on the halberd was so high that it felt like it was burning him.
Incredible.
The halberd looked even more incredible. At temperatures of tens of thousands of degrees, which would directly carbonize flesh, this person only frowned slightly. But he soon became frustrated. If the energy of the halberd hadn't been almost completely used up, and if it hadn't been nourished by the sourceless fire, I wouldn't have ended up trapped in this pavilion.
Suyu did not notice the change in the other person's emotions. He just started looking for the inlay grid on his own.
Upon seeing the carved phoenix eye sockets, one side filled with black gemstones and the other with empty spaces, I suddenly realized what was going on.
Oh, this is where the fire spirit orb is placed? Alright, you're the one. Suyu no longer intended to look for another one. With dedication, even the halberd could be won over.
With a thought, the Emperor's aura and spiritual power pressed down on the halberd. The halberd, which had been in a melancholy state, suddenly became more composed. Suddenly, he remembered that the reason he had approached was because of this terrifying pressure. He was clearly only a fourth-grade martial artist, but his pressure had already surpassed that of an ordinary super-grade martial artist. She was unwilling to submit and wanted to fight against him, which is why she fell into his hands.
Now it seems that this person must have the potential to be an emperor, otherwise where would the imperial aura come from?
But he was also somewhat frustrated, as his previous master was far superior to an emperor.
This kid doesn't seem qualified to be his own master. If only I could regain my strength, this little world would be my domain. Wait, didn't this person just mention the fire spirit orb?
If a fire spirit pearl were embedded in it, he wouldn't be able to control me. Thinking of this, the halberd stood up again.
Then I might as well submit for now and escape when I have enough strength. Chapter 87 Brief Submission. Kid, you're not qualified.
The idea spread rapidly as soon as it appeared.
That's all for now. After waiting for so long, I've finally found someone who's passable.
I can't ask for too much after all, I'm only submitting to them temporarily. After preparing himself mentally, Changji conveyed his submission to Suyu.
Suyu also received it. I didn't expect you to be so sensible. Follow me, you definitely won't regret it. Changji snorted inwardly. They really think there's something special.
This emperor won't stop at this tiny world. But on the surface, he still went along with it.
Okay, I'm looking forward to it.
Suyu was puzzled. This halberd seems somewhat unsure of its own strength.
It's okay, we'll prove it wrong later. Now that it has submitted, it can be suppressed, and there is no fear of it running away.
He then bit his thumb, drawing blood which dripped onto the phoenix carving.
Accept the agreement and acknowledge me as your master.
But he was rejected.
Not now. My energy far exceeds your imagination.
Once you acknowledge me as your master, all my energy will be transferred to you, and you may explode and die.
Although it was an excuse, the result was real. The halberd did not lie.
Although he had lost a lot of energy, it was still something that a fourth-rank martial artist could not withstand.
Suyu hesitated for a moment. That would be risky. It could run away at any time.
The halberd seemed to sense Suyu's concerns and said helplessly,
"Hey, I'm already connected to you by consciousness.
Even if you don't acknowledge me as your master, I can still suppress you. As long as your mental strength is high enough, you won't have this problem." Thinking of this, Suyu tried to use his mental power to connect with the other party's consciousness and found that it was indeed the case. A bridge had already been built. Furthermore, it can also be suppressed through mental power.
Only then did I feel relieved. He then asked, "Do you have a name?" "It's been too long, I've forgotten." Suyu continued, "How about I get it for you? How about the Fire Phoenix Heaven Swallowing Halberd?" He paused for a moment, then said, "I don't like it. That sounds so corny." Suyu had a good idea. "Then let's call them Xiaoji, Xiaofeng, or Xiaohua. It'll sound better that way." Even the halberd was speechless. Little halberd? Little phoenix? Little fire? What kind of naming genius is this? Let's call it the Fire Phoenix Sky Swallowing Halberd.
And so, Suyu successfully subdued the Fire Phoenix Heaven Swallowing Halberd.
Inside the lobby,
everyone witnessed Suyu's actions. His jaw nearly dropped, his expression froze on his face, making him look quite comical.
Every now and then, you could hear someone swallowing. After a long time, someone finally spoke up. Hey, is that an Imperial weapon? Are you kidding me?"
"No, buddy, at first I saw him throw away Wang Bing and I thought he was nothing.
But now I think I should be the one saying what I am. He's capable of getting something better. I thought he was just showing off." He was definitely showing off, but he succeeded.
Hey, the guy who said he'd kick his head like a ball if he could catch a top-tier weapon, hurry up and say something."
It's not me. Yan Wu's eyes couldn't hide his admiration.
Good, this person is interesting, I must get to know him." Suddenly, someone else spoke up. "Look at the other one, he has thrown away the lucky bags now, he is planning to do something big. It seems like this is his last time, otherwise he wouldn't have hesitated for so long."
Let's return to the interior of the pavilion.
Zhou Tao had been so agitated by Suyu that she was no longer in her right mind.
He managed to get good items twice.
"I'm so much better than him, I'm sure I can get an emperor-level weapon too." But Zhou Tao is also a smart man.
He specifically studied Suyu's tactics and tried to replicate them.
He slowly closed his eyes and suddenly shouted,
"Now!"
He suddenly grabbed forward.
My hands feel empty. I opened my eyes and looked. Why is there nothing here?
At this moment, the lucky bag gradually drifted away from him. He reached out to grab it, only to find that his hand had turned transparent.
"Don't go. I don't want any royal or imperial weapons, just don't leave me, lucky bag," accompanied by his heart-wrenching wails. He was sent outside the pavilion along with Suyu. Inside the lobby,
2 teleportation arrays appeared, and the figures of Suyu and his companion emerged from them.
As soon as it landed,
Zhou Tao collapsed to the ground, tears and snot streaming down her face, due to excessive grief.
He kept shouting, "My lucky bags! My treasures! They're all gone, boo-hoo!"
Suyu felt absolutely no sympathy or pity for this guy. He wished he could kick him far away. He stored the halberd in his storage ring and prepared to leave.
At this moment, Yan Wuxuan was noticed.
If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have gone up to the attic, and naturally I wouldn't have obtained the Fire Phoenix Heaven Swallowing Halberd.
I haven't even thanked him yet. He then thanked Yan Wuxuan. "My name is Suyu. Thank you for the reminder, brother.
For Suyu, the fact that the other person took the initiative to introduce themselves was already a great sign of respect. Yan Wushuang originally wanted to talk to Suyu, but Suyu spoke first. It would be a lie to say he wasn't happy, so he cupped his hands and smiled. Ha, not at all, obtaining a top-grade imperial weapon is your own skill.
But it really proves what I said, if I thought you could sell, you really could, ha. I knew my judgment was right.
Yan Wushuan laughed heartily, genuinely happy from the bottom of her heart. I have rarely received kindness from strangers in all this time. Especially those with power and connections.
Naturally pleased, he said, Brother Yan Wushuan, how about we go for a couple of drinks? It's on me.
They each selected their favorite treasures, and with the addition of people they liked, it was truly a double blessing.
The two hit it off immediately. Ha, that's excellent. The two of them left arm in arm.
They left behind a crowd filled with envy.
Big shots really do hang out with other big shots. Ordinary people like us can only be envious.
Oh dear, I haven't gotten a photo with Senior Yan Wushuang yet.
After Suyu and the other person finished drinking, the sky was about to set. The two said their goodbyes and went home. The first thing I did upon returning to the villa was to check on my evergreen vegetable garden. Longevity Vegetable Garden. Level 3.
Products: Longevity Spring, Longevity Cabbage, 7 colored corn.
Experience required to reach the next level, 7690.
There's still a lot of experience to be gained. Knowing that there was no time to rush, Suyu looked at the dragon egg floating above the spring of immortality. The dragon egg has grown larger now, and even without flames, it will absorb spiritual energy to start a fire on its own.
It's just that the efficiency is relatively low.
At this moment, the Fire Phoenix sky-swallowing halberd inside the storage ring seemed to have sensed something and broke through the storage ring to look outside. When the dragon egg came into its sight, it was stunned.
No wonder there was dragon breath, it turns out it's because Suyu raised a dragon egg. Judging from its aura and eggshell, its bloodline must be very pure. But they soon realized something was wrong. Why was the vitality here so abundant, even more abundant than spiritual energy? Looking down, I almost shuddered and fell to the ground. Where did you get this fountain of immortality? Chapter 88 Entering the Dying System.
Even the Fire Phoenix heaven-swallowing halberd doubted whether it was seeing things.
How could a small vegetable garden possibly contain both dragon eggs and a spring of immortality?
Moreover, judging from the appearance of this longevity spring, it looks a bit like a source spring. At that moment, Suyu's question came from beside him.
Little halberd, if I give you the fire spirit orb, can you generate flames to hatch the dragon egg? Upon hearing this,
the Fire Phoenix heaven-swallowing halberd was taken aback, not even bothering to care what Suyu called it. The voice suddenly rose several decibels, and she screamed.
No. Absolutely not.
How could I, a dignified imperial weapon, possibly become a mother to a dragon egg?
The implication is that it can do it, but it's not willing to.
This puts Suyu in a difficult position.
Does starting a fire consume your energy? Shouldn't that be the fire spirit orb's energy? No way. Absolutely not.
I will never agree to be a stay-at-home mom.
Suyu hadn't expected that this imperial weapon would have so many requirements. Are all imperial weapons as arrogant as this?
At this moment, the little turtle approached and stretched out its hand. Actually, you don't need weapons to start a fire. Just place the fire spirit orb near the dragon egg, and the dragon egg will absorb the energy on its own. In essence, when the dragon egg absorbs fire, it is just absorbing fire-type energy.
So, all you need to do is stick the small halberd around the dragon egg? Theoretically, yes.
Suyu relayed the little turtle's words to the Fire Phoenix devouring heaven halberd.
That's the situation.
You don't need to start a fire, just stay nearby.
If that doesn't work, I'll have to find another container. Okay. That's fine.
If I don't need to start a fire, then it's acceptable. That's what they say, but the Fire Phoenix heaven-swallowing halberd is still somewhat resistant. However, once the fire spirit pearl is inlaid, it can quickly restore its strength. Back then, whether or not you wanted to stay here was entirely up to it. At the same time, the Fire Phoenix devouring heaven halberd was also somewhat unexpected. Just as the little turtle approached, it sensed the power of reincarnation. Although it was very weak, it was enough to prove that the turtle's bloodline was extraordinary. This little vegetable garden is quite a hidden gem. It's just that I can't quite understand these crops. It feels like a halberd with strong vitality.
I couldn't help but be curious about Su Yu.
How did a mere 4th rank martial artist with the potential to become an emperor find resources that even I envy? However, now is not the time to ask that.
If you're more familiar with them, you might be able to get some information out of them.
Su Yu was unaware of the Fire Phoenix heaven-swallowing halberd's plans and was currently planning his journey to the endless fire domain.
The next day. Library.
Su Yu was flipping through the Encyclopedia of Geography. The endless fire domain boasts numerous volcanoes, making it the region with the most volcanoes in the world.
These volcanoes are currently active and frequently erupt violently.
The region is rich in fire elemental energy and diverse in spirit minerals, such as blood ore, fire purple ore, and flame crystal.
Its unique geographical environment often nurtures high-quality fire spirit pearls.
The book provides a fairly detailed record of the geographical environment and even the distribution of monsters, and even thoughtfully marks the cultivation requirements. Outer perimeter of the endless fire domain, requiring a cultivation level of at least the 3rd rank, somewhere in the middle, or the 4th rank.
Su Yu touched his chin. In that case, my cultivation level should be sufficient. However, it's best not to go rashly, make thorough preparations first.
After thoroughly investigating the surrounding area and familiarizing yourself with the environment and terrain, then proceed with further exploration. Moreover, volcanoes erupt frequently there, making protective gear especially important.
With this in mind, Su Yu decided to visit Kaiton when he had time.
There's a high probability that you'll find a set of armor that you're satisfied with inside the Tungwu Pavilion. At that moment, the words in his ear interrupted his thoughts.
Su Yu, help me move these books out.
Su Yu came to his senses and found that Senior Lu Yuan had appeared in front of him at some point. He pointed to the large stack of books on the front desk, indicating that Su Yu should move them.
Su Yu nodded and carefully moved the book to the designated location. After the move was finished, Su Yu asked the question he most wanted to ask. Senior, are you going on a long trip soon?
The library has been very busy lately, with books of all sizes being put into the collection and many people coming and going to return books. Sometimes they are so busy that they can't keep up with the demand. In addition, Senior Lu Yuan wanted to move the books away and placed himself in the dyeing department. Su Yu guessed that Senior Lu Yuan was going on a long trip. Indeed, the World Repair Exchange Conference, held once every 50 years, is about to begin.
I am honored to represent this state to attend.
I will first go to Longdu for some time to further my studies.
After that, the 18th World Repair Competition will be held.
After saying that, he asked another question.
Su Yu, are you interested in the repair competition?
Su Yu replied immediately. If there's anything you need me for, please just say the word.
If I can do it, I will definitely go.
He naturally understood the unspoken meaning in Senior Lu Yuan's words.
They were asking Su Yu, are you going to the repair competition?
He did not give a clear answer, only saying that he would go if needed. Senior Lu Yuan has helped me a lot, and I owe him a favor, which I must repay.
Lu Yuan nodded with a smile.
Very good, very good.
But don't worry, if it's really inconvenient for you, I won't force you.
After Su Yu had moved the books, he waved. Come on, I've already taken care of the enrollment procedures for the Department of Dyeing Will.
Let me take you there now. So fast? Su Yu was somewhat surprised, but more excited.
The thought of being able to enroll in Tianhai Martial Arts Academy made him smile involuntarily. You don't need to worry too much about cultivation resources, and you can still get high-quality teaching.
He nodded and left with Lu Yuan. The two arrived at a sparsely populated mountain peak.
A sign with the words Milky Way written on it was hung at the entrance at the foot of the mountain. Led by Lu Yuan, Su Yu slowly stepped up the mountain.
Looking back on the journey, Su Yu's feeling is, the location is much more remote than I imagined. It is located on the periphery of the school, far from the core teaching area, resource center, and administration building. There was even a forest in between. Stepping into the department. What comes into view is the somewhat old teaching building, with much of the paint peeling off the walls, revealing the mottled cement underneath. Keep walking forward. You can see a huge open-air training field. There are people practicing and fighting inside.
The stone slabs on the painted floor were visibly worn, and there weren't enough machines in the area, so you basically had to queue to use them.
Perhaps noticing the change in Su Yu's expression, Lu Yuan spoke slowly.
Su Yu, the Department of Dyeing Will does have many shortcomings compared to other departments.
I hope you won't mind.
I arranged you here for two reasons: firstly, because of school regulations, and secondly, because I have my own plans, which you will understand in the future.
Upon hearing this, Suyu immediately replied, I won't mind.
This is an opportunity that Senior Lu Yuan fought for me, and I will cherish it.
That's good.
Along the way, many people recognized Lu Yuan and greeted him. Lu Yuan nodded in response.
The two arrived at a thatched hut.
Suyu raised an eyebrow slightly. I never imagined that such a house still existed in this technologically advanced world.
Chapter 89: The Dying Line. So special? Lu Yuan knocked on the door.
Seventh brother, come out here.
I've brought Suyu to enroll. Knock, knock, knock. After a long while, there was some movement from the thatched hut.
The door creaked open, and an old man with disheveled hair peeked out. Su Laoqi yawned, glanced at Suyu, and then looked at Lu Yuan.
He asked, You're leaving tomorrow? Why did you bring him here today?
Finish it as soon as possible, otherwise I'm afraid there won't be enough time later.
After saying that, Lu Yuan introduced Suyu.
This is Su Laoqi, the deputy head of the Department of the Fallen Ones, and also your alchemy teacher.
Don't let his appearance fool you, he is a 7th grade alchemist. A 7th grade alchemist?
Suyu's pupils contracted slightly.
You should know that there are only a handful of alchemists above the 6th rank in the whole country, right? Is this unassuming old man? Indeed, appearances can be deceiving. Upon hearing this, Su Laoqi waved his hand. That's all in the past. He then pointed at Suyu. Is this the genius who can repair a-level cultivation techniques at the age of 30? Not bad. Just lucky, Suyu replied. In terms of achievements, I'm far from being as good as Senior 7.
Ha, you younger folks always like to use such modest words, but I love hearing them.
Su Laoqi smiled and said to Lu Yuan. All right, you go back and get busy.
I'll take care of Suyu from now on.
Lu Yuan nodded, paused, and then said,
When I come back, I don't want to see Suyu shortchanging me, otherwise I definitely won't let you off the hook.
Well, that's not something I can decide, but I'll try my best. Lu Yuan sighed and took out a flask of wine from his pocket. And don't say I didn't buy you a drink. Su Laoqi was extremely impatient, so he took the wine pot and started gulping it down.
After a long while, he burped.
Okay. Leave this to me.
Even if she scolds me, I will protect Suyu. After receiving Su Laoqi's affirmative reply, Lu Yuan nodded.
He handed Suyu a small lucky bag.
There are some cultivation resources inside, not much, but enough for a while.
Suyu accepted it with both hands.
He quickly called out to Lu Yuan again.
Senior Lu Yuan, I have something for you.
After saying that, he took out a book from his storage ring. Senior Lu Yuan, this book records my thoughts and flashes of inspiration while I was repairing the cultivation technique.
I hope it will be of some help to you.
Earlier, Suyu had been thinking about doing something for Lu Yuan. Even if she didn't want to use her lifespan to repair her cultivation technique, she still hoped to help Lu Yuan with the repair. So, while cultivating, I carefully recorded the system's deduction process, summarized the patterns and key difficulties to overcome, and wrote this book.
Lu Yuan was somewhat surprised as he took the heavy book. The Way of the Heart. This child must have been preparing for this for a long time, right? She didn't say anything, she just stared at Suyu. He spoke after a long pause. I'm leaving now. Study hard. Suyu nodded and watched Lu Yuan leave. He had no idea that this seemingly ordinary book would bring trouble upon Lu Yuan.
If Suyu had known this would happen, he would have torn it to shreds. Only after Lu Yuan's figure disappeared from sight did Su Laoqi pat Suyu on the shoulder.
Hey, let's go. I'll give you a quick tour of the dyeing system. Suyu nodded. Thank you for your help, Section Chief 7. Just call me Uncle 7, that's what all the other students call me. Okay, Uncle 7. Su Laoqi smiled and then led Suyu on a tour of the department.
It must be said that although this dyeing system is broken, it is also really big. It took nearly an hour and a half to complete half the journey. There were no sightseeing vehicles or hovercrafts used for transportation among them.
The students traveled to and from the school on foot.
When they saw Uncle 7, they all seemed indifferent.
I seem to dislike him a bit. Suyu noticed this situation, but didn't ask any further questions. Also noted. The students who come and go all have disabilities.
They are either missing an arm, lame, or quite old, like in their 40s or 50s, or blindfolded.
At this moment, Su Laochi spoke up.
I don't know if Lao Lu has told you about the dying system. He had clearly noticed the confusion and surprise in Su Yu's eyes before he asked.
Su Yu nodded and then shook his head. I only know a little bit. Su Laochi smiled. The Department of Dying Will is quite special. Its rules and regulations are different from those of other departments. It is more like a small society than a department. It is a small society that can accommodate what a school cannot. Those who cannot graduate normally inside will be sent here. Those who are in the combat department but are accidentally injured or disabled and unable to continue their normal studies will also be sent here. Those born with disabilities who do not meet the school admission standards will also be sent here. Other departments often refer to the Department of Dying Will as the garbage department, because they feel that all sorts of trash are thrown into it. Su Yu listened, feeling somewhat suppressed. It seems that I now understand where the concept of distant state in the context of the dying system comes from.
To put it bluntly, they are a group of people who are below normal people but above the useless, yet unwilling to admit defeat.
Su Laochi paused for a moment and then asked. What do you think?
Su Yu shook his head. If they were truly trash, the school wouldn't keep them. In a sense, those who remain in the Department of the Dying are the ones who truly love spiritual practice. As I spoke, I couldn't help but think back to a few years ago. During that period, his cultivation was completely destroyed, his body was crippled, and he was even unable to cultivate. Even the trashy and dying types they mentioned couldn't get in. He was a complete failure, but he never gave up on his spiritual practice.
My pride and ambition wouldn't allow me to stop. I couldn't help but express my feelings. Moreover, even people with defects have their own right to cultivate.
They have ideals and pursuits, and they have reasons to become stronger. Su Laochi was somewhat surprised. Unexpectedly, Su Yu had his own unique perspective. Little did he know that Su Yu had gone through 3 dark years, transforming himself from a cripple into a 4th-rank martial artist. It was during those 3 years of being a useless person that he was able to see many things clearly. The pursuit of cultivation and the desire to become stronger are rights that everyone can possess.
Su Laochi carefully considered what Su Yu had said. Emphasis on the first point.
You're right, that's why people in the dying system have such strong self-esteem. People in the dying class are often stronger and more independent than those in other classes. They do not rely on others, but rely solely on their own efforts to cultivate and acquire resources.
They are also often the most united.
Suddenly, Su Yu asked.
How does the dying system usually obtain resources? Taking on tasks independently and participating in a challenge competition once a semester. The former refers to acquiring resources for oneself, while the latter refers to acquiring resources for the entire system. What is this challenge?
Because the school has a rule for the Department of End-of-Life Sciences that the monthly resource income is related to the competition. In battles against other departments, victory grants the user cultivation resources equivalent to those of the winning department, lasting for 1 semester.
Su Laochi paused for a moment, then continued.
Actually, our department also has special privileges. When we are doing tasks that require us to be promoted, we will receive additional resource subsidies.
Chapter 90. He just looks down on our dying faction. You should know that you're on the rise.
Yes, I know. After you enroll in the Department of Dying Will, your status will automatically change as you rise through the ranks, and your credits and resources will increase by 30%. So it's okay if the resources and equipment in the Department of Dying Will are a bit lacking. You can use your credits to exchange for training opportunities outside. In other words, it means the freedom of independent cultivators to use the school's resources at will.
Su Yu's eyes lit up. This is exactly what I need.
As they talked, the two arrived at a house with an overall gray-green color scheme.
This is the Student Activity Center. It's where the Student Council holds its activities.
Once inside, just find the relevant department to arrange your dormitory. Everything else is up to you.
I won't take you inside. You can come to me if you need anything, provided I'm still awake at the time. After saying that, Su Laochi waved his hand and left. Su Yu nodded his thanks. After saying goodbye to Su Laochi, I walked into the student council alone. Out of politeness, Su Yu knocked on the door twice. Only then did they enter. The moment I stepped inside, I felt several gazes on me. Su Yu didn't pay much attention and, after looking around, found the dormitory registration office. The person in charge of processing it was a female student.
He was writing something with his head down.
Around 24 or 25 years old.
He wore thick-rimmed black glasses, and his bangs were so long they almost covered his eyes.
Hello, I'm here to check into my accommodation.
She seemed not to hear, continuing to write.
Suyu was puzzled. He tapped the table and repeated. Hello, I'm here to check into my accommodation.
The vibration of the desktop made her pause, and she looked up blankly, only to see the incomparably handsome Suyu. He blinked a few times and hurriedly picked up the sign on the table.
The sign reads, I am deaf and mute. Please communicate by writing. Thank you.
No wonder he didn't respond when I called him. He only looked up when I tapped the table. Suyu's doubts were dispelled. At the same time, the other party handed over paper and pen.
Suyu took it and began to write on it. Hello, I am a freshman and I need to register for accommodation.
Zhao Jia took the paper and couldn't help but smile when she saw the crooked handwriting on it. I never expected such a handsome guy to have such messy handwriting. But he quickly became serious again and gestured to Suyu to wait a moment. He then flipped through the documents on the desk, looking for an empty dormitory room.
He quickly frowned again. Pick up a pen and paper and write down a line. He handed it to Suyu. Wait a moment, let me ask our president. He then got up and left.
When he returned, he was accompanied by a tall woman.
That must be the president.
She wore a crop top that perfectly showed off her tone and flat stomach, paired with high-waisted skinny jeans that accentuated her long and straight legs.
A typical hot girl.
This was the first time Suyu had ever seen a woman dressed so provocatively, but he still knew the meaning of "don't look at what is improper."
He glanced at it and then looked away. The president walked over to Suyu and looked him up and down.
He was handsome, had no physical defects, and his cultivation was stable with no leakage of spiritual power. His cultivation level is also quite high.
Why would someone like that come to the dying ward? Could it be that he has inner demons, or a problem with his personality?
Suyu felt a little uncomfortable being stared at, so he coughed twice. The president then realized that he had been somewhat impolite and spoke up.
Jai just told me that you're a freshman and will be moving into the dorms, right?
Yes.
Yes, that's how it is.
President Nangong Meishua picked up the dormitory list and glanced at it a few times.
Dormitory beds are in short supply right now. There aren't any separate male-male or female-female dorms.
The only empty room right now is a mixed-gender dorm without air conditioning.
If you move in, I'll tell them to make room for you.
After saying that, Nangong Meishua handed the dormitory chart and dormitory rules to Suyu.
There are 2 beds available in the mixed-gender dormitory right now. Just fill in the form.
After taking it, Suyu carefully reviewed the dormitory regulations and then said,
Actually, it's not necessary. If there are not enough beds in the dormitory, I can live outside. I rented a house near the library.
A red-haired woman appeared out of nowhere and snorted coldly. I think you're not afraid of troubling us, but rather you think the dorm is too shabby, right? Sis, there's no need to arrange it for him. He can get into the department of the dying through connections, so he probably wouldn't look down on our shabby dorm.
He's probably not here to cultivate seriously anyway.
Suyu felt somewhat confused and frowned as he explained.
It's not that I look down on you, it's just that it's a bit inconvenient. You're not even able to go? Not staying at the Department of the Dying is the most inconvenient thing, isn't it?
The library is so far from here, it takes you a lot of time to go back and forth.
Stop. Meijiao, don't talk nonsense. The freshman is just feeling inconvenienced. Why are you misunderstanding him?
The red-haired woman, Nangong Meijiao, pouted and turned her face away. I just saw that it was Su Laochi who brought him here.
Don't you know who Su Laochi is?
The moment these words were spoken, the atmosphere around them froze. It was as if everyone stopped moving and looked at Suyu in unison.
Even passers-by silently glanced at Suyu. A question popped into Suyu's mind. What happened to Uncle Chi?
The stares of those around him left him somewhat bewildered. But the president quickly broke the awkward silence and spoke up.
Meijiao. What nonsense are you spouting? Now. Right now. Go back to work. Nangong Meijiao snorted coldly and turned to leave.
Those who get in through connections are incompetent and will only bring chaos to the entire department.
So you finally found out.
In their eyes, they were the kind of people who got in through connections and just coasted along. It's true that I was wronged, but it was indeed through connections.
I couldn't help but smile wryly.
The gazes of the others were somewhat unfriendly, but the female classmate who was helping her get a dormitory room still had clear and shy eyes.
He was silently opposing what Nangong Meijiao had said.
Suyu saw the identification tag on her chest.
Her name was written on it, Zhao Jiai. I silently made a note of it. After Nangong Meijiao left, the president gave an awkward smile.
I'm sorry, my sister often talks nonsense, which has caused you trouble.
Fine.
While speaking, she handed Suyu a new student information form to fill out. It's okay if you don't stay at the dormitory, but you need to fill in your family information.
And this new student registration form, you can fill it out too.
The teacher will arrange your courses later.
Good.
For the family information form, Suyu filled in the villa that Chao Kiki had given him.
After finishing that, I started writing the new student registration form.
He pondered for a long time in the cultivation level column before writing down peak of the 3rd rank. His true cultivation level was at the peak of the 4th rank, but to avoid being too high profile, he chose to write it as lower. In any case, unless a top-level expert specifically investigates, it is almost impossible to see through him. However, this level of cultivation still surprised the guild leader. Nangong Meishui held the registration form and said incredulously,
Suyu, you're actually at the peak of the 3rd rank? Chapter 91 Want to be a crook? Then don't even think about it. Seeing that Suyu looked somewhat puzzled, Nangong Meishua quickly added,
I don't mean to doubt you, I'm just curious. With your cultivation level and no obvious physical defects, why did you come to the Dying Age sect?
That's because I'm older. Oh, I see.
Nangong Meishua then noticed that her age was 5003, and she was only 31 years old this year.
No wonder they came to the dying department.
Nangong Meishua really thought Suyu was just there to loaf around and wait to die, but she didn't expect him to be a martial artist outside the rules. The previous prejudices also disappeared without a trace. However, this level of cultivation is already among the top levels of the dying system.
In other departments, it is also average.
It should be noted that the top-ranked member of the dying system is only at the 4th rank, 6th level.
That's pretty good, they'll definitely be able to contribute to the competition.
Bringing her thoughts back, Nangong Meishue extended her hand and smiled.
Welcome to the Dying Wool family. So you reached out and gently grasped it. It would be my great honor.
After that, there was nothing else to do.
Suyu took his class schedule and left the student activity center.
The timetable indicates the class time, content, and location.
It's very messy and disorganized.
Leaving aside classes on alchemy, body cultivation, and history, there was even a class on health preservation. Moreover, the course time and location were not clearly defined, making it feel like I was auditing classes in another department. However, Suyu didn't care about these things as long as he had a place to attend classes, that was fine. Moreover, a variety of courses is better. If you later learn a new technique and need to supplement your knowledge, attending a course is undoubtedly a good choice. Furthermore, the venue will provide equipment that will also help with your training. If you study in the combat department, you won't learn alchemy or medicine. That's one aspect. Another aspect is that there are no mandatory requirements, and the animals are mostly raised in a free-range manner. Perhaps this is the reason they refer to as freedom. You can go whenever you want, without asking for leave or giving prior notice. Suyu believes that learning should be like this: only take what you need, and don't bother to learn what you don't need, or don't spend as much effort on it. After putting the course schedule into his storage ring, Suyu headed towards Tungu Pavilion. In a while, I'll go to the Endless Fire domain to investigate. We need to resolve the issue of armor first.
Tungu Pavilion.
Inside the VIP lounge,
a dark-skinned man is talking to Kaitong.
He flung the contract aside and said coldly, "Hey, young master, you probably don't know what it means for a monopoly to inevitably be besieged.
Someone is already trying to cut off your blood or supply. I'm risking offending a big shot to do business with you. Can't you be a little more sincere? You're only giving me a 20% increase in the monthly payment. Do you really think I'm a beggar?" Kaiton sighed. It's true that the blood or armor trade is monopolized, but it's also true that the profits are low. On average, each piece only costs a few high-grade spirit stones. After a portion goes to the auction house, another portion goes to the partners, and then there are wages to be paid to the blacksmiths. How much is left in hand? Increasing your monthly payment by 20% is already my biggest concession, and there's really no more.
Shiryu shook his head and drank the tea on the table in one gulp. Young master, that's really unfair of you.
Now, besides me, who else would cooperate with you?
The current blood ore mine has very little blood ore left, just enough for one production run.
Once it's empty, where will you find a new mine and transport team? You think every group is like us, responsible for scouting mines and transportation?
Kaitong couldn't tell that this friend was using PUA pickup artist tactics, and immediately responded.
Isn't that right?
Before I contacted you, I asked other groups, and they also did reconnaissance and transportation.
I only cooperated with you because I thought your price was good and your efficiency was good. Now that you're doing this, to be honest, I'm quite disappointed in you. I'll call you young master out of respect, but if I don't, you're nothing, understand? You're out in the world, and you don't even understand basic social etiquette. After all this talk, you only care about your own interests. In that case, there's nothing more to say. Let's terminate the transaction, and I'll have them stop working.
Then bring the last batch of raw materials.
Tang Heyo got up to open the door and leave. The transaction has been terminated, what other services do you want?
Kaitong suddenly stood up, using his large body to block the doorway.
He said anxiously. We've been working together for so long, why are you trying to renege on your promise? It's all clearly written in the contract.
The monthly fee is 5,000 high-grade spirit stones, which is equivalent to 1,000 spirit stones per delivery.
If they just stop delivering, wouldn't that be a complete waste of 1,000 high-grade spirit stones?
It's not that I'm reluctant to part with it, it's just that I feel uncomfortable giving it to such a scoundrel.
Tang Heyo frowned and flung Kaitong aside. I don't care about your contract, we're terminating this cooperation now, understand? Get out of here. Kaitong lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground.
It made a dull thud.
Tang Heyo spat. What kind of little pavilion master is he?
He's poor and stingy.
He then opened the door and prepared to go out.
To everyone's surprise, as soon as the door opened, a tall figure blocked the way. The newcomer had a handsome face, a tall and straight figure, and deep, aloof eyes.
Who the hell are you? A good dog doesn't block the way.
Tang Heyo tried to use the same trick again and shook off the person in front of him. The moment he made his move, his wrist was grabbed by the other party.
The opponent was incredibly strong, clamping his hand tightly like an iron clamp. Suyu said coldly.
I hate it when strangers touch me inappropriately.
Apply slight pressure with your fingers.
Just as Tang Heyo was about to speak, he felt a tremendous force strike his wrist. It felt as if a boulder had struck him, bringing tears to his eyes from the pain. Immediately, the sound of a pig being slaughtered filled the air.
It hurts so much. Let go. Let go.
So you kicked Tang Heyo in the knee, sending the latter crashing to the ground with a loud thud.
I just heard what you said. If you're not willing to deliver this last time, then give me a refund. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving this place. If you don't believe me, you can try it.
Suyu released a slight imperial aura, and Tang Heyo felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. At this moment, Kaitong also came out. When he saw Suyu arrive, he immediately beamed with joy.
Brother Wachao, you've come at just the right time. Don't let this deadbeat get away.
Damn it, he took the money and now he wants to go on strike openly.
Suyu nodded. Did you hear that? Either ship it or get a refund.
While speaking, he slightly reduced the imperial aura. Only then was Tang Heyo able to speak.
I'll give you my money back, I'll give you my money back, please stop messing with me.
After saying that, he took out more than a dozen high-grade spirit stones from his storage ring and tossed them to Kaitong.
Kaitong was immediately furious. Are you trying to fob me off like a beggar? You have the nerve to offer a mere dozen or so spirit stones?
A single transport costs at least 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, don't tell me you didn't know that.
Upon hearing this, Suyu grabbed Tang Heyo. If you continue to be a deadbeat, I don't mind hanging you out the door as a warning. I'll only let you down when you pay me back. Tang Heyo shuddered, sensing that Suyu wasn't joking, and immediately became obedient.
Chapter 92. The eldest brother personally handles the mineral resource matter. He then took out all the money he had on him.
Kaitong took a look and frowned. There are only 800 high-grade spirit stones here, where are the other 200?
Shun Heyo wanted to tell him to stop, but after seeing Suyu's eyes, he suddenly shuddered. After rummaging around a bit more, he handed over all his valuables to Kaitong.
Brother Kaitong, this is all I have, really, I don't have any more. You know, I spend what I have, and I don't have any cash on me at all. After thinking for a moment, Kaitong felt that this was about right. Then he said to Suyu, "Brother, let him go. There are about 900 high-grade spirit stones here. Let him learn a lesson." Seeing that Kaitong had no objections, Suyu didn't say anything more and threw it to the ground. Logically speaking, someone like this would at least leave behind his hands and feet as a souvenir. This is a military regulation: if someone defaults on their duty, they will inevitably lose their hands or feet. Chen Heyo was thrown to the ground, his eyes filled with resentment, but he dared not say anything more. They could only slink away.
Just as he was about to leave, he glanced back at Tungwu Pavilion. "Kaitong and that other guy, if I let you go, I'll change my surname from Chun. If you want to go looking for mineral resources, don't even think about getting out of here safely." Chen Heyo's mind was filled with countless ideas for tormenting them, determined to make them pay the price. "They even dared to rob me, Chen Heyo." At the same time, he was also annoyed that he should have brought more people with him, otherwise he wouldn't have been pinned to the ground by that person and had no chance to fight back. After Chen Heyo left, Kaitong made tea for Suyu, his eyes filled with helplessness. "Big brother, I might have messed up the blood or armor thing." So he told Suyu about the issues raised by other merchants, and also explained the whole story of Chen Heyo's cheating.
"That's how it is, brother.
Now that the guild isn't cooperating with me anymore, even if I find a new guild to cooperate with, the supply of blood or won't be able to keep up in the short term, not to mention that there's no guild cooperating with me now." Kaitong still cares a lot about the blood or armor industry chain. After all, it is the first time to co-create with the big brother, which is equivalent to making money for the big brother.
Moreover, the blood or armor industry is indeed quite profitable.
Leading the big brother to make a lot of money gives me a sense of accomplishment. Kaitong believes it was its own fault for ruining such a promising industrial chain.
"I have let my elder brother down." After listening, Suyu asked.
Ultimately, the issue of mineral resources boils down to two parts: your current mine is out of ore.
Finding new mineral resources is one part of the task. The other part is finding people to transport them.
These two issues are not difficult to resolve. Blood ore, for example, has a large energy fluctuation. Although it is called a rare iron ore, the market demand is small and the development level is also small. There is no one competing with you, so it is easier to find than ordinary iron ore, and there are more mineral resources available. Even a novice vein finder can locate mineral sources.
As for transportation, it's even simpler: it's just physical labor. Ultimately,
mineral exploration and transportation do not require highly specialized personnel.
Focus only on the results. The process can be optimized gradually.
Kaitong's eyes brightened, as if he had been enlightened.
"Brother, your words are truly enlightening. How come I didn't think of that? My previous thinking was blind. I always thought about finding a tour group for a one-stop service.
In reality, I can handle this process myself, and I can even select the staff myself." But soon another problem arose.
"But brother, where are we going to find people who can prospect for minerals?" "It's very simple."
Suyu took out his phone and opened the app Rising step by step.
"Why not just post the task on there? There are plenty of pulse finders in the school. As long as the pay is good enough, you can definitely recruit people. Moreover, compared to pulse finders outside, those in the school are more cost-effective, although their experience may be a bit lacking."
He shrugged.
"But what's the problem?"
"It's just prospecting for minerals, not veins, so it's much easier." Upon hearing this, Kaitong was so shocked that he was speechless. After regaining her senses, she suddenly hugged Suyu tightly. "Big brother, you're so clever. You solved so many problems in one go."
Suyu smiled and pushed Kaitong away.
"I'll leave the task posting to you.
My role in the software is a bit special, so it's not convenient for me to post tasks." Kaitong was still puzzled until he saw Suyu's school uniform. "Big brother? Is that the uniform of the Department of Dying Will? When did you get in?"
"If you want to get into a regular department, just tell me, and I have plenty of ways to get you in."
Suyu shook his head. "No need, the dying system suits me better. Alright, let's get back to the main topic. You can issue the task now, just follow the format I gave you."
Soon, Suyu typed a message on his phone and sent it to Kaitong for them to fill out.
Kaitong was somewhat puzzled when it saw the address above. "Wow, bro, you've even picked out the location? Endless fire domain, that seems really good.
It's not far from here, and the blood ore there is almost untouched.
Kaitong is familiar with the endless fire domain.
Some time ago, he had looked up the distribution of blood ore.
Although the endless fire domain is rich in fire-type resources, it also contains many rare ores due to its geographical location. Among them is blood ore.
Because those who went to mine mainly focused on fire-based resources, they didn't mine much blood ore. At this moment, a question popped into Saitong's mind.
How did you know about the blood ore in the endless fire domain? And how do you know so much about the mining process, even having planned out the procedures? Could it be that the eldest brother had foreseen that the blood or armor industry would be targeted, and thus devised a countermeasure in advance? Yes. That must be it. Thinking this, I blurted out a sentence. Big brother was indeed a prophet.
Suyu was a little confused by the sudden praise, but he didn't think much of it and simply asked.
Is it ready to be released? It's published. Okay, come with me to choose a suitable fireproof suit. Suyu hadn't forgotten why he had come to Tungwu Pavilion in the first place. Is Big Brother going to the endless fire domain?
Yes, I'm going inside to find the fire spirit orb, and I'll also help you resolve the issue of the blood or source.
But in Saitong's ears, it became.
I am very concerned about this matter and I want to personally take action to resolve it. My brother is so kind, he shouldn't have needed to do something so trivial.
But in order to help me solve the problem, I decided to go there anyway.
My brother never asked a single question about profit sharing, he left it all to me to distribute.
With an older brother like this, what more could I ask for? Indeed, recognizing Suyu as my elder brother was the best thing I ever did.
It wasn't until Suyu patted him on the shoulder that Kaitong came to its senses.
If you're going, big brother, I'll go too. Suyu thought for a moment. There's nothing wrong with letting Kaitong understand the process. Let's go then. Anyway, Kaitong is well equipped, so if something happens, we won't suddenly die. I can still keep an eye on things myself. Okay, you can come along too.
The two then went up to the second floor to choose suitable fireproof suits.
The protective gear on the second floor is all specially made, fireproof, cold-proof, waterproof, and anti-electric shock.
There's nothing they can't make, only things you can't imagine. Soon, Suyu selected a garment that could withstand high temperatures and also protect against molten lava.
Even though he hadn't paid, Kaitong insisted on reimbursing him. Kaitong also chose the same one. After making your selection, Kaitong then invited Suyu to take a look at the blood or industry chain. Chapter 93, Recruiting Pulse Finders. Suyu had nothing else to do, so he went with him.
The industrial chain is located in factories in the suburbs. It must be said that Kaitong is quite attentive to this, and the equipment and procedures are very well developed. The number of workers and blacksmiths has increased from a dozen or so to more than 200.
As Suyu and his companion went inside, the blacksmith and the workers stopped what they were doing and greeted them. Greetings, young master.
They benefited from the blood or armor supply chain. Their salary and benefits have nearly doubled, and they went from looking down on Kaitong at the beginning.
From gratitude to now.
Their admiration came from the bottom of their hearts.
Someone else recognized Suyu and called out. Brother young master, you're here too? Welcome, welcome.
He was the leader of the blacksmith team.
Most of the people here are new and don't know what Suyu did before.
They all look puzzled when they hear the group leader calling the little pavilion master Big Brother. The team leader explained.
The person beside me is the young master's elder brother. He is the one who overcame the problem of making blood ore and optimized it to its current high quality.
It can be said that the blood or armor industry is what it is today because of the young master and his elder brother. At this moment, Kaitong shook its head.
Ultimately, it's all because of my older brother.
If it weren't for my older brother's ability to optimize the production process, we would never have achieved what we have today.
Upon hearing this,
only then did everyone realize that the handsome man in front of them, who looked to be no more than 20 years old, was actually a major contributor to the blood or armor industry chain. Young master, please accept my bow.
Thanks to brother young master, I have a job today. Suyu smiled faintly. He waved his hand. It all depends on everyone's efforts. I only provided a little help.
If you want to express your gratitude, then say it to your young master.
So far, he has been the only one running this business. Others then began to thank Kaitong.
Kaitong really enjoys the feeling of helping people make money, and he also loves being admired.
But on the surface, things remained calm and uneventful. Everyone, please continue with your work.
I'll just wander around with the young master. In front of the man and the blacksmith, Suyu would not address Kaitong by his name directly, and he also made his identity clear. Although he is his older brother, he only provided a little help in this industry chain. While giving them face, it also lets them know that Kaitong is the boss here and that he doesn't get involved in anything.
Kaitong understood Suyu's intentions and was extremely grateful. After visiting the factory, Suyu understood why Kaitong was so anxious about the mineral resources. These people all need to make a living from the blood or armor supply chain. Even if they didn't work in this industry chain, Kaitong could make money in other places, but they rely on this industry for their livelihood. Once the circuit is cut off, it's no different from being unemployed. At this time, news came that Kaitong was experiencing a surge in growth. He held the phone up to Suyu and pointed to the message on it. "Look, brother, we've attracted a lot of people." Suyu took the phone, and several messages from the backstage came into view. Because there are certain requirements for the team's pulse finders and the compensation is relatively high, it is necessary to submit a personal resume. The self-introductions posted by these people were all quite brief. "Dear Mr. Kaitong, I am Li Chi, male, and currently a freshman at Tianhai Martial Arts Academy. Cultivation level, rank 2, stage 2. Passionate about the profession of spirit vein finder. Possesses considerable talent and keen perception, capable of accurately detecting spiritual energy fluctuations and quickly locating the direction of spiritual veins. Previously assisted an exploration team in finding hidden spiritual veins, significantly increasing cultivation resource reserves. Looking forward to joining your team and exploring the endless fire domain together." Suyu glanced at it and then rejected it. This second-grade cultivator is a freshman, lacking both cultivation and experience. "Hello. My name is Li Gue, I am a female, and I am currently a senior at Tianhai Martial Arts Academy. Cultivation level, rank 3, level 1. I have always focused on the research and practice of spiritual vein tracing. Having conducted spiritual vein tracing in high-risk environments, I possess unique techniques that allow me to locate the position and quality of spiritual veins by resonating with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. I have independently completed challenging spiritual vein exploration missions, laying a resource foundation for my family's development. I aspire to utilize my expertise at your esteemed institution." Suyu touched his chin. This cultivation level is so-so, but there's no mention of mining, so they definitely lack experience. If possible, they would definitely prioritize those who have previously searched for minerals. Just as Suyu was making his selections, a name suddenly caught his eye. "Hello Mr. Kaitong, I am Zhao Jiai. I am a junior at Tianhai Martial Arts Academy." "It's Zhao Jiai?" The image of a shy and timid girl appeared in Suyu's mind. It was that dying female classmate who arranged her own accommodation. I never expected she was a pulse finder. But he couldn't give preferential treatment just because they knew each other, so you still had to screen people. Continue reading. Cultivation level, rank 3, level 2. Having extensive experience in vein finding and mining, he has found suitable spiritual veins and minerals for the organization on numerous occasions. He is skilled in exploring precious spiritual veins and rare minerals. Although communication may be somewhat inconvenient, he will absolutely follow orders and will not hold anyone back. Be prepared to be abandoned when necessary. The last sentence left Suyu speechless. It's hard to imagine what this girl went through when she was doing the mission. To be honest, this self-introduction is quite satisfactory. Mining rare iron ore does not require a high level of skill, but experience is necessary. Suyu opened her personal home page. I'm going to ask her if she knows anything about the endless fire domain. A separate chat box is generated the moment the homepage is opened. Suyu hasn't edited the message yet. The other party has already sent the message. She was clearly waiting for the recruiter. After seeing the dialog box appear, she sent the message she had previously edited. Hello, I am Zhao Jiai. If you are dissatisfied with the communication, I can lower the required fee and find another mineral source without additional charges. I hope you can give me this opportunity. Suyu pondered for a moment, then edited. What kind of communication barrier are you referring to? Could you explain in detail? This asking a question you already know the answer to can be considered a test. If the other party chooses to conceal the truth, then there's no need to reveal it. The message has been read, and the recipient's status bar has entered the editing state.
After a long while, she finally sent a long message. The gist of it is that she is deaf and mute, and although communication is difficult, she can communicate to some extent using a mobile phone or through mental connection.
Student Activity Center.
Zhao Jiayi waited anxiously for a reply from the recruiter. The reward for this mission was substantial, equivalent to 2 missions, and the difficulty was not high.
It's a very rare opportunity, and I really don't want to miss it.
Therefore, even at the cost of lowering the compensation and exploring more mineral resources, they hope that the other party can give them a chance. Because she knew that she was far inferior to the top students from other departments, unable to communicate normally, and her cultivation level was also average. Beside her was Nangong Meijiao, with her red hair. She also signed up for the mission to explore the blood or resources in the Endless Fire domain, but only as a member of the guard team. Because of her high cultivation level and her unique identity as a dying cultivator, the system prioritized her for placement.
This time it was a little different, though even the guards were personally vetted by the other party.
She glanced at Zhao Jiayi, who looked nervous, and then looked at her phone.
I couldn't help but be curious. Who is this rich guy who can offer such a large reward just for exploring the outer perimeter of the Endless Fire domain? It feels like a scam involving fake orders.
The so-called brushing involves posting simple tasks and having acquaintances do them, thus easily earning tuition fees upon completion.
Meet the graduation requirements.
Otherwise, it would be too strange to personally review even the number of guards. But then again, it didn't seem quite right. If it were true, Jia Yi and I would have been kicked out long ago. Until Zhao Jiayi stretched out her hand and cheered. Nangong Meijia then looked at Zhao Jiayi and smiled while using sign language.
You got accepted? Chapter 94, Upgrading the Emperor's Aura. Zhao Jiayi nodded with a smile. He said in sign language, Yes, thank you very much. He is a very nice person.
He did not reduce my reward, nor did he ask me to explore new mineral resources. He just told me to be careful on the way and not to get distracted when communicating with him mentally.
If you're constantly communicating with your mind, do you still have the mental energy to search for mineral resources? Zhao Jiayi smiled and gestured.
He asked the same question and then offered a solution, saying that he would prepare a speech device to speak for me, and that he would only use mental power to communicate when necessary.
Upon hearing this, Nangong Meijiao nodded. A sound replacement device can cost a lot of money. This person is really nice. He proactively provides you with the equipment, unlike some people who come to the back and just lays around waiting to die.
She did not use sign language when she said this. But Zhao Jiayi understood from the lip movements and shook her head, gesturing.
I don't think that classmate is that kind of person.
Nangong Meijiao put her hands on her hips and said.
You little rascal, you're just after him because he's handsome, aren't you?
Zhao Jiayi looked at the lip movements and quickly shook her head. He gestured with his hands, saying, It's not because of that, it's just that subconsciously I feel he's a very hard-working person.
Heh, I couldn't tell.
At this time, Nangong Meijiao was also admitted. Somewhat surprisingly, many people were vying to eat the taro, including many classmates with higher cultivation levels than themselves.
I didn't expect to be hired.
He then patted Zhao Jiayi on the shoulder. The default assumption is that this girl brought him good luck.
On Su Yu's side, 2 people, Zhao Jiayi and Zhao Jiayi, have already been admitted.
At the same time, I was also curious.
I didn't expect the president to sign up for this event too. Are all the members of the Lying in the End faction together? If there's no enmity between them, Su Yu will still do them a favor.
He just confused the 2 sisters. The Nangong Meijiao he passed through was the red-haired girl, not the student council president. Before setting off, Su Yu needed to upgrade his talent, so he declined Saitong's invitation to dinner. He rushed back to the villa without stopping. Of course, I still habitually glance at the vegetable garden before entering.
Longevity Vegetable Garden. Level 3.
Products: Longevity Spring, Longevity Cabbage, 7 colored corn. Experience required to reach the next level, 8390.
It seems the upgrade will have to wait until we get back.
Then he turned his gaze to the dragon eggs in the vegetable garden. It has grown even bigger, but the rate of growth has slowed down considerably. To be honest, he was still very optimistic about the dragon egg. After all, Master Mo had given it a very high evaluation. Furthermore, the fact that the dragon egg can interact with the system is enough to prove its value.
The small cauldron that was previously linked to the system could nourish spiritual energy even before it was unsealed.
Putting his thoughts aside, Su Yu returned to the villa.
Check your points and talent level. System panel pop up. SSS level physique boneless form, current level, 2, points required for upgrade, 120. SSS level talent incredible comprehension, current level, 1, points required for upgrade, 70. SSS level aura imperial pressure, current level, 1, upgrade points required, 50. SSS level talent Tai Su Hui Chunin, current level, 1, points required for upgrade, 120.
Note, after reaching level 5, you can advance to the divine power level and unlock a brand new mechanism.
Current points, 92.
These points are enough to upgrade Imperial Aura and Heaven-defying comprehension.
Suyu fell into deep thought.
Logically speaking, one should have an extraordinary level of comprehension, but one must explore the endless fire domain in the future. Although it's just exploring the perimeter, we still need to be on guard, just in case something unexpected happens.
Improving immediate combat capabilities is undoubtedly a better choice.
As for what to repair, that can be postponed for a while. The Imperial Aura, an option he would normally not even glance at, was now being considered by Suyu.
Suyu's finger hovered in mid-air, wavering between the Emperor's aura and his extraordinary comprehension for a long time. Ultimately, the Emperor's power and authority prevailed. Upgraded Imperial Aura. Upgrading in progress. 20%. 50%.
As the progress bar advanced, Suyu entered a mysterious state. The surroundings also changed, as if we were deep in a forest, with birdsong and animal howls coming from all around. Suyu was already familiar with this situation.
Focus on upgrading. In an instant, a faint light, a blend of gold and purple, enveloped Suyu.
A tremendous power erupted from the depths of his soul, like a long-dormant emperor awakening.
Suyu's face seemed to be plated with gold, adding an indescribable air of majesty.
Simply by sitting upright without deliberately suppressing his aura, he had already made the demonic beasts within 100 miles submit.
The upgrade is nearing completion. 90%. Suyu suddenly looked up, and in the sky, a phantom figure with gold and purple intertwined appeared before him.
Standing 100 feet tall, with an indifferent expression, his every gesture exuded imperial majesty.
A person and a phantom stare at each other. The illusory image slowly transformed into golden light and merged into Suyu's body. 100%. Boom.
Suyu's aura suddenly changed. The surrounding air seemed to be squeezed by a pair of invisible hands, and the space was distorted and hissed.
Upgrade complete. Points consumed 50. SSS level aura imperial pressure, current level, 2, upgrade required points, 100.
The surroundings changed again, returning to the scene of the villa. Suyu slowly opened his eyes, a golden light flashing within them.
This is the embodiment of the power of imperial authority. Suyu looked inward, sensing the changes brought about by the Emperor's oppressive aura.
After the imperial aura was upgraded, it was able to make the aura materialize. In other words, if the purpose of intimidation was to intimidate and frighten people, now it can be used to slap people in the face. To test the power of this level 2 Emperor's aura, Suyu looked at a huge rock outside the door. With a thought, the Emperor's aura was suddenly released, compressed into a beam of light, and shot towards the boulder.
It was visible to the naked eye that it disappeared into the boulder, and the next moment, the boulder shook violently, and countless fine cracks appeared on its surface.
With a loud bang, the boulder instantly shattered into dust, which scattered into the air. This power is comparable to a full-force attack from a 5th-grade martial artist. Suyu was quite satisfied with this. After all, it gave him another means of attack. And it is extremely secretive. In close-quarters combat, when both sides are locked in a stalemate, a single blow can result in either death or serious injury. At the same time, it can be felt that the deterrent force has also increased significantly. If there weren't so few monsters around, Suyu would have really wanted to try his hand at it. Before we knew it, the day of departure arrived. Kaitong drove a hovercar to the school gate to pick up people. Suyu also arrived early. Kaitong made a greeting. "Big brother, you're here so early?" "It has always been like this," Suyu replied. His gaze lingered on Kaitong's impressive attire, and he smiled. "Having learned their lesson last time, they become smarter this time and even used a transfer talisman?" "Of course. We're exploring the mines again this time. What if we get trapped again?" "We can't guarantee you'll always be by my side, so having a teleportation talisman would be safer." After saying that, Kaitong took out a golden transfer talisman from his pocket. "Big brother, let's each take one." Suyu didn't stand on ceremony, even though he had the ability to teleport.
However, they can't be used all the time. Having multiple backup options is always a good idea. Thanks.
Compared to my elder brother personally going out to find mineral resources, it's nothing. At this time, the other team members also arrived one after another. The first thing that catches the eye is Nangong Meijo with her red hair and Zhao Jiayi in her tight-fitting clothes. The moment the former saw Suyu, his smile froze, as if he had seen something dirty.
He muttered to himself, is he on the list? Why is he here? Is he just hitching a ride? Zhao Jiayi seemed quite excited. If Nangong Meijo hadn't been there, she would have gone up to chat with Suyu. Suyu's expression was also complicated. Shouldn't it be the president who's coming? Why is it this woman?
While I wouldn't say I hate her, I certainly don't have a good impression of her.
Chapter 95. It turns out that he was recruited by Suyu.
Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and slapped his forehead.
I think I remembered the name wrong. The president's name is Nangong Meishui.
It's alright, as long as this guy doesn't cause any trouble. It was clear that the other person was also surprised, but they restrained themselves from speaking.
Suyu and Nangong Meijo acted as if they didn't know each other.
But Suyu nodded to Zhao Jiayi.
The latter was very happy.
Unexpectedly, Suyu still remembered him, so he made a gesture hello. Kaitong seems to have caught a whiff of gossip.
He glanced at Suyu, then at the two women. He opened his mouth. Brother, do you know them? Suyu nodded, then shook his head.
We're in the same department, but not that close.
Oh, I see.
Nangong Meijo was too far away to hear what they were saying. But when he learned that Suyu and the other person were talking about him, he immediately became unhappy. He pointed at Kaitong and cursed.
What are you looking at, you fat pig? Kaitong immediately withered.
He turned his eyes away, not daring to meet Nangong Meijo's gaze. He was a little afraid of women, and the fact that Nangong Meijo was both beautiful and fierce made him even more afraid. Seeing this, Suyu chuckled and snorted. I never expected that Kaitong Securities would be afraid of women.
Just as she was gloating, Nangong Meijo pointed at Suyu. What are you laughing at? Are you saying he wasn't talking about you?
Suyu sensed a hint of arrogance and silently turned around.
I don't want to argue with them.
Nangong Meijo wanted to say something more, but Zhao Jiayi stopped her. The latter shook her arm. He said in sign language. We're all partners on the same mission, so let's keep our conversation to ourselves.
But they were just talking about me.
I have a short temper, so it's good enough if I don't yell at them.
Zhao Jiayi shook Nangong Meijo's hand again. The latter sighed and said helplessly. Okay, I won't say any more.
After Nangong stopped speaking, the scene became quiet. It wasn't until other teammates arrived that the team gradually started making noise again. At this moment, Kaitong coughed twice.
Hello everyone, I am the one who issued this mission, Kaitong. He then pointed to Suyu, who was standing to the side. This is my older brother, Suyu, who is the captain of this mission. The people below were talking amongst themselves.
This was their first time participating in a mission organized by a non-teacher group. Seeing that the captain and the person who issued the mission were the same age, he became more casual in his speech.
The captain is the older brother of the one who issued the mission? So it's a brother-brother duo, right? Suyu? I don't think that name is on the list of teams that are rising steadily in popularity. Shoo. Don't say anything more.
The most surprised were undoubtedly Nangong Meijo and her companion. Especially Nangong Meijo, she bit her red lips. I never expected that the person who just cursed was the one who issued the task. They also mentioned the team leader. However, seeing that they didn't seem to care, I felt relieved.
Secret passage.
If a man holds grudges like this, then I'll despise you even more. She was just a little curious as to whether it was Suyu or Kaitong that had admitted her.
If it's Suyu, then why would he accept me when I've talked to him before and we've had a falling out?
There were clearly better candidates.
But if it's Kaitong, there's even less to say.
I'm not familiar with him, and Suyu is his older brother. I guess I'd have to ask his older brother for advice before hiring him. But there is another possibility, these are just the choices made by Kaitong, and Suyu is not involved.
Otherwise, wouldn't I still owe Suyu a favor? Zhao Jiayi's doubts were no less than Nangong Meijo's. I'm also wondering, was it Suyu or Kaitong that I was communicating with back then?
As she pondered this, she stared intently at Suyu.
If it were Suyu,
he probably wouldn't ask me about my specific situation, since he knows I'm deaf and mute.
But if it's not Suyu, why would he be so nice to me? Even if Kaitong is the one admitting students, they should still ask for Suyu's opinion during the process, right?
Lost in thought, she began to drift off into a daze until Suyu met her gaze and smiled. Zhao Jiai finally came to her senses and lowered her head in embarrassment.
Regardless, we should thank them. At this time, Suyu got down and handed the voice recorder to Zhao Jiai. After Dai Jiai finished the installation, Suyu turned and left. Zhao Jiai accepted the gift with both hands and nodded in gratitude. Not long after he left, news of Suyu reached Zhao Jiai's phone. She picked it up and was immediately moved. Don't worry about the cost, this is reimbursable and will make it easier for us to communicate. Of course, if necessary, we will still communicate using our mental powers as we agreed before.
It was at this moment that she became certain.
The person who communicated with me back then was Suyu.
These benefits were also fought for by Suyu himself. He secretly vowed to himself that he would complete this mission perfectly. Nangang Meijiao glanced at Suyu, then at Zhao Jiai.
His expression was somewhat complicated. I didn't expect this person to be so nice. But do you really think a little favor can change my opinion of you? I won't let a rotten apple like you ruin the entire department of endurance.
If Suyu had known that Nangang Meijiao would say this, he would definitely have replied.
What you think of me is not important at all. After briefly explaining the precautions, Suyu led everyone onto the hovercar. Endless Fire Domain.
It is an essential training ground for fire-type martial artists and a breeding ground for countless fire-type treasures. Because the Endless Fire Domain is so vast, reaching the destination on foot would be quite a long journey, so many people choose to use the teleportation array.
Convenient and safe. A hunting party was waiting at the portal. Commander, if we can't wait for anyone to go in with us, let's just set off now? It's okay if it costs a little more. Upon hearing this, Regiment Commander Xiao Chang nodded.
Just as he was about to speak, he noticed a hovercar flying in from not far away.
The setup looks incredibly luxurious, it's clearly the work of a wealthy person. Hey, here it is. As soon as Suyu and the others got out of the car, Regiment Commander Xiao Chang walked over and smiled. Hey friends, where are you headed in the Endless Fire Domain? We're about to activate a teleportation array. How about we teleport together? It's safer that way, and if it's along the same route, we can travel together.
Suyu frowned and subconsciously increased the distance between them.
Seeing Suyu's hostility,
Xiao Chang took out his business card and handed it over. Don't be nervous, we are a legal hunting group, and we are regulated.
Upon hearing this, the financial channel opened. Big brother, why don't we go in with them?
The place we're going to, although it's said to be the outer area, is still quite far, and it will take a while to get there.
If it's a teleportation portal, it will be much faster.
Xiao Chang was shrewd and immediately recognized that Suyu was the leader of this group.
Then he followed Kaitong in persuading Suyu. That's right, brother. This teleportation array can only be activated by a 5th grade martial artist. I can open it for you for free.
You only need to pay 20% of the spirit stones.
That's very generous.
Suyu glanced back at his teammates and saw that they all looked eager to ride the teleportation array.
Then he let go of the road. Alright, let's go together.
We'll land in the southeast region.
Xiao Chang laughed heartily, isn't this a coincidence?
We're also heading to the southeast region.
He then patted his chest and said, Don't worry, we'll protect you inside.
Of this group, only the red-haired woman behind him had a slightly higher cultivation level, at the 4th rank. Second stage, the rest were all around the 3rd rank. Xiao Chang looked down on them from the bottom of his heart. The reason for being polite to them was simply because they could send a little money.
Chapter 96 Teleportation Gate Accident? Landing near the center.
Seeing that Suyu had agreed, Xiao Chang's smile widened, and he beckoned Suyu and the others to enter. Soon, the two groups of people stood in front of the teleportation gate. Xiao Chang counted the spirit stones handed over by Kaitong, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. I didn't expect this fat guy to be so rich, he can just casually take out nearly 2,000 high-grade spirit stones. He casually glanced at the artifact on Saidong's body, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes before he quickly returned to normal. He walked to the teleportation gate, placed his hand on the teleportation stone, and silently recited the name of the southeast region.
Prepare to confirm the transmission area.
Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his forehead, as if a needle had pierced his brain, and his consciousness immediately became blurred.
What the hell is going on?
He cursed under his breath, scratched his head, and then continued operating the machine. As a beam of light struck the group, a massive magic circle appeared beneath their feet.
Teleportation activated. Not far from the teleportation array, dozens of people were watching them leave.
If Suyu were nearby, he would definitely recognize that the leader was Chen Heyo. At this moment, after experiencing a feeling of weightlessness, Suyu and the others slowly landed. The surrounding area is filled with towering volcanoes, and the lava on the ground is so plentiful that it resembles a series of small, pitted ditches.
Just as everyone was about to look around, a mutation occurred.
Several fireballs appeared out of nowhere, one of which struck directly at the back of the hunting party. At the end, those people had just finished using the teleportation array and were still a little dizzy, so they hadn't reacted at all.
He was hit directly by the fireball. It suddenly exploded on them. Boom! Wherever it went, it stirred up waves of heat. Its power was immense. The scorching flames instantly engulfed the group.
Before they could even call for help, they collapsed in the flames, turning into charred corpses.
At the same time, several more flaming volcanic rocks are falling from the sky.
If it were to fall, the casualties would be incalculable. Suyu reacted the fastest. The rock had barely emerged when it was shattered by his imperial aura. Explosive steps were immediately activated, and he grabbed the still bewildered Kaitong and Zhao Jiai and pulled them to a safe area.
The process took no more than 2 seconds.
Only Nangong Meijiao, who had just come to her senses, was left behind, and she let out a cold snort. He swung a long whip, smashing the rock that was about to fall. The crisis was successfully resolved. The situation on the hunting party's side was relatively optimistic. Although they were caught off guard by the fireball, they were still well trained in combat and quickly put up a fight. Apart from those few who died, the others only suffered minor injuries. At that moment, dozens of fiery skulls emerged from the surface of the volcano, making a provocative throat-slitting gesture before disappearing from sight.
Are these fire beings? Weren't we teleported to the outer edge of the endless fire domain? How did something like this appear?
Kaitong's pupils constricted sharply as he looked at Xiao Chang in disbelief.
Xiao Chang snorted coldly. There are always unexpected things in reality.
It seems that the teleportation array malfunctioned and teleported us to an area closer to the center.
The monsters and elemental creatures here are mostly powerful demons or above.
I can't guarantee the safety of my regiment either. The best course of action now is to split into 2 groups. My regiment will search the left, and you will search the right. First, determine our location. This will facilitate our escape. He paused, then looked at Kaitong and Nangong Meijiao. Those of rank 4 or above, and that brother who paid for teleportation array A, you can come with us so we can look after each other.
How could Suyu and the others not know Xiao Chang's plans?
They said they would split into 2 groups, but in reality they were afraid that their hunting party would back down. The 4th rank and Kaitong groups called Suyu's group only valued their combat strength and financial resources.
Kaitong was not stupid. He immediately said so.
No, I still plan to go with my older brother. As for Nangong Meijiao, who had been invited by Xiao Chang, she seemed somewhat tempted. She took a slow step forward.
They were preparing to leave with the hunting party.
She has a lot to consider. Having just been ambushed, Suyu silently pulled the others away, leaving himself behind to cover their retreat. This behavior moved her and made her feel ashamed. Although Suyu is a classmate and closer to Xiao Chang, the former is stronger and has a hunting party.
Leaving with them is undoubtedly the best option.
But Nangong Meijiao glanced at Zhao Jiai, then looked at Xiao Chengdao.
May I bring someone with me? She's a pulse finder. She can help you on the journey. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chang's eyes lit up.
I didn't expect this group to have a pulse finder. They entered the endless fire domain just for resources. Having a pulse diagnosis specialist can save a lot of time and energy. Of course. Whether your friend is a pulse finder or not, we adhere to the principle of helping whenever we can, so we will certainly not hesitate to help.
Suyu sneered.
They make poaching employees sound so natural. He looked at Nangong Meijiao and Zhao Jiai. If they want to leave, I won't stop them.
This is a special situation, and there's nothing wrong with prioritizing my own safety.
Zhao Jiai clenched her fists at her chest and shook her head repeatedly. The voiceover device emitted a stuttering sound.
No. I won't go with them.
I'm sorry, Sister Meijiao, I still need to help Suyu and the others find mineral resources. Xiao Cheng frowned slightly, then quickly smiled again.
It's all right, it's all right. Why don't you come with me alone?
After saying that, he gestured for Nangong Meijiao to come over.
Nangong Meijiao stopped in the middle, glanced at Zhao Jiayi, and sighed. Jiayi is just too soft-hearted.
Even though she can't even protect herself, she still wants to help Suyu.
This is the middle part of the endless fire domain. Even top-grade martial artists can't guarantee their safety. You're following them, Sai, I'm impressed.
After saying that, she glared at Suyu.
He walked up to Zhao Jiayi and hugged her with one arm.
I'm not comfortable letting you protect Zhao Jiayi, I'll do it myself. Xiao Cheng was taken aback, his smile froze, and then he slowly said.
So what you mean is?
I'll stay here, I won't go with you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Cheng snorted coldly. I hope you won't regret it, he said, then turned and left. In his eyes, these martial artists, whose cultivation level was at most just over the 4th rank, were no different from throwing their lives away by staying in this central area.
I gave them a chance to live, but they didn't want it. Then you can't blame yourself.
He then made a gesture, and everyone left.
Zhao Jiayi was a little embarrassed.
The voice came through intermittently.
I'm sorry. Sister Meijiao, it's my fault that I've dragged you into this. Nangong Meijiao flicked her forehead.
He made a gesture.
What are you saying? You've never been a burden.
She glanced at Suyu again and saw that the latter was staring at her.
Nangong Meijiao snorted coldly, what are you looking at? Hurry up and organize people to leave.
Suyu withdrew his gaze.
I have a different perspective on this dinosaur woman.
Although he has a sharp tongue, he genuinely cares about his classmates. As for Zhao Jiayi, all I can say is that I didn't misjudge her. He then led his man westward. Near the central area, surrounded by mountains on all sides, it is difficult to determine the direction one can only walk by feeling.
Chapter 97 Lava Behemoth?
The group was walking quickly westward.
Along the way, they encountered elemental monsters unique to the endless fire domain. Several colossal monsters made of lava boulders.
It was about the size of 6 adults, its body flowing with red and black lava, and when it stood up, it blotted out the sky. It has a small head and a large body, making it look somewhat clumsy. But its ferocity is undeniable, because its body is extremely similar to volcanic rock, making it difficult to distinguish with the naked eye when hidden near volcanic rock.
Suyu made a stop gesture. A lava behemoth. At this moment, everyone noticed the monster hidden in the volcano not far away. Suyu took the lead, unleashing his flame shadow burning heaven battle technique.
An inner fire ignited within him, and he charged toward them. Be careful yourselves. Seeing this, Nangong Meijiao didn't say much, but her eyes were full of dissatisfaction.
Suyu really loves to pretend.
Despite having the strength of a peak 3rd rank cultivator, he acted as if he were a peak 4th rank cultivator, charging forward whenever he saw an enemy.
Do you really enjoy showing off?
He was clearly the strongest fighter in the group. He raised his long whip and followed Suyu.
The lava behemoth was immediately enraged.
Unexpectedly, these humans didn't take them seriously at all, and patted their chests a few times. He roared and raised his fist, smashing it at them. Suyu moved nimbly among the lava behemoths.
Easily dodged their attacks. Flames spread from his heart, engulfing his entire body.
His power suddenly jumped 3 levels. He threw what appeared to be a casual punch. At this moment, the lava behemoth seemed to have found an opening in Suyu's defenses, and its fist came flying towards it. It returned the favor with a giant punch. His dark eyes were filled with disdain.
It seems to be saying, how dare you, a mere human, challenge me to a fistfight. The next moment,
the 2 fists collided, and a terrifying force instantly enveloped it. Its body stiffened, and it was instantly blasted several meters away. It crashed hard into the volcano, and the boulder on its body shattered into pieces.
But it did not die. The crystal on its chest shone brightly, bringing the split boulder back together.
Suyu's figure disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he had already raised his fist and delivered a powerful blow to the heart of the lava behemoth.
Boom!
The crystal, with a hardness almost comparable to that of diamonds, shattered instantly when it touched Suyu's fist, like an egg hitting a rock. Until completely crushed. Suyu didn't linger, his figure disappeared again as he engaged in battle with another lava behemoth. On the other hand, Nangong Meijiao seemed to be struggling. She whipped the lava behemoth until it was almost smoking before she finally managed to render it immobile. However, she had difficulty damaging the crystal. Between battles, she looked at Suyu and found that he had already dealt with the two lava behemoths. They were immediately shocked. Suyu was only at the peak of the third rank, so why did he handle it so easily? Nangong Meijio was very puzzled, and quickly attributed the reason to the special magic weapon on Suyu's body. That must be it, otherwise, how could I have struggled so much when I suppressed his cultivation by so much? Pulling herself back to reality, she raised her whip once more to fight. After nearly 50 lashes, the crystal finally cracked and was shattered by her leaping foot. Meanwhile, Suyu had already dealt with the remaining lava behemoths.
Nangong Meijio didn't say a word and silently walked back to the group.
After witnessing Suyu's strength, the others became much more convinced of his abilities. Even those who were whispering dared not discuss Suyu at this moment. After all, no one in the team could fight against several lava behemoths by themselves without getting a speck of dust on them.
A thought formed in the minds of several people.
This guy named Suyu is definitely hiding his strength. He can't possibly be a third-grade martial artist.
But they dared not ask any more questions or say anything more.
Suyu continued to lead the group westward. During the journey, while passing through a forest of dead trees, I saw scratch marks on them.
It was deep and large, with 5 claw marks. Kaitong voice channel.
Brother, these look like claw marks from a lava behemoth.
The lava behemoth's habitat should be just ahead. Suyu nodded and made his decision. Let's keep going in. At this moment, Nangong Meijio said in a deep voice. You know there are a lot of lava behemoths inside, so why do you still go in? Just because you can easily deal with them doesn't mean we can.
When it came to dealing with the lava behemoth, Nangong Meijio admitted that she was no match for Suyu.
Upon hearing this, Suyu shook his head. The lava behemoth is a monster that has only recently developed sentience.
It is all brute force and physical strength, which makes it relatively easy to deal with. If you were to fight against fire-based beings whose intelligence is no different from that of humans, they would not only know how to create traps, but also be proficient in fire magic. If you do not cultivate fire-based techniques, you would have no chance to fight them. Furthermore, this is the territory of the lava behemoth, so there should be fewer other fire-type monsters attacking it, making it relatively safer.
The analysis was spot on,
and Nangong Meijio could only remain silent after listening. They tacitly accepted Suyu's decision. Suyu looked around and, after confirming that there were no objections, took out several sets of high-quality fireproof suits from his storage ring and distributed them to everyone.
Everyone expressed their gratitude.
The captain is really thoughtful, even bringing fireproof suits. That way, I don't have to worry about being hurt by the sudden molten lava.
That's right.
I didn't even think about bringing fireproof clothing when I was in the outer domain of the endless fire domain. If I had brought it earlier, I wouldn't have gotten burned.
Thank you, Captain.
When it was handed to Nangong Meijio, the latter, unusually, said thank you. In her eyes, Suyu and Kaitong were both very wealthy, so getting a few sets of protective suits was no big deal for them. Naturally, they wouldn't be polite either. As for Zhao Jiai, she kept shaking her head and refusing.
I have already accepted.
But before he could finish speaking, Su Yuqiang stuffed him into his arms.
Nangong Meijio walked to her side and transmitted her voice. Don't mention it. They're rich. Buying a few sets of fireproof suits won't break the bank.
Besides, your injury will affect their mineral exploration. Although Zhao Jiai knew about this, she was still very grateful to Suyu. After putting on their protective suits, the group walked into the deadwood forest.
After walking only a few steps, roars came from all directions. Knock, knock, knock.
As the earthquake struck, nearly 20 giant lava beasts slowly emerged.
Judging by its size, it's much bigger than the ones we've encountered before. The crystal at the heart was almost entirely encased in a boulder. It's obvious that it has evolved. They seem even more difficult to deal with.
Suyu's expression remained unchanged as he slowly put on the flame armor. Its momentum surged rapidly, only stopping when it reached the third level of the fourth rank. I used almost all my physical strength and third-grade spiritual power to kill those lava behemoths. He doesn't have the habit of showing off, although he will suppress his cultivation level. But his cultivation level was controlled just right, not too much and not too little, just right for battle. The next moment, his figure disappeared from the spot. With the flame armor enchanting him, his strength and speed were greatly enhanced.
With a single, seemingly casual punch, it struck the lava behemoth at the very front. The latter was blasted into dust and dissipated in the air. The crystal was crushed by Suyu with a single palm strike. Chapter 98. The Fire Phoenix Heaven Swallowing Halberd first displays divine power. outside the portal at this moment. The transport team led by Chen Heyo is currently stationed at the location. Someone spoke up. Commander, you're really something. With a little trickery, you got them to land near the center. Once they're inside, they won't be able to get out. That's right. Who told them to rob our commander? But Captain, are you sure we should wait here? I don't think any of them will come out alive unless that hunting party keeps protecting them. Chen Heyo shook his head. Don't you understand how I, the commander, do things?
I won't be at ease until I see my enemies die, once I've made any enemies. That fat guy has a lot of divine equipment on him, and he might even have a speed-traveling talisman, so he won't die so easily.
It's always good to be more careful. Let's just wait here. However, it won't take too long, about half a day is enough. You all need to be on high alert.
If any of them escape, kill them on sight.
Yes. What Chen Heyo didn't know was that Suyu's strength had already surpassed his imagination.
Just now, Suyu's strength has once again refreshed everyone's understanding. Unexpectedly, Suyu killed the lava behemoth at the front with a single strike.
After instantly killing the lava behemoth, Suyu did not stop.
Instead, the flames gathered at his feet, and he moved swiftly among the lava behemoths. The flame shadow burning heaven battle technique was also released instantly. Fists, palms, elbows, legs, and knees all become terrifying weapons of attack. His fist techniques were fierce and powerful, each punch capable of shattering stones.
Each palm strike represents the disappearance of a giant beast. One elbow strike was followed by the mournful howl of a lava behemoth.
Among the lava behemoths, Suyu was like a bulldozer, pushing forward and leaving behind only rubble in his wake.
Crushing crystal is as easy as taking something out of a bag. The storage ring is in use.
The fiery phoenix heaven-swallowing halberd witnessed all of this. His opinion of Suyu began to change. Unexpectedly, Suyu's combat strength was extraordinary. He was able to crush this group of lava beasts with just his physical body and his cultivation level of just over the 4th rank. Hiss, although this lava behemoth is not considered strong, its physical body is still at the level of a great demon. To be able to shatter their stone armor with just his fists. Suyu's physical body is probably above that of a great demon. It was immediately puzzled. Could it be that Suyu has undergone body tempering? The battle outside was extremely intense. Although Suyu was exceptionally strong, he couldn't withstand the enemy's superior numbers and tankiness. Suyu fought very aggressively and had already penetrated deep into the enemy camp, where he was quickly surrounded.
Just as the lava behemoths were about to overpower Suyu, Fire Phoenix devouring Heaven Halberd, came the voice transmission. Let me do it.
I haven't stretched my muscles in ages. It said this not because it really wanted to help, but because the crystals of these lava behemoths were pure fire energy, which was very beneficial to it. If the Fire Phoenix heaven-swallowing halberd hadn't spoken, Suyu would have forgotten that he possessed a top-grade imperial weapon. Immediately, with a thought, he summoned the Fire Phoenix heaven-swallowing halberd. The moment the Fire Phoenix heaven-swallowing halberd appeared, a raging storm was generated centered on Suyu.
A powerful suction force swept in, engulfing the surrounding behemoth. Amidst the storm, a fiery phoenix appeared and disappeared, each flap of its wings intensifying the storm's gravitational pull.
The lava behemoths roared in fury, for they could sense that their crystals were being extracted. As a series of mournful cries rang out, the crystal in its heart was sucked out, and when it fell, only a pile of lifeless rock and soil remained.
Suyu landed slowly. There wasn't a single wound on his body. All around were the corpses of lava behemoths.
After emitting a wave of flames, the Fire Phoenix heaven-swallowing halberd flew back into Suyu's hand. The raging storm gradually subsided. If it weren't for the terrifying spiral marks still visible on the ground, no one would believe that Suyu's weapon could summon a fiery storm so easily.
That's Wang Bing?
How terrifying, he doesn't even need to lift a finger, his own weapon can easily take care of him. This was also the first time Kaitong had seen Suyu use the Fire Phoenix heaven-swallowing halberd, and his eyes lit up. Upon hearing that it was Wang Bing, he immediately expressed his dissatisfaction.
How could it be a royal weapon? This is a top-grade weapon. An imperial weapon. It's the real deal. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped. Holy crap, that's amazing. A top-grade emperor weapon? It's like it could even go toe-to-toe with a 5th-grade expert. Kaitong Securities is truly awesome.
Kaitong crossed his arms, grinning from ear to ear, as if he were praising himself. Zhao Jiayi's mouth was slightly open. She was so shocked by this scene that she couldn't close her mouth.
Suyu is just too amazing. What was expected to be a fierce battle turned out to be resolved so easily by Suyu. Some even shouted at Kaiton. Wow, Kaiton Securities, your boss is amazing. We were originally recruited to be guards, but the captain ended up doing all the work. Nangong Meijiao heard these words and couldn't help but snort coldly. Sure enough, I knew Suyu couldn't possibly be that strong. It turns out he has a top-grade imperial weapon. Otherwise, how could I possibly be no match for him? But she forgot that Suyu had never used any weapons when he was killing the lava behemoth. Not to be outdone, Nangong Meijiao also charged towards the lava behemoth with her whip in hand. A few lava behemoths remained, and upon seeing Nangong Meijiao charging towards them, they instinctively ran back. They were so terrified of Suyu that in their minds, all humans were as strong as Suyu. Seeing this, Nangong Meijiao's confidence increased greatly. The lava behemoths here are all show and no substance, actually weaker than the ones before. Watch me take care of them. Having said that, he suddenly increased his speed, leaped, and landed in front of one of the lava behemoths. He lashed out with a whip. However, the scene of the imagined shattering of rocks and exploding bodies did not occur. His whip only managed to scrape off a little bit of lime from the other person's body. Before she could even react with surprise, the lava behemoth's fist had already slammed into her. Nangong Meijiao couldn't dodge in time and could only protect herself with her hands. Bang! Nangong Meijiao was sent flying, her body crashing heavily to the ground. She coughed up a mouthful of blood. Damn it! I made a wrong judgment. This lava behemoth is much stronger than I imagined. If the lava behemoths we encountered before were level 1, then this one is at least level 3. In this situation, Suyu still has to handle things with ease. This made her very dissatisfied. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, picked up the whip, and charged forward again. If you can't confront them head-on, then you have to use a protracted battle. She wielded a leather whip and fought a difficult battle against the lava behemoth. In contrast, Suyu didn't need to be pulled away at all during the battle. The flame armor provides extremely strong defense, and the attacks of the lava behemoth pose no threat to him. His fist struck Suyu as if raindrops were falling, causing no pain or itch. With a single move, Suyu could pulverize him to pieces. The Fire Phoenix sky-swallowing halberd floating beside him can also suck up crystals. It's incredibly easy to fight against them. The two men's combat strength and condition presented a stark contrast. Soon, Suyu dealt with the lava behemoth in front of him. Meanwhile, Nangong Meijiao seemed too eager to prove herself, and several times she was unable to dodge in time and was hit by the lava behemoth. He had numerous wounds, large and small, all over his body. Chapter 99: Soloing the Lava Behemoth. Just as Nangong Meijiao was catching her breath, a giant lava beast appeared behind her, raising its fist as if about to smash down. If it hits, the consequences would be unimaginable. Upon seeing this, Zhao Jiayi's pupils contracted sharply. Sister Meijiao. He then rushed towards Nangong Meijiao's direction. Kaiton, stop Zhao Jiayi, don't let her go. Suyu's voice came over, and Kaiton nodded, quickly grabbing Zhao Jiayi's arm. At this time, Nangong Meijiao realized something was wrong and tried to run, but it was too late. The fist was about to strike. Suddenly, a large hole appeared in the chest of the lava behemoth, and the crystal it contained turned to dust. Without the power channeled by the crystal, the lava behemoth could no longer stand up and slowly collapsed to the ground. All of this happened so fast that by the time everyone came to their senses, Nangong Meijiao has been rescued. Having survived the ordeal, she looked in the direction where the lava behemoth had fallen, and saw Suyu's eyes flashing with golden light, which was gradually dimming. Was it Suyu who did it? How did he do it? Suyu walked up to Nangong Meijiao and asked, "Can you still get up?" Nangong Meijiao gave a snort. "Don't look down on me." Suyu shrugged. Who is really looking down on whom? Although she has a sharp tongue, she's really strong and loyal. It's not to the point of being annoying. If he can help, he will naturally do so. At this moment, Zhao Jiayi walked over, bowed to Suyu, and transmitted her voice to him. Thank you for your help. Although Sister Meijiao always criticizes you, she's not a bad person. I hope you won't take it to heart. Upon hearing this, Suyu glanced at Nangong Meijiao, then looked at Zhao Jiayi. He smiled and replied, I can tell, and I'm not that petty. Hearing this, Zhao Jiayi was very happy and bowed to Suyu again. Her thick bangs covered her eyes,
but you could still see the curve of her eyes at the corners. Nangong Meijiao vaguely guessed that Zhao Jiayi had thanked her telepathically, and after hesitating for a moment, she stammered her reply.
Thank you for what you did just now.
She immediately reverted to her previous arrogant demeanor. The contrast was so stark, as if she hadn't been the one who had just spoken.
Suyu nodded slightly. Give them a way out. He didn't say much more. It simply expanded the system panel. Limited time quest triggered Lava Pebbles Feast.
In his later years, the host harbored a deep grudge against a lava behemoth. Due to the changes in the endless fire domain, the lava behemoth was also affected. When it passed by the host's residence, it trampled the crops, leaving the host without crops to feed himself. He then decided to spend money to seek revenge. Within the current 12 hours, anyone who kills the lava behemoth will receive 1 point.
Current kills, 23, points earned, 23. Time remaining, 11.5 hours.
Suyu touched his chin. This kind of reward for killing monsters is quite rare. We need to find a way to get more of it. Looking at the many lava behemoths hidden deep within the volcano, he already had a plan in mind.
Night.
Suyu and the others rested here.
The lava behemoths of this generation have already been cleared out during the day, and this is the lava behemoth's territory.
It's fair to say that nothing can threaten them anymore. They were intense, wearing protective suits, and with mini air conditioners running, looking incredibly comfortable. Meanwhile, Suyu had already embarked on his journey to find the lava behemoth's lair. The endless fiery domain at night resembled lanterns lit up everywhere.
The molten lava on the ground was also emitting a red glow.
It can be described as a blessing for those who are afraid of the dark.
Following the rebound of the molten lava and the Emperor's oppressive aura, Suyu found the lava behemoth's lair.
It is located deep within a deadwood forest. The moment Suyu stepped in, hundreds of red eyes appeared all around him.
He was staring intently at Suyu.
The lava behemoths that live in their lairs are highly intelligent, and after sensing Suyu's imperial aura, they naturally dared not act rashly. Suyu also realized this and withdrew his imperial aura.
The next moment,
the ground suddenly trembled violently, as if hundreds of mountains were moving at the same time, creating an incredibly powerful and awe-inspiring scene.
Suyu crossed his arms and quietly counted the items. 106, unfortunately, that's a bit too few.
After saying that, he stretched his limbs and took out the Fire Phoenix Sky-Swallowing Halberd from his storage ring. There are over 100 of them. We have to finish this quickly, or we might attract some trouble. The moment the Fiery Phoenix Heaven-Swallowing Halberd was unleashed, the entire area instantly transformed into a sea of fire. The lava behemoth was made of magma and rock and was resistant to high temperatures, but it melted visibly the moment it came into contact with the sea of fire.
Suyu also realized this and couldn't help but feel curious. The fire of this Fire Phoenix Heaven-Swallowing Halberd can actually melt lava behemoths?
Thinking back to the burns I had suffered from it before, I wasn't surprised. The Fire Phoenix Devouring Heaven Halberd most likely generates a strange fire, and Suyu could also sense that this strange fire consumes energy, and that kind of energy is difficult to replenish. This is why the Fire Phoenix Heaven-Swallowing Halberd told him not to use it unless absolutely necessary.
But it is not willing to be used as an ordinary weapon. Several wails rang out, pulling Suyu back to reality.
By this time, several lava behemoths had defied the odds and been melted into stone by the strange fire. The crystal was also swallowed up by the Fire Phoenix Sky-Swallowing Halberd.
Suyu didn't stand idly by either.
He summoned his flame armor and charged directly at the lava beast. With a single punch, the lava behemoth at the front was sent flying along with dozens of others behind it. He then took a deep breath, and the flames gathered on his legs. He leaped up suddenly, raising his right leg high, drawing a semicircle in the air.
Heavy kick, Suyu said in a low voice. Boom! The heavy leg landed like a missile detonating within the lava behemoth. They were instantly blown to pieces.
The Fiery Phoenix Sky-Swallowing Halberd flew past swiftly, reaping their crystals. The system's level panel kept popping up in front of Suyu's eyes.
Defeat Lava Behemoth 1. Received 1 point. Defeat Lava Behemoth 1. Received 1 point. The system allows for quick switching between points and quantities.
Suyu casually raised his hand and threw a punch, scoring a point. With his exceptional physical strength combined with combat skills, he was like a human tank, rampaging through the horde of lava behemoths. Before long, the corpses of the lava behemoths were scattered all over the ground. The crystal was also taken away. Just as Suyu was chatting, a sense of crisis suddenly rose in my heart. Suyu slowly turned around. A giant lava beast nearly 30 meters tall emerged. Because of its enormous size, it needs to break through the nest when it comes out. When it saw the corpses scattered on the ground, it raised its head and roared angrily. He kept pounding his chest, making a deafening thud.
The king of lava behemoths?
Suyu looked at the colossal beast that blotted out the sky, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. He swung the fire phoenix heaven-swallowing halberd out of his hand, slicing through the air with a sharp, explosive sound. They headed straight for the king of the lava behemoths. It grabbed the fire phoenix sky-swallowing halberd, but the latter's sharpness far exceeded its expectations. They pierced its palm and pinned it, hand and beast together, to the rock wall of the lair.
Chapter 100 Nangong Meijiao, you did a great job.
Suyu's figure disappeared from the spot. A massive fire fist suddenly appeared before the lava beast king, and continued to grow larger in his pupils. With just one punch, the lava behemoth's head visibly cracked open, and lava, resembling brain matter, slowly flowed out.
Another punch. Boom! The moment of contact produced a thunderous roar. However, the lava behemoth's thick hide was clearly beyond Suyu's imagination, making it difficult to inflict serious damage. After a brief moment of dizziness, the lava behemoth roared and its enormous hand slammed down on Suyu. Lotus blossoms rose beneath Suyu's feet, and he vanished into the void. They reappeared, now directly above the lava behemoth. Heavy kick. Suyu let out a low growl, raised his leg like a crescent moon, and slammed it down hard on the head of the lava behemoth. The leg struck him on the head like a cannonball, instantly shattering his head into pieces. This powerful blow directly broke through the lava behemoth's defenses. His head was kicked to the ground and rolled several times. His pupils reflected the scene of Suyu holding the fire phoenix heaven-swallowing halberd and piercing his crystal. Its consciousness also dissipated as the crystal's color dimmed. On the other side, Xiao Chang and his group were also engaged in battle. Compared to the muscular but simple-minded lava behemoths, these firemen were quite troublesome. They already had a numerical advantage, and they continued to pull each other apart by taking advantage of the terrain. They are waging guerrilla warfare.
Xiao Chang was on the verge of breaking down.
Why are these things so despicable?
That damned fireman, he clearly has the advantage, but he doesn't dare to confront us head-on, he just keeps resorting to underhanded tactics. As they spoke, the other side threw dozens more flaming boulders. The boulders rolled down the valley, constantly hurtling towards the hunting party. In the blink of an eye, dozens more people were killed. With each cry of agony, the number of members in the hunting party dwindled rapidly. Xiao Chang was willing but unable to fight. After a long battle, even he himself was struggling to protect himself. They had no time to attend to the hunting party. After resisting a giant rock, Xiao Chang could no longer regain his senses. He was cursing wildly. You beasts! You're all a bunch of beasts. I have no grudge against you, so why are you targeting us?
Aren't there another group over there?
Xiao Qingdu suspected that the reason they were attacked here was a scheme by the Flame People. In this basin, they had almost no power to fight back and could only passively endure the attacks. After fighting for an unknown amount of time, only Xiao Chang remained standing in the same spot. His nose was filled with the stench of blood and burnt flesh. Looking at the corpses scattered on the ground, Xiao Chang felt despair. He could only keep waving his long sword, trying to find a way out. But his resistance seemed to have an effect. The fire-wielding man, who was originally extremely murderous, simply watched him leave quietly, a playful smile playing on his lips. Tap tap tap. Tap tap tap. Xiao Chang was panting as he ran, his shoes already worn out from the heat. His eyes were glazed over as he ran forward aimlessly.
Hurry! Hurry! They're catching up!
He kept shouting in his mind, trying to make his numb legs run faster.
Finally, a tent came into view in the distance. Suyu's team was sitting in front of the tent.
They were gathered around the campfire, holding barbecue grills, wearing fireproof suits, and enjoying their meal immensely. Perhaps they heard Xiao Chang's heavy footsteps, because everyone looked in the direction of the sound. They saw Xiao Chang, dressed in tattered armor and looking dejected, approaching them. At first, they didn't recognize who it was and thought it was some homeless person, but after they saw who it was, they were all taken aback and showed puzzled expressions.
Isn't this the leader of the hunting party? Why is he acting like this?
It looks like they were attacked by the monsters here.
They look terrible. Let's go help him up first. He looks terrible and could die at any moment. Nangong Meijiao frowned slightly.
She could tell that Xiao Chang had just gone through a very brutal battle. The hunting party was almost entirely wiped out.
I can't help but wonder, what would have happened to me if I had left him back then?
He touched the fireproof suit he was wearing, and his expression began to become complicated.
Perhaps, maybe he's similar.
The crowd then went to him and helped him up.
Are you all right, Commander?
Without saying a word, Xiao Chang snatched the skewers from their hands and started eating them by himself.
Although the crowd was somewhat displeased, they didn't say much.
Because Suyu, the key figure, is not here, it would be unsafe to make enemies rashly.
They didn't want to bring trouble to the team.
Xiao Chang seemed to be starving and kept eating the kebabs. They wanted to lick the skewers clean. People were even more curious about what had happened.
Eat slowly, no one's going to take it from you.
Someone made this joke, and Xiao Chang stopped what he was doing, his bloodshot eyes glaring at him fiercely. If the hunting party had food and fireproof clothing, they would never have been wiped out by the fire people. Why are you so selfish? Why won't you share your food and fireproof clothing? Why? His aura was slowly rising, and a murderous intent was emanating from him.
Why? I was so generous in helping you back then, but what about you? Why are you so indifferent?
As he spoke, he became increasingly agitated.
It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, the hunting party wouldn't have been wiped out.
The group gradually realized something was wrong and slowly retreated.
But Xiao Chang was consumed by rage. How could he possibly let it go? He drew a long sword. They will all perish for my hunting party. Not a single one will survive.
Having said that, he unleashed a powerful pressure that swept over the crowd.
Everyone be careful! Nangong Meiju shouted. He also drew his long whip to fight.
However, the difference in cultivation level is clearly not something that can be made up for by the quality of one's spirit.
Even if Xiao Chang is injured, his strength is still far superior to Nangong Meijiao's. Nangong Meijiao grew increasingly worried as the fight progressed.
His whip wouldn't do much damage to the opponent because the opponent was in a berserk state and had no feeling of physical injury. Therefore, the only option is to restrain him and wait for Suyu to return. The moment this thought crossed her mind, she was somewhat surprised.
When did I start to depend on him? But the current situation didn't allow him to think too much.
He swung his whip again, but this time the target wasn't Xiao Chang, but his weapon. Although Xiao Chang has lost his mind, his fighting instincts remain. His long-term experience of fighting on the edge of a knife has made his close combat and swordsmanship reach a terrifying level. The moment his weapon was seized, he moved with perfect coordination, exerting tremendous force to fling Nangong Meijiao away. The long whip in his hand fell to the ground. Nangong Meijiao knew something was wrong and was about to pick it up when a sword aura slashed in front of her.
Serves you right for not coming with me. Now die. Die with my hunting party. This one-sided crushing defeat terrified everyone. My heart was in my throat. However, given their strength, intervening rashly would only create more trouble. All they could do was silently pray that Suyu would return soon. Just as the sword was about to strike, a flash of fire appeared before them. It is a long halberd with spikes on both sides and a fiery red body. Is this Suyu's weapon? Alright, Nangong Meijiao, you did very well. Chapter 101 The Choice Given by the Flame Lord. Is Suyu back? The next moment, Suyu appeared in front of everyone and with a burst of speed, pinned Xiao Chang to the ground. Once you're here, you're not leaving. If he hadn't realized something was wrong, and if Nangong Meijiao hadn't stalled for a while, there probably wouldn't have been many people left on his side. Suyu still needs them to explore for mineral resources and fire spirit orbs. He grabbed Xiao Chang by the hair and slammed him hard to the ground. Bang bang bang. It was as if it was meant to bring him to his senses. He only finished the latter off with a single blow after the latter was covered in blood and gore. Suyu clapped his hands before returning to the group. I noticed that everyone's eyes were strange. There was admiration, fear, and even more awe. The person who was most surprised was none other than Nangong Meijiao. The seemingly invincible Xiao Chang was actually killed by Suyu like a dog, a disparity she found hard to accept. Fortunately, she attributed all of this to her top-grade imperial weapon. That way, I won't be ashamed to face the consequences. It is rumored that some imperial weapons can transfer energy to the user, giving them temporary superhuman powers. Suyu looked around before speaking. Is everyone alright? Kaitong was the first to speak. It's alright, big brother. Luckily you arrived in time, otherwise something really bad would have happened.
He walked over to Xiao Chang's body and kicked it. This dead man, he's clearly in trouble, yet he still tries to come here to freeload. He gets angry at Hongwon for saying anything to him, and he draws his sword at him.
Is he even human?
That's right, that's right.
Bull Demon King took my skewers and I didn't even say anything to him, but the next second he drew his sword. Luckily I didn't leave with them, otherwise I definitely wouldn't have had a good time either.
The crowd spoke ill of Xiao Chang to calm their extremely tense emotions.
I'm also glad that I followed the right person.
Xiao Chang is all show and no substance, he can't compete with Suyu at all.
Suyu nodded slightly.
I then opened the system panel to check my gains.
The system panel pops up.
A total of 108 lava behemoths and 1 lava behemoth king were killed in this mission.
Calculating the integral. 118 points have been issued to your system inventory. Please check your account. Suyu felt refreshed and invigorated. With a slight effort, I earned over 100 points.
At that moment, he suddenly realized something was wrong and slowly looked behind him. His expression was extremely serious.
Who goes there? You've been following me for so long, it's time to come out. Everyone was startled by his reaction and looked over as well.
A green flame figure dressed in a black battle robe appeared directly behind them. Then, hundreds more fire people appeared one after another. Some rode war horses, some carried bows and arrows, and some carried maces and bone hammers. They were eyeing Suyu and the others with predatory intent.
Suyu said in a deep voice. Why are you following us?
Green Flame Man, the Flame Lord slowly spoke, in slightly broken Dragon Kingdom language.
My subordinates told me that there is a supreme expert among this group of humans.
I am very interested in this and came here specifically to see him.
On the contrary, you, who are clearly not human, choose to be with humans.
Suyu frowned and, following his memory, found the Flame Man who had first provoked him. He took a burst of speed and strode out. The Flame Man was instantly reduced to ashes by the fist. If it weren't for this fire-breathing man, none of this mess would have happened. As for what the Flame Lord just said, he's clearly not human, yet he wants to be with humans. Suyu guessed that this was because he had merged with the system and was no longer considered a stored human. He declined to comment. He simply frowned and met the Flame Lord's gaze.
Unexpectedly, the Flame Lord was not angry.
He simply raised his head and continued speaking in broken Dragon Kingdom language.
Interesting. I don't dislike your unique scent.
With that, it mounted the skeleton horse and said arrogantly. Logically speaking, when I encounter humans, I feel a strong killing intent, but not towards you. It glanced at the human hiding in the bushes behind Suyu and chuckled.
How about this? I'll give you a chance. As long as you hand over the humans behind you, I'll spare your life.
Consider it a chance to make friends. As they spoke, the other fire-wielding figure slowly approached them, their weapons already raised high. Suyu did not give a direct answer, but instead asked slowly.
Why do you have this feeling? Who instructed you to do this?
The Flame Lord was about to explain, but then paused, as if his computer had frozen, and his expression returned to how he had first asked Suyu.
Repeat. How about this? I'll give you a chance. As long as you hand over the humans behind you, I'll spare your life.
Consider it a chance to make friends. Suyu touched his chin. Judging from this, it must have been interfered with by some law, or perhaps the person who instructed it set some kind of restriction on it. Suyu's pensive look made everyone panic. They assumed Suyu was seriously considering whether or not to agree.
Now, Suyu is the only one we can rely on. If he abandons them, then there will truly be no way out.
Especially those who weren't very familiar with Suyu.
What do we do? In this situation, is Suyu really going to betray us? How can he possibly kill all these fire people by himself? Hey, I don't know what to do either.
It's all Xiao Chang's fault. This dead man lured the fire people here.
I knew he was the only one alive.
Turns out the fire elemental let him go on purpose. I'd heard there were highly intelligent beings in the endless fire domain, but I never imagined they were so cunning and despicable. Nangong Meijia was also a little worried, but she just stared intently at the Flame Lord without saying a word. Zhao Jia, on the other hand, bit her lip tightly.
Only Kaitong waved its hand. Don't worry, my older brother isn't that kind of person.
He's been through so much before, and he saved me without saying a word.
Upon hearing this, they quieted down. Look ahead again. Sure enough, Suyu shook his index finger and laughed. Why do you think you've got me cornered?
The Flame Lord also laughed, as if he had guessed that Suyu would do this.
But I couldn't help asking anyway. You are far outnumbered and weaker than us? How can you be so sure we can't take you down? Suyu let out a low groan. Fire Phoenix Sky Swallowing Halberd.
The next moment, the Fire Phoenix Heaven Swallowing Halberd flew out of the storage ring and hovered above Suyu's head. After absorbing the energy of over 100 crystals, the Fire Phoenix Devouring Heaven Halberd recovered a significant amount of its power, and many of its inherent techniques were unlocked.
It could even faintly transform into the form of a fire phoenix, fighting alongside Suyu. The phoenix let out a loud cry and spread its wings. Countless feathers fell like a torrential rain, each one carrying a terrifying heat. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh.
The fire feathers fell in dense clusters and at extremely high speeds, leaving the fireman no time to react, and he was hit by a large number of them. The temperature of these fire feathers is so high that even lava behemoths would find it difficult to withstand, let alone fire people. Just one hit was enough to turn the Flame Man to ashes on the spot, and he disappeared into thin air.
Chapter 102 Fierce Battle. The Flame Lord. You guys go first. Suyu shouted to Kaitong and the others.
They then came to their senses and rushed towards the outer perimeter. With their strength, staying here would only be a burden and distract Suyu.
Trying to run?
The Flame Lord naturally noticed their little tricks. With a wave of his hand, several fire-breathing men drew their longbows and fired at them. With lightning speed, Suyu picked up a dead tree and hurled it at the arrow, stopping it. They managed to escape. Just before leaving, Nangong Meijiao suddenly stopped and spoke.
I want to stay and help you. No need. Your departure is the greatest help you can give me. Upon hearing this, Nangong Meijiao could only grit her teeth and leave.
Only after they had gone far away could Suyu finally act freely. With a thought, he donned the flame armor.
The best course of action in this battle is to end it quickly.
Therefore, he no longer intended to suppress his cultivation level and instantly rose from the peak of the 3rd rank to the peak of the 4th rank. The aura surged like a volcanic eruption.
At the same time, the Emperor's imposing aura was suddenly unleashed.
It felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on us. The fireman, who was originally busy escaping, was now restricted in his movements. He was riddled with feathers and turned into a hedgehog.
They fell into the lava trench.
Suyu's feet seemed to float on lotus blossoms, and his speed soared. It began to roam among the fire-breathing beings. The fire elemental beings primarily rely on elemental attacks, and their physical bodies are far inferior to those of the lava behemoths. Once Suyu gets close, they will suffer a devastating blow. With just one punch, he could reduce dozens of fire-breathing men to ashes. The Flame Shadow Burning Heaven battle technique was unleashed, with inner fire igniting in the heart and then spreading outwards. Suyu was like a seasoned warrior, displaying a wide array of close-quarters combat techniques to their fullest extent. At this moment, fists, palms, elbows, knees, and legs all transformed into the most deadly killing intent. Every strike is a guaranteed kill. The fireman couldn't fight back at all. Even a glance from him would extinguish the flames on his body. The Flame Lord could no longer sit still. He picked up his giant axe, jumped off his horse, and charged towards Suyu. But the Fire Phoenix wouldn't let it bother Suyu. It let out a loud cry, and with a flap of its wings, thousands of fiery feathers shot out, turning it into a sieve. This clearly provoked their hatred. The Flame Lord glared angrily, pulling at his fire feathers as he charged toward the Fire Phoenix.
I'll start by using you as a guinea pig.
The Phoenix and the fireman quickly began to wrestle. In every battle, in every collision, the Fire Phoenix would shed several fire feathers.
Left on the ground, they resembled burning barbs. This greatly restricts the Fire Lord's movements. But the latter is clearly not to be underestimated. Its physical strength is comparable to that of a lava behemoth. He withstood a full combo of Fire Phoenix's attacks without batting an eye, though his rage was visibly surging. Knowing he couldn't afford to get entangled with him, the Flame Lord chose to trade blows. After several rounds of fighting, Fire Phoenix had developed numerous wounds, large and small, and its fire feathers had noticeably diminished. Realizing it couldn't continue like this, it let out a loud cry.
Suyu, who was still fighting, heard the sound and thought to himself.
The fiery Phoenix Heaven Swallowing Halberd needs me.
With a single palm strike, he sent the fiery figures in front of him flying. Like a bulldozer, he charged back and forth among the fiery figures, carving a path through them. They rushed up to the Flame Lord.
A punch landed squarely on his face.
As if it had eyes in the back of its head, the Flame Lord twisted its body and dodged the attack in an extremely abstract posture. Suyu hooked his fist upwards, twisted his waist, and threw another punch. To everyone's surprise, the Flame Lord didn't dodge at all and took the uppercut and hook punch head on.
Suyu frowned, realizing something was wrong.
But at this moment, the Flame Lord's battle robe generated a tremendous suction force, and Suyu's hands were directly sucked into it.
It can't be pulled out in a short time. Got you?
The Flame Lord sneered. Behind it, a second pair of hands materialized from flames and slammed down fiercely at Suyu.
Suyu let out a low groan. A second pair of hands appeared behind them.
The two engaged in close quarters combat, with almost every punch landing hard. The Flame Lord threw a punch, and Suyu threw another. The flames in the former were dim, and blood seeped from the corner of Suyu's mouth.
Bang bang bang.
The two were still fighting, their punches so fast they left afterimages.
Suyu's armor was almost completely destroyed. The opponent's flames visibly dimmed.
Suyu unleashed his most powerful punch, but the Flame Lord dodged it by tilting his head back. At this moment, the Fire Phoenix, which had been waiting nearby, seized the opportunity and bit the Flame Lord's shoulder hard. The Flame Lord felt his energy draining away, and his anger intensified.
You really think the two of you can beat me?
The Flame Lord sneered.
His black battle robes transformed into armor, instantly boosting his aura. Trigger the second phase. The color of the flames also changed from green to purple. Speed and power have been greatly improved. The aura generated by the transformation blasted Suyu away.
Suyu flew backwards for several meters, leaving a long trail on the ground before finally stopping. He coughed a few times, and a mouthful of thick blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The physical pain, on the contrary, aroused his fighting spirit.
It's been a long time. It's been a long time since I've felt this exhilarated. Suyu smiled.
The next moment, he assumed the starting stance of the Flame Shadow military style. Then, he slowly brought his hand to his waist, and a majestic lion slowly materialized.
Roar!
With a roar, the fiery lion charged toward the Flame Lord.
The Fire Phoenix emerged from its right side. Humph! Is that all you've got?
The Flame Lord sneered. Although its defensive capabilities had decreased considerably in this form, its magical power was still unparalleled. It then unleashed a blazing hymn, creating a circular magic circle directly above Suyu.
It was a grand and impressive event.
A meteorite is slowly condensing.
But the next moment,
lotus blossoms appeared beneath Suyu's feet, and he vanished from the spot. The Flame Lord felt a chill run down his spine. But at this moment, he was in a state of paralysis and was completely unable to defend himself.
Got you?
Suyu's voice came from behind. He flew out from a crack, holding the main body of the Fire Phoenix heaven-swallowing halberd in his hand, and slashed fiercely at the Flame Lord.
Damn it! When did he appear behind me? Why can't I notice it? The Flame Lord never expected Suyu to teleport. In the critical moment, the Flame Lord forcibly interrupted the spell casting at a great cost, blocking the attack. Just as it was about to catch its breath, Suyu smiled again.
You lost. Its eyes flashed with golden light, and the Flame Lord was still unaware of what was happening. Its head suffered a severe blow, and a laser beam comparable to Suyu's full-force punch erupted from the Flame Lord's head.
Boom! With just one strike, the Flame Lord briefly lost consciousness.
The next moment, a Fire Phoenix descended from the sky and completely engulfed it.
Then bite it to pieces. At this time,
the system panel suddenly popped up.
Defeat the Flame Lord to obtain a random treasure chest.
A golden treasure chest floated above the Flame Lord's corpse.
Suyu's eyes lit up. This is the first time I've ever gotten a treasure chest from defeating a monster. He pointed to the treasure chest and opened it instinctively. Chapter 103 Items with Unknown Functions? Treasure chest is opening. Obtained Fire Lord's Head 1. What is this? Suyu clicked on the item description. Item, Skull of the Fire Lord. Quality, Epic. Function? How do I display 3 question marks? Is the system broken, or do I lack the necessary permissions to view it?
After taking a few glances at it, Suyu put it back into the system warehouse.
Fire Phoenix witnessed this entire scene. Wasn't the Flame Lord swallowed whole by itself? Why did it suddenly appear in Suyu's hands?
Unable to explain it, Fire Phoenix attributed it to Suyu's methods.
After this battle, Fire Phoenix's opinion of Suyu improved considerably.
Finally, the strange technique he used, which produced lotus blossoms under his feet, was of a level that even he himself could not fathom. It seemed as if it were not a product of this world. I silently made a note of this, thinking I'd find an opportunity to ask about it later. Suyu stood there for a while, but no other tasks were triggered, and his points did not increase. I couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Sure enough, after getting a taste of success, I hoped the system would give me some rewards in every battle. After sighing, he turned back to find Kaitong and the others. At this time, Kaitong and his group were hiding not far away, watching the battle unfold. They asked with a mixture of worry and doubt. What was that fire phoenix just now? Did the captain summon it? I think it's that imperial weapon. Legend has it that top-grade imperial weapons can manifest a spiritual form to help their master in battle. It seems there's been no sound. Did they win? The captain is really capable of taking on so much damage all by himself. Nangong Meijiao frowned and remained silent. I was just wondering whether I should take a look. Even if I can't help, I can at least help Suyu retrieve his body. Nonsense. Of course we'll win. Who's my older brother? Kaitong spat and quickly replied. They were so focused on the battle that they didn't even notice Suyu approaching. What are you looking at? Everyone was startled when they heard this, but they breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Suyu standing in front of them, looking fresh and beautiful. Captain, where is that fireman leader? Suyu lifted the Flame Lord's head. It's here. The once arrogant and disdainful Flame Lord is now being obediently carried by Suyu. The contrast is so satisfying. They exclaimed in surprise. Holy crap! I thought the captain just escaped, but I didn't expect him to kill the leader. Look at this little head, it's hilarious, he died so peacefully. Only Zhao Jiayi walked up to Suyu with a worried expression. Seeing his body covered in wounds, with blood still dripping from his skin, I couldn't help but feel sorry for him. They took out the pre-prepared bandages and hemostatic ointment, ready to apply the medicine to Suyu. Suyu nodded and took the bandages and hemostatic medicine. Zhao Jiayi looked somewhat embarrassed and quickly lowered her head, not wanting to meet Suyu's gaze. Nangong Meijiao witnessed this scene and shook her head with a wry smile. This girl finally mustered up the courage, only to be embarrassed by this clueless straight man. Kaitong pulled Suyu aside, saying, make way, my brother is so badly injured, damn it, this Flame Lord deserves a beating. He slapped the Flame Lord from a distance, then took out a pile of precious medicinal herbs. They took out all sorts of things, like 9 dragon root, snow lotus, and the 10-ingredient tonic pill, and stuffed them into Suyu's hands. Big brother, take this. You've really gone to a lot of trouble. If I weren't so weak, Bull Demon would have slapped that Flame Lord to death long ago. He kept rambling on, and his emotional value was definitely maximized. In comparison, what Zhao Jiayi gave seemed rather meager. She lowered her head even further. Suyu, you'll definitely think the things I gave you were cheap. To everyone's surprise, Suyu simply accepted the items from Kaitong but didn't use them at all. Instead, they treated the wound with bandages. Seeing this, Zhao Jiayi felt a sweet feeling inexplicably rise in her heart. The corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up. Nangong Meijiao clicked her tongue. Is this girl falling for him? After Suyu finished dealing with the matter, he spoke. Let's keep going. I have a feeling we'll reach the outer perimeter soon. Everyone firmly believed this. If following Suyu at the beginning was just making do, now that I'm with him, I'm clinging to his coattails. They had no choice but to go with him. After experiencing 2 battles and a sneak attack, their nerves were on edge. They are no longer as lax as before. After all, no one can guarantee that Suyu will always be by their side and ready to help at any time. The group headed west. Flame lizards and black wolves gradually appeared all around. The appearance of these low-level monsters meant that everyone was getting closer to the outer perimeter. Everyone, just bear with it a little longer. We'll be at the outer perimeter soon, and it will be much safer once we get there. The group was motivated and walked faster. On the road, Zhao Jiayi did not forget her mission, stopping frequently to explore mineral resources. Sometimes, even when the ground was a pool of molten lava, she would risk her life to lean over and peer into it. Nangong Meijiao watched with concern from the side. It must be said that although Zhao Jiayi is deaf and mute, it seems to have enhanced her talent in the field of pulse finding, making her very efficient at it. Basically, once the 4 directions are determined, the specific directions can be deduced. The next day at noon, Zhao Jiayi slowly climbed down from a giant rock. His mental energy was released into the microphone, producing a dry, electronic sound.
Captain Suyu, I found the source of the blood ore. It's located 7 directions below the cave over there. Suyu nodded. They led people to dig in that direction.
They quickly found a high-quality mineral source, whose color and saturation were far better than the previous batch.
Kaitong was speechless with astonishment. Great! This is fantastic. Wow, it's such a high-quality product. I feel like the armor made from it will have greatly increased defense and functionality. At this scale, it's enough to supply for a year and a half. Kaitong couldn't wait to press the locator here.
At the same time, they rolled up their sleeves and started digging.
Suyu did the same, rolling up his sleeves and digging away.
Along the way, Suyu's storage bag was full, so he took the new storage bag that Kaitong had given him. The two felt as if they had returned to the scene of their first meeting. The others weren't idle either. Following Suyu and the other two's example, they rolled up their sleeves and started collecting. They quickly collected several bags full.
Kaitong cough-ducked.
You can sell your wares here, I won't treat you unfairly. Others initially wanted to give it away for free, but Kaitong insisted on giving them money.
We can't accept this. The captain has saved us so many times. We only mine some blood ore. Suyu shook his head. The resources you find are yours. Whether you sell them or give them away, it's your choice. You don't owe me anything.
As the captain, protecting you is just my duty. Only after hearing this did they nod and accept the spirit stones. They all regretted not digging more now that they'd received the money. They felt embarrassed to continue digging.
Chapter 104 Beast King Transformation. They took a break for a while during the journey. It was Suyu who suggested it, because he wanted to look for information about the fire spirit orb in the vicinity. Anyway, the safety factor is very high on the outskirts. Even if they are suddenly surrounded by monsters, they can escape at any time with their strength. Zhao Jiayi offered to go alone.
Nangong Meijia was worried, so she followed along. The three of them usually searched for the fire spirit orb at night. At night, fire-type resources will glow with a dazzling red light, and the more precious they are, the brighter they become. Although Zhao Jiayi had never searched for spirit pearls, she had mastered the method of detecting elemental resources. He gave Suyu a lot of advice along the way. Unfortunately, after searching for 2 nights, we still didn't find any clues. After exploring the last mountain range that might generate fire spirit orbs, the three returned the way they came.
Zhao Jiayi followed beside Suyu, head down, biting her lip, hesitating several times as if she wanted to say something but then stopped. Suyu could tell what Zhao Jiayi wanted to say, so he transmitted his voice to her. What's wrong? Is there something you want to say?
Zhao Jiayi nodded, hesitated for a moment, and then replied.
I'm afraid it will hurt your feelings if I tell you, but the probability of a natural high-concentration elemental product like the fire spirit orb forming in the outer reaches of the endless fire domain is extremely small, just like a diamond being born in the desert. Therefore, if you're looking for one, I recommend a central location.
Suyu smiled. I know the chances are slim, I'm just here to try my luck and get familiar with the terrain.
Seemingly sensing Zhao Jiayi's worries, he transmitted his voice again.
Don't worry, I won't venture into the central area without being absolutely certain.
But what Suyu didn't say was,
when he killed the lava giant king, a stone that resembled a compass dropped. This is a tool used by lava behemoths to explore fire-type resources, and it is kept by the Lord. Once the fire element concentration of the fire spirit orb is determined, its location can be found using this compass. The only reason I was wandering around this area was to test this compass. They wouldn't really place their hopes on the outer edge of the endless fire domain. If they could really find it on the outskirts of the fire zone, why would those regiments risk so much to search for it in the center? Upon hearing this, Zhao Jiayi nodded. The small hands that were tightly clenched at her chest slowly lowered. Just as the group was about to return to their camp, they heard the sound of swords clashing. This was accompanied by screams.
Oh no!
Kaitong and the others are in danger. Suyu frowned, donned his flame armor, and quickly disappeared from the spot with lotus-like steps. And judging from the noise, it didn't seem like a monster attack, but rather a human attack.
Nangong Meijia and the other girl also realized something was wrong and followed Suyu. Half an hour ago. The camp is under attack. The visitor was none other than Chen Heyo. Everyone except Kaitong had injuries. He was dragging his body, struggling to resist. Across from him, Chen Heyo's lips curled into a smile.
He ordered his men, including Kaitong, to be surrounded, while he himself went to the front.
I didn't expect you fatso to be so lucky. You survived being thrown into the center. This time you're not getting away. We'll settle all our scores, old and new.
He had left a day earlier, but he felt uneasy, so he came back to check on things.
Unexpectedly, I ran into an old acquaintance on the outskirts, and I immediately beamed with joy.
They brought a whole group to encircle and annihilate them. Upon hearing this, Kaitong realized why the portal had malfunctioned.
He cursed loudly. Was the teleportation accident caused by you, you beast?
Chen Heo wore a smug smile, tilted his head back, and looked down at people.
What else could you do? Did you think about today when you offended me back then? He quickly spat again. You beast, you bull demon. He glanced around but couldn't find the person who had intercepted him. Hey fatso, what about Suyu? Is he already dead inside? Chen Heo's expression was full of sarcasm. Kaiyuan resisted while mocking him.
Even if you die 1,000 times, my older brother will never die. Chen Heo immediately became furious, picked up his machete, and charged forward.
You bull demon, you dare to roar even when you're about to die?
Today I'll see if I don't kill you. Kaitong cleaved the person in front of him in two and engaged in close combat with Chen Heo. Even though Kaitong, who is equipped with divine artifacts, is slightly less skilled than Chen Heo, he can still hold his own against him.
This made Chen Heo feel a little embarrassed. His own men are watching. If I can't beat this fatso, where will I put my face? It's time to get serious. Perfect timing to try out the techniques I've recently acquired. He then shouted loudly. Beast King transformation.
The words had barely left his mouth. He swelled up several times his original size, his muscles bulged, and his clothes burst open. The exposed skin was covered in gray hair, which looked quite eerie. His height increased to nearly 3 meters. The corners of the mouth are cracked, and the teeth are visible.
It transformed into a humanoid monster. Kaitong was taken aback by this sudden transformation.
He almost lost his grip on the weapon.
Holy crap, what the hell is this?
Chen Heo sneered, his sharp teeth cutting through his lower lip, emitting a non-human sound.
It would be an honor for you to die by my hand. I'll let you taste the power of my new technique. Bringing their own group essentially means using up public resources, which makes the other deputy group leaders very unhappy. If we can't even handle this guy, then we'll be looked down upon. The best way is to kill them all with an overwhelming force. It also allows you to boost your team members' admiration for you. With that, he raised his hand and slapped Kaitong hard with his claw. When it swings its claws, it produces a piercing sonic boom. Buzz. The moment the claw struck Kaitong, the latter felt an extremely terrifying force. With the sound of armor being torn apart, Kaitong was sent flying several meters away. He was slammed to the ground. The armor on his body was visibly damaged. Keep in mind, this was a custom-made divine artifact, equivalent to the strength of a pseudo-emperor weapon, and it was so easily torn apart? Kaitong is no longer as relaxed as before. Holy crap, this beast form is so strong. He then shouted to the crowd. Run! He suddenly stood up, pulled out a bunch of weapons from his storage ring, and started smashing them at Chen Heo without any regard for his own safety. Trying to stall for time. Seeing this, the others also rushed out recklessly. He shouted as he ran. Where's the captain? Why haven't the captain and the others come back yet? Help! When they encountered people trying to stop them, they would exchange injuries for injuries. Kaitong was also throwing away amulets without a second thought. Heavenly Fire Talisman, Heavenly Thunder Talisman, Samadhi True Fire Talisman, discard whatever you have. Seeing this, the group members who wanted to stop them just watched from the sidelines, not daring to make any rash moves. Although they worked for Chen Heo, they were essentially just employees. They are still very protective of their lives. Chen Heo glanced at the two deputy regimental commanders and snorted coldly. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and chase after them. Upon hearing this, the two deputy regimental commanders spoke in deep voices. Commander, isn't this enough? Do we have to go to such extremes? Doing so will only damage our reputation. Moreover, if we kill Kaitong, we will truly become enemies with the Kai family. Chapter 105 Thief's Gloves. After transforming into a beast, Chen Heo seemed like a completely different person, becoming extremely irritable and easily angered. Upon hearing their voices, his pupils constricted sharply, and he erupted in fury.
He grabbed them and glared at them with his bloodshot eyes.
You dare disobey the commander's orders? Are you tired of living?
The two of them were clearly caught off guard. When I came to my senses, I realized that my throat felt uncomfortable from being squeezed.
He couldn't even speak. Fear slowly crept into their eyes. Unexpectedly, Chen Heyo actually attacked them directly.
Since Chen Heyo began practicing the Beast King transformation, his personality has gradually become extreme.
He always resorts to violence when things can be resolved peacefully.
This resulted in the group making countless enemies and causing constant complaints from its members. Every day they either fight or live in fear, trying to prevent others from messing with them. Many people have developed the idea of opposing blacklisting. One of the two deputy commanders was neutral, while the other was supportive. This immediately formed a united front.
But at this moment, Li Xiaoming and Lu Jiyang were powerless to fight back. It's simply because Chen Heyo is just too strong now. Once he grabbed me, the feeling of suffocation never stopped.
It was as if they would explode and die if he exerted even the slightest force. Just then, Chen Heyo glanced at the departing Kaitong and said coldly,
"I'll settle accounts with you when I get back."
Having said that, he left them behind and ran towards Kaitong and the others. Li Xiaoming and his companion managed to escape, but sat helplessly on the spot, secretly filled with lingering fear.
Chen Heyo's speed was so fast it was almost blurry.
Despite his tall stature, his turning and speed control were just right. In the blink of an eye, they caught up with the group. Kaitong glanced back and saw Chen Heyo had grabbed two of his gang members. He thought that their infighting would help him escape. Unexpectedly, a cold wind suddenly blew up beside me, which was extremely biting. Kaitong felt a chill run down its spine, a sense of crisis washing over it. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a huge beast's claw coming at him, and he was immediately terrified. Driven by an extreme will to survive, he twisted his slightly bulky body and narrowly escaped the beast's claws.
They dodged the attack almost perfectly. Holy crap, my back!
He let out a scream, and before he could even adjust his herniated disc, he continued charging forward. They were afraid that if they were a step too slow, they would get a claw attack.
Big brother! Big brother, help me! Chen Heyo ignored everyone else and focused solely on Kaitong's.
But Kaitong dodged it several times with his agile movements. He was instantly enraged. He raised his head and let out a long howl, and countless sharp spikes burst forth from his body, causing him to mutate once again.
Die!
You, Suyu, all of you must die. The roars and strange cries came again. You can sense that Chen Heyo's orc is getting closer and closer.
You could even smell the stench emanating from the ladder.
Kaitong was terrified. His feet were practically smoking from all the commotion, and even his swift travel talisman was almost dimming, yet he still couldn't escape. The stench grew stronger and stronger, as if it were right next to my mouth.
The eerie wind blew again. Damn it, here we go again? Kaitong knew this was a prelude to Chen Heyo's sneak attack, so he quickly backed away.
They narrowly escaped the beast's claws again, but this time they weren't so lucky, as another claw pounced at them.
From this angle, unless the financial instrument is cut in two, there's no way to avoid it. Big brother!
In Kaitong's pupils, the beast's claw was growing larger and larger until it was about to slap his face. The next moment, a tall figure emerged from the void. Clad in flaming armor and wielding a fiery phoenix halberd, he withstood the attack.
The person who arrived was Suyu.
The claw landed right in the center of the halberd, but couldn't land or lift it.
You run first.
Suyu held the halberd with both hands and pushed hard, making room for Kaitong. Kaitong wasn't one to be sentimental. Knowing there was no point in staying, he nodded and ran off. Chen Heyo was pushed back a few steps, and after seeing who it was, blood immediately welled up in his bloodshot eyes.
It's you! Suyu didn't recognize him, but frowned and confronted him.
Holding the fire phoenix sky-swallowing halberd, maintain a safe distance.
A question lingered in my mind. Could this orc be a product of the endless fire domain? It can even speak human language?
Chen Heyo clearly saw Suyu's confusion and spoke in a voice that was almost indistinguishable between human and beast.
Don't you remember me? That day at Tungwu Pavilion, you humiliated me so much.
Today, I will crush your spine, drain your marrow, shatter your skull, and imprison your soul in a cage for millions of years. Suyu lowered his eyes slightly. Only then did he realize that the person in front of him was Lai Zi from before. I don't understand why this guy, even though he's in the wrong, dares to keep causing trouble. I don't understand why he would turn into an orc just to avenge such a small grudge. This condition will obviously cause irreversible damage to the body. Before Suyu could think further, Chen Heyo then lunged at him. The speed far exceeded Suyu's expectations. 1 second it disappeared, the next second its claws had already slashed across its own armor. Splash! The flames on the blazing armor had visibly extinguished considerably. Suyu pulled away, frowning. This state has clearly transcended the level of ordinary beast transformation. Based on its performance assessment, it's already very close to being a top-tier product. This is even stronger than the Flame Lord. Suyu didn't dare to be careless and was on high alert. Chen Heyo's figure disappeared again. A gust of cold wind blew by. Suyu's pupils contracted sharply. I subconsciously tilted my head. A claw mark suddenly appeared on the edge of the helmet as the beast's claw grazed the head. If Suyu hadn't dodged instinctively, he would have been severely injured by now. Just as Suyu was pondering a countermeasure, the system vibrated, and a pop-up window appeared. Beep! God-level cultivation technique detected human king transformation. Replicate it? Estimated lifespan, 300 years. Estimated level of replica quality, perfect. Weather. Suyu frowned. Could the God-level cultivation technique detected by this system be the one Chen Heyo possesses? Was his beast form actually the transformation of a human king? That's really impressive. It can make a martial artist who was far inferior to oneself rise to a level that is evenly matched with oneself, or even have a subtle tendency to suppress one. With just 300 years of lifespan, one can obtain a divine-level cultivation technique, and a complete one at that. No matter how you look at it, it's a win-win situation, so Suyu didn't hesitate much. Select yes. The next moment, Suyu's hands gradually glowed faintly, as if he were wearing yellow and white glowing gloves. Thief's gloves have been provided to the host. Touching the target with both hands will replicate the opponent's technique. 10 touches are required, with a minimum of 2 seconds per touch. Current progress, 0%. Suyu really wanted to curse. After all that, he still had to make the replica himself. But since my lifespan has already been deducted, there's no point in cursing the system anymore. I can only grit my teeth and keep going. At this moment, Chen Heyo was hiding in the shadows, waiting for his chance to strike. He also noticed Suyu's thief gloves. I didn't think much of it, just taking it as Suyu's fighting tactic. The moment Suyu complained about the system, his concentration wavered, which was clearly a good opportunity for a sneak attack. Chapter 106 Madman. Madman. With a thought, Chen Heyo increased his speed several times over. It turned into a gust of cold wind once more. As the cold wind blew, Suyu threw the Fire Phoenix heaven-swallowing halberd into the air. Little halberd, please help me. Don't call me Little Halberd. The heaven-devouring halberd transformed into a Fire Phoenix, which let out a loud cry in mid-air. With Suyu as the center and a radius of 1 kilometer, a fiery tornado forms counterclockwise. As soon as Suyu put on the thief's gloves, he sent a telepathic message to the Fire Phoenix devouring halberd, revealing his plan. Upon learning that all that was needed was to slow down the opponent and delay the contact time, Fire Phoenix reluctantly agreed. The sky changed drastically as soon as the fiery storm appeared. The speed of the cold wind was clearly affected. The figure that was previously blurred now revealed Chen Heyo's face. He was clearly somewhat surprised at this moment. Suyu paused for a moment, then sprang into action. He transformed into a blazing flame and lunged at Chen Heyo. The latter roared and charged forward as well. Although movement is hindered, running normally is not a problem. When they were about 5 body lengths apart, Chen Heyo swung out his beast claws and struck Suyu fiercely. Suyu narrowed his eyes, his steps light as lotus blossoms, and he vanished directly into the void. He disappeared from Chen Heyo's sight. Chen Heyo looked around, but couldn't find Suyu. Suddenly, he sensed something was wrong and looked up. A crack appeared in the void directly above. Suyu plummeted through the crack at an incredible speed. Because of its high speed, its body created even more dazzling sparks as it rubbed against the air. In Chen Heyo's pupils, Suyu's fist was getting bigger and bigger. Boom! The fist was engulfed in flames, visibly forming a lion. Flame fist, Suyu said in a low voice. This is a derivative stance of the Flame Shadow Army, a combination of close combat and ranged attacks. The speed was so fast that Chen Heyo had no chance to dodge it. The top of his head made solid contact with Suyu's fist. The collision created a shockwave that spread outwards. Chen Heyo was also knocked into the ground by this terrifying force.
The system panel pops up. Current stealing progress 110.
Suyu grabbed Chen Heyo's black horns with one hand, raised his right hand high, and slammed it down hard.
Bang bang bang.
Every time the fist is raised and slammed down, it carries a piece of flesh and blood with it.
Chen Heyo was furious and roared. Get the hell down here.
Despite his constant shaking, Suyu remained as steady as a mountain, the flames at his feet turning into nails that took root in Chen Heyo's body. Fists kept rising and slamming down on him, and the pace of the attack continued to accelerate.
Current progress 210. Current progress 310. Current progress 410.
Chen Heyo could feel that Suyu's fist seemed to affect his nerves.
Each blow diminishes one's understanding of the Beast King's transformation. I can't quite remember the moves and how to use them. What on earth is going on? He was both shocked and frightened. During this interval, Suyu continued to make progress. Current progress 510. Current progress 610. Stop. Chen Heyo roared.
Because of excessive shouting, his vocal cords were damaged. The sounds they make are increasingly deviating from the realm of human beings. It tilted its head back, its claws scratching incessantly at its body.
However, due to its enormous size, the area that its claws could reach was very limited.
In addition, Suyu was so agile that he couldn't even touch a hair on his opponent's head. At this moment, Chen Heyo's scarlet pupils contracted.
We came up with a solution. You like to sit on my back, huh? Fine, go ahead and stay there. Go ahead and stay there.
After saying that, it slammed its back into a pool of molten lava on the ground.
He made a move to press Suyu into the molten lava.
Suyu merely sneered at this. My armor can withstand the strange fire of the Fire Phoenix, so why should I be afraid of this little bit of molten lava?
Moreover, he was wearing a fireproof suit. He also knew that Chen Heyo wanted to do this for two reasons: first, to scare him away, and second, to burn him with molten lava. Either way, it's the better option for him. Unfortunately, he miscalculated.
Soon, his back was submerged in the lava along with Suyu's. A burning sensation shot through my back, the intense heat feeling as if it were burning my soul through.
But Chen Heyo simply endured it.
He didn't believe Suyu could endure more than him. He was only leaning against the lava, while the other was completely submerged in it. Even diamonds need to be melted. Surprisingly, the grip on his back remained unchanged, and Suyu, that dead man, continued to claw desperately. Seeing this, Fire Phoenix wanted to help, but then she heard Suyu's telepathic message.
You don't need to help me.
Just set up a firewall and don't let it escape.
I can handle this thing. Fire Phoenix then gave up.
Although it was unwilling to be ordered around by Suyu, at least it could fly away after obtaining the Fire Spirit Stone. Suyu cannot die before this happens.
Thinking this, it raised its head and sang loudly.
The wings flapped naturally. Countless fire feathers exploded and fell to the ground, neatly arranged in a square, surrounding Chen Heyo.
Fire Phoenix had a thought.
The fire feathers suddenly burst into towering flames, and a wall of fire was formed accordingly. Seeing this, Chen Heyo merely sneered and ignored him. Once Suyu is dead, the Fire Phoenix will have plenty of ways to deal with him. Seeing that the Fire Phoenix had no intention of attacking, he didn't pay much attention to it. He simply focused his spiritual energy on his back, trying his best to resist the intense heat of the molten lava. Suddenly, my back felt unusually heavy.
The next moment,
his pupils suddenly contracted. An immense gravitational force struck, as if he were carrying a mountain on his back, almost tearing him off.
What happened?
Without thinking, Chen Heyo frantically grabbed at the ground with both hands, trying to escape his fate of being torn off.
Under the molten lava.
Suyu grabbed Chen Heyo with one hand and the void gate with the other. Using the void gate, Chen Heyo was being led inside.
Current progress 1010. Reproduction successful. The goal was achieved.
Suyu decided not to waste any more time. A thought crossed my mind.
Steam-like gases emanated from the surface of the flame armor and its various joints.
The internal fire is fully integrated into the body, gradually spreading to the arms and then to the hands. Speed and spiritual power are both used to increase strength. A power several times greater than usual was unleashed, comparable to Chen Heyo in his beast form.
Get down here. He let out a low growl.
The veins on his forehead were bulging.
With waist and horse in one, he pulled Chen Heyo down into the lava. Chen Heyo, who was outside, was now enveloped in fear. What's with this sudden, strange force? Could it be Suyu who did this? It felt like the skin on my back was about to be torn apart. Chen Heyo gritted his teeth, abandoned the skin on his back, and escaped the lava pool. Madman! Madman! He actually wants to pull me off the lava too. After being startled, Chen Heyo regained his senses considerably. If I get dragged in, I'm afraid I'll be burned to ashes. His eyes were fixed on the pool of molten lava. The next moment, a fiery red figure flew out from it and hovered in mid-air. Chapter 107. Continue the cooperation? Who else could it be but Suyu who came out? When Chen Heyo saw that Suyu was completely unharmed, he was utterly devastated. How could someone stay in lava for so long and be completely unharmed? Before he could think further, he discovered that his beast form was gradually disappearing, and a feeling of weakness washed over him. He knew things were going badly. He immediately ran outside. But the fire phoenix had already laid a trap, and it was clearly impossible for him to break through the wall of fire. After the power subsided, that fear enveloped him again, just like when Suyu had picked up the chick. Seeing Suyu slowly approaching, Chen Heyo immediately chickened out and knelt down on the ground with a thud. Brother Suyu, I didn't mean to. I couldn't control myself after I transformed into my beast form. I really didn't mean to hit you. Suyu didn't say anything, but walked even faster. He raised his palm high. The fire phoenix heaven-swallowing halberd understood and returned to his hand. Suyu dragged the fire phoenix heaven-swallowing halberd, his eyes filled with doubt and confusion, but even more so with disgust. You've brought this upon yourself today, so you can't blame anyone else. Upon hearing this, Chen Heyo shuddered and quickly replied. No, it's really a misunderstanding. He kowtowed as he spoke. It hit the ground with a loud thud. But Suyu would not feel any pity. If I'm not mistaken, the accident with the teleportation portal was caused by you. I felt a mental force attacking me back then, and I wondered who it was all the way there. But when I saw you, I knew the answer. As he said this, his murderous intent intensified. If the hunting party hadn't drawn some of the fire, landing there would have been no different from leaving an erupting volcano. Suyu spoke as he approached. The halberd in his hand dragged on the ground, making a piercing noise. It was as if Chen Heyo's death sentence had been handed down. No. Brother Suyu, how about this? I'll transfer my team to you. Your little brother Kaitong is going to get into the blood or industry, right? Having a professional team there would be very helpful. Before he could finish speaking, he saw a beam of light sweep over him. When my neck gets hot, the world seems to spin. Until I saw my own body kneeling there. Chen Heyo then realized that he was already dead. In his dying moments, he saw Suyu reach into his clothes, pack up the storage ring and storage bag together, and then walk towards him, making a lifting gesture. Suyu pulled Chen Heyo's head up, slowly passing through the wall of fire. Outside the wall, Chen Heyo's transport team was surrounding Suyu, their eyes fixed on him. When they saw Suyu bring out Chen Heyo's head, their expressions were somewhat complicated. A mixture of relief, fear, and joy appeared on their faces. At the very front were Li Xiaoming and his companion. They originally thought Suyu would die inside, but unexpectedly, it was the latter who killed Chen Heyo. He couldn't help but touch the scars on his neck. Secret passage. Just how strong is Suyu to kill Chen Heyo almost unscathed? After transforming into his beast form, he's practically on par with a top-tier martial artist. Suyu looked around. The powerful aura made everyone feel suffocated. Chen Heyo is already dead. If you insist on opposing me, your fate will be no different from his death. He had noticed earlier that there were conflicts within their group, otherwise, the others wouldn't have stood idly by. Upon hearing this, everyone lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Li Xiaoming stepped forward. We apologize, we meant no offense. It was Chen Heyo who abused his power to gather us here and surround us. We had no choice. Suyu looked at Li Xiaoming. After briefly sensing it with his mental energy, he nodded. You're not lying. Otherwise, the body would have been separated from its head long ago. He then turned and left, heading in the direction where Kaitong had fled. At this time, Kaitong and others also returned one after another, and the group reunited. This was the third time they had split up. They were already used to it. They breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that Suyu was alright. I'm so glad you're alright, big brother, Kaitong said with a smile. He then looked at the transport group not far away. Big brother, what should we do with them? Kill them all? Suyu said calmly.
Upon hearing this, Kaitong and the others were startled. They were terrified that Suyu might kill them at any moment.
Kaitong quickly replied. There's no need for that.
When Shen Heyo was chasing me, none of his gang members attacked me, so it seems they weren't working together.
There's no need to go all out. I wanted to continue cooperating with them.
This time the mine is much larger and of higher quality than before, so it would be best to hire a professional team.
Suyu smiled faintly. Don't you already have the answer? Why are you asking me?
I was afraid you'd be angry. After all, they messed with us before.
Suyu shrugged.
The damned person is already dead, so there's no need to dwell on it. If we can continue to cooperate and achieve mutual benefit, then there are no other problems. Last time, only Chen Heyo came to cause trouble, which means that others disagree with his plan. So, go ahead and do it, but whether it succeeds or not is another matter. After saying that, Kaitong nodded with a smile and ran towards the transport group. The members of the transport team breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Suyu leave, and were just about to turn back. But then they saw that the chubby little guy from Kaitong rushing over here.
Li Xiaoming was taken aback. Could it be that they've come to settle scores with them?
He wanted to leave immediately, but reason told him that he couldn't. There was something he really needed to clarify. Otherwise, if you anger the other party, it will be too late to regret it.
He didn't want to offend Suyu.
He then gestured for everyone to stop.
The others dared not disobey and stopped to wait for Kai to come through.
After running there, Kaitong rested for a while before panting and saying this.
I'm exhausted, I got so much exercise today.
Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he coughed twice and then said.
That's right, Chen Heyo was in charge before, right? Li Xiaoming and the two deputy regimental commanders looked at each other in bewilderment. Secret passage. Are you going to hold someone accountable?
He paused for a moment, then could only nod. Yes, but the decisions he's made recently have been very bad. Our group is basically unanimously against them, but we can't stop him from going his own way. They were all prepared to be scolded and beaten, but Saitong's words left them completely bewildered.
That's fine. I'd like to work with you.
The price will remain the same as before, but if we do well, there will be an extra 10% bonus.
What do you think? The entire transport group made rustling noises.
Li Xiaoming stepped forward and said,
Young master, are you telling the truth? You really want to cooperate with us?
He was originally annoyed that the transportation group's connections and resources were all in Chen Heyo's hands, and with his death, the transportation group would either disband or starve.
I didn't expect to have work so soon. How could I not be happy? Chapter 108 Packing up and heading home. Seeing Saitong's sincerity, they felt a little embarrassed.
Li Xiaoming returned to the group and communicated with the members.
Not long after. He then retrieved Kaitong and said earnestly. How about this, young master? Although this matter was Chen Heyo's fault, we were also involved.
To express our apologies, we've decided to offer one free delivery.
What do you think? Kaitong also knows that it's important to accept appropriate benefits from the other party to put them at ease, which is essential for long-term success. He nodded.
Okay, then I'll take care of you from now on. He reached out his hand. Li Xiaoming glanced back at the group members, then looked at Kaitong, and nodded with satisfaction. Young master, please take care of me in the future. The matter with the transport group was thus concluded.
Not long after. The wealthy family's hovercar also arrived in the endless fire domain.
A middle-aged man who bore a striking resemblance to Kaitong emerged from among them. As soon as Kaiyuan got out of the car, he ran to Saitong's side, looking him up and down. Only after confirming that everything was all right did I feel relieved. Although I had previously paid no attention to Kaitong, after witnessing its capabilities and recognizing it as a good mentor, I gradually began to value it.
You little rascal, I almost thought something had happened to you. Kaitong smiled sheepishly.
Father, this time it was really a close call, but thankfully my eldest brother was there.
He pointed to Suyu standing to the side. Kaiyuan hurriedly went to thank Suyu. Thanks to you, Suyu. Suyu returned the smile. No need to be so polite, uncle.
When you're traveling, you'll naturally need to take good care of me.
Kaiyuan nodded. Not only that, he could also sense that Suyu's aura had not completely dissipated. This aura, is it really approaching that of a top-tier item? This made me even more curious about the young man. Not long ago, he had asked his son if Suyu had any connections. The answer I got was,
I don't know, it seems like it has no background, but it's just ridiculously strong.
But Kaiyuan is a shrewd and experienced man. How could he possibly believe that someone with no background could have grown to this level? Putting that aside, the fact that they can optimize book production makes them absolutely worth befriending. But he wasn't in a hurry to make friends with Suyu.
Anyway, his son and Suyu had a good relationship, so he could let the two of them handle it themselves.
He then looked around and spoke. Everyone has worked hard. Let's get on the bus and go back first. It's not safe here.
Everyone nodded and followed Kaiyuan into the car. On the bus, Kaitong never expected that his cheap father would come along. You know, when I was in trouble before, my father always called the housekeeper. This time, he actually came in person. His gaze drifted aimlessly until he saw his older brother chatting animatedly with their father.
Then it dawned on me.
My cheapskate father only came because he was giving my older brother face. At this point, their conversation ended, and the money flowed towards Kaitong.
Everyone also made room for the two of them to chat. Kaiyuan smiled at everyone and then led them into the room. Tell me, what happened along the way?
Kaitong felt there was nothing to hide, so he told Suyu about how he casually killed the lava behemoth and soloed the Flame Clan. He became more and more agitated as he spoke, as if he had done it himself. They started baring their teeth and making all sorts of strange gestures, vividly describing the fight scene.
Kaiyuan gave him a piece of his mind. Be serious.
Kaitong calmed down, scratched his head, and continued. When talking about the later one-on-one fight against the beast-transformed Shenheyo, especially when mentioning that he could break through Saitong's divine armor, Kaiyuan was also somewhat stunned.
You mean, that beast-like person could break through your divine armor with his bare hands? And then he got completely thrashed by your older brother, Suyu? Yes.
Your divine equipment and artifacts are basically only available to near super-grade martial artists. Thinking of this, Kaiyuan became even more interested in Suyu.
But he didn't ask any more questions and waved for Kaitong to leave.
As he was preparing to leave the room.
The way to wealth. I will support whatever you want to develop in the future, provided that you bring your older brother along and do everything you can to help him, understand? Upon hearing this, Kaitong was somewhat excited. Dad, are you telling the truth? You really support me? Humph, don't think I don't know. You've secretly set up an entire industry chain outside. Otherwise, why do you think I came to the Endless Fire domain to find you? Kaitong chuckled and nodded. Yes, father. Remember. Bring your older brother along. Got it. Even if I don't have the money, I'll take out a loan to take care of my older brother. You brat. Is your family short of money? Ha ha ha.
Stepping outside, Kaitong calmed himself down. Only then did he slowly walk to the hovercar lobby. He knew exactly what his cheap old man had just said. To put it bluntly, it's about investing in your own older brother. But Kaitong is very pure. He just felt that Suyu was good to him, so he wanted to be good to Suyu in return. In fact, he had many things he was hiding from his adoptive father, such as Suyu's possession of the Fountain of Immortality and the vegetable heart of immortality. In his heart, his eldest brother held a very high position. His primary reason for starting an industry chain was to help his elder brother, and only secondarily to make money and enhance his own status. The latter were all things he got casually. He didn't care about them or pay attention to them. He was genuinely happy that his older brother had been recognized by his father. He walked to Suyu's side, tilted his head back, and sat down, his whole body forming a large X shape. Then he fell fast asleep. Suyu glanced at him indifferently, not curious about what they had just been talking about. Just seeing the smile on Saitong's face makes me smile too. On the bus, Nangong Meijio and another person were sitting together. Zhao Jiai carefully wiped the microphone clean before slowly walking to Suyu's side. He bowed his head as he offered the gift with both hands. Suyu shook his head and transmitted his voice. You helped us find 2 mineral deposits, and we haven't paid you yet. How can we ask for this back? Upon hearing this, the other party shook their head vigorously. Continue handing out the voice-over device. Suyu smiled wryly, then stood up. He took the microphone. Just as Zhao Jiai was about to get up. But I felt a warmth on my shoulder. Looking up, he saw Suyu putting a voice-over device on him. Suddenly, an indescribable emotion welled up in my heart. It felt like a little deer was running wildly in my heart. The pounding in her chest almost made her faint. Especially when you see Suyu's masculine and resolute face up close, and meet his deep, pool-like eyes. They were completely captivated in an instant. It wasn't until Nangong Meijiao tugged at her that Zhao Jiai came to her senses. Realizing she had just lost her composure, she bowed and quickly ran away. Nangong Meijiao glanced at Suyu, revealing a very complicated expression, and then left. Upon returning to school, various departures occurred. Suyu woke up Kai Tong, and together they went to the service hall to settle the tasks that had been posted. To be honest, this was Suyu's first time visiting the service hall. Fortunately, Kai Tong is familiar with the process. Chapter 109 Lucky Oxen Money Tree? The service hall was simpler than I had imagined. It gives the impression of a hotel reception desk. One of the staff members from Kai Tong walked towards the center of the service hall, while Suyu looked around. There are many bounty missions posted around the service hall. These are things that cannot be posted on the Rising step-by-step platform. It doesn't restrict your cultivation level or profession, or even your methods. You will be paid if you can do it. Of course, you can also pay some advertising fees to post bounty tasks here. The service hall accepted the advertising fees, so even if these tasks were irregular, they would just turn a blind eye. Slay the evil eagle, difficulty S, reward, 30 amethysts, 1 chance to enter the top floor of the treasure pavilion. Cut off and collect 100 faced serpent head. Difficulty, SSS reward, perfect tempering stone, meteorite Oregon. Suyu searched for a long time but couldn't find any mention of the spinal cord of a 9th grade demon beast. That makes sense. How could such a rare item possibly appear on a bounty mission? Even if it were possible, with my current level of cultivation, I wouldn't be able to reach that level. The bounty missions listed above are at least of superior quality. Ultimately, it all comes down to improving one's cultivation level. Once we've finished dealing with the dragon egg, we need to hurry up and improve our cultivation. Big brother, come here for a second. Suyu looked in the direction of the sound and found that Kai Tong was waving him over. After that, Kai Tong then pointed to the form and said, "Brother, the team leader also needs to fill out a form and briefly describe his experience." While speaking, Kai Tong kept winking and making faces, as if he was hinting at something. Suyu naturally understood and ignored most of the process. When writing the list of casualties, Suyu paused for a moment, then wrote, "all minor injuries." After confirming that everything was correct, Suyu and Kai Tong submitted the forms. The receptionist glanced at it casually and then placed it on the table. At that moment, a figure appeared, approached the teacher and whispered a few words, then took out a bag. This is a bit inappropriate. There's no need to nitpick. As long as they're not dead, minor injuries aren't enough to warrant punishment. The teacher looked embarrassed, but still silently put it away. The man understood and chuckled. Then add something to it. After saying that, the man added a few words to the declaration document that Suyu had submitted first. "No one will be injured in this mission, otherwise, I will bear the responsibility alone." Watching Suyu's departing figure, he sneered inwardly, "You made me suffer so much last time, this time I'll make you pay for it all." If Suyu were there, he would definitely recognize that this person was Zhou Tao, with whom he had a conflict at Tungwu Pavilion. After completing the formalities, Suyu and Kai Tong went their separate ways. The first thing Suyu did upon returning to the villa. He then went to check on his vegetable garden. When I left, the vegetable garden was just a little short of leveling up, but it should be ready now. As expected. When I saw the evergreen vegetable patch panel, it showed that it had been upgraded. Longevity Vegetable Garden. Level, for reward not claimed. Products, Longevity Spring, Longevity Cabbage, 7 colored corn. Experience required to reach the next level, 3,120. Suyu couldn't wait to claim the level 4 reward. Level 4 reward claimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 Lucky Ox Money Tree sapling. Already distributed to the system repository. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the plant progress monitoring system. You can now visually monitor the plant's maturation progress. Suyu wasn't particularly interested in the progress tracking system. His attention was entirely on the Lucky Ox Money Tree. The Lucky Ox Money Tree was retrieved from the system repository and held in my hand. It feels heavy. The leaves are golden yellow, and the trunk is made of rubber, with a reflective surface and a slightly sticky feel. At the very top of the sapling floats a bull's head logo with a hooked nose, and the whole thing is bright red. Suyu took it in his hand and examined it carefully.
This combination is so bizarre. The light it emits. It looks like something that signifies great wealth and prosperity.
Suyu could sense that the plants awarded this time were quite special and not really suitable for planting in a vegetable garden.
His idea was soon proven true.
When planting in the vegetable garden, the progress bar at the top actually shows that it has not been planted.
He tried many methods, but none of them worked. This commotion woke up the little turtle that was taking a nap.
The latter rubbed his sleepy eyes and slowly walked to Suyu's side. Upon seeing the auspicious ox and money tree in his hand, the turtle's eyes widened suddenly, as if it had seen something incredible.
Suyu, is this a lucky ox money tree?
Suyu looked in the direction of the sound and saw the little turtle slowly putting on something that looked like eyes, and stretching out its turtle head to look at him.
Somewhat surprised. Little turtle, do you know about the lucky ox money tree?
Yes, I have the relevant knowledge in my memory. The little turtle seemed to fall into deep thought for a long time before it spoke softly.
What did I just say?
This was the first time Suyu had ever shown a speechless expression towards the little turtle. He resisted the urge to knock on its shell.
We just talked about the lucky ox and money tree.
Upon hearing this, the little turtle's eyes lit up, and it suddenly looked at the sapling in Suyu's hand.
Suyu, is that a lucky ox money tree in your hand?
Suyu nodded.
I have a lot of information about the lucky ox money tree in my memory.
This time, the little turtle didn't fall into deep thought, but spoke it out naturally. In the distant ancient times, when heaven and earth were first created, spiritual energy abounded. There existed a mysterious spiritual realm in the world.
Countless spiritual plants imbued with divine power grow within it. The fortune ox tree is the most unique existence in this spiritual realm.
The creation of the fortune ox tree originated from a serendipitous encounter between heaven and earth. At that time, a wandering immortal passed through this place, filled with compassion.
The little turtle rambled on, but didn't get to the point.
Suyu was speechless, but he was too embarrassed to interrupt the little turtle, who was talking non-stop.
For example, what is the use of this lucky ox money tree?
The little turtle seemed to have heard Suyu's plea. He paused for a moment, then slowly began to explain the benefits of the fortune ox and money tree.
The fortune ox money tree is different from other money trees.
If other money trees bring wealth, then this one truly attracts, or even absorbs, wealth.
Upon hearing this, Suyu asked in confusion. What does attracting wealth mean? Does it act like a magnet, drawing wealth in?
The little turtle scratched its head. Although I don't know what you mean by magnet, it does attract wealth, including spirit stones, magical artifacts, weapons, and even talent.
Absorbing talent? How exactly are these words combined?
Suyu felt completely unfamiliar with it.
So, you can find something to absorb talent?
Suyu looked down at the lucky ox and money tree in his hand and thought to himself. This thing seems to be much more powerful than I imagined. However, the possibility that the little turtle was just bragging cannot be ruled out. But the possibility is very small.
Then where should we plant it? Suyu asked the question he most wanted to ask. Chapter 110 First Time Absorbing Treasure. Let me think about it.
The little turtle rubbed its head, seemingly falling into standby mode again, before finally uttering a sentence after a long while.
What was I about to say? May they be punished by heaven. How old is this little turtle? Is it already starting to forget things?
Suyu calculated the time. It seemed like only 4 days had passed since they last met.
It wasn't like this before.
Just as Suyu was about to give a hint, the little turtle raised a finger, looking as if it had just remembered.
Was Suyu's friend just asking how to plant a lucky ox money tree?
This tree is a product of pure land and cannot be planted in ordinary soil.
Moreover, its roots will not spread and it cannot draw water. It is best planted in water.
Suyu pondered. The only thing that could satisfy both requirements at the same time was.
It's inside the spring of immortality.
Suyu and the little turtle both looked at the spring of immortality.
Won't planting these trees pollute the water source?
Suyu had no desire to drink the water from the tree roots. Although the tree is very clean.
Logically speaking, things from pure land should not pollute water sources. Moreover, this is the spring of longevity, which can regulate itself. Even if an ordinary plant were planted there, the only thing to consider is whether the plant can withstand it. The water source itself will not be polluted.
After receiving a positive reply, so you finally felt relieved and planted the seedlings. The moment he put it down, so you felt a resistance.
Do not press down.
Looking at the fortunox tree, one can see that the roots of the tree are radiating a dazzling golden light, as if forming a piece of golden soil, which is floating steadily on the spring water.
You can't press any lower. It seems like this is the only way.
Suyu looked at the planting progress above his head.
Lucky Ox Money Tree, 1%. 04. The Lucky Ox will bring you corresponding treasures. When a certain amount of money is invested, the Lucky Ox will charge up. When it fully appears and raises its head to shout, the treasures will follow. The following words are clearly the instructions for using the Lucky Ox Money Tree.
Suyu read it several times before he was completely sure of how to use it. By investing corresponding items, such as spirit stones, gold, or silver, you can recharge the Lucky Ox. Once fully charged, the Lucky Ox will appear, raise its head, and shout to attract treasures. As for the treasures it mentioned, they were quite extensive. After all, according to the little turtle, it could even absorb talent, which was a bit of an exaggeration.
Suyu then fixed his gaze on 04.
The second part should be the maximum charging limit, while the first part indicates how much has been charged.
What exactly does this 4 refer to? 4 pieces of gold? 4 spirit stones? Or 4 bank cards?
Since Suyu only had spirit stones on him, he took out 4 low-grade spirit stones and placed them next to the fortunox tree. With a bleeding sound, the money tree emitted a burst of light, which quickly disappeared, along with the 4 low-grade spirit stones in Suyu's hand.
Charging status, 4-4. Charging successful.
I was just trying it out, but I didn't expect it to actually be 4 low-grade spirit stones. After absorbing the spirit stone, the leaves of the fortunox tree glowed, as if golden linear light bulbs had been lit. The tree was slowly emitting particles like fireflies, which drifted slowly toward the auspicious ox pattern at the top of the tree.
Funyo is recharging.
As the introduction unfolds, the image of the auspicious ox slowly emerges. It was a miniature calf, about the size of a palm.
The overall color scheme is still predominantly gold.
It first formed a body, and then slowly raised its head. When it was raised to its highest point, it slowly opened its mouth. Immediately afterwards, a long, drawn-out moo of a cow rang out.
Moo.
Ripples spread around the cow's mouth. It was as if it was summoning something.
Soon, a glass bottle flew from afar. Until it falls into the cow's mouth. Has this completed the treasure collecting process?
Suyu walked forward curiously and took the glass bottle from the cow's mouth.
This is hemostatic pills? Or is it a whole bottle?
Although this thing isn't expensive, in terms of value, it's still worth more than 4 low-grade spirit stones.
There are approximately 6. Judging by the quality, it's not bad it can sell for 7 pieces.
Suyu stroked his chin, gradually gaining confidence. Although the description says that an equivalent treasure will be given, in reality, the value of the treasure is greater than that of the wealth. Initially, they made a profit of 2 or 3 low-grade spirit stones, but things changed in the later stages.
Tens of millions? Hundreds of millions? It's not impossible. Moreover, some things cannot be bought with money.
Suyu was quite satisfied with this.
It's this charging. Charging cooldown, 7 days. It seems like it's been a while.
The progress of the Lucky Ox money tree has also increased from 1% to 2%.
This is different from the plants we've seen before.
This growth doesn't come from the passage of time, but from recharging. Hopefully the cooldown time for charging can be shortened. It's fine if it doesn't change.
Suyu has already started making a wish. If you raise a Funyo to its late stage and accumulate a certain amount of savings, is it possible to obtain the legendary 9th grade Demon Beast Spinal Fluid? Of course, Suyu was only thinking about it.
I won't pin my hopes of saving my daughter on these uncertain things.
Suyu stuffed the hemostatic pill into his storage bag. Such a small item couldn't be put into his storage ring.
He then took out the bottle and scooped a spoonful of water into the pool. Each upgrade to the longevity garden will refresh its own longevity spring drug resistance. Therefore, drinking spring water after upgrading is an essential step. Although no agricultural products were provided to compensate for the loss of lifespan this time, it can still be compensated by the longevity spring. It just so happens that my cultivation has stagnated recently, and I'm just short of lifespan to catch up.
Suyu looked at the crystal clear spring water in his hand and gently inhaled its fragrance. I don't know when I'll have it next. I didn't think much of it.
He drank it all in one gulp. A familiar life force surged forth, enveloping the body as if life force were being poured into it. Soo-yun could sense that his bone age was reversing. It's important to understand that even if you could reverse aging, your bone age would still remain the same and wouldn't change.
Just like your understanding of life and the experiences you have. It is irreversible.
It won't cause your bone age to increase just because you suddenly age.
But this 4th level spring water is a bit scary. It can actually reverse bone age.
This was just as shocking as having Soo-yu's memories reversed back to when he was 4 or 5 years old.
At the same time,
on the system panel, his lifespan value was steadily increasing. It didn't stop until 2000.
Current lifespan, March 2nd, 2000.
Soo-yu counted carefully. There were 3 zeros in total, making it a 4-digit number.
Is this 2000 years ago? Soo-yu was completely dumbfounded. You should know that the current number 1 martial arts master only had a lifespan of a little over 1,000 years, right? I've been around for 2,000 years?
He went from being a man who was dying for hundreds of years to an old monster that is 2,000 years old. If anyone else heard this, they would definitely spit in Soo-yu's face.
With hundreds of years of cultivation, you're still acting innocent? Have you no shame? Chapter 111 Upgrade, Heaven-Defying Comprehension. A glimpse.
Soo-yu calmed himself down briefly.
He then walked to the side of the dragon egg.
After looking at it from top to bottom, I found that the dragon egg was much bigger than before. Intricate patterns also appeared on the surface of the eggshell.
It resembled some kind of rune.
Furthermore, quenching flames flowed around the dragon egg, like guards protecting it. The dragon egg seems to be hatching soon. During this time, the little turtle dared not get too close, for fear of being affected by the quenching fire. When it saw Soo-yu approaching, it was about to warn him to be careful.
However, it was discovered that the quenching process seemed to be intentionally or unintentionally avoiding it. That's not right. Logically speaking, dragons have a very strong sense of territory.
The dragon egg has been here for so long that it has long since claimed the area within half a meter of the egg as its territory. If any outsiders approach, an attack will definitely be launched.
But why weren't Soo-yu's friends attacked? A nascent idea formed in the little turtle's mind. Could it be that it has already considered Soo-yu's friend as one of its own? It's very likely. Otherwise, this wouldn't explain why the quenching around the dragon egg didn't attack him.
But Soo-yu clearly had no such thoughts. He simply felt that the quenching process possessed a certain spirituality.
He turned and left, leaving behind a single sentence.
"Wait for me, little dragon, I'll bring you the fire spirit orb soon." He then left carrying the ripe vegetables that the little turtle had prepared for Soo-yu.
We arrived at the villa.
Soo-yu did not go to the bedroom, but instead turned the corner and went to the study.
I picked up a pen and paper and began to write.
At the very top, the 3 characters were written neatly.
Immediately afterwards, Soo-yu waved his hand.
Quickly write an introductory chapter, a short chapter, and even a comprehensive chapter on the human king transformation. The only chapter, the perfect ending, remains unwritten.
Shenheio's cultivation of the human king transformation technique is actually a modified version.
As he wrote this, Soo-yu put his pen down on the table. No wonder the first 3 words that appeared when they were stealing the cultivation technique were Beast King Transformation, but it seems this is a heavily modified version of the human king transformation, abandoning the complex process of human becoming a venerable and instead leaning towards the monsters. Through physical mutations, one can quickly achieve a level of physical strength. Unlike the human king transformation, the beast king transformation only changes the physical body, not the soul, and even the spiritual power does not increase at all. This modification was a complete failure. The system stole the beast king transformation and modified it back to the original draft. However, due to the extensive modifications, even the revised first draft was not perfect. There are ways to improve it if you want. That means spending money to improve the system. I quickly checked how much was needed. Upon discovering that the number was as high as 800 or 900, the idea was immediately abandoned. Whether I can reach the great perfection realm is still unknown, so there's no need to waste my lifespan to perfect the perfect chapter. This is putting the cart before the horse.
Soo-yu was well aware of the power of this human king transformation. Learning this is absolutely necessary.
Not to mention that obtaining this technique took him a great deal of effort.
He then activated the system,
preparing to accelerate progress. Just then, he suddenly stopped.
My point seemed to be enough to upgrade my incredible comprehension. Using the system to speed up progress is a skill that requires extraordinary comprehension, isn't it? Wouldn't level 2 be more efficient, or would it consume less lifespan? Suyu thought it was very likely. He then abandoned the idea of rushing through the progress and instead opened the talent upgrade interface. SSS level physique boneless form, current level, 2, points required for upgrade, 120. SSS level talent incredible comprehension, current level, 1, points required for upgrade, 70. SSS level aura imperial pressure, current level, 2, upgrade required points, 100. SSS level talent Tai Su Hui Chunin, current level, 1, points required for upgrade, 120. Note, after reaching level 5, you can advance to the divine power level and unlock a brand new mechanism. Current points, 112. 112, upgrading your comprehension is more than enough to defy the heavens. Suyu took a deep breath. Preparing for an upgrade. Upgrade to SSS level talent incredible comprehension, current level, 1, points required for upgrade, 70. Weather. Points consumed, 112. Expected upgrade level, 2. Without hesitation, I selected yes. As Suyu made his choice, the system began to operate at high speed. The surroundings suddenly changed. Suyu could feel as if he were floating in a sea of clouds. In the distance, the faint sound of bells drifted in, each chime seemingly striking the depths of the soul, causing the surrounding air to hum. The faint whispers seemed to be the Creator reciting the laws of heaven and earth, the voice sometimes deep and sometimes ethereal. Under all this guidance, Suyu's consciousness gradually came to understand everything. His spiritual power seemed to have sunk to the bottom of the sea. It was pitch black all around. It took some time before I gradually realized that this was a space of consciousness. Suddenly, a golden light shone brightly before them, instantly dispelling much of the chaos in their consciousness space. Countless insights and knowledge surged in like a tidal wave, and the long-standing cultivation problems were now easily solved, as if everything had fallen into place naturally. His understanding of martial arts techniques and skills has reached a whole new level. Although the process caused some stinging in the brain, the mental pleasure it brought was unimaginable. Suyu was completely absorbed in it. Until the system issued a notification sound. This brought him back to his senses. Upgrade successful. SSS level talent incredible comprehension, current level, 2, points required for upgrade, 140. Unlocked features at level 2 of extraordinary comprehension, 1 the time required to comprehend a cultivation technique is reduced to half. 2 the lifespan consumed is reduced by 20%. 3 any cultivation technique can be mastered at a glance. It was similar to what Suyu had thought, or even better. Not only has the time required to comprehend the cultivation technique been shortened, but more importantly, the lifespan consumed has also been greatly reduced. This means that I can save more lifespan to learn more techniques. This is a virtuous cycle. Not to mention the third one, any martial arts technique can be mastered at a glance. This is a bit of an exaggeration, but compared to the techniques already learned, it seems somewhat useless. But right now, I've just finished dealing with the matter of my entry into the Human King transformation. But before even starting to learn the basics, Suyu still checked the lifespan required to enter the field. The answer was 63 years. Suyu stroked his chin. No wonder they had to modify it so drastically. Otherwise, just getting to the beginner level would take 63 years. Who would be willing to spend decades cultivating to the beginner level? I didn't think much of it. Being exempt from the 1963 entry requirement is quite a good thing. Suyu then picked up his handwritten paper. Read the words above carefully. You don't even need to actively initiate a beginner's guide. Suyu had already grasped the basic techniques. However, it has not yet reached the level of performing the Human King transformation. The beginner level only covers the basics, such as how to breathe when enlarged and how to control the torso to move forward. As for a true transformation, that requires knowledge acquired only at a certain level of mastery. After mastering the basics, Suyu became increasingly amazed by the Human King transformation. Chapter 112 Upgrade. Upgrade. All upgrades. He had never seen a martial arts technique where the introductory chapters were entirely geared towards the completion chapters. Summon the system. Loading cultivation technique. Reading successful. Cultivation technique, Human King transformation, rank, SSS, current progress, beginner. Do I need to consume my lifespan to cultivate the Human King transformation? Weather. Estimated lifespan to be consumed by 600 years. It was actually an SSS level technique. Suyu raised an eyebrow. This is a real gem. Without hesitation, he chose to cultivate.
The system operates at high speed, and the scene changes accordingly.
The next second, Suyu seemed to have arrived at the edge of a cold pool in the dead of night.
He was shirtless, and something seemed to be wriggling on his chest and abdomen.
It looked as if flesh-eating worms were gnawing at the shin bone and internal organs inside.
Every muscle in his body was twitching violently, and the intense pain almost forced Suyu out of his cultivation state.
This training was so painful?
The pain lasted for nearly half an hour. Suyu's body was covered in blood scabs, and his reflection in the water looked incredibly ferocious. This is under the premise of reducing the training time by half, otherwise, it would be an hour of torture.
Just when Suyu thought it was over,
I saw the cultivation progress pop up by the system.
40%.
As Suyu was surprised, a sharp pain shot through his brain. It felt as if I was being held tightly by a pair of invisible hands.
Suyu had a splitting headache and felt like he wanted to throw his brain away. Consciousness gradually faded.
Just then, a low murmur reached my ears.
"Young man, are you willing to accept the inheritance of the human king transformation?"
The sound echoed continuously, seemingly coming from the surroundings, but even more so from within the heart.
At the same time,
in the chaos, a phantom figure gradually emerged, exuding an aura of royalty, with eyes revealing both majesty and compassion.
"This is the king of men."
Suyu wanted to answer, but his mind was too foggy and he couldn't speak at all. The illusory figure was waiting for Suyu's response, and seeing that Suyu remained silent, it was about to dissipate. At this moment, Suyu seemed to suddenly come to his senses and spoke.
"I accept." The figures coalesced once more.
The human king transformation is an ancient technique of kings, capable of transforming a person into a being of unparalleled strength in the world. Only a true king can master it.
"Seeing your exceptional comprehension and imperial aura, I bestow it upon you."
As soon as he finished speaking, a golden light shot out from the figure's hand and pierced straight into Suyu's brow.
In an instant,
images flashed through Suyu's mind. In ancient times, when war broke out, a long-haired warrior wearing armor and wielding a giant axe faced a massive army pressing down on the city.
He jumped off the city wall and shouted, "The king of men, transform!"
He then transformed into a giant 8 jung tall.
Wherever they went, the enemy fell to the ground. 99%. 100%. With the progress fully completed, Suyu successfully finished his cultivation.
Cultivation technique, Human King Transformation, level, SSS, progress, minor success, 1223-34,000. As expected of an SSS level technique, the progress bar is frighteningly long, reaching 34,000. Suyu looked at his palm and noticed a vortex-like mark on it. This should be the sign that the human king has shrunk. On the one hand, most of the marks that can be left on the body are related to body training. Just like the 7-star body tempering technique I practiced before. Suyu could also feel that after cultivating the human king transformation, it was easier to adjust his breathing, and his body coordination was also much higher. He has 1,400 years of lifespan remaining.
It's time to catch up on the techniques we've been neglecting.
In the time that followed, Suyu mastered the Void Lotus Step Tai Chi Divine Step in one go.
It consumed 450 years of cultivation.
Technique, Void Lotus Step Tai Chi Divine Movement Step, level, unknown.
Completed, current progress, 6,240 10,072.
The Void Lotus Step Tai Chi Divine Movement is a technique of immortals, and its effects far surpass those of ordinary movement techniques. Just like when one has achieved minor success, one can create lotus flowers under one's feet and escape into the void. Now that one has achieved major success, one can even conceal one's form in the void. It achieves a similar effect to invisibility. But it is even more stealthy than invisibility, leaving no trace, and also ignoring the size of the collision.
This is perfect for a low-key person like Suyu.
He usually hides his strength, but when necessary, he can strike from the shadows.
Very convenient. He glanced at his little remaining lifespan.
Suyu decided to use it on the Flame Shadow Army. The Flame Shadow Army has 2 branches, melee and ranged. At present, it seems necessary to first maximize the progress of the close combat branch.
Let's invest 500 years of cultivation first and see how far we can go. We can use the remaining lifespan for emergencies. Suyu didn't plan to use them all at once.
If he encountered a suitable cultivation technique later, he would need to speed up his progress. Or, if one encounters an accident and faces a crisis that consumes one's lifespan, such as the gate between life and death, it is easy to die suddenly if one only has 100 or 200 lifespans left.
Just to be safe, let's keep it.
After investing 500 years of cultivation, the system started operating at high speed. Perhaps because the progress was about to be completed, the experience was even more intense this time.
Suyu felt as if he were being burned by fire.
As he burned, his limbs seemed to be drawn by the flames, involuntarily unleashing a series of close-quarters combat techniques. The most basic movements punch, whip kick, hook punch, heavy kick, and knee strike seemed to be randomly combined, yet also seemed to be arranged in a fixed pattern, producing unexpected moves for Suyu. It was as if he had mastered everything he had learned before. The movements were the same, but the momentum and lethality had completely risen to a new level.
Suyu was being led around while sighing with emotion. Is this the close-quarters combat of the Flame Shadow military sports team? Its strength is beyond doubt.
At the same time, the flame armor, which combines close combat and ranged attacks, has also been optimized. At this moment, the flame armor could actually separate and replicate the actions Suyu had made just a second ago.
Cultivation complete. Flame Shadow military body, rank, S. Training progress, close combat branch mastery, 7,300 9,886. I need to test the intensity. Suyu was extremely eager to try out this power. Just then, his phone buzzed, and Suyu picked it up to take a look.
Suyu, a close combat course has recently started.
Would you like to check it out?
The message was sent by Zhao Jiai. A while ago, Zhao Jiai sent a message saying that Suyu was a freshman and that he could ask her if he had any questions. She also mentioned that the freshman's class schedule is different from theirs as juniors, and that she could keep an eye out for any classes Suyu needed. Suyu knew that Zhao Jiai wanted to repay his previous help, so he didn't refuse and casually said that he would keep an eye out for close combat classes for me. I didn't expect to hear news so quickly. Perfect timing, I also want to test my current close combat skills.
The message was then edited. Okay, send me the address and time, and I'll attend the class.
Soon, the other party sent the address and time. Refine the system, Building C, Room 403, 2:30 p.m. to 4:10 p.m. She added a smiley face emoji, showing that she was happy to be able to help Suyu.
Chapter 113. It turns out it's the dying system. Suyu thanked him. I glanced at the time, it was 1:30.
There was still plenty of time.
He then took a shower, put on the uniform of the Department of Dying Will, and set off. Refining system.
Its combat power is second only to the combat type, making it the strongest of all known types at the same level.
This is the time when many students are in class. Many of the people coming and going were wearing vests or tight-fitting uniforms.
Even someone as tall and robust as Suyu, standing at 188 centimeters, would be about the same size as a greyhound inside.
Putting everything else aside, the people here are just incredibly muscular. This may be the difference between body refining practitioners and traditional martial artists. I heard that Teacher Wu Yi is giving a public class this afternoon. Really? Didn't Teacher Wu Yi recently go to study close combat techniques?
I heard he even went to the military to learn.
Why would I lie to you? I've just come back to show off because I've learned something new. Whether it's showing off or not, you can definitely learn something from it.
Suyu heard everything the students said as they passed by.
Teacher Wu Yi, is that the one who taught close combat this afternoon?
With these questions in mind, Suyu headed towards the teaching building. Compared to other departments, the teaching building of the refining department appears more spacious, with sandbags and punching bags scattered everywhere.
The venue is also more like a boxing training room.
Suyu arrived nearly 20 minutes early, but the seats were already packed.
Those who practice the system are all eagerly anticipating this open class.
When Suyu entered, many people turned to look at him. Upon seeing the deathly robes on Suyu's body, his eyes turned contemptuous.
There aren't enough seats to begin with, and they let this trashy department in to sit here. It's such a waste.
The person next to him looked at Suyu upon hearing this, and although he did not speak, his expression was very sarcastic.
Suyu pretended not to see it and found an empty seat to sit down.
It seems to be just as I thought. As long as there are open courses rather than professional courses, the Department of Residual Life can audit them.
A casual glance revealed that there were very few students in the Department of Respiratory Syndrome. There are almost no other characters wearing the same outfit.
At this moment, Suyu saw a familiar figure at the door, and upon closer inspection, he realized who it was.
That's Zhao Jiai. She was stuck in the crowd, unable to get in.
Suyu stood up, walked over to him, and pulled him into the room.
Thank you, Suyu. Zhao Jiai is now proficient in using the voice amplification device,
and her pronunciation has become much more fluent.
They received strange looks from two students from the refining system.
After looking Suyu and Zhao Jia up and down, the two exchanged a smile.
A mute? But she's quite cute, I just wonder if she'll be mute during that.
Ha, it should make a hot and ah sounds. Although Zhao Jia couldn't hear what they were saying, their expressions made her very uncomfortable. They certainly weren't saying anything nice. As they were talking, the two suddenly leaned forward, seemingly about to get physical.
Suyu frowned, recognizing their coded message. He stepped in front of the two of them. What do you want to do?
Oh, a hero saving a damsel in distress. One of the men pointed at Suyu and laughed loudly. When he smiles, his teeth are visible but his eyes are not. His companion shrugged.
Just let him have his way. He's even willing to lay a hand on someone like this. Upon hearing this, the other person nodded, smiled, and left. He bumped into Suyu as he was leaving. But to my surprise, Suyu's arm was like hot iron. Touching it almost made me bray like a donkey.
After being burned, the man knew he was in the wrong and didn't say anything bad about Suyu, but just glared at him fiercely.
I memorized Suyu's appearance. He left out a sentence. Just you wait.
He didn't want to cause trouble during the open class, otherwise he might get thrown out. After all, the school rules clearly state that students are not allowed to fight or argue in class.
Although these are two mediocre students from the dyeing department, they are still considered students.
Suyu watched their departing figures and shrugged. Upon entering the Department of Dyeing Will and learning that the classes would be attended by auditing students, Suyu already anticipated that he would inevitably face cold stares or ridicule in the future.
I just didn't expect it to come so quickly.
But Suyu was already used to it during those years when he was considered a good-for-nothing. The ridicule he received was far more aggressive than this. In his eyes, their mockery was no different from playing house.
But if they like to get physical, I wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson. My thoughts returned to the present.
Suyu sat back in his original seat and patted the seat next to him.
He gestured for Zhao Jia to sit down.
Zhao Jia blushed slightly, nodded, and sat down. The scene of Suyu standing in front of him echoed in his mind.
I thought they were going to bully me.
Fortunately, Suyu stopped him for him. As she reminisced, her gaze unconsciously drifted toward Suyu. The latter noticed that Zhao Jia was looking at her, smiled back, and then looked towards the main podium. I want to see the legendary teacher Wu Yi. The moment their eyes met, Zhao Jia shyly lowered her head. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Suyu look away, and she couldn't help but recall the scene that had just happened.
Why did that person have that expression when they bumped into Suyu? It was clearly him trying to bully Suyu. They even pretend to be victims. It's really annoying.
It's common for students in the Department of Respiratory Diseases to be bullied while auditing classes, but it seems they don't have to worry about that when they're with Suyu. Out of the corner of her eye, she involuntarily glanced at Suyu's shoulder.
This is the shoulder that just protected me. The way of the heart. It looks quite wide.
Little did she know that she had forgotten to turn off the voice recorder, and the voice recorder directly said what she was thinking.
It looks quite wide.
He even added a slight trailing tone. Suyu was taken aback and looked at Zhao Jia.
Transmit the message. Was that you speaking just now?
Zhao Jia felt her face turn completely red.
Like a perfectly ripe apple.
He kept waving his hand. Sorry, I forgot to turn off my voice recorder.
Suyu had no idea what this girl was up to. The broad shoulders you were talking about, Army?
He didn't say those words aloud. I was afraid of embarrassing Zhao Jia.
He thought for a moment and asked. What brings you here? Interested in close combat?
Upon hearing this, Zhao Jia lowered her head and turned on the voice recorder.
He spoke intermittently. Yes. Suyu didn't notice the latter's bewildered expression at all. He was surprised and transmitted his voice.
I didn't expect Zhao to be interested in close combat.
Could it be that you also practice body cultivation?
Zhao Jia seemed to be lost in thought, and only spoke after a while.
No. I don't practice body training, I just like it. Oh, I see. Suyu didn't ask any further questions. At this moment,
unaware of what was happening ahead, the people sitting in front began to stir.
He kept shouting. Teacher Wu Yi. Teacher Wu Yi. Finally, you're here. I'm so glad I didn't give up. Holy crap, I saw the real Wu Yi.
Upon hearing this, Suyu realized that it was Wu Yi who had arrived. After speaking telepathically to the curious Zhao Jiayi, he explained the reason. She also stood up, wanting to see what the teacher who had made them so lively looked like.
Chapter 114, The Fusion of Elements in Close Combat? Soon, a man with a light bulb on his head came into their view. It wasn't a real light bulb, but his bald head was so bright that it appeared even brighter under the reflection of the light bulb. Suyu also looked up. I witnessed Wu Yi's appearance. Is he a martial monk? It doesn't seem like it. He was dressed in a martial monk's uniform, bald, and had a black dragon tattoo on his head. Is teacher Wu Yi a martial monk? But martial monks shouldn't have tattoos, right? Upon hearing this, the person next to him snorted coldly. Where did this country bumpkin come from? Teacher Wu Yi was originally a martial monk, and he only got tattoos after becoming a teacher. You don't even know teacher Wu Yi, yet you come here to listen to a lecture? After saying that, the man glanced at Suyu. He then covered his nose and said with a look of disdain. I knew it. How could anyone not know who teacher Wu Yi is? I didn't expect him to be from the living system. Ugh, what bad luck. Suyu shrugged. If you feel it's unlucky, stay away from it. The person looked around and, finding no empty seats, abandoned the idea of changing seats, but subconsciously moved a little further away. I was just about to say something when things suddenly got heated up again. Because Wu Yi on the podium had already started lecturing. Welcome everyone to this class. Let me introduce myself. My name is Wu Yi, and I am the deputy head of the refining system. He was also the champion of the martial arts tournament for 10 consecutive years. I went to the army for close combat training a couple of years ago, which caused everyone to miss their classes. The class has been delayed for a long time. Now that I've completed my studies, I've come all this way. I hope you won't mind. He cupped his hands in a respectful gesture. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. Wu Yi! Wu Yi! Wu Yi! I don't mind at all. Wu Yi gestured for silence and then began to talk about his recent advanced studies in the army. The story was told so vividly, and the experience was incredibly dramatic. The students were stunned when the topic of combining close combat with elemental techniques came up. Immediately someone raised their hand and said, Teacher Wu Yi, is what you're saying true? Can body tempering and elemental cultivation techniques really be combined? Won't they be incompatible? Wu Yi seemed to have been waiting for these words. He smirked. That's a very good question. Have you ever heard of the heaven burning technique? Many people at the scene nodded in agreement. The burning heaven technique seems to be a fire-based cultivation method that can be practiced by joining the army. No one present understood the burning heaven technique better than Suyu. As his most proficient and strongest offensive technique, it accompanied him through countless days and nights. Suyu raised an eyebrow slightly. Could Wu Yi's description of close combat combined with elemental techniques be the fusion of the burning heaven technique in military boxing? Wu Yi smiled faintly. The question is raised again. Joining the army is similar to the cultivation system, both focusing on body cultivation and then other techniques. But aren't you curious why the army doesn't start with body cultivation techniques, but instead gives out a fire-based cultivation method? Everyone looked puzzled. Many people have raised questions. Yes, teacher Wu Yi, why is that? I only know that military training involves practicing a close combat technique called military boxing, which is also a type of body training. But I don't know why it requires fire-based techniques. Could teacher Wu Yi explain this to me? Just then, a voice suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Who else could it be but Suyu who is speaking? It combines military boxing with the burning heaven technique to create a close-quarters combat technique. As soon as these words were spoken, some people immediately mocked them. How is that possible? Even if teacher Wu Yi mentioned that elemental techniques can be combined with close combat skills, how could you possibly pair them with a ranged fire-based technique? How would that leverage the advantages of both? If you don't know, don't pretend to know. You even combine military boxing with the burning heaven technique. Some people, seeing Suyu dressed in his deathbed clothes, also started to attack. Someone from the dying department who's just auditing a class is trying to act all high and mighty? Can't they just get lost? Suyu ignored these sarcastic remarks. After he finished speaking, he sat down. Congratulations, host, on completing the task goal but still eager to learn. Although you are advanced in years, you still love learning. Please answer one question correctly during the lesson. Obtained Flame Shadow Military Training Progress Book 1. Suyu was certainly not the type of person who liked to be active in class. The only reason I answer questions is to receive system rewards.
When Wu Yi mentioned close combat and the Burning Heaven technique, he already associated it with the Flame Shadow military body. Furthermore, the ability to trigger system tasks is undoubtedly based on the deductive principles of the Flame Shadow army. Having already mastered the skills, asking these questions is tantamount to dancing in one's own knowledge domain.
Answering questions is just something I do naturally. This reward is quite generous.
I'm just a few steps away from achieving perfection, and this progress book can help me reach that milestone.
This undoubtedly leaves a large portion of one's lifespan remaining. Feeling great. The crowd was still discussing and speculating about their ideas regarding the fusion technique.
After hearing the answer he wanted to hear, Wu Yi made a gesture for silence.
Please be quiet, everyone. I have heard the answer I wanted to hear. Everyone immediately fell silent, realizing that what they had just said was correct. He looked at Wu Yi with anticipation. Wu Yi coughed and laughed.
The correct answer is that the Burning Heaven technique can be combined with military boxing to produce a wonderful reaction and give rise to a completely new branch. That is close quarters combat infused with fire elements. Upon hearing this, those who had previously mocked Suyu all turned to look at him. The one who was scolded the most felt their face burning. Can it really be linked with military boxing? Who would have thought of that? Seeing Suyu's nonchalant expression, he felt both angry and helpless. The crowd started making noise again. After they had talked for a while, Wu Yi gestured for silence again. He then began to talk about his creative process. The battalion commander, the close combat instructor, and I have been studying this for several years, and we have finally produced an introductory version of the combined techniques. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in commotion.
Wow, Teacher Wu Yi is amazing. He can even create his own martial arts techniques, and he's even fused with other techniques. You've developed it in just a few years? No wonder you're Master Wu Yi.
Not only are you skilled in close combat, but you're also so accomplished in creating martial arts techniques. Wu Yi coughed, pretending to be nonchalant, but in reality, he couldn't suppress the upward curve of his lips. Today, I will share my research findings with you all. I hope you will study them carefully. Learning from them is a great gain. There's no need to worry about the subsequent training methods. We've been researching them and will inform everyone as soon as we have new findings. It's all free, you don't need to pay any fees. These words were spoken.
After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in excitement. Did I hear that right? Teacher Wu Yi is going to teach us fusion techniques. And he'll even provide follow-up training for free. Wow, that's great. This is so generous. My roommate didn't come.
If he knew that Teacher Wu Yi was teaching fusion techniques, he would probably cry his eyes out.
We've made a killing. We've made a killing. Suyu also became interested. Chapter 115. Suyu said the teacher was beating trash. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Wu Yi smiled and unleashed the legendary fusion technique. Suyu glanced at it and immediately sensed that it was full of flaws. It's simply incomparable to the cultivation methods derived by the system. That's quite a difference. These words came out naturally, like a senior watching a junior practice boxing, only to feel somewhat disappointed after watching for a while. The student next to Suyu had long been unhappy with him. Upon hearing Suyu say those words, he immediately shouted. What? You think Teacher Wu Yi's fighting style is trash? How dare you say that? Tell me.
Because the scene was very quiet, with almost no whispers, his voice was deafening and reached Wu Yi's ears.
Wu frowned immediately and stopped what he was doing. Who is disrupting classroom discipline? The man stood up and pointed at Suyu. He pretended to be embarrassed. I'm sorry, Professor Wu Yi. It's not that I wanted to disrupt the class. It's just that this student from the lying department said that what you did was trash. When he looked at Suyu, a smile curved his lips. So what if I embellish it? You're essentially saying that Wu Yi's fighting is bad. Let's see what excuses you have to deny it. Wu Yi looked in the direction he was pointing and his gaze settled on Suyu. Isn't this the student who answered the question correctly? Faced with the man's accusation, Suyu simply stood up slowly without saying a word. This silence undoubtedly constitutes an admission of his actions. Wu Yi was angry, but he still suppressed his temper. He said in a deep voice. Excuse me, if I remember correctly, you are the student who just answered the question correctly. Is there anything you're dissatisfied with about the martial arts technique I created? Or do you think my technique is not good enough? Although Wu Yi was somewhat angry, he still possessed basic manners.
Instead of openly insulting students in class, Suyu was given a chance to speak. However, in other people's eyes, this opportunity is no different from asking for trouble. Others were also watching the spectacle.
The dying type? Hee, then it's alright. Bull Demon, unless you fight better than Master Wu Yi, what right do you have to talk nonsense? You just happened to answer a question correctly once and then acted like this, saying the teacher's garbage was rubbish?
Alright, if you can say that teacher Wu Yi's fighting is trash, why don't you let him go up on stage and fight, and let's see how he does?
This statement quickly resonated with many. Yes. Let him go up. Let him go up. Go up and fight. Go up and fight. The cultivator is also a passionate person who enjoys watching the excitement. They chatted back and forth, and soon things got lively. Wu Yi felt this was a good idea, so he spoke up.
Young man, I'm giving you a chance to perform on stage. If you play well and have some resemblance to me, I'll let bygones be bygones, nothing more.
Upon hearing this, Suyu hesitated for a moment.
Until the system issues a notification sound.
Ding. Mission triggered, perform on stage.
The host, a longtime practitioner of health exercises, appeared in the square as usual, intending to do his daily routine, when he saw a group of young people doing a rather haphazard exercise. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was health exercises and instinctively remarked that they were poorly performed, which earned him ridicule from the young people. Host, please go on stage and demonstrate your health exercise skills. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. The reason I didn't explain before was to put myself in a difficult situation and see if I could trigger the mission.
Surprisingly, it actually worked.
After feeling satisfied, he slowly got up and prepared to walk onto the podium.
Zhao Jiai, who was standing next to him, was very worried.
She couldn't hear what the people around her had just said, but she knew that the teacher had just spoken to Suyu and then everyone else was making a fuss.
Then I saw Suyu walk towards the podium.
Zhao Jiai instinctively grabbed Suyu's hand. The latter felt the warmth of the palm, turned around and glanced at Zhao Jiai, giving her a reassuring look. After receiving a look from Suyu, Zhao Jiai felt relieved, let go of his hand, and allowed Suyu to go on stage.
My face was burning hot afterwards. Why did I just instinctively grab someone's hand? Oh dear, so embarrassing.
At this moment, Suyu had already stepped onto the podium.
Many people made a fuss. This guy actually dared to go for it? He's a real man, ha ha ha. Damn, they dared to go up there.
If it were me, I wouldn't dare to go up there even if you gave me 10 times the courage.
Don't tell me he's really good at it.
Pa, if he could do that, I'd be single for 100 years, no, 10,000 years.
Can you live for 10,000 years? You can be a bachelor for 10,000 years. Wu Yi didn't expect Suyu to dare to step forward. His expression was somewhat complicated. He said that only to make Suyu back down, apologize, and leave. The result has indeed come. Does this mean I'm going to stick to my own principles to the very end? Then I absolutely cannot let him go.
Thinking of this, Wu Yi gestured for silence.
He looked at Suyu and said, "May I have your name?" The dying system, Suyu.
When Wu Yi heard the words dying system, his eyes looked a little strange, but he quickly regained his composure.
Suyu, right? Okay, start your performance. Do you need me to demonstrate it again?
Just be able to do 70-80% of my moves, you don't need to know them all. Wu Yi noticed that Suyu's face looked inexplicably kind and his tone of voice was also inexplicably much gentler.
The latter seems to have a kind of affinity that can calm down an angry person.
Little did they know, this was the purpose of Suyu's title.
Upon hearing this, Suyu nodded. Please, Mr. Wu Yi, do it again. I didn't finish watching it. Wu Yi was shocked. His furrowed brows showed that he was truly angry. You didn't even finish watching and you're calling my game trash? Suyu shook his head. I didn't say the teacher hit the trash.
Upon hearing this, everyone felt that Suyu was trying to soften his stance or exonerate himself.
Wu Yi thought so too. He then raised an eyebrow and said, "Oh? So I misunderstood?"
Wu Yi calmed down a bit, but Suyu's words immediately made him blush again. I didn't say it was garbage, I just said it was mostly bad.
Suyu said this with a sense of helplessness.
The system requires that you tell the truth on stage and not falsify anything. You must also show everything during the performance.
Wu Yi was clearly stunned.
His lips twitched incessantly.
Much worse? Is there a big difference between this and saying it's garbage? This was said to my face, without giving me any face at all? Fine, you're way off, aren't you? I'd like to see just how far off you are.
After saying that, he quickly finished the introductory exercise. The originally slow-motion animation was sped up several times over. Suyu said he hadn't finished watching it, so he shouldn't expect to see it clearly either. If you can't achieve a 70-80% similarity, I'll show you how I'm going to scold you. After reading it, Suyu shook his head slightly.
This scene was witnessed by everyone. No way, what are you pretending for? Can you even fight?
You're just shaking your head here.
They're already on stage, and they're still putting on airs. Chapter 116 Looking for someone to fight? What kind of act is this? Seeing Suyu's irritating expression, some people couldn't resist hitting him.
With the final move delivered, Wu Yi finished his stance.
I'm done demonstrating. It's your turn, Suyu.
Wu Yi emphasized the last 4 words, as if he were saying something.
If you don't know how to fight, you know the consequences.
Suyu naturally understood, after briefly recalling the moves Wu Yi had used.
He began to speak. Could I add my own insights?
For example, where there's a problem with the play, and I can make some improvements. His tone was calm yet sincere. Upon hearing this, Wu Yi's expression became somewhat subtle.
Judging from this, could this guy named Suyu actually have something going on? It didn't sound like a joke.
But they soon realized a problem.
If you really have that kind of ability, why would you come here to attend classes?
To be able to make optimizations after just a glance is completely beyond the scope of a student. You know, I studied with those masters for a long time before creating the introductory chapter, and this kid has the audacity to say that it's not good enough and that it needs to be optimized.
Isn't this obviously meant to bluff?
Wu Yi snorted. Fine, if you can optimize it, then go ahead and optimize it.
I'd like to see how well you play. Suyu breathed a sigh of relief after receiving the consent. It's a good thing Wu Yi agreed, otherwise my body wouldn't be willing to imitate the moves he just demonstrated. It's important to know that when performing on stage, the system will restrict its own behavior and force Suyu to demonstrate his best moves and actions. Wu Yi's fighting skills were poor, and his self-created techniques were even worse. How could the system possibly allow him to produce them?
If there's a demonstration, it's a demonstration of their own flame shadow military body. Bringing his thoughts back, he assumed the starting stance. Extend your left fist halfway out, clench your right fist and bring it to your abdomen, and assume a horse stance. The standard preparatory stance for military boxing. The only difference was that when Suyu assumed the starting stance, flames erupted around him.
This is a manifestation of internal heat spontaneously manifesting outwards. This left everyone stunned. Wait, this guy can't actually fight, can he? Looks quite professional. Can it start a fire right from the start? No, is this the boxing style performed by teacher Wu Yi?
The starting stance alone doesn't look like it, it's more like military boxing. Among them were people familiar with military boxing, and he quickly gave his evaluation. This is indeed military boxing, but it lacks momentum. Also, have you ever seen a military boxing style where the starting stance can start a fire?
The most shocked person was Wu Yi.
He hadn't blinked since Suyu started his stance. His mouth was slightly open. Suyu ignored everyone's reactions, immersing himself in his own world.
He then unleashed his first move, the flaming lion punch.
The left hand retracts, the right hand gathers strength and thrusts out, and at the same time, the left and right feet alternate.
Roar!
The next moment, flames gathered in Suyu's left hand.
A lion's roar rang out, its sound deafening.
A blazing lion materialized in Suyu's left hand.
Hot! An indescribable heat instantly engulfed everyone. Even though the air conditioning is on, many people are already sweating profusely from the heat. When the fiery lion was first created, it was only in its embryonic form. As the flames continued to gather, its details were sculpted out. With its mane flying, it raised its head and roared, its fangs bared. From a distance, it looks majestic and imposing. As the details were gradually sculpted, Suyu also changed the movements of his hands. Fist clenched, eyes blazing, gripped and pulled back. The fiery lion also swung its claws out at the same time, creating sparks as it slashed through the air. Just as Suyu was about to make a move, he suddenly fell silent. The people present were somewhat bewildered by this sudden turn of events. After they came to their senses, bursts of laughter erupted. What happened? Why did the fire suddenly go out? I'm dying of laughter.
I really thought he had something special, but it turns out he only knows a little bit.
Ha 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 ha. I knew it. If he could do that, I'd stay single forever. Even Wu Yi was somewhat confused.
It was going so well from the start, with smooth and fluid movements during the attack, and it even created a unique elemental summon.
Why did it suddenly disappear?
But Wu Yi had to admit that Su Yu was indeed better than him. The light energy that conjures a blazing lion has already surpassed mine by leaps and bounds, but I still need to save face. Seeing that Su Yu had not finished, he coughed twice. It's starting to take shape, but you're playing too hastily.
What a pity. You need to practice more. Overall, it's not bad.
I'll forgive you for the mistake you made in class this time.
Wu Yi patted Su Yu on the shoulder and nodded in regret.
These words undoubtedly gave Su Yu a way out.
Seeing this, everyone was also impressed by Teacher Wu Yi's magnanimity. Teacher Wu Yi is the best. He gave this guy a chance.
When he was not playing well, he also encouraged and guided him.
The key is that he forgave him. I am impressed.
If I were him, I would have kowtowed and thanked him long ago.
Exactly, look at his expression. He looks like he got the benefit but is still acting innocent.
We can't beat him up, and he still wants to challenge the teacher's authority.
I also feel that, didn't Teacher Wu Yi just say that a 78% similarity is enough?
What he just did was 30%, which is already too much. The similarity is not high, and he didn't finish the game. They should be removed from the classroom.
Su Yu heard all of these words. If they say they don't know what's good for them, how could Wu Yi not know what's good for him? Are those teachers who attend classes on the fringes really so ignorant?
The moves I just made, even just the starting stance, were already far superior to Wu Yi's.
Even if I hadn't finished, Wu Yi still couldn't compare.
But the teachers chose to remain silent, not wanting Wu Yi to lose face, while Wu Yi stubbornly refused to admit it. Su Yu didn't care much about these things.
However, the system's task is not yet complete. This is really annoying, it means I have to finish playing it.
Normally, I wouldn't have this kind of trouble.
When have I ever had a shot that didn't go in? What is going on?
Seeing Su Yu standing still and refusing to leave, Wu Yi guessed that Su Yu's confidence had been shaken. Just as he was about to offer some kind words of advice, he saw a glint of light flash in Su Yu's eyes.
The latter looked at Wu Yi and raised his voice.
Teacher, military boxing can't be truly effective if it's just demonstrated, it requires real combat. Similarly, the fusion technique that combines elemental martial arts with military boxing is also like that, which is why you didn't unleash the full killing intent you were supposed to just now, teacher.
Upon hearing this, Wu Yi was somewhat bewildered. He clearly didn't understand what Su Yu was saying. You mean?
What I mean is, I need someone to keep fighting me so that the fusion technique can unleash its full power and show its true brilliance.
Wu Yi raised an eyebrow, thinking that Su Yu was making an excuse. Oh? What do you want? Chapter 117, Competing in Strength with a Body Refining Student? Really? If Su Yu is trying to find an excuse, then give him another chance. Firstly, it can enhance one's understanding.
Having only watched Su Yu make a few moves, my stagnant thinking was expanded, and I seemed to suddenly know the direction of the subsequent techniques. Secondly, it can make one appear to have a sophisticated and high-minded attitude. Su Yu pointed to the classmate who had previously complained about him. He opened his mouth slowly. I need him to fight me or spar with me. Only in the process of fighting does the fusion technique truly have a soul.
Wu Yi seemed to be deep in thought. Does the soul only exist during the battle? I silently wrote this sentence down.
Then, looking at the person Su Yu was pointing to, he spoke. Alright, that student, come down here and fight alongside Su Yu.
Yuanwen was completely dumbfounded.
Just a moment ago they were gloating over Su Yu's failure to score, how come they suddenly want to go on stage and fight themselves? He hesitated for a moment.
Will it get blown up?
At that moment, the person next to him nudged his shoulder.
What are you afraid of?
He's just a dying cultivator, while you're a refining cultivator.
An invincible refining cultivator of the same level, why would you be afraid of him? Oh right, I forgot about that.
Yuanwen realized that he was a top student in system refining, so why would Nyo Mo be afraid of a useless person in the dying system? The key is that he can show himself in front of Wu Yi and also beat up this idiot who's on the verge of death.
It's a win-win situation.
If I were to be appreciated by teacher Wu Yi, I might just rise to great heights in the future. At this moment, a commotion arose from the surroundings.
Hit him! Hit him! Hit him! Beat this arrogant guy who's on his deathbed! Damn it, kill him!
He coughed and, amidst the commotion, slowly rose to his feet. He straightened his sleeves, flashed a confident smile, and slowly walked towards the stage. He wasn't stupid. He knew that Suyu was making excuses to avoid talking about his lack of stamina, and also to pick a fight. She had sabotaged Suyu so many times, and even brought him onto the stage. I bet they've hated me for a long time. Even if Suyu can unleash the full power of the fusion technique in battle, I will still crush him.
What I'm bearing is the reputation of the refining system.
Thinking this, he couldn't help but raise his chest. In this must-win match, I must play my best. Upon seeing Yuanwen take the stage, Suyu's extinguished inner fire gradually reignited. He has a reason for choosing his opponents. He wouldn't choose someone he has no grudge against to fight.
This won't ignite your competitive spirit.
Yuanwen, standing before me, is the best choice.
After Yuanwen took office, Wu Yi placed the two of them on either side.
During this time, he patted Yuanwen on the shoulder and nodded slightly.
It seems to be saying, I believe in you. Yuanwen nodded in response. I will do my best. Wu Yi was somewhat confused.
The reason he nodded was because he thought Yuanwen, who was strong and burly, and should be a good punching bag, able to withstand Suyu for a long time. This would make it easier for him to observe Suyu's moves.
This student may have misunderstood something.
Wu Yi didn't say much, but just continued to nod and smile. Suyu, on the other hand, only did a simple warm-up.
Over at the spectator stands,
Zhao Jiayi was watching very nervously when she felt someone tap her on the shoulder. She shuddered, clearly startled. But after seeing who it was, he breathed a sigh of relief.
It's Nangong Meijiao.
Nangong Meijiao looked at Suyu on the stage, then at the jeering crowd around her, and asked in a telepathic voice.
Why did Suyu go up to the podium? Is he going to fight someone?
Zhao Jiayi replied. I can't hear what they're saying, but judging from the current situation, it should be that the person who was fighting against Suyu did something to get Suyu on stage to perform. Then Suyu brought him up on stage again. Now he's probably preparing for battle.
Zhao Jiayi became interested.
When she noticed the lewd stares around her, she glared at them coldly and made a gesture as if she were gouging out someone's eyes.
The man then gave up.
She tugged at her sun-protective clothing.
I'm not used to this kind of outfit. Because of going to the endless fire domain, I tore up several of my clothes.
She had no clothes to wear during this period, so she wore her sister's clothes. A tight-fitting tank top and ultra-thin sun-protective clothing revealed a hint of snow-white skin on her chest.
Wearing super short denim shorts.
Her revealing and sexy outfit, combined with her beautiful figure, undoubtedly attracted a lot of attention. She covered her chest and leaned over to sit in Suyu's seat. After hearing that Zhao Jiayi would be attending the close combat open class, she realized that a certain man would inevitably be there as well. So, as if possessed, he followed along to join in the fun.
I didn't expect it to be true.
Nangong Meijiao rested her chin on her hand, looked at Suyu, and raised an eyebrow. This guy is always restless. He even got into a fight during a public class. Although Zhao Jiayi said it was because of that person, Suyu was undoubtedly stirring things up.
On stage, the two have already begun fighting.
Suyu quickly assumed the starting stance. The starting move here involves a larger flame. The internal fire burned fiercely, spreading from the chest to the whole body. The surrounding temperature suddenly soared. The students near the podium were so hot that they were sticking out their tongues and constantly fanning themselves with their clothes.
Yuanwen felt that the other party was bluffing. Trying to scare people again? I'm easily scared.
Having said that, he also assumed the starting stance of the Wuchuan fist and charged fiercely towards Suyu.
Let me show you what real close combat is. Yuanwen's fingers transformed into claws, fiercely grabbing at Suyu's neck.
A sharp popping sound was produced when the hand swept through the air. Yuanwen has been practicing this move for more than 10 years. In addition, he has trained his body in claws, so his claws are already capable of crushing rocks. If that attack had hit, Suyu would have been severely injured, if not killed.
On stage, many people exclaimed in amazement.
Damn, that's ruthless. They came out with a killing move right away.
Is this considered ruthless?
If he can't even withstand this move, he's just putting on a show without the strength, and he deserves to die. Hearing this, Nangong Meijiao was immediately displeased.
Pa!
You deserve it, your whole family deserves it. After saying that, she was somewhat incredulous. Why should I speak up for Suyu?
After thinking for a while, I finally came up with an idea. I understand. Suyu is from the dyeing department. When others insult him, they are insulting the dyeing department.
That's why I was anxious and spoke up for him.
Yes, that's right, that must be it.
After figuring it out, she felt much more comfortable. After glaring at the person who had insulted Suyu, he crossed his arms and continued looking at the podium. The man initially wanted to retort, but upon seeing Nangong Meijiao's beautiful figure and stunningly beautiful face, he chose to forgive her.
I even felt a little bit of pleasure. On the podium.
The two have already begun their first confrontation. Suyu extended his left foot, his right fist transformed into a palm, and chopped down at Yuan Wen's claw.
Yuan Wen sneered. You think you can neutralize my attack by directly confronting me?
If you were fighting against martial artists of other elements, that might be a good idea, but I'm a body cultivator.
To neutralize this attack, you'd at least need to be stronger than me, right? Trying to outmuscle a body cultivator is laughable. Chapter 118: The Terrifying Power of the Fiery Lion.
The words had barely left his mouth. Yuan Wen suddenly exerted force with his right hand, colliding with Suyu's palm. It seemed to be about to shatter Suyu's self-righteousness. Seeing this, the others couldn't help but laugh. This Suyu wants to compete in strength with a body refinement student, that's it. He gave a thumbs up in approval.
Even worse.
Suyu is quite fast. If he wanted to dodge, he should have had a chance, but he chose to go head-to-head with the other party.
I can only say that Tang is outrageous. Don't make that unfounded criticism, haha.
At least he blocked it for a bit, so he didn't die immediately. But among everyone, only Nangong Meijiao and her companion did not find it strange.
Nangong Meijiao snorted coldly. A bunch of arrogant body refining students, do you really think that the strength and physique of other elements are necessarily smaller than yours? She had witnessed Suyu's superhuman strength firsthand. It can solo the lava behemoth without taking any damage.
This was achieved without using much spiritual power.
Unless the opponent is harder and stronger than the lava behemoth, what's the difference between going head-to-head with Suyu and an egg hitting a rock? Those around her looked at Nangong Meijiao upon hearing this. He looked her up and down and then sneered. Oh? The dying type? Then it's alright. TSK, I feel like this woman has something wrong with her brain, no wonder she ended up in the dyeing department.
Nangong Meijiao glared at the two of them, gripping her long weapon ready to strike. But Zhao Jiayi stopped her. The latter shook his head and transmitted his voice.
Sister Meijiao, don't be impulsive.
Nangong Meijiao then remembered that they were in class, glared at the two of them again, and then continued to cross her arms and look at the podium.
Let them see who will be proven wrong.
At the same time, he thought to himself.
Suyu, if you lose, see how I teach you a lesson. At this time,
Yuan Wen's claws slammed hard into Suyu's palm. The imagined scenario of the latter struggling to resist and then being grabbed by the neck by claws did not occur. Instead, Suyu blocked it firmly.
There is also a faint tendency to reverse course. Yuan Wen's smile froze. What's with this incredible strength? Why can't you lower your own claws?
He tried to exert force, but found that it wouldn't budge and he felt increasingly strained. It was as if they were fighting against a huge mountain. The pressure almost made him collapse.
Holy crap! He shouted, his face turning bright red.
Despite using all her strength, she couldn't stop Suyu's palm strike. He could only watch helplessly as his own claws approached him. In contrast, Suyu's expression remained unchanged, only the flames on his body burned even more intensely. The temperature and strength of the palm were also increasing at a linear rate.
Yuan Wen was about to be overwhelmed. Why is the other person's palm so heavy and hot? No, if this continues, that slap is definitely going to land on me. Although the palm strike was extremely slow, he could feel the power and spiritual energy surging within it, like a tornado. If you get hit, you'll end up with bruises all over your body, one for you and one for him. In a moment of quick thinking, Yuan Wen realized that since he couldn't withstand the attack, he might as well dodge it. This way, he could deflect the force, and even if he fell into a disadvantageous position, he wouldn't lose too much face. I'm so damn smart. He thought so. The claws slowly retreated in the direction of Suyu's palm, while the body moved in the same way. As long as you move your body to the side the instant you swing your hand, you can dodge this attack.
The idea was very ambitious, but the reality was very harsh. The instant he swung his hand and stepped aside, Suyu's left fist appeared out of nowhere. It was so fast that Yuan could only see a blurry fist shadow. There was no way to dodge it. I took a solid punch to the waist. It felt like being hit by a train. I was thrown backwards in a very strange position, out of control. Suyu's hands did not stop.
He quickly changed his movements, unleashing the last 5 moves of the starting stance. Flames danced on his body, rising into the air.
Its movements are graceful and fluid, as if it were performing a wild and highly aggressive war dance. It is not only highly entertaining, but also exudes a palpable sense of menace.
Roar!
With a roar, Suyu's left hand once again conjured a blazing lion.
This lion is even more majestic and awe-inspiring.
His flowing, fiery sideburns moved without wind, and his tall, imposing body seemed to blot out the sky. At this moment, Yuan was still clutching his back and groaning in pain.
After hearing the lion's roar, he also looked at Suyu.
After witnessing the transformation of the fiery lion, he was so frightened that he collapsed.
Holy crap! Holy crap! Spare him! Spare him! Don't let someone die!
But Suyu remained unmoved, continuing to change his moves, making the fiery lion's head appear even more ferocious. His sharp gaze seemed to pierce through Yuan.
This is quite a sight. It seemed as if they really intended to kill Yuan. Out! Suyu let out a low groan.
He threw out his left fist while simultaneously twisting his hips and waist.
Waist and stance in perfect harmony. The fiery lion roared and charged forward. It swept towards Yuan with flames filling the sky. Iya! Oh crap, someone help me! At that very moment, a figure blocked Yuan's path. The person who came was none other than Teacher Wu Yi.
He stood in a horse stance and slammed his right hand on the ground.
Boom!
A stone wall, as tall as a mountain, rises up.
The fiery lion showed no intention of detouring, or perhaps Suyu was controlling it to crash into the stone wall.
Faced with this roadblock, it didn't hesitate to swing its claws.
Roar!
The claws struck the wall firmly. Cracks were visible to the naked eye on the surface of the stone wall, as if glass had been shattered, and they began to slowly spread. The immense force of the claw strike also caused the deeply rooted wall to shift.
What kind of power is this?
Not to mention the students who were just watching the show, even Nangong Meijiao was a little surprised.
He's only been back a few days? How did Suyu get stronger again? Zhao Jiai's eyes sparkled. The admiration in his eyes was undisguised.
After the fiery lion struck the stone wall with its claws, it seemed to have lost a lot of energy. The flames on his body visibly dimmed considerably.
Roar! It swung its claw out again.
The stone wall also groaned, its cracks becoming more pronounced, as if it were about to explode at any moment.
The next moment. Jump!
The stone wall exploded. It exploded into countless small stones, scattering in all directions. Many of them landed in the audience seats and hit students.
What kind of power is this? How did it shatter Teacher Wu Yi's stone wall? Not buddies?
If you're going to fight, then fight.
Why are you throwing rocks at people? On the podium.
The stone wall was shattered, and the fiery lion's gaze fell upon Wu Yi in front of it. Wu Yi's expression remained unchanged, but his mind stirred. His whole body seemed to be wearing stone armor. Then it charged toward the fiery lion.
The fiery lion roared and charged towards Wu Yi. A lion and a man collided.
A terrifying shockwave erupted at the contact surface, nearly blowing the students at the front away. The ground also showed shocking cracks.
Dust billowed up all around. When the dust settles,
only Wu Yi remained standing, and cracks were visibly appearing on his stone armor.
He moved slightly. It makes a crackling sound.
It seemed to be the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing the stone armor to shatter instantly and turn into stone dust that fell to the ground.
Chapter 119 Open Recruitment. Are you willing? Everyone was stunned.
I thought Teacher Wu Yi could easily solve it, but I didn't expect that even the spiritual armor on his body would be ruined.
How fierce must this fiery lion be? The most shocked person was Wu Yi. After all, he had personally experienced the power of this fiery lion. I am a third-level super-grade body martial artist.
Even if my spiritual power is not as good as that of a traditional martial artist, the stone armor I casually conjured could not possibly be shattered by someone below super grade. Although he wasn't physically injured, his pride had been severely wounded. Yuanwen, standing behind him, was so frightened that tears and snot streamed down his face. The area below was completely wet. At the same time, a strong smell of urine wafted out. Several students who tried to help him up were driven away by the stench as they approached.
I'm speechless, did this guy pee? It stinks. No way, even with Teacher Wooey standing in front of you, you'd still be scared to death? I'd eat a human if you did that. Yuanwen didn't even realize he had urinated, all he knew was that the fiery lion was pouncing on him. I shuddered, and then felt a warm sensation below. At this moment, Wooey also walked towards him, reached out his hand, and tried to help him up. Yuanwen was so happy he almost fainted. Although he was knocked away by Suyu and almost pounced on by a lion, being pulled up by his idol made it all worthwhile. But when Wooey got close to Yuanwen, he also smelled that scent and immediately frowned. Did this thing pee? He then gestured to the others to help him, and walked towards Suyu. Yuanwen's smile froze, and his outstretched hand stopped in mid-air. Why did Teacher Wu leave? When he noticed the person who had left earlier returning, he kept looking at his crotch. Yuanwen also looked down. The wetness at the crotch was so obvious that it was clear at a glance that he had urinated. Holy crap! I embarrassed myself in front of my idol. Wu Yi ignored Yuanwen's screams. He stopped in front of Suyu, looked Suyu up and down, and then said seriously, I just realized that you also practice body cultivation. That fiery lion move you just used was actually a hybrid of your close quarters combat techniques, right? Although Suyu's move just now seemed to be a ranged elemental attack. But Wu Yi, being an expert, knew that this was only a slight connection. More importantly, it contained terrifying close combat techniques. The reason why the fiery lion is so powerful is that when it transforms, Suyu melts his own moves into the lion. When it swings its claws, the damage it inflicts is actually the result of Suyu's previously stored punches, leg kicks, hooks, heavy palms, and so on. At the beginning, Wu Yi was only guessing about this, so he used his physical body to withstand the damage from the flaming lion. That confirmed my conclusion. Suyu was also somewhat surprised. Teacher Wu Yi is indeed quite skilled, others might not have been able to see it. He paused, then nodded. Teacher Wu Yi has a good eye. Wu Yi shook his head. Although I am arrogant and conceited, I am not stupid. In terms of close combat, I am far inferior to you and do not deserve to be called your teacher. The sound was neither too loud nor too soft, but it was loud enough for everyone to hear. Someone immediately stood up. Did you hear that right? Teacher Wu just said that he's not as good as Suyu in close combat? No way, is this a joke or what? Wasn't the move Suyu just used a fire-based ranged attack? How did it suddenly become related to close combat? I don't know either, but it seems like Teacher Wu Yi isn't joking. Everyone's worldview seemed to be collapsing. Where did this unknown, dying kid come from? He first said that Teacher Wu Yi's fighting was not good, and then inexplicably won over Teacher Wu Yi. What kind of development is this? Why is it so dramatic? They wanted to ask Teacher Wu Yi, but the latter's appreciative gaze never faded. Her eyes were fixed on Suyu, as if she wanted to devour him. Suyu, right? What department are you in? Panic period system. The dying system? Wu Yi seemed to have heard something unbelievable. How could the dying faction have such talent? Then he grabbed Suyu's hand and said, How about this, you come and refine the system? If you come and refine the system, I'll guide you through the development. Aren't you still refining your body? From now on, I'll provide all your body refining materials and even a top-tier evolution plan. What do you think? These words were undoubtedly giving Suyu preferential treatment, openly and legitimately offering high salaries to poach talent. The students in the audience were in an uproar. Teacher Wu Yi is actually going to take on a student from the living dead category? Wait, what's wrong with Teacher Wu Yi today? Are you an idiot? Didn't you see that Teacher Wu Yi greatly admires Suyu's close combat skills? Anyone who can be recognized by Teacher Wu Yi, how bad do you think he can be? Putting everything else aside, I'm genuinely envious and jealous. Not only do they provide all the materials for body refining, but they also offer a top-grade evolution plan. I don't need to elaborate on how difficult a body refining evolution plan is, right?
Previously, a coach from another school wanted to buy teacher Wu Yi's evolution plan and offered an exorbitant price of 50 million high-grade spirit stones, which teacher Wu Yi refused without even considering it.
Opinions varied among the audience.
Nangong Meizhou and her companion frowned slightly, looking at Suyu with some nervousness. Just now, Nangong Meizhou told Zhao Jiayi about Suyu being recruited to the refining system.
Zhao Jiayi felt somewhat uneasy.
She developed a strange feeling towards Suyu, the new classmate, and didn't want him to leave.
As for Nangong Meizhou, she seemed indifferent on the surface.
But her pursed lips betrayed her worry.
This guy will definitely run away, right? He already looked down on the dying faction. Humph. If they run away, so be it. The dying department doesn't want someone who can be easily poached. The stage became rather quiet.
If Yuan, who was lying not far away, could speak, he would have loved to say on Suyu's behalf, "I'm willing."
I'm willing. But Suyu's reaction surprised everyone. He refused. I'm sorry, Teacher Wu Yi, I don't think I can go and refine the system.
These words were spoken. Damn it, the thing I desperately wanted was rejected by a student from the Department of End of Life Sciences whom I looked down upon.
Yuan was so anxious and angry that he fainted. Even with this kind of high-salary recruitment, any normal person would agree, right? Suyu actually doesn't want it?
Everyone was repeating this sentence in their minds, wishing they could take Suyu's place and agree.
Soon after, the DAP Democratic Action Party spoke up. Teacher Wu Yi, what do you think of me? I'm also good at close combat. Get out of my way. You're nothing. Teacher Wu, look at me. I really know a lot.
I started practicing free fighting at 10, fought underground boxing in Southeast Asia at 15, and at 18.
But Wu Yi only glared at them, and they dared not speak.
In Wu Yi's eyes, the combined close combat talent of all the students here was not as good as Suyu's.
Chapter 120, a double progress book? How can they compare to Suyu? Wu Yi's gaze never left Suyu for even half a second.
His eyes were full of longing for talent. Seeing that Suyu refused, he assumed that the offer was not good enough and continued.
Suyu, why don't you reconsider?
I'll personally mentor you, and your future achievements will definitely be no less than mine. Upon hearing this, Suyu simply sighed and said in a deep voice, I'm sorry, Professor Wu Yi, it's not about the salary, but because I really like the Department of Dying Will and I don't plan to switch departments easily. After saying this, he bowed to Teacher Wu Yi and turned to leave.
Hey! Suyu!
Wu Yi wanted to catch up, but Suyu was walking too fast, and since it was during class, he didn't want to interrupt the lesson, so he could only let Suyu leave. Write down Suyu's name, I'll find a way to talk to him again later.
The audience was about to explode. So, you can just refuse? What do you mean by I really like the Limbo family? What's so great about Bull Demon's Limbo? Didn't he only go there because he had no other choice? Is Suyu's brain? One of them pointed to his head and kept circling it. The most shocked person was Nangong Meizhou. He said he wouldn't leave the Department of Respiratory Syndrome, he liked the department. She repeated these words to Zhao Jiayi in disbelief. When Wu Yi recruited Suyu, Nangong Meizhou had already told Zhao Jiayi about it.
Zhao Jiayi and Nangong Meizhou were similar, they both thought Suyu might try to refine the system. After all, the students from the Department of Dying Will left a bad impression on Suyu from the very beginning.
Sister Meizhou, is what you're saying true? Suyu rejected him? He's come down. You can ask him if you don't believe me. When Suyu returned, Zhao Jiayi didn't dare to ask any questions.
She glanced at him a few times, then quickly looked down and started playing with her hands again.
Suyu ignored the strange looks from those around him and walked back. Just as I was about to sit back in my seat, I found that Nangong Meizhou had already taken it.
Suyu glanced at Nangong Meizhou, his brows furrowing slightly.
You're also interested in close combat?
Suyu's condescending attitude made Nangong Meizhou somewhat uncomfortable. She subconsciously covered her chest and then stood up.
Anyway, I'm not interested in you.
Besides, what you just said was too hypocritical. I will definitely find out your purpose in coming to the Department of Dying Will, and I won't let you destroy the Department of Dying Will.
He then turned around and walked away with heavy footsteps. Did they pick up gunpowder again? Suyu glanced at her. I have no idea what's wrong with this woman.
Although I was indeed being polite and lying, the problem was that I genuinely wanted to stay. Suyu wanted to continue listening to the lecture, but the gazes of those around him made him feel uncomfortable.
Many people pointed and whispered, glancing up and down from time to time. Some were indignant and seemed ready to fight.
This really affects my ability to concentrate in class, and also. Wooey seemed to be reflecting on something, and suggested that the students digest the information for a while before continuing the lesson. So you felt that it was about time. He didn't seem to be learning anything from this close combat class.
Anyway, the mission has been accomplished. He looked at the system panel. Beep. Mission complete. Perform on stage.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Flame Shadow Military Body Remote Branch Minor Completion Progress Book.
It has now been sent to the system repository.
He then transmitted his voice to Zhao Jia, who was standing to the side, seemingly lost in thought.
I'm leaving now.
After saying that, he got up and walked out. Those around him cast complicated glances.
He just left like that? I thought he was going to wait for Teacher Wu Yi to finish class and come find him. I've got it. Teacher Wu Yi gave him a chance, but he didn't want it. There definitely won't be a next time. Get out of here. You ungrateful bastard. Suyu pretended not to hear.
But Wooey got anxious and, seeing Suyu leave, immediately spoke up.
Hey Suyu, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Is class over yet?
Excuse me, Mr. Wooey, I have an urgent matter to attend to and need to go out for a bit. After saying that, he left without looking back, and Wooey chased after him.
He grabbed Suyu's shoulder and said, Suyu, this is my business card. You can contact me if you have any ideas in the future.
Under Wooey's expectant gaze, Suyu hesitated for a moment, but still decided to accept the business card. Otherwise, Wooey would most likely not let him leave so easily. Besides, since they've gone to such lengths, it would be disrespectful not to accept it.
Seeing that Suyu accepted it, Wooey also breathed a sigh of relief. If he really doesn't accept it, then I really have no hope. Then, Teacher Wu, I'll be going now.
After saying that, Suyu left the teaching building amidst the envious, jealous, and resentful gazes of everyone.
Not long after I went out, I felt someone following me. Suyu turned around and saw that it was Zhao Jia. She was taking small steps and hurrying along. Suyu slowed down a few steps, waiting for Zhao Jia to catch up.
Once she reached his side, Suyu transmitted his voice.
The lesson isn't over yet, aren't you going to continue listening?
After asking that question, Suyu felt it was somewhat unnecessary. Wooey seems to have no interest in lecturing now, and Zhao Jia is probably in the same boat as me, not interested in listening anymore. But Zhao Jia seemed not to hear, and continued walking with Suyu on her own.
There was no reply.
He was looking down, seemingly lost in thought.
Suyu didn't ask any further questions.
My mind drifted to the 2 progress books I had just received. Although I didn't learn much from this lecture, I did have some unexpected gains. It can significantly accelerate your progress, which is quite good.
The two walked side by side. Zhao Jia stopped walking only after Suyu walked out of the refining system.
Suyu, I have to go now, I have another class to attend later. While speaking, she kept looking at her toes, her mouth slightly open, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated.
Suyu nodded and turned to leave. Suyu, I'd like to invite you to class together, is that alright?
After a long while, Zhao Jia finally mustered up the courage to speak. But no response has been received for a long time.
Looking up, I realized that Suyu had already walked far away.
I felt a little discouraged.
She pouted and walked away on her own. Suyu walked very fast and didn't hear Zhao Jia's telepathic message at all.
But if they hear it, they will most likely make excuses to refuse. As things stand, finding the fire spirit orb is of paramount importance. After all, there's a dragon egg at home waiting for me to hatch it.
Everything we're doing now is in preparation for the subsequent search mission. With that thought in mind, Suyu quickened his pace considerably. Back at the villa,
Suyu couldn't wait to take out the 2 progress books from the system warehouse. The cover of the Close Combat Progress Book features a small figure in black stripes dressed in a tight-fitting outfit, in a fist-fighting pose with red flames burning from his fists.
Suyu used it directly.
A moment later, flames flashed in his eyes. Close quarters combat has reached its pinnacle. Suyu looked at another progress book. He subconsciously rubbed his palms together. Since learning the close combat branch, Suyu's progress in ranged attacks had stagnated.
Now that he was suddenly given a progress book that could directly lead him to the minor mastery level, how could Suyu not be excited? Chapter 121. Suyu is causing trouble? What happened to him?
After calming himself down, Suyu began clicking to use it.
Splash! The system is running at high speed.
Suyu was also engulfed in flames.
Fire phoenixes, fire lions, fire pythons, fire apes, fire dragons, and other fierce beasts appeared, emitting loud roars.
Suyu's eyes burned with fire, constantly changing shape as the ferocious beast appeared. Suddenly, he let out a low growl.
Flame armor. The next moment,
a large amount of water vapor burst out from its body, as if drying out the moisture on its surface.
Sizzle. On the surface, cracks resembling magma are visible to the naked eye. The cracks spread rapidly, transforming into pieces of armor.
The fiery armor quickly covered his body.
Unlike the previous flame armor,
this time, the flame armor takes longer to form, and the flame color is deeper, giving it an overall black and gold appearance. It bursts forth from the chest, like a volcanic eruption spewing out internal fire, which then transforms into armor covering the entire body. Behind him, a flaming longbow slowly materialized. Its temperature visibly distorted vision.
The system panel pops up.
Flame Shadow Military Body Ranged Attack Branch has been proficient.
Suyu slowly opened his eyes.
He exhaled a breath of stale air.
Is this the effect of the remote branch?
The original flame armor has turned into black gold flame armor.
Suyu raised his fist and punched his thigh. Bang!
It made a crisp sound, but the black gold flame armor showed no cracks.
This defense is much stronger than before.
With the previous flame armor, the armor on the leg would have been shattered by this punch, but this one doesn't even have a crack.
It should be able to defend against all attacks below superior quality.
However, with my current strength, at the 5th rank, 9th level of cultivation, and at the peak of the 5th rank of body refinement, I probably already possess super great spiritual power and strength.
Apart from not having condensed my primordial spirit, there is no difference. Suyu re-examined the black gold flame armor.
In that case, it might be able to withstand a full force attack from a low-grade super-grade weapon. After assessing the black gold flame armor, Suyu drew the flaming longbow from behind him. It is black and gold in color, feels light, and the flames on it move at a high frequency, indicating that the temperature is extremely high. The higher the concentration of fire-related elements attached to it, the better. Suyu's mind raced. He appeared outdoors, drew his bow, and pulled it into a semicircle. Between his two fingers, a flaming arrow slowly materialized.
Aim at the artificial hill not far away. Release the arrow and shoot. Call out.
The sound of the arrow leaving the bowstring was very crisp. The moment it left the bow, the arrowhead began to spin, like an arrow with a high-speed rotating head.
A small firestorm instantly formed in mid-air. But after the shot hit the artificial hill, there was no sound at all. Only a tiny flame appeared. Suyu was puzzled. How could its power be so small? As he approached the artificial hill, he was immediately taken aback. On the back of the artificial hill, it had been burned through, leaving the entire hill black and only a thin layer of skin hanging there. The arrow had already sunk into the ground, creating a crater about 3 meters wide. This power is comparable to my heavy leg kick, making it perfect for targeted demolition. While it may not be as powerful as close-quarters combat techniques, its functionality is unparalleled. After all, the advantage of having long arms cannot be ignored. Ding ding ding. The alarm clock rang from my pants. Suyu picked it up and saw that it was an unknown number. I was about to hang up, but guessing it might be Wu-Yi, I thought for a moment and then chose to answer. Sure enough, a hearty laugh came from the other end of the phone. It is indeed Wu-Yi himself. Oh, Suyu, it's me, Teacher Wu-Yi. How have you decided about transferring departments? Suyu felt ashamed. It hasn't been long, and they're already asking me what my decision is. Seeing that Suyu did not reply, Wu-Yi thought that Suyu was seriously considering it, and then smiled again. It's much easier to refine your system here than you think. I'm not trying to belittle the remaining system, but you know the conditions there. And if I'm not mistaken, you should be close to becoming a super grade, right? Did the Department of End-of-Life Medicine assign you a mentor? Suyu raised an eyebrow slightly. As expected, the matter of cultivation level cannot be hidden from Teacher Wu-Yi. Although I am only a low-level super-grade martial artist, I am still a super-grade martial artist. How could I not see it? Wu-Yi thought Suyu was praising him, and laughed even more happily. Then he continued talking to himself. As you know, Suyu, with your close combat skills, you are completely comparable to the top students of the refining system. How could you end up in the dying system? And as you can see, I, your teacher,
truly cherish talent, otherwise, I wouldn't have made the application twice during the open class. Suyu could naturally see this, but he really didn't want to take the path of body refinement. Otherwise, how can one leverage their strengths? He then replied, "Teacher, please give me a few more days, and I will give you a satisfactory answer later." Well, inside the department head's office, Wooey was full of confidence, believing that Suyu would definitely fall into his arms. We can then study close combat and fusion techniques together. His mind is now filled with images of Suyu, the fiery lion. Genius. Absolutely a genius. You can understand so much just by looking at it once. Just then, someone patted him on the shoulder. He is the head of another department. "Brother Wooey, where have you been all this time? You were about to be promoted to department head a while ago, and then you suddenly disappeared, and now the position is vacant again." "Yeah, you came back without even saying hello, and then went off to give a public lecture. You really are something else." Wooey scratched his head and chuckled. "Well, I spent that time in the military, researching fusion techniques with the instructors." Fusion technique? As far as I know, there are probably no more than 10 people in our school who can research fusion techniques. How come you've managed to do it too? That's right. I just figured it out and excitedly went to share it with my students. And guess what happened? What's wrong? The others were intrigued. At this moment, Xiao Kursen, who was passing by, spoke up. "Could someone be causing trouble in class?" Wooey looked at her in surprise. "How did you know?" Xiao Kursen smiled and shrugged. "Every time you say that, it must mean someone is causing trouble. It's been like this for so many years. Because the students practicing the system are mostly hot-blooded and passionate, they often question the teacher's questions, and it is not uncommon for them to fight over a small matter in class. This has led to immense hardship for the teachers who went there to teach, and even those who taught easy classes have experienced numerous disturbances during their lessons. Only Wooey can handle them." Upon hearing this, Wooey smiled and scratched the back of his head. "Sister Kursen is smart. It's just that someone is causing trouble, a guy named Suyu." Upon hearing this, Xiao Kursen became interested. The image of that repaired genius flashed into my mind. "Suyu? You mean our school librarian? The librarian? No, he's a student in the Department of Dying Will. Aren't students in the Dying Will department rarely causing trouble? What happened to him this time? Chapter 122 Suyu? Is it that Suyu?" At that moment, Xiao Kiki happened to arrive at the department head's office. Seeing my older sister gathered over there listening to gossip, I curiously went over to join her. "Sis, what are you listening to?" "It's nothing, just a guy named Suyu causing trouble in class." While speaking, Xiao Kursen was still observing Xiao Kiki's expression. The latter was clearly nervous. "Suyu? Is that Suyu from the library?" Before Xiao Kursen could speak, Wooey interrupted her. "You've been talking about Suyu the whole time, do you know him too?" Xiao Kursen looked at her younger sister, smiled, and shook her head. "Maybe not, I'm not sure either." In fact, both sisters knew that the Suyu Wu mentioned was the same Suyu they knew. After all, there are very few people with the same name as Suyu. Xiao Kursen has been here for so long, but she has never heard of another person named Suyu. Xiao Kiki didn't answer, but instead asked, "Teacher Wooey, what happened to Suyu? Why did you say he caused trouble in class? Was he punished afterward?" She asked a series of questions, and even reached out and shook Wooey, trying to get him to speak quickly. "Your sister said it might not be him, why are you in such a hurry? Could Suyu be your little lover, haha?" Wooey smiled and raised an eyebrow. Upon seeing Xiao Kursen's frowning face, he immediately stopped smiling. Coughing. It's nothing. I mentioned before that I was researching fusion technology, and then I demonstrated it to them. Some students complained that Suyu said I wasn't good at fighting. I got angry and told him to come up on stage and demonstrate. Upon hearing this, Xiao Kursen covered her mouth with her hand and giggled. That Suyu is really a troublemaker. Ever since Suyu earned the title of Little Genius at repairing, Xiao Kiki has been praising him a lot. The implication was that although he was just a librarian, he was very talented and would definitely rise to great heights in the future. Xiao Kursen was genuinely afraid that her younger sister would get involved with Suyu, and she tried every means to criticize him. Isn't that a coincidence? Now that Suyu has received negative news, it's the perfect time to damage his reputation. Upon hearing this, Xiao Kiki fell silent, her eyes blinking rapidly as if trying to figure out how to exonerate Suyu.
The other department heads also chimed in with their comments. You mean, a student named Suyu, who's on his deathbed, said you didn't play well during your open lecture? I don't even know what to say about this student. Haha, this student is incredibly arrogant.
Even top students who specialize in refining cultivation systems wouldn't dare to say something like that.
But what Wu Yi said next reversed public opinion. At first, I also thought he was arrogant and wanted him to demonstrate what constitutes a good shot.
He paused, leaned forward, and asked in a coquettish voice.
Guess what?
Everyone shook their heads, instinctively leaning towards him.
What's wrong? He performed very well? Wu Yi shook his head. He misfired during his performance. Upon hearing this, Xiao Kursen burst out laughing.
I thought something had happened, but it turns out it just went silent.
What does misfire mean? Does it mean the performance is bad? Wu nodded. That's roughly the idea.
It means that halfway through the performance, the momentum suddenly disappears, the breathing becomes disordered, and in short, the performance fails.
TCH, I thought it was some kind of satisfying revenge story, but I was disappointed. The department head immediately prepared to leave. But Wu Yi stopped him. I haven't finished yet, guess what he did next? What's wrong? Stop keeping me in suspense.
The crowd urged.
He said that just performing it wouldn't show the soul of the fusion technique, someone has to fight it. To put it bluntly, he just wants to find someone to go up and fight. Xiao Kursen laughed so hard she was shaking. Interesting. So he found a very weak opponent to fight? Or did he find a fellow student from the same panic department?
The implication is that, given Suyu's strength, he can only bully the weak.
Xiao Kiki was unhappy. What did you say, sis? Suyu isn't that kind of person. He'll definitely go after the person who reported him before.
Wu Yi looked at Xiao Kiki in shock and gave her a thumbs up.
You're absolutely right. He did bring up the person who reported him before.
In terms of strength, he should be in the top tier of the system refinement team.
Guess who won? Wu Yi asked again, keeping everyone in suspense.
Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he coughed awkwardly twice. I won't keep you in suspense any longer. Suyu won, one punch and he was dead.
The pupils of everyone visibly dilated. You mean, that dying student named Suyu wiped out the top tier of the cultivation system with a single punch? Is his cultivation level very high?
Wu Yi was about to mention Suyu's cultivation level, but remembering that Suyu had always concealed his cultivation level, he guessed that the other party probably didn't want to reveal it, so he chose to keep it a secret.
If I were to tell anyone, Suyu would probably hate me.
Thinking this, he spoke.
They're pretty much the same as each other.
Although there was some concealment, it was the truth, and it was pretty much the same. But in terms of overall strength, it is far superior to its opponent. But he is practicing body tempering.
Body tempering? Where would a dying cultivator get the resources for body tempering? Xiao Kursen was somewhat surprised and looked at her younger sister.
Xiao Kiki shook her head and waved her hands. I didn't know he was practicing body cultivation.
That's nothing.
It just means that he's stronger than his opponent and didn't meet your requirements to perform a fusion technique.
Wu Yi smiled and waved his finger.
He used the legendary close combat storage technique, which is the fusion technique I demonstrated earlier. He then vividly described how Suyu conjured the fiery lion and how he incorporated his techniques into it.
Everyone was stunned.
Although they didn't know he was in the same major, they knew he sounded very impressive. Especially when Wu Yi said that he summoned a stone wall, which was shattered by the fiery lion, and then he endured it himself, even breaking his spiritual armor.
Everyone was shocked. Is he really that strong? Brother Wu, are you sure you're not lying to me? Yeah, it's not that exaggerated. To be able to fuse your moves into a conjured beast and then unleash them? Doesn't that fall under the category of close combat?
Wu Yi exclaimed, oh dear, waved his hand, and said seriously.
It is. I've experienced it firsthand, how could it not be?
So this Suyu has extremely strong close combat skills, far surpassing mine.
I'm not kidding.
Damn it, I've been cultivating my body and practicing close combat techniques since childhood, yet I'm no match for a student in his early 30s.
What do you think of this?
Wu Yi looked very emotional and said again. Afterwards, I invited him to join the refining system, saying that I would personally guide him, provide him with body refining resources, and give him a top-grade evolution plan.
Everyone gasped.
This is an astronomical scholarship for a student in the Department of End-of-Life Sciences. Even they would be tempted by it.
He agreed? When will he transfer the money?
No, he didn't agree.
Chapter 123, Heading to the Endless Fire Domain again. Are you kidding me? He rejected me? Wu Yi laughed loudly.
I didn't expect Suyu to reject me, but it's okay, I like this kind of thing, ha ha ha.
Wu Yi started bragging again, talking about his personal charm. They said they would definitely win over Suyu in the future.
Those who listened were filled with passion, and many felt a tightness in their anus. Xiao Kiki wanted to continue listening to Wu Yi talk about Suyu, but she was quickly pulled away by Xiao Kursen.
What are you listening to? Just listen to me, is that Suyu? How could it not be? Uncle Suyu is just that amazing. If you're jealous, just say so. Pa. Me, a high-level martial artist of the highest rank, jealous of him? Xiao Kursen was a little annoyed by Xiao Ki's smug look, and then asked. Speak, what do you want from me? I need your permission to take leave. I'm going to the Endless Fire Domain in a few days. If anything happens, remember to come pick me up. Pa, what could possibly happen?
After spitting out a few pooey, Xiao Kursen took the leave slip and looked at the reason for her leave to serve as a healer for an A-level mission. That's great, you're able to carry out an A-level mission so quickly.
Xiao Kik's lips curled up. Of course, you don't even know who your sister is.
But this mission also has a formidable opponent. Her name is Jianli, and she's also a freshman. She has a special talent that has allowed her to stand out at her age, and her GPA is already on par with mine.
This is our chance to compete on the same stage, and I must win. Jianli?
This name sounds familiar, but I can't quite place it.
Xiao Kursen had discovered this name when she was investigating Suyu.
Before she could think further, Xiao Kiki urged her.
Hurry up and sign it, sis, hurry up, I need to get back to studying. Xiao Kursen said oh and quickly finished signing. Watching Xiao Kik's departing figure, she murmured. Near the Chimera fire ant nest? It seems like a fire spirit orb is about to appear there. Inside the villa. Suyu was searching for the phrase rising step by step.
It was discovered that the above tasks all require a high level of cultivation to accept. Despite his rapid rise through the ranks, his cultivation level was only slightly above the 4th rank.
He was severely restricted by his false cultivation level. Should we go to the service hall to verify our cultivation level? Suyu was thinking about this.
However, going to the service hall will change one's academic record and cultivation level, which will make it difficult to slack off. After all, those with higher cultivation levels are meant to represent their respective departments in the grand competition.
I have other things to do, so I don't have time to go. Just as Suyu was troubled. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a taskbar in the lower right corner. He will travel to the Endless Fire Domain to undertake mining work for 1 day, in an area near the center. The more Suyu looked at it, the more suitable it seemed.
This mining work doesn't require a high cultivation level, just rank 3, which is perfect for me.
The key is that I won't be watched during my rest periods, so I can go out and explore. With that in mind, Suyu signed up for the mission. A message popped up on my phone, you have completed your registration. Please gather at the school gate at 9 a.m. the day after tomorrow. During this break, Suyu searched for information about the area online. They learned that the area was the habitat of the fire ants and was rich in red crystals and fire-type spirit stones. Its overall strength is around that of a mid-grade great demon. There was no more information available, and searching for information online was far less detailed than finding it in a library. Unfortunately, the library was temporarily closed after Senior Lu Yuan left.
Otherwise, Suyu would still enjoy reading inside. After getting a general idea, Suyu began practicing the Human King transformation and the Lotus Step.
He had a strange premonition that he would use the Human King transformation there.
He had already changed twice before this. The Human King transformation can increase one's height to about 6 meters, and at the same time, one's strength will also be correspondingly increased.
The advantages are obvious. After growing larger, its attacks can easily cause large area AoE damage.
Combined with the increase in size and strength, it becomes overwhelming in close combat.
However, the drawbacks are equally obvious.
Maintaining the giant form requires a huge amount of spiritual power and consumes 1/1000th of one's essence blood. Fortunately, I can replenish my essence and blood by drinking the longevity spring. Although I won't gain any lifespan from it after drinking it once until the longevity spring is upgraded, its effects and benefits are unmatched by conventional supplements. For example, it can replenish essence and blood. If others knew that Suyu used the spring of longevity to replenish his essence and blood, they would definitely curse him, saying this is such a waste.
There are so many ways to replenish essence and blood, why did you have to use the most expensive one?
Before that, Suyu decided to make a trip to the longevity vegetable field. My lucky ox money tree is ready to attract wealth again, let's see if it can produce something good. With that thought in mind, he ran towards the vegetable garden.
We arrived at the vegetable garden. First, I checked the progress of the vegetable garden as usual. Longevity vegetable garden. Level 4. Products: longevity spring, longevity cabbage, 7-colored corn, lucky ox money tree. Experience required to reach the next level, 11,120. Okay, we're still a long way off.
Ever since he rewarded the fortune ox and money tree last time, Suyu has been looking forward to the level 5 reward even more. He then glanced at the dragon egg.
It's alright, but there are a lot of flames around it.
Suyu tried placing the fire phoenix sky swallowing halberd around the dragon egg. They discovered that the dragon egg was autonomously absorbing the energy of the fire phoenix devouring heaven halberd.
This startled the dozing fire phoenix awake.
Seeing her energy flowing away like water, fire phoenix cursed loudly.
Suyu! How dare you let this dragon egg absorb my energy? Do you know how long I've been saving up to have this much? Suyu coughed and said. Ahem, sorry, I just wanted to see if you could interact with this flame.
Out of the corner of my eye, I glanced at the dragon egg and noticed very fine cracks on its surface.
It's only been sucking for a short while, and it's already showing signs of hatching? Before Suyu could even express his surprise, Fire Phoenix spoke again. Did you hear that? I demand compensation from you. Suyu was both amused and exasperated. Don't worry, we'll make it up to you when we make another trip to the Endless Fire Domain. Upon hearing this, Fire Phoenix finally calmed down. Are we going to the Endless Fire Domain again? That must be related to the Fire Spirit Orb. The Way of the Heart.
You, Suyu, how dare you misuse my power? Once I obtain the Fire Spirit Pearl, I will teach you a lesson, you ignorant brat, before I fly away.
Suyu had no idea what the Fire Phoenix was planning.
Seeing that it didn't speak, he assumed it wasn't angry anymore.
Then they walked towards the Lucky Ox and Money Tree. I glanced at its panel. Lucky Ox Money Tree, 2%. 0.8. Sure enough, the Money Tree brought in wealth again.
The required investment this time is 8 low-grade spirit stones.
A question popped into Suyu's mind: if he deliberately imagined what he needed, would the Lucky Ox deliberately attract those kinds of items? Chapter 124: A Spiritual Power Hoe? A reunion? Maybe?
Suyu waved his hand and tossed in 8 low-grade spirit stones.
It disappears instantly upon contact with the Lucky Ox Money Tree. At the same time, Suyu mentally imagined the items he would need for this trip.
Although there are no specific details, it is generally moving in those directions. If you close your eyes, you can see the phantom of the auspicious ox appearing before you. It seems to be bowing its head to listen, and then it raises its head and moos loudly.
Open your eyes.
The auspicious ox-shaped money tree is glowing, and the auspicious ox above the tree is also visible. Just like the phantom image with its eyes closed, it has already tilted its head back to absorb the treasure.
Moo!
Accompanied by the mooing of cattle, a long, black object drifted in from afar. It wasn't until he was attached to the horn of the lucky cow that Suyu could see what it was.
It turned out to be a hoe. Suyu took it in his hand and looked at it.
Its appearance was no different from an ordinary hoe, but to Suyu's surprise, there was a faint spiritual energy fluctuation around it.
That's strange. I've never seen such a magical farming tool before. Where exactly did it originate?
Suyu has lived for so long and has never heard of such a thing. However, this was in line with my expectations, items suitable for land reclamation work. Suyu held a hoe in both hands and casually dug a hole in the vegetable garden. As soon as I started, I felt the hoe hit something hard. Suyu used a hoe to move the clod of earth, and what was underneath came into view.
It is a small fragment of a spirit stone. It's worthless, equivalent to a few copper coins. Is this hoe meant to speed up my mining process? Suyu had this idea.
To verify this hypothesis, Suyu went outside and buried several low-grade spirit stones. After a few digs, the low-grade spirit stones that had been buried earlier emerged.
That's really true.
Suyu put the hoe into his storage ring.
This little thing is pretty good. Even if I slack off while working, it will still generate a certain amount of work.
It would be even better if we could dig out the fire spirit orb. That's what they say, but Suyu wouldn't expect to dig out the fire spirit pearl with these 8 low-grade spirit stones. After collecting some of the fountain of immortality, Suyu returned to his bedroom.
Continue your daily practice.
I am now at the 5th rank, level 9, and only one step away from the peak of the 5th rank. I need to improve and consolidate my cultivation before setting off.
As for body tempering, Suyu was not in a hurry.
Each time he tempered his body, he would improve his level by several small stages.
One body training session should be more effective than daytime cultivation.
He needs to ensure that his spiritual power cultivation is greater than his physical body cultivation, otherwise it will be detrimental to his subsequent super grade evolution. Otherwise, given the current progress, body refinement would have already reached the super grade level.
The time that follows.
Suyu devoted himself entirely to cultivation, spending all his time cultivating except for eating and sleeping.
Before we knew it, it was time to set off.
Suyu slowly opened his eyes in the bedroom. He exhaled a breath of stale air. After confirming through internal vision that his cultivation was stable at the peak of the 5th rank, he said softly. With peak 5th grade spiritual power cultivation and low grade 5th grade body tempering, I should be able to go toe to toe with a low grade super grade martial artist.
As long as the opponent doesn't use their primordial spirit, I might even have the upper hand.
I just don't know if I can defeat the Demon King.
He then slowly stood up. Sizzle, sizzle.
Static electricity is generated in clothing and carpets when the body remains still for a long time.
The sound was made as Suyu moved.
At the same time, the impurities that overflowed from his cultivation also flowed down with his sweat. I glanced at the time. There were still 3 hours before departure.
Suyu then leisurely went to take a shower. After packing their belongings, they headed to the starting point. At the school gate.
This mission involves a large number of people. Many students or workers in uniforms waited here early, almost crowding the school gate.
When Suyu arrived, he could barely squeeze into the outer perimeter. Not far away, a long line of people were signing in. Suyu finally found the end of the line and joined the queue, while taking out his rising star sign and card. Just then, someone patted my shoulder, and a familiar voice came from behind. Hey, brother Suyu, long time no see. Suyu looked in the direction of the sound and saw Han Yudao, dressed in a blue uniform, looking at him with a smile. He carried a large hoe on his shoulder, swaying it as he spoke. Suyu was worried about the people around him. However, there was some surprise, and a question arose. Are you also participating in this event? It's a package deal. This event is so simple and the pay is high, there's no reason not to come. Although it's near the endless fire domain, with so many people, it's unlikely anything will happen. Suyu knew what he meant.
The school has always attached great importance to large-scale tasks and will allocate more and stronger personnel to organize and coordinate them.
I thought your activities were limited to the school.
Han Yudao was displeased upon hearing this.
Do you think I'm a shut-in?
I spend all my time at school, and we employees also need volunteer hours and academic credits. He said this while straightening his uniform. When she looked at Suyu, she suddenly narrowed her eyes and looked Suyu up and down.
He exclaimed in surprise. Wait, why did you suddenly change your clothes? This isn't a faculty uniform, is it? Where did you get it? Go change right now, or you'll get yelled at if they find out.
He pushed Suyu, intending to take him to change his clothes.
Suyu shook his head. I forgot to tell you, I'm currently on leave. During this time, I've been assigned to the dyeing department.
Han Yudao raised one eyebrow and looked at Suyu suspiciously. Suddenly, he patted her on the shoulder.
You're something else, kid.
I knew you wouldn't stop at just being a librarian, ha. Just then, a gasp came from beside me.
Uncle Suyu. You're here too? Suyu and his companion looked in the direction of the sound.
A pretty young woman of about 16 stood not far away, her captivating eyes fixed on Suyu without blinking.
The person who arrived was Chao Kiki.
She was surprised that Suyu would come ever since that mission ended. Xiao Kiki took on many missions, hoping to be on the same team as Suyu, but unfortunately she never did. I never expected to run into such a big task. She walked to Suyu's side and took his arms with both hands. Suyu felt his arms being enveloped by a pair of soft things. Looking at her from the side, One could see that her soft breasts were already quite well developed. At that moment, Suyu keenly sensed a pair of murderous gazes coming his way. Suyu shuddered. He turned his head stiffly and saw Jiangli standing with her arms crossed, glaring at him with a cold face.
Seeing Suyu behaving strangely, Xiao Kiki followed his gaze. I also saw Jiangli.
That cold and displeased look made Xiao Ke think that he was coming for her.
Chest out and voice loud. Just wait, Jiangli, this time I will completely widen the gap between us.
Jiangli seemed not to hear him, staring intently at Suyu for a moment, then glanced at Xiao Kiki. He snorted coldly and turned to leave.
Chapter 125. I've never seen anything so outrageous. Suyu was completely bewildered.
He pulled away from the arm that was holding him and rushed forward to explain to Jiangli.
But suddenly an obstacle appeared. Wang Lin.
He stared coldly at Suyu.
Do you still want to pester Jiangli? I've heard about you. You have no background and no ability.
The only reason you've gotten to where you are today is because of that librarian. Now that he's gone, he's dumped you in the dyeing department.
Without your backer, you're nothing.
If you know what's good for you, get lost and don't get involved with Jiangli.
Suyu glared at him, and the latter immediately went limp with fear.
If it weren't for the crowd and the noise, Suyu would have really shown him why the flowers were so red. Wang Lin seemed to realize this as well, and after coughing twice, he regained his confidence.
What? You want to hit me? Go ahead and hit me, go ahead and hit me. You want to fight over a couple of words? You really think you're so? Ah!
No sooner had he finished speaking than a figure flew swiftly toward Wang Lin, tackled him to the ground, and delivered a punch to him.
Damn, I've never seen anyone ask to be beaten before. This is the first time I've ever seen such an outrageous request.
Han Yudao slowly stood up and walked towards Suyu. His fist remained raised to his chest, as if he still wanted more.
Suyu silently gave Han Yudao a thumbs up. I've never seen anyone who deliberately asks to be beaten.
Wang Lin propped himself up and started cursing at Han Yudao.
You damned Han Yudao, do you even know that fighting in public is against school rules? I'm going to report you. Go ahead, and report me. You just asked to get hit again. I punched you, and I haven't even charged you for it yet, and you're already going to report me? Don't you have any conscience?
The two seemed to have a long-standing grudge, both knowing each other's names, and their meeting was like oil and water.
You son without an anus, you gave me such bad information last time. Do you know how many big men attacked me back then?
You beast, you're a real scoundrel.
You killed coins yourself and now you're blaming me?
I told you not to go at noon, but you insisted on going during that time.
You deserve to get beaten up, and you beast, even brought people to beat me up. Are you even human?
The two exchanged a few words, attracting a lot of attention from those around them. This was the first time in Xiao Ki's life that she had heard so many swear words, and she covered her ears as she listened. She silently walked behind Suyu, as if that would shut out their profanities. The infamous tirade only ended when a teacher came over. Han Yudao said angrily, if the teacher hadn't come, I would have given him a good scolding.
He dared to call people to beat me up.
Suyu was also starting to lose his composure. It turned out this guy had a grudge against Wang Lin. I was retaliated against for selling information.
Suyu was somewhat curious about this. How did Wang Lin know you had intelligence? Did he go to the training hall every day and that's how he got to know you?
Yes. Suyu glanced at Han Yudao suspiciously. This guy was lying. Seeing Suyu like this, Han Yudao felt embarrassed to hide it from him, so he spoke up.
Actually, it's because I set up an intelligence station. That makes sense. This is normal, though.
Han Yudao should have a fairly complete intelligence network, so opening an intelligence station later would be a natural progression. Xiao Kiki listened from the side, wanting to chime in, but found herself unable to get a word in edgewise. In addition, having just been provoked by Jiangli, he had the idea of temporarily reviewing more study materials.
He then bid farewell to Suyu.
After she left, Han Yudao nudged Suyu's shoulder and grinned mischievously.
Not bad, you've hooked up with a freshman girl with a healing vibe. It's obvious she's quite interested in you.
Suyu was clearly a bit slow on the uptake. Although he could tell that she treated him differently, he never thought of it that way.
He shook his head. You're overthinking it.
It's just because I saved her before, so we're old friends.
How could that be? I can tell she's interested in you.
Besides, she tried to chat with you several times, but why did you keep bringing up new topics and ignoring her?
Suyu didn't want to dwell on this topic any longer.
He pointed to the sign-in sheet.
It's time to sign in.
After signing in, Han Yudao wanted to ask more questions, but Suyu ignored him, so he wisely shut up.
I just silently remembered this incident. There's a bit more gossip going on now. He thought so.
After signing in, Suyu and his companion boarded the hovercar one after the other. Because of the different batches and positions, Suyu and Xiao Kiki, along with the other students, boarded different vehicles. Instead, he traveled with Han Yudao, a chatterbox.
On the way, Han Yudao asked about the dying system.
I don't know if you've heard, but recently a really impressive person has emerged in the department of the dying.
No. Han Yudao smiled.
That guy was really something. He caused trouble in the body refining class. Guess what happened next?
Suyu slowly glanced at Han Yudao. This sounds so much like something I just went through.
Seeing that Suyu did not speak, Han Yudao coughed twice. When he went on stage to perform, he knocked out the body training student with a single punch, and his subsequent moves even startled teacher Wu Yi. Suyu snorted through his nose, a slight smile playing on his lips.
Was he later invited by Wu Yi to refine the system for further development? Dig a hole? How did you know?
Suyu held up a finger and waved it in front of him.
I also have my own intelligence network. Han Yudao exclaimed, naturally not believing what Suyu said. I know, you must have been there, right? Do you know him? What's his name?
Suyu.
What's Suyu? I'm talking about his name.
Seeing that Suyu was no longer joking, Han Yudao was taken aback, but then he realized what was going on.
Holy crap! That person was you? He was about to jump up.
They said you turned down the offer to transfer to another department.
I didn't believe it at the time. Who would give up a promising major and stay in a dying department? But after seeing you in your school uniform today, I really believe it.
After saying that, he added.
You probably don't know, but the students coming in and out of the training hall lately have all been talking about this.
They're wondering if some genius has emerged in the Department of Dying Will, or if some guy named B has appeared who can refuse a transfer application and stay in the Department of Dying Will.
Suyu shrugged.
I feel more free in the dying department, otherwise I wouldn't be here now. Upon hearing this, Han Yudao expressed his agreement. Indeed, if you transfer to that department, you will definitely be Wu Yi's main focus, and you 1T have as much freedom. However, you 1T need to run around for resources anymore. He thought Suyu had come here because he was short of resources again.
Suyu smiled without saying a word. He didn't really lack cultivation resources.
His purpose in coming to the Endless Fire domain was solely the Fire Spirit Pearl, or other fire-based energy sources.
Chapter 126: The Strange Gate. I don't know how much time passed. Outside the hovercar, a series of volcanoes gradually appeared. We've arrived at the Endless Fire domain.
Suyu and the others got off the car. Then they could follow the main force and move forward.
At the very front was a teacher wearing a straw hat. He calls himself Lao Li.
He said this as he walked inside.
You are in charge of the mining, and you were the last group to arrive.
Those reconnaissance and combat teams arrived in the Endless Fire domain 2 or 3 days earlier. The dangers inside have been mostly eliminated, but we still need to be careful.
After bringing everyone to the teleportation array, I pressed the button. A beam of light then illuminated the scene.
The group was teleported to a location near the center.
Upon arrival, almost 70–80% of the people felt somewhat uncomfortable.
The temperature here is so high that I'm already sweating profusely after only a short while. This group of people was quickly divided into several subgroups. Old Li, who was in charge of management, was a smart man.
He selected the group leaders based on each person's adaptability to the Endless Fire domain.
Suyu was aware of his plan, so he pretended to be uncomfortable. He escaped the fate of becoming a team leader.
Otherwise, if I become the team leader, it won't be convenient for me to go out and investigate in the middle of the night.
Perhaps because Suyu and Han Yudao were close by, they were assigned to the same group.
Not far away.
One after another, mobile towers rose from the ground, forming a solid barrier that surrounded the area.
Old Li pointed to the buildings along the road. This is a temporary base. You will rest here tonight. The mining work will last for a day and a half.
Repeatedly entering and leaving the Endless Fire domain will slow down the progress and cause trouble.
I hope you will understand.
Prior to this, Suyu and the others had already learned about the matter and were mentally prepared. I thought it was just a matter of setting up a tent and getting by, but I didn't expect they'd actually built a temporary base.
It looks like it was only recently built. Suyu couldn't help but become curious. This mission is far more complex than just exploration and mining, isn't it? However, as long as it doesn't interfere with my nighttime fishing, it's fine.
The work area is this region, mainly focusing on red crystal or fire-type minerals. If you find any good elemental minerals, you can hand them over to us, and we will buy them back at a reasonable price. Of course, there are performance targets during this period. If the targets are not met, a certain amount of compensation will be deducted later depending on the situation. But don't worry, this performance is within the normal range, and the daily workload won't exceed 8 hours. Everyone was aware of these matters, so there were no objections. After giving some instructions, Old Lee waved to signal that everyone could get to work. Suyu and the others then followed the team leader and began mining in different directions.
Thanks to his efficient pickaxe, Suyu's mining efficiency is extremely high. He can basically get the goods after just a few hits. However, to avoid being detected as abnormal, he will control his speed and keep himself in the middle position. In contrast, Han Yudao was wielding a large hoe and smashing it incessantly.
The sweat on his face was like pebbles, constantly dripping down. While mining, I glanced at Suyu out of the corner of my eye and found that the kid was having a great time slacking off, but when I looked at the bags next to him, I realized that he had more bags than I did.
He walked to Suyu's side. Is the feng shui here good? Come, let me try it.
After saying that, he ignored Suyu's speechless expression, picked up the hoe and started digging.
Ta-da! Ta-da!
Suyu then walked to his previous spot. Before long, Han Yudao unearthed a piece of red crystal.
Wow, this place is so easy to get loot.
Before he could enjoy his happiness for long, a burly man pushed him aside.
Get out of here. Do you even know how to dig properly? Let me do it.
Han Yudao also has a short temper.
How could someone else take over such a good spot that he finally found?
He then picked up a hoe and began arguing with the man. But when he saw the man's broad shoulders and thick waist, as well as the tattoos on his back, he immediately deflated. They returned home disappointed. Upon seeing this, Suyu smiled faintly. While busy with his own affairs, his heart was communicating with the Fire Phoenix.
Fire Phoenix, can you sense where the fire energy is most concentrated? In other words, do you know where a fire spirit orb might be found? Fire Phoenix was speechless. What do you take me for? A radar, is that it?
But to be honest, it can indeed detect the concentration of fire energy.
Hey, isn't this because we're looking for the fire spirit orb? We're in a hurry to restore your fire elemental energy.
Fire Phoenix knew exactly what Suyu was planning. He clearly wanted to recharge your dragon egg.
But it also had its own plans, so it echoed them. I see. Alright then, I'll investigate for you.
A wisp of energy emanated from the Fire Phoenix heaven-swallowing halberd and slowly gathered in Suyu's hand. Then it gradually disappeared underground. In the time that followed, Suyu and Huofeng were confirming the general direction. There is a very strong fire element energy, it has been confirmed, it is in the 10 o'clock direction.
Suyu glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw that it was the location cleared by the exploration team. Is it there? Suyu moved in that direction without making a sound.
Although each group is mining in different locations, there is actually no restriction on where they must mine.
So if Suyu moves over there, no one will say anything, unless he takes their spot.
Suyu took a few steps and then pretended to tap the hoe a few times, digging out 1 or 2 pieces of red crystal before moving towards the 10 o'clock direction. Everyone was busy, focused on working with the crystal, and no one noticed that Suyu was quietly walking away. As for Lao Li, he had already returned to the base to attend to other matters.
Soon it was time for the regular break.
Some people chose to continue working in order to earn more for their efforts, while others stopped to drink water and rest. After hearing the rest bell, Han Yudao dropped his hoe and sat down on the ground, panting.
I'm exhausted, this job is inhuman. Aren't you tired, Suyu?
There has been no response for a long time. Han Yudao was puzzled. After looking around, he realized that Suyu was nowhere to be found.
What the hell? Where are they?
At this moment, Suyu had already quietly moved towards the direction of the exploration team. Just as Fire Phoenix said, the fire energy here is very concentrated, and the surrounding energy is almost overflowing the surface. Soon, Suyu discovered a large gate. It's about 10 meters tall, and Suyu even needs to look up to see its entirety. The gate was entirely red, with strange patterns made of black iron on it, and in the very center of the gate was a sculpture of an ant. Directly below the main gate, there is a talisman, a seal. At this moment, Fire Phoenix transmitted its voice. Suyu, the location I found should have come from here. Suyu nodded and continued to observe the gate. What's with the seals here? They look like they've been tampered with. Did the exploration team do it? Just as Suyu was about to touch it, a female voice from behind interrupted him. Suyu? What are you doing here? The voice sounded somewhat familiar, and Suyu turned around to look. He noticed that Xiao Kursen, wearing a white coat, was looking at him with her arms crossed. Chapter 127. You can only live a life of idleness and waiting to die. Suyu was momentarily speechless. Xiao Kursen slowly approached, her fox-like eyes sizing up Suyu. After noticing the hoe on his body, he asked again. Are you here to mine? Suyu nodded. Yes. Xiao Kursen leaned forward, her full breasts almost spilling out. This area doesn't seem to be within the mining zone, does it? What are you doing here? Tell me the truth. As she spoke, she subtly spread her spiritual power. Suyu realized that this was a lie detector test and subtly released his mental energy to resist. I felt that the fire energy was stronger here, so I thought that more red crystals could be found here, which is why I came here. This statement is only partially true, and even if Xiao Kursen wanted to investigate, she would find it difficult to find out. In addition, Suyu's mental strength far surpasses that of ordinary people, so even Xiao Kursen, who is at the high level of the super grade, cannot distinguish between the real and the fake. After noticing anything amiss, Xiao Kursen looked Suyu up and down again and said in a deep voice. Alright, you can go now. This area is not within the mining zone. Don't wander around here next time. Suyu nodded and started to walk back, but after only a few steps, Xiao Kursen spoke again. If my sister, Coco, has any other feelings for you, I hope you will immediately reject them and keep your distance. This statement is somewhat inexplicable. Even if Xiao Kursen hadn't said it, Suyu would have kept his distance. After all, there's a difference between men and women. No. His tone was very calm, as if he hadn't taken what he just said to heart at all. Xiao Kursen glanced back at Suyu, her eyes narrowed slightly, but she didn't say anything. On the way back, Fire Phoenix transmitted its voice. This woman has been following you the whole time, and you didn't even notice. Suyu was somewhat surprised. Why didn't you tell me? I can't say. Her mental strength is very strong. If I rashly try to transmit my voice, she will intercept it. Once she discovers it, she may very well search my soul, and then our affair will be exposed. Suyu frowned. I never expected this woman to be so cunning. Suyu was somewhat surprised that Xiao Kursen appeared in this batch. Although Xiao Kursen is the head of the healing department, even if she came to the Endless Fire domain together, she should have been with the healing department students. How did I suddenly end up here? I didn't think much of it. If I failed this time, there would be another chance. He wouldn't let any opportunity to obtain the fire spirit orb slip by. Before leaving, the little turtle told him about the dragon egg. Because it hadn't received the nourishment of fire for too long, the dragon egg was malnourished. If this continued, it might fall into a deep sleep again, or even die. Are you kidding me? This is an ancient fire dragon egg. Once it hatches, it will be a great help to me. How can I just watch it die without energy? This incident also forced Suyu to quickly obtain a fire spirit orb. I'll have to wait until tonight to come back and check. Suyu had this plan. Back to the mining site. They noticed that Han Yudao was looking around suspiciously. Suyu patted him on the shoulder. Han Yudao was startled, but breathed a sigh of relief when he realized it was Suyu. Damn, that scared me. What are you looking for? I have a feeling something big is about to happen here. Han Yudao took out a string of beads and kept touching them. Just as Suyu was about to say something, he saw a slender figure running towards him. It's Chao Kiki. Uncle Suyu. She laughed. Suyu nodded to him. But then I remembered what Xiao Kursen had said before. Seeing Suyu in a daze, Xiao Kiki reached out and waved her hand in front of him. Suyu came to his senses. The way of the heart. This situation should be different, it's just normal communication. Thinking this, Suyu asked. What's wrong, Coco? Ha, it's nothing. I came out to get my sister's autograph, but she suddenly went out and I don't know what she was doing.
I just happened to be passing by, so I came over to talk to you.
After saying that, she imitated Suyu and sat down on the rock,
looking around. Just then, another male student walked over from not far away.
Upon seeing Chao Kiki, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief, but when she saw her sitting next to a man, she became displeased again.
Coco, what are you doing here? The department head is back and looking for you. Upon hearing this, Chao Kiki frowned. Don't call me Coco, we're not that close.
The visitor was a follower of Chao Kiki, named Huang Wang, who was considered one of the top healers. Since Chao Kiki enrolled in school, she has been pursuing him and harbors strong hostility towards any man who appears around him. After being given the cold shoulder, he became somewhat annoyed and turned to look at Suyu beside him. Seeing that he was wearing the robes of a dying man and holding a hoe, he immediately sneered.
I advise certain people not to try to get close to people who don't belong to you.
This will not only cause unnecessary misunderstandings for the other party, but also bring trouble to yourself. Suyu looked at Huang Wang, somewhat puzzled by his sudden words.
What do you mean? I don't usually listen to sign language right away. Off campus, Suyu wouldn't give any student a friendly look. If someone is inexplicably mocked or ridiculed, they will naturally retaliate.
Seeing Suyu's arrogant attitude, Huang Wang immediately became furious.
I'm talking to you, understand? Who do you think you are? How dare you get close to Coco? Do you think a piece of trash like you from the dying age can even approach her? Tell me.
Suyu then understood why this guy had been so sarcastic from the start. It turns out he was one of Chao Kiki's suitors. I couldn't help but think of Wang Lin, Zhang Li's suitor. These people, relying on their slightly superior status, like to spout outrageous and rebellious remarks. They are utterly disgusting. It makes it seem like only they can pursue it, and others can't even look at it.
Suyu was genuinely annoyed.
It wasn't just because of the sexual assault, but also because his wife was being pursued by other men, and he couldn't openly protect her. Chao Kiki wanted to stop him, but she was curious to see how Suyu would react.
Will they argue with others for their own sake?
He immediately abandoned his idea of stopping Huang Wang and looked at Suyu with some anticipation.
Suyu's performance did not disappoint her.
A surge of anger welled up within him, and Suyu slowly rose to meet his gaze.
The Emperor's imposing aura was suddenly unleashed. It landed directly on Huang Wang's body. What did you just say? Say it again and see.
Suyu's eyes were incredibly calm, like a stagnant pool of water, but once you met his gaze, you would quickly sink into them and be unable to come ashore. This feeling, like drowning, instantly overwhelmed Huang Wang.
Huang Wang forcibly suppressed his fear and gave instructions to Suyu. He was used to showing off his power, but he never expected to actually run into a tough nut to crack. But he'd encountered this kind of thing before. As soon as he revealed his name, the other person's attitude would instantly change. Do you know who I am, bro? How dare you talk to me like that? You think I'll make sure you never see the sun rise tomorrow?
What use are you, a mere good-for-nothing from the dying department, whose only task is to loaf around, eat and wait to die, and add to the academy's population?
Chapter 128: The Invasion of the Chimera Fire Ants?
Before he could finish speaking, a terrifying pressure suddenly struck him, and he lost his balance and fell backward. It was a fear from the depths of his soul, almost shattering his mental strength.
No! No!
He put his hands on the ground and frantically crawled backward. He started shouting uncontrollably. Although he didn't know where the intimidation came from, he still subconsciously stepped back and moved away from Suyu.
Han Yudao and his companion found this rather strange. Why was this guy suddenly acting so erratically?
They all looked at Suyu at the same time, only to find that he was very calm, not like he was up to any tricks. As Huang Wang crawled backward, he searched for the source of the intimidation until he saw Suyu's eyes that were as still as a pool of water yet seemed to be surging with turmoil. It was like a sharp thorn piercing his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe for a moment. That's when they realized the source of the deterrence. It turned out to be the worthless, dying student I had just cursed. The next moment, I felt a sudden chill on my shoulder, as if I had been cut by something, and blood began to seep out quickly.
Don't kill me! Don't kill me!
He could feel a strong killing intent, as if he would turn into a corpse in less than half a second if the other party so desired.
Don't kill me! I know I was wrong, I know I was wrong.
Even as he said this, the oppressive aura remained. His snot and tears were streaming down his face, making him look incredibly funny. There was even a faint fishy odor emanating from his genitals, which could be smelled from several meters away.
These are symptoms of bodily dysfunction.
He realized that a verbal apology was not enough, so he immediately knelt down in front of Suyu. I won't swear anymore, I won't do it again, please let me go, please forgive me, please forgive my childish behavior. As he spoke, he kept kowtowing, as if he wanted to smash his head to pieces. Suyu snorted coldly, and then the oppressive aura dissipated. If there's no one else here, he wouldn't mind having another corpse.
After the oppressive aura dissipated, Huang Wang was able to catch his breath. That feeling was terrifying.
It was as if I was being watched by a demon king, and I was powerless to resist, left to be slaughtered. He glanced at Suyu with a guilty conscience, then secretly made a mental note of the man. He was thinking about how to take revenge later. Just then, the ground began to shake violently.
Directly below,
a surge of heat suddenly erupted, directly engulfing Huang Wang.
Huang Wang was completely submerged in the lava, rolling around incessantly. If he hadn't been wearing a protective suit, the lava would have severely injured him.
This was naturally done by Suyu. He appeared calm on the surface, but he already knew what Huang Wang was thinking. His mental strength is so strong that he can see through the evil thoughts of others. People like this who are courting death should be sent on their way.
But now is not the time.
By this time, the molten lava on Huang Wang's body had already been removed. Throughout the process, Xiaoke saw this but did not offer any assistance. Firstly, because she really disliked Huang Wang. Secondly, because she knew Huang Wang was wearing a protective suit, and this molten lava wouldn't hurt him, at most it would just be a warning.
Xiao Kiki didn't say a word until Huang Wang stumbled back. At the same time, it was somewhat unexpected why Huang Wang's behavior was so abnormal just now.
It was as if I had been attacked by a powerful mental force.
And what was that lava eruption just now? She glanced at Suyu, who looked calm, and had a guess in her mind, but it quickly disappeared. Probably not. Although Uncle Suyu can unleash his aura, he's not strong enough to attack people with his mental power.
As for the molten lava just now, it was probably caused by an accident. Otherwise, Xiao Kiki couldn't even imagine how strong Uncle Suyu was, that he could trigger things with just his will without lifting a finger. Han Yudao also looked at Suyu, his eyebrows slightly raised, as if deep in thought.
I didn't ask anything either.
The three of them watched as Huang Wang ran away. Suddenly, the ground shook again, this time with a greater amplitude, as if some giant object was about to burst out of the ground.
Boom!
Beneath Huang Wang's feet, a huge crack appeared, about 10 meters long, shaped like a spider web.
Holy crap! Holy crap! Didn't I apologize? Why are they still messing with me?
Before he could finish speaking, the giant creature burst forth from the ground and swallowed him whole with its scarlet maw.
Its entire body was bitten and torn to pieces.
Only his arm remained broken off.
After the giant creature finished eating, its body slowly emerged from the ground.
Suyu and the others were also able to see its full appearance.
It is an enormous ant.
It was about 6 meters tall, its whole body was scarlet, its joints were covered with black leather armor, and the spikes on its back looked like fish bones that had shed their flesh. After it was unearthed, it chewed its food while observing its surroundings with its eyes, which were about half the size of a human. The workers who were still working nearby came to their senses and rushed outside.
Holy crap! Chimeric fire ants! They're chimeric fire ants! The surrounding workers scattered and fled. Suyu reacted quickly, pulling Xiao Kiki back.
The strength of this chimeric fire ant is unknown, but it is estimated to be below the Demon King level and above the Great Demon level.
There must be law enforcement personnel in this area, it's best to leave it to them. Uncle Suyu. Is that a chimeric fire ant?
Xiao Kiki's beautiful eyes widened as she stared at the chimeric fire ant in disbelief. She had heard that this place was a habitat for chimeric fire ants, but wasn't it said that it had been almost completely cleared out?
Why did one suddenly appear here? It should be.
Suyu replied, pulling Xiao Kiki to a safe place and observing from a distance. These chimeric fire ants have no attack logic, they bite anyone they see. Han Yudao followed behind them, his gaze never leaving the chimeric fire ants. His expression showed no surprise whatsoever, as if he had expected it all along.
I didn't expect there really is one. If that's the case, then wouldn't that mean?
Suyu was right beside him, and was somewhat puzzled by these sudden words.
He asked. Han Yudao, did you know that chimeric fire ants would appear here? Han Yudao nodded and then shook his head. I've only heard about it.
Actually, our mission this time is not as simple as we imagined. No, to be precise, the exploration team's mission is not as simple as we imagined. They said we were to explore the nest of the inlaid fire ants, drive them away, and then collect red crystals, but in reality, it was for the fire-type treasures nurtured by the inlaid fire ants.
A fire-type treasure?
Suyu frowned slightly.
Could it be the fire spirit orb? The moment this thought arose, Fire Phoenix transmitted its voice.
Suyu, I have sensed that fire energy again, and this time it is even more concentrated. In addition, with the fire treasure mentioned by Han Yudao, I suspect that it is not just a simple fire spirit pearl. Its tone sounded incredibly excited, and it was trembling slightly.
Suyu could sense it and asked in confusion. Can you pinpoint the exact location? Yes, it's at the 10 o'clock position, which is the sealed gate we went to before. At that very moment, the guards arrived.
The chimeric fire ants were quickly brought under control.
Chapter 129, A Pincer Attack.
The leader was Oldly. Where did these chimeric fire ants come from? Luckily, they were brought under control in time, otherwise who knows how many people would have died. He directed his teammates to surround the chimeric fire ants. He then fought against him wielding a large cleaver. Although Oldly has the word old in his name, he seems quite shrewd when it comes to getting down to business.
With each strike, he never greedily takes a hit, striking effectively and then retreating to create space for ranged teammates to deal damage. The chimeric fire ant is so large that Oldly looks like a real ant next to it. Despite its small size, it turned this into an advantage, swimming back and forth beneath the fire ant. Each dodge is accompanied by a slash. Each time you retreat, your teammates behind you will provide timely crowd control and damage. The chimeric fire ants were furious about this, but there was nothing they could do. Its death was already sealed the moment it was surrounded. Soon, with a mournful cry, the chimera fire ant collapsed to the ground. It also spat out the undigested corpse from its mouth. There are about 3. Great job, Laoli. Awesome. Awesome. Many workers cheered for Laoli. If it weren't for Laoli's timely appearance, there would be far more than just those few dead by now. It's nothing, are you all right? Come over here and gather around, I'll take a head count. Oldly waved to them. 42, 43. 2 are missing, not bad. Are the others all right? They all shook their heads. Seeing that everyone was all right, Oldly felt relieved. He then gave instructions. You guys go and rest for a bit, let's see if there are any chimeric fire ants left in this area. But worried about delaying their work, he spoke up. Today's performance can be cut in half. We're not expecting the normal amount. The reward for completing the task will not be reduced. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded. After these things happened, they won't feel at ease. It would be best to take a rest. As Suyu left with the main group, he noticed that the volcano not far away seemed to be shaking. At the foot of the mountain, there are faint signs of soil breaking through. At this time, the guards were spreading out to search the area, and some of them were heading in that direction. Suyu realized something was wrong and shouted, "Don't go there. It's dangerous." Because they weren't very far apart, the person clearly heard it, but didn't realize who Suyu was talking about. He simply turned to look at Suyu. Just then, the soil beneath their feet suddenly loosened. A crack instantly appeared. The person suddenly lost their footing and nearly fell into the crevice. Within the crack, a gaping maw of blood was open, waiting for the person to enter its mouth. The man was quick-witted and grabbed the edge of the crack with one hand, using his other hand to keep himself from falling. Ah! Help! Help! The gaping maw seemed impatient, leaping forward as if to swallow the man whole. I heard my teammates calling out to me. Oldly's figure vanished instantly, transforming into a black shadow that appeared around the man in a flash. He grabbed him and carried him away from the danger zone. Oldly only placed it on the ground after getting away from the crack. The man, having narrowly escaped death, was so weak in the knees that his legs almost gave way. If it had been any later, my legs would have been gone, and my body would have been gone too. Before he could even thank them, cracks began to appear under his feet again. Not again? Oldly sensed the danger and carried him away again. They had just left when a terrifying head emerged from the crack. Then his body slowly crawled out. Another chimeric fire ant. Before Oldly could run far. More and more cracks appeared on the ground, spreading out in a dense, spiderweb-like pattern. 1, 2, 3, more and more chimeric fire ants crawled out of the crack. They become ferocious as soon as they see people.
The sharp ant teeth made a piercing sound, sending chills down the spine of anyone who heard it.
Everyone, run back to base. Old Lee roared. He then ran towards the crowd.
Everyone realized something was wrong and rushed back to the base. The guard team already struggled to kill even a single chimera ant, and the sudden appearance of nearly 10 was clearly beyond their control. Suyu was the fastest. He was already running towards the base when the second crack appeared. But there seemed to be far more chimeric fire ants than one might imagine.
Squeak, squeak, squeak.
The sharp sound of ant teeth rubbing together rang out again, and Suyu immediately sensed something was wrong and retreated abruptly. An even more terrifying crack appeared directly in front of them, completely isolating them from the base. A chimeric fire ant, about 15 meters tall, appeared in everyone's sight. Its eyes alone are bigger than those of an adult. The sharp ant teeth gleamed with a chilling light under the sunlight. It stared intently at the crowd, as if to say, "This road is blocked." Han Yudao was completely dumbfounded.
Holy crap! What the hell is this? Is it a chimeric fire ant king? Why is its head black? Suyu shook his head.
This wasn't the ant king, it was more like a squad leader.
Its size and strength far exceed those of ordinary fire ants.
As Suyu retreated, he searched for a suitable route to see if he could bypass the thing.
At the same time, doubts lingered in my mind. Why is there no reaction inside the base despite such a commotion outside?
Before he could think further, the black-headed chimeric fire ant then launched its attack, raising its head and waving its claws and teeth fiercely at the crowd. With lightning speed, Suyu pushed Xiao Kiki away with one hand.
They then went around in the opposite direction.
At the same time, it attracts the attention of chimeric fire ants. Once the fire ants are attracted away, you can use the lotus step technique to create an opportunity to return to your base. However, the chimeric fire ants seemed uninterested in Suyu, and after launching their attack, they remained motionless.
They didn't give Suyu a chance to distract it.
It was as if it had been given the order to guard this place. Suyu tried to get closer, only to be met with a fire ant's claw.
Suyu was forced to stay away.
The fire ant then calmed down again, but kept its eyes fixed on the group of people. Just then, the workers behind him also ran up to Suyu's side. Upon seeing this massive, sky-covering structure, they were both shocked and filled with despair.
Holy crap, why is this thing so big? How are we supposed to get across?
At this moment, they were being chased by other fire ants from behind. The guards fought their way back to the base. They were clearly struggling to cope.
Why don't we just charge in? With so many of us, it'll be very difficult for it to handle. Someone suggested.
But no one dared to be the first to rush forward, no one dared to be the first to stick their neck out.
Everyone wanted to hide behind others and try to get away with it.
The fire ants behind me gradually approached, as if the Grim Reaper's scythe was closing in, almost touching my neck.
I can't take it anymore. I'm going to rush over there. I'm going to rush over there. Some people's mental defenses have already collapsed.
Just as those fire ants emerged, several of his old acquaintances were eaten, dying right before his eyes. He would have been dead long ago if they hadn't bought him some time.
Chapter 130 Fire Ant Suppression. Suyu frowned and shouted. Don't approach rashly. It will attack you.
But the man wouldn't listen and just crawled inside. In his eyes, being slapped to death by the thing in front was better than being bitten to death by the fire ants behind. Sure enough, as he charged forward, the black-headed fire ant didn't lower its head either and swung its claw at him. The man was instantly mangled and turned into a pool of blood that splattered all around. This terrified the others who saw it. They all abandoned their idea of rushing forward. Although the base was so close, it felt like there was a chasm between them. Behind them, the swarm of chimeric fire ants was closing in step by step. The guard team consisted of only a dozen or so people. Even if each person took on one, it wouldn't be enough to go around.
Moreover, it would take at least 8 people to deal with a single chimeric fire ant.
The entire guard team was only around the 5th rank, and they were no match for the chimera fire ants, who were above the level of great demons. At this moment, Old Lee arrived with his guards. Upon seeing the overwhelming figure before him, he swallowed hard. He picked up the walkie-talkie and said in a deep voice,
When can they send reinforcements? We can't hold on much longer.
It took a while for the person on the other end of the walkie-talkie to reply.
Hold on a little longer. We'll send reinforcements once we've finished dealing with things here. Please hang in there.
Old Lee's face was filthy and oily from being rubbed against the volcanic rock, and his once neatly groomed beard was now a mess.
But we.
Before he could finish speaking, a beeping sound came from the other end of the walkie-talkie.
The call had obviously been disconnected. Damn it! There's a problem at the base too, what's going on? The others felt a chill run down their spines after hearing Lao Li's conversation. Are you kidding me? There's a problem at the base too? What are we supposed to do? We're just employees. We haven't even earned any money, and now we're supposed to die here? No, I want to go back, I want to go back. I don't want the money anymore.
You need to arrange for a hovercar to pick us up.
Many people started to make a fuss.
Oldley had no other choice but to lead the group in dealing with the chimeric fire ants while waiting for rescue. But he knew that it would be difficult to get rescued in a short time.
Otherwise, they wouldn't have suddenly hung up the phone.
Thinking about this, he became a little anxious. As a result, when fighting against the chimeric fire ants, one could easily be scratched by them if one wasn't careful. Blood gushed from the wound immediately, and the entire arm was almost severed, with only a little flesh and blood holding it together.
Xiao Kik's pupils shrank sharply. It was the first time she had ever seen such a bloody scene up close.
She almost threw up. She knew this was her weakness. She couldn't stand seeing anything too bloody. Despite the discomfort, he still treated Lao Li's wounds. Su Yu and Han Yudao were also forced to join the battle. Clad in fiery armor, he moved swiftly around the fire ants, sending them flying several meters with a single punch. Su Yu didn't try to deal damage after making his impact. He quickly returned to his team.
This prevents other fire ants from launching a sneak attack. At the same time, I had a general idea of what was going on.
The physical strength of this chimeric fire ant is about the same as mine, or even a little weaker. Furthermore, after being injured, they will exit the berserk state and become fearful of those with strong auras.
But not everyone is as strong as Su Yu.
The majority of the troops here are workers, while the guards have already suffered heavy casualties and lack sufficient strength to deal with the chimeric fire ants. Seeing that everyone was beaten to a pulp, Su Yu spoke up to remind them.
Don't run around.
All of you gather together to prevent us from picking them off one by one. The large fire ant at the front won't attack people unless you get too close.
We can't deal with it, but the fire ants behind you can. Don't be afraid. These fire ants will be outnumbered, and once the enemy discovers that we are outnumbered, they will launch an attack.
His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, but it could reach anyone's ears. Oldley was somewhat surprised that this miner could maintain such a clear mind at this critical moment. As Su Yu said, although these chimeric fire ants are very aggressive, they dare not attack when there are many people around, and can only watch from a distance.
If anyone is alone, they will quickly rush forward to nibble on them. Yes, right.
As long as we don't get separated or scatter, these chimeric fire ants won't attack us randomly. We just need to wait for rescue.
Oldley also spoke up.
The crowd gradually realized this, and their emotions gradually calmed down. They slowly moved closer to Su Yu and Lao Li. This situation lasted for more than half an hour.
During this period,
while treating the wounded, Xiao Kiki also comforted those who were emotionally broken.
Don't worry, everyone. My sister is the head of the healing department. She will come to save us soon. These words undoubtedly reassured everyone. Since we have the department head's sister among us, saving the others is just a side effect. Instantly, I felt hopeful. They wouldn't feel abandoned. Su Yu nodded secretly.
It's clear that Xiao Kiki isn't someone who likes to flaunt her status. The reason she said that was simply to maintain morale. Han Yudao was also very excited when he heard this.
Hey, I knew this pretty girl looked familiar. Turns out she's Qiao Kursan's sister. Aha, we're saved.
Qiao Kursan dotes on her sister the most.
The situation is slowly improving.
The largest fire ant only blocks the way and does not attack people. The other fire ants, outnumbered, dared not attack rashly.
At this time, Xiao Kik's phone rang. When the call connected, Qiao Kursan's anxious voice came through. Coco, are you alright? I'm fine, sis. Can you come over? We're being attacked by chimeric fire ants. I'm on my way now, wait for me.
After he finished speaking, a whooshing sound came from the other end of the phone. It was the noise from Xiao Kursan moving rapidly with her phone, cutting through the air. Upon hearing this, everyone felt relieved.
Great. We're saved.
Looking at it this way, the fire ants surrounding them no longer seemed so scary.
Just then, someone's legs gave way and they suddenly collapsed to the ground.
As the crowd moved away, he quickly found himself alone. The menacing fire ant suddenly opened its blood-red maw and lunged at him. The sound of crunching bones came through. In just 2 bites, not a single piece was left. Those who had just walked away were terrified when they saw this scene. They had never seen anything like it before, and began to scatter and flee.
Su Yu frowned.
Everyone, don't wander off or get separated from others. Make sure your numbers exceed the number of fire ants. But his workers were already terrified, so why would they listen to him?
They've already mostly run away.
The fire ants were initially somewhat wary of the united humans, but once they saw them separate, they were no longer afraid and began to enjoy the buffet.